Deep within a dark and secluded black jungle, a goblin with greenish skin, wielding a rough wooden spiked club, glared at the man before it. Its gaze swept over the man. Sensing that Lin Yu's aura was weak, the goblin no longer held back, roared, and charged at him, swinging its spiked club. Facing the roaring goblins charging towards him, Lin Yu felt no fear. Instead, a surge of excitement welled up within him. His eyes narrowed, and he summoned 5 demonic servants from his territory. The demon servants were clad in black robes, their bodies hunched over, their skin a strange bluish-black, their eyes sunken, and 2 eerie green flames flickering in their eyes, radiating an evil and greedy light. The goblin paused, slightly taken aback, when it saw the demonic servants appear out of nowhere. Its eyes were filled with confusion. Lin Yu suddenly waved his hand, giving the 5 demonic servants the order to attack. With a low, chilling roar, the demonic servants pounced, surrounding the goblin instantly. Realizing the approaching danger, the goblin panicked, frantically swinging its spiked club in an attempt to stop these dark enemies from getting closer. But ultimately outnumbered, the goblin was quickly overwhelmed by the demon's servants and collapsed, dying in a pool of blood, becoming a cold corpse. Lin Yu stared at the goblin corpse in front of him, a surge of excitement rising in his heart, and a slow smile crept onto his lips. This is a world where everyone is awakening. Everyone who turns 18 can participate in the awakening ceremony and has the opportunity to become a warrior, mage, or undead reaper. But at the same time, the threat of monsters is ever present. Abnormal spatial rifts called portals will randomly appear in various locations, connecting the human world with the dungeons inhabited by monsters. Awakening to a powerful class grants extraordinary strength, allowing you to hunt monsters and collect cultivation resources in dungeons, embarking on the path to becoming a powerful being. Those who awaken to a life profession without combat abilities can only struggle at the bottom of society for the rest of their lives, remaining weak. During the awakening ceremony, Lin Yu awakened a profession generally considered useless, the builder. This meant that he was destined to never become a combatant, participate in killing magical beasts, or obtain cultivation resources. In an instant, Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. But just then, a clear and mysterious voice rang in his mind. Ding, God-level builder system activated. Characteristic 1, can construct various buildings within their own territory. Achieving these will grant achievement points or additional rewards. Characteristic 2, permanently gains 1% of the combat power of the units they control. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lin Yu's despair was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He knew that his fate had quietly changed. He will use the system to build his own multi-race military camp in his territory, summon countless combat units, and personally shatter everyone's prejudice against builders. Step by step, he will climb to the top of the world. Congratulations! You have achieved the Slay Goblin achievement and gained 1 achievement point. Lin Yu has reaped a great harvest, not only successfully obtaining demon meat, but also triggering the system achievement reward. With a thought, the goblin corpse was instantly stored in his territory. The system calculated that 1 goblin corpse could be converted into 10 units of magic flesh. Lin Yu stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Recruiting a demon servant requires 50 units of demon flesh, which means I have to kill 5 goblins. After clarifying his calculations, he no longer hesitated and continued deeper into the jungle. He knew that he only had 24 hours to enter the dungeon, and he had to hunt as many monsters as possible to accumulate resources. Less than 5 minutes after he left, Wang Jie arrived at the scene, panting. What's that smell? Blood. He frowned and sniffed the bloody stench that lingered in the air for a long time. What happened? Did that good-for-nothing Lin Yu run into a magical beast? There's only bloodstains left, but no corpse. It seems he's injured, but not quite dead yet. As this thought crossed his mind, a gloating sneer gradually crept onto his lips. Time passed quietly, and 8 hours went by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu had killed a total of 13 goblins and obtained 130 units of magic meat. Looking at the ever-accumulating numbers in the system, he frowned. At this rate, I can only collect a maximum of 390 units of demonic flesh in the dungeon, far from reaching my goal. Lin Yu stopped and fell into thought. His eyes lit up quickly, and a bold idea came to mind. Given the nature of his profession as a builder, increasing combat power didn't rely on fighting or training. His path to advancement lay solely in continuously recruiting troops. Then why should I hunt so desperately? Why not just pick up the corpses? He suddenly realized that his previous thinking was completely wrong. Goblin corpses are low-level monsters that nobody wants, and they don't drop valuable items, so they don't attract any attention. In contrast, other awakened individuals need to kill to increase their level, so they generally don't care about the value of corpses. I was careless. I was going in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Lin Yu slapped his thigh, his face full of regret. He also realized that going back to find the main force now was unrealistic. Not only was the direction difficult to determine, but time also didn't allow it. Just then, a series of dense roars and howls suddenly came from afar. Roar, roar, roar. Lin Yu looked up alertly and heard the familiar roars of goblins. Quite a few, he frowned in thought, a hint of retreat rising in his mind. With his abilities, although he had 5 demon servants, they weren't powerful enough to overwhelm the dungeon. Let alone a dozen goblins, even 3 would be a risk he'd have to carefully consider. Recruiting demonic servants is too costly. If you lose one, you have to spend another 50 units of demonic flesh to recruit another, which is not worth it. We can't do anything risky. Lin Yu took a few steps back, preparing to temporarily avoid the limelight. But the next second, he frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong. Goblins may be savage, but they wouldn't roar without any reason. Based on his knowledge of Warcraft, there are only 2 possibilities for the goblins' large-scale roars. Either they have discovered an enemy and are launching a group attack, or they have been attacked and are forced to organize a defense. Judging from the noise, he quickly determined it was the second scenario. The roars were mixed with numerous wails, clearly indicating an attack. Taking a quick glance isn't too much to ask, is it? If it's really bad, I'll just run. A glint appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. If someone was indeed attacking the goblin's lair, it would be a perfect opportunity for him to loot the corpses. He approached stealthily, tiptoeing around bushes and tree roots, getting closer and closer to the source of the sound. The goblin's roars and screams mingled together, growing increasingly intense. He quickly lay down behind a patch of grass and saw a cave entrance through a gap. There were already at least 10 goblin corpses lying around the entrance, and the battle was still going on. It's a goblin's lair. Lin Yu swallowed hard, his eyes burning with desire. Goblin corpses littered the ground. He wished he could rush out immediately, pack them all up, and run away. But he forced himself to suppress his impulse. Reason told him that this was just an appetizer, and the real feast was still inside the cave. The battle lasted a full half-hour, until several footsteps echoed from the cave. When the 4 figures slowly emerged from the cave, Lin Yu's pupils constricted. It was them. Leading the group was Su Qingxing from Class 6, followed closely by Zhang Xing and others. This team was undoubtedly the strongest among this year's freshmen. With a combat power of 25 points, Su Qingxing alone could easily wipe out the goblin's lair. Next, Su Qingxing didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground before turning around and leading the team deeper into the jungle. Good heavens, they're all ruthless! Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the departing figure. At this moment, he had no time to care about his personal grudge against Zhang Xing. All he wanted was to quietly follow behind them and collect the corpses. The thought even stirred a sense of pleasure within him. The enemy was fighting, and he was profiting from the spoils. Wasn't that wonderful? Once the group had completely left, Lin Yu finally jumped out of the bushes and excitedly rushed towards the cave entrance. I'm rich! I'm rich! He quickly collected the goblin corpses outside the cave into his territory space, then hurried into the cave. Upon entering the cave, he was overwhelmed by the stench of blood, which made him turn pale. Sure enough, the interior of the cave was far more horrific than the outside. The ground was littered with goblin limbs and severed bodies, and the soil was soaked with blood. Lin Yu suppressed his nausea and quickly stored all the goblin corpses inside the cave into his territory. In total, there were 55 goblin corpses inside and outside. When he saw that the number of magic flesh units in the system had surged to 680, he could no longer contain his elation and burst into laughter. Ha ha! But he dared not linger, fearing he might miss Su Qingsheng and her group's next clearing operation. He immediately left the cave and chased after them in the direction they had gone. Lin Yu ran through the jungle, a satisfied and joyful smile on his lips. Not long after Lin Yu left, Wang Jie arrived late. He stood there, staring at the large pool of blood on the ground, but seeing no corpse, and was stunned. What happened? Even if Lin Yu severed a major artery, there shouldn't be this much blood, right? And this looks like a goblin's lair? He looked away, gazing into the depths of the cave. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered his courage and stepped inside. However, the sight within left him speechless. Bloodstains were everywhere, but there was no trace of a corpse. Could it be that I wasn't following Lin Yu, but some kind of terrifying magical beast? Wang Jie panicked and immediately retreated, a hint of fear in his eyes. Along the entire road, all he saw was blood. He couldn't see a single sign of Lin Yu's injury. At this moment, he began to suspect that he wasn't following Lin Yu at all, but some monster that was devouring goblins along the way. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart raced. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was quietly following behind Su Qingsheng's team, about 100 or 200 meters away. They encountered some scattered goblins along the way, but thanks to the team's strength, they almost always killed them with a single blow. Every time they killed a goblin, Lin Yu would quietly collect a corpse, finding it incredibly satisfying. Although the 8 hours of tracking weren't as fruitful as their previous encounter in the cave, Lin Yu still managed to collect 20 corpses, equivalent to 200 units of demonic meat. At this point, 2/3 of the dungeon time had passed, and most teams had begun to return. However, Su Qingsheng and her group showed no signs of retreating. On the contrary, they seemed to intend to continue deeper into the dungeon. They seemed to be looking for something. Lin Yu squinted at them, muttering to himself. Because of the distance, he couldn't hear their conversation, but judging from their actions, they were clearly searching for something. This portal had been developed long ago, and most of its precious resources had been looted. Not to mention magic crystals, Lin Yu hadn't obtained any magic wood or magic stones along the way. Just as he was pondering this, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from nearby. His nerves tightened, and he immediately crouched down to hide, looking towards the source of the sound. Could it be goblins? His first thought was that a magical beast was attacking. The footsteps grew closer, and Lin Yu was ready to summon his magical servants at any moment. However, when the target appeared, he realized that the person was Wang Jie. Wang Jie passed by the bushes where he was hiding without noticing him, looking nervous and walking quickly. Lin Yu frowned slightly, quickly realizing that he was going to meet up with Zhongxing. In this vast underground city, how could they have pinpointed Zhongxing's location so accurately? Suspicion immediately arose in his mind. The only explanation was that this group had planned this all along. They had likely laid out their plan before even entering the underground city. The Su and Zhang families already wield immense power in Linshan City, so it's not surprising that they knew this area beforehand. Lin Yu pondered to himself, increasingly convinced that the goblin cave they had visited earlier was not an accidental discovery, but rather a pre-planned target. I can't wait any longer. I need to get closer and listen. With a thought, Lin Yu continued to tiptoe forward until he could clearly hear them talking before stopping. When Wang Jie returned to the team, Su Qingsheng and the others didn't show any surprise. How was it? Zhongxing asked first. We lost him. That good-for-nothing Lin Yu ran incredibly fast. Wang Jie shook his head, his tone filled with frustration. What a piece of trash. Zhongxing immediately cursed. Lin Yu, hidden in the shadows, heard everything clearly and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. So Wang Jie left the team just to deal with him, even specifically targeting the underground city. He was practically aiming to kill him. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. What do you mean? The most important thing now is to find the Goblin King's lair before time runs out. How can you still be thinking about dealing with a crafting profession? Su Qingcheng asked coldly, her gaze sharp as lightning. Find it. Find it now. According to the map, it's in this jungle. Zhongxing echoed with a smirk. The Goblin King. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. So their target was the boss of this dungeon. Although he didn't know the opponent's strength, their confidence meant they were fully prepared. Interesting. You eat the meat, and I'll drink the soup. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Lin Yu licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Wang Jie spoke up again urgently. Brother Xing, let's retreat quickly. I feel there are terrifying monsters around us. He quickly recounted all the strange phenomena he had witnessed along the way. However, the others didn't believe it at all. Nonsense. This portal only releases white light. Where did you get the magical beast you're talking about? Besides, the academy instructors cleared the area long ago, and the number and level of the magical beasts were strictly controlled. Zhang Xing glared angrily, his voice growing increasingly impatient. Seeing that no one paid any attention, Wang Jie could only shut up. Su Qingqing's team continued their search, while Lin Yu quietly lurked in the shadows. After another hour or so, the group finally discovered the Goblin King's cave. This cave was at least twice the size of the previous one, and several goblins were wandering around the entrance. Attack! A cold glint flashed in Su Qingqing's eyes, and she gave the order to attack without hesitation. Lin Yu watched quietly from the sidelines. Su Qingqing charged forward first, and a dark red death scythe materialized in her right hand. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. She had only awakened her powers yesterday, yet today she could wield them with such proficiency. It was terrifying. Thud thud. With a swing of a death scythe, 2 goblins fell dead in an instant. These goblins, with a combat power of only 5, were utterly powerless against Su Qingqing, whose combat power reached 25. Wherever the red light passed, the goblins were all slain. Zhang Xing and his companions also sprang into action, some wielding greatswords, others unleashing fireballs with staffs, their killing swift and decisive. The fireballs roared incessantly, causing the goblins to howl in agony. In just a few minutes, nearly 20 goblins lay dead at the cave entrance. Lin Yu looked at the corpses before him, his eyes shining, and a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Chapter 12, Recruiting Demonic Servants to Strengthen the Team. Deep within the cave, several muffled footsteps suddenly echoed. Lin Yu and Su Qingqing's team simultaneously turned their heads alertly, quickly identifying the source of the sound. A colossal creature, far exceeding the size of an ordinary goblin, slowly emerged, its muscles bulging, wielding an iron-spiked club. Its title was Goblin King, boasting a combat power of 30 points, its imposing presence overwhelming the entire arena upon its appearance. Behind it followed hundreds of goblins, surging like a tide to completely surround Su Qingqing's team. Zhang Xing's face darkened, and his tone became serious. Their initial intelligence indicated that this Goblin King's combat strength was only 20 points, but had exceeded their expectations. However, Su Qingqing showed no fear, her expression resolute, clearly having been prepared. Lin Yu observed secretly and couldn't help but admire this woman. She was clearly no ordinary person, having gained considerable practical experience in this dungeon. Zhang Xing looked worried and advised her not to act impulsively. If they weren't confident, they could choose to retreat. But Su Qingqing casually said, "You don't understand," and then charged forward. The Goblin King roared and swung his spiked club, clashing violently with Su Qingqing's scythe, sparks flying. Although she blocked the attack, she was forced back several steps and found herself surrounded. Seeing this, the surrounding goblins immediately joined the attack, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Lin Yu watched the battle from the shadows, even silently cheering on his opponents. The more desperate Su Qingqing fought, the more advantageous it was for him, as he could easily reap the rewards of the battlefield. If Zhang Xing and Wang Jie were to get hurt in the melee, it would be an unexpected bonus for Lin Yu. While fighting the Goblin King, Su Qingqing directed her squad to deal with the surrounding attacks. No sooner had she finished speaking than the enemy's spiked club struck again, hitting the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Zhang Xing began to regret staying to fight and felt that retreating now would be the wiser move. Seeing Su Qingqing still struggling, his resolve wavered even more. After all, 17 or 18 hours had passed, and their condition was no longer what it had been at the beginning. Zhang Xing wielded his greatsword, clearing away the surrounding enemies and occasionally slaying a few goblins. Wang Jie, however, was in a much worse situation. His combat strength was already low, and he was utterly powerless against a dozen or so goblins. Soon he was struck in the back by a spiked club, collapsing to the ground, screaming in agony, his face deathly pale. Lin Yu almost burst out laughing when he saw Wang Jie fall to the ground. The sight was incredibly stress-relieving. Zhang Xing finally made up his mind, yelling retreat and abandoning his teammates to run back. He didn't believe deep down that Su Qingsheng could really defeat the Goblin King. He felt that saving his own life was the most important thing. Su Qingsheng turned around and glared angrily, only to see that Zhang Xing and the others had already run more than 10 meters away, and even Wang Jie was scrambling and crawling. Wang Jie's back was torn and bleeding, his clothes were tattered, and he was in a terrible state, which made Lin Yu feel particularly pleased. As they retreated, a large number of goblins rushed towards Su Qingsheng. She not only had to deal with the Goblin King, but also guard against the hordes of goblins swarming around her. She wielded her death scythe, beheading the approaching goblins one by one, but her strength was rapidly waning. Blood had stained her robes and cheeks. She was panting heavily, her face pale. Lin Yu, watching from the shadows, could see that Su Qingsheng was nearing her limit. If this continued, she might not be able to hold on any longer. He knew very well that if she were surrounded by these wretched goblins, the consequences would be worse than death. Su Qingsheng gritted her teeth, roared, her eyes bloodshot, filled with hatred for Zhang Xing's betrayal. As Lin Yu listened to her curses, a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Since Su Qingsheng hated Zhang Xing to the core, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to build a good relationship if he saved her life now? After all, the Zhang family was powerful, and if he could win over the Su family, he would have a better chance of dealing with Zhang Xing in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yu smiled. How could he miss such a good opportunity? But a problem arose. The enemy had dozens of goblins, while he only had 5 demonic servants. Charging in head-on like this would be utterly pointless. Lin Yu immediately abandoned his underestimation of his opponent and quickly considered a countermeasure. He closed his eyes and, with a thought, returned to his territory interface. Before the demon gate, he opened a recruitment interface. Recruiting a demon servant required 50 units of demon flesh. Lin Yu chose recruit without hesitation. He now had 880 units of magic flesh. The system prompted him whether to recruit 17 magic servants, which would consume 850 units of magic flesh. He clicked confirm without hesitation. With a surge of energy, the demon gate opened, and 17 new demon servants emerged in neat rows. His demon servant squad instantly expanded to 22, and his combat power gained a 0.85 boost, reaching 2.1. Lin Yu looked at this combat power value, his lips twitching. After all this hard work, he still hadn't broken 3 points. But just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have achieved the first recruitment achievement and obtained the new unit Demon Hound. Lin Yu was stunned, and then his anger flared up. This reward came far too late. With his magic meat nearly used up and the reward finally arriving late, he was so angry he wanted to curse. But despite his complaints, he still opened the Magic Hound recruitment interface to check the details. The system displayed, recruiting 1 Magic Hound requires 80 units of magic meat. Chapter 13. The sixth brother has his own tactics. The recruitment price of a Demon Hound is a full 30 units of demon meat more expensive than that of the Demon Servant, making Lin Yu even more eager to see its combat power. With a thought, he exited the territory interface, released all the demon servants he had just recruited, and arranged for an ambush. Once everything was ready, he slowly emerged from the jungle and quietly approached the battlefield. Su Qingsheng was exhausted, and the goblins began to torment her, tearing at her clothes. Though she was physically weak and looked disheveled, she momentarily stunned Lin Yu, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Su Qingsheng quickly noticed Lin Yu's appearance, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. However, upon recognizing him, her expression instantly turned icy. In her eyes, Lin Yu, with a combat power of only 1 point, was of no help whatsoever and might even be a hindrance. Seeing her disdainful look, Lin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes, muttering that he was there to save people. Su Qingchang scoffed, her tone icy, even advising him to run for his life and not throw it away. Lin Yu, not wanting to waste words, went straight to the point, asking if she was confident she could take down the Goblin King, if she could help him lure the goblins away. Before Su Qingchang could even refuse, Lin Yu interrupted her forcefully, telling her to stop talking nonsense and answer quickly. This forceful statement startled Su Qingchang slightly. She was somewhat surprised by the directness of this life profession person. Before she could recover, Lin Yu had already picked up a stone and hurled it at a group of goblins. A dozen goblins immediately roared and charged, and Lin Yu turned and ran. "I only threw 2 stones. Is it really necessary for so many to come?" Lin Yu complained as he ran, looking disheveled yet somewhat comical. Su Qingchang watched his retreating figure as he lured the monsters away, feeling a mix of emotions, shame and inexplicable gratitude. Although Lin Yu's actions couldn't help much in the short term, she realized that this was a rare opportunity. She gritted her teeth and continued to contend with the Goblin King, trying to conserve her strength and buy time. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had been running wildly with the goblins, stopped, panting heavily. Just as he was about to catch his breath, the dozen or so goblins behind him pounced on him menacingly. Lin Yu squinted and his eyes instantly sharpened. "Kill them!" As soon as he gave the order, the 22 demon servants that had been lying in ambush suddenly appeared and pounced out. In a single surprise attack, most of the goblins had their throats ripped open and died instantly. The remaining few didn't escape for long either, being surrounded and killed in less than a minute. Lin Yu quickly collected the 16 goblin corpses on the ground into his territory space. Then he waved for his demon servants to hide again, preparing to face the next wave of prey. Then, he returned to the battlefield and reappeared in a high-profile manner. "Yo, I'm back again." His voice rang out, attracting the attention of all the goblins, and even Su Qingchang couldn't help but be stunned. "This guy isn't dead?" Su Qingchang was somewhat shocked, and at the same time, she vaguely realized that the dozen or so goblins from before had disappeared. Lin Yu didn't waste any words, picked up a stone and threw it at the enemy again, continuing to provoke them. Another dozen or so goblins were lured away, and Lin Yu repeated the process, fleeing the battlefield once more. As Su Qingchang watched his retreating figure, the disdain in her eyes gradually gave way to respect. A wavering began to creep into her heart. Perhaps Lin Yu truly had a way to help her turn the tide. Then, Lin Yu appeared on the battlefield for the 3rd and 4th time, successfully luring away a group of goblins each time. By the 5th round, he had lured away a total of 86 goblins and eliminated them all. Lin Yu himself could hardly believe that he had harvested nearly 900 units of demonic flesh using the ambush tactics. He was covered in sweat, but a smile appeared on his lips. Although it's a bit tiring, it's really delicious. Lin Yu wiped his sweat and hurried back to the battlefield. At this moment, only Su Qingchang remained, fighting the Goblin King one-on-one. There were no other enemies around. However, her stamina had reached its limit. Her movements began to slow, and she was being suppressed and forced to retreat step by her opponent. Chapter 14, Slaying the Goblin King. Whoosh! Bang! The Goblin King swung his spiked club, creating gusts of wind, and the ground trembled when he landed. The explosive power was palpable, and one could feel its terrifying pressure even without getting close. Su Qingqing's face was tense, and her breathing became rapid. The battle had reached her limit. Lin Yu stood aside, arms crossed, looking on with amusement. While fighting, Su Qingqing glared at Lin Yu, questioning why he couldn't lend a hand. Lin Yu shrugged, looking innocent, and said, "Didn't you say you were good at fighting? With my small frame, going up there would just be suicide." Facing the Goblin King's combat power of 30 points, he knew that even his demon servants might not be able to withstand more than a few moves. He couldn't bear to trade his demon servants for such vanity. Although Su Qingcheng didn't believe Lin Yu was really that weak, she had no time to dwell on that. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "If those goblins hadn't exhausted so much of their energy, I would have killed it by now." As she spoke, she seized the opportunity when the Goblin King swung its club, slashing down and tearing a deep, bone-revealing wound in its chest. Enraged, the Goblin King roared and retaliated with swift and vicious claws. Su Qingqiang tried to retreat, but she was too slow. Her clothes were gripped tightly and torn instantly. Lin Yu's eyes widened suddenly, almost causing him to have a nosebleed. He instantly entered a state of high energy. The next second, Su Qingqiang crashed heavily to the ground, her cheeks flushed, burning with rage. "If you dare look at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out." She roared through gritted teeth, but the Goblin King lunged forward again, a lewd smile on its face. Su Qingqiang's eyes turned cold. Gathering her last bit of strength, her scythe flashed red, slicing open its throat. Blood gushed out instantly, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Although the Goblin King had lost a lot of blood and was groaning, he hadn't collapsed yet and was still staring intently at Su Qingqiang. Lin Yu, seeing this, realized something was wrong. If Su Qingqiang died, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? He squinted to assess the situation and noticed that the Goblin King was also nearly exhausted. Taking a gamble shouldn't be a loss. He immediately picked up the spiked club from the ground, gritted his teeth, charged forward, and smashed it down on the Goblin King's head. Bang! The spiked club slammed down, and although the Goblin King was shaken, he seemed completely unharmed. Su Qingqiang was stunned. Is this guy really a weakling? The Goblin King roared, his eyes flashing with ferocity, as if he wanted to tear Lin Yu to shreds. "Here you go." Su Qingqiang gritted her teeth and threw out a dagger. The moment Lin Yu caught it, he turned around and saw her clothes were loose. Blood immediately started flowing from his nose. Su Qingqiang was furious. Sorry. Lin Yu apologized as he rushed forward and swung his sword, 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, until the Goblin King collapsed to the ground. A system notification popped up immediately. The boss kill achievement was complete, and the territory area doubled from 500 square meters to 1,000 square meters. Although his combat power remained unchanged, Lin Yu was overjoyed. He wiped his nosebleed while grinning, unable to hide his smugness. He then walked towards Su Qingqiang, but as soon as he got close, she glared at him warily. "What do you want?" Lin Yu replied with a grin, just taking a look. He handed the dagger back to her, and then took off his clothes and draped them over her shoulders. Su Qingqiang was stunned for a moment, then forced a cold expression and warned, "If you dare to tell anyone, I'll kill you. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you." Lin Yu's words almost made Su Qingqiang faint with anger. "Who told you to take responsibility?" Her face flushed red, and her voice cracked as she shouted. "Have you been eating too many papayas to get that figure?" Lin Yu stared at her intently, suddenly asking this question. Su Qingqiang was speechless, so angry she could barely utter a word. Any slight goodwill she had felt for Lin Yu vanished instantly. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This guy is a scoundrel. Lin Yu, however, acted as if nothing had happened, leaning against a tree and closing his eyes to rest. "I'm tired. I'll rest for a bit." Su Qingqiang gritted her teeth and asked, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Yu lazily replied, "If I leave, what will you do?" In fact, he didn't want to leave at all. After all, there were so many goblin corpses on the battlefield. He had to find an opportunity to clean them up. But if he were to act in front of Su Qingqiang, he would inevitably expose the secrets of his system sooner or later. He had to wait until she left before stopping. Su Qingqiang sensed that Lin Yu was protecting her and felt a little uneasy, beginning to reevaluate this scoundrel. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "How exactly did you deal with those goblins?" Lin Yu turned around, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "Want to know?" Su Qingqiang nodded. Lin Yu tilted his head and smiled, saying, "Beg me." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqiang immediately bristled, wishing she could strangle this guy. Chapter 15, A Bountiful Harvest. Su Qingqiang rested on the ground for a long time, finally regaining some strength, and slowly stood up. Her body was covered in wounds, and there were 2 bloody marks on her cheeks, making her look extremely disheveled. Her clothes were almost tattered, but fortunately, she was wearing Lin Yu's large outer garment, which barely covered her thighs, giving her a unique charm. Lin Yu stood to the side, his eyes wide, swallowing hard and secretly wiping away the blood from his nose, inwardly screaming that he couldn't take it anymore. Su Qingxiang had already picked up the dagger, walked to the Goblin King's corpse, her expression indifferent, her movements swift. She plunged it into the skull, blood splattering instantly, a glittering bead rolling to the ground. Lin Yu watched from afar, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Even several meters away, he could sense the intense energy fluctuations within the bead. Su Qingxiang bent down, picked up the bead, turned to Lin Yu, and casually explained, "This is called a magic core. It's a unique energy crystal found on boss-level magical beasts, which can be absorbed by professionals to enhance their combat power." She handed the magic core to Lin Yu, her tone calm. "Take it. Let's call it even." Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing that this thing could increase combat power, and his smile widened. "Is this thing expensive?" Su Qingxiang said casually. "Not cheap. Worth about 3 million. Enough for an ordinary person to live a carefree life for a lifetime." She added that the magic core was of average quality, just right for Lin Yu's use, and the effect was quite good. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. He had no interest in doubling his combat power. It was already 2.1, so this thing was just a collectible. He preferred magical meat that could be exchanged for money to combat power. System upgrades were the right path. Su Qingxiang noticed Lin Yu's reaction, her expression changing slightly. She wondered if this guy didn't understand the value of magic cores. "Thanks." Lin Yu smiled as he accepted the magic core, but in his mind, he was already thinking about how to sell it for a high price. "You're not planning to sell it, are you?" Su Qingxiang stared at him sharply. "How could I?" "Absolutely not." Lin Yu smiled awkwardly and quickly shook his head in denial. "I don't care how you use it. Anyway, we're even now." After speaking, Su Qingxiang turned and left, her steps crisp and decisive. After walking about 10 steps, she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Lin Yu, who was still standing. "Why aren't you leaving yet? I want to rest a little longer." "You go ahead." Lin Yu waved his hand, looking relaxed and not in any hurry to leave. Su Qingxiang frowned, but seeing his insistence, she didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing and the others had reached the exit of the underground city and were preparing to return the way they came. Suddenly, Zhang Xing turned to look at the heavily injured Wang Jie and coldly said, "You stay." Wang Jie was stunned. He was being asked to stay in such a state? He hadn't expected this at all. "You still have something to finish." Zhang Xing's tone was gloomy, a sly smile on his face, and a threatening look in his eyes. Wang Jie instantly understood that the other party wanted him to fulfill his previous promise to kill Lin Yu. "But I am now. Your combat strength is 8 points. What's a little scratch? Dealing with the crafting profession is a piece of cake, isn't it?" Zhang Xing's tone was aggressive, leaving no room for argument. Wang Jie felt a chill run down his spine, and his two companions beside him urged him to hurry up and get things done. In the end, he bowed his head and resigned himself to his fate. "Fine. I'll stay. I'll definitely get it done this time." Zhang Xing nodded in satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder. "Lin Yu is in your hands now." After saying that, he left with the other two without looking back, leaving Wang Jie alone to sit against the wall and rest. "Damn Lin Yu, he ran pretty fast. I should have." He rubbed his back injury and muttered to himself, full of resentment. After Su Qingxiang had gone some distance, Lin Yu immediately began cleaning up the battlefield. He carefully collected all the goblin corpses one by one into his territory space, his movements incredibly practiced. There were a full 90 goblin corpses alone, equivalent to 900 units of magic flesh according to the system rules. The Goblin King's massive body contributed a full 50 units. Lin Yu's magic flesh reserves had now reached an astonishing 1840 units. Chapter 16. Recruiting all demon hounds, expanding the team. With a whopping 1840 units of demonic meat in hand, Lin Yu could no longer sit still. With a thought, he re-entered the territory. The expanded territory was more than twice as large, and the visual experience was completely new. The spaciousness made Lin Yu feel extremely comfortable, like a landlord inspecting his land, his steps even carrying a breeze. He immediately arrived at the demon gate, and the recruitment panel popped up the moment he approached. His gaze locked onto the newly unlocked unit, the Demon Hound, without hesitation. Recruiting demon hounds. Requires 80 units of demon meat. Recruit them all. Lin Yu commanded, and the 1840 units of demon meat were instantly depleted, prompting a system notification. As the stone statue opened its eyes, the heavy demon gate creaked open. A gust of wind swept out from within, and amidst the swirling black mist, 23 pairs of eerie green eyes suddenly lit up. One after another, dark figures stepped out of the mist. The demonic hounds appeared. These hounds were covered in stiff, jet-black fur, with bony spikes protruding from their shoulders and backs, and black saliva dripping from their mouths, sizzling as it corroded the ground. Their claws gleamed coldly, and their bodies were massive and imposing. The sight of 23 demonic hounds lined up in perfect formation left Lin Yu speechless, his heart pounding. Unit type, demonic hound, combat power, 8 points. Compared to demonic servants, this was a complete and utter domination. The demon gate closed immediately, the recruitment was complete, and Lin Yu's combat power surged once again. Combat power, 2.1 to 3.94. Achievement completed. Successfully recruited demonic hounds. Gained 1 achievement point. Looking at the prompts on the screen, Lin Yu couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh wildly, feeling incredibly satisfied. In a short time, his troop types had expanded to an astonishing 45. 22 demonic servants and 23 demonic hounds. With this configuration, let alone ordinary magical beasts, even a few mini-bosses could be easily defeated. After leaving the territory, he casually summoned several demonic hounds to escort him, in case of an attack along the way. It's about time to head back. Lin Yu glanced around to make sure he hadn't missed any corpses before setting off on his return journey. The demonic hounds patrolled within a radius of several dozen meters around him, constantly probing the bushes and shadows, maintaining a tight guard. Lin Yu walked in the middle, feeling incredibly safe, and his whole demeanor became much more confident. Su Qingcheng, who had set off earlier, had already arrived near the underground city's exit. Just as she reached the exit, she saw Wang Jie squatting there. Wang Jie, her brows furrowed, and a sudden surge of killing intent rose within her. Wang Jie was also stunned, never expecting Su Qingcheng to have survived. Where's Zhang Xingren? Her tone was icy, her eyes like knives fixed on Wang Jie. Wang Jie stumbled back, hastily explaining, Brother Xing has already left. Deserter! Su Qingcheng was furious, raising her hand to conjure a death scythe, pointing it directly at Wang Jie. Wang Jie turned pale with fright, turning tail and running away, not even caring about his injuries. Su Qingcheng had only chased for a few steps when she stopped, exhausted and panting heavily. Her face was filled with resentment, but she didn't even have the strength to lift her knife. Damn it, he got away. Wang Jie, who was running in the distance, kept glancing behind him and, finding no one chasing him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. I almost died here, all because of Lin Yu. He gritted his teeth, blaming Lin Yu for everything, his hatred burning. Only after seeing Su Qingcheng leave did he quietly turn back. But he didn't know that Su Qingcheng had already come to her senses and suddenly realized that Wang Jie had stayed at the exit to wait for Lin Yu. Oh no, Lin Yu is in danger. Her expression changed, and she was about to turn around and return to the underground city when she was stopped by the person in charge guarding the entrance. Please move aside. My friend is still inside, and someone is going to attack him. She was so anxious that she almost cried out. Once a new student leaves the dungeon, they are not allowed to re-enter. That's the rule. The person in charge's tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. But he will die. Su Qingcheng tried to plead, even kneeling down. That's his choice. Death and trials are part of the dungeon. The person in charge's voice was unmoved. At this moment, the principal and a class teacher of Class 6 also rushed over. Su, what happened to you? Go back to the rest room quickly. The principal hurriedly helped her up, but she shook her head and shouted, Lin Yu hasn't come back yet. Wang Jie wants to kill him. The principal frowned and muttered, Lin Yu? He remembered this name. He was the only freshman who chose to participate in the Dungeon Life Skills program. Su, the dungeon is no joke. If he can't even handle this much risk, then he shouldn't be in the advanced class. The principal's attitude was firm, clearly not intending to make an exception for Lin Yu. These were the rules, and there were no exceptions. Su Qingqing's eyes reddened as she listened, her heart burning with anxiety, but she was helpless. She could only stare intently at the dungeon entrance, biting her lip tightly. She knew that if it weren't for Lin Yu, she would have died at the hands of the Goblin King long ago. Although she had given away the magic core, she knew in her heart that the money couldn't buy her life. Please, you must live. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Lin Yu could lure away the enemy unnoticed again, just like before, and survive once more. Su Qingqiang stood at the edge of the crowd, her gaze fixed on the dungeon entrance, silently praying. Though she didn't say it aloud, she was far from at ease. After all, it was Wang Jie, not an ordinary magical beast, who was going to attack Lin Yu this time. Deceiving a human was far more difficult than dealing with goblins. Time ticked by, and the other students emerged from the underground city one after another, but Lin Yu and Wang Jie were nowhere to be seen. The instructor in charge of meeting them, Ma Delong, wasn't initially worried, as he had arranged for someone to look after Lin Yu. However, when he saw Zhang Shihao and the other two return, his heart sank. "Where's Lin Yu?" Ma Delong hurried forward, asking anxiously. Zhang Shihao was taken aback and shook his head. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? Didn't I tell you to take care of him? Didn't you go in together? Why didn't he come out with you?" Ma Delong's brows were tightly furrowed, and his tone was full of anger. "Oh, Instructor Ma, you mean this? We asked him before we went in, and he didn't want to team up, saying he wanted to go solo." Zhang Shihao spread his hands, looking completely innocent. "Yeah, he was very adamant. There was nothing we could do. You know him, he's a bit stubborn." Gao Qiqiang and Jiang Shao chimed in, adding insult to injury, their tone equally nonchalant. "Lin Yu doesn't want to team up?" Ma Delong was stunned after hearing this, his face showing an expression of "this is impossible. It's over. Something bad is going to happen." He suddenly remembered that Wang Jie had hinted at taking action, and now the situation was really dire. He immediately turned around and ran towards the teleportation gate, but was stopped by the person in charge of guarding the gate. "Instructor, no one is allowed to enter during the instance. My student's life is in danger. I must go in and save him." Ma Delong was agitated, almost shouting. "Rules are rules. Only students are allowed in. If you continue this uproar, I will report it directly." The person in charge was unyielding, his attitude cold and hard. Is saving lives more important? Or are the rules more important? Ma Delong disregarded everything and tried to force his way in. "Your life is your life, but other people's lives aren't. What if you go in and interfere with other students' tasks?" The other person hit the nail on the head, directly addressing the sore spot. "Instructor Ma, step back." The principal approached at the opportune moment, his face stern, his voice low but commanding. "Principal, but..." Ma Delong tried to argue, but was directly interrupted by the principal. "If you keep making a scene like this, you'll only cause trouble. Don't forget there are students watching." Ma Delong gritted his teeth, and in the end, he could only lower his head and step back, his face full of helplessness and resentment. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was nearing the exit of the underground city. He wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. Finally, the end. It's been so long. The faint white light in front of the portal flickered not far away. Just as he was about to take the final step, a familiar voice rang out. "Jo, Lin Yu, you're pretty fast." Lin Yu whirled around and saw Wang Jie leisurely emerging from the bushes to the side. His eyes darkened, and he instantly became alert. "Wang Jie, what are you still doing here?" Normally, the other man should have left with Zhang Xing by now, unless he was waiting for him all along. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and tentatively asked, feigning casualness, "Were you waiting for me on purpose?" Chapter 17, You're not just an ordinary person. Wang Jie's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Lin Yu. "What do you think I'm doing here?" "Of course, I'm waiting for you to come out and die. I let you escape last time, but this time you won't be able to turn back alive." As he spoke, he was already slowly approaching Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced around, and seeing that no one was paying attention, his smile vanished, and his eyes turned icy. "Oh, then you can die." Wang Jie was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. How dare a mere crafting profession utter such threats? But the next second, he froze, several ferocious demonic hounds suddenly appeared beside Lin Yu. Wang Jie was terrified, a chill running down his spine. What is that? These demonic hounds were large, with fangs dripping black saliva and exuding a chilling aura. They didn't look like ordinary creatures. They're here to take your life. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened, and the demonic hounds pounced in response. Wang Jie, already severely injured, had no time to react before being torn apart and rolling on the ground, blood spurting everywhere. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the forest, making the entire woods tremble. Lin Yu slowly walked forward, standing beside Wang Jie, looking down at the struggling mad dog. How about that? Still think I'm just a job for making a living? Wang Jie forced his eyes open, his gaze towards Lin Yu now filled with terror and remorse. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please spare me this once. He trembled violently, whether from pain or fear, it was hard to tell. But Lin Yu knew this man wasn't admitting his mistake. He was terrified of death. Do I look like the kind of person who would forgive you? Lin Yu bent down, picked up a heavy stone from the ground, and said coldly. Wang Jie was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of his head. You're a good person. You must be a good person. I have an elderly mother at home. I'm an only child. Please let me go. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his hand pausing slightly. You say you have a mother, but I don't. Ever since the day my mother left, I've understood that kindness only gets you killed. So don't talk to me about kindness. Lin Yu's eyes hardened, and he swung the stone around and smashed it down. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Bang bang! After a few blows, Wang Jie was completely silent, leaving only a blurry pool of blood on the ground. Lin Yu threw away the stone, clapped his hands, and walked towards the teleportation portal without looking back. The demonic hounds followed closely behind him until he passed through the portal, then retreated into their territory. The moment the teleportation light flashed, he successfully returned to the surface. The instant Lin Yu appeared, the scene erupted in an uproar. Even the principal was stunned for a few seconds, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This kid actually came back. A crafting profession surviving a whole day in the dungeon and emerging unscathed. That's truly a monster. Ha ha, you're finally back. Ma Delong excitedly rushed forward, looking Lin Yu up and down while asking him all sorts of questions. Only after confirming that Lin Yu was unharmed did the tension on his face slowly ease. At the edge of the crowd, Su Qingchang stood quietly, a faint smile appearing on her lips as she saw Lin Yu return safely. She said nothing, simply turning quietly and leaving with her family. She had also gone to look for Zhang Xing, but he had already slipped away immediately, clearly feeling guilty. Lin Yu, where's Wang Jie? A teacher from the next class asked curiously. Lin Yu shrugged, her tone flat, didn't see him. Although her tone was natural, everyone knew that Wang Jie had boasted that he would settle things with Lin Yu in the underground city. Lin Yu had returned, but Wang Jie was nowhere to be found, inevitably sparking speculation. However, considering Lin Yu's combat power was only 1 point, everyone felt he couldn't defeat Wang Jie. The matter was ultimately dropped. Time flew by, and the 24-hour dungeon session ended. Each class began counting heads. Lin Yu's Class 5 was missing some members, but all returned. Class 6, on the other hand, was missing 3 people. Out of the 10 classes and nearly 400 students in the entire school, 10 were still missing. These people were almost certainly not alive. Next, the school and instructors will arrange for a unified search of the dungeon. The students will then be led back to the school by their instructors. After explaining the arrangement for the combat strength test and physical fitness test the following day, Ma Delong dismissed everyone to rest. Lin Yu didn't return to the dormitory with everyone. Instead, he left the academy alone and headed to the black market outside the city. He still had a magic core worth millions in his hand, and it was time to cash it in. Before long, he arrived at the familiar stall again, run by Old Li, the same stall owner. Old Li, he was wearing a mask, but his tone was light and cheerful, and Old Li immediately recognized him as an acquaintance. Hey, struck it rich today? Judging from your mood, did you bring me some good stuff? Old Li saw Lin Yu's face full of joy, his eyes narrowing into slits with laughter. A magic core, want it or not? Lin Yu grinned, pulling a palm-sized black cloth bag from his pocket. What did you say? A magic core? Oldie was instantly excited and rushed over. Come, let me see the goods. You can only look, not touch. Lin Yu opened the bag, revealing the faintly glowing magic core, but held it tightly in his hand. TSK, you're pretty vigilant, kid. Oldie chuckled dryly, abandoning his original intention to make a move. Lin Yu remained calm. He knew the rules of this black market very well. Inspecting the goods was fine, but touching them was deadly. Besides, magic cores were so small. If he wasn't careful, they could be switched out, and he wouldn't even have time to cry. Chapter 18, what I need. Big, meaty, and cheap monster corpses. Oldie could only shrug and give up when Lin Yu wouldn't let him touch the magic core. All right, then hold it up higher so I can at least see it clearly. Lin Yu then lifted the magic core up a bit to make it easier for the other person to observe. 2 million. Take it or leave it. Oldie glanced at it and immediately quoted a price. Lin Yu laughed on the spot. He remembered Su Qinsheng saying that this thing was worth at least 3 million on the market, so it was clear that the other party was trying to lower the price. Oldie, this isn't our first time doing business. Can you be a little more honest? Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly as he began to raise the price. Hee kid, with that mouth of yours, you're sure to succeed in our line of work. Oldie joked, not at all annoyed. Then it's settled. 2.5 million. That's the most I can go. 2.5 million? That number doesn't sound right. Let's make it around 3 million. Lin Yu said, holding up 3 fingers. Hey kid, I've already conceded a step, and you're still raising the price? Oldie clicked his tongue, then changed the subject. How about the old way? Exchanging goods? Hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, indeed starting to consider things. None of the building materials in the system shop were cheap, especially the 1,000 units of magic crystals, which cost 5 million each. Take a look and see what you need. I'll try my best to get it for you. Oldie patted his chest, making a very generous promise. A corpse. Lin Yu thought for a moment and slowly uttered 2 words. A corpse. Oldie frowned subconsciously, thinking that Lin Yu was planning to do something shady. The bigger the monster carcass, the meatier and the cheaper the better, Lin Yu said, gesturing with his hand to indicate its enormous size. Oldie was stunned, his expression somewhat subtle. Do you want it braised or steamed? Mind your own business. I'm asking you, do you even have this kind of thing? Lin Yu scratched his head and chuckled dryly. Speaking of which, nobody generally wants monster corpses. They stink and rot easily. You lose money every day you keep them, and transporting them is a hassle. There's simply no market for them. Oldie started calculating, indicating that Lin Yu's request was truly difficult. Lin Yu's eyes dimmed. Indeed, goblin corpses were the most typical example. Nobody wanted them, even if they were sold. But if you're willing to wait a bit, there might still be a chance. Oldie suddenly changed the subject, making Lin Yu's spirits lift. A green portal is opening in the next couple of days, and I happen to have a few acquaintances who need to go in. Inside are lion-type magical beasts, and they're quite large. However, moving one out will cost at least 50,000, and this isn't charity. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately became interested. 50,000 per body. Then I'll use these magic cores to trade for 60 of them. How about it? Deal. He directly stated his terms. Hey, isn't this exactly worth 3 million? You're a shrewd kid, not even leaving me a single profit. Oldie shook his head and chuckled, but ultimately agreed readily. Okay, deal. Come find me in a week. Great. Lin Yu nodded, patted Oldie on the shoulder, and turned to leave. He was completely unaware that while he was displaying the magic core, a pair of eyes had already been fixed on him. That mask and that figure, it looks familiar. A figure in the crowd muttered to himself, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. I remember now. Isn't this the kid with the spatial artifact? The man's lips curled into a wicked smile. He quietly followed, his figure weaving through the black market like a shadow. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, always keeping a distance of more than 10 meters from Lin Yu, silently tailing him. The black market was bustling with people, and Lin Yu didn't immediately notice. It wasn't until he left the noisy area and entered a secluded alley that he felt a chill run down his spine. I must have been targeted when I first revealed my demon core, Lin Yu thought with a sinking feeling. Hey, don't run, friend. You can't escape. A flippant voice suddenly rang out, and the person finally revealed their true identity. Chapter 19, Surprise Attack Caught Off Guard. Lin Yu then stopped and turned to look directly at the other person. Leave your things behind. I won't make things difficult for you. The man approached slowly, without uttering a single unnecessary word. A magic core? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a doubtful voice. The man shook his head, clearly not taking the magic core seriously. It's worth millions, not worth the risk. But this scene puzzled Lin Yu, because besides the magic core, what else of value did he have on him? Stop hiding. Are you going to hand it over yourself? Should I do it? The man continued speaking. As the two drew closer, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Lin Yu could sense that the other party's aura was several times stronger than his own, with a combat power of around 15 points. Moreover, judging from the other party's voice, he seemed to be quite young, and was very likely a student from some academy. I don't know what you're talking about. What exactly do you want? Lin Yu frowned, not understanding what the other party wanted. The spatial artifacts. I don't want to say a second time. As he spoke, the man had already produced a dagger. Upon hearing the words space props, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. What spatial artifacts do I have? That's just my professional territory space. No, I didn't use my territory space at all in the black market today. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Soon, he vaguely realized that the person in front of him had not just started targeting him today. It's highly likely that he saw me when I bought the materials last time. In other words, this guy's been watching me for a long time. They really don't know what's good for them. Seeing that Lin Yu had no intention of taking out any spatial artifacts, the man immediately made his move. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed across Lin Yu's neck. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retreated, thus avoiding the opponent's fatal blow. You trash with only a few points of combat strength dares to resist. After testing him, the man quickly determined Lin Yu's combat strength. Lin Yu also gained an accurate understanding of that person's combat strength. 15 points of combat power. You want to win? Hope is slim, unless we launch a surprise attack. Lin Yu dared not even think of confronting the other party head-on. After missing his target with his knife, the man raised his foot and kicked Lin Yu. He was still somewhat wary of Lin Yu's identity and dared not kill him outright. After all, someone who can possess a spatial artifact must have an extraordinary background. However, he was very curious as to why Lin Yu's combat strength was so weak. Logically speaking, the family would never value such a weakling. So how could they possibly allow him to carry spatial items? This puzzled him greatly. Bang! Lin Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking the opponent's kick, but the strength of a combat power of 15 points should not be underestimated. This kick sent him flying several meters away. After crashing heavily to the ground, Lin Yu grimaced in pain, feeling as if half of his bones were about to break. Kid, hand it over yourself, and you'll suffer less. The man continued to walk slowly forward, looking down at Lin Yu on the ground with an arrogant air. If you're so capable, come and take it yourself. Lin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggled to sit up, opened his clothes, and challenged him. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes flickered slightly, realizing that he understood the weakling in front of him even less. Who gave him the courage to provoke him like this? Bang! Instead of continuing to search his body, the man kicked him hard in the abdomen. Lin Yu flew several meters away again. This kick caused far more damage than the previous one. Lin Yu felt his stomach churning and was in excruciating pain. Large beads of cold sweat had unknowingly slid down his forehead. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. The man smiled coldly, and only when he saw that the veins on Lin Yu's forehead were bulging due to the intense pain and that his body was curled up in a ball did he lower his guard. He believed that in Lin Yu's current state, he couldn't even stand up, let alone perform any tricks. Lin Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he clutched his lower abdomen, groaning incessantly. But out of the corner of his eye, he kept an eye on the other person's actions. Just as the man crouched down, intending to search him, he knew his chance had come. The man had just reached out to approach Lin Yu when his wrist was grabbed, which made Lin Yu feel a little puzzled. Is this guy really not afraid of death? He's injured like this, and he still wants to fight back? Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Anyway, we'll put your corpse into our spatial storage later. Even if you have a powerful backer, they probably won't be able to find any clues, right? A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes, and killing intent surged within him. Oh, well said. It's just a pity that you're the one who's going to die. Lin Yu forced out a sinister smile. What? Upon hearing this, the man was slightly taken aback. But the next second, he felt a chill creep down his back. The moment he turned around, he was completely stunned. One after another, the ferocious demonic hounds opened their blood-red maws. The sudden attack caught him off guard. Sharp fangs tore through his skin. Asshole! The man suddenly flung Lin Yu's arm away and plunged the dagger in his hand into the demon dog's neck. In an instant, blood splattered. But there were too many demonic hound around, and they were all within arm's reach. The man was overwhelmed, and by the time he broke free of the demon hound's encirclement, he was panting heavily and covered in blood. What? What exactly is going on? Why? Why are these ghostly things here? Warcraft. The man was still in shock, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. He had no idea when the demonic hound approached him, nor could he understand why so many demonic hounds attacked him, but not Lin Yu. Could it be that you summoned these ghostly things? No, even if you were a summoner, you couldn't possibly summon so many creatures silently. The man began to suspect Lin Yu, but then thought it was impossible. After all, the appearance of the demon hound was so bizarre that it gave him the creeps. Lin Yu did not answer, clutching his lower abdomen, and struggled to get up. He looked at the demonic dog lying in a pool of blood on the ground, and his heart ached. Although the sneak attack was successful, he also sacrificed 3 demon hounds as a price. Tear him apart. The moment Lin Yu looked up, the remaining 20 demonic hounds around him launched an attack on the man. At that moment, that person realized that these demonic hounds in front of him were indeed created by the other party. Bastard, you think you can kill me? The man spoke arrogantly and angrily. He didn't care how Lin Yu did it. The most urgent task at hand was to get rid of these demonic hounds. You are indeed very strong. You could crush me with a flick of your wrist. But you're quite badly injured, aren't you? Lin Yu stared coldly at his opponent, his killing intent radiating. Chapter 20 Unexpected Gain. Is this a deliverer man? Faced with Lin Yu's questioning, the man remained silent, focusing solely on fighting the demonic hound. But the sneak attack had indeed left him with several gruesome wounds. As the battle continued, his clothes were almost completely soaked with blood. Their combat strength has plummeted. Huff, huff. He was panting heavily as he brandished his dagger, trying to drive away the surrounding demonic hounds. But these demonic hounds were not afraid at all. If Lin Yu had a single thought to make them commit suicide, they would not hesitate in the slightest. Soon, due to exhaustion, he was unable to withstand the attacks of the demonic hound and let out a series of shrill screams. Seeing 2 more demonic dogs perish, Lin Yu's desire to kill that person grew stronger. Not only did they try to steal his things, but they also tried to kill him, and now they've even caused him to lose 5 demon hounds. Lin Yu felt no pity for him whatsoever. The man was eventually bitten to death by the demonic hounds, and his death was extremely gruesome. Receipt. After the battle ended, he raised his hand and waved it, taking both the corpse of the demon hound and the corpse of that man into his territory, leaving only a bloodstain on the ground. He didn't even have time to check the person's identity before he forced himself to flee the scene, enduring the pain. That guy can still recognize me. It seems this mask can only be used once and then replaced. After leaving that remote place, Lin Yu took off his mask, threw it into a trash can, and then walked straight towards the academy. When he returned to the dormitory, Zhang Shihao and the others all looked at him with surprise. Looks like I've had my share of hardships in today's dungeon trial. Why don't you switch classes sooner rather than later? Gao Qiqiang mistakenly believed that Lin Yu's injuries were caused in the underground city. Yes, this time it's just an injury, but next time it might not be so simple. Jiang Xiao also joined in the banter. What? Am I bothering you? Lin Yu was already in a bad mood, and when he heard the other party's sarcastic tone, he could no longer hold back and retorted coldly. Jiang Xiao was slightly taken aback, not expecting the other party to retort. Being provoked like this by someone who only makes a living, He immediately felt that he had lost face in front of Zhang Shihao and the other man. What do you mean? He stood up from the bed and glared at Lin Yu. All right. Say less, everyone. We're classmates and even roommates. We see each other all the time. There's really no need to argue. Zhang Shihao's eyes were always fixed on Lin Yu. Clearly, he was siding with Jiang Xiao, signaling him to back down and submit. Whispering sound. Lin Yu chuckled and turned to walk in the bathroom. He had seen through Zhang Shihao's true colors. He was a complete hypocrite. Seeing Lin Yu leave, Jiang Xiao was still outside cursing and swearing, seemingly trying to show off his abilities. But to Lin Yu, it was nothing more than a roar of incompetence. After he finished showering and treated his injuries, the dormitory lights were already out. He returned to his bed and then entered his territorial space through his consciousness. It's a real shame that those demonic hound corpses can't be converted into demonic flesh units. Then he went to the man's body and removed the mask from his face. Just as he had expected, the other party was about the same age as him. He then began searching the man to see if he could find any identification information. He quickly found a cell phone, ID card, bank card, and other items on the man. To Lin Yu's surprise, he also found a magic core on the other party, which, judging from its quality, was even better than the Goblin King's. It's highly likely that the other party just bought it on the black market. This guy, is he here to deliver my package? Lin Yu was in a great mood. Xiachen, a freshman at Songlong Academy. He picked up the other person's identification, glanced at it, and obtained the person's general information. In recent years, Songlong Academy's ranking has been rising steadily, surpassing War Academy and becoming one of the prestigious schools in Linshan City. Lin Yu didn't know Xiechan and had never heard of him, but there was a nagging feeling that the other party was not a simple person and that an ordinary family could not afford his extravagance. Can you just buy a magic core worth millions on a whim? Moreover, the other party doesn't seem to be short of money at all. The reason they came to intercept and kill him wasn't because they coveted the magic core in Lin Yu's hand, but because they mistakenly thought he had a spatial item. The spatial artifacts are incredibly precious, so it's no wonder the other party had evil intentions. Here you go. Since things had come to this point, Lin Yu simply stopped caring and ordered the demonic hounds to clean up the corpses. Roar! The demonic hounds growled incessantly, crowding forward to feast. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Yu had destroyed Xiechen's body and disposed of all traces. In retrospect, Lin Yu didn't lose out this time. Although he lost 5 demon hounds, he unexpectedly picked up a more precious demon core, which, judging from its quality, is worth at least 4 million, or even more. After dealing with the situation, he withdrew from the territory. Due to the high frequency of activities over the past 2 days, as well as the severe beating he had received, Lin Yu slept exceptionally well that night. As a result, I overslept the next day. In his daze, he glanced at the time and immediately sprang to his feet. Holy crap, those 3 bastards, they definitely did it on purpose. He grumbled and quickly got out of bed to wash up. Ma Delong had told them to meet at 8 o'clock, but it was already 9 o'clock. Seeing that Lin Yu was sleeping so soundly, Zhang Shihao and the other 2 not only secretly turned off his alarm clock, but also made all their movements as quiet as possible to ensure that he would not be woken up. By the time Lin Yu arrived, everyone's combat strength test had already ended. Why are you late? Ma Delong's face was gloomy. Seeing the other side being criticized, Zhang Shihao and his 2 companions couldn't help but feel a surge of secret pleasure. I was so tired, I accidentally overslept. Lin Yu scratched his head, but didn't mention that the alarm clock had been turned off. Go over there and retest our combat strength. Ma Delong pointed at the instrument in front of him, looking annoyed. This is a test that every student has to take after returning from the dungeon. It can also be considered a means of checking results. Instructor Ma, you're not hoping that Lin Yu can kill monsters in the dungeon and increase his combat power, are you? With his meager combat strength of 1, how could he possibly defeat a goblin? Ha ha ha! Jiang Xiao was still holding a grudge about what happened last night, and was the first to speak sarcastically, laughing and mocking. Soon, the students who were free to roam around also gathered around, creating a constant noise, with most of them looking like they were watching a show. Shut up, all of you. Ma Delong swept his piercing gaze over everyone and coldly rebuked them. The crowd quieted down and waited patiently for Lin Yu's performance. Chapter 21 Xiao Yu. What did you eat to grow up like this? After the testing instrument scanned Lin Yu, the large screen above displayed his combat power index, 3.94. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the numbers on the screen, including their mentor, Ma Delong. Although a combat power of 3.94 is not an earth-shattering number, it is even less than that of a professional who has awakened a D-level talent. But Lin Yu's initial combat power was only 1 point. The fact that their numbers multiplied after just one trip to the dungeon was quite astonishing to them. How is this possible? Teacher, Lin Yu is notorious for his blunders. This instrument must be broken. Jiang Xiao was unwilling to imagine the other party's growth rate. Yes, it would be better if the teacher retested us, so we don't make a fool of ourselves like last time. Zhang Shihao also chimed in. Lin Yu, please scan it again. Mentor Ma Delong had the same idea, so he gestured for Lin Yu to stand up again and wait for the testing instrument to scan him again. Ugh. Lin Yu looked indifferent. He knew in his heart that no matter how many times the scan was performed, the combat power index would not change. Beep, beep, beep. As the testing equipment swept across his body, the numbers on the screen started to change again. But the final value was still 3.94. This made Ma Delong excited. Although everyone's combat strength has improved somewhat in this dungeon trial, it's only by a very limited margin. There are almost none like Lin Yu, whose stats increased by several points. No, impossible. Professor, there must be a problem with the equipment. How can someone with a combat power of only 1, a crafting profession, possibly defeat a goblin? Jiang Xiao couldn't accept the other party's growth rate. With such a terrifying growth rate, even if the initial combat power is low, it will soon surpass him. Upon hearing this, Ma Delong frowned slightly and turned to look at Jiang Xiao. I've noticed you seem to be targeting him a bit. Since the incident of forming a team in the dungeon, he had begun to suspect that the 3 other people were deliberately lying to him, that they never intended to team up with Lin Yu at all, and that they were intentionally creating the illusion of teaming up with Lin Yu. Ma Delong still holds a grudge about this matter. After all, it concerns Lin Yu's life and death. No. Mentor, you've misunderstood. I'm just trying to avoid another embarrassing situation. After all, Lin Yu has made a blunder in front of the entire class of teachers and students before, so it's not a bad thing to be cautious. Jiang Xiao was slightly taken aback by the question, and then quickly explained. Professor Ma, let him go up and retest it. That way we'll know if the instrument is broken. Lin Yu had already stepped out of the scanner, crossed his arms, looked at Jiang Xiao, and made a suggestion. That's a good idea. As long as your combat strength index remains unchanged, it proves that the instrument is working properly. Jiang Xiao, you were the loudest just now. Come up here. Ma Delong also thought it was a good idea. Well, okay. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Jiang Xiao had no choice but to step forward. Beep, beep, beep. As the scanning device swept over him, numbers began to appear on the screen above. Combat Strength Index, 10.5. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled but said nothing. In his memory, Jiang Zhao's initial combat power index was 10 points, but now it is only 10.5 points. That means he only increased his points by 0.5 after this dungeon trial. Compared to Lin Yu, this growth rate is miles behind. It seems the instrument is working properly. Madron quickly came to a conclusion. Jiang Xiao slunk away to the side. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yu. He had a vague feeling that the other party had stolen all the limelight, while he had become the clown. Damn it, it's just a combat power of 3.94. What's there to be proud of? I could kill you with one slap, couldn't I? Jiang Xiao was indignant and muttered to himself. Why are you angry? So what if his combat strength is 10 points? It's just a job for making a living. How can it be compared to a B-rank warrior like you? Zhang Shihao slowly walked up to the other party, patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder, and comforted him with a smile. You're right. I'm a B-rank warrior. What makes him think he can compare to me? I can learn warrior skills. What can he learn? Jiang Xiao felt much better after hearing the other person's comforting words. At this moment, the way the other students in the class looked at Lin Yu also underwent a subtle change because of the combat power test results. Mentor Ma DeLong even called Lin Yu aside for a talk. Xiao Yu, what did you eat to grow up like this? Oh no, I misspoke. How did you do that? I heard that Su Qingxiang from the next class only increased her combat power by 3 points, while you were on par with her. Ma DeLong's eyes shone brightly, his face filled with excitement and curiosity. Lin Yu's growth and strength brought him joy, both as his mentor and uncle. That's a long story. I was constantly outwitting and outmaneuvering the goblins in the dungeon. Lin Yu began to fabricate stories. Ma DeLong found it increasingly mysterious the more he listened, and it all seemed too incredible. By the way, did you run into Wang Jie in the dungeon? Ma DeLong suddenly remembered the news he had heard this morning about the underground city. Wang Jie has died, and the fatal injury was repeated blows to the head. Wang Jie. Of course I didn't run into him. If I had met him, I wouldn't be alive and kicking right now. Lin Yu would naturally not admit it, and given his current combat strength and profession, even if he did admit it, probably no one would believe him. That's true. Ma DeLong nodded, agreeing that it made sense. He knew the grudge between Wang Jie and Lin Yu. Whenever Lin Yu encountered Wang Jie, he would definitely get a good beating, and whether he could leave the underground city alive was another matter. By the way, as someone in a life skill profession, it's practically impossible for you to learn any combat skills. Our academy has specially prepared self-created martial arts for students, which are open to all professions and anyone can learn them. This is also to improve students' self-protection abilities. Perfect, just right for you. After seeing Lin Yu's rapid improvement in combat strength, Ma DeLong stopped trying to persuade him to switch shifts and instead tried his best to improve Lin Yu's own strength. That a good idea? Upon hearing that Ma DeLong wanted him to learn martial arts, Lin Yu nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with eagerness and longing. Although he is a god-level being, just by the name of the builder profession, you know that he probably won't learn any combat skills. Because he didn't need to do it himself at all. Chapter 22, Movement Techniques and Body Arts, Shadowless Wind Trail. Soon, Ma DeLong led Lin Yu to the academy's physical training hall. You arrived late. The other students have already made their choices. Ma DeLong led him deeper into the area, showing no intention of stopping. Do they also learn those combat-related professions? Lin Yu asked casually. Having more skills is never a bad thing. Who knows when they'll master a professional or unique skill? Besides, these basic physical skills are very useful even for combat-oriented professions. Here you'll find all sorts of martial arts techniques, some created by past instructors and others by outstanding students. Ma DeLong explained as he walked. Of course, what I'm introducing to you is the physical technique left behind by the founder of our war academy. At this point, a smug look appeared on Ma DeLong's face. At this moment, he had stopped walking. Lin Yu followed his gaze and saw that there was only one old-fashioned book left on the bookshelf. It's obvious, without even guessing, that this is just a replica, not the original. You're lucky, there's still one left. The other 5 books were borrowed by other students. Ma DeLong picked up the book and handed it directly to Lin Yu. Lin Yu subconsciously reached out and caught it. Looking down, he saw the 4 large characters Shadowless Wind Trace written on it. Clearly, this is a kind of movement and physical technique. Once mastered, one can not only control their own aura at will, but also conceal their tracks, making them difficult to catch. In battle, they can attack unexpectedly and retreat without a trace, making them truly exceptional. Great! This stuff is great. After flipping through it briefly, Lin Yu repeatedly praised it. This is practically a martial art tailor-made for him. Allowing his troops to attack while the shadowless wind greatly increases his own safety. Even if someone manages to bypass his unit, Lin Yu will at least have a chance to evade. Simply put, it can be used for both offense and defense. Go to the front desk and sign something. The rental period is only 7 days. You must master within 7 days. I don't expect you to learn it immediately, but at least you must imprint it in your mind. Ma DeLong gave a special reminder. Understood, uncle. Lin Yu said no problem. He would do it even if the other party didn't say so. After successfully borrowing the shadowless wind trace, Lin Yu quickly returned to the training ground. In the days that followed, he began to study diligently day and night. During this period, he further confirmed that, due to the special nature of his profession, No matter how much he trained, the improvement in his combat power was minimal and almost negligible. After 7 days of working almost day and night, he finally made some progress, reaching the basic mastery stage of the Shadowless Wind Trail. This is largely thanks to his God-level talent. Even an S-level talent would probably need a month to master the basic stage. This is why Ma Delong didn't require Lin Yu to learn it within 7 days, but instead wanted him to first imprint the Shadowless Wind Trail in his mind. Because he never imagined that Lin Yu would be able to master the basics of the Shadowless Wind Trace within 7 days. Now, Lin Yu can increase his movement speed by at least 20% whenever he uses the Shadowless Wind movement technique. Although he hasn't reached the point of being abnormal, he is already quite satisfied. The 7-day deadline has passed, and he has successfully returned the Shadowless Wind Trace to the Academy's gymnastics hall. Then he went straight to his dormitory. I'm going to wash off all that sweat and stench before heading to the black market. Today is also the day he and Old Lee from the black market made an appointment. The thought of obtaining the monster's corpse later filled Lin Yu with excitement. Creak! He pushed open the dormitory door, and all 3 of his roommates were there. Everyone was glued to their laptops, playing games. TC, what's with all this pretense of being diligent and studious? Don't you even consider your own talent? Is hard work really useful? Jiang Xiao glanced at Lin Yu indifferently before turning his gaze back to the screen and starting to speak sarcastically. Hey, say less. Lin Yu knows he lacks talent and has low combat power, so he definitely has to work harder than us. But it's strange. Don't you usually practice until 11 or 12 o'clock before you come back? Why are you back before 9 o'clock today? Is the sun really rising in the west? Zhang Shihao spoke in a pretentious manner, but in reality, he was also trying to put down the other party. Faced with his roommate's sarcastic remarks, Lin Yu smiled but remained silent. He had no desire to even speak to these people. They forgot who they were just because they had a little bit of talent. Hey, how's talking to you? Are you deaf? Or are you just pretending to be high and mighty? Seeing that Lin Yu did not reply, Gao Qiqiang suddenly stood up, blocked his way, and questioned him in a cold voice. Lin Yu stared coldly into the other person's eyes, showing no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, Gao Qiqiang felt uneasy under Lin Yu's gaze and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yu had 2 lives on his hands, which completely overwhelmed his opponent in terms of momentum. It's no use yelling at me here. If you got guts, go and spar with those guys from Class 6. If you can bring honor to our Class 5, then I'll admire you. Lin Yu raised his hand and tapped the other person's chest, saying coldly. After saying that, he simply pushed Gao Qiqiang away and walked straight into the bathroom. The other person was left standing there dumbfounded. Jiangzi, why have you suddenly become so weak? What are you afraid of him for? Jiang Xiao looked at the other person with a puzzled expression. You're just talking without understanding the situation. You didn't say a word just now, did you? Gao Qiqiang replied irritably, then sat back down and continued playing the game. Whispering sound. Jiang Xiao chuckled and then fell silent. After washing up, Lin Yu hurriedly left the dormitory. Zhang Shihao watched the other person's departing figure, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. In his eyes, Lin Yu was a pretentious person who pretended to work hard even though he had no talent. I wonder who they're putting on this for. He looked down on the other person from the bottom of his heart. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Yu did not rush to the black market immediately, but went to the street to buy several different masks. Lin Yu was caught off guard by Xiechun after suffering a loss due to the mask last time. Fortunately, Xiechun's combat strength was not too high. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have been the one to die. He's learned his lesson now. He changes his mask every time he enters the black market to ensure he's absolutely safe. After buying the mask, he headed to the black market. Upon arriving at the Iron Gate, they began exchanging secret signals. As the Iron Gate opened, Lin Yu successfully arrived at the black market. This was his 4th time here, and he was no longer as unfamiliar or timid as before. He knew his way around and arrived at Old Lee's stall. Old Lee, I'm here. His slightly childish voice successfully woke up Old Lee, who was dozing off. Chapter 23 Monster Corpse Acquired. After being awakened, Old Lee seemed to be in a daze for a moment. His eyes were somewhat blank, and he was clearly in a state of confusion. Old Li, it's been 7 days. I'm here to get the monster corpse from you. Lin Yu raised his hand and waved it in front of the other person's eyes, then continued speaking. A monster corpse? Old Li muttered to himself, then finally came to his senses and laughed. So it was you, kid. How's it going? Have all the monster corpses been disposed of? Lin Yu was already quite impatient. About the monster corpses, there's been a slight change. Old Li looked a little embarrassed, and even his speech became hesitant. What? Something happened. Lin Yu frowned slightly and pressed for an answer. He waited for a full 7 days, and each day felt like an eternity. We've waited so long for this day, and now we're telling him something's gone wrong? Lin Yu even had an urge to roar at Old Li. 7 days. Do you know how I spent those 7 days? But out of reason, he managed to restrain himself. It's not that something happened. It's just... Old Li hesitated, looking uneasy. Lin Yu listened like a cat on a hot tin roof, wishing he could kick the other person and tell him to hurry up and speak. The monsters in that dungeon were far more ferocious than expected, and their sizes were also much larger. They are all raging lions, each standing 2 meters tall, with a combat power of around 120 points. So the price is a little high. Old Li looked at Lin Yu, his tone tinged with apology. Lin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief after hearing this. He had been scared half to death by the other party's sudden outburst, thinking that all his efforts had been in vain. The monster's corpse was now larger than he had imagined, which pleased Lin Yu. It suited his needs perfectly. Hey, I thought it was something serious. I can accept a higher price. As Lin Yu spoke, he couldn't wait for Old Li to take him to see the corpse of the furious lion. If it's 2 meters tall, its body length must be at least 4 or 5 meters, and its weight must be around 8 or 900 kilograms. Lin Yu became more and more excited as he thought about it. This was much larger than the Goblin King, and if converted into magic flesh units, it would definitely be no less. 150,000 each. Old Li gave a new price. Lin Yu was completely stunned after hearing this. Duo Xiao? You mean Duo Xiao? He looked at Old Li with an incredulous expression, wondering if he had misheard. The price has gone from 50,000 to 150,000, and you're telling me it's only a tiny increase? I know. This price is different from before, but there's nothing I can do about it. The corpse of the raging lion is really difficult to move and transport. 150,000 is already my cost price. I didn't add a single point. Old Li explained urgently, his expression full of sincerity, as if to say, the sun and moon bear witness, and heaven and earth are my conscience. 150,000 per body? 60 bodies would cost 9 million. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. I admit I was in the wrong this time, so you don't need to worry about the quantity. Take as much as you want. I'll handle the rest myself. Old Li added, indicating that Lin Yu didn't need to feel pressured. It was a rare opportunity to encounter so many corpses of battle-hardened demonic beasts, so Lin Yu naturally didn't want to give up. Look how much this one can sell for. Lin Yu simply took out the magic core he had obtained from Xie Chun. This one is even better than the Goblin King's. This doesn't seem to be the same one as last time. Old Li, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed something amiss. That's right, this is another one. Lin Yu did not hide anything and spoke frankly. You little brat, you actually have two. Old Li had to look at Lin Yu in a new light. There weren't many young people who could take out 2 magic cores to sell in one go. Name your price. Lin Yu urged. 5 million. Old Li hesitated for a long time before raising his palm and announcing the price. 2 magic cores in exchange for 60 of your raging lion corpses. Lin Yu then offered his own ideas. The previous one was priced at 3 million according to his expectations, but Old Li actually quoted 5 million for this one, which means there is still room for negotiation. If the other side makes even a slight concession, it will be enough to take 60 corpses of the furious lion. You little brat, I always knew you were suited to work in our black market. Trying to swindle another million from me? Old Li pointed at Lin Yu and teased him. Old Li, you raised the price of the furious lion several times over. Did I say anything? Can't you just be straightforward? Lin Yu knew that the other party was in the wrong for suddenly raising the price, so he tried to use it as a breakthrough point for bargaining. All right, I'll let you get away with this. When Lowly heard the other party bring up the price of the raging lion's corpse again, he stopped haggling. Because once you have those furious lion corpses, let alone selling them for 150,000, you might not even find anyone willing to pay 50,000. Moreover, it'll probably start to smell bad in just a few days. Now that Lin Yu wants it, and the price is about the same, he doesn't care. On the contrary, it has helped him solve a problem. In Lao Li's opinion, only Lin Yu is an oddball who would be willing to pay a high price to buy these useless corpses. Make a deal. Lin Yu appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Follow me. Li began to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the same place where they had made the last transaction. This time, however, his things were placed in the deepest part, and it took quite a distance to walk inside. The environment here was not only dark, but also faintly cold. As the stench of blood filled the air, Lin Yu knew they had arrived. Let's have some. Li stepped forward and pulled back the huge tarpaulin. The raging, monstrous corpses of a lion came into his view. With the help of the dim light, Lin Yu could barely make out the ferocious appearance of those furious lions. Moreover, they all had horrifying wounds that revealed the bone, making people shudder and shudder at the sight. This, Lin Yu subconsciously gasped. Then they counted the number of bodies. There were 60 in total. That's right. Happy transaction. Same as always. You'll have to handle this yourself. So I'll be leaving now. After receiving the 2 magic cores, Li had no intention of lingering any longer. Lin Yu didn't reply, but simply raised his hand and made an OK sign, indicating that the other party could leave at any time. Lin Yu only prepared to make his move after old Li's figure had completely disappeared from his sight. But he quickly drew a parallel to Xie Chen's case. The other party mistakenly believed that he possessed a spatial artifact, which was revealed to him under these circumstances. This forced Lin Yu to become extremely vigilant. He repeatedly looked around, and only after confirming that there was absolutely no one there did he collect all the monster corpses into his territory space. After doing all this, he turned and left. Chapter 24, The Number of Demon Dog Surges. After conversion, 1 raging lion corpse is equivalent to 100 units of magic flesh. 60 bodies make up 6,000 units. Lin Yu was overjoyed and walked back to the academy with incredible speed. His inner joy caused the corners of his mouth to turn up high, which he simply couldn't suppress. He simply used all of it to recruit demon hounds. 6,000 units of demonic meat were used to recruit a total of 75 demonic hounds. Lin Yu's demon hound team has now grown to 95. His combat power also experienced an explosive increase, rising by a full 6 points. Ha ha ha. Looking at his combat power of 9.94, Lin Yu could no longer contain his excitement and burst out laughing. Congratulations. You have achieved the milestone of recruiting over 100 people and have obtained the Demon Workshop construction blueprint. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu quickly picked up the blueprints to examine them. Demon Workshop Blueprint. Constructing a demon workshop allows for troop enhancement. Requires 200 units of magic wood, 200 units of magic crystals, and 200 units of magic stones. Troop enhancement. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. This means that his demon servants and demon hounds still have room for improvement. The appearance of the blueprints made his heart race. Unfortunately, he no longer has enough money to buy materials. All 3 materials require 200 units, which means it would cost around 1.4 million. Lin Yu was completely broke in order to obtain the monster corpses. What a pity. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He. But the thought that his troops could be strengthened and their combat power increased through the demon workshop made him grin foolishly again. Hey, are you an idiot? As soon as Lin Yu stepped into the academy gate, a female voice came from the side. He instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and saw a beautiful figure walking slowly towards him with her arms crossed. The other person was wearing denim shorts, a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and had their hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding youthful energy. Only when the distance between them kept closing did he get a clear look at the other person's delicate face. Isn't this Su Qingsheng from class 6? She's only been in school for a little over a week, and she's already on the college's beauty rankings. What do you want? Lin Yu frowned slightly, and his feet involuntarily took 2 steps back, looking guilty. He admitted that he couldn't beat his opponent, not even if he unleashed his dogs. This woman's combat power is now approaching 30 points. With a casual slash, she could probably cut down several of his demonic hounds. Su Qingsheng remained silent, instead slowly approaching. I'm warning you, this is Academy grounds. There are security cameras everywhere. If you dare hit me, I'll tell my advisor. Lin Yu warned urgently. Whispering sound. Su Qingsheng merely let out a disdainful sneer, but her steps did not stop. You only glanced at it a few times. Is it really that big of a deal? Strictly speaking, I'm your savior. Even if you offered yourself to me, it wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Lin Yu's forehead was already covered in a few beads of sweat as he anxiously explained. You still dare to talk back? When Su Qingsheng heard the other party mention the underground city, she immediately felt a strange sense of shame. Her pretty face was turning red at a visible speed, and even the back of her ears turned red. Then don't cause me any trouble. Lin Yu was also extremely flustered, completely unable to understand what the other party wanted to do. The freshman monthly exam is in a month. Anyone interested in forming a team? Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes at Lin Yu. Oh, that's all. You should have said so earlier. Hearing that the other party wasn't there to cause trouble, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and even wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Wait a minute. Why did you ask me to team up with you? We're not in the same class. And what's this monthly exam? I've never even heard of it. 2 seconds later, Lin Yu suddenly came to his senses and stared at the other person with a blank expression. Don't you know that the War Academy exam doesn't restrict teams based on class? Moreover, our academy's exams are the most brutal of all the academies, and injuries and deaths are not uncommon. I already received advance notice that the monthly exam will be a dungeon with a white portal. The monsters inside generally have a combat power between 10 and 20 points, with the bosses reaching as high as 40 points. Before Su Qingsheng could finish speaking, Lin Yu interrupted. We can't beat them. A monster with a combat power of 40 points is simply out of reach for him. Su Qingsheng glared at Lin Yu with disdain. Don't look at me like that. Look at your fighting strength, then look at mine. Would I risk my life to do that? Lin Yu knew that once they entered the dungeon, Su Qingsheng would definitely be heading for the boss. I don't believe you're as weak as you seem. You can handle the mobs, and I'll take care of the boss. Su Qingsheng stared intently at Lin Yu with her beautiful eyes. She didn't believe his nonsense. Someone who could easily shoo away more than 80 goblins couldn't be simple. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll get killed by the monsters? Lin Yu felt that the other party thought too highly of him. Even his demon hounds wouldn't be enough to defeat monsters with a combat power of 10 to 20. It's a deal. You have to come, whether you like it or not. Su Qingsheng wasn't there to discuss anything with Lin Yu at all. It was more like she was giving him a notification. After saying that, she turned to leave. No, why did you choose me? Among so many A-level individuals, isn't every single one of them stronger than me? Lin Yu was quite speechless and tried to dissuade the other party from having this idea. He only wanted to go in and pick up the bodies. He really didn't want to risk his life. Because I only trust you. After being betrayed by Zhang Xing, Su Qingsheng became much more cautious in choosing her teammates. Although Lin Yu may seem weak, she can confidently entrust her back to him. Well, Lin Yu was flattered by the other person's words and was momentarily speechless. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Seeing that the other person was about to leave, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea and hurriedly said, Wait. Is there anything else? If this is a protest, I can only tell you that the protest is invalid. Su Qingsheng looked at Lin Yu with a haughty expression. Lin Yu looked somewhat embarrassed, and his speech became hesitant, as if he had something difficult to say. Su Qingsheng frowned slightly, and doubt appeared in her beautiful eyes. Seeing the other person's unusual behavior, she became even more curious. What exactly happened? Su Qingsheng urged him impatiently. It's just, could you that? Looking at Lin Yu's hesitant and awkward manner, Su Qingsheng suddenly realized something, and her blush, which had just faded, turned bright red again. No, absolutely not. Su Qingsheng glared fiercely at Lin Yu. Oh. Seeing how agitated the other person was, Lin Yu craned his neck, a big question mark appearing above his head. Chapter 25. First display of skill, teaching Jiang Xiao a lesson. Seeing Su Qingchang glaring at him angrily, her face flushed with embarrassment, Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. No, I just want to borrow some money from you. If you don't want to lend it, then don't. Why make such a big reaction? Hearing that the other party was hesitant to speak because of the need to borrow money, Su Qingqing's face turned even redder. She wished she could just dig a hole and crawl into it. How much? How much do you want to borrow? In order to prevent Lin Yu from making any other connections, she could only continue talking along with his topic. Actually, it's not much. Let's round it up. 2 million. Lin Yu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. What? You mean Duo Xiao? When Su Qingchang heard the price of 2 million, her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily. 2 million is not a lot for her, but it is definitely not a small amount either. And the other party is really bold to ask for 2 million so readily. 2 million, how about that? With your status and position, it shouldn't be a problem, right? If I lend you too little, it would be disrespectful to your status. Lin Yu spoke eloquently, which made Su Qingqing's lips twitch slightly. 2 million is enough for an ordinary person to work hard for half a lifetime, or even a lifetime. Do you think it's appropriate for us to lend 2 million, given our relationship? Su Qingchang rolled her eyes at the other person, annoyed. She had just given the other party a magic core worth 3 million, and it hadn't been long. Why would the other party need money so much? This made Su Qingchang curious, and her gaze toward Lin Yu became suspicious. I'm sorry. I was being presumptuous. They've ignored our relationship. Lin Yu lowered his head in shame. Seeing this, Su Qingchang couldn't help but doubt herself. Did I say something too harsh? Did I hurt Lin Yu's fragile heart? Through her investigation, she learned that Lin Yu's family was actually quite poor. Just as she was about to offer some words of comfort and lend the other person money, Lin Yu spoke up again. I figured out. Our relationship has gone beyond that of ordinary friends. So, I should ask you for 2 million. How could I possibly ask to borrow it? I deserve to die. As Lin Yu spoke, he wished he could slap himself twice. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's mind went blank. Several seconds passed before she came to her senses. She glared at Lin Yu with murderous eyes, left him with a single word, get lost, and turned to leave without looking back. You won't even give me 2 million, but you want to drag me down with you? Watching the other person's retreating figure, Lin Yu remained where he was, muttering to himself. He continued walking towards the dormitory building only after the other person had completely disappeared from his sight. When he returned to his dormitory, it was already past 11 o'clock. Zhang Shihao and the others were just getting ready to go to bed. Seeing that Lin Yu was leaving early and returning late, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks about him again. Wow, Lin Yu is really working hard. These days are so busy. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and realized that Jiang Zhao's opinion of him seemed to be growing stronger every day, and the number of times he made sarcastic remarks about him was becoming more and more frequent. If I don't show my strength, will I really be seen as a pushover? Previously, his combat strength was only a little over 3 points, so he really didn't have the confidence to challenge the opponent. But things are different now. His combat power has soared to 9.94, which is about 10 points. In contrast, Jiang Xiao has been slacking off and doing nothing these past few days. His combat power has remained stagnant at 10.5. Lin Yu was no longer afraid of him. Faced with Jiang Zhao's sarcasm, he glanced at him sideways. Jiang Xiao quickly noticed the disdain in Lin Yu's eyes and immediately became unhappy. What are you looking at? Jiang Xiao stood up from the bed and questioned him angrily. What's wrong with looking at you? Lin Yu's words not only surprised Jiang Xiao, but also Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang. Normally, Lin Yu would most likely have left without saying a word, which they would have seen as admitting defeat. But today, contrary to his usual behavior, he actually dared to resist. You fucking bastard. Are you looking for death? Jiang Xiao was immediately enraged and clenched his fists, looking as if he wanted to beat Lin Yu to death, try to scare Lin Yu into admitting defeat. But today, Lin Yu simply refused to back down. You seem to have a lot of opinions about me. I find this very strange. First, I didn't provoke you, and second, I didn't offend you. Why do you always act like a big shot in front of me? You really think you're something special just because you're a B-rank warrior? Do you think you're superior to me? Lin Yu not only refused to back down, but even mocked the other party. This scene left Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang in disbelief. At the same time, Zhang Xiao felt that he had lost face in front of the two of them, and he was determined to teach Lin Yu a lesson and let him know what it meant to be arrogant and ignorant. Hey, don't do it. We're not only classmates but also roommates, so we should value harmony. Lin Yu, you were in the wrong here. You'd better bow your head to Zhang Xiao and apologize. That's it. I said it's over. Seeing that Zhang Xiao was about to make a move, Zhang Shihao quickly spoke up to stop him. Oh. After listening to the hypocrite's words, Lin Yu sneered, knowing full well that the two were birds of feather. This thing doesn't deserve my apology. Then he added another sentence. These words thoroughly enraged Zhang Xiao. Why waste words with him? I've been fed up with his pretentious efforts for a long time. It's clearly just a job to make a living. Yet you're trying to ride on my coattails to show off? Zhang Xiao was clearly still resentful about the combat capability test that day. After saying that, he swung his fist and smashed it hard at Lin Yu. He believed that this punch would definitely leave his opponent in a terrible predicament. The opponent is nothing but trash with less than 4 points of combat power. What can they possibly use to block? But the next second, everyone present was stunned. With his shadowless wind skill, Lin Yu could easily deal with an unskilled warrior of similar strength. He simply turned and retreated, easily dodging the opponent's fist and grabbing Zhang Xiao's arm in the process. Bang! Zhang Xiao felt a sudden dizziness, followed by a dull thud and a sharp pain in his back. Holy crap! Zhang Xiao winced in pain. No one expected that Lin Yu's reaction and speed would be so fast, and that he could take down his opponent with an over-the-shoulder throw. This was completely unexpected. How is this possible? Zhang Shihao even doubted whether he had seen it wrong, or whether Zhang Xiao had been careless. You fucking bastard, you're asking for it. Zhang Xiao knew he had lost face, and in order to regain his dignity, he ignored the pain in his back and quickly struggled to get up. Seeing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and kicked out again before the other party could regain his footing. Zhang Xiao reacted relatively quickly this time, raising his hands to protect his chest, but Lin Yu's strength far exceeded his expectations. So strong. He was stunned. He was kicked 2 meters away and crashed heavily into the wall before falling to the ground again. But Lin Yu didn't seem to have any intention of stopping there. Since he had already made his move, he wanted to subdue him once and for all, so that he wouldn't come looking for trouble every few days. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and as he walked toward where Zhang Xiao had fallen, he casually picked up a chair. That ruthlessness terrified Zhang Xiao. He not only didn't expect that he would be no match for Lin Yu, but he also didn't expect that Lin Yu, who usually seemed like a coward, would be so ruthless. No, don't come any closer. I give up. I'll just admit defeat, okay? Zhang Xiao panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. Chapter 26, What is Face? I don't have it. Seeing that things were not going well, Zhang Shihao quickly spoke up to stop them. Lin Yu, that's enough. Zhang Xiao knows he was wrong. Please let him off this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu stopped and looked coldly at Zhang Shihao. Zhang Shihao is an A-level summoner with a combat power of over 15 points. To be honest, he wasn't confident he could take down his opponent. Besides, Gao Qiqiang was also watching closely from the side. If he doesn't stop now, the 3 of them might come and pin him down, and the situation could take a dramatic turn. Don't mess with me again. Lin Yu then put down the chair and turned to leave. Are you alright? I told you to stop him from provoking you, but you wouldn't listen. Only after Lin Yu left did Zhang Shihao step forward to help Zhang Xiao up. Oh, Zhang Xiao sneered, not wanting to engage in a pointless argument with the other party. He had finally seen through Zhang Shihao's character. This guy is not only a hypocrite, but also a fence-sitter, saying one thing and doing another. Open. He angrily shook off the other person's hand and walked towards his bed. What? You can't beat me, so you're blaming me? Zhang Shihao could sense Zhang Zhao's dissatisfaction with him. What the hell are you, just standing there and watching? Zhang Xiao was furious. His 2 roommates, who usually treated him like a brother, hadn't helped him at the most crucial moment. Didn't I just make a sound? If it weren't for me, you would have gotten another beating, I'm telling you. Zhang Shihao believed that he had made great contributions. Gao Qiqiang, however, remained silent. He admitted that he had indeed been frightened when he saw Lin Yu's ruthlessness. Jiang Shao scoffed at Zhang Shihao's sophistry. In the end, he ended up being the good guy on both sides. Lin Yu knew that after tonight, those three would probably not cause any more trouble for a while. But it's hard to say what will happen in the long run. Therefore, he must quickly improve his combat power during this period so that when the other party causes trouble again, he can beat all three of them at once. The next morning, after getting up, Lin Yu rushed to the martial arts hall to see if the other 5 martial arts techniques that Ma Delong had mentioned being borrowed had been returned. When he couldn't improve his combat power, learning physical skills was also a way to enhance his strength. Soon, he arrived at the depths of the gymnasium to search. Oh no, someone's about to beat us to it. Lin Yu saw a figure walking ahead of him, and it seemed that the other person had the same goal as him. When he sped up and rushed over, he saw that the other party had already picked up the martial arts manual that had just been returned. And it was only then that he realized that the person who was trying to steal the martial arts manual from him was none other than his old acquaintance, Su Qingcheng. What are you doing here? Su Qingcheng frowned slightly, not expecting to run into him here. What are you holding in your hand? Can I take a look? Lin Yu was very curious whether the other party actually possessed the shadowless wind technique that he'd learned before. Su Qingcheng didn't make things difficult for him. She generously picked up the manual and showed Lin Yu the large characters on the cover. Sky-shattering kick. Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of expression is that? Can you be normal? Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Lin Yu. Lend it to me first. Lin Yu has entered shameless mode. He's capable of anything to become stronger. Get out of my way. When Su Qingcheng realized that the other party was after the secret manual in her hands, she quickly hugged it to her chest and held it tightly, as if afraid that Lin Yu would steal it. Didn't you ask me to team up with you for the monthly exam? I agree, but first, lend me the shattering sky kick. Lin Yu reached out and grabbed the other person's sleeve, pleading desperately, almost kneeling down. Let go. Su Qingcheng's eyes and tone were filled with extreme disgust. But Lin Yu wouldn't let go no matter what, and dragged him out of the gymnastics hall. If it weren't for the fact that he had saved her life, Su Qingcheng would have kicked him to death with 2 kicks. Passers-by cast strange glances at them, and even started gossiping about their relationship. Isn't that Su Qingcheng, a freshman? Who is that person next to you? He looks familiar. He looks like the god of Oolong. Soon, people recognized the two of them. One was a celebrity on the college's beauty list, and the other was a blunderer who had made it onto the college's trending topics. You're so annoying. You think I won't kick you to death? Su Qingcheng couldn't stand it anymore, especially the gossip from others. Lend it to me first. Lin Yu doesn't care about saving face at all. Your Su family is a prestigious family in our Linshan city. What kind of martial arts skills can't you learn? What are you trying to take from a poor student like me? Lin Yu continued to add. You don't know anything. Let go. This is one of the 6 skills of the War Academy, each of which was learned through battles on the battlefield. Why do you think I entered the War Academy? Su Qingcheng's words implied that she came to the War Academy specifically for the 6 war skills. Lend it to me first, I'll look at it for 2 days, and then return it to you. Lin Yu is still persisting. Can I borrow it for 2 days? Can you even learn it? I can only borrow for 7 days at a time, and I feel like 7 days isn't enough. You want me to lend you my money for 2 more days? Su Qingcheng felt both annoyed and amused. To be honest, Lin Yu wasn't really confident either. It took him a full 7 days to learn the shadowless wind technique. As for whether the shattering kick can be as successful as the shadowless wind kick, he doesn't know. However, although he said he would borrow it for 2 days, he definitely meant it would be for more than 2 days. But Su Qingcheng wasn't stupid, so she didn't fall for it. I'm your savior, after all. Lin Yu started playing the emotional card. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, he started to act pitiful again. I lost my mother at a young age, and my father was harmed by a vile woman and became disabled. Can't you just give in to me? Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flickered slightly after hearing this. She had investigated Lin Yu and naturally knew everything, but she didn't expect him to be so honest as to tell her. Seeing that Su Qingcheng still wouldn't budge, Lin Yu decided to go all out and unleash his ultimate move. We've already had physical intimacy, so if you don't lend it to me, I'll tell others. These words completely stunned Su Qingcheng. No, Can't you at least have a limit to your shamelessness? Who has had any physical contact with you? If you dare to spread rumors, I'll cripple you. Sukin Sheng Warden sternly. All right, then let's say we saw everything. I have a question. Is it B or C? Lin Yu blinked his wise eyes. Su Qingsheng was stunned for 2 seconds. Yu. By the time she came to her senses, she was so angry that she was incoherent. I'm gonna kill you. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? She began searching for the dagger she carried on her person. Lin Yu could already sense the approaching death, and without a word, he let go and ran. In the face of death, nothing else matters. At this moment, he used the shadowless wind technique to its fullest extent, running incredibly fast. That shameless bastard, don't let me catch him. Lin Yu's speed even surprised Su Qingsheng. Just as she put away the dagger, mistakenly believing she had successfully shaken off Lin Yu, and was about to leave, his figure reappeared. Su Qingsheng was speechless. Is this a provocation? The muscles at the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. To lend or not to lend, Lin Yu dared not get too close, for fear that the other party would hold him down. But he still wanted to try. There's 2 million in this card. I'll lend it to you first. Please don't show your face in front of me before the monthly exam. Su Qingsheng took out a bank card and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Learning the sky-shattering kick doesn't seem so urgent when it comes to building the demon workshop. That's a good idea. I promise I won't show up in front of you. I turned around and walked away as soon as I saw you. Lin Yu patted his chest and assured him. Take it. Su Qingsheng said irritably. Actually, she had already planned to lend Lin Yu money if she ran into him again today, and she had even prepared the card. After all, the stronger her teammates are, the more advantageous it is for her. I never expected to run into him at the gym, and then I was so angry by his shameless behavior that I almost forgot about the money I was owed. Just put it on the ground. I'll pick it up after you leave. Lin Yu remained cautious, fearing that he might be caught by the other party. Su Qingsheng was speechless and threw the card directly in the direction of the other party. He then turned and left. After the other person left, Lin Yu quickly picked up the bank card. Holding the bank card, his face immediately lit up with excitement and anticipation. But his smile froze after only 2 seconds. What's the password? Hey, what's the password? Lin Yu was not only impressed with himself, but also with Su Qingsheng, who had actually forgotten such an important matter. Chapter 27 Unexpected Gain, Cloud Concealment Arrow. Left with no other choice, Lin Yu could only quickly catch up with Su Qingsheng, who had not gone far. However, he still dared not get too close to the other party. You gave me the card but didn't tell me the secret. What do you mean by that? Lin Yu gestured for Su Qingsheng to quickly tell him the password. A password? Do you expect me to shout it out in public? Su Qingsheng beckoned to the other person with her finger. Lin Yu was afraid, but he had no choice. The 2 million was the most important thing. He hunched his shoulders and cautiously moved closer. The next second, Su Qingsheng grabbed his ear, making him wince in pain. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll rip your ears off. Having finally caught Lin Yu, Su Qingsheng naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. I knew you were up to no good. What kind of skill is it to attack me? Zhang Xing almost killed you, but I didn't see you lay a hand on him. While Lin Yu was dissatisfied, he also took the opportunity to bring up Zhang Xing. That guy, I'll settle the score with him sooner or later. You don't need to worry about it. Su Qingsheng's eyes flickered slightly. Besides, he hasn't dared to show his face in front of me since he came out of the dungeon. Do you want me to storm the Zhang family and find him? Su Qingsheng glared at Lin Yu, annoyed. He'll definitely show up during the monthly exam. Lin Yu hurriedly reminded him. He simply didn't believe Zhang Xing would give up on such an important assessment. That's true. Something's not right. Speaking of Zhang Xing, why are you more concerned about him than I am? A hint of suspicion flickered in Su Qingsheng's beautiful eyes. That guy actually deserted his post, putting you in danger. I couldn't stand by and watch. Lin Yu didn't forget to further intensify Su Qingsheng's hatred for Zhang Xing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng finally released the other person's ear. Don't think I don't know about your grudge with Zhang Xing. Su Qingsheng gave a wicked smile. Lin Yu's heart trembled at the sight. After telling the other party the password, Su Qingsheng left. Lin Yu rubbed his reddened ears as he walked towards the school gate. He couldn't wait to buy the materials. However, his playful and intimate actions with Su Qingsheng were unintentionally captured by some people. The photos quickly reached the hands of the senior students in the college. Su Qingsheng is the most outstanding girl in this year's freshman, and she's even on the college's beauty ranking list. How could I possibly be with such a piece of trash? A man leaned back in his chair, looking at the photo in his hand, and spoke with emotion. Brother Chun, her talent is still S-level, and her identity is extraordinary. She's from the Su family. The henchman beside him hurriedly reminded him. So what? Just because she's a member of the Su family, does that mean I can't touch her? Isn't this woman at my feet also a Miss Chun? Now she's nothing more than my dog. As Chun was speaking, he didn't forget to kick the scantily clad girl lying at his feet. The girl only groaned a few times, not daring to breathe loudly. Yes, yes, yes. With Brother Chen's status and position, there's no woman he can't get. The younger brother quickly echoed with flattery. This kid, if I remember correctly, is the one who made a fool of himself a while ago, the master of blunders, right? Chun Ji's gaze began to sweep over Lin Yu in the photo. That's right. It's said to be a profession that's not worth worrying about. I'll arrange for someone to take care of him during the freshman's monthly exam. The younger brother had already understood what the other party meant and quickly replied, Yes, I trust you to get things done. Brother Chun smiled calmly, quite satisfied with the way his underling handled things. Meanwhile, Lin Yu rushed to the black market again. This time, he didn't rush to find Lao Li, but instead browsed around the other stalls. I also tentatively inquired about the prices of materials such as magic crystals and magic wood. Perhaps because I was a new customer, they were all undoubtedly more expensive than what Old Li was selling them for. After browsing around, Lin Yu ultimately chose Lao Li. After the first two transactions, he and Lao Li gradually became familiar with each other. Whether or not Old Li has it, as long as he asks, the other party will do everything they can to get it for him. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with this. Old Li, I'm here again. Upon hearing Lin Yu's familiar voice, Old Li immediately put on a fawning smile and came forward. What else do you need this time? We're old acquaintances, so we can negotiate the price. Old Li rubbed his hands together unconsciously. Based on his understanding of Lin Yu, this deal was no small one, worth at least several $100,000. In his eyes, Lin Yu was a sugar daddy, a young master for some family. In reality, Lin Yu was just a country bumpkin and very poor. 200 portions each of magic crystals, magic wood, and magic stones. Lin Yu raised his hand and made a two-pointer. Old Li was completely stunned after hearing this. Lin Yu is the first person to come and buy these things every day. The usual price, 1.4 million. Old Li didn't care about anything else. As long as he could make money, that was all that mattered. 1.2 million. I'll definitely come back to you next time I'm here. Lin Yu shook his head. With you saying that, even if I lose money this time, I'll still sell it to you. Old Li spoke with righteous indignation. Huh? What's this thing? Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yu noticed something resembling a hidden dart on the other person's stall. This thing is called the Cloud Concealment Arrow. Old Li picked it up and casually tossed it to Lin Yu. After catching it, Lin Yu examined it carefully. This thing can be hidden in the sleeve. You could actually call it a hidden arrow. However, its arrows are very special. They are made of special materials and are enough to cause fatal damage to an awakened with a combat power of 30 points. If used properly, even someone with a combat power of 40 points might not be able to withstand it. How about it? Want one? Old Li started promoting the Cloud Concealed Arrow. Lin Yu didn't rush to answer. According to the other party's description, this thing was indeed very suitable for him. Moreover, the arrows on these Cloud Concealed Arrows are very special. They resemble a kind of transparent crystal. Lin Yu liked it more and more as he looked at it. It was perfect for someone like him, the sixth brother. Once this kind of arrow was launched, if he wasn't careful, he could easily get hit. I'll take it. How much? Lin Yu held the Cloud Concealment Arrow in his hand and waited. 1 million. Old Li gave a fawning smile. Stop talking nonsense. Pack it up. 2 million. As Lin Yu spoke, he had already put the Cloud Concealment Arrow in his hand. All right. Old Li stopped haggling and readily agreed. Swipe your card. Lin Yu immediately took out his bank card. After making the payment, seeing that Lao Li was about to prepare the materials, Lin Yu quickly called out to him. Old Li, that's not fair of you. I bought cloud concealment arrows. Won't you equip me with more arrows? Lin Yu pointed to the cloud concealed arrow on his arm, which only had a pitiful, transparent arrow on it. Are you kidding me? An arrow costs 1 million, and you've already paid 800,000. Do you want me to give you a few more? Old Li looked at the other person with an incredulous expression. Oh. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 28, The First Explorers. Lin Yu finally understood. Cloud Concealed Arrow was the name of this transparent arrow, not the name of the equipment. So, after all this time, you're offering equipment as a free bonus with the arrows you're buying? Lin Yu blinked his wise eyes and stared intently at Old Li. That arrow is the real essence. That thing is extremely rare. You're just lucky to have encountered it today. How much does that hidden blade equipment cost? Wait here. I'll go prepare what you need. After saying that, Old Li turned and left. Holy crap. 800,000 for one use. Lin Yu had a vague feeling that he had been tricked. Regardless, having the cloud concealing arrow in hand instantly boosted his sense of security. It can pose a fatal threat to at least 30 awakened individuals. For experts, it's indeed useless, but for a freshman like Lin Yu, it's very practical, though it's a bit expensive. It took about 45 minutes for Lao Li to get ready. Lin Yu had already spent 2 trips to the black market during that time. The delivery method remains the same as before. After obtaining the materials, Lin Yu quickly left the black market and returned to the academy. Upon returning to his dormitory, he couldn't wait to enter the territory through his consciousness and retrieve the blueprints for building the demon workshop. 200/200 units of magic wood, 200/200 units of magic crystal, 200/200 units of magic stone. Should we build the demon workshop? Put up. Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. Congratulations. You have successfully built the demon workshop. It cost 200 magic crystals, 200 magic wood, and 200 magic stones. Immediately, the earth trembled violently again, and within 2 seconds, a pitch-black building rose from the ground. The demon workshop. It occupies an area of approximately 80 square meters and has 2 or 3 floors. Its walls are covered with dark red, meandering patterns like veins, in a style identical to the Gate of Demons. Congratulations! You have completed the achievement of building the second building and have earned 1 achievement point. Lin Yu was unimpressed when he saw that the reward was achievement points. He stepped forward, eager to see how the demon workshop enhanced the troops. As he approached, an enhanced panel quickly appeared in front of him. There are 4 options above. Claw enhancement. Increases the damage of demon units. Combat power +1. Requires 100 units of magic crystals and 100 units of magic source stones. Leather armor enhancement. Increases the defense of demon units. Combat power +1. Requires 100 units of magic crystals and 100 units of magic source stones. Speed enhancement. Increases the speed of demon units. Combat power +1. Requires 100 units of magic crystals and 100 units of magic source stones. Physical enhancement. Increases the physical strength of demon units. Combat power +1. Requires 100 units of magic crystal and 100 units of magic source stone. After reading the enhancement conditions above, Lin Yu stood there dumbfounded. A vampire! You're a complete vampire! After a long while, he finally came to his senses and complained to it. 100 units of magic crystals would cost 500,000. Magic source stones are even more valuable than magic crystals. Although Lin Yu didn't know the exact price, he believed it was significantly more expensive than magic crystals. Based on this calculation, if he wants to strengthen any of his troops, it will cost him millions. The thought of owing Su Qingsheng a huge debt of 2 million yuan sent chills down Lin Yu's spine. He desperately needs money. Lin Yu discovered that compared to other professions, he was the real money devourer. After leaving the territory, he lay in bed, racking his brains about where to get the money next. Relying on your family is impossible. For the next few days, Lin Yu was constantly frowning, but he couldn't come up with a good solution. In this world, the only way to make money quickly is to enter the dungeon. But there is no suitable portal for him to enter at the moment. As far as he knows, The only portal available for the monthly exam is the one that is suitable for him to enter. However, due to the monthly exam, that portal is not open to the public and has long been reserved by a group of colleges in Lin Yu City. The upcoming monthly exam will require all the new students to enter the dungeon together. That portal will definitely be liquidated before these students can enter. Most of the valuables will be looted by the moving crew. What Lin Yu needed was not the experience of fighting monsters, but the materials inside. If only we could get a spot to get in early. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Suddenly a woman's voice came from behind him. Lin Yu subconsciously turned around and saw that it was Su Qingsheng. Could you lend me some more money? He reached out his hand directly to the other person. Su Qingsheng frowned slightly, looking at the other person as if she were looking at a lunatic. But in Lin Yu's eyes, she was a rich woman. If she was willing to continue lending him money, it would be the quickest way to solve his problem of improving his combat power. Are you crazy? You ask me for money the moment you see me. You always ask me for money the moment you see me. Do you think I'm an ATM? Su Qingsheng took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from Lin Yu. She was afraid that the other party would pester her like last time. I don't have many friends, and even fewer who are rich. And you happen to be the richest one. Lin Yu was very frank. So, you're just targeting me? Su Qingsheng looked at the other person with a suspicious gaze. No, that's not it. I just happen to need the money urgently. Or, do you have any way to get me into the white portal? Lin Yu's eyes were bright as he awaited the other party's reply. His current strength is only enough to enter the white portal. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to be joking, Su Qingsheng immediately softened. How many do you want? She adopted a nonchalant demeanor and asked casually. 5 million. Lin Yu thought for a moment and then raised his palm. Pretend I didn't ask. Su Qingsheng turned and left without even looking back. She even regretted asking that question. However, if you want to enter the white portal, I can help you. Su Qingsheng had only taken a few steps when she seemed to remember something, suddenly stopped, and turned back to look at the other person. Real. Lin Yu became excited when he heard that there was a chance to enter the white portal. Our family recently discovered an uninhabited area with energy fluctuations resembling a portal. Our initial assessment is that it's a white portal. If you're not afraid of death, you could be among the first explorers to enter. Su Qingsheng's expression was serious, and her tone was earnest. The first explorers? Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting things to go so far. You should understand what being the first explorers means, right? Once the first group of explorers emerges, the authorities will definitely take over. Back then, you had to go through identity verification to get in. As newcomers, we cannot enter the dungeon before it is cleared out. Su Qingsheng continued. Chapter 29, The White Portal. Lin Yu certainly knew what it meant to be the first batch of explorers. They faced all unknown risks. No one knew how strong the monsters inside were, or how accurate the white portal's detection was. With great risks come great rewards. They have the opportunity to reap the resources firsthand. Once they are released, the authorities will take over. Next, the liquidation operation began, involving official teams from various factions, and individual players. They will all bring their own transport teams with them. It will only be open to students for training after the liquidation is completed. Because the underground city was relatively safe at that time, it could effectively prevent a large number of students from dying prematurely. I want to go. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yu ultimately chose to become one of the first explorers. Su Qingsheng's eyebrows furrowed more and more. She never expected that Lin Yu was so desperate for money that he was willing to take such a risk. With your strength, you might die if you're not careful. Su Qingsheng had repeatedly. I know. Lin Yu's eyes and tone both conveyed determination. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to get enough money in a short time, becoming one of the first explorers was the best option. It's hard to get rich just by relying on the training organized by the school. In Lin Yu's view, it's just like going in to pick up trash. Wait at the school gate in 3 days. I'll have the housekeeper pick you up. Su Qingsheng's words clearly implied that she had no intention of participating. She doesn't need money, and there's absolutely no need for her to take risks. Training doesn't matter where she goes. Okay, thanks. Lin Yu nodded emphatically. Su Qingsheng gave him hope, and although the risks were huge, Lin Yu was still very grateful to her. You're too kind. I'm still waiting for you to team up with me for the monthly exam. I just hope you don't die in there. Su Qingsheng was unsure whether she was helping him or harming him. But since the other party needs money, this is the best opportunity. After a brief farewell, the two quickly parted ways. For the next 3 days, Lin Yu dared not relax, leaving early and returning late every day. He is putting himself through grueling training, trying to further master the shadowless wind technique and strive to reach the proficiency stage as soon as possible. This martial arts skill was a way for him to survive when entering the dungeon. Unfortunately, 3 days was too short and not enough time for him to advance from the basic stage to the proficient stage. The butler Su Qingsheng mentioned arrived as promised 3 days later. He had a white beard and was about 60 years old. He stood gentlemanly beside a long black sedan, waiting for Lin Yu. As Lin Yu walked out of the school gate, he immediately recognized the other person's identity. He looked around and realized that Su Qingsheng was not there. The butler quickly focused his attention on Lin Yu and stepped forward, politely asking, "Excuse me, is your surname Lin?" "Yes, I am Lin Yu." Lin Yu nodded in response. "Okay, I'm here to pick you up as instructed by Miss. You can call me Butler Su, or you can call me Uncle Kong." The old butler was able to roughly judge Lin Yu's combat strength with just a glance, but his tone remained polite and courteous. On the surface, he seemed to be as calm as ever, but in reality, he was very confused and didn't understand why Su Qingsheng had asked him to pick up Lin Yu. "I thought that the person who could be valued by Su Qingsheng must be a prodigy, but I never expected that he was just an ordinary person with a combat power of less than 10 points. Given their strength, wouldn't it be a free kill for them to be among the first explorers to enter the dungeon?" Out of respect for Su Qingsheng, he didn't say much and still gave Lin Yu plenty of face. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Kong." Lin Yu responded politely. "Get in the car, Lin." The old butler even went forward to open the car door for him. Lin Yu was somewhat flattered by the other party's actions. "Lin, I'll take you to the entrance of the teleportation portal now. But there are some things I feel I need to remind you of." The old butler had already taken the driver's seat and started the car. "Okay, Uncle Kong, please go ahead." This was also Lin Yu's first time being among the first group of explorers. "We've initially identified this portal as a white portal, and the monsters inside have combat strength ranging from 5 to 100 points. With your abilities, it's quite risky. Furthermore, you used our Su family's quota to enter the dungeon, but our Su family has no obligation to protect you. Furthermore, the Zhang and Chun families have also sent teams. We, the Su family, cannot guarantee that they won't do anything outrageous. Under these circumstances, will you still continue on your way? If you change your mind, I can still send you back now." The old butler drove while talking, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to observe Lin Yu's changing expressions. When Lin Yu heard the name Zhang family, his eyes narrowed slightly. This news surprised him quite a bit. "Uncle Kong, thank you for reminding me, but I still hope to participate." But Lin Yu did not give up because of the Zhang family's involvement. As a minor figure, not many people in the Zhang family would remember him, and since so many years have passed, they've probably long forgotten him. Only Zhang Xing, the person involved, left a deep impression. Hearing that Lin Yu was determined to go, the old butler said nothing more and took him directly to the entrance of the teleportation gate. When he arrived, a large crowd had already gathered there. Through the old butler's introduction, Lin Yu successfully joined the Su family's team. The Zhang and Chun families standing nearby couldn't help but cast surprised glances at them. The people here have a combat power of at least 30 points, and the stronger ones have as high as 80 or 90 points, or even 100 points. But now a guy with less than 10 combat points has suddenly appeared, which is really hard to understand. "Hey, what's going on with your Su family? Why is even a weakling like this showing up? Is there no one left in the Su family?" Laughter erupted from the Zhang family's ranks. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked in the direction of the voice, and his eyes flickered slightly when he saw the other person's face. The other person may not know him, but he knows the other person. This man is Zhang Xing's older brother, named Zhang Yong. We met once before, but it was deeply imprinted in Lin Yu's mind. Judging from the fact that the other person was at the very back of the line, it's not hard to tell that Zhang Yong must be at the bottom of the Zhang family's group. The reason they came to participate in the portal this time is most likely to gain experience and improve their combat power. None of your business. Captain Su Zemin merely glanced at the other party and coldly replied with 4 words. That's interesting. You'd better protect him well and make sure he doesn't get eaten by any monsters. Zhang Yong always wore a disgusting sneer on his face. The crowd's voices abruptly ceased as a dazzling white light burst forth from the portal. Wah! Seeing that the portal had officially opened, Su Zemin gave a deep command. In an instant, the group began to surge towards the teleportation portal. Each family sent 10 people, and the next step was a 7-day exploration period. During this period, they can choose to leave early, but once they leave, they are not allowed to re-enter. 7 days later, the authorities officially took over and began to control the situation until the portal disappeared. Simply put, these 7 days are the most precious time for this portal. Chapter 31st Taste of Sweetness. After entering the dungeon, the 3 families each chose a direction to explore in depth. For safety reasons, Lin Yu did not immediately leave the Su family's group. However, the Su family didn't have time to greet him. This was a lush jungle area with intertwined trees, but they still moved quickly. Lin Yu dared not slack off and could barely keep up. Holy crap! This is a magic stone. After walking for about 20 minutes, Lin Yu discovered scattered magic stones on the ground. However, the Su family members ignored them. Clearly, they looked down on these cheap and rough goods. You don't want it, but I do. Lin Yu followed at the very back of the group, and since no one paid any attention to him, he was practically invisible. Along the way, they collected all the scattered magic stones into their territory space. A rough calculation suggests there are at least 200 units. However, this situation only lasted for an hour before Lin Yu was exhausted. They had to collect magic stones while also keeping up with their opponent, keeping them extremely busy. Kid, if things really come to this, just retreat. This is not a place for you. While the monsters haven't appeared yet, it's not too late to back out. When the monsters appear later, nobody will care about you. The Su family members ahead noticed that Lin Yu was covered in sweat and kindly reminded him, "It's okay, I can manage." Lin Yu has already tasted the sweetness of success, so why would he leave? 200 units of magic stones are worth 200,000 even on the black market. In the blink of an eye, I've picked up 200,000 yuan. What more can I ask for? This money is really easy to make. Lin Yu became more and more excited as he thought about it. As soon as the man finished speaking, a commotion arose from the surroundings. Team leader Su Zemin raised his hand to signal everyone to stop advancing. Shoo! Strange noises came from the jungle, like the sound of limbs rubbing against the grass. Within seconds, a dark figure indeed darted out. They're small like mongrel dogs, but extremely agile. Name: Sawtooth Cat. Combat strength: 10. A set of ferocious fangs that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Yu glanced around. There were a total of 8. Clear the area. Su Zemin had no intention of making a move. He disdained to deal with such a weak magical beast and gave the opportunity to his team members who needed training. A battle was about to break out when the man who had just been talking to Lin Yu suddenly charged out with his sword. With each slash he made, a string of blood droplets would appear. The Sawtooth Cat was no match for it. This guy's combat strength must be at least in the 30s. Lin Yu stood aside and watched quietly, secretly speculating in his heart. In a short while, all 8 Sawtooth Cats were killed. Hee. It really came to me without any effort. After the other party left, Lin Yu quickly went forward and picked up the Sawtooth Cat's corpse. After conversion, a serrated cat corpse is only worth 10 units. Even a fly is still meat. 80 units of magic meat are in hand. For the rest of the journey, Lin Yu didn't keep up too closely because his stamina was starting to wane. They could only pick up trash along the way. Fortunately, the route he was on had already been cleared ahead by the Su family's team, and almost all the magical beasts were now corpses. Occasionally, he would encounter a serrated cat that had survived by sheer luck, but its combat power was only 10 points, which Lin Yu could still handle. From day to night, Lin Yu had a vague feeling that he had completely lost track of them. He had been walking for nearly an hour and had not found any more monster corpses along the way. Barbecue is gone, and the free henchman ran away? Lin Yu looked around, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The dangers of the jungle at night are far greater than during the day. No, we can't go any further. We have to climb a tree and hide. After much deliberation, Lin Yu decided that, for safety's sake, he dared not continue to advance rashly. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters inside will become. As he traveled further, the number of sawtooth cat corpses he found decreased, while the number of timber wolves with a combat power of 15 points gradually increased. He then found a relatively sturdy tree and climbed it directly. It's at least a little safer in the trees than on the ground. During his break, he could also take the opportunity to review his day's achievements. There are a total of 33 sawtooth cat corpses, including the previous 8, each with 10 units, for a total of 330 units. Timber wolf carcasses, 50 in total, 15 units each, totaling 750 units. I've harvested 10 80 units of demon meat today alone. Lin Yu's face was full of satisfaction and excitement. They also reaped a considerable harvest of magic stones, totaling 500 units. As for magic crystals and magic wood, he has not yet seen them. Roar! Just then, a low growl of a monster suddenly came from under the tree. Lin Yu subconsciously looked down and saw a pair of eerie green eyes staring at him from the darkness. His heart skipped a beat, and he knew he was in trouble. Those are Warcraft force wolves, with a combat power of around 15 points, and even the weakest ones have 12 points. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that it is a social monster. The presence of one forest wolf here means there are at least 20 more within a radius of several hundred meters. Are you born in the year of the dog? Your nose is so sensitive. I hid in a tree. How could you still find me? Lin Yu complained angrily. Fortunately, the other party cannot climb trees. They pose no threat to Lin Yu for the time being. Awoo! But just as Lin Yu was secretly pleased, the other party suddenly let out a wolf howl. This is a call to comrades. It's over. Lin Yu was shocked, because he had already seen more and more eerie green eyes appearing around him. In a short time, no fewer than 20 forest wolves had gathered below him. Although they are not as big as the demon hounds, their combat power is much higher. Bang! Suddenly a dull sound came from below, and the tree trunk where Lin Yu was standing began to shake. These beasts! How dare they crash into a tree? Lin Yu's expression was extremely solemn. With the force of the impact, this tree simply couldn't withstand many blows. Time passed second by second, and the timber wolves' collisions became more and more frequent. Lin Yu knew in his heart that the tree wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Large beads of cold sweat had unknowingly appeared on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Let's fight. If we don't have enough fighting strength, we'll make up for it with numbers. Lin Yu was at his wit's end. After saying that, he went directly into his territory space, consumed 1040 units of magic flesh, and recruited 13 more magic hounds. His combat power also increased by 1.04 points. Combat strength, 9.94 to 10.98. The current number of demon dogs has reached 106. Charge them. With a loud shout, packs of demonic hounds pounced out of the territory. Lin Yu had no intention of watching the show. Holding the dagger he had seized from Xie, he suddenly leaped down from the tree. The sharp blade pierced the wolf's back, causing it to howl in pain. The forest wolves and the demon hounds were tearing each other apart, and the battle was extremely fierce. Although the demon dogs only have a combat strength of 8 points, their numbers are 5 times that of the enemy. In addition, there was Lin Yu, the 6th brother, who used the shadowless wind trail to dash around the wolf pack and stab them from time to time. Despite their numerical advantage, the Timberwolves couldn't gain any advantage whatsoever. Chapter 31, A Freebie. The battle lasted for half an hour. Although Lin Yu successfully killed 22 forest wolves, his side also suffered heavy losses, with a total of 36 demon hounds dying. Huff, huff. His eyes were piercing, and he was breathing heavily, his face and clothes splattered with bright red blood. A huge loss. Lin Yu looked around at the corpses scattered on the ground and sighed. The 22 wolf carcasses, after conversion, are worth only 330 units. The 36 demon hounds are worth a staggering 2,880 units. Fortunately, he survived. Congratulations! You have achieved the Fighting Blood and Tears achievement and have earned 2 achievement points. Roar! Just as Lin Yu was feeling sorry for the dead demonic hound, a low growl came from the darkness again. However, the voice was deeper and more resonant than that of the previous forest wolf. Damn it! There's more? He looked up sharply in the direction of the sound and saw a pair of even more piercing, dark green eyes staring at him from the darkness. Roar! The surrounding demonic hounds also turned towards the other side, letting out low growls, ready to launch an attack at any moment. As the creature slowly approached, Lin Yu discovered that the monster in front of him was twice the size of a forest wolf. Holy crap! That's the Timberwolves King. Lin Yu couldn't help but utter a phrase from the national quintessence of Chinese culture. Name, Timberwolves King. Combat strength, 30. This is the boss. The 2 sides were vastly different in strength. Neither he nor the demon hound had any ability to fight back against the other. Perhaps they won't even be able to break through the opponent's defenses. Just as Lin Yu was about to run, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, if the other party is a wolf king, how could he not have a pack of wolves around him? What kind of wolf king is a lone wolf king? Lin Yu frowned, his thoughts racing. I still can't figure it out. Even if the wolves I just killed were with the other side, there's no reason why the Wolf King didn't appear until so long ago. Or did the wolves that were with him have already been killed by someone else? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed as he began to carefully examine the Forest Wolf King not far away. Before long, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he noticed several gruesome wounds on the other person's body. Moreover, the wound didn't look like it was caused by being bitten by other magical beasts. It looked more like it was caused by being struck by some sharp weapon. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Lin Yu could still faintly hear the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. Roar! The Timberwolves King continued to growl, but hesitated to launch an attack. This made Lin Yu even more certain that the other party was seriously injured, otherwise they wouldn't be so wary of them. Moreover, judging from their posture, it seemed they wanted to drive them away. Lin Yu's gaze shifted downwards, landing on the corpses of the forest wolves, and he roughly understood what the other party wanted to do. Why would I let you replenish your strength? Strike while the iron is hot. That's the right approach, isn't it? As Lin Yu spoke, he raised his right hand and directly took the 22 forest wolves around him into his territory. Roar! Seeing that the corpses were all gone, the Wolf King of the forest was enraged and let out a deafening roar. Kill it! Lin Yu no longer hesitated. His opponent was so badly injured and exhausted, which presented an excellent opportunity. Whoosh! 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 The demon hounds immediately pounced. Even though the Timber Wolf King was seriously injured, his fighting power was not to be underestimated. He killed 2 demon dogs with a single swipe of his claws. Attack its wound. Lin Yu discovered that the demonic hound's attacks were having difficulty breaking through the opponent's defenses, so he immediately ordered it to attack the opponent's weak points. Roar! As expected, the effect was remarkable, and the Timberwolves King let out a painful howl. The already torn and bleeding wounds could not withstand the demonic hound's attacks, and became even more bloody. Lin Yu couldn't help but frown at the sight. The battle didn't last long, lasting about 20 minutes before the Timberwolves King collapsed to the ground, no longer able to struggle. However, poor Lin Yu's demonic hounds, 12 of them died in battle this time. Lin Yu felt his heart bleed as he read this. Trading 12 demonic hounds for one of your demonic cores isn't unreasonable, is it? He approached the dying Wolf King and said coldly. After saying that, he raised his hand and plunged the dagger into the other man's forehead. As the dagger was withdrawn, a magic core the size of a glass bead, along with crimson blood, spurted out. Without saying a word, Lin Yu immediately reached out and picked it up, and then casually took the corpse of the Forest Wolf King into his territory. After conversion, it's equivalent to 100 units of magic flesh. After resolving everything, Lin Yu dared not linger and quickly retreated to the side. The area was filled with a strong stench of blood, which would attract other magical beasts sooner or later. He hadn't gone far when he heard a loud rustling sound behind him, accompanied by a jumble of footsteps. It's a person. Lin Yu's ears twitched slightly and he immediately crouched down, concealing himself. At this point, staying still is actually safer than desperately trying to escape. Soon, he saw several dark figures hovering at the spot where he had just fought. Blood, it's all blood. Someone crouched down, touched the bloodstains remaining on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he vaguely felt that the voice was very familiar. Zhang Yong. He quickly identified the other person. It seems this group belongs to the Zhang family. There's just too much blood here. Not only are there traces of blood left by the Wolf King, but there also seem to be traces of blood from the forest wolves. But why are there only bloodstains and no corpses? Zhang Yong looked around, completely baffled. Search carefully. At a time like this, there's absolutely no way anyone would be so idle as to move a corpse. Moreover, it's highly likely that someone else beat us to the dying Wolf King. The leader's gaze was sharp as he gave a command in a deep voice. He not only wanted to find the Wolf King, but also wanted to figure out the strange situation here. This scene terrified Lin Yu, who was not far away. He was only about 20 or 30 meters away from the other party's location. If they really searched, they would find him sooner or later. Yes. The Zhang family members nodded in agreement and began searching the area with flashlights, equally curious about what had happened. Why have all the monster corpses disappeared? Is the Wolf King really dead? A blinding white light flickered in the darkness. Lin Yu lay prone in the dense grass, barely daring to breathe. As the footsteps drew closer, Lin Yu's forehead was unknowingly covered in a fine layer of sweat. He knew very well that if the other party found out, he would definitely be in big trouble. There's a high probability they'll torture him to extract a confession, or even kill him. Chapter 32, The Free Thugs Are Back. Oh no, barbecue is gone. As Lin Yu saw that Zhang Yong had already come within a few meters of him, his heart began to race. With each step the other person took closer, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Rustle. Just then, a cold wind swept by, causing the surrounding jungle to make a constant commotion. Lin Yu subconsciously held his breath and was even ready to launch the cloud concealment arrow at any moment. At this distance and in this environment, he believed Zhang Yong would have absolutely no chance of reacting. If it hits, even if the opponent doesn't die, they'll be badly injured. However, I was being too optimistic. When the blinding white light shone directly on his face, Lin Yu realized that he couldn't even open his eyes. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, knowing it was all over. He had finally been discovered. Just as he was about to raise his hands and surrender, Zhang Yong suddenly shouted, "There's a monster!" Before he could finish speaking, the white light quickly moved away from Lin Yu's face. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly realized that when the white light shone on his face, Zhang Yong's gaze was not on him, but on the magical beast on the other side. Call! Lin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief. In those few short seconds, it felt like he had just been to the gates of hell. Even the back of his clothes was soaked with cold sweat. Upon discovering the magical beast, the Zhang family members quickly gathered together. Although they were quite capable, it was nighttime, and with limited visibility, they had to proceed with caution. The howls of wolves echoed from all directions. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. This time, the wolf howling was far stronger than the ones he had encountered before. It feels like being surrounded by enemies on all sides. No, it's not safe here. Lin Yu frowned. Lying there, he knew that if the wolf pack came soon, he might also be in danger. But I can't run away. Now, if I run away, I will immediately attract the attention of the Zhang family. Right, let's climb the tree. Lin Yu immediately turned his gaze to a large tree not far away. Previously, the Timberwolves only had me as their target, so they would definitely surround me under my tree. But now it's different. There's still the Zhang family group ahead. They'll definitely be the first to be attacked. Without hesitation, he began to slowly move his body. Hiding behind a large tree, he stealthily used a dagger to stab into the tree trunk as a foothold and successfully climbed the tree. Meanwhile, not far away, the Zhang family members were surrounded by the Timberwolves. They never dreamed that a sixth brother was hiding in the tree trunk 20 meters away, secretly observing them. The Zhang family members were standing in a spot stained crimson with blood. The strong stench of blood, as it spread, attracted many demonic beasts. As the howls of wolves echoed through the heavens and earth, the number of monsters around them was increasing at an alarming rate. Countless pairs of eerie green eyes were staring menacingly at the Zhang family members in the darkness. "This is interesting." Lin Yu squatted on the tree branch, subconsciously pursing his lips, his eyes flashing with unprecedented excitement. The more monsters below, the more corpses would appear later. How could he not be excited? The Timberwolves, their combat strength is only 15 points, so what if you come in numbers? The Zhang family leader's eyes were full of disdain and contempt. "Captain, I'll go first." Zhang Yong couldn't wait any longer and charged towards the wolf pack, raising his sword. You too." Team leader Zhang then pointed to two other, slightly weaker members of the team, instructing them to cooperate with Zhang Yong in eliminating all the Timberwolves present. As for the others, they stood still, showing no intention of making a move. Clearly, they looked down on these forest wolves. Or rather, their combat strength is too high, and the Timberwolves can no longer provide them with the necessary experience. Rather than doing that, it would be better to give the opportunity to Zhang Yong and the other two. With a combat power of 30, Zhang Yong was like a meat grinder among the wolves. Every swing of his sword would send up a trail of blood droplets. The Timberwolves were completely overwhelmed, and their screams and howls filled the air. In less than half an hour, the bodies of the Timberwolves had piled up like mountains, and the entire ground was almost stained red with blood. The stench of blood in the air was several times stronger than before. "Withdraw." Only after the last tigress was killed did the Zhang family leader order a retreat from the area. "Captain, aren't we going to look for the Wolf King anymore?" Zhang Yong wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, seemingly reluctant to leave. "Let's stop searching. The stench of blood here is too strong. It won't be long before it attracts a lot of wolves. Instead of wasting time with the Timberwolves, we might as well go deeper. A Wolf King magic core with a combat power of 30 is worth at most 2 or 3 million. The Zhang family leader didn't place too much importance on the Wolf King's demon core. Instead, he preferred to venture deeper to find more valuable targets. "All right." Zhang Yong dared not disobey the captain's orders and could only slink along. Their departure, ironically, benefited Lin Yu. "Get rich." After the other person had completely gone far away, Lin Yu jumped down from the tree branch. His movements were extremely swift. In just a moment, he collected all the wolf carcasses scattered on the ground into his territory. Then, without looking back, he quickly chased after the Zhang family's group. If you can't keep up with the Su family's free henchmen, then follow behind the Zhang family. The effect will be the same. Moreover, he was afraid that the strong smell of blood would attract more wolves. He maintained a distance of 200 to 300 meters from Zhang's team at all times to ensure that he would not be detected by them. After finding a relatively open space, the other party stopped traveling and chose to rest on the spot, seemingly waiting for dawn. The open space was extremely disadvantageous for Lin Yu, forcing him to continue hiding in the jungle. The tree was his final resting place. Before climbing the tree, he deliberately released several demonic hounds to roam around the area to ensure that he would not be ambushed by the demonic beasts. During his rest period, he re-entered his territory to take stock of his spoils. There were a total of 330 wolf carcasses, equivalent to 3,300 units. Including the previous 470 units, he now has a total of 3,770 units of magic flesh. Without saying a word, Lin Yu continued recruiting demon hounds. Successfully recruited 47 demon hounds, consuming 3,760 units of demon meat. As the pack of demonic hounds emerged from the demon gate in a grand procession, Lin Yu's combat strength was once again enhanced. Combat strength, 10.98 to 14.74. It increased by a full 3.76 points. Chapter 33. The Demon's Source Stone appears. The improvement in combat power brought Lin Yu a sense of joy. The first day in the dungeon ended perfectly. They're either on the move or fighting monsters. Lin Yu leaned against the tree trunk, and after slightly relaxing his vigilance, weariness swept over him like a surging tide. Within seconds, he had fallen into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. He instinctively looked up sharply, staring at the open space not far ahead. Lin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief when he confirmed that the Zhang family's team was still there. Thank goodness, the free thug didn't get away. He consoled himself. Something's not right. What are those? Lin Yu rubbed his eyes, momentarily doubting whether he had seen things correctly. On the other side of the open space, beneath the lush green, leaves lay a dark patch. Isn't that the magic wood he's been longing for? It was too dark to see clearly last night, but now it's crystal clear. Lin Yu was so excited that he wanted to rush over immediately, but he dared not make any rash moves because of the Zhang family's forces. He was just worried that the Zhang family's team would run away, but now he couldn't wait for them to leave so as not to interfere with his collection of the magic wood. Roar! Just as he was getting excited, a strange roar came from underground. A dark figure emerged from the ground near Zhang's team's tent. This scene left Lin Yu speechless. Boom! Fortunately, the Zhang family team leader reacted quickly enough, kicking the opponent's head until it exploded. Name, Antlion. Combat strength, 18. The next second, more and more antlions burst out of the ground. They have a ferocious appearance, with their entire bodies covered in a glossy, dark brown exoskeleton, like a mixture of hardened soil and carapace. Its body is segmented in a ring-like pattern, with many small and sharp appendages on both sides. It can quickly dig and burrow into the ground, and also attack enemies, making it a typical underground ambush predator. Lin Yu was very fortunate that he had not rested in that open space. Otherwise, he would have been killed if attacked by a swarm of antlions. The Zhang family began to fight back against the antlions. The battle didn't last long. In just a few minutes, all the antlions had disappeared. Only a dozen or 20 antlions died at the hands of the Zhang family. Seeing this, Lin Yu slapped his thigh and sighed deeply. I thought I could make a big profit later, but the cowardly antlion chickened out. After the antlion attack, Zhang's team quickly packed up and left the open area. While that place can effectively avoid attacks from monsters in the jungle, it is also a constant threat of antlions. In comparison, this open space, seemingly safe, is actually more dangerous than the jungle. After the other party had gone far away, Lin Yu tiptoed to the battlefield. The air here no longer smells of blood, but rather a stench. The blood of those antlions was green, which made Lin Yu frown. If it weren't for the need to retrieve the corpse, he really wouldn't want to go near it. Receive. With a wave of his hand, he stored all 18 antlion corpses into his territory. After conversion, one antlion is only worth 5 units. This greatly disappointed Lin Yu. 18 antlions, only 90 units. It's truly shameful. Never mind. The magic wood is more important. He walked towards the woods ahead, thinking that it was better than nothing. He couldn't care less about chasing after the Zhang family team now. Picking up the corpses was important, but he couldn't neglect the demon wood either. Looking at the rows of magical trees in front of him, Lin Yu felt at a loss as to where to begin. Let him cut down trees? How long would that take? The demon dog is completely useless at this time. If the gathering team arrives, they will definitely be fully equipped with logging tools. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was empty-handed, and when it came to weapons, he only had a dagger. Just as he was struggling with this problem, he suddenly thought of his other type of soldier, demon servants. Since acquiring the demon hound, he has hardly used any demon servants. After all, the demon hounds are far superior to the demon servants in every aspect of combat. In that case, there's absolutely no need to send the demon servants out to their deaths. Now, the demon servants finally have a use. With a slight thought from Lin Yu, 22 demonic servants appeared behind him. Cut down the tree. He casually pointed to the forest of magic trees ahead. The demon servant revealed its sharp claws and reached directly at the demon tree. In an instant, sawdust flew everywhere. Bang! In less than half a minute, the demon tree crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. After the first tree fell, a second, a third. His logging team was very efficient. They cut down the entire demon forest in just 1 hour. Lin Yu collected every single tree into his territory, and roughly calculated he had a total of 2,640 units of magic wood. Hee hee. We've got enough materials for the magic wood now. Lin Yu's face was beaming with a bright smile. Congratulations. You have achieved the Lumberjack Expert achievement and have earned 1 achievement point. Not only did he earn a batch of magic wood, but he also achieved an accomplishment, which made Lin Yu feel quite elated. Making money in this dungeon couldn't be easier. These 2,640 units of magic wood could easily fetch over 2 million on the black market. He then continued walking deeper into the distance. With the Zhang family's team leading the way, his risk level was naturally greatly reduced. Along the way, he also collected 52 leopard carcasses. This is a monster with a combat power of 20. It is not very big, and each corpse can only be converted into 15 units of magic meat. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu had caught up with the Zhang family's group again. What intrigued him was that the Zhang family members seemed to be searching for something on the ground, occasionally bending down to pick it up. Lin Yu frowned, vaguely feeling that his job was being taken away. What are those guys picking up? Magic stones? Surely not. Could it be a magic crystal? He muttered to himself softly. Out of curiosity, he mustered his courage and crept closer. They stopped when they were only about 50 meters away from the other side. At that moment, he finally saw what the other person was doing. That's a magic source stone? Lin Yu's eyes widened involuntarily. This is exactly one of the materials he needs, and its value far exceeds that of magic crystals. Each one is about the size of a BB gun, but it contains a little bit of mysterious energy that can be absorbed by the awakened one to enhance their physique, improve their combat power, and so on. After Lin Yu learned about it, he discovered that this seemingly small thing could fetch as much as 20,000 yuan per piece on the black market. Even if you just grab a handful, it would be worth at least hundreds of thousands or millions. Holy crap, mine. Those are all mine. Lin Yu became increasingly envious, wishing he could rush up and wipe out the Zhang family's team. Chapter 34, Building the Achievement Shop. The Zhang family spent a full half-hour picking through the trash. Lin Yu was thrilled, his heart bleeding. God knows how much the other party picked up, but Lin Yu guessed it was at least tens of millions. Only after the other person left did he dare to peek out and pick up what was left behind. Damn it, not a single one left. Lin Yu quickly scanned the ground, but couldn't find a single magic source stone. On the contrary, I saw quite a few magic stones. In the eyes of the Zhang family, the magic stone was a heavy and worthless thing, and they didn't bother to pick it up. You won't even pick it up for the dog? I will, Lin Yu said indignantly. Since I can't find any magic source stones, I must collect some magic stones to soothe the wounds in my weak heart. It took 2 hours to pick them up. 2,000 units of magic stones obtained. Ugh, I'm so tired. Lin Yu straightened his back, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and sighed. At this moment, he desperately wanted to find the magic crystal pile. The only material missing to complete the shop blueprint is the magic crystal. Lin Yu dared not linger too long, hoping to catch up with the Zhang family's group again before nightfall. However, after walking for half an hour, he realized that he had lost them again, because along the way, they did not encounter any more scattered monster corpses. On the contrary, I did encounter a few, but luckily I ran fast and managed to shake them off perfectly. The free thugs are gone again. Lin Yu's tone carried a hint of resentment. He dodged and weaved through the jungle, barely managing to avoid all the monsters. Without thugs clearing the way, things were clearly not as easy as before. As night fell again, Lin Yu noticed a faint halo emanating from a distance. This made him secretly delighted. Magic crystal! He hurried toward the location of the glowing halo. As the distance closed, the view gradually became clearer. Sure enough, it was the magic crystal pile he had been longing for. He simply unleashed all his troops. As night deepens, he knows there will be monsters lurking around, and he must ensure his absolute safety. Hundreds of demonic hounds patrolled the area, while all the demonic servants were engaged in the arduous task of digging for magic crystals. Their sharp claws struck the magic crystal repeatedly, producing a series of crisp sounds. The magic crystal was much harder than Lin Yu had imagined. It took several hours to collect just over 100 units. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, vaguely sensing that he would have to work overtime all night. Thank you for your hard work, unpaid overtime. He couldn't help but feel sorry for these demon servants. I realized that I had inadvertently become a capitalist. Roar. Long nights inevitably bring many dreams, and the intruder was soon discovered. That's a Gale Leopard with a combat power of 20. Several demonic hounds surrounded him, growling incessantly. Lin Yu hurried over, and only after confirming that there was only one enemy did he feel a little relieved. His current combat power is as high as 14.74, and with the help of the demonic hounds around him, he is not afraid of the opponent. This is my territory. You dare to come here? Let's get it. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yu raised his dagger and led a pack of demonic hounds to charge forward. The battle was over in less than 3 minutes. 15 units of magic meat had been received. However, yet another demonic hound has perished. He discovered that the demon hound with a combat power of only 8 points was far too weak in front of these demonic beasts with combat power of 10 or 20. We must improve our combat strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, this is not Timberwolves territory, otherwise there would have been a large-scale battle. Over the course of the night, Lin Yu, with the help of the demonic hound, killed a total of 12 Gale Leopards. He also lost 20 of his demon hounds. His demon servants did not rest for a moment until dawn. After a night of hard work, the number of units increased from over 100 to over 500. You can't go on like this. Lin Yu shook his head. He had been digging for a long time, but had only dug out less than a third of the material. At this rate, wouldn't it take another 2 days to dig? Therefore, in order to improve efficiency, he had no choice but to come to the territory to recruit demon servants. If efficiency was not enough, then he would make up for it with quantity. At this point, he still had 985 units of magic flesh. They directly recruited 19 demon servants. Lin Yu's combat power also increased by 0.95, with a combat power of 14.74 to 15.69. With the number of demon servants nearly doubling, the efficiency of mining magic crystals has increased significantly. Others might pluck a feather from a passing goose, but Lin Yu leaves nothing but barren land in his path. Whether it was magic stones, magic wood, or magic crystals, they were all swept away. By the third day, he had completely mined the magic crystal pile, which contained a total of 1,500 units of magic crystals. Congratulations! You have achieved the Mining Pro achievement and have earned 1 achievement point. During this time, he also killed 28 Gale Leopards. The number of demon hounds has also dropped sharply, from 105 at the beginning to only 55 now. But none of these things are that important to Lin Yu right now. He picked up the blueprints for the achievement shop. 1,500/1,000 units of magic crystals, 2640/1,000 units of magic wood, 2,500/1,000 units of magic stones. Build an achievement shop? Yes. Lin Yu nodded without even thinking. Congratulations. You have successfully built the achievement shop. It cost 1,000 magic crystals, 1,000 magic wood, and 1,000 magic stones. Watching the materials he had painstakingly accumulated disappear at a visible rate, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Immediately, just like before, the territory began to shake violently. Within seconds, a building brimming with technological sophistication and a sense of prestige rose from the ground, successfully catching Lin Yu's eye. It looks like an exquisite gift box embedded in the space. Before Lin Yu could react, another text message appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have achieved the achievement of building the achievement shop and are entitled to 1 achievement lottery draw. Lottery. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, his eyes filled with curiosity. He subconsciously moved closer to the achievement shop, and a shop interface immediately appeared in front of him. There are all sorts of things to choose from, but each one requires corresponding achievement points. At the top of the screen, the remaining achievement points are displayed. 9 points. Gurgle. Lin Yu was somewhat dazzled by the sight and couldn't help but swallow. Then, his gaze settled on the first square on the screen, which was a blind box that required 10 achievement points to open. At this time, the word free was specially marked on its corner. Clearly, that's what they call a lottery. Achieving a certain milestone grants you a free chance. Lin Yu didn't open the blind box, but instead looked at other categories, such as building blueprints, troop types, equipment, materials, and so on. Troops. Lin Yu curiously clicked into the unit interface. The above only displays categories containing demon units. It's easy to see that because he only has a demon barracks, he can only recruit demon units. The option for demon servant units is listed above, priced at 10 achievement points. Demon Hound, priced at 20 achievement points. Demon Wolf, priced at 30 achievement points. Werewolf, priced at 50 achievement points. Hell Demon, priced at 1,000 achievement points. Fallen Angel, priced at 2,000 achievement points. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. The achievement points for exchanging these troop types were ridiculously high. He had only managed to accumulate 9 points through hard work. Chapter 35, Two-Headed Cerberus. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and looked back at the blind box options. Now that there's a free opportunity, of course I'll use it first. Activate. He held his breath and chose to open the blind box. Congratulations. You have obtained the Tier 1 Demon Unit, Two-Headed Hellhound, in a blind box lottery. Lin Yu was extremely excited the moment he saw that he had obtained a new unit. The Two-Headed Hellhound unit requires 50 achievement points to redeem. The price is so high that Lin Yu simply cannot afford at present. First tier. Then, Lin Yu noticed two unfamiliar words. He did not find the name on the demon servants or the demon hounds. Could it be that they don't even qualify as rank? Lin Yu muttered to himself. Driven by curiosity, he quickly arrived at the demon gate and opened the recruitment panel. A recruitment option has suddenly appeared above. Recruiting a two-headed hellhound requires 100 units of magic flesh and 50 units of magic crystals. Lin Yu frowned slightly upon seeing this. He hadn't expected that recruiting this new type of soldier would require not only demonic flesh, but also demonic crystals. He glanced at his inventory. Magic meat, 455 units. Magic crystals, 500 units. That's enough to recruit 4 two-headed hellhounds. If Lin Yu could recruit, he had no reason not to. Do I need to recruit 4 two-headed hellhounds? Requires 400 units of magic flesh and 200 units of magic crystals. Looking at the recruitment confirmation information in front of him, Lin Yu did not hesitate at all and select a yes. Recruitment successful. Minus 400 units of magic meat. Minus 200 units of magic crystals. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but become nervous. As the gate to the demons slowly opened, 4 dark figures stepped out from the chaos. Name, Two-Headed Cerberus. Combat Strength, 18. They are about the same size as the demon hounds, but their combat power is more than double that of the demon hounds. 2 heads were perched on either side of the thick neck, resembling evil symbiotes tempered by hellfire, their mouths full of sharp fangs, terrifying and drool dripping onto the ground from time to time. Those 2 pairs of scarlet vertical pupils flickered with an inextinguishable hellfire, revealing a violent nature. Lin Yu's combat strength was also enhanced once again because of their arrival. Combat strength, 15.69 to 16.41. We've finally broken through 16 points. Congratulations. You have achieved the achievement of recruiting a new unit and have earned 1 achievement point. By this time, he had accumulated 10 achievement points, but Lin Yu was not in a hurry to use them for the lottery. Instead, he chose to keep them for future use. He gained a great deal in the 3 days he spent in the dungeon. But Lin Yu's journey did not stop there. After leaving the territory, he immediately released the two-headed hellhound to protect him. With them around, if the Gale Leopard dares to come, it will definitely not return alive. Although their combat strength is 2 points less than that of the Gale Leopard, their sheer numbers make up for it. The Gale Leopard usually acts alone, and it has no chance of winning against 4 two-headed hellhounds at once. Time flies, and the 4th day has arrived in no time. Lin Yu had been searching deep inside, trying to find traces of the Zhang or Su families, but he had found no clues along the way. In reality, he still harbored resentment towards the magic source stone in the Zhang family's possession. If someone else had picked it up, he wouldn't have bothered with it. But he said he could not accept the Zhang family situation. That's right, he just can't stand to see the Zhang family doing well. Upon venturing deeper into this area, the magical beasts ceased to be the Gale Leopards, and instead became a type of magical beast called the Giant Palm Ape. Combat power as high as 25 points. It's much more troublesome than the Gale Leopard. It usually travels in groups of 3 to 5, much like street thugs patrolling their territory. Even with 4 two-headed hellhounds protecting him, Lin Yu dared not easily clash with them and could only go around them. Boom! Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted in the distance. This made Lin Yu's eyes light up. Where there is fighting, how can I be absent? He had a bright smile on his face and ran faster than a dog. As the distance closed, what came into his view was none other than his long-awaited old acquaintances, the Zhang family team. Meanwhile, the other side was surrounded by dozens of giant-handed apes, and a fierce battle was taking place between them. Lin Yu's gaze quickly fell on a magical beast that was much larger than an ordinary giant-handed ape. Name: Giant Palm Ape King. Combat Strength: 50. This is clearly a boss monster. Fight! It's good that they're fighting. Lin Yu became more and more excited as he looked at it. Even though the battle was extremely fierce, the Zhang family leader had no intention of intervening. He was only responsible for surveying the surrounding environment and eliminating any problems that posed a threat to his team members. Whoosh! Just then, a dark shadow flashed by. What is that thing? Because the dark figure was moving too fast, Lin Yu couldn't even see it clearly. But the Zhang family leader could see it all clearly. You 3 come with me. His expression changed slightly, and he casually pointed to 3 team members before chasing after the dark figure. It's not hard to tell that the dark figure is very likely an even more powerful monster boss. Otherwise, the Zhang family leader wouldn't have been so excited. The rest of you, wait where you are after the battle. To prevent the group from getting separated, the Zhang family leader gave Zhang Yong and the others some special instructions before leaving. Yes, the remaining people all nodded in agreement. Of the 10 people in their group, the 4 strongest had left, leaving 6 behind. Why didn't you go a few more times? Lin Yu hid in the shadows, licked his lips, and muttered to himself. He began to assess the fighting strength of the 6 people in front of him. Judging from their battle with the giant pawed ape, only 2 of them probably had a combat power exceeding 50 points, while the remaining 4 were estimated to be between 30 and 40 points. Zhang Yong is the weakest, probably only around 30 points. As the battle drew to a close, more and more giant pawed apes fell. Only after the boss Giant Palm Ape King was successfully defeated did the other giant palm apes hastily disperse. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, it would be a lie to say that Lin Yu wasn't tempted. However, due to the words of the Zhang family leader, the 6 opponents had no intention of leaving after the battle ended. When they dug out the magic core from the Giant Palm Ape King, Lin Yu stared wide-eyed. It was worth at least 5 million. Immediately afterwards, the group squatted down next to the giant ape king's corpse and fiddled with something for a while before dispersing. Lin Yu couldn't see clearly because of the angle. This Zhang family squad is really fat. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. The Zhang family must have made at least 10 or 20 million just from what he had right under his nose. Who knows how many more are not under his watchful eye. Oh, isn't this the Zhang family? Just then, a voice came from the jungle. The sudden sound startled Lin Yu, who was feeling guilty. Chapter 36. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Everyone present turned to look in the direction of the sound, and saw 5 figures striding arrogantly into view. This is the Chun family? Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting to see 2 family teams meet here. Why are there only 5 people? He looked around curiously again, but still couldn't find any other members of the Chun family. Logically speaking, the other side also had about 10 people. Did they split into 2 groups? Lin Yu frowned. He had to admit that splitting up into 2 groups was far more efficient than having everyone crammed together. But the risks will also be amplified. Chen Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Chong from the Zhang family immediately stood up and stared coldly at the leader of the Chen family. He is currently the strongest member of the team, so naturally he can't back down. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Your Zhang family can't possibly keep it all for themselves, can they? Chen Yuan didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, declaring that he wanted to split the spoils of war equally. Just a magic core with a combat power of 50, worth 5 or 6 million. Is it really worth it for your Chun family? Zhang Chong shrugged and smiled, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at the other person. He's right. Something worth 5 or 6 million isn't worth the Chun family turning against. But since Chun Yuan dared to ask for it, it means that the truth is far more than 5 or 6 million. Could it be that they discovered something else while they were handling the giant paw ape king's corpse? Lin Yu suddenly remembered. I saw it all over there. You also obtained the ape king's lifeblood. Even killing 100 giant palm ape kings wouldn't guarantee obtaining the ape king's blood. I can only say you're lucky. Chun Yuan's words instantly made the Zhang family members' expressions extremely solemn. Clearly, he was right. Good heavens, the Zhang family actually obtained the ape king's essence. Lin Yu was shocked after hearing this. The lifeblood of the ape king has the effect of prolonging life, whether you are seriously ill and on the verge of death, or about to pass away. As long as you consume the ape king's life essence, you can live for at least 2 more years. Things related to life are naturally priceless. A complete copy of the ape king's masterpiece, according to Lin Yu's estimate, would cost at least 50 million, or even more. Moreover, it is often out of stock. It's not something you can necessarily buy just because you have money. In this way, Lin Yu understood why the Chun family would disregard their reputation and insist on getting a share of the pie. I just don't know if this stuff will help Dad recover from his leg injury. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, even setting his sights on the Ape King's lifeblood. Indeed, we have obtained the Ape King's lifeblood. But, are you sure your Chun family is willing to sever ties with my Zhang family for the sake of the Ape King's life's work? Zhang Chong readily admitted it, and then threatened him with words. They had just fought the giant palm Ape King, and their physical strength and mental state were far inferior to those of the Chun family. If a real fight breaks out, there is absolutely no chance of winning. All we can do now is stall for time until the team leader returns, then all the problems will be solved. As long as the items are still in the underground city, they do not belong to your Zhang family. Good stuff. Naturally, everyone who sees it should get a share. I don't want to be too harsh. Just give me half. Is this request reasonable? Chun Yuan continued, clearly indicating that they wouldn't leave without obtaining the Ape King's lifeblood. Do you think it's possible? Why should we share what we earned through our own abilities with you? Zhang Chong was naturally unwilling. The difference between a complete copy of the Ape King's heart and an incomplete copy is enormous. The Chun family got it for free, so they didn't care. Getting it was a profit for them. But it was different for the Zhang family. It was a huge loss for them. Stop talking nonsense. You gave it to yourselves, didn't you? Should we get them ourselves? Chun Yuan glanced around, seemingly wary of the Zhang family leader returning and attempting a swift victory. Dream, Zhang Chong replied angrily. Let's do it. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he chose to seize it by force. A major battle between the two sides is imminent. However, from the very beginning, the Zhang family was the weaker party and could only passively defend themselves. Conversely, the Chun family's attacks were exceptionally fierce, with every punch landing squarely. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. Unsurprisingly, all 6 members of the Zhang family were curled up on the ground, struggling even to get up. I'm sorry. I know our victory was dishonorable, taking advantage of their weakness. But this is an underground city, so please don't be surprised. Chun Yuan looked down at Zhang Chong, who was curled up on the ground, his tone slightly apologetic. After he finished speaking, he personally bent down and searched the other person's body to find the Ape King's blood. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Zhang family? How dare you try to take advantage of us? Zhang Chong struggled to speak, his teeth glistening with blood. Is it really necessary? Is it really worth the Zhang family completely breaking ties with the Chun family over half of the Ape King's bloodline? Chun Yuan smiled calmly. He didn't take all of the Ape King's lifeblood. He only took half, which was considered giving the Zhang family enough face and not going too far. You bastard. Zhang Chong watched helplessly as half of the Ape King's lifeblood was taken away, and he was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. Thanks. Good things should be shared. You're just a little narrow-minded. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten hurt like this. However, I think your team leader Zhang will be back soon. You can all just lie here peacefully. I'm leaving now. Chun Yuan returned the remaining half of the Ape King's blood to Zhang Chong, and then took the other half and left. Come back. You all, come back here. Zhang Chong's eyes were filled with anger and resentment. He roared hysterically, wishing he could tear Qin Yuan to pieces. He couldn't call Qin Yuan back, but he did manage to call Lin Yu. When he saw Lin Yu, he was slightly taken aback, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. He did not recall anyone like this from either the Chun family or the Su family. Who are you? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Chong asked with difficulty. He's from the Su family side, and they say he's a foreign guest. Before Lin Yu could answer, Zhang Yong recognized the other party's identity. The Su family? You don't necessarily want to? Zhang Chong immediately sensed something was wrong. Judging from the other party's posture, they were clearly also here to get a share of the pie. He instinctively gripped the last half of the Ape King's lifeblood tightly in his hand. After getting close to Zhang Chong, Lin Yu grabbed him by the hair without saying a word and slit his throat with a knife, causing bright red blood to gush out instantly. This scene not only stunned Zhang Chong himself, but also left the other members of the Zhang family stunned. Even the Chun family wouldn't dare to kill him. So how could a mere foreign guest from the Su family dare? Bang! Zhang Chong collapsed to the ground with a thud, dying with his eyes wide open. Chapter 37 The Truth of That Year. Ow, how dare he? The Zhang family members present all looked at Lin Yu with disbelief in their eyes. Even the Chun family members didn't dare to kill him. So how dare he, a mere foreign guest of the Su family, be so arrogant? You brat. Have you lost your mind? You even dare to kill a member of the Zhang family? Some people spoke out in anger and tried to get up and resist. However, the Chun family had attacked him too hard, and he probably had several broken ribs. He was in so much pain that he trembled as soon as he moved, making it difficult for him to get up. Lin Yu raised his hand and brought the dagger down, plunging it directly into the man's neck. Wow! The man's eyes widened in horror, and he screamed as bright red blood gushed out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had already taken down the two strongest of the six. But his killing spree showed no signs of stopping. Once he chose to take action, he never intended to let anyone go. The Zhang family considered today's payment as interest. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and his attacks were deadly. Soon, only Zhang Yong was left. His eyes were filled with fear, his legs were kicking backwards incessantly, and he kept shouting, "Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer! It seems you still haven't recognized who I am." Lin Yu gripped the blood-stained dagger tightly and slowly approached. "We know each other." Zhang Yongdu wondered if he had misheard. "I know him. Of course I know him. You're just forgetful." Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he said coldly, Who are you? I don't think I've offended you, have I?" Zhang Yong tried hard to recall, but he still couldn't remember when he had seen the other person. "If you don't hold a grudge against me just because of those few teasing words I made at the portal entrance, do you?" After thinking it over and over, the only thing he could think of was the time a few days ago when he made sarcastic remarks about the other person. Of course not. Think about it carefully. Rainy night, the overpass incident. What did your brother do while driving a Maybach? As Lin Yu spoke, he squatted down next to the other person and plunged the dagger into the other person's thigh. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the jungle, and Zhang Yong broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. "You are the person who rode the electric scooter that night?" Lin Guang. After receiving a hint from Lin Yu, Zhang Yong finally remembered. However, the other party's answer surprised Lin Yu. Logically speaking, if the other party doesn't remember him and so many years have passed, why can he still clearly remember his father's name? "No, I am Lin Guang's son, Lin Yu. We even met once at the hospital. You said something to me back then, and I still remember it to this day. You said, if I cause any more trouble, you'd kill me. Do you remember now?" Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and plunged the dagger in his hand even deeper. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth in pain, his body trembling. That really has nothing to do with us. It's the Gu family, Gu Tingshun. He was the one who had us brothers arrange the car accident. The original plan was to kill you and your son. But the rain was so heavy that day, and my brother, that idiot, didn't find the right opportunity and just crashed into it. I only found out later that you weren't there. If you want revenge, you should go find Gu Tingshun. Zhang Yong tried his best to explain, hoping that Lin Yu would let him off the hook. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face darkened considerably. The name Gu Tingshun was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. So, that car accident was a premeditated murder, but you didn't succeed? Lin Yu slowly pulled the dagger away from the other person's thigh. Bright red blood gushed out from the wound. Zhang Yong was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth. But, I just don't understand. That bastard Gu Tingshan arranged for you to run over my son and me. Didn't you fail in your mission? And how did you get involved with the Gu family in the neighboring city of Shanghai? Your Zhang family is a prominent family in Linshan City. Are you willing to be Gu Tingshan's lackey? Lin Yu was puzzled and continued to ask. You just don't understand. On the surface, the Gu family is just a small business family. But in reality, they're the absolute overlords of Shanghai City. It's just that they don't want to show their faces in many things. And what kind of place is Shanghai City? It's far beyond what a small city like ours near Shenzhen can compare to. Even if our Zhang family does well in Linshan City, we're nothing but a fart in the eyes of the Gu family. We met by chance at a bar, and it's an honor for us to become friends. And if we can get things done for them, we'd be more than happy to do so. If we can handle this well, perhaps in the future our Zhang family will have the opportunity to curry favor with the Gu family. Zhang Yong speaks extremely fast, as if afraid that if he speaks too slowly, he will not have another chance to speak. As for the fact that the mission was not completed, we were also very anxious at the time, fearing that the other party would blame us. But unexpectedly, when Gu Tingshan learned that Ling Guang was crippled and you were still alive, he not only didn't get angry, but he also clapped and cheered, saying that it would be perfectly fine if you and your son struggled in the mud for the rest of your lives. After listening to Zhang Yong's words, Lin Yu immediately understood the gist of it. To put it bluntly, the other party wanted to make the father and son wish they were dead. After all, Ling Guang is disabled, so his life will definitely be difficult, and he will need to take medication constantly. Lin Yu's life is basically over. Even if a combat profession is successfully awakened, it will be difficult to achieve significant success without the support of a solid economic foundation. In Gu Tingshan's view, this outcome was more cruel than killing them. Interesting. It seems my mom's family is really something else. No wonder they insisted on arranging for us to leave Shanghai City. However, I never expected that the Gu family's influence would eventually extend to Linshan City. Mom, you planned everything, but you never expected them to be this ruthless, did you? Even if you die, you still don't intend to let my son and me go. Lin Yu shook his head with a bitter smile, muttering to himself that he felt sorry for his mother for being born into such a family. All right, you've said everything you needed to say. You could die now. Lin Yu turned his gaze to the other party again. No, don't kill me. Ignoring the pain of his wounds, Zhang Yong pleaded desperately. Have you ever thought about what kind of life my son and I have been living all these years? All of this is thanks to your Zhang family. Your life is nothing more than interest. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yu's dagger had already sliced across the other man's neck. Wow! Zhang Yong let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Lin Yu looked at the corpse without the slightest pity. Upon learning that the other party had deliberately intended to kill him and his son, he felt even less remorse for what he was doing. All 6 members of the Zhang family perished. They lay in pools of blood. Chapter 38 Troop Enhancement. Lin Yu went all the way, not only taking away the half of the Ape King's blood left by the Chun family, but also looting everything from the other party's body. Of course, he didn't miss a single one of the giant paw ape corpses scattered all over the ground. Lin Yu didn't bother to count the spoils of war. After storing them all in his territory space, he quickly left. They were terrified that the Zhang family leader would come back and catch them. Otherwise, they would really lose their lives here. About 20 minutes after Lin Yu left, the Zhang family team leader and 3 other teammates walked towards the meeting point, chatting and laughing. Captain, this is a huge win. That's right. That Shadow Tiger is very likely the strongest boss in this dungeon. Needless to say, that's a boss with a combat power of over 100 battles. Putting aside the materials like claws and fangs, that magic core alone is worth tens of millions. The group chatted amongst themselves, discussing their gains from the Shadow Tiger, their faces beaming with satisfaction. But as they got closer, the Zhang family leader quickly realized something was wrong. The deathly silence gave him a vague sense of foreboding. The next second, he quickened his pace. When he saw Zhang Yong and the others lying in pools of blood, he was completely stunned. "Captain, what's going on?" The people behind him gasped in shock at the sight. "Asshole! Who is it?" His furious roar echoed throughout the jungle. "Captain, all the fatal wounds were fatal cuts to the throat. Moreover, they all had injuries, indicating that they had engaged in a fierce battle before they died." The other team members stepped forward to examine the body and quickly came to a conclusion. "Captain, Zhang Chang's magic source stones are all gone." Immediately afterwards, another team member reported urgently. "What?" When the team leader heard that all the magic source stones they had collected were gone, he immediately exploded. "This is clearly murder and robbery. That's strange. Why have all the monster corpses on the ground disappeared?" Upon hearing this, the team leader suddenly realized what was happening. Not only were the corpses of the giant paw apes gone, but even the corpse of the boss, the giant paw ape king, was nowhere to be found. Based on his understanding of Zhang Chang and his group's strength, killing the giant palm ape king was a sure thing, but now they've all disappeared. As for magic cores, forget about them. They didn't even leave behind any scum. How could they possibly leave the magic core to them? Asshole! Is it the Su family? Or the Chun family? The team leader's eyes were bloodshot. He was furious beyond measure. The items were salvaged, but 6 people died. "Captain, what do we do next?" One of the team members asked tentatively. "Find them. I refuse to believe they won't leave any clues." The team leader roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot. The remaining 3 team members were trembling with fear and quickly began to carefully search the scene, trying to find anything suspicious. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already fled and returned to the territory of the Gale Leopard. All that hard work over the past few days is really not as good as grabbing this one opportunity. Having made a great harvest today, he no longer needs to delve deeper into the subject. On the one hand, it can avoid running into the Zhang family. On the other hand, without free henchmen to clear the way, his risk factor was constantly increasing as he recklessly continued forward. Lin Yu found a safe spot before he began to take stock of his spoils. 1 magic core, half of the Ape King's lifeblood, and 2,200 magic source stones. There are 89 giant ape corpses, each worth 30 units, for a total of 2,670 units. 1 corpse of the giant palm ape king, 100 units. I'm rich. Lin Yu couldn't help but rub his hands together. He then eagerly opened the enhancement interface of the demon workshop. Without saying a word, immediately begin strengthening the claws. Congratulations! Claw Enhancement +1, consuming 100 magic crystals and 100 magic source stones. After the upgrade was successful, all his demon units received a 1-point increase in combat power due to the increased damage. Demon Servant Combat Strength, 5-6. Demon Hound's Combat Strength, 8-9. Two-Headed Cerberus Combat Strength, 18-19. Even Lin Yu's combat strength has been improved without him realizing it. Combat Strength, 16.41 to 17.41. Immediately afterwards, the enhanced interface changed after being refreshed. Claw Enhancement +1 increases the damage of demon units. Combat Power +2 requires 200 magic crystals and 200 magic source stones. Seeing that the second enhancement could increase combat power by 2 points, Lin Yu couldn't help but be tempted again. He glanced at his remaining magic crystals. He had exactly 200 units left. Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue strengthening. He did not hesitate at all. Congratulations. Claw Enhancement +2, consuming 200 magic crystals and 200 magic source stones. Demon Servant Combat Strength, 6-8. Demon Hound Combat Strength, 9-11. Two-Headed Cerberus Combat Strength, 19-21. Because Lin Yu now has a total of 100 troops, his overall strength has increased by 2 points, bringing his combat power to 19.41. The improvement in troop type and personal combat power gave Lin Yu an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This also caused his desire for resources to reach an unprecedented peak. As long as he has enough resources and materials, his troops can continue to grow stronger, and his own benefits can be amplified indefinitely. In just 4 days after entering the dungeon, his combat power almost doubled. This is something that ordinary people simply cannot do. Even a prodigy with S-level talent would have to admit defeat if they came here. Now that the magic crystals have been completely used up, Lin Yu has no choice but to continue searching for more magic crystal piles. In such a vast underground city, he couldn't believe there was only one pile of magic crystals. After searching for a whole day, I finally found it. This pile of magic crystals is much larger than the one he found before. Today is the 5th day since I entered the dungeon. Time is running out for him. Quickly, get to work. Lin Yu released all 41 demon servants. Thanks to the 2 enhancements to their claws, their efficiency is significantly faster than before. He watched as his demon servants diligently collected magic crystals, a broad smile spreading across his face. With enough magic crystals, he can not only continue to recruit the 2-headed hellhound, but also choose to continue strengthening it. Claw Enhancement +2 increases the damage of demon units. Combat Power +5 requires 500 magic crystals and 500 magic source stones. He glanced at the conditions for the 3rd enhancement and had to admit that the gains from each enhancement were enormous. But the price paid was also constantly increasing. 500 magic crystals. I can summon 10 2-headed hellhounds, which will increase my combat power by 2.1 points. If I use it for enhancement, I can increase my stats by 5 points. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, starting to think about how to maximize his own interests. Chapter 39, the parties involved became bystanders. After careful consideration, Lin Yu temporarily suppressed the idea of increasing his combat power. This dungeon run nearly doubled my combat power. This rate of growth is already terrifying. If I continue to improve, it might attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he had killed 6 members of the Zhang family, and he believed that they would definitely not let it go. At this point, the lower his combat strength is, the safer he will be. The other side wouldn't target him with a combat strength of only 10 points. After figuring everything out, Lin Yu settled down to collect magic crystals here. He would occasionally encounter a few gale leopards, which was an unexpected bonus. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was already the 7th day. Lin Yu also managed to empty the magic crystal pile before the time limit for leaving the instance. A total of 2,500 magic crystals were obtained, which is much more than the previous pile of magic crystals. During this period, 32 gale leopards were killed, which is equivalent to 480 units of magic meat. The loot from this dungeon alone, the number of magic crystals he collected, was worth 20 million. Honestly, if he could, he really wouldn't want to leave. Given enough time, he vowed that he could empty the entire underground city by himself. When he left the dungeon and came out of the portal, he realized that he was the last one to leave. "Kid, I thought you weren't going to make it out." Su Zemin, the leader of the Su family team, was quite surprised to see Lin Yu return safely. "Wait a minute, kid. Your aura seems much stronger than before you went in." Someone in the Su family team quickly noticed that Lin Yu had become stronger. That person was at the very back of the line and had the most contact with Lin Yu. After I got separated from you guys, I've been fighting the saw-toothed cat on the outside. I haven't stopped for a single moment in these 7 days." While explaining, Lin Yu pointed to the bloodstains and battle-damaged holes on his body, looking quite disheveled. In fact, that disheveled appearance was a result of the fierce battle with the Timberwolves. Upon hearing this, Su Zemin looked the other person up and down and reluctantly believed Lin Yu. Because he didn't believe that Lin Yu would dare to venture deep into the area alone, since the combat power of the magical beast inside would only increase, and anyone who dared to go and would only face certain death. Seeing that everyone in the Su family was staring at him, Lin Yu scratched his head, let out a silly laugh, and pretended to be a simpleton. "All right, is everyone here?" At this moment, the Zhang family leader suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Behind him stood several middle-aged men with serious expressions. Each person exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Lin Yu knew perfectly well that the Zhang family wanted to demand an explanation for the 6 people who died in the dungeon. He didn't know the identities of the other people, but he did know something about Zhang Yong. As a direct descendant of the Zhang family, Zhang Xing naturally shares the same lineage with Zhang Yong, who is his older brother. Zhang Xiao, what does your Zhang family mean by this? The head of the Su family turned his attention directly to the head of the Zhang family. Now that we've left the dungeon, the rest is beyond the capabilities of a younger generation. Zhang Xiao walked out of the crowd with a gloomy expression and gestured to the younger members of the Zhang family to step back. He gave a cold look to Su Kaijun, the person in charge of the Su family. Lin Yu, the person directly involved, shrank back and watched the drama unfold from behind the Su family's group, seemingly indifferent to the situation. It's not that the Zhang family is causing trouble. It's that someone is breaking the rules. Zhang Xiao, the head of the Zhang family, had a gloomy face as he scanned back and forth between the Su family's and Chen family's teams. What's the meaning? Su Kaijun was puzzled. At this moment, some members of the Chun family's team were already unable to withstand the pressure, with beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads, and their eyes darting away from Zhang Xiao, unable to look him in the eye. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao immediately focused his attention on the Chun family's group. As you all saw, our Zhang family team lost 6 members during this dungeon exploration. If they die at the hands of magical beasts, it's only because they're not strong enough. But they died at the hands of certain people. This is something our Zhang family simply cannot swallow. When he said the last sentence, his voice involuntarily rose a few decibels. This expedition consists of just the 3 of us, a total of 30 people. If you take a fancy to something and want to steal it, take it by your own means, and the Zhang family won't say anything. But you actually committed murder and robbery? Do they really think our Zhang family is easy to mess with? Zhang Xiao was furious, and every word he uttered was filled with boundless rage. After listening to the accusations, Su Kaijun frowned and went to examine the body himself. As the other party said, the fatal wounds were all from a single slit in the throat, clearly intentional. Ziming, what exactly is going on? Su Kaijun turned to look at Su Zemin, the captain of the Su family. I don't know. It definitely wasn't us. Su Zemin was also completely baffled, saying he didn't know what had happened to the other party. Su Kaijun naturally had complete trust in his Su family. Since the other party said they hadn't done it, then they definitely hadn't done it. Could it be the Chen family? He quickly turned his attention to the Chun family. The person in charge of the Chun family felt immense pressure when he sensed the gazes of the Su and Zhang families. You killed someone? The person in charge of the Chun family looked at the captain of the Chun family and asked in a questioning tone. No, how could we possibly break the rules? Captain Chun shook his head, vehemently denying it. If not, may I ask why those younger members of your Chun family look so flustered? Zhang Xiao interrupted the other party directly, glaring angrily at the members of the Chen family team. No, we really don't have any. Those people vaguely sensed that they had been exposed and hurriedly and frantically denied it. No? Do you dare let us search you? Zhang Xiao took a firm stance, insisting on investigating the matter thoroughly. You think you could just search like that? If you insist on searching, why should you only search the Chun family's property? The person in charge of the Chun family was clearly dissatisfied. He also believed that his younger family members wouldn't be so reckless. After all, only these 3 families were the first explorers of this portal. Once you commit murder, there will definitely be a lot of trouble afterwards. In his opinion, only a brainless person would do that. Search if you want. Our Su family has always been open and above board. We have nothing to hide. Su Kaijun directly signaled for all members of the Su family team to step forward. Lin Yu watched as the person beside him walked out, but he showed no intention of leaving. He had subconsciously excluded himself from the group because he wasn't a member of the Su family. Hey kid, what are you standing there for? Seeing that Lin Yu hadn't followed, the Su family team quickly called out to him. Huh, I want one too. Lin Yu pointed to himself, his expression slightly blank. Nonsense. Hurry up and get to work, someone urged. Lin Yu never expected to be caught up in the gossip himself, but he wasn't afraid because everything he owned was in his territory. He was penniless. Anyone who saw him would probably feel sorry for him. Chapter 40, the Chun family takes the blame. Zhang Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly ordered the Zhang family team to search the Su family team. Although they found a magic source stone on the other party, that did not prove that it belonged to the Zhang family. The most effective evidence is the magic core of the giant paw ape king. but it's clear that the items on the Su family team have nothing to do with the giant palm Ape King. Soon, it was Lin Yu's turn. Captain Zhang personally searched Lin Yu's body, touching him thoroughly. He frowned slightly, his eyes filled with disgust and contempt as he looked at Lin Yu. He even wondered if Lin Yu was sick, why he went in to join the fun and didn't bring out a single thing. No, what kind of look is that? After sensing the other party's strange gaze, Lin Yu couldn't help but question them. Before he could finish speaking, he was pulled aside by his teammates from the Su family, who gestured for him to shut up. Captain Zhang ignored him completely and walked straight toward Zhang Xiao. Uncle Xiao, there's nothing suspicious about the Su family's group. He reported this in an extremely respectful tone. Chun family, next, it's your turn. If we can't find anything, then the Zhang family will accept our fate. But if they find anything, then the Chun family can deal with it themselves. Zhang Xiao narrowed his eyes, strongly suspecting that the murderer was the Chun family. Search it. The person in charge of the Chun family showed no fear. Captain Chun strode out with a calm expression, while his teammates behind him seemed hesitant and timid. This gave the person in charge of the Chun family a bad feeling. Search. Search thoroughly. Zhang Xiao gave the order in a cold voice. Yes. Captain Zhang nodded in response. The first few people were fine, but when they found half of the Ape King's blood in the hands of the others, Captain Zhang immediately became excited. Uncle Xiao, the Ape King's lifeblood. It's the Chun family. He called out urgently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao immediately stepped forward to receive the Ape King's lifeblood, and then glared angrily at the person in charge of the Chun family. Now, what excuses do you have left? You all know what the Ape King's blood is, right? Zhang Xiao held the Ape King's lifeblood, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The head of the Chun family and the captain of the Chun family were also stunned on the spot. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They couldn't understand why the other people would kill and rob them. Isn't this just shooting yourself in the foot? What on earth is going on? The Chun family leader angrily rebuked the Chun family members. I don't know. Captain Chun looked completely bewildered. They split into two groups, and he had absolutely no idea what the other team had done. Thump. Those who participated in the robbery immediately knelt down on both knees. Uncle, believe us, we didn't kill anyone. We only stole half of the Ape King's lifeblood from them. Yeah, we're not stupid. Why would we kill them? The group of people then began to explain. Nonsense. You also stole our magic cores and more than 2,000 magic source stones. When the other party denied it, Captain Zhang angrily shouted. Zhang Xiao stood silently to the side, now that the murderer had been found, secretly calculating the losses. One magic source stone is worth 20,000 on the market. With more than 2,000 of them, that's over 40 million. A level 50 boss magic core, 5 million. Let's call this king of apes hard work 80 million. The goods alone amount to 125 million. There are still 6 lives left. How many should that be counted as? He would naturally seek retribution from the Chun family for these losses. Smack! You worthless brat. You're always causing trouble for the family. The head of the Chun family was so angry that he immediately slapped each of them hard across the back, the crisp sound of the slaps reaching everyone's ears. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the other group, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Sorry, Chun family, you still have to take the blame for this. He murmured to himself. The Chun family was also speechless. Even if they couldn't find the magic core on them, the Zhang family insisted that the other party had hidden it in the underground city and hadn't brought it out, planning to take it out during the liquidation operation. Compensation for the items is a minor issue. The Zhang family's 6 lives represent an astronomical sum. During their negotiations, Lin Yu learned that there were 2 direct members besides Zhang Yong. Killing 2 direct members of the Zhang family means the Chun family will have to bleed heavily if they want to settle this matter. Otherwise, what we'll face next is the Zhang family's revenge, and we'll lose even more. Before the negotiations could reach a conclusion, the official delegation arrived. They successfully took control of the portal. Lin Yu had no choice but to evacuate with the Su family. The old butler even came to pick him up. Lin, it seems you've gained quite a bit from this trip to the dungeon. The old butler was actually quite surprised when he learned that Lin Yu had come out alive. He was even more surprised when he picked up Lin Yu. The old butler immediately noticed that the other party's aura had clearly doubled. Harvest? What harvest could there be? Look, I came out empty-handed. Lin Yu is still pretending to be poor. The gains in strength are far more valuable than material gains. The old butler's gaze towards Lin Yu underwent a complete transformation. Faced with the old butler's praise, Lin Yu simply smiled and didn't say anything more. Soon, they arrived at the school gate. After saying a brief goodbye to the other party, Lin Yu turned and walked towards the academy. With this achievement, the next step is to prepare for the monthly exam. It is said that if you perform well, you can even receive a reward from the academy. He hadn't been thinking about any reward. He just wanted to coast along. But things are different now. He still has a lot of materials stored in his territory, and if he wants, he can immediately increase his combat power again. As soon as he stepped into the school gate, a familiar figure walked towards him. Zhang Xing. He recognized the other person at a glance. How dare he show up at the academy? Isn't he afraid Su Qingxing will cause him trouble? Lin Yu couldn't help but become curious. He clearly remembered that this guy had even stopped coming to school to avoid Su Qingxing. As the distance between them closed, the two soon met. Lin Yu could tell from the expression on Zhang Xing's face that he was in a bad mood. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhang Xing should have already received news of Zhang Yang's death. The road next to them was still wide, but neither side was willing to give way. Get out of my way! Zhang Xing glared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu stared at the other person with a blank expression. He will no longer back down in the face of the murderer who killed his father. Chapter 41:0? Looks like I've struck it rich. Seeing that Lin Yu was not giving him face, Zhang Xing became somewhat embarrassed and angry. The other party was just a professional in the trade. How dare they block my way? The two locked eyes for several seconds. Zhang Xing finally couldn't hold back any longer and raised his iron fist to strike Lin Yu. But the next second, he froze. Although he didn't use his full strength, this punch was not something a professional could easily withstand. But now, Lin Yu blocked his attack with just one hand. How is this possible? A look of surprise and astonishment flashed in Zhang Xing's eyes. Your combat strength isn't just 1 point. Only then did he realize that Lin Yu's aura was now on par with his own. Unlucky. That was back at the beginning of the semester. It's been so long since school started. Could it be that your combat power is still stagnant? Lin Yu's tone and eyes both subtly revealed a hint of sarcasm. His words struck a nerve with Zhang Xing. The other party didn't improve much during this period. Since returning from the new dungeon trial, he has been hiding at home, never leaving the house, so there's been no improvement. If it weren't for the clan's inability to bear it any longer, he might still be staying at home right now. How was this possible? In just half a month, how could you possibly go from a piece of trash with a combat power of 1 point to someone who can rival me? Zhang Xing's eyes were filled with disbelief. After saying that, he suddenly pulled his fist back, intending to continue his attack and test Lin Yu's strength. But his wrist was grabbed by another hand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Then, he turned his head and saw a cold, pretty face come into view. Zhang Xing was so frightened that his body trembled on the spot. The newcomer was none other than Su Qingxing. When Zhang Xing saw Su Qingxing, he was terrified, like a mouse meeting a cat. What? You just got back to school, and you've already brought your spoiled brat attitude here. If your family hadn't stepped in and apologized on your behalf, do you believe I could have let you leave the academy lying down? As Su Qingxing spoke, she shook off the other person's hand, her eyes filled with indifference and disgust. Hearing this, Lin Yu finally understood why Zhang Xing dared to return to the academy. It turned out that his family had intervened to mediate. You just wait and see. Zhang Xing pointed at Zhang Xing and then slunk away. With Su Qingxing present, how could he dare to linger? Your growth rate, isn't it a bit too fast? After Zhang Xing left, Su Qingxing took a closer look at Lin Yu. She discovered that the other person's aura was completely different from what it had been 7 days ago. Oh no, it's all thanks to you. If there are any more good things like this in the future, can you take me along again? Lin Yu scratched his head, putting on a fawning expression. So how was your haul this time? Su Qingxing was very curious about what kind of adventure the other party had encountered in the dungeon. Otherwise, how could his combat power have increased so quickly? This is the only thing I got. Consider it repayment. Lin Yu directly took out the magic core dropped by the Timber Wolf King, which could be sold for 2 or 3 million according to market price. Huh, a magic core. You actually killed the boss all by yourself? Upon seeing the magic core, Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. It's important to know that when Lin Yu first entered the dungeon, his combat power was less than 10 points. Judging from the color of this magic core, the opponent's combat power is probably around 30 points. She simply couldn't imagine how Lin Yu managed to kill the boss. I wouldn't say I was all alone. I had help from others. Lin Yu bluntly stated that, strictly speaking, it wasn't a solo kill because the Timberwolves King had already suffered severe injuries at that time. Can someone help? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Qingsheng didn't believe the other party's nonsense. Lin Yu got in through the Su family's quota, and the other members of the Su family wouldn't help him. Don't even think about the Zhang or Chun families helping Lin Yu. It's already a favor not to steal his boss, let alone help him kill it. Dream on. Do you still want the magic core? If not, don't say I didn't pay you back. Lin Yu didn't offer any further explanation, but instead urged the other party to take the magic core away quickly. Su Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and took the magic core. This item would greatly help her improve her combat power, and with the monthly exam approaching, Su Qingcheng had no reason to refuse. Moreover, even if she is a member of the Su family, the family cannot concentrate all its resources on her alone. Consider the extra money as interest. Lin Yu was very straightforward and had no intention of taking advantage of the other party. Oh, looks like you've struck it rich. Su Qingsheng was immediately flattered. Lin Yu's arrogance made her feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Let's go. I think it's almost lunchtime. Let's go eat together. Lin Yu abruptly changed the subject. Ugh. Seeing that the other party had given her a magic core, Su Qingsheng felt too embarrassed to refuse the invitation. Eating. Aren't you going out to eat? Seeing Lin Yu heading straight for the academy, Su Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Eating out? That's so expensive. We could just eat at the college cafeteria. Large quantity, great value. Hearing Lin Yu insist, Su Qingcheng didn't say anything more. After all, she was just following the host's lead. The two walked side by side, attracting many strange looks from passers-by. Soon, they arrived at the college canteen. It was lunchtime, and there were many students eating, making it a bit crowded. Su Qingcheng frowned slightly. This was her first time in the canteen since coming to the War Academy. Her appearance instantly made her the focus of the entire event. The surrounding students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, discussing the matter endlessly. What would you like to eat? When it was their turn, Lin Yu asked Su Qingsheng about it. Casual. Su Qingsheng gachulidi plaif. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu didn't hesitate and immediately made a decision for the other party, ordering all the dishes that he usually couldn't bear to eat. That's 103 yuan in total. Please pay. After ordering, Su Qingsheng was completely stunned by what the other person said. Payment? What payment? She even doubted whether she had misheard. Wasn't Lin Yu inviting me to dinner in the cafeteria? Don't you have to pay for your food? Pay up, Lin Yu urged. Su Qingsheng was momentarily stunned and subconsciously paid the money. She only realized what was happening when she sat down to start eating. No, can you really be this stingy? Didn't you say you were going to treat me to dinner? Why am I paying? Su Qingcheng frowned, looking at the other person with an incredulous expression. Chapter 42. This is what they call a femme fatale. After listening, Lin Yu blinked his wise eyes. Then, without a care in the world, he asked back, Did I say I was going to treat you to dinner? You. Su Qingcheng was speechless for a moment. The other party had indeed not said that. Besides, what's wrong with you, the eldest daughter of the Su family, inviting me to a meal? Is it really necessary? Conversely, Lin Yu turned the tables and accused Lin Yu of the opposite. Su Qingkeng laughed in exasperation. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She was furious. She had never seen such a shameless person and had to refute them. All right. Is that what you mean? Other people's meals cost 10 to 15 yuan. So why do your two meals cost 103 yuan? Are you a pig? Eating so much. Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself to death? She pointed to Lin Yu's plate, which was overflowing with food, and questioned him. Strictly speaking, 2/3 of the dishes ordered this time were on Lin Yu's plate. Is it wrong for me to have a big appetite? Lin Yu, without batting an eye, continued to ask in return. He hadn't had a proper meal in the 7 days he was in the underground city, so he had to treat himself to a good meal the first time he came out. However, he was indeed broke. Although he had made a considerable fortune this time, he had not been able to cash it out. He was still the same Lin Yu who was penniless. Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have come with you, and I shouldn't have said anything. Su Qingchang realized she couldn't win an argument with the other person, so she simply stopped trying. She sat in front of him with a sullen expression, brooding to herself, especially when she saw Lin Yu shoveling food into his mouth, which made her even angrier. At this moment, all she wanted to do was go crazy. By the way, why are so many people staring at us? Lin Yu had been curious about this question for a long time. There's nothing I can do. I'm just too beautiful. Su Qingcheng sighed and shook her head. What's the meaning? Lin Yu had a vague sense of foreboding. I am now the undisputed #1 beauty among the freshmen. Su Qingcheng's gaze towards Lin Yu still revealed a hint of smugness, as if to say, you should feel honored to have the most beautiful freshman treat you to dinner. After hearing what the other person said, Lin Yu's wise eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched slightly involuntarily. The next second, he hurriedly took his plate and moved 2 seats to the side, trying to distance himself from Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng looked on with a face full of questions. Hey, what do you mean? She expressed her confusion. Don't talk to me. Haven't you noticed that people look at me like I want to kill them? Lin Yu said in a tone of utter despair. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng looked around and realized it was true. Every boy looked at Lin Yu with the same look they wanted to tear him to pieces. Is it my fault? Su Yingqing pointed to herself. Otherwise, are you blaming me? I just want to study hard. Lin Yu spoke in a very serious tone. Whispering sound. Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes at the other person, annoyed. By the way, what happened to that sky-shattering kick you borrowed last time? Lin Yu suddenly remembered that the opponent had borrowed the sky-shattering kick from the 6 war techniques. His combat strength has improved significantly, but he lacks combat skills, which is a disadvantage for him. He must learn offensive physical techniques as soon as possible, and the sky-shattering kick is perfect for it. 7 days have passed, so it's time to return it. Su Qingcheng shrugged. Holy crap. When Lin Yu heard that the other party had returned it, he didn't even finish his meal before running towards the gymnastics hall. Su Qingcheng was left sitting in her seat, completely bewildered. You can forget about me treating you to dinner again. Su Qingcheng was so angry that she stomped her feet when she saw the other party run away on their own. Hey, isn't this the freshman, the beautiful Su? As Su Qingcheng finished her simple meal and was about to get up, a figure suddenly approached her with a wicked smile on his lips and his gaze constantly scrutinizing her. This made Su Qingcheng frown slightly, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Get out of the way. Her voice was icy and indifferent. Little girl, don't push your luck. Our brother Chun came all this way because he heard you were in the cafeteria. Seeing that Su Qingcheng was disrespectful to her elder brother, one of the lackeys immediately spoke up, eager to show off. Brother Chun, 3rd-year student, Huijichen. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng quickly guessed the other party's identity. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Since we know each other, that makes things easier. You should know who I am, right? Huijichen leaned closer and asked with a smile. Hey, if you're going to talk, just talk. Why are you standing so close to people? Want some tofu? Suddenly, a hand reached up from behind the other person, grabbed Huijichen's hair, and pulled him backward. This scene left not only Huijichen stunned, but everyone present was dumbfounded. I want to check it out, but it's already been borrowed. But when I asked, they said you recently borrowed the cloud-piercing finger technique. After pulling Huijichen away, Lin Yu, slightly out of breath, spoke to Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng was speechless. She never expected this guy to be so fast, having already made a round trip to the gym in such a short time. What left her speechless was that the other party actually dragged Huijichen away like a dog. Asshole! Huijichen hurriedly tidied his hair and cursed angrily. Why is it all hairspray? Lin Yu rubbed his hand against the other party's lackey with a look of disgust. Kid, you're asking for it. The lackey's mouth twitched violently. Today, Lin Yu had done things that no one else dared to do. Run. Su Qingsheng nudged Lin Yu, signaling him to run. Leave? Do you think he can leave? Hu Jiaqin was furious. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu was surrounded by people. You're Lin Yu. As Hu Jiaqin tidied his hair, the look in his eyes as he looked at the other person was full of ruthlessness. Hu Jiaqin, this is a public place. Are you really going to make a move here? Su Qingqing's expression was solemn. After glancing around, she gave a cold warning. She could sense that the aura of the other group was superior to hers, and if they really fought, she would have no chance of winning. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiaqin subconsciously glanced around and found that there were too many students watching, and there seemed to be a mentor in the distance, so it was indeed not a good time to make a move. Kid, all you can do is hide behind women. We'll settle today's score slowly. Seeing that more and more students were gathering around, Hu Jiaqin decided not to linger any longer. Then you need to have a woman to hide from. Lin Yu, not to be outdone, retorted directly. After snorting coldly, Hu Jiaqin led his men away. Su Qingqing knew in her heart that this matter was not over. Look, this is what they call a femme fatale. I've gotten myself into trouble because of you, so it would be really unreasonable for you not to lend me the cloud-piercing finger now. Lin Yu muttered something to himself and reached out to ask for it. After hearing this, Su Qingqing rolled her eyes, wondering if the other person still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 43, going all the way. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qingqing finally gave the cloud-piercing finger manual to Lin Yu. When Lin Yu finally obtained the 6 war skills he had been longing for, a satisfied smile immediately spread across his face. You're hopeless. After Su Qingqing finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving Lin Yu looking excited. After she left, the crowd dispersed. At this moment, the smile on Lin Yu's face gradually faded. How could he not know that he had gotten himself into trouble? Xiao Yu, you ran so fast just to help that girl from class 6 out of a predicament. After the students had dispersed, the instructor, Ma Delong, walked over unhurriedly. There's nothing I can do. Uncle, you're just too useless. Lin Yu shrugged and replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Ma Delong's lips twitched slightly as he tried his best to explain. No. As long as the students haven't made a move, we as mentors can't easily step in. In some ways, conflicts between you can effectively stimulate your competitive spirit. So, as long as you don't make a move, I won't intervene. Do you know what I mean? Also, why do you think Hu Jiaqin turned around and left? Isn't that because I saw your uncle, and I was behind him? Ma Delong's words were very eloquent. Fine. Uncle, you're amazing. Thank you, Uncle. As Lin Yu was talking, he started to make his escape. You little brat. I've only said 2 words to you, and you're already trying to leave. You haven't been home for quite a while. Go back and see your dad after the monthly exams. Ma Delong called out to the receding figure of the other person. Lin Yu waved his hand, indicating that he understood. He had the same idea. He could try out the effects of the Ape King's blood then. That thing is very helpful for prolonging life, but Lin Yu doesn't know much about its effects on injuries. His most urgent task was to master the cloud-piercing finger technique as soon as possible. This is an offensive martial art that concentrates power in the fingers, allowing it to unleash tremendous penetrating force. Once you master it, not only will you be able to pierce flesh, but you might even be able to pierce steel plates. In the following days, Lin Yu practiced desperately, trying to master it before the return deadline. To his surprise, Hu Jiaqin and his group had been unusually quiet these past few days. Not only did they not cause him any trouble, they didn't even show their faces. There's no reason. Logically speaking, how could a school bully like him be willing to suffer in silence? Lin Yu stroked his chin, muttering to himself. I have a feeling that the other party is plotting something bad. Hey, give me back the cloud-piercing finger manual. Time's up. Suddenly, Su Qingqing's voice came from behind him. Even if you hadn't come looking for me, I was just about to come looking for you. Here you go. Lin Yu generously returned the cloud-piercing finger manual to the other party. Su Qingqing caught the manual. Her eyes filled with suspicion as she looked at the other person. She hadn't expected Lin Yu to return it to her so readily. I thought the other party was going to act like a scoundrel and throw a tantrum again. Therefore, Su Qingsheng even came up with an excuse to go to the gym for 2 more days. Are you sure you want to give it back to me? Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Qingsheng asked tentatively. Yeah, I've already learned it. There's no use keeping it. Lin Yu looked completely indifferent. Will you die if you don't brag? Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes at the other person, annoyed. After saying that, she turned and left, since she had already retrieved the manual. With her S-level talent, she might not even be able to master the basics in a month. Lin Yu claims to have mastered a job in less than 7 days? Su Qingsheng refused to believe it no matter what. I really learned it. Lin Yu was speechless after feeling the other party's disdainful gaze. Bang! After the other person left, he raised his hand and poked at the wall. A finger hole, 5 centimeters deep, appeared before our eyes. He has successfully mastered the basic stage of the cloud-piercing finger. With his current combat power index of 19.41, he can easily break through a defense with a combat power of 20 once he uses the cloud-piercing finger. If combined with the shadowless wind movement technique, it would definitely give people a headache. With Lin Yu's current strength, he is more than capable of crushing students with a combat power of less than 20. Even if the other party has master skill, he still has the ability to fight back. When Lin Yu returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates were unusually different from usual. Lin Yu, you're back? Why are you back so early today? Zhang Shihao greeted him with a fawning smile. I just came back to take a shower. I'm going out again later. What's up? Is something the matter? The change in the other party's attitude made Lin Yu frown. It's nothing. We're not only classmates, but also roommates. It's all fate. We were wrong before. We shouldn't have rejected you. Zhang Shihao continued to explain with a smile. Yes, but we've both thought it through today, and we hope you can forgive and forget, so we can get along well from now on. Gao Qiqiang also stood up and hurriedly echoed. Just don't mess with me. I'm not that petty. Lin Yu waved his hand casually and walked towards the bathroom. As long as the other party didn't do anything excessive that crossed the line, he didn't really take it to heart. Seeing Lin Yu enter the bathroom, Zhang Shihao and the other 2 immediately huddled together and whispered among themselves. Brother Hao, do you really have to be that ruthless? Jiang Xiao frowned and asked in a doubtful voice. If you're afraid of nothing, then go all the way. Haven't you been annoyed with him for a long time? Gao Qiqiang continued to fan the flames from the sidelines. That's what they say, but I don't have any deep-seated hatred for him. I just feel that doing this is a bit too extreme. Jiang Xiao hesitated. If you don't do it, then Chang and I will do it ourselves, and afterwards, you won't get a single penny. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Shihao's eyes, revealing a ruthless intent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's eyes darted around, unable to make a decision for a moment. 5 million. Can your family afford that? Think about how much money you made last time you went into the dungeon. Gao Qiqiang continued to urge him on. Thinking of the 5 million, Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth and decided to go all in. All right, let's do this job. After receiving the reply, Zhang Shihao pursed his lips slightly, patted the other person's shoulder, and laughed. That's more like it. How could Brother Hao harm you? Whenever something good happens, you're the first person I think of. Zhang Shihao encouraged them. Take this and go prepare it quickly. Immediately afterwards, Gao Qiqiang stuffed something into his hand and urged him in a deep voice. Good. Jiang Xiao nodded in response. Soon, everything was ready, and they were just waiting for Lin Yu to come out. Chapter 44, The Plot Exposed. When Lin Yu came out rubbing his hair with a towel, Jiang Xiao immediately went to greet him. Lin Yu, I apologize for what I did some time ago. If you're willing to let bygones be bygones, then drink this cup of tea and accept my apology. After Jiang Xiao finished speaking, he handed over the teacup in his hand. The other party's actions left Lin Yu feeling flattered. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Based on his understanding of Jiang Xiao over the past few days, how could he possibly take the initiative to seek peace? Moreover, this guy looked down on me from the very beginning. Given all the things that happened during the combat strength test, how could he suddenly come over and apologize? Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, already sensing the danger. Unsolicited kindness is either a sign of ulterior motives or theft. I won't drink the tea anymore. I forgive you. After he finished speaking, he walked past the other person, returned to his bedside, packed his clothes, and planned to go to the black market later to cash in the giant palm, Ape King Demon Core. No, you must drink it. If you don't drink it, it means you don't forgive me. Jiang Shao became anxious when he heard that the other party was not drinking. That's right. Lin Yu, for the sake of us being classmates, just drink it and forgive Jiang Shao. Yeah, we're roommates. We see each other all the time. Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang both chimed in to agree. Oh, I've already said I forgive him. What more do you want? When Lin Yu heard the others insist on him drinking that cup of tea, he vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with it. Lin Yu, are you really going to give me no face at all? Jiang Shao continued to urge him. Huh, what? You're going to get angry with me if I don't drink your tea. Is this your attitude of begging for forgiveness? Or did you put something in the tea? What? You want to get revenge on me? Lin Yu smiled coldly, looked directly into the other person's eyes, and asked in return. I didn't. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao panicked. The smiles on Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang's faces gradually faded. They seemed to have never expected Lin Yu to be so ungrateful. Isn't this guy being a little too cautious? Even we're on guard. Gao Qiqiang lowered his voice and murmured to Zhang Shihao. No rush. Let's take another look. Zhang Shihao was patient. Lin Yu tossed aside the towel in his hand, slowly approached Jiang Shao, and reached out to take the teacup from him. At that moment, Jiang Shao couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Would you like to drink? Both Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang focused their attention on the cup in Lin Yu's hand. He even swallowed nervously. Oh, judging from your expressions, why are you all so eager for me to drink this cup of tea? Or, why don't you drink it yourself? As Lin Yu spoke, he handed the teacup to Jiang Shao, indicating that the other party should drink the tea. This is tea I'm offering you. Of course you should drink it. Jiang Shao looked slightly flustered and hurriedly explained. That's strange. Weren't you going to apologize to me? Weren't you the one begging for my forgiveness? Why? Why are you making excuses when I offer you a cup of tea? Or, do you want to poison me? When Lin Yu finished speaking the last half of the sentence, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. No, I didn't. Jiang Shao quickly denied it. The other party's reaction further confirmed Lin Yu's thoughts. He thought to himself, good heavens, no wonder he was acting so strangely today. He was hiding something bad. Drink it, and I'll trust you. Lin Yu's voice gradually turned cold. No, I won't drink. I can't drink. Jiang Zhao's feet involuntarily moved back a few steps. Upon seeing this, Zhang Shihao and the other man realized they were in trouble, not expecting Lin Yu to see through their plan. You have to drink it, even if you don't want to. Lin Yu now possesses sufficient strength and confidence, so naturally he will no longer indulge the other party. No, I won't drink it. Faced with Lin Yu's aggressive questioning, Jiang Shao panicked and knocked over his teacup. The moment the tea hit the ground, it made a sizzling sound and even emitted a few wisps of smoke. This smell, is it demon spirit dry? Lin Yu's expression changed slightly when he smelled that peculiar and pungent odor. This stuff is extremely poisonous. If ingested by mistake, the person will not die, but will suffer a fate worse than death, enduring the toxins and experiencing unbearable pain. They will become disabled and unable to even take care of themselves. Simply put, if Lin Yu had drunk that cup of tea, his life would not only be ruined, but he would also be plunged into endless suffering. If you actually intend to use the demonic spirit curse on me? Lin Yu's eyes widened as he pointed at the bubbling tea on the ground, his expression and tone filled with disbelief. He never expected that, as classmates, they would resort to such a vicious attack on him over a mere minor conflict. Seeing that his scheme had been exposed, Jiang Shao was left speechless and unable to defend himself. I considered you a classmate, a roommate. How could you be so cruel to me? Enraged, Lin Yu grabbed the other man by the neck and lifted him into the air. Jiang Shao is no match for Lin Yu now and is powerless to resist. He groaned incessantly, using all his strength, but still couldn't pry the other person's fingers open. Seeing that Jiang Zhao's face was turning red at a visible speed because he couldn't breathe, Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang had no intention of helping him. Help! Help me! Jiang Shao cast a pleading look at the two of them. But the two people on the other end remained indifferent and ignored it. Just as Jiang Shao was about to die, Lin Yu slammed him hard into the ground. Bang! A muffled thud was heard, and the floor tiles cracked in response. Wow! Jiang Shao coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. Lin Yu slowly got up and looked down at Jiang Shao, who was lying on the ground, coughing violently. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly kicked the other man in the stomach. Wow! Jiang Shao screamed and immediately curled up into a ball, the intense pain causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. This seemingly simple kick actually broke several of his ribs. You will pay the price for your actions. Lin Yu then kicked him away. Bang! The other person's body slammed hard against the wall, leaving several more cracks. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Shao fell to the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. Only then did Lin Yu stop, because if he continued fighting, his opponent might die. He hasn't completely lost his mind. He wouldn't dare kill someone in the academy. But that beating was enough to keep Jiang Shao in the hospital for a month. Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang, who were standing to the side, were also dumbfounded. They were very glad that they hadn't made a move. Otherwise, he'd probably get a good beating too. When Lin Yu turned his gaze to them, both of them shuddered involuntarily, too frightened to even breathe. Chapter 45 Exploding Ball. Watch me blow them up. Only after Lin Yu left did Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang finally breathe a sigh of relief. It has only been half a month since the other party last made a move. They never expected Lin Yu to have become so powerful. Zhang Shihao even felt that he was no match for his opponent. What? What are you all standing there for? Quick! Quick! Get me to the hospital! Jiang Shao looked pained and didn't have time to blame the two people for not helping him. He just wanted to get to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang looked at each other in bewilderment. When Gao Qiqiang tried to go forward to help the other person, Zhang Shihao grabbed his arm. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Gao Qiqiang frowned, his face full of confusion. Do you still want that money? Zhang Shihao remained expressionless. Wasn't our trick exposed by that guy Lin Yu? If we miss this opportunity, it will be even harder to scheme against him next time. Besides, with his current strength, even in a head-on confrontation, it would probably be difficult for him to subdue the opponent, right? Gao Qiqiang has clearly given up. That's not necessarily true, even if we can't complete the task Brother Chen assigned us. But I have another bold idea, which I think Brother Chen will be satisfied with. As long as he's satisfied, then the money won't be less. Why? After saying that, Zhang Shihao couldn't help but smirk, making Gao Qiqiang's heart tremble. Mission my ass. I'm in so much pain, and instead of helping me to the hospital, you're still thinking about the mission? Jiang Shao was furious when he saw that the two of them ignored his injuries. Brother Hao, what are your thoughts? What exactly are your thoughts? Out of curiosity, Gao Qiqiang couldn't help but ask. What do you think? As he spoke, Zhang Shihao turned his gaze to Jiang Shao, who was curled up on the ground. Gao Qiqiang followed the other person's gaze, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper, and then his heart skipped a beat. The look in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Shihao was immediately filled with disbelief. Brother Hao, you wouldn't be thinking of... Before Gao Qiqiang could finish speaking, the other party made a gesture, signaling him not to announce it loudly. At this moment, Gao Qiqiang was even more certain of his thoughts. He never expected the other party to be so ruthless, resorting to such unscrupulous means for money. Do you agree or disagree? Agreed. The money will be split 50-50ths. If you disagree, you can leave now. Zhang Shihao stared at the other person with a half-smile, waiting for Gao Qiqiang's answer. In an instant, large beads of sweat appeared on Gao Qiqiang's forehead. He knew perfectly well that what the other party said sounded nice, letting him choose for himself. But in reality, he had no choice at all. Gao Qiqiang believed that if he disagreed, the other party would definitely take care of him as well. Agreed. Left with no other choice, he had to collude with the other party. What are you all dawdling about? Get me to the hospital quickly. Jiang Shao was in unbearable pain and had no mind to pay attention to the conversation between the two people, so he couldn't understand what they were saying at all. Good. With your words, everything is settled. Let's go together. Zhang Shihao gave a wicked smile. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already arrived at the black market. Oldie, it's been a long time. He arrived at the long unvisited stall and greeted the stall owner. Kid, hasn't been here for half a month. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Oldie quickly recognized the other person's voice and jokingly remarked, how could that be? As he spoke, he had already taken the giant palm, Ape King's magic core into his hand. Wow, you've got a big deal to go with you. 5 million. Oldie has a sharp eye. He could tell the quality of the magic core at a glance. No ruse. Let me see what good stuff you have at your stall. Lin Yu lowered his gaze and began to scan the dazzling array of goods on the other person's stall. What is that thing? He pointed to the dark, spherical object. Oh, that thing is a burst ball, which is basically a bomb-like object. Of course, as you know, ordinary firearms are not very effective against magical beasts, so guns and ammunition can only be used to deter ordinary people. But this thing is different. It's not an ordinary bomb. It doesn't contain gunpowder. It's filled with terrifying energy. It poses a significant threat to both awakened ones and magical beasts. It's a bit of a gimmick in terms of usage. It requires tremendous pressure to detonate. Now it's usually used to blow up magic crystal piles. 50,000 per piece. Want it? After listening to the other party's explanation and price quote, Lin Yu had some ideas. However, he still didn't understand what massive squeezing meant. You mean it needs to be thrown out for it to explode? And how powerful is it? Lin Yu continued to ask curiously. Yes, it needs to collide with a hard object to explode. For example, if you throw it at someone, it might not explode unless it hits armor or something hard. The same goes for Warcraft. In terms of power, it can pose a huge threat to those with a combat strength of 30 or less. Oldley patiently answered his questions. What if I crush it with my bare hands? Lin Yu made a gesture. Are you crazy? Of course it will explode if you crush it. But aren't you just asking for trouble? Who would play with that for no reason? Oldley looked at the other person as if he were looking at a lunatic. As long as it explodes, that's fine. Give me 100 burst balls. Lin Yu grinned and tossed the magic core in his hand to the other party. Oldley was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. 100. He even doubted whether he had misheard. Bursting balls are generally only purchased by mining teams. After all, this thing isn't very practical in combat. Whether it can hit the enemy is another matter, and even if it does, it might not explode. Yes, I'd be happy to give you 10 more if you could. Lin Yu nodded and said with a smile, You little brat, trying to trick me again? Oldley chuckled and cursed. Wait. Immediately after leaving a message, he left the stall. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry, knowing full well that the other party had gone to pick up the goods. He doesn't have 100 of those fist-sized explosive balls on his stall. In less than 10 minutes, Oldley returned carrying a sack. Kid, be careful when you take it back. Don't let it get bumped or knocked around. If you're not careful, all 100 of them will explode. Even a god couldn't save you. Oldley carefully handed the sack full of exploding balls to Lin Yu and solemnly reminded him. Rest assured, Lin Yu took the sack and nodded in response. Trusting Lao Li, he did not conduct a count this time. After leaving the black market, he secretly stored all the exploding balls into his territory space. It's safest to put there. The bursting ball might be useless to others, but it's a treasure to Lin Yu. Anyone who dares to mess with me, I'll blow them up. Lin Yu took off his mask, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. With these explosive balls by his side, he had no fear of the upcoming monthly exam. Chapter 46 Jiang Shao is dead. As Lin Yu approached the academy gate, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Several security personnel stood there, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. What's going on? Even the academy security team has been deployed. Lin Yu frowned and muttered to himself. As he approached the college, the eyes of the security personnel all turned to him. The scrutinizing gaze from the other person made Lin Yu feel uneasy. Student, please take a look at your school badge. Soon, the leader stepped forward and gestured for him to show his student ID. Here you go. Lin Yu was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation and simply handed the school badge to the other party. Take it down. Upon seeing the name on the school badge, the other party immediately signaled to the other security personnel behind him to take action. Oh! Lin Yu was completely bewildered and was inexplicably pinned to the ground by security personnel. He tried to resist, but found himself no match for them. These security personnel were incredibly strong, with a combat power of at least 30 points. What are you doing? Have you arrested the wrong person? Lin Yu was horrified, seriously doubting whether the other party had made a mistake. He just went out for a short while, did nothing, and came back to find himself being held down. You're Lin Yu from Class 5 of the freshmen, right? The leader questioned in a deep voice. That's right. I am indeed from Class 5 of the freshmen, and my name is indeed Lin Yu. But why did you arrest me? Lin Yu expressed his confusion and bewilderment. Jiang Xiao is your roommate, right? You had a conflict today, didn't you? The leader continued to inquire. Holy crap, that guy snitched on me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was immediately enraged. He hadn't expected Jiang Xiao to be so insidious, resorting to accusing the teacher when he couldn't win. Since everything matches up, then it's correct. You're the one we've been waiting for. Take away. After the leader finished speaking, he turned and walked into the academy. Lin Yu was lifted up by two tall and strong security guards and was unable to move. No, even if that guy tattled on me, it was Uncle Ma who came to find me. How could we possibly alert the academy's security personnel? Lin Yu finally realized that something was wrong. There's no reason, absolutely no reason. The college's security team will only intervene in cases of serious incidents. What exactly happened? Can you tell me? Lin Yu desperately wanted to know why he had been arrested. You young people really don't know your own strength. Jiang Xiao is dead. The leader spoke without turning his head. What? Jiang Xiao is dead. This is impossible. Lin Yu was completely stunned. He clearly remembered that he had avoided vital points, and those spots could not possibly have killed Jiang Xiao. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? I taught him a lesson, but I didn't kill him. Lin Yu tried his best to explain. Whether you went all out or not, who knows? Jiang Xiao is dead now, that's a fact. And you're the only one who actually laid a hand on him. Not only did you admit it yourself, but the other two witnesses in the dormitory can also testify to it. You can't deny this even if you want to. The leader sneered. Zhang Shihao, Gao Qiqiang. Lin Yu was completely baffled and filled with doubts about the cause of Jiang Zhao's death. He was quickly taken to the college's security office. My tutor, Ma Delong, my roommates Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang, and the dean of students have been waiting for a long time. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? Ma Delong looked extremely anxious, and his tone was filled with disappointment and frustration. He realized that Lin Yu was really giving him a lot to worry about. Uncle, I didn't kill him. I really didn't kill him. Lin Yu vehemently denied it. A human life. Do you know the consequences? Dean Zhao Jinbo stared at the other person with a gloomy face and cold eyes. Lin Yu knew, of course, that human life was worthless in this world, but that only applied to the strong. Without sufficient background or power, killing someone indiscriminately can cost you your life. Director Zhao, please don't worry. I believe Lin Yu must have his reasons. Let's hear what he has to say first. Ma Delong's tone was full of flattery, hoping that the other party would give Lin Yu a chance to explain. All right, then tell me. Why did you kill Jiang Xiao? Zhao Jinbo narrowed his eyes and questioned in a cold voice. He's trying to poison me. He put some kind of demonic substance in my tea, trying to trick me into drinking it. Luckily, I noticed it, otherwise I would have been in trouble. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Lin Yu raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinbo subconsciously turned his head to look at the two people. To everyone's surprise, both Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang shook their heads, clearly stating that they knew nothing about it. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly, as if he had a vague idea of what was going on. We know nothing about the demon spirit's demise. We know that Lin Yu got into an argument with Jiang Xiao when he got back to the dorm today, and then they started fighting. Jiang Xiao was no match at all. He was on the receiving end of the beating. After teaching Jiang Xiao a lesson, Lin Yu left the dormitory. When we were about to take Jiang Xiao to the hospital, we found that he was already too weak to hold on. This is the whole process we witnessed. Then, Zhang Shihao continued to add. Gao Qiqiang, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement, indicating that it was exactly right. You framed me. To frame me, you even had the heart to kill your classmate whom you spent every day with. You two beasts, are you insane? Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. He truly hadn't expected Zhang Shihao and the other man to be so ruthless. He even began to suspect that the two men were also involved in Jiang Zhao's poisoning incident. All right, now everything is clear. You're the one who killed him. This life, it's not something that can be settled so easily. Zhao Jinbo had clearly come to believe Zhang Shihao and the other man's words, and was convinced that Lin Yu was the murderer. Director Zhao, there's no rush to make a decision on this matter. I recommended Lin Yu for this position, and I can vouch for his character. Give me 3 days, and I'll find out the truth. Ma Delong pleaded earnestly. Mentor Ma, Jiang Xiao may have an ordinary background, but he is still an A-level awakener. His death has already caused a loss to our academy. Zhao Jinbo glanced at the other party and coldly reminded him. I know. 3 days. I only need 3 days. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Ma Delong continued to plead in a humble voice. He knew in his heart that once Lin Yu was found guilty of murder, he would not only face huge compensation, but also very likely have to pay with his life, so as to serve as a warning to others. Chapter 47. This damn academy better not to come. Zhao Jinbo remained silent and did not immediately agree to Ma Delong's request. Ma Delong did not give up. After repeated pleas, Zhao Jinbo finally relented. However, he still did not agree to the request for 3 days and was only willing to give 1 day. During this time, Lin Yu was not allowed to leave the security room even for a moment. Thank you, Director Zhao. Thank you, Director Zhao. It's just a small token, nothing more. While thanking him, he secretly slipped a bank card into the other person's pocket. Zhao Jinbo then got up and left, satisfied. Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang followed closely behind, and as they passed Lin Yu, they even showed mocking smiles. Lin Yu was furious at the sight, wishing he could tear it to pieces. Don't be impulsive. Ma Delong pressed down on Lin Yu's shoulder and gave him a serious reminder. Uncle, those two conspired to frame me. Lin Yu's eyes were piercing, and his words were laced with anger. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the security room. What exactly happened? Where did you go after you left? Ma Delong believed that Lin Yu wouldn't be so foolish as to kill someone at school. He should have been happy about the other party's sudden increase in combat power, but he never expected that his current combat power being higher than Jiang Zhao's would become a problem. I've already said it, Jiang Zhao poisoned me. When I went back to the dorm today, I found that they were unusually polite to me. I thought to myself, something's definitely fishy here. I was right, so I taught Jiang Zhao a lesson, but I did not attack his vital points. They only broke a few of his ribs. Afterwards, I went to the black market. If you don't believe me, Old Li can testify for me. Lin Yu recounted the whole story to Ma Delong. You only broke his ribs? But I think Jiang Zhao's fatal wound is to the head. Ma Delong's expression also became serious. I suspect that Zhang Shihao and his gang are trying to frame me. Lin Yu continued. You don't have any deep-seated hatred for him. Why would he be so ruthless towards you? Not only Ma Delong couldn't understand it, but even Lin Yu couldn't figure out. Creak. Just then, the door to the security room was suddenly opened. Ma Delong and Lin Yu both subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a beautiful figure come into their view. Su Qingqing. Ma Delong frowned, wondering why the other person was there. They had no reason to treat Lin Yu so cruelly. But Hu Jiaqin might be a different story. Su Qingqiang slowly walked up to the two people and offered her conjecture. You mean, Zhang Shihao was acting under Hu Jiaqin's orders? Ma Delong was slightly taken aback. Goodness, I knew it. No wonder that guy was so calm and didn't come looking for trouble. So they wanted to use the people around us to attack me. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. If it really was Hu Jiaqin, then everything made sense. These powerful young masters are always vengeful and often extremely ruthless. Hu Jiaqin, this guy's background is not simple. Ma Delong's brows were furrowed into a deep frown. Hangjiang City, the Hu family. Su Qingqiang had already investigated the other party's background. However, she had no idea why the other party had come to Shenzhen. I'll go to your dorm and look for clues. Let's see if we can find any remnants of the demon spirit's elixir, or any other clues that could be of interest to us. Ma Delong sighed and shook his head. When he learned that Hua Jiachen was the mastermind, he could hardly see any hope. It's no use. So much time has passed. Any evidence favorable to Lin Yu has long been destroyed. Moreover, they insist that Lin Yu was the killer, and as witnesses, they also don't have any major grudges against Lin Yu. Lin Yu is utterly speechless. Su Qingqiang remained expressionless, indicating to Ma Delong that there was no need for him to go through the trouble. Then what should we do? If no valid evidence can be found within a day, the Academy will not let Lin Yu off easily. Ma Delong clenched his fists involuntarily. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu remained silent and sat in his seat. His brows were furrowed, and his thoughts raced. In this situation, after thinking it over, he realized that there was only one way out he could take. That is to confront the Academy and prove my godlike talent and profession. In this way, after weighing the pros and cons, the school will definitely choose to protect him. However, his premature exposure may also bring him unnecessary trouble. For example, it would arouse the suspicion of Hua Jiachen and Zhang Xing. They might even use their family power to take action against him. There's also the possibility that other forces may come knocking on his door in secret, and it cannot be ruled out that someone may threaten him with his father, without the support of absolute power or background. If an ordinary person awakens too much, they're very likely to become a puppet of certain powerful forces. Even if you make it onto the official recruitment list, it doesn't necessarily mean you can avoid it. Therefore, Lin Yu did not want to expose himself too early unless absolutely necessary. After all, the various forces involved are a mixed bag, and even though the government is powerful, it cannot cover everything. Lin Yu didn't want to gamble, but now it seems we've reached a dead end. Don't worry, Lin Yu only got involved with Hua Jiachen because of me. I won't stand idly by. Only Su Qingqiang stopped mid-sentence, as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped herself. But what? Lin Yu and Ma Delong asked questions almost simultaneously. Even if our Su family intervenes, Lin Yu probably won't be able to stay at the War Academy any longer. Su Qingqiang paused for a moment, then continued. The look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yu was filled with deep regret. She knew in her heart that if it weren't for him, none of these things would have happened to Lin Yu. The college will absolutely not allow students to do whatever they want. Even if Lin Yu can resolve Jiang Zhao's issue, the Academy will still expel him. I thought it was something serious. This damn Academy. I'd rather not come. Lin Yu sneered. He already despised Zhao Jinbo's way of doing things. He had lost all hope in this indiscriminate college. The only pity is that he only learned 2 of the 6 war skills. Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if the Academy has a million flaws, it can help you grow up as quickly as possible. 3 years at the Academy are far more effective than 10 years of aimless drifting outside. Seeing how quickly Lin Yu was growing, Ma Delong couldn't bear to see him expelled from the Academy. No, Rus, I think if we report your growth rate, the Academy might make an exception. Ma Delong felt it was still worth a try. It's useless. Lin Yu's talent and profession have already limited his potential, even though he currently possesses considerable combat strength. As time goes on, as other professionals acquire more and more skills, his weaknesses will become more and more obvious. Trying to compensate with physical skills alone is even more difficult. Su Qingqiang shook her head, rejecting the other party's idea. She was quite familiar with these upper-class people who pursued fame and fortune. Once I can no longer see the other party's value, I will decisively give up and never be ambiguous. Ma Delong actually knew the truth, but he was unwilling to accept reality and couldn't help but sigh. Uncle, gold will always shine. Even if I'm not at the War Academy, I will still grow through my own efforts. Just you wait and see how I'll trample these geniuses of the Academy under my feet. Lin Yu's eyes were sharp. He wasn't particularly reluctant to leave the Academy. He was just disappointed with the physical techniques. Chapter 48, the Su family steps in. When Su Qingqiang heard that Lin Yu wanted to trample all the elite students of the War Academy under his feet, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. As an S-class talent, she would be considered a prodigy no matter where she is. Wasn't Lin Yu's statement a clear indication that he wanted to trample her underfoot as well? Except for you. When Lin Yu sensed the strange look in the other person's eyes, he quickly changed his words. Leave this to me. I will have my family negotiate with the academy. As for how much compensation, my Su family will bear it all. At the same time, I will also try my best to get you a spot in the monthly exam. This is a rare opportunity for growth and development. As Su Qingcheng spoke, she stood up from her seat. Her intention was very clear. She wanted to help Lin Yu. Su, thank you on Xiao Yu's behalf. Ma Dalong was very grateful. While expressing his gratitude, he tugged at Lin Yu's clothes, signaling him to do the same. You're welcome. This matter was caused by me, and it's what I should do. Su Qingcheng left the security room without looking back. Bang! Until the door closed. Ma Dalong turned to look at Lin Yu, his eyes full of suspicion. Xiao Yu, why do you seem to have a special relationship with this girl? Why would she go to such lengths to help you? Ma Dalong was very curious. The fact that Su Qingcheng was willing to use the power of the Su family to put pressure on the academy showed how serious the matter was. Didn't I just say that? It's all her fault. This is what they call a femme fatale. Ugh. Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when he talked about this. Besides, we still have that past relationship. She can't just stand by and watch someone die, can she? Then he added another sentence. That relationship? Which relationship? Ma Dalong became increasingly curious. Forget it. I won't say anything more. If she finds out, I'll be dead. Lin Yu waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't say. Upon hearing this, Ma Dalong's gaze towards the other party gradually became strange. However, he did not press the matter further. With Su Qingcheng's assurance, he finally felt a little relieved. Although Lin Yu will most likely not be able to stay at the War Academy, this is still a relatively good outcome. Ma Dalong dared not ask for anything more. As long as Lin Yu was all right, that would be the best explanation for his good brother. The Su family was very efficient. The next morning, a black limousine was parked at the entrance of the War Academy. An elderly man with white hair and beard stepped out of the car. He was wearing a sharp suit and was none other than Su Kong, the old butler who had come to pick up Lin Yu that day. He walked straight to the college principal's office, ignoring the strange looks from the students passing by. The principal and the director of studies, Zhao Jinbo, seemed to have known in advance that the other party was coming and were waiting in the office early on. Butler Su, how have you been? When Su Kong stepped into the office, the principal and Zhao Jinbo immediately stood up to greet him. Principal Wang, Director Zhao. Su Kong also gave a token greeting to the two of them. Cool me. I heard you were coming, so I prepared the finest tea for you a long time ago. Principal Wang gestured for the other person to sit down quickly. Su Kong didn't stand on ceremony and stepped forward to sit down. I've come here today for only one thing. I heard Lin Yu got into trouble at the academy. He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang and Zhao Jinbo were both slightly taken aback, not expecting that the other party had come today for Lin Yu. Butler Su, is this Lin Yu a relative of yours? Principal Wang couldn't think of any other reason. Butler Su, to be honest, Lin Yu has already caused a death at the academy. We absolutely have to deal with this, otherwise the academy will be in complete chaos, won't it? Zhao Jinbo didn't beat around the bush and chose to respond directly to the other party. At this point, Principal Wang took on the role of the good cop, responsible for calming Su Kong down. It's just one human life. I had already contacted Jiang Zhao's family beforehand and offered them compensation, which they readily accepted. Now, with just one word from your college, everything will be fine. Su Kong leaned back in his chair, his fingers interlaced, his expression calm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinbo frowned slightly. He hadn't expected the other party to be so fast. It seemed they had come prepared. Butler Su, aren't you putting us in a difficult position? If we release Lin Yu today, what will become of our school's prestige? Zhao Jinbo showed no intention of backing down. So what do you mean by how you plan to deal with Lin Yu? Su Kong exuded an imposing aura without anger, staring coldly at the other party. There are only two options. If Butler Su is willing to choose for him, then there's no problem. Zhao Jinbo raised his hand and held up 2 fingers. Please speak. Sukangri man polite. One life for another. Second, hand it over to the authorities. Zhao Jinbo answered calmly. Huh, it sounds nice to say there are two paths, but in reality, isn't it still the same path? The authorities have always turned a blind eye to these awakened individuals. As long as they don't harm the lives of ordinary civilians or cause disorder, they don't want to get involved. And you're leaving these awakened ones' brawls to them to handle? Do you think they'll have the patience to deal with it? In the end, didn't they still tell you to execute yourselves? Su Kong chuckled and shook his head, indicating that he could not accept it. Butler Su, even if this person is your relative, our academy still needs to maintain its authority. Seeing that the other party was adamant, Zhao Jinbo began to explain his difficulties. People cannot be killed. I brought the words, but I didn't say them. And that person isn't even a relative of mine. As he spoke, Su Kong had already stood up from his seat. Clearly, he was informing us, not discussing it. Butler Su, what do you mean by this? Zhao Jinbo frowned and pressed for an answer. Haven't I made myself clear? That kid Lin Yu, the Su family is safe. Su Kong stared coldly at the other party. This was the confidence that the Su family gave him. But if we don't punish him, where is the dignity of our academy? Won't the academy be in chaos from now on? Zhao Jinbo said he could not accept this result. Butler Su, how about this? If we each take a step back, we won't touch Lin Yu, but he can no longer stay in our war academy. What do you think? Principal Wang then spoke up, offering a compromise solution. Okay, but he must be eligible to take the monthly exam. Su Kong had long anticipated this outcome. This is impossible. We will not allow such students to represent the war college in the monthly exams. Zhao Jinbo strongly opposed it. How about this? Would you like to see if it works? We've given him a spot to take the monthly exam, but he's not considered a student of our war academy. Butler Su, this is our biggest concession. Principal Wang said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Kong hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. He had already achieved his goal. It didn't really matter what identity Lin Yu used to get in. Chapter 49, This is the Academy's Greatest Mercy. Not long after Su Kong left, Zhao Jinbo arrived at the security room. Director Zhao. Ma Delong arrived at the security room a step ahead of the other party and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Professor Ma, I presume you sent the Su family? I never knew you had this connection. Zhao Jinbo's gaze swept over Ma Delong, his words carrying a hint of sarcasm. Ma Delong was slightly taken aback, not expecting to be misunderstood. He didn't have the connections to get the Su family involved. It was all thanks to Su Qingqing's efforts behind the scenes. Stop pretending. Things have come to this. Lin, you can leave now. Zhao Jinbo didn't bother to listen to the other party's explanation and spoke directly. When Lin Yu heard that he could leave, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Really? That's great. Upon hearing this, Ma Delong also exclaimed excitedly. Yes, that's right. Pack your things. Let's go. From this moment on, Lin Yu is no longer a student of the War Academy. Zhao Jinbo stood with his hands behind his back and continued speaking in a cold voice. By the way, there's the monthly exam in a few days. If he wants to participate, that's fine too. However, although he used the Academy's quota, it doesn't mean he's a member of our Academy. You need to remember that. Then he added another sentence. Lin Yu wasn't too surprised to hear that he had been fired, since Su Qingsheng had already told him about it last night. As for being able to continue taking the monthly exams, that was quite unexpected. I didn't expect the college to agree. On the contrary, Ma Delong was somewhat unwilling to accept this. Director Zhao, can't you really give him another chance? Lin Yu is very outstanding. You can probably sense his presence. You were there when he awakened that day, and in less than a month, his growth rate has been astonishing. Does the college really want to wrong such an outstanding student? Ma Delong tried to make an effort. Zhao Jinbo shifted his gaze to Lin Yu and had to admit that the other party's growth rate was indeed quite astonishing. But so what? The profession of architect already greatly limits a person's future achievements. If he has a life skill with even a slight offensive element, I would consider it. But as for the architect, I really can't imagine what kind of waves he'll make in the future. As combat strength increases, the upcoming training will only become more and more difficult, and the rate of combat strength improvement will gradually slow down. What do you think made him stand out? Zhao Jinbo could almost see the end of Lin Yu's future at a glance. To put it simply, they're just super soldiers with higher combat power, nothing more. Director Zhao, have you forgotten? There's also physical combat. Lin Yu works very hard, and I believe he can make up for the gap between himself and normal awakened individuals with his physical skills. Ma Delong urgently reminded him. Professor Ma, I don't know if you're genuinely confused or just pretending. People who work in other professions generally have very low aptitude. Do you think he could learn martial arts? Even if we gave him the 6 war skills that our academy is so proud of to learn, how long do you think it would take him to master them? Zhao Jinbo chuckled and shook his head, his eyes full of contempt. In his opinion, even S-level talents need several months to master the basic stage, and it takes at least half a year or even longer to enter the proficient stage. As for grade A and grade B, the time required is doubled. Even with Lin Yu's talent as a professional, Zhao Jinbo doubted whether he could master the basics before graduation. But his growth is enough to prove that his talent is not low. Ma Delong was still unwilling to give up. Instructor Ma, there's no point in saying more. Sparing his life is already the greatest mercy the Academy can offer. Even if we take a step back, who knows what he took to increase his combat power so much in such a short time. This method of forcing growth. Professor Ma, I advise you to be cautious about using it. After finishing speaking, Zhao Jinbo patted the other person on the shoulder before turning and leaving. Clearly, he didn't believe Lin Yu was any kind of talent. As he watched the other person's figure recede into the distance, Ma Delong's face showed utter helplessness. Uncle, don't be sad. This lousy school is better off gone. Lin Yu indicated that the other party did not need to worry about him. I never expected that you would have to comfort me. Ma Delong shook his head and sighed softly. Just then, Su Qingsheng also arrived at the security room. Is everything resolved? She looked at the two of them expressionlessly. The result is the same as what you said last night. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, that's good. See you at the portal entrance during the monthly exam. Seeing that there was nothing else, Su Qingsheng turned to leave after speaking. But Lin Yu hurriedly pulled her to a corner. Ma Delong was stunned by this scene and vaguely felt that the relationship between the two was unusual. What are you doing? Su Qingsheng impatiently shook off the other person's hand and angrily questioned him. I'm no longer a student at the War Academy, so I have a favor to ask you. Lin Yu's eyes and tone were filled with pleading. What's up? Su Qingsheng was very curious, but she also had a vague feeling that nothing good was coming. It's just a very simple little thing. Just promise me. Lin Yu continued to plead. Seeing the other party's pitiful appearance, and considering that she also bore some responsibility for the matter, Su Qingsheng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Of his 6 war skills, I've only learned Shadowless Wind and Cloud Piercing Finger so far. The other 4 skills are all up to you. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Qingsheng was speechless. Don't you know, the 6 arts of war are not to be passed on to outsiders. You want me to secretly bring the remaining 4 skills for you to learn? Wouldn't that be hurting me? Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes. If she could, she really wanted to beat the other person to death. She never got any good things, and all she got to say was this mess. I was also a student at the War Academy. So what if I know the 6 arts of war? Lin Yu spoke with absolute certainty. Su Qingsheng swore she had seen shameless people before, but never anyone as shameless as this. Wait, what did you just say? You've already mastered the Shadowless Wind technique and the Cloud Piercing Finger technique? Suddenly, Su Qingsheng snapped back to her senses, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief as she looked at Lin Yu. Yes, I have mastered the basic stage. When Lin Yu mentioned this, he couldn't help but raise his chin slightly, adopting an arrogant posture. Are you kidding me? Su Qingsheng still didn't quite believe it. Huh, do I look like I'm teasing you? As Lin Yu spoke, he raised his hand and poked at the wall beside him. Seeing that a finger-sized hole had been poked into the wall, Su Qingsheng finally believed what the other person said. You, how did you do that? Su Qingsheng was so surprised that she even stammered a little when she spoke. She realized she had underestimated the other person, and a look of horror appeared in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Su Qingsheng became even more certain that Lin Yu had far more secrets than she had imagined. Chapter 50 arranged to join the action group. Seeing Su Qingsheng's shocked expression, Lin Yu smiled without saying a word. Is this guy a prodigy? How could someone learn so quickly? Could it be that he really has god-level talent? Wasn't the Awakening Day a mistake? But his profession, it doesn't seem like a god-level profession at all. Su Qingsheng's thoughts raced, and within a few seconds, countless questions had already arisen in her mind. No matter if it's true or not, I can't let him get away. The people the Academy doesn't want, my Su family will take them. Soon, a bold idea took root in her mind. What? Please help me. When a monthly exam comes, I will definitely do my best to help you. You tell me who to chop up, and I will chop up whoever you want. Lin Yu bumped into the other person with his body, his face full of fawning smiles. Su Qingsheng frowned as she watched. Ugh. To make it easier for you to gain experience in the future, shall I assign you directly to our Su family's action team? How about it? Su Qingsheng stared intently at the other person with her beautiful eyes. Well, Lin Yu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He had to admit that if he could join the Su family's action team after leaving the academy, that would be the best outcome. After all, with his current combat strength, he is not qualified to enter the portal alone. There are only two paths to enter the dungeon. First, you need to team up with other individual players and pay a high entrance fee yourself. Only in this way can one participate in the liquidation operation or gain experience. As for the first batch of explorers, forget about it. Second, join a faction and enter with the factions team. You don't even need to pay the entrance fee yourself. This is obviously more advantageous than the first one, and as long as one is valued by powerful forces, one may even qualify to be among the first explorers. Su Qingsheng's decision to have him join the Su family's action team undoubtedly leans more towards the second option. Don't worry, I'm just asking you to join the action team. I'm not asking you to do anything. You are still you, belonging to no power. Fearing that the other party might misunderstand that she had forced him to join the Su family, Su Qingsheng continued to explain. Okay. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly after hearing this, indicating that he couldn't have asked for it more. Such a good thing would be impossible to find even with a lantern if it weren't for Su Qingsheng's connection. On one hand, Su Qingsheng wanted to help the other party, but on the other hand, she was also taking a gamble. Before it was confirmed whether Lin Yu had god-level talent, she would never let other forces take advantage of the situation. After making a pleasant decision, the two of them came out from the corner. At this moment, Lin Yu was beaming with joy, and he didn't look like someone who had just been expelled from school at all. The more Ma Delong looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. Only after Su Qingsheng left did he ask, eager to know what the two of them had said in the corner. Su Qingsheng assigned me to the Su family's action team. In other words, even if I leave the academy, I don't need to worry about training anymore. Lin Yu did not tell the other party about the 6 war techniques. After all, Ma Delong was a tutor at the academy, so there was no need for him to know. What? Join the Su family's action team. So that means you're going to sign a contract of servitude with the Su family? Ma Delong's expression changed slightly. Families like this usually make some unequal treaties when recruiting people to ensure their absolute interests. No. It's an arrangement, not joining. Lin Yu shook his head and said with a smile. Hearing that the other party had not joined the Su family, Ma Delong breathed a long sigh of relief. In his view, joining a faction too early would mean being subject to more constraints. No, their action team. This is hardly a training exercise. Aren't they all just liquidation processes? Ma Delong then suddenly realized what was happening. Liquidation operations are far more dangerous than ordinary training. With Lin Yu's current combat strength, he could easily die inside if he's not careful. It's just a liquidation. What's the big deal? I was even one of the first explorers. To avoid making Ma Delong worry too much, Lin Yu told him everything about taking leave a few days ago to participate in the exploration of the underground city. Ma Delong was horrified when he heard this, realizing that Lin Yu was simply too crazy and was completely risking his life. If you actually did something so dangerous behind my back. Ma Delong was both shocked and furious. Ha! Uncle, don't be angry. Everything's fine now, isn't it? Lin Yu scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Now that things have come to this, Ma Delong is powerless to change anything, and this is all he can do. Go to your dorm and pack your things. I'll take you home. Okay, Lin Yu replied and left the security room first. When he returned to the dormitory building and opened the door, both Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang showed expressions of astonishment. Yo, how did you get back? Fearing that the other party would cause him trouble, Zhang Shihao quickly stood up from the bed, his face showing vigilance. Yeah, you didn't sneak out, did you? Gao Qiqiang echoed this sentiment. You guys are really ruthless. He even killed Jiang Xiao to kill me. It's just a pity. Jiang Zhao's life only resulted in my expulsion from school. Lin Yu walked slowly into the dormitory and mocked the two of them. Upon learning that Lin Yu had only been dismissed, Zhang Shihao and the other man both looked incredulous. Do you think you might have to risk your life next time? Then he turned his gaze to Gao Qiqiang and asked in return with a half-smile. These words sent a shiver down Gao Qiqiang's spine. He had witnessed Zhang Shihao's ruthlessness firsthand. Despite Zhang's polite demeanor on the surface, he was actually quite sinister. Moreover, Gao Qiqiang still feels lingering fear when he recalls how ruthless he was in using any means to achieve his goals. What nonsense are you talking about? Ah Chang and I are brothers. Don't try to sow discord between us. Zhang Shihao shouted angrily. Then you two good brothers should stay together. Your grandpa's not playing along anymore. Lin Yu gave a cold laugh and began packing his things. By the way, I'm very curious. Just how much did Hua Jiechen offer that made you so ruthless? Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing, turned to look at Zhang Shihao, his eyes unusually sharp, which made the other man tremble and subconsciously swallow. Chapter 51, A Family in Dire Straits. Facing Lin Yu, Zhang Shihao unconsciously took 2 steps back. The look in their eyes was filled with astonishment and fear. He seemed surprised that Lin Yu would guess Hua Jiechen so quickly. 1 million? 5 million? Or even 10 million? Lin Yu stared intently at the other person. From Zhang Shihao's terrified eyes, he could confirm that his guess was correct. The other party had indeed taken money from Hua Jiechen. Seeing that Zhang Shihao did not answer for a long time, Lin Yu picked up his luggage and walked out. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, he suddenly stopped, glanced back at the two of them, and left with a meaningful, sinister smile. This scene gave Zhang Shihao and his companion goosebumps. Brother Hao, why was that kid's last smile so creepy? Is he looking for a chance to get revenge on us? Gao Qiqiang panicked completely. What are you afraid of? He's already been expelled. Once he steps out of this academy, he can forget about ever coming back in. Want revenge? You'll need an opportunity first. Zhang Shihao, trying to appear calm, began his narration. He appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was just as panicked as Gao Qiqiang. Even though Lin Yu had walked away, the last smile the other person left behind still made him feel uneasy. Ma Delong's car had been waiting at the college gate for quite some time. After picking up Lin Yu, they drove straight towards his house. Although Linshan City is not a well-known metropolis in Longxia, it covers a vast area and has a population of over 200 million. It took more than 3 hours to drive from the War Academy to Lin Yu's home. By the time they reached their destination, it was already dark. Dad, I'm home. Lin Yu pushed open the door and called out into the room. Creak, creak. Soon, strange noises came from inside the house due to the rust on the axles. Immediately afterwards, a white-haired, haggard-looking man pulled his wheelchair into Lin Yu and Ma Delong's field of vision. That was Lin Yu's father, Lin Guang. Upon seeing this, Ma Delong was stunned, his lips trembling slightly with excitement, and his eyes involuntarily reddening. Several years have passed since they parted ways in Shanghai, and they have never seen each other again. This time, he was only able to see Lin Yu by taking the opportunity to send him home. However, he never expected that Lin Guang, who was once full of vigor and ambition, would fall to such a state of destitution. He's only in his early 40s, but he looks like a 60-year-old man. He couldn't even imagine what kind of life the father and son had been living all these years. Haha, a long time no see. Lin Guang greeted the other party with a smile. Ew, is that why you haven't told me the address for so long? Ma Delong's voice choked with emotion as he questioned him with doubt. What good would meeting them do? Wouldn't that just make you worry more? Lin Guang gave an awkward laugh. Please find a seat. My legs aren't very strong, and I don't feel comfortable serving you. Xiao Yu, quickly pour your uncle a glass of water. Immediately afterward, Lin Guang added urgently. After sitting down, Ma Delong was unable to calm down for a long time. He knew the other person had been in a car accident and was injured, but he never expected to see this scene. Then, he looked around the room. The place was small, and the walls were blackened in some places due to dampness. The furnishings were shockingly simple. A tea table and a dilapidated sofa. Nothing more. One of the legs of the tea table was wrapped in a lot of tape, and it was easy to see that it had broken. Ma Delong felt a mix of emotions as he read this. Uncle, have some water. At this moment, Lin Yu had already poured a glass of water. Ma Delong subconsciously reached out and took the teacup, only to find that even the teacup was not intact, with a chip on the edge. He simply couldn't imagine. How difficult must a family situation be to live like this? Brother Guang, why don't you move in with me? Ma Delong couldn't bear it any longer and tried to persuade him in a slightly pleading tone. I knew you'd say that. That's why I didn't want you to come. Lin Guang chuckled and shook his head. Isn't this what I should be doing? You can ask me to do anything I can. Why put yourself in a quagmire? Ma Delong was puzzled as to why the other party was still unwilling to accept his help. I can't trouble you, and I certainly can't cause you any trouble. Lin Guang's expression and tone suddenly became serious. Trouble? What kind of trouble is this? If it weren't for you and Sister Mu helping me out in Shanghai City back then, how could I have achieved what I have today? In my heart, you're like my own older brother. Ma Delong's tone gradually became agitated. He felt deeply distressed to see the other person living in such a poor state. Upon hearing the words, Sister Mu, Lin Guang's gaze lingered on the teacup in front of him for 2 seconds, then seemed to have its light suddenly drained away, and his eyes sank lower and lower. I'm sorry. Ma Delong quickly noticed the change in the other person's expression and hurriedly apologized. Xiao Yu, go and cook the vegetables in the kitchen first. I've prepared everything. Lin Guang waved his hand, indicating that Ma Delong didn't need to apologize, and then turned to Lin Yu and gave instructions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu got up and went into the kitchen without saying a word. Seeing that his son had been sent away, Lin Guangsai turned his attention back to Ma Delong. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I won't leave here. At the same time, I will not accept any help from you. Lin Guang said earnestly. Why? I don't understand. Ma Delong shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with endless confusion. Because I care about the family. I can't drag you down with me. Do you understand what I mean? As Lin Guang spoke, his eyes kept glancing towards the kitchen, as if afraid that Lin Yu would hear him. But he never expected that Lin Yu's 5 senses had also been enhanced due to the improvement in his combat power. Even though Lin Guang lowered his voice as much as possible, he could hear him clearly from just a wall away. The Gu family. Lin Yu held a pot in one hand and a spatula in the other, but his eyes revealed a chilling, killing intent. Ma Delong, who was in the living room, was extremely surprised. Brother Guang, you mean the Gu family is watching you? But Sister Camus is gone, and so many years have passed. Why are they still unwilling to let you go? Ma Delong frowned, and his words were filled with anger. I don't care what they want to do to me. Lin Guang shook his head with a wry smile. Right now, all I want is for Xiao Yu to be all right. I appreciate your kindness, but I only ask that you take good care of Xiao Yu for me. Then, he looked at the other person with pleading eyes. After hearing this, Ma Delong felt as if his heart had been violently clenched. The matter of Lin Yu being expelled from the academy suddenly became something he found difficult to talk about. Chapter 52, The Effects of the Ape King's Blood. Not long after, Lin Yu came out with the dishes. Come on, we have to have a drink today, no matter what. Lin Guang instantly became playful again and greeted Ma Delong with great enthusiasm, seemingly not wanting Lin Yu to notice anything amiss. Good. Ma Delong nodded in response. The meal was simple, just 3 ordinary dishes and a soup, and even the wine wasn't anything special. But in Ma Delong's eyes, this meal was even more precious than the delicacies served in the hotel, because he knew in his heart that these were the best things his elder brother Lin Guang had. Along, eat whatever you like. My family is struggling financially. Before Lin Guang could finish speaking, Ma Delong raised his hand to interrupt him, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more, as he understood. Given the other person's physical condition, they must need medication to maintain their health, and the cost will definitely be high. Dad, I've been fired. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly spoke up. Both Ma Delong and Lin Guang were slightly taken aback. He heard everything the two had just said in the living room. At the same time, Lin Yu knew that Ma Delong didn't know how to bring up this matter with his father. Since that's the case, then he'll speak up himself. Lin Guangdu wondered if he had misheard. He was stunned for several seconds before he came to his senses and said with a smile, "Are you kidding me? I heard that you awakened a livelihood profession, but that's okay. Don't feel pressured. Your dad is just trying to make a living, isn't he? It's a pity you didn't inherit your mother's profession." He simply didn't believe Lin Yu would be expelled from the academy, mistakenly thinking that the other party was giving up on himself because of his career. He was indeed fired. Ma Delong knew he couldn't keep this a secret any longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Guang subconsciously turned to look at Ma Delong, his brows furrowing even more deeply. Lin Yu knew perfectly well how much effort his own son had put in to get into the war academy. He believed in his son and knew he couldn't possibly be so irresponsible as to drop out of school. Moreover, in his view, the academy was Lin Yu's only way out. Is it blocked now too? Is it because of them? Lin Guang was trying his best to control his emotions. Ma Delong knew that he was referring to Mint the Goof family. Lin Guang didn't care how the other party targeted him, but he couldn't accept that the other party would also target Lin Yu. It wasn't them. Xiao Yu was framed for murder. Ma Delong now had no choice but to explain the whole story to the other party in detail. "Asshole! This is absolutely outrageous!" Lin Guang cursed loudly. "Dad, it's all right. That academy, I'd rather not stay there. I already have a better place to go." Lin Yu comforted him. "Fortunately, the Su family is willing to help you." Lin Guang felt this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The meal didn't end until late at night. After a brief farewell, Ma Delong hurriedly left. This surprised Lin Guang a little, because logically speaking, the other party shouldn't have left in such a hurry. "Dad, this was left by Uncle." Lin Yu only discovered a bank card under the dishes when he was clearing the table. "That brat." Lin Guang took the bank card left by the other party and laughed and cursed. Ma Delong knew Lin Guang's character well and knew he would never accept his help, so this was the only option he could take. Lin Yu sat down in the living room after he finished his work. "Dad, I can only stay for a few days after I come back. I have to leave again afterward. Moreover, this departure may last for quite a while." Lin Yu's expression was serious, and his tone was earnest. During the meal, they only talked about the dismissal, but didn't mention a word about Lin Yu being assigned to the Su family's action team by Su Qingsheng. They didn't want Lin Guang to worry. "Oh, where are you going?" Lin Guang was very curious when he heard that his son had just returned and was leaving again. "If the War Academy doesn't want you, we can find a nearby academy." He then added, indicating that Lin Yu didn't need to worry. "No, I have a better place to go. Trust me, give me some time. There are some things, your son. I will definitely get revenge for you." Lin Yu's eyes were bright, and his tone was filled with unwavering determination and resolve. Lin Guang was stunned. He could vaguely guess what the other party was about to do next, which was extremely dangerous. But looking into the other person's resolute eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say anything to stop them. But he had just opened his mouth when Lin Yu interrupted him. "I know what you're trying to say. It's just a side job, so what? A chef can even slay a dragon. Besides, your son doesn't have an ordinary profession." Lin Yu looked directly into the other person's eyes and continued speaking. "Great. If you have a dream, go after it. Your dad can take care of himself. Here, you take this." Lin Guang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to support the other party unconditionally. Knowing that awakened ones were very expensive, he handed Lin Yu the bank card left by Ma Delong without a second thought. "I have only one request. You must come back alive. One must be extremely cautious in everything one does." Lin Guang solemnly explained. "Don't worry. I wouldn't risk my life." Lin Yu nodded in response. After saying this, He had unknowingly taken half of the Ape King's lifeblood into his hand. Dad, this is good stuff. It might help with your chronic illnesses. Lin Yu handed it to the other party. What's this? Lin Guang subconsciously reached out and took the Ape King's lifeblood. He could smell a strong stench of blood. This is blood. Lin Guang looked up at Lin Yu, his expression slightly surprised. Stop asking. Drink. Lin Yu didn't intend to explain further. All right. Lin Guang had complete trust in his son. Gurgle. Deep feelings down in one gulp. He drank half of the Ape King's lifeblood in one gulp. Lin Guang's face instantly scrunched up like a walnut, and he couldn't help but let out a very soft hiss in his throat, his fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the table. It's easy to see that the taste of this Ape King's blood and sweat is truly moving. It took him several seconds to regain his composure. This stuff tastes awful. Lin Guang couldn't help but complain. Lin Yu simply smiled. He believed that even if this half of the Ape King's blood could not cure his father's old illness, it would not do any harm. At least it would make his health a little better, since it was a good thing that could prolong life. Even if it's not the complete essence of the Ape King and its effects are diminished, the price of just half of it is still astronomical. Chapter 53, Rushing to the Monthly Exam. About 30 minutes after Lin Guang took the Ape King's blood, the medicine seemed to begin to take effect. His face was turning red at a visible speed. This scene made Lin Yu extremely nervous. Dad, how are you feeling? Lin Yu pressed for an answer, wanting to know if the other person was feeling unwell. No, it's nothing. I can clearly feel a warm current flowing through my body. Wherever it goes, I feel an unprecedented sense of comfort. Lin Guang raised his hand to indicate that the other party did not need to be nervous. This situation did not last long, only about 3 minutes. As the effects of the medicine wore off, Lin Guang's complexion quickly returned to normal. He let out a long breath. Lin Yu vaguely felt that his father's haggard face had regained some vitality. Efficient. He couldn't wait to find out if the Ape King's blood would help his father's old ailment. It works. Lin Guang could clearly feel the changes in his body and responded excitedly. After being baptized by that half of the Ape King's blood, he not only felt much better, but even his strength increased significantly. That's good. Seeing that his father's health had improved, Lin Yu's face also beamed with a relieved smile. In this way, his efforts were not in vain. It's a pity that he only managed to snatch half of the Ape King's blood. If it were a complete portion of the Ape King's blood, he believed the effect would be several times better. Who knows? Maybe father is already fully recovered. Xiaoyu, this thing must be very precious, right? Lin Guang knew in his heart that this thing wouldn't be cheap. He knows his own body well. All those years of taking so many medications have only slowed the rate of deterioration. The item Lin Yu took out was able to make him feel his body being repaired in such a short time. He would never believe that something like this was cheap. You don't need to worry about these things. As long as it helps your health, it's all worth it. Lin Yu didn't intend to say too much to the other party. Upon hearing this, Lin Guang wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. For the next few days, Lin Yu chose to stay at home and take care of his father as much as possible. At the same time, he also practiced martial arts in the cramped living room. However, conditions are limited. How can home compare to the academy's training grounds? The efficiency is clearly low. It wasn't until the monthly exams were approaching that Lin Yu said goodbye to his father and embarked on his journey to become stronger once again. Watching his son's receding figure, Lin Guang remained inside for a long time, only returning to the living room reluctantly after the boy had completely disappeared from his sight. When he saw the bank card on the living room table, he was slightly taken aback. This was left behind by Ma DeLong, and knowing that Lin Yu needed money, he gave it to him. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Yu put the bank card back on the table before leaving. That silly boy. He clearly needed it more, but he still chose to leave it for me. Lin Guang shook his head and chuckled as he scolded, his eyes and tone full of doting affection. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the day of the monthly exam. Lin Yu arrived as promised. At this moment, thousands of students had gathered near the portal. Multiple colleges participated in this monthly exam. To motivate the new students to take on the experience, the organizers even offered prizes. Hey, did you hear? The top student in the monthly exam gets a chance to learn official martial arts. That's not all. You're also getting a green-grade equipment and a magic core as a reward. No way. Playing that high? Green equipment? That's equipment made from special materials obtained from the green portal, worth millions. You guys are so stupid. Green equipment and magic cores are things that money can buy. The real treasures are the official physical techniques, which are only available to elite members of the official team. The scene was noisy, with everyone discussing the prizes announced by the organizers. When Lin Yu learned that there was such a good thing, he became extremely excited. He finally found the location of the War Academy in the vast sea of people and squeezed through the crowd to reach Su Qingqing's side. Oh, I thought you were going to be late. Su Qingqing glanced at the other person and said coldly, "How could I? I will never go back on my word." Lin Yu had a grinning face. "By the way, what's the deal with that official prize?" Then he inquired about the specifics of the prize. "Compare kill counts. This portal is glowing white. It's a white portal. After the cleanup operation, the combat strength of the monsters inside is generally between 10 and 20 points. They're all canine-type magical beasts. We only need to kill a magical beast and take the longest tusk on the right side of its mouth to count as a kill." Without uttering a single wasted word, Su Qingqing directly explained the rules to the other party. Wouldn't that mean? Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, Su Qingqing interrupted him. "That's right. Murder and robbery are the most common things in the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. "That's easy. When the two of us join forces, we can just rob them, and first place will be ours." He became more and more agitated as he spoke. His voice quickly attracted the attention of the students around him. Isn't this Lin Yu, the great god of Oolong? Ha. Weren't you fired? How come you're here again? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. During this time, some people even directly mocked him. "I am speechless. Why is he so obsessed with showing off? He's already been fired, and he still can't stop. Is he trying to get attention? I heard he poisoned his classmate and roommate to death. Holy crap, that's ruthless. The academy should execute this kind of person. Expelling him is far too lenient." Faced with the sarcasm and ridicule from the surrounding freshmen of the War Academy, Lin Yu did not utter a single word in rebuttal. Su Qingqing looked up at the other person and suddenly felt sorry for Lin Yu. She couldn't help but ask in a doubtful voice, "Aren't you angry when they say those things about you?" "Get angry? Why get angry at a bunch of scum?" "It must be that hypocrite Zhang Shihao spreading rumors everywhere. If they still dare to provoke me like this in front of me after we enter the dungeon, then don't blame me for showing no mercy to the academy." When Lin Yu said the last half of the sentence, his tone became noticeably colder. Su Qingqing could even sense the other party's killing intent. She had a feeling that the other party wasn't joking. If those people didn't behave themselves in the underground city, Lin Yu might really kill them. "Oh, right, there's something I must remind you." Su Qingqing's expression also became serious. "What's up?" Lin Yu asked curiously. After learning that you would be taking the monthly exam, Hu Jiechen has already arranged for someone to cause you trouble. I don't know exactly who I contacted or how many people I contacted. Su Qingqing shared the inside information she had received with the other party. These freshmen. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sneered and subconsciously glanced around at his surroundings. Chapter 54 Enemies meeting again, their eyes blaze with hatred. Lin Yu was not afraid of his fellow freshmen at this time. The entire War Academy had only produced one S-rank student this year, and that student was his teammate. The others are all A-level, and the combat power of those A-level is generally only 15 to 18 points, or even lower than his. Even if several opponents attack together, he still has 4 two-headed hellhounds under his command, each with a combat power of 21 points. They are the ones who should be feared. Soon, Lin Yu spotted 2 familiar figures in the crowd, Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang. The 2 people only glanced at him before quickly looking away. Lin Yu saw fear and astonishment in their eyes. Clearly, the 2 of them thought that everything would be fine after Lin Yu dropped out of school, but they never expected that he would come back. How could Zhang Shihao and his companion not panic? "We're going to the dungeon later. This is getting interesting." Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly, revealing a wicked smile. This made Su Qingcheng frown, vaguely sensing that something was wrong with the other person. I have some things to take care of before entering the portal. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he stared intently at Zhang Shihao and the other man not far away. What a coincidence. I also have things to take care of. Su Qingcheng smiled calmly. Oh, then how do we meet up? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned his gaze back to Su Qingcheng. This is a map. The red dot marks the location of the boss's lair. Meet there in 2 days. Su Qingcheng had already made preparations. Lin Yu reached out and took the map. After glancing at it, he had to admit that these family members were indeed extraordinary, having clearly marked all the information about the teleportation portal. Okay, see you in 2 days. Lin Yu did not refuse. He also needed some free time. Since you're all alone, you not only need to be careful of monsters, but also of the people you encounter in the dungeon. Su Qingcheng gave a special reminder. Don't worry, but be careful yourself. Lin Yu nodded in response, indicating that he had no problem. As time went on, the square was filled with people from more than a dozen colleges, with a total of more than 5,000 students. After giving a few brief reminders, the person in charge of the portal removed the barriers and began allowing passage. The freshmen rushed in eagerly, their faces beaming with excitement and anticipation. It's not hard to see that they all want to win the official prize. The prize for first place is quite generous, and the prizes for second and third place will certainly not be bad either. Anyone who makes it into the top 50 out of more than 5,000 people will receive a reward. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry to enter the dungeon. After telling Su Qingcheng, he left the group. He kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Shihao and the other man, not letting his guard down for a moment, afraid that they might escape in the chaos. Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang quickly sensed something was wrong, feeling as if someone was watching them. When they turned around, they met Lin Yu's gaze directly. That one glance gave them a real fright. Holy crap! How gee, what do we do? That guy Lin Yu has not only been watching us, he's been following us. Gao Qiqiang looked flustered and tried to urge Zhang Shihao to think of a solution quickly. Damn it! Who knew he'd dropped out of school and still be able to take the monthly exam? Zhang Shihao was also extremely anxious and at his wit's end. Driven by the flow of people, they soon stepped into the portal and arrived in the dungeon. After entering the underground city, Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang ran away without thinking. Even a fool could tell what Lin Yu was going to do next. Take revenge on them. They had witnessed Lin Yu's strength in the dormitory, so naturally, they couldn't beat him. Huh, isn't this Zhang Shihao from Class 5? Why are you running in such a hurry? They had only run a few steps when they were blocked from their path. Zhang Shihao frowned slightly, not remembering that he knew the other person. Get out of the way, I don't have time to play with you right now. He glanced back at the teleportation portal not far behind him, fearing that Lin Yu would catch up. After saying that, he led Gao Qiqiang to quickly bypass the other group and hurriedly ran into the depths of the underground city. But those people didn't leave. On the contrary, they followed them. Brother Hao, why are those guys following us? Gao Qiqiang was puzzled. You're asking me? I'd ask a ghost. Zhang Shihao also couldn't understand it. After running for about 10 minutes, they gradually slowed down. Seeing that Lin Yu was stuck at the teleportation portal and couldn't catch up, the two of them breathed a long sigh of relief, having temporarily shaken off the other party. Hey, have you guys run enough? The group of people who had been following behind them called out again. Who are you? What are you doing following us? Zhang Shihao turned to look at the other person and asked in a cold voice. We are all Brother Chen's people. The leader slowly approached Zhang Shihao and his companion. Upon hearing that they were Huo Jiechen's men, Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang's eyes lit up immediately. Weren't these definitely their own people? Why didn't you say so earlier? We're on the same side. We're on the same side. My name is Zhang Shihao, and his name is Gao Qiqiang. May I ask your names? Zhang Shihao's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree reversal. The other party's arrival undoubtedly boosted his confidence, and he instantly felt safe. There were 2 of them, plus 4 on the other side, making a total of 6 people. What are we afraid of, Lin Yu? As long as the other party arrives, Zhang Shihao is confident he can make them regret it. Class 9, Lin Xiao. The leader smiled calmly. I wonder what plans Brother Chen has. Zhang Shihao didn't believe that the other party's sudden contact was without reason. It must be that Hui Jiechen had given him instructions. What Brother Chen means is... Lin Xiaohu was only halfway through his sentence when he raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Upon seeing this, Zhang Shihao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly came to his senses, and a smile spread across his face. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Lin Yu is looking for trouble with him right now. It's a perfect opportunity to work with Lin Xiaohu to completely eliminate Lin Yu, this scourge. My older brother is Lin Dahu from Class 10. To be on the safe side, let's wait until we meet up before we start making our move together. Lin Yu will not be able to escape. Lin Xiaohu continued. When Zhang Shihao heard that there were other helpers, he was overjoyed, as more manpower was always better. What are you talking about? Make sure I can't escape? Who exactly is on a run? Lin Yu's voice suddenly came from behind them. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. They saw Lin Yu walking slowly towards them alone, toying with a sharp dagger in his hand. Chapter 55, Not a single one will escape. Zhang Shihao first frowned, then revealed a sinister smile. If he hadn't run into Lin Xiaohu in his group, he admitted he would have had no choice but to run, but now things are clearly different. The group of 6 showed no fear of their opponents. Lin Yu, are you in such a hurry to come and die? While speaking, Zhang Shihao made a point of glancing around to make sure the other person was alone. The great god of Oolong, Lin Xiaohu couldn't help but sized up Lin Yu and even teased him. Which one are you? Lin Yu didn't know the other party at all, but since the other party was being rude, there was no need to give them any face. What an arrogant brat. No wonder Brother Chen wanted to get rid of him. Hearing the other party humiliate him, Lin Xiaohu's expression changed slightly, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Brother Chen, it seems you're all Gu Jiechen's men. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow at the other person and asked in a questioning tone. That's right. Of all people to offend, you had to offend Brother Chen. Well, look what you've done. You've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Originally, I didn't intend to kill you, but now, you can't survive. Hearing Zhang Shihao, still putting on airs, Lin Yu couldn't help but sneer, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at the other man. You were running faster than a dog just now, and now you dare to talk so arrogantly here? However, I'm curious, how exactly did you find us? Zhang Shihao clearly remembers that he had shaken off the other person. Oh, isn't that simple? Just because of it. Lin Yu smiled calmly, snapped his fingers, and a demonic hound behind him slowly entered everyone's view. What the hell is that? When Zhang Shihao and the others saw the ferocious and terrifying demonic hound, they were all slightly taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. Warcraft? How is this possible? How could he possibly control magical beasts? Some people, seeing that the demon hound was a canine-shaped creature, mistakenly thought it was a monster from the dungeon. Hey, I don't think I need to explain too much to you dead people. You guys just go and die. As Lin Yu spoke, he quickly scanned the surroundings, and only after confirming that no one else was around did he prepare to make his move. This idiot is really boastful. I don't think I even need to lift a finger to deal with an ant like you. Lin Xiaohu's eyes and tone were full of disdain. He is a key talent cultivated by Class 9, an A-level berserker with a combat power of 19 points, much stronger than Zhang Shihao. After speaking, he slightly raised his right hand and casually pointed in Lin Yu's direction. The 3 henchmen behind him stepped forward. Those 3 underlings were all B-level, with combat power around 10 points each, the same level as Gao Qiqiang. Brother Tiger, you can't underestimate Lin Yu. That guy's combat strength seems to be quite high. Our deceased roommate Jiang Xiao was also a B-level awakened, and he was no match for him at all. Zhang Shihao gave a special reminder, gesturing for Lin Xiaohu to join in as well. Jiang Xiao, the one he killed. It's just a job, yet it managed to kill a rank B awakened? Then your roommate's death wasn't unjust. Lin Xiaohu dismissed it, and even laughed at the deceased Jiang Xiao. Brother Tiger, seeing that the other party had seriously underestimated Lin Yu's strength, Zhang Shihao was about to say something when he was stunned by what he saw. The words that were about to come out were abruptly cut off, replaced by, shock, fear, and disbelief. Not only him, but everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Even Lin Xiaohu, who had just been looking down on Lin Yu, was no exception. What appeared before them now were 4 two-headed hellhounds, even more terrifying and horrifying than the demon hounds. Each one has a combat power of 21 points. It's even 2 points higher than Lin Xiaohu, the strongest player on their team. Come on, why are you backing away? Lin Yu said mockingly to the 3 men who had just been rubbing their hands together, looking arrogant. What's going on with this guy? Where did these weird things come from? And why do they obey Lin Yu's orders? As everyone was filled with fear, countless questions also surfaced in their minds. Tear them apart. Lin Yu continued to play with the dagger in his hand. With a command, the 4 two-headed hellhounds immediately pounced on the 3 people closest to them. Ah! Ah! A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the entire jungle. Facing a 2-headed hellhound whose fighting power was twice their own, they had no chance to fight back, let alone run away. Watching helplessly as his 3 companions were viciously torn apart by the 2-headed hellhound, Lin Xiaohu turned pale with fright and dared not step forward to help. He was a green recruit, and he had never seen such a bloody scene before. He was completely stunned. Gurgle, Zhang Shihao, and Gao Qiqiang were also watching with their mouths watering, their bodies trembling slightly with fear. Especially when they saw someone's arm being torn off, they could no longer suppress their fear and turned and ran without saying a word. Lin Xiaohu was left standing there dumbfounded. Seeing that Zhang Shihao and the other man had run away, Lin Yu was not in a hurried chase after them. He had a magic dog, and he only needed to let it smell the other party's scent to track them down. Not a single one of them will escape. In less than half a minute, the 3 of them had completely died, their deaths extremely gruesome. Now you, Lin Yu looked up at Lin Xiaohu, whose legs were trembling. Let me go. I was wrong. Lin Xiaohu had lost all his previous arrogance. His legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud, begging for mercy. He could clearly sense the aura of those 2-headed hellhounds, which was in no way weaker than his own. If there were only 1 or 2, he might still have a chance. But there are 4 in front of me. He knew he had no chance of winning. Rather than be bitten to death like his 3 underlings, he would rather give up and beg the other side to spare his life. Let you go? Why are you chickening out? I still prefer your defiant attitude from just now. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, slowly walked up to the other person, and looked down at him with a condescending gaze. Please, spare my life. Lin Xiaohu looked terrified and continued to plead. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Yu stared at the other person with a cold expression. We're meeting for the first time today, and we don't have any deep-seated hatred between us. Look, before Lin Xiaohu could finish speaking, Lin Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Then, he retorted, you're going to bring people to kill me? You're telling me there's no deep-seated hatred between us. If I fall into your hands today, will you let me go? Lin Yu looked into the other person's eyes with a half-smile. Yes, I will. Lin Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. To be honest, even he himself didn't believe what he said. That's not a reason I can help you with. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he walked past Lin Xiaohu and headed in the direction where Zhang Shihao and the other man had just fled. Then, the 2-headed hellhound came to greet them. Lin Xiaohu was so scared that he wet himself on the spot. Etc. Feeling the fear of death, he desperately called out to Lin Yu. Chapter 56, Chasing Zhang Shihao. Lin Yu subconsciously turned around. If you're willing to let me go, I can make my older brother stop immediately. In a life-or-death situation, Lin Xiaohu had no choice but to bring up his elder brother. Your older brother? Lin Yu stopped and looked at the other person with interest, continuing to ask questions. Yes, my older brother is Lin Dahu from Class 10, and he also participated in the operation to take you down. Lin Xiaohu explained hurriedly. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Lin Yu shook his head and chuckled. He hardly paid any attention to anyone who was a freshman in this year's class. Their Class 10 is full of talent. Although they don't have an S-rank awakener like Class 6, they have quite a few A-rank powerhouses. Lin Xiaohu's words made Lin Yu's eyes narrow slightly. You mean those guys from Class 10 are all Hua Jiachen's people? Lin Yu was quite surprised by this news. He never expected that Hua Jiechen would go to such lengths to hire so many people to deal with him. Yes, that's right. 10A level awakened ones. No matter how strong you monsters are, there's only a limited number. You have no chance. Lin Xiaohu could sense the change in the other person's expression and inwardly exclaimed, "This is promising. Then I'll trouble you to do that. Monsters like these, I could double their numbers in a matter of minutes if I wanted to." After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and continued walking deeper into the jungle without looking back. What? Lin Xiaohu stood there dumbfounded, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never expected that the enemy had far more than 4 monsters. Doesn't that prove that my older brother is also in danger? Before he could figure it out, the 2-headed hellhound's sharp fangs had already pierced his skin. The intense pain made him scream in agony. Lin Yu remained expressionless, toying with the dagger in his hand as he continued to track Zhang Shihao and his companion, ignoring the shrill screams coming from behind him. Within a few dozen meters, Lin Xiaohu's screams gradually subsided, and after they completely disappeared, the 4 2-headed hellhounds returned to Lin Yu's back. Find their location. He coldly commanded the demon hound beside him. Roar! The demonic hound growled and darted ahead to lead the way. Meanwhile, the 2-headed hellhound roamed around Lin Yu, patrolling the surrounding area for safety. Along the way, they encountered several long-toothed hounds with a combat power of only 10 points, all of which were killed by the 2-headed hellhounds, yielding 70 units of demonic flesh. After chasing for about half an hour, the demon dog suddenly stopped and kept looking in 2 directions. It is clear that Zhang Shihao and Gao Qiqiang have broken up. Do you think splitting up will make us safe? As long as you're still in the dungeon, don't even think about running away. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. His killing intent toward the 2 of them had never diminished. With a thought, another demonic hound ran out of his territory. Since the enemy split into 2 groups, he also split into 2 groups, sending the demon hound with 2 hellhounds to the right, while he chose the left. We need to see him alive or dead. Upon hearing Lin Yu's command, the 2 hellhounds let out a series of low growls before quickly darting into the depths of the jungle. They were very fast, and before long, they completely disappeared from Lin Yu's sight. While tracking the enemy, Lin Yu went to his territory to strengthen his troops in order to improve their survival rate. Congratulations! Claw Enhancement +3, consuming 500 magic crystals and 500 magic source stones. Demon Servant Combat Strength, 8 to 13. Demon Hound Combat Strength, 11 to 16. 2-headed Cerberus Combat Strength, 21 to 26. Even his own combat strength has been greatly improved, reaching 24.41. Lin Yu could clearly feel the transformation brought about by his combat power. Not only was his whole body full of power, but even his senses had become much stronger. Next, he quickened his pace, not wanting to waste too much time on Zhang Shihao. The demon hound has a strong tracking ability, and no matter what method the opponent uses, they cannot shake it off. In less than an hour, Lin Yu finally caught up with his opponent again. Oh, it's Zhang Shihao. Upon seeing the person leaning against the tree, panting heavily, Lin Yu quickly recognized them. What? You managed to catch up with that. The moment Zhang Shihao saw Lin Yu, he was so frightened that he immediately stood up. Isn't that obvious? As long as your scent remains the same, I can make it find you. Lin Yu, accompanied by 2 2-headed hellhounds, continued to approach their opponent. Zhang Shihao looked terrified. Since the other party could appear here, it meant that Lin Xiaohu was already dead. But how do they know our scent? He was very curious as to why the demon hound could lock onto his scent. Isn't that simple? Lin Yu didn't hide anything and directly threw out the 2 pieces of clothing from his territory space. When Zhang Shihao saw the clothes on the ground, his eyes widened in surprise. They were his own clothes and Gao Qiqiang's clothes. I'm sorry, I just grabbed 2 items as souvenirs the day I moved out of the dorm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihao's pupils suddenly contracted. So it turns out that Lin Yu had already been planning to kill him back then. You rascal! Large beads of cold sweat were already dripping from Zhang Shihao's forehead when I learned that you were helping Hua Jiechen to deal with me. I never intended to let you off the hook. Hoi Jiaqin is a vengeful person, but aren't I the same? A murderous intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 57, Kindness? Sorry, I don't. Lin Yu didn't give Zhang Shihao another chance to beg for mercy and directly ordered the two-headed hellhounds beside him to serve him with their mouths. Zhang Shihao was powerless to resist, and soon a shrill scream rang out. The two-headed hellhound didn't kill its opponent immediately, but seemed to be enjoying the pleasure of torturing its prey. Every bite was just right, causing Zhang Shihao to be torn and bruised, rolling on the ground in pain. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry. He just watched helplessly as the other person suffered a fate worse than death. I urge you to be kind. Otherwise, be careful you don't get struck by lightning. Zhang Shihao wanted Lin Yu to give him a quick death and stop torturing him. Kind. I didn't. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhang Shihao's face, which was distorted by pain, but remained unmoved. Looking back on everything, he realized that kindness only leads to being bullied. In a world where strength reigns supreme, this kind of thing is better off without. Yeah. Zhang Shihao's piercing screams lasted for a full half-hour. When he died, his body was so badly mangled that it was impossible to recognize him. The lingering stench of blood gradually spread, eventually attracting many magical beasts, including long-toothed hounds. With the two-headed hellhound by his side, the other long-toothed dogs dared not approach and could only wander around, seemingly waiting for Lin Yu to leave. A long-toothed dog can only be exchanged for 5 units of magic meat, and Lin Yu has now lost interest in them. Perfect. I'll reward you all. He glanced at Zhang Shihao's gruesome corpse on the ground and smiled calmly. After saying that, he led the two-headed hellhound deeper into the cave, trying to find an even more powerful monster. No sooner had Lin Yu left than the long-toothed dogs pounced on the corpse like hungry wolves, devouring it in no time. Within minutes, not even bone fragments remained, only a pool of blood. Not long after, the demonic hounds and two-headed hellhounds he had sent out in 2 groups returned carrying a corpse. Lin Yu even went up to confirm, and sure enough, it was Gao Qiqiang. However, the other party's death was much quicker than Zhang Shihao's. The fatal wound was that his neck was bitten off. Well done. Next, let's see if we can see Lin Dahu. Of course, it would be great to meet Zhang Xing. This monthly exam was more like a slaughterhouse for Lin Yu. As he ventured deeper, the monsters he encountered gradually grew stronger. Roar! Seeing several fearless magical beasts blocking his way, Lin Yu decided not to be polite, thinking it would be a good opportunity to collect some canine teeth. He may want revenge, but he also wants to be number 1 in the monthly exam. Before him stood a black wolfhound with a combat power of 18 points. They resemble black wolves, have 2 feet on their heads, and possess a keen sense of smell and speed. What are we waiting for? Lin Yu didn't even need to make a move. Before the words were even finished, 4 two-headed hellhounds rushed out and began fighting with the other side. Even though the two-headed hellhound with a combat power of 26 points is outnumbered, it can still crush its opponent. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. Looking at the 7 black wolfhounds lying on the ground, Lin Yu did not rush to put them into his territory space. Instead, he squatted down and began to collect their teeth. Meanwhile, the two-headed hellhounds dispersed to prevent other magical beasts from hiding in the jungle and launching a sneak attack. 7 pills acquired. After collecting them, he weighed the canine tooth in his hand and grinned. Friend. Just then, a voice came from behind. Lin Yu slowly turned around and looked at the group of 5 people, all of whom were unfamiliar faces. Moreover, judging from their clothing, they are not students of the War Academy. Clearly, these people are from other colleges. The two-headed hellhounds in the jungle immediately surrounded them, but Lin Yu did not let them show themselves. If a fight really has to be fought, the two-headed hellhound hiding in the bushes is obviously more advantageous, as it can launch a sneak attack and catch the opponent off guard. Where are your teammates? Seeing Lin Yu's fearless demeanor, the other party did not dare to be too presumptuous. Teammates? I don't know. Lin Yu shrugged. He wasn't joking. He genuinely didn't know where Su Qingxiang had gone. Oh, looks like you got separated from your teammates. The leader approached slowly and soon saw the 7 monster corpses lying on the ground. Black wolfhounds? You killed them all by yourself. The leader's gaze towards Lin Yu changed instantly upon confirming that the monster corpses were black wolfhounds. The black wolfhound's combat strength is as high as 18 points, which is equivalent to the combat strength of an A-level freshman. The opponent killed 7 of them by himself. This makes it difficult for the other party not to be wary of Lin Yu. In his opinion, Lin Yu is most likely an S-level freshman, otherwise it would be impossible for one person to deal with so many black wolfhounds at the same time. I killed him, so what? Lin Yu didn't deny it. Wasn't this obvious? I am Yi Qing from Songlong Academy. May I ask which academy you belong to? The other party gave a brief self-introduction. Because Lin Yu was wearing casual clothes and not a school badge, he couldn't tell which college he was a freshman from. My name is Lin Yu. Just tell me what you need. Lin Yu did not intend to reveal too much unnecessary information to the other party. Then I won't hide it anymore. I want to buy your canine tooth. Name your price. After hearing what the other party said, Lin Yu was not surprised at all. From the beginning, he had guessed that the other party was after the canine tooth in his hand. He even suspected that the other party hadn't made a move because they were afraid of his strength. If it were long-toothed dogs lying on the ground, or if there were fewer of them, the other party would probably just snatch them away. Sorry, not for sale. Lin Yu smiled calmly and decisively refused. Friend, this black wolf canine tooth is equivalent to 2 long canine teeth. I sincerely want it, so please give me face and I'll give it to you for 10,000. Yi Qing was still unwilling to give up and continued to speak. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Damn it, why didn't Sue tell me that canine teeth are graded? He muttered to himself. How is it, Lin? Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Yi Qing mistakenly assumed that the other party was interested and couldn't help but ask in doubt. 10,000 per pill? In Lin Yu's eyes, this price was not much different from giving money to a beggar. Right. Yi Qing nodded in response, her eyes still filled with anticipation. How about we trade you something? For example, magic crystals, magic wood, magic stones, anything like that. Compared to money, Lin Yu now wants these materials more. Oh. Yi Qing froze instantly after hearing what the other person said. Those were all bulky and worthless items. Unless he was an idiot, he wouldn't carry those things into the dungeon. Chapter 58, Crazy Recruitment of Hellhounds. What? You don't have any? Never mind if you don't have it. Lin Yu already knew the answer from the expression on the other party's face. Hey kid, are you out of your mind? Who's the kind soul who's carrying such heavy and useless stuff into the dungeon? Yi Qing's companions began to suspect that Lin Yu was deliberately making fun of them. But Yi Qing quickly raised his hand to stop him. Lin, I don't have the things you want, but I do have some magic source stones on me. I wonder if it will work? Yi Qing continued speaking. He carried these magic source stones with him, originally intending to use them for absorption during his rest, but now he would accept exchanging them for black wolf fangs. This is acceptable 1 for 1. Lin Yu was naturally pleased to hear that the other party had a magic source stone. No, kid, don't push your luck. We agreed on 10,000 per tooth, but according to the market price of magic source stones, it's 20,000 per tooth. Shouldn't I be giving you 2 canine teeth in return? Someone spoke up and issued a stern warning. Take it or leave it. Lin Yu looked completely indifferent. Fine, it's just a few magic source stones. Yi Qing was quite wealthy and didn't care about the money. As long as he could get the canine tooth, it was all worth it in his eyes. Captain, isn't this letting the kid off too easily? Yes, with our strength, we can easily handle those 7 black wolfhounds. The other companions chimed in, expressing their utter disapproval of Lin Yu's shrewish businessman's demeanor. Solving the problem of 7 black wolfhounds is not difficult. The difficulty lies in finding all 7 in a short period of time. This monthly exam only lasts 7 days, and we've only encountered a handful of monsters along the way. In order to protect the safety of the newcomers as much as possible, the authorities have significantly increased the intensity of this cleanup operation, killing off the majority of the magical beasts. Yi Qing sighed and shook his head as he said this. It's not that they're not strong enough, but rather that it's difficult for them to encounter a large number of magical beasts these days. Upon hearing this, everyone else fell silent. For Lin Yu, this news was actually good news. They completed the transaction quickly. 7 magic source stones obtained. How many magic source stones do you have left? Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, Lin Yu suddenly spoke up and asked a question. These words immediately put the other party on guard. This is an underground city. Murder and robbery happen all the time. Lin Yu's words made it hard for them not to have other thoughts. Friend, is it really worth it for a few magic source stones? Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone gradually turned cold. Judging from the aura emanating from him, his combat strength is around 25 points, slightly stronger than Lin Yu's. As for the people beside him, they were all around 15, clearly all A-level awakeners, and Yi Qing was an exceptional S-level. What I mean is, if I still have my canine teeth, would you still take them? Seeing that the other party had misunderstood that he was going to rob him, Lin Yu quickly explained. Hearing this, Yi Qing smiled again. Lin, next time please finish what you're saying at once to avoid any misunderstandings. As for how many canine teeth you have, I'll take them all. Don't worry about me not being able to afford them. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Wait for me at the portal on the 7th day. After saying that, Lin Yu didn't even wait for the other party's reply before turning around and leaving. This guy is interesting. Yi Qing watched the other person's receding figure and couldn't help but sigh. Whoosh, whoosh. The next second, the sound of limbs rubbing against weeds could be heard from the surrounding jungle. Captain, there's a monster. The companions immediately became extremely alert, quickly looking around in an attempt to find the monster lurking in the jungle. They've already escaped. There were 4 in total, and judging from their aura, they were very strong. A look of seriousness appeared in Yi Qing's eyes, and he dared not go forward to pursue. Am I stronger than you? Others asked curiously. Yi Qing did not answer, but instead walked in another direction. Lin Yu returned a few minutes later. He hadn't collected the body of his black wolfhound yet, so how could he bear to leave? Before putting the corpse into his territory, he made sure to let the demon hound sniff its scent so that he could find the black wolfhound later. Just because others can't find a black wolfhound doesn't mean he can't. Roar! Only after the demonic hound let out a low growl did Lin Yu casually collect the demonic beast corpses scattered on the ground into his territory. 1 black wolfhound can be exchanged for 10 units of magic meat, for a total of 70 units. Find them for me. Don't let a single black wolfhound escape. Next, it was Lin Yu's hunting time. The resource points in this instance have been basically cleared out, so Lin Yu can only act as a henchman to earn some extra money. He led his troops through the jungle, killing dogs and running away from people. That efficiency is miles ahead of everyone else. In just one day, he captured 123 black wolfhounds. In addition to acquiring 123 canine teeth, he also obtained 1,230 units of magic flesh. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was almost time to meet up with Su Qingcheng as agreed. Only then did he take out a map and begin to find his current location. After confirming the location, we began heading towards the rendezvous point. While on his journey, he did not slack off, leaving not a single black wolfhound behind in the places he passed. When he arrived near the rendezvous point, he had already killed another 50 black wolfhounds. He now possessed 173 canine teeth, and he believed that among the thousands of new students, absolutely no one could surpass him. Meanwhile, the number of magic meat units he had stockpiled reached 5,175. He couldn't help but feel excited just looking at the numbers. Seeing that Su Qingcheng hadn't arrived yet, he decided to use the waiting time to improve his combat strength. With a thought, his consciousness entered the territory. This time, he didn't look at the demon workshop, but went straight to the demon gate. Open the recruitment interface and select to recruit the 2-headed Cerberus. Quantity 50. Recruiting 50 2-headed hellhounds requires 5,000 units of demon flesh and 2,500 units of demon crystals. Is recruitment confirmed? Confirm. Lin Yu did not hesitate at all, and his mood became tense. Chapter 59 Combat Power Source. Recruitment successful. Minus 5,000 units of magic meat. Minus 2,500 units of magic crystals. As a notification flashed before his eyes, Lin Yu subconsciously swallowed, his nerves tensing up. Creak! With a heavy thud, the demon gate slowly opened, and the next second a group of dark figures strode out from the chaos. Roar! The low growls of wild beasts were incessant. Name: Two-Headed Cerberus. Combat Strength: 26. The number is as high as 50. After they all entered the territory, Lin Yu's combat power also experienced an explosive increase. Combat Strength: 24.41 to 37.41. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented power. Meanwhile, the value of one's professional expertise continues to increase. Snap! He subconsciously clenched his fist, and a cracking sound came from his bones. Lin Yu wouldn't dare say he's invincible, but he dares to say he's hard to find an opponent in the current dungeon. With a combat power of 37.41 points and 54 two-headed hellhounds, even if the boss comes, he'll have to kick him a couple of times. So what if you have professional skills? There's nothing a problem can't be solved with one punch. If there is, then 2 punches will do. Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly, and his whole body exuded an unparalleled confidence, a confidence that came from absolute combat power. He admitted that he couldn't comprehend any offensive class skills, but with the overwhelming advantage in combat power, Lin Yu discovered those so-called class skills didn't seem so important after all. He believed that if the enemy's combat strength was below 30 points, he wouldn't even need to use physical techniques. Congratulations! You have achieved a total troop strength of 2,000, earning 1 achievement point. Congratulations! You have achieved a combat power of 30 points, earning 1 achievement point. Lin Yu beamed with joy upon seeing the 2 achievement points he had earned. He shifted his gaze to the Demon Workshop enhancement panel next to him. Claw Enhancement plus 3. Increases the damage of demon units. Combat Power plus 10. Requires 1,000 magic crystals and 1,000 magic source stones. Leather Armor Enhancement. Increases the defense of demon units. Combat Power plus 1. Requires 100 units of magic crystals and 100 units of magic source stones. Speed Enhancement. Increases the speed of demon units. Combat Power plus 1. Requires 100 units of magic crystals and 100 units of magic source stones. Physical Enhancement. Increases the physical strength of demon units. Combat Power plus 1. Requires 100 units of magic crystal and 100 units of magic source stone. It has to be said that Lin Yu was very tempted by the 10-point increase in combat power that would come with the continued enhancement of the claws. Unfortunately, he had already squandered all the magic crystals, so he couldn't strengthen his claws, let alone anything else. Magic Meat, 175 units. Magic Stones, 1,500 units. Magic Wood, 1,640 units. Magic Crystal, 0 units. Magic Source Stones, 1,907 units. Lin Yu glanced at his materials inventory and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Not only were the magic crystals depleted, but even the magic flesh was almost gone. He only left the territory after confirming that he could no longer improve. To be honest, seeing that Su Qingsheng hadn't come for a long time, he even thought about going and taking over the boss's lair himself. That brat. Why is she so unpunctual? Are we lost? Lin Yu leaned against a big tree, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, muttering to himself. As time passed and night fell, Su Qingsheng still hadn't appeared. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He frowned slightly, stood up abruptly, and kept looking around, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Qingsheng. Even as night fell completely, the other party still hadn't appeared. This made Lin Yu start to worry. That girl doesn't seem like the type to be late. Has something happened? Lin Yu recalled his usual interactions with Su Qingsheng and vaguely felt that something was wrong. They always planned things out in advance, so how could they possibly mess things up at a time like this? Oh no, something's happened. He became increasingly certain of his guess. In order to find Su Qingsheng as soon as possible, Lin Yu disregarded everything else and released 55 demonic hounds. While the demon hound's combat strength is not as good as the two-headed hellhound, its sense of smell and tracking is far superior. He took the map that Su Qingsheng had given him and let the group of demonic hounds sniff it. Find her location. At his command, the surrounding jungle began to stir. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demon hound was incredibly fast, disappearing the instant it darted into the jungle. In the darkness, Lin Yu's vision was limited, but it had no effect on the demon hound. He stood there, waiting anxiously. Su Qingsheng was not only his teammate, but also his only friend at the War Academy, and even more so, his benefactor. Without the other party's help, his growth would not have been so rapid. In a complex web of relationships, he would never allow anything to happen to the other party, no matter what. More than an hour passed before the demon hound finally returned. Roar! The demonic hound's howls were filled with anxiety, as if urging Lin Yu to hurry up. Found it! Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, able to discern the other party's meaning. Lead the way. He immediately hurried after them. As for the other demonic hounds, they will naturally sniff out his scent and return to the team on their own, so he doesn't need to worry about them. The demonic hound leading the way was afraid that Lin Yu would lose track of it, so it would look back from time to time and even let out a low growl so that Lin Yu could more accurately judge its direction and location. This is unbelievable. This road is so dark. Lin Yu was unable to increase his speed in the complex jungle. The thought of Su Qingsheng being in danger gradually made him irritable. What should have been a journey of less than an hour for the demon hound took more than 2 hours to reach Lin Yu. Hey, Su Qingsheng! Led by the demon hound, Lin Yu finally found the other person in a tree hole. His calls went unanswered. Lin Yu quickened his pace and went forward to check. As he peered into the tree hole, his pupils suddenly contracted. The other person's clothes were stained with a large patch of blood. Their face was as pale as paper, and they had fallen into a coma. Hey, are you all right? Wake up! Lin Yu quickly pulled it out of the narrow tree hole, his expression anxious and his tone worried, trying to wake it up. Judging from the scene before her, Su Qingsheng was clearly being chased and had no choice but to hide in the tree hole. However, due to the severity of her injuries, she eventually fell into a coma. Chapter 60 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Seeing that Su Qingsheng in his arms remained unconscious for a long time, Lin Yu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He could clearly see the hideous wounds on the other person's body, caused by a sharp blade, clearly intentional. But he was too poor to afford any medicine, and he was penniless. No, just because I didn't, doesn't mean she didn't. Lin Yu's gaze shifted downwards, and he began to have designs on Su Qingsheng. Logically speaking, the other party should definitely have some healing medicine on them in case of unforeseen circumstances. Thinking of this, he reached out to touch the other person's pocket. But the next second, he frowned slightly. Where the hell are the pockets? Wait, why are you wearing a skirt? You don't even have room to put your medicine, do you? While he was complaining, his gaze began to fall on the other person's uniform jacket, which, as far as he knew, had hidden pockets inside. Ahem. Sorry, no offense intended. Lin Yu coughed twice and had no choice but to bite the bullet and go on. Don't even mention it. It's so soft and crunchy. Just as he found the cure, Su Qingsheng opened her eyes with difficulty, barely managing to slit them open. Lin Yu and he locked eyes, and the situation was somewhat indescribable. What are you doing? Su Qingsheng spoke with difficulty. Would you believe me if I said I was looking for medicine? Lin Yu's eyes and tone were filled with sincerity. Do you think I believe you? Why aren't you taking it away? Su Qingsheng's eyes almost wanted to kill Lin Yu. If she weren't so badly injured that she couldn't move, she would definitely have given Lin Yu a couple of slaps. Found it. Lin Yu picked up the medicine as if nothing had happened. Actually, Su Qingsheng was quite surprised when she opened her eyes. She never dreamed that Lin Yu would appear here. In this situation, we should be waiting at the meeting point. Lin Yu carefully began to treat the other person's wounds, without saying a word. On the contrary, Su Qingsheng has many problems. What did you end up here? Can't you see we're being chased? It's dangerous for you to stay here. Lin Yu ignored Su Qingsheng's question and focused on bandaging her wounds. Only after he had treated the wound properly did he look up at the other person. Who is it? Where are they? He didn't rush to answer the other person's question, but instead asked him a question in return. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng was slightly taken aback. She could vaguely sense that Lin Yu seemed somewhat different from usual at this moment. That carefree, shameless attitude had completely disappeared, replaced by unparalleled sharpness and composure. Even with a touch of domineering, making him impossible to refuse. It's Zhang Xing. Upon hearing the name Zhang Xing, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Interesting, that kid really isn't afraid of death, instead coming to cause you trouble. He was quite surprised. No, I'm the one who caused him trouble. I just didn't expect him to have found help. Su Qingsheng shook her head, looking ashamed. I never expected that when I went looking for trouble with others, I would end up being hunted down instead. Helper, with your strength, we believe no one in the academy can rival you. Lin Yu was puzzled. He's looking for people from the Azure Wolf Academy. Our War Academy only has one S-rank student this year, but other academies have far more. Su Qingsheng continued to explain. You said you wanted to take care of something. You don't mean you want to deal with Zhang Xing, do you? Lin Yu had a general idea of what had happened to the other party. That's right. The guy almost killed me in the dungeon last time. If I don't teach him a lesson, wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Clearly, Su Qingsheng was still holding a grudge about what happened last time. By the way, you'd better hurry up and leave. If they come looking for you, given your grudge with Zhang Xing, they probably won't let you off the hook. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingsheng added urgently, indicating that Lin Yu didn't need to worry about her. That won't do. We still need to go and take down the boss together. I can't leave you. Lin Yu shook his head, rejecting the other party's suggestion. Sorry, it seems we won't be able to defeat this boss. Su Qingsheng was well aware of her injuries. Not only was her combat power greatly diminished, but she was also facing pursuit by Zhang Xing and his group. She dare not even think about killing the boss anymore. You'd better leave quickly. Anxiety flickered in her beautiful eyes. The longer the other party stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Go. Go where? Do you think he can still walk? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng was slightly taken aback, inwardly realizing something was wrong. It was you? You injured her like this? Lin Yu showed no fear as he looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of 6 people, among whom Zhang Xing was. Go. I'll hold him off. Su Qingsheng struggled to her feet and nudged Lin Yu. But Lin Yu didn't take a step back. Instead, he stepped forward and shielded Su Qingsheng behind him. You. Seeing this, Su Qingsheng's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Yu to dare to stand in front of her in the face of such a situation. So what if we were the ones who hurt them? Even though the elders in the clan have already reached an agreement, she still wants to cause me trouble because she's stronger than me? She was courting death. Of course, now that you've run into me today, you can't escape. Zhang Xing, with his hands in his pockets, exuded arrogance in both his expression and tone. Okay, then don't run away. Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Haha, I can run. Zhang Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke of his life. I've also heard a little about your legend, the War Academy, the great god of Oolong. At this moment, a tall, burly man in the middle also spoke up, his gaze towards Lin Yu filled with contempt. Be careful, this person is one of the ruthless ones among this year's freshmen at Songlong Academy, Zhao Jinhu. He's an S-rank expert, with combat power similar to mine, around 30 points. Su Qingsheng gave a serious reminder. It's just 30 points, what's there to be so arrogant about? Lin Yu didn't take the other party seriously at all. These words caused Zhao Jinhu to frown slightly. One arrogant guy. I heard from Zhang Xing that your combat strength is only 1 point. Zhao Jinhu began to tease Lin Yu about his combat strength. You dare to enter the dungeon with only 1 point of combat power? Isn't that like kicking a dog on the street? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the other henchmen around him burst into laughter. Chapter 61 was the red light, that day, not a false alarm? Lin Yu smiled without saying a word in the face of their ridicule, and simply raised his hand and beckoned to the henchman who was laughing the loudest. This was a blatant provocation. When the underling learned that the other party was the great god of mischief, he couldn't stand it and immediately stepped forward. Seeing this, Zhao Jinhu didn't try to stop them, adopting a spectator's attitude. Zhang Xing, meanwhile, was rubbing his hands together, seemingly eager to teach Lin Yu a lesson. You, and you, come at me too. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu nodded to his 3 other underlings, signaling the 4 of them to attack together. This kid, Isn't he a bit too arrogant? The three henchmen looked at each other in bewilderment. What? Are you afraid of him? Since he's determined to die, then you might as well grant his wish. Zhao Jinhu crossed his arms and smiled calmly. Upon hearing this, the two henchmen stepped forward. Since their boss had spoken, how could they refuse? Su Qingcheng looked on in astonishment. To be honest, she wasn't sure herself either. From beginning to end, she never witnessed Lin use true strength. However, when she saw that the other party was surrounded by Zhao Jinhu's four henchmen, she was still very worried. Lin Yu, you must not be careless. All four of them are A-level awakened, with a combat strength of around 15 points. Su Qingcheng had fought against them before, so she was naturally very familiar with their strength. 3 p.m. Isn't that just trash? Lin Yu sneered. Upon hearing this, the faces of the four men instantly turned extremely gloomy. Kid, you're asking for it. Some, with short tempers, roared and attacked. Lin Yu glanced at his opponent and easily dodged the punch with a sidestep. This is a dungeon. Are you kidding me? His voice gradually turned cold. In Lin Yu's view, in a place like the underground city, one should either not make a move at all, or if one does, there's no need to hold back. But the person in front of me was clearly carrying a weapon, yet he still chose to use his fists. A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The next second, he joined two fingers together and stabbed directly at the other person's throat, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Bright red blood immediately spurted out. Everyone present was stunned. Even Su Qingcheng was so surprised that her mouth was slightly open, her face full of shock. She never expected Lin Yu to be so decisive in killing. Wow! The henchman grunted, his eyes widening in surprise. Only then did he understand the meaning of Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he abruptly pulled his fingers away from the other person's body. Bang! The henchman collapsed to the ground, clutching the bloody hole in his neck with both hands, trying to stop the blood from gushing out. No matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. Blood continued to seep from between his fingers, and within seconds he died. Upon seeing their companion's unseeing eyes, the other three henchmen panicked. That's the cloud-piercing finger. Ow! How could he possibly have learned the cloud-piercing finger technique? Zhang Xing's expression and tone were filled with disbelief. Lin Yu didn't give the three henchmen any time to react, and pierced their hearts one after another. His combat strength already far surpassed that of his opponents, and when he used offensive physical techniques, dealing with them was more than enough. In a short while, all four henchmen were lying in pools of blood. Zhao Jinhu was stunned by what he saw for a long time. No, didn't you say that the combat power of the great god of mischief at your school is only 1 point? Does he look like he has only 1 point of combat strength? The moment Zhao Jinhu came to his senses, he roared at Zhang Xing beside him. Gurgle! Zhang Xing couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't expected Lin Yu to be so terrifying, killing A-level awakened as if it were child's play. So powerful. This aura, it's at least 30 points in combat strength. Could this be Lin Yu's true strength? Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at the other person, her heart filled with shock. Who's next? Lin Yu wasn't afraid of the other party escaping at all, and coldly looked at Zhang Xing and the other party. Zhao Jinhu, hurry up and go. Only you can be his match. Zhang Xing involuntarily took 2 steps back. His combat strength was only 18 points, and he knew he was no match for Lin Yu. Damn it, I'll settle the score with you after I've dealt with him. After cursing angrily, Zhao Jinhu finally fixed his gaze on Lin Yu. The two locked eyes, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. D. Zhao Jinhu roared and charged at Lin Yu with his long sword. Whoosh! In the instant the cold light flashed, it brought with it a sharp sword aura. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly used the shadowless wind trail to increase his speed by 20%, barely managing to dodge. Bang! The sword energy left a long sword mark on the ground. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Lin Yu. If he hadn't dodged that sword strike, he might have been cleaved in two. Not bad. You've already mastered the skills. Lin Yu couldn't resist teasing him. He finally understood why Su Qingcheng who was so strong, was no match for him. It turned out that Zhao Jinhu had also mastered the skill. With Zhao Jinhu holding him back, the others followed suit, and Su Qingsheng really didn't have much of a chance of winning. Kid, don't get cocky. Zhao Jinhu's moves were ruthless. The injuries on Su Qingsheng's body were all inflicted by you, weren't they? After a brief exchange, Lin Yu had a general idea of what was going on. So, what if it is? Zhao Jinhu sneered, unconcerned. Then you'll have to atone with your life. Lin Yu's killing intent surged, and he stopped dodging and began to launch a fierce attack. His fingers were the biggest weapon. Each thrust of the finger produced a whistling sound. Faced with Lin Yu's fierce offensive, Zhao Jinhu had no choice but to raise his sword to defend himself. Clang! When the other person's fingers touched the blade, a sound similar to metal clashing was heard. The force caused Yi Qing to stagger back 2 steps. At this moment, his eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Lin Yu. What's going on with this kid? How can he be so strong? He vaguely felt that Lin Yu's strength was slightly stronger than his own. Su Qingsheng was also dumbfounded. However, she had already noticed something amiss and discovered that Lin Yu had not only learned the cloud-piercing finger, but also the shadowless wind technique. He truly possesses godlike talent. The red light on Awakening Day. It wasn't a mistake. He is a god-level architect. Based on everything before her, Su Qingsheng was convinced that her guess was correct. Chapter 62 Lin Yu's True Strength. Damn it, aren't you going to help? What are you standing there for? Zhao Jinhu turned to Zhang Xing and angrily rebuked him, signaling the other to join forces to deal with Lin Yu. Aye, how could I possibly be a match for him? Zhang Xing dared not step forward, thinking of the person Lin Yu had just killed with his finger. His combat strength is at most a few points higher than those other people. In his view, rushing in at this moment would be nothing short of suicide. You bastard! Zhao Jinhu was furious when he saw that the other party was not helping him. The reason he fought with Lin Yu was entirely to help Zhang Xing. Now look what's happened. The other party doesn't care whether he lives or dies at all. Lin Yu, I don't think we need to continue fighting. I admit, I was blinded by greed and believed that bastard Zhang Xing's nonsense. If you're willing to stop, I can cut off Zhang Xing's head for you. The more Zhao Jinhu fought, the more uncertain he felt, and he tried to get Lin Yu to stop. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and actually stopped attacking. But he wasn't expecting Zhao Jinhu to kill Zhang Xing for him. Rather, he knew in his heart that killing Zhao Jinhu without using cloud concealment arrows and special troops would not be so easy. Lin Yu was gambling, betting that Zhao Jinhu would run away with Zhang Xing. He didn't believe that Zhao Jinhu would have the audacity to attack Su Qingsheng based on Zhang Xing's few words alone. Zhang Xing must have promised the other party some incredible benefit. If that's the case, why would Zhao Jinhu let Zhang Xing die here? With Zhang Xing dead, not only will all his efforts have been in vain, but the Su family will also have their eyes on him. Thank you for believing me. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. When Zhao Jinhu saw that Lin Yu had really stopped, he was secretly delighted. Before he finished speaking, he drew his sword and walked towards Zhang Xing. What? What do you want to do? Zhang Xing looked terrified, his feet unconsciously moving backward. Lin Yu, don't believe him. Su Qingsheng reminded him urgently. Seeing that his trick had been exposed, Zhao Jinhu stopped pretending and dragged Zhang Xing into the jungle. He believed that in this pitch-black jungle, Lin Yu would definitely not be able to catch up. They ran away. Lin Yu grinned. He made the right bet. What he wanted was for the other side to escape. He can't make a move if the other party doesn't run away. The secrets about the military branches are currently known only to the dead. Hey, they've already run away. Don't chase them. Seeing that Lin Yu was about to chase after him, Su Qingsheng hurriedly tried to dissuade him. After all, it was already late, and the jungle was not only a complex mix of trees, but also home to monsters. Moreover, who knew if Zhao Jinhu might be hiding in the shadows and using dirty tricks? Catching up at this point would be extremely dangerous. It's all right. The jungle is my home turf. Lin Yu waved his hand, indicating that the other party did not need to worry, and then darted into the darkness. Is the jungle his home turf? Su Qingsheng frowned. completely unable to understand what the other person meant. Soon, Lin Yu and the other two disappeared completely from her sight. Chase. After getting out of Su Qingqing's sight, Lin Yu seemed to have let himself go. At his command, a pack of two-headed hellhounds appeared behind him. Roar! With a series of low growls, they quickly caught up with Lin Yu. In the jungle, they moved like ghosts, darting about with ease. At their speed, they caught up with Zhang Xing and his companion in no time. Warcraft! Zhao Jinhu frowned and asked in a doubtful voice. Zhang Xing, standing to the side, was filled with fear. He could sense that the aura of these two-headed hellhounds was faintly stronger than his own. Moreover, there are at least 50 of them in front of us. Roar! 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 After surrounding the two opponents, the two-headed hellhound did not immediately launch an attack, but instead paced back and forth, growling incessantly. Damn it! Why are so many monsters appearing at this time? Zhao Jinhu also dared not make any rash moves. These two-headed hellhounds in front of us have a combat power of 26, and there are more than 50 of them. Even if Zhao Jinhu mastered the professional skills and his combat strength was over 30, he would have no chance of winning once a fight broke out. What to do? Facing the menacing two-headed hellhounds, Zhang Xing's leg began to tremble and weaken with fear. No rush. They don't seem to intend to attack us yet. Maybe they'll leave soon. Zhao Jinhu's face was solemn. He was not only trying to appear calm, but also trying to reassure himself. Run. Why have you stopped running? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the darkness. Zhao Jinhu and the other man couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. As they suspected, the visitor was indeed Lin Yu. What puzzled them was whether Lin Yu was stupid to approach them now, with so many magical beasts around them. Is he brave or foolish? As Lin Yu approached step by step, their gazes toward each other gradually turned to shock. What's going on? Zhao Jinhu's eyes widened in disbelief. They watched helplessly as Lin Yu walked into the horde of monsters, but not a single two-headed hellhound dared to attack him. This scene left the two of them completely baffled. What? Surprised? Do you think? Is it possible that all these two-headed hellhounds are mine? Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly, and his gaze toward the two of them was full of mockery. What? Zhao Jinhu and Zhang Xing exclaimed in surprise at almost the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. You don't believe me? Then you'll believe it. Tear them apart. Lin Yu stopped wasting words and directly ordered an attack. Roar! In an instant, a roar like a giant wave surged forth, making their eardrums ache. Zhao Jinhu disregarded everything else and quickly swung his sword to block. But Zhang Xing was in trouble. With his combat strength, he was no match for the two-headed hellhound's attacks. Yeah! In an instant, his shrill scream rang out, and crimson blood splattered all over the ground. Don't be in such a hurry to bite it to death. Take it one bite at a time. Seeing Zhang Xing being tackled to the ground and struggling, Lin Yu deliberately had the two-headed hellhound slowly torture him. On the other side, Zhao Jinhu was in no better shape. However, there were too many two-headed hellhounds, and their combat power was not low. He was helpless and could only keep using skills to force them back. However, as he continued to use his skills, his stamina also plummeted. This guy, he's not some kind of master of mistakes at all. Zhang Xing, not only you, but your entire academy is blind. It was only at this moment that Zhao Jinhu clearly understood the gap between himself and Lin Yu. Chapter 63, You're So Ruthless. Zhao Jinhu didn't last long before he was already panting heavily. Zhang Xing's situation was even worse. He had been torn apart and bleeding from the bites of the two-headed hellhound. He was barely clinging to life, his body twitching occasionally, and his eyes were filled with endless despair. He never dreamed that he would end up dying at Lin Yu's hands. After entering the dungeon, they specially hired Yi Qing, an S rank, as their bodyguard. They thought that with the other party's team by their side, they could not say they could do whatever they wanted in the dungeon, but they would not lose their lives. Lin Yu's terrifying power completely exceeded everyone's expectations. He wiped out Yi Qing's team all by himself, which made Zhang Xing really nervous. Lin Yu, we have no grudge against each other. Please spare my life. I'll kill Zhang Xing for you. I'm serious this time. seeing the two-headed hellhounds glaring menacingly around him. Zhao Jin, who was filled with fear and unease, and desperately begged for mercy. He knew in his heart that he had no chance of winning. Help me kill Zhang Xing. Do I need your help? Did you think I didn't see through your little trick? You really think I believe you would kill Zhang Xing? Lin Yu asked him in return with a half-smile. What? You mean you deliberately let us escape? Zhao Jinhu frowned, momentarily stunned and unable to comprehend the other party's purpose in doing so. How can I fully unleash my power before you all get here? Lin Yu smiled crookedly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinhu's pupils contracted sharply. Now he understood everything. You kid, are you hiding your strength? You're afraid others will see your abilities. As Zhao Jinhu spoke, his gaze kept drifting towards the two-headed hellhounds around him. That's true. So far, no one who knows my abilities has left alive. Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, the two-headed hellhounds around him pounced again, launching one last fierce attack. Zhao Jinhu was almost exhausted and no longer had the strength to use his skills to resist. He was quickly tackled to the ground by his opponent. As the two-headed hellhounds' sharp teeth toward his body, a series of shrill screams once again broke the silence of the jungle. He died of his own fear in no time. That's it. Seeing that the other party had been scared to death by him, Lin Yu let out a contemptuous sneer. Then, he slowly walked over to Zhang Xing, who was on the verge of death. Compared to Yi Qing, Zhang Xing was clearly much braver. At least he was still alive after being ravaged by the two-headed hellhound. You never expected this, did you? You'll end up in my hands. Lin Yu looked down at the other person with a condescending gaze. If you have the guts, then kill me. Zhang Xing had lost all will to live and only wanted a quick death. By the way, there's something you're really curious about. Lin Yu crouched down, moved closer, and continued speaking. This sentence instantly caught Zhang Xing's attention. I heard your brother Zhang Yong died, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing's gaze towards Lin Yu immediately turned to surprise. He was very curious as to how Lin Yu knew. Actually, to tell you the truth, I killed him. Upon hearing that his elder brother had died at Lin Yu's hands, Zhang Xing's eyes widened, and he became agitated. How is this possible? He didn't want to believe it was true. After all, his elder brother's combat strength was over 30 points, and there were other clansmen present at the time. How could Lin Yu have killed him so easily? Why not? We were among the first explorers, right inside the portal that the Su family discovered. Is that right? Lin Yu's words shocked Zhang Xing once again. How did you know? His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the other person. I already told you. I killed Zhang Yong, but you don't believe me. By the way, I didn't just kill Zhang Yong. I also killed the other 5 members of your Zhang family. I even stole the things. Don't believe me? Look, what are these? To achieve his goal of killing Zhang Xing by destroying his spirit, Lin Yu didn't forget to grab a handful of demon source stones and deliberately show them off in front of Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing an incredulous expression. I also learned from your brother about your intentions in injuring my father back then. You had planned this car accident a long time ago. The mastermind behind this is Gu Tingshun. When he said the last 3 words, Lin Yu's voice and eyes turned sinister. At this moment, Zhang Xing was completely stunned. He knew in his heart that Lin Yu was not lying, because the other party had answered everything correctly. It's you. It was you all along. After regaining his senses, Zhang Xing's face immediately contorted with rage, and he tried to fight Lin Yu to avenge his brother. It's me. It's all me. I, Lin Yu, am starting to demand repayment from your Zhang family. Lin Yu slowly stood up, staring coldly at Zhang Xing, who was on the verge of going berserk. He is very satisfied with his current performance. The more resentful and unwilling Zhang Xing was, the more relieved he felt. Didn't your Zhang family tacitly approve of your brother's behavior? Then they should receive the punishment they deserve. Lin Yu's expression was indifferent, and his tone was even more icy. You're a madman. You're a madman. How dare you, a mere brat, challenge the Zhang family? Zhang Xing roared angrily, trying to shatter Lin Yu's illusion. Your Zhang family operates in the open, while I operate in the shadows. You're saying I have no chance? What if, hypothetically, I dragged the Su family into this? What do you think the odds are? Lin Yu continued, speaking expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing was taken aback. He and Su Qingsheng had a long-standing feud, but this time it was a complete and irreconcilable enmity. If we fail to kill Su Qingsheng, it might really cause big trouble in the future. After all, the other party is also a direct descendant of the Su family, and his status in the clan is not low. You little brat. You're so ruthless. How vicious. Zhang Xing discovered that Lin Yu not only concealed his true strength, but also possessed a chillingly dark inner nature. All right, now, you can die with all your regrets. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. His goal had been achieved, and there was no need to keep the other party around. Before the words were even finished, the two-headed hellhound opened its bloody maw and bit off half of the other's head. Zhang Xing died before he could even scream. After doing all this, Lin Yu walked towards Su Qingsheng without looking back. But after taking only a few steps, a rustling sound came from all around. A monster? Lin Yu glanced sideways at the source of the noise and muttered to himself. But when he saw the other person's face clearly, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 64. My combat power has broken through 50. Why don't I go on a rampage? That's a goblin. Lin Yu even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. How could goblins possibly appear inside this portal? He clearly remembered that the person in charge of the portal had said that it was full of canine-type magical beasts with a combat power of around 10 to 20 points. Lin Yu was shocked and quickly raised his hand to rub his eyes several times. That's right, it's a goblin. Moreover, the goblin in front of me is completely different from the goblin I saw last time. It was no longer thin and short, but exceptionally tall and robust, nearly 2 meters high. They were also wearing armor, and their combat power was clearly higher than that of the previous goblins. Name: Iron-Blooded Goblin. Combat strength: 30. What on earth is going on? Lin Yu was both surprised and puzzled. Seeing the opponent approaching him with a large cleaver, he immediately ordered the two-headed hellhound to attack. Under the fierce attack of 54 double-eyed hellhounds, whether he is a goblin or a savage goblin, he is doomed. Roar! The other party let out a painful roar, and within a few dozen seconds it was dead. Lin Yu quickly stepped forward, and after taking another look at the other party, he put the corpse into his territory space. After conversion, you can get 30 units of magic flesh, which is quite considerable. It was only then that Lin Yu realized that the conversion of demonic flesh was closely related to the combat power of the demonic beast, and not simply based on its size. Just as he was about to rush back to ask Su Qingsheng about the situation, more than a dozen dark figures appeared around him, all of them iron blood goblins. Seeing this, Lin Yu thought to himself that things were going badly. This place was not far from Su Qingsheng's location. If a large number of seraphim suddenly appeared here, it was very likely that seraphim had also appeared on the other side. A fierce goblin with a combat power of 30 points. Wouldn't that be the death of Su Qingsheng? His eyes narrowed, and he dared not delay any longer. With a wave of his arm, the battle between the two sides began. At this point, he couldn't care less about the monster's corpse. By the time the other side finished fighting, Su Qingsheng would probably be out of luck. Without saying a word, he immediately used the shadowless wind technique, increasing his speed by 20%, bypassing the Iron Blood Goblin, and rushing towards Su Qingsheng's location. During this time, some Iron Blood Goblins tried to attack Lin Yu, but without exception, they were all knocked to the ground by the two-headed hellhound. Its two bloody jaws were locked tightly around the other's neck, and bright red blood spurted out. But the Iron Blood Goblin was no pushover either, and its machete plunged directly into the body of the two-headed hellhound. Roar! The intense pain forced it to release its grip, causing it to let out a painful howl. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, knowing that this battle would inevitably result in the loss of some two-headed hellhounds, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Congratulations! You have achieved the fighting bravely against the enemy achievement and have received 1,000 magic crystals, 1,000 magic stones, and 1,000 magic wood. Seeing the message notification flash before his eyes, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he didn't seem so heartbroken anymore. This achievement reward was a godsend for him. He is unable to recruit more two-headed hellhounds and upgrade his level due to a lack of magic crystals. Upgrade me. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had already upgraded the Demon Workshop's claws once again. Congratulations! Claw Enhancement plus 4, consuming 1,000 magic crystals and 1,000 magic source stones. After the upgrade was successful, all his demon units saw their combat power increase again due to the increased damage, this time by a full 10 points. Demon Servant Combat Strength, 13 to 23. Demon Hound Combat Strength, 16 to 26. Two-Headed Cerberus Combat Strength, 26 to 36. Roar. After its power surged, the two-headed hellhound's aura intensified, and it let out a series of roars. Lin Yu's combat strength naturally increased as a result. Combat power, 37.41, 52.01. 41 demonic servants, totaling 410 combat power. 55 demonic hounds, totaling 550 combat power. 50 two-headed hellhounds, 4 of which were recently defeated, resulting in a total increase of 500 combat power. Lin Yu once again felt an unprecedented power. This enhancement of his claws brought him huge benefits, and his combat power directly broke through 50 points. Even he himself was frightened by this rate of growth. With its increased combat power, the two-headed hellhound also began a one-sided massacre of the Iron Blood Goblins. At this moment, they not only had superior combat strength, but their numbers were also several times greater than their opponents, and the situation instantly became one-sided. Lin Yu rushed to Su Qingqing's location, and within 5 minutes, he finally saw her beautiful figure. The opponent was surrounded by 5 Iron Blood Goblins. The other party's sleazy nature indirectly saved Su Qingqing's life. They wanted the living mother, which meant they didn't go all out. Su Qingqiang had to use all her strength to pull at them, and barely managed to hold on until now. Large beads of cold sweat were pouring from her forehead, and the wounds on her body were tearing open again due to the constant strenuous exercise. Huff, huff. She was in excruciating pain and knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Roar. The surrounding Iron Blood Goblins couldn't help but let out excited growls, looking at Su Qingqiang as if she were a wounded little rabbit, their expressions utterly lewd. Seeing the other person reach out to her, Su Qingqiang frowned, trying to dodge, but she found that she didn't even have the strength to stand up. She even felt dizzy due to excessive blood loss. Damn it, is this the end? Where did these disgusting things come from? She bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment and despair. Bang! Just as the opponent's filthy claws were about to touch Su Qingqiang, Lin Yu leaped and landed steadily in front of the opponent, slamming the head of the Iron Blood Goblin into the ground with a dull thud. Lin Yu! Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her face filled with surprise. That was a fierce goblin with a combat power of 30 points, yet it was easily pinned to the ground by the opponent with just one hand. Chapter 65, Strange Movements in the Dungeon. With just one strike, the Iron Blood Goblin was brought to the ground and unable to get up. Su Qingqiang even doubted whether the person in front of her was still Lin Yu. Roar! The predator goblin growled incessantly, struggling to get up. But Lin Yu's seemingly simple attack left it stunned, and for a moment it couldn't get up. Lin Yu's eyes flashed, and the dagger in his hand left a cold gleam in the darkness before it plunged fiercely into the head of the Iron Blood Goblin, and bright red blood immediately spurted out. Su Qingqing's mouth gaped open in surprise, her face filled with horror. Immediately, Lin Yu pulled the dagger away from the other person's body, drawing a string of blood droplets. The Iron Blood Goblin was already dead, killed on the spot. Seeing that the opponent easily killed the monster with a combat power of 30 points. For a moment, Su Qingqiang was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Are you all right? Lin Yu stared coldly at the other Iron Blood Goblins in front of him and asked in a slow voice. No, it's nothing. Su Qingqiang paused for a moment before she realized what was happening. That's good. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yu had already shot towards the 4 predator goblins around him. His movements were simple and brutal, without any fancy moves, yet every strike was deadly. Bang! Bang! In less than half a minute, the remaining Iron Blood Goblins fell to the ground. Faced with Lin Yu's absolute combat power, they couldn't even put up a fight. Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but gasp. So strong. She was struck by the realization that Lin Yu was so powerful that he seemed like a complete stranger to her. After the crisis was over, Su Qingqing's body went limp and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Hey, wake up. Are you all right? Lin Yu rushed forward, trying to wake him up, but no matter how he called out, it was to no avail. Soon, he noticed that the previously bandaged wound was bleeding again. It's easy to see that the opponent was just barely holding on to his last breath in order to resist the Seraphim Goblin. The wound reopened, and he had to re-bandage it. Hey, I really didn't mean to, but the situation is urgent right now. I can't think about anything else. Besides, with your small frame, I've already seen everything I needed to see. Don't you think? To cover up his guilty conscience and reduce his feelings of guilt, Lin Yu kept muttering to himself. Only after he had re-bandaged the wound and put his clothes back on did he wipe the fine sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the corpses of the iron blood goblins lying on the ground, Lin Yu casually put them all into his territory space, gaining 150 units of magic meat. Not long after, the rustling sound came from the surrounding jungle, but Lin Yu didn't take it seriously because he knew in his heart that the two-headed hellhound had returned. Before long, a series of two-headed hellhounds came into his view, and to his surprise, they were carrying the corpses of predator goblins in their mouths. Ha! Clever. He was full of praise for these two-headed hellhounds. He had left in such a hurry that he hadn't had time to look after the corpses. Well, he brought them all back for him. There were 15 in total, which could be converted into 450 units of demonic flesh. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart was already restless. He didn't care where these iron blood goblins came from or why they were here. He only wants to obtain enough magic flesh units from them. As the saying goes, once you miss this opportunity, it's gone forever. He knew in his heart that he had to seize this opportunity to get rich. Seeing that Su Qingqing's breathing was stable and her condition was normal, and that she would probably not wake up for a while, Lin Yu left 10 two-headed hellhounds around her to guard her, and then joined the battle, starting to slaughter the iron-blooded goblins in the jungle. Wherever they went, whether it was a fierce goblin or a black wolfhound, not a single one was spared. Meanwhile, the person in charge outside the portal also sensed something was amiss. Captain, the portal is emitting violent energy fluctuations. A team member quickly approached the person in charge and reported in a deep voice. As the light emanating from the portal gradually intensified, the person in charge frowned more and more, and an ominous premonition quickly rose within him. This situation, it seems like a connecting passage has appeared between this underground city and other underground cities. The person in charge looked extremely solemn, having already discerned some clues. Captain, you mean, the dungeon in front of us will be flooded with monsters from other dungeons. Upon hearing this, the team members instantly became tense. This means that the danger level of this underground city will be greatly increased. That's right. Now we can only pray that the other end of the link is also a white portal level. The person in charge was also helpless, looking at the chaotic energy fluctuations of the portal in front of him. Captain, even a regular white portal poses a huge danger to the freshman if it hasn't undergone a cleanup operation. The team members looked extremely anxious. What can we do? The portal's energy fluctuations are unstable right now. We can't get in at all. If we force our way in, it means we'll be taking a huge risk, with only 1 in 10 surviving. Does the life of a freshman matter, but the lives of team members don't? The person in charge clearly didn't want his men to die in vain, and planned to wait a few days until the energy fluctuations stabilized before going in to rescue them. Upon hearing this, the team members stood aside anxiously. He knew in his heart that the captain was right. If they forced their way in now, they would suffer heavy casualties before they could even rescue the new students. If the other dungeons are also white level, that would be fine. If it's a green level, that would be a real disaster. The person in charge stared intently at the portal that was radiating bright white light, fearing that the light would turn green. Green-level dungeons are usually filled with battle-hardened monsters. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like if a large number of battle-hardened magical beasts flooded into the dungeon where new students were undergoing training. It would be nothing short of a one-sided massacre. That will not be a trial for new life, but a hell for new life. The appearance of the predator goblin has already caused great panic among many new students. A monster with 30 combat power is beyond the capabilities of most new students. If they want to survive, they can only stick together for warmth, and only then can they barely have a glimmer of hope. For every person who is sad, there is someone who is happy, like Lin Yu. Chapter 66, this isn't the first time. In just one night, Lin Yu killed 180 Ironblood goblins and 50 Black Wolf hounds. Harvest, 5,900 units of magic flesh, 50 canine teeth. As dawn broke, he stopped and returned to Su Qingqing's side. He had almost completely slaughtered the surrounding magical beasts, so Lin Yu left only a few two-headed hellhounds to lie dormant in the nearby jungle, and recalled the rest to his territory to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. It wasn't until noon that Su Qingqing showed signs of waking up. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she let out a soft groan. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly stepped forward. Only after the other person opened their blurry eyes did he help them sit up. "How are you? Are you all right?" As they were talking, he had already handed a glass of water to the other person. "Pain." Su Qingqing frowned and said softly, "The conditions here are limited, so please make do. Have a sip of water first." Lin Yu did his best. Thank you." Su Qingqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She was especially moved to see that the other person had not only saved her, but also stayed by her side all night. You need to be very gentle with your movements during this time. Otherwise, the wound will reopen. Lin Yu gave a heartfelt reminder. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing was slightly taken aback and subconsciously looked down at the location of her wound. Sure enough, they were all rebandaged. But she soon noticed some details, such as the buttons on her clothes, which didn't look like they were buttoned by her. Everything is self-evident. Su Qingqing's pretty face was turning bright red at a visible speed. She buried her head deeply in her knees, overwhelmed with shame. Moreover, in this situation, she couldn't blame Lin Yu, since he was only trying to treat her wounds. "What are you doing? Why are you shy? What's our relationship? Is it really necessary to be like this?" This isn't the first time. Lin Yu stretched out his finger and gently poked the other person's shoulder, signaling her to think more positively. He shouldn't have said it. Once he did, Su Qingqing wanted to crawl into a hole. "If you can't speak, then don't speak. I'm not going to treat you like you're mute." Su Qingqing found that Lin Yu was a good person in every way, except that his mouth was too annoying. "Are you still angry? Fine, I'll show you what's what." As he spoke, Lin Yu gestured as if he was going to take off his pants, which startled Su Qingqing, who quickly stopped him. "By the way, what's the current situation in the dungeon? Why do predator goblins appear?" Lin Yu stopped joking and got back to the main topic. "I'm not sure, but I'm certain that the difficulty of dungeons has increased significantly now." Su Qingqing said earnestly. "By the way, why did your aura suddenly surge so much?" Immediately afterwards, her beautiful eyes stared intently at Lin Yu, filled with curiosity about the question. When she saw the opponent instantly kill the Ironblood goblin, Su Qingqing vaguely felt that the opponent's combat power had far surpassed her own. "Kill the monster. My growth rate has always been fast." Lin Yu made up a random excuse to brush off the other party. Su Qingqing wasn't stupid. She could tell immediately that the other party was lying to her. However, seeing that the other party was unwilling to talk, she stopped asking. But she was absolutely certain that she hadn't misjudged him. Lin Yu was no ordinary person, and everyone had underestimated him. "Can we go? There are still 4 days until the end of the monthly exam. Should we go and kill the boss?" Lin Yu asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected that even at a time like this, the other party would still be thinking about killing the boss. Logically speaking, at this time, we should quickly reunite with the other freshmen, fight against the monsters together, and wait for outside rescue. "What? You don't want to?" "Actually, I didn't intend to ask for your permission. You have to go whether you want to or not." Seeing that the other party did not speak, Lin Yu continued to add. Su Qingqing was speechless after hearing this. "Why do I have to go with you?" She expressed her confusion. "Now that you're injured, I'm not comfortable leaving you in the care of others." Lin Yu wasn't joking. He was serious. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng felt a warmth in her heart. Although this person sometimes spoke without thinking, the sense of security he gave her was something that no one else could provide. Then let's go. After hesitating for a moment, she tried to stand up. Here are some healing potions. See which one works. Lin Yu then took out some more bottles and jars. This is a life-saving potion. Su Qingcheng's gaze immediately locked onto a bottle of red liquid, and she exclaimed in surprise. Oh, this one. Lin Yu quickly picked it up and handed it to the other person. How do you have the potion of life? This stuff is incredibly effective at treating injuries and restoring strength. The price is also exorbitant. A single bottle costs at least $1 million. Knowing Lin Yu's poverty as Su Qingcheng did, she knew he definitely couldn't afford it. Oh, it's so expensive. I was taken from that kid Zhang Xing. I didn't expect that kid to be so good at it. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Su Qingcheng suddenly remembered Zhang Xing and Yi Qing. We had almost forgotten about the two of them because of the sudden attack by the Iron Blood goblins. You killed Zhang Xing? Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she tentatively asked. Isn't it obvious? If I don't kill him, how could I possibly have these things? And that Zhao Jinhu, I didn't let him go either. Lin Yu remained calm, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. He deserves to die. Upon learning of the other person's death, Su Qingcheng did not smile. On the contrary, she seemed to be worried about something. Don't worry about it. Since this medicine is effective, take it quickly. Lin Yu first urged the other party to take the medicine, and then added, now that a large number of powerful magical beasts have appeared in the dungeon, if you don't tell and I don't tell, who will know who killed them? He wasn't worried at all, because Zhang Xing and Zhao Jinhu had already been devoured by the two-headed hellhound until there was nothing left of them. Putting aside the unusual events in the underground city, even if the Zhang family came looking for him, they wouldn't be able to find Zhang Xing's body. All right, Su Qingcheng nodded in agreement, feeling that what the other person said made some sense. Moreover, Lin Yu's killing in the dungeon gave her a very experienced feeling, which was not like it was his first time. This made him even more curious about Lin Yu. After taking the life potion, her condition improved significantly in less than half an hour. She was no longer as weak as before, and even the pain in her wounds subsided considerably. Just as they were heading to the original boss location, they suddenly heard a jumble of footsteps ahead, and it seemed there were quite a few people. Chapter 67 Instant Kill. Brother Tiger, it's strange. How come we haven't encountered a single magical beast in this area? You know what? What's even stranger is that there's a strong smell of blood in the air, but we haven't seen a single corpse. What's going on? How bizarre. It's just too bizarre. The group of people were talking back and forth. Before they knew it, they had come into Lin Yu's field of vision. They're from our college. Su Qingcheng quickly recognized the other person's identity. The group consisted of more than 10 people, with the leader being a burly man who looked like someone not to be trifled with. You know him? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. From the other party's conversation just now, he vaguely heard the word Big Tiger. He clearly remembered that Lin Xiaohu had said that his older brother was named Lin Dahu and had also received benefit from Huijiechen. I know him. That person is Lin Dahu from Class 10. The group of people behind him are all from Class 10. It's said that he has a high reputation in the class. Although he's only an A-level awakener, his combat power has already broken through to 20. Su Qingcheng nodded in response, and then proceeded to introduce Lin Dahu. Oh, it really is Lin Dahu. What a small world. Upon hearing this, a terrifying killing intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. What's the meaning? Su Qingcheng was puzzled, but she could already feel the other party's cold, killing intent. This caused her eyebrows to furrow slightly. Lin Dahu and his group also spotted Lin Yu and his companion at this moment. Brother Tiger, it's the stunning beauty Su Qingcheng. One of the younger brothers exclaimed excitedly. That guy next to me, doesn't he look a bit like the god of Oolong? Another younger brother asked doubtfully. Oh, the great idiot Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Dahu immediately became interested and began to look Lin Yu up and down. Before long, the group of people had arrived in front of Lin Yu. You're Lin Yu. Lin Dahu didn't have much of an impression of him and stared at Lin Yu with a half smile. I am your grandfather. The moment Lin Yu looked up, 2 fingers were already poking at the other person's throat. The blow struck, and crimson blood spurted out. Everyone present was stunned. Everyone, including Su Qingsheng, couldn't help but widen their eyes and gasp in surprise. Wow! Lin Dahu staggered back several steps, clutching the bloody hole in his throat with both hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. Bang! The next second, he knelt on one knee, still struggling to hold on. You! Lin Dahu's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He never dreamed that he would be killed instantly by Lin Yu. Moreover, he couldn't understand why the other party attacked without saying a word, and with such ruthlessness. Brother Tiger! Brother Tiger! The underlings then came to their senses and rushed forward to help Lin Dahu up. Kill him! He mustered all his strength to barely utter a few words. Bang! After saying this, he collapsed to the ground and died. Everyone stood there stunned, never expecting their idol, Lin Dahu, to die like that. Lin Yu, why did you kill our tiger brother? One of the underlings glared angrily at Lin Yu and roared hysterically. Now why would I kill him? Don't you understand? I'm not only going to kill him, I'm going to kill you all too. Lin Yu chuckled, his gaze towards the other party icy cold. The group looked at each other, seemingly trying to understand each other's meaning. After a brief exchange of glances, they seemed to have reached some kind of consensus and pounced on Lin Yu at almost the same time. Careful! Su Qingsheng reminded him urgently. She wanted to go forward to help, but when she exerted force suddenly, her wound started to hurt terribly. Don't move, otherwise I'll have to check it again later. You'll be upset if I see it, Lin Yu said without turning his head. Others might not understand what these words meant, but Su Qingsheng certainly did. She was immediately furious, but swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She knew in her heart that now was not the time to argue with the other party. Lin Yu moved like a ghost, freely weaving among the dozen or so opponents, each flick of his finger ending a life. Within 2 minutes, Lin Dahu and his group of more than 10 people had all fallen into pools of blood. Su Qingsheng was dumbfounded. She even doubted whether the Lin Yu in front of her, who was a ruthless killer, was really the same Lin Yu she knew. Finish! Lin Yu wiped the blood off his fingers onto the corpse before slowly getting up. There was no pity in his eyes, or rather, no emotional fluctuation at all, as if he hadn't killed any people, but merely crushed some ants. Let's go. Lin Yu approached Su Qingsheng and gestured for her to proceed to the boss's location. Why did you kill them? Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Su Qingsheng asked. You killed so many A-level awakened individuals. This is a huge loss for the Academy. Before Lin Yu could explain, she added another sentence. In Su Qingsheng's eyes, the current disturbance in the dungeon means that the new students must have suffered heavy losses, and Lin Yu's actions are undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the War Academy. Academy, you seem to have forgotten. I'm not a member of the Academy. The War Academy believed Zhang Shihao's nonsense and has already expelled me. They even try to kill me. What reason do I have to care about this kind of college? Lin Yu's words left Su Qingsheng speechless. She did not deny that the Academy's handling of this matter was indeed inadequate and extremely unfair to Lin Yu. If it weren't for the Su family's intervention, Lin Yu would have been executed by the Academy by now. If it were her, she would also have grievances against the War Academy. But even so, you don't have to kill everyone from the Academy you see, do you? Su Qingsheng paused, still feeling uneasy. I may hate the Academy, but I'm not so depraved as to be completely insane. I took action because I knew they were all Hua Jiachen's henchmen. They entered the dungeon not only to take the monthly exam, but also for another mission. That is to kill me. Lin Yu emphasized the last 3 words. Su Qingsheng was stunned into thought when she heard the other party's explanation. After regaining her senses, she lowered her eyes, gently bit her lip, and apologized to Lin Yu once again. Su Qingsheng knew better than anyone that Lin Yu had offended Hua Jiachen entirely because of her. Lin Yu had been targeted by Hua Jiachen multiple times, and now she had misunderstood him, which made Su Qingsheng feel extremely ashamed. You don't need to do that. I'm not blaming you. We're practically family. Lin Yu wasn't angry. While speaking, He even playfully bumped the other person with his bottom. Su Qingcheng lost her balance from the sudden, light touch and staggered several steps to the side, almost falling over. Sorry. I forgot you were injured. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly began to explain. You. Su Qingcheng couldn't find the words to describe the other person. Their puffed-up face looked just like a pufferfish. The oppressive atmosphere was completely dispelled by Lin Yu's impact. After bickering and arguing all the way, they finally arrived near the boss's lair. Something's not right. At this moment, Su Qingcheng suddenly realized what was happening. What's wrong? Lin Yu looked around curiously, but didn't find anything unusual. Didn't you notice? We haven't encountered a single magical beast along the way. Don't you think that's outrageous? Even if we don't encounter the black wolfhound, we'll surely run in the iron blood goblin, right? Su Qingcheng immediately became alert. Lin Yu smiled, but remained silent when he heard the other party's concerns. The reason for this problem actually lies with him. Those two-headed hellhounds lurking in the nearby jungle are no mere decorations. Any monster that gets close will perish in their jaws. With a combat strength of 36 points, they are more than capable of dominating this area. As long as they don't encounter hordes of seraphim, they can be easily dealt with. As for the monster corpses, Lin Yu didn't intend to waste them. He had already piled them up and would store them in his territory space when the opportunity arose. This is the fundamental reason why Su Qingcheng hasn't seen a single magical beast along the way. Never mind all that. Let's go take care of the boss first. Lin Yu urged the other party on. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qingcheng still chose to compromise. The two continued to walk towards the location of the nest. Before they even saw the nest, a strong smell of blood hit them. Speaking of something's not right, this is really not right. Lin Yu frowned slightly, sensing a danger ahead. Chapter 68, the boss was beaten up first. According to the map, that's the Black Wolf Dog King's lair, with a combat strength of about 40 points. Su Qingcheng took out the map, checked the location again, and confirmed that it was correct. Even the Black Wolf Dog King's lair shouldn't have such a strong smell of blood. I suspect someone beat me to it. Lin Yu voiced his guess. Because he had been here the day before, there was no smell of blood at all. Who could this be? Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng was very curious. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Lin Yu quickened his pace, leading the other party. As they got closer to the entrance of the Black Wolf Dog King's cave, the smell of blood grew stronger. They were all slightly taken aback when they saw the cave entrance. The ground was littered with the corpses of black wolfhounds, numbering at least 100, and the ground was almost entirely stained red with blood. That's the Black Wolfhound King. Soon, Su Qingcheng saw the corpse of a magical beast that was twice the size of the Black Wolfhound. The magic core has been extracted. Lin Yu looked in the direction the other party indicated and saw that the Black Wolf Dog King's head had been ripped open, and it was clear that the magic core had been taken away. This means that someone else has really gotten there first. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been late, the Black Wolf Dog King's magic core would definitely be ours. Su Qingcheng knew that she had wasted time. Hey, what kind of talk is that? Whether it's a magic core or not, it doesn't matter. Lin Yu smiled and comforted him. Actually, he was already incredibly excited. With the monster corpses all over the ground, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Wait, what is that? Su Qingcheng raised her hand and pointed to the top of the cave entrance. That is. Lin Yu looked in the direction the other person was pointing, and the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's a person nailed to the rock face. He swallowed hard before continuing. Su Qingcheng subconsciously took a few steps closer, wanting to see what was going on. As they drew closer, the person nailed to the rock wall above the cave entrance became increasingly clear. That's Chun Haojuan from Songlong Academy, an S-rank awakener. Su Qingcheng quickly recognized the other person's identity. Who did this? So vicious. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her face full of surprise. Chun Haojuan was pierced through the chest by a long knife and pinned to the spot. Moreover, he had many wounds on his body, which clearly showed that he had been in a fierce battle before he died. That knife looks like a weapon of the iron blood goblin. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that the knife looked somewhat familiar. You mean, he was killed by a predator goblin? Su Qingsheng turned to look at the other person, her eyes filled with disbelief. Logically speaking, Chun Haojuan is an S-level awakened, and as long as he is not seriously injured, he should be able to escape from the other party. Wait a minute. He should have teammates. Su Qingsheng quickly scanned the surrounding rock walls, but found no other corpses. It should be inside. Lin Yu's eyes were bright as he stared intently into the direction of the cave. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng frowned, but seemed too afraid to step forward. Wait here for me. I'll go in and take a look. Lin Yu gestured for the other person to wait for him at the cave entrance. Then be careful. Su Qingsheng nodded obediently. After responding, Lin Yu quickly walked towards the pitch-black cave. A stench immediately followed. Since it was pitch black inside, he could only take out a flashlight from his spatial storage. Although he was poor, he could still afford these small daily necessities. Scattered black wolfhound carcasses lay on the ground. Since Su Qingsheng wasn't around, he simply picked them up along the way and threw them all into his territory space. It wasn't until he reached the deepest part of the cave that he was shocked to discover the naked corpses of two girls. Lin Yu frowned slightly. It wasn't hard to tell that these two were Chun Haojuan's teammates, and they must have suffered unbearable torment before they died. He subconsciously squatted down and examined the body. The body was not stiff yet, so it was clear that it had not been dead for long. Moreover, their fatal injuries were all caused by violent head impacts. It is highly likely that he was unwilling to be humiliated and found an opportunity to commit suicide. Otherwise, given the nature of the Iron Blood goblins, they would never kill any girl themselves. Hey! Lin Yu shook his head and sighed softly before standing up again. At the same time, Su Qingsheng's scream suddenly came from outside the cave. This made Lin Yu's heart clench as if something had suddenly grabbed it, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Chapter 69, The Goblin's Return. At this moment, Lin Yu had pushed the shadowless wind technique to its limit, and it was showing signs of breaking through 20%. Fortunately, the cave was not deep, and he reached the outside in just a few seconds. All that could be seen in the surrounding jungle were countless figures, all of them predator goblins, numbering at least 100. The goblin in the middle is much larger and stronger. It not only wears armor, but also a horned helmet, and its weapon is different from other predator goblins. It's a battle axe. Name: Blood Rage Goblin. Combat Strength: 50. It's obvious that he's the leader of this group of fierce goblins, essentially a mini-boss. Their gazes were all focused on Su Qingsheng, almost ignoring Lin Yu. Are you alright? Lin Yu shielded Su Qingsheng behind him and whispered words of concern. No, it's nothing, it's just, it looks like we're doomed. Su Qingsheng shook her head, her pretty face filled with tension and worry. Her current combat power is almost zero, which means that she can only rely on Lin Yu alone from now on. However, there were so many Iron Blood goblins in front of him that even with Lin Yu's formidable combat strength, it would not be easy for him to fight them all by himself. Moreover, there's a boss with a combat power of 50. Su Qingsheng could see almost no hope. Damn it! Did you overestimate them, or underestimate me? Lin Yu disagreed. His gaze swept quickly across the surrounding goblins. He was fully prepared for battle. Roar! The Blood Rage goblin's eyes darted around, finally shifting its gaze away from Su Qingsheng and turning to Lin Yu, letting out a low growl. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Iron Blood goblins immediately let out a piercing jeer. It's easy to see that the Blood Rage goblin doesn't take Lin Yu seriously at all, and is even mocking him. Su Qingsheng unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes with both hands, and she bit her lip lightly, as if she had made some kind of decision. You should run. They're after me. With your current strength, you still have a chance to escape. She knew in her heart that Lin Yu would definitely not be able to break through with her. Rather than both of them dying here, it would be better for her to attract the goblin's attention and help them escape. Oh, are you sure? That's a goblin. You should know better than anyone the consequences of being caught by them. Lin Yu looked at the other person with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Oh, by the way, I just found Chun Haojuan's other 2 female companions in the cave. They all died humiliated. Then he added another sentence. Hearing this, Su Qingsheng became even more frightened, and her delicate body even trembled slightly. You should leave. Although she was afraid, she did not change her mind and still hoped that Lin Yu could break through. As for herself, she had even thought about how to avoid being humiliated. With trembling hands, she took a dagger from her waist and gripped it tightly in her hand. Hee, just kidding. How could I possibly leave? They want to bully you? They'll have to see if I agree. Lin Yu grinned and turned his gaze back to the goblins around him. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's heart trembled. She stared blankly at the other person's back, never expecting that the other person would choose to fight to the death for her sake. These goblins must be the ones who killed Chun Haojuan. Lin Yu continued, if you don't leave, we'll all die. I don't want to drag you down with me. Su Qingqing had no time to speculate about where these goblins came from. She just wanted Lin Yu to escape as quickly as possible. I told you, don't underestimate me. Lin Yu exuded unparalleled confidence. Now, please go inside the cave and hide. Remember, close your eyes and cover your ears. Then he spoke slowly, his tone carrying an undeniable domineering air that made it impossible for anyone to refuse. Go quickly. Seeing Su Qingqing standing there dumbfounded, Lin Yu continued to urge her in a deep voice. Only then did Su Qingqing suddenly come to her senses. Her eyes darted around, and her fingertips dug into her palms, leaving several nail marks. The other hand was also white from gripping the dagger too tightly. Finally, she took a deep breath and chose to believe Lin Yu. I'll listen to you. You must live. After leaving a message, Su Qingqing ran into the pitch-black cave, as instructed. Aside from the overwhelming stench, there was nothing dangerous inside. She endured the pungent smell and strode to the deepest part of the room. Then she closed her eyes, covered her ears, and began to silently pray for Lin Yu. That's a good boy. Next, watch how I deal with you beasts. Lin Yu's lips curled into an exaggerated smile. He felt no fear at all towards the goblins before him. He was only excited. Roar! As the blood rage goblin swung its arm and roared, the surrounding iron blood goblins swarmed towards Lin Yu, trying to hack him to death with their blades. Lin Yu remained calm despite the situation. Superior. At his command, the two-headed hellhound leaped out from its territory. Even the two-headed hellhounds that had been lurking nearby instantly surrounded them and launched a sneak attack. 50 two-headed hellhounds instantly engaged in a fierce battle with hundreds of predatory goblins. You guys go too. Seeing that he was outnumbered, Lin Yu even released the demonic hounds. The demon hounds have a combat strength of 26 and a considerable number of 55, posing a significant threat to the iron blood goblins. With the addition of the demon hound, the opponent's numerical advantage vanished instantly. The blood rage goblin looked slightly surprised upon seeing this, as if it hadn't expected this scene either. They originally thought they could easily crush Lin Yu, but now it has turned into a large-scale battle. Roar! The blood rage goblin raised its head and let out a roar that lasted for nearly 10 seconds. This made Lin Yu frown slightly, with a vague sense of foreboding. That roar sounded just like a wolf howling. Could it be that it's calling for its companions? Lin Yu secretly pondered to himself. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps and rustling sounds could be heard from the surrounding jungle. This made Lin Yu realize that things were not going well. Clearly, the blood rage goblin's roar had attracted all the predator goblins scattered nearby. From time to time, predator goblins would suddenly dart out of the jungle and quickly join the battle. Lin Yu's expression gradually turned gloomy. A few here, a few more there, and in no time, the numbers of the two sides widened again. Are you playing games with me like this? Then I'll go all out with you. Lin Yu's gaze toward the blood rage goblin also turned fierce. Roar! The blood rage goblin remained unfazed, continuing to growl mockingly at Lin Yu, as if to demonstrate its goblin power. Chapter 70. The Great Battle is imminent. Unbeknownst to them, the number of seraphim around them had reached nearly 200. Faced with overwhelming numbers, Lin Yu was clearly at a disadvantage. Continuing the fight would inevitably lead to defeat. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and 41 demonic servants appeared around him. At this moment, each of them had a bursting ball in their hand. Blow these beasts to death. Before the words were even finished, the demon servant, wielding a blasting ball, had already charged into the horde of iron blood goblins. As they exerted force with their paws, their sharp claws immediately sank into the exploding ball, and the intense pressure triggered an explosion. Boom! Rumble! One after another, the demonic servants detonated the exploding orbs, creating deafening explosions that made the entire earth tremble. Each of the demon's servants can take away at least one iron blood goblin. If you're lucky, you might even kill 2 or 3. After being bombarded by 41 human bombs, the number of iron blood goblins was reduced instantly, and most of them were wiped out in the blink of an eye. This allowed Lin Yu to successfully turn the tide. Even inside the cave, Su Qingsheng was shocked by the huge commotion outside. What's going on? Why did such a horrific explosion occur? She looked towards the cave entrance, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, her face filled with horror. Although she was incredibly curious, she remembered Lin Yu's instructions and stayed where she was, without rushing forward to investigate. Even the blood rage goblins outside were shocked by what they saw. Looking at the smoke-filled battlefield before it, its blood-red eyes widened in disbelief, as if it had never expected Lin Yu to have such a method. At this moment, all 41 demon servants had perished. With a thought, Lin Yu instantly began recruiting them again in his territory. Recruiting 50 demonic servants requires 2,500 units of demonic meat. Recruitment confirmed. Recruitment successful, consuming 2,500 units of magic flesh. The recruitment conditions for demon servants are the cheapest, so Lin Yu doesn't care at all, especially since he has no shortage of demon meat right now. If he wins this battle, the goblin corpses on the ground will not only be enough for him to break even, but will even leave him with a huge surplus. His combat strength was further enhanced due to the recruitment. Combat strength, 52.01 to 63.51. Keep going. Bomb it. Lin Yu stared coldly at the blood rage goblin and continued to give orders in a cold voice. Boom! Rumble! 50 demonic minions, each wielding a bursting ball, charged once again towards the iron blood goblins, creating a deafening roar. The iron blood goblins with a combat power of 30 points couldn't withstand the energy impact of the exploding ball and died instantly. After 2 bombings, Lin Yu's troop formations finally regained their numerical advantage. Roar! Seeing his men suffer heavy casualties, the blood rage goblin roared in anger and raised his battle axe, ready to join the battle. It's finally moving. Your opponent is me. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and immediately drew his dagger to meet the attack. He certainly couldn't let the enemy charge into the battlefield. With a combat power of 50 points, the blood rage goblin's 2-headed hellhounds will definitely suffer heavy casualties once it enters the battlefield. I'm afraid one axe blow would be enough to fall one down. As for the demon dog, it goes without saying that it was simply kicked over as if it were a stray dog on the street. Clang! The battle axe clashed with the dagger in Lin Yu's hand, creating a string of sparks. After just one exchange, Lin Yu had to retreat rapidly to create distance between himself and the opponent. His expression also became serious. His right hand was trembling slightly from the impact, and blood had appeared at the base of his thumb. Only then did he realize that even though his combat strength was slightly higher than his opponent's, he still could not let his guard down. The blood rage goblin's power was far greater than he had imagined, especially when paired with the battle axe. Its explosive power reached a terrifying level. Lin Yu glanced at the dagger in his hand, and his heart sank. With this broken dagger, he was completely unfit to fight head-on with his opponent. He was at a huge disadvantage in terms of weaponry. Even if he had a machete, he wouldn't have been able to be driven back by his opponent. Roar! The blood rage goblin seemed excited about forcing Lin Yu back, and it growled repeatedly. Aren't you getting excited too soon? The moment Lin Yu raised his eyes, he shot towards the other party. He might not have an advantage in a head-on confrontation, but in terms of speed, the blood rage goblin is far inferior to him. Clang! After dodging the opponent's slash, Lin Yu flashed behind him, his sharp dagger sparking a trail of fire on his armor. When the blood rage goblin was hit by a tremendous force from behind, it staggered forward 2 steps. Whoosh! The moment it regained its footing, The blood rage goblin slashed horizontally behind it, creating a whooshing sound. Wait, you're too slow. Lin Yu's eyes flashed slightly as he easily dodged the opponent's attack. Then, a hideous and gruesome wound was slashed across his exposed skin. Roar! The intense pain caused the blood rage goblin to roar incessantly. Immediately afterwards, its eyes began to glow with a scarlet light, and its attacks became increasingly ferocious, each axe blow carrying immense force. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly retreated, choosing to temporarily avoid the attack. He knew in his heart that if he were hit by this, he might be sent flying. Moreover, the blood rage goblin seemed to have used some skill, and it had entered a berserk state. Not only did its combat power increase, but its personality also became more violent. At the same time, the number of predator goblins in the surrounding area is also decreasing sharply, from nearly 200 to only 20 or 30. Lin Yu's two-headed hellhounds and demonic hounds outnumbered the opponents by a factor of 2. Before long, we will be able to wipe out all the remaining iron blood goblins. Knowing its predicament, the blood rage goblin grew anxious and desperately wanted to kill Lin Yu. A battle was about to break out between the two sides, and as time went on, the blood rage goblin's wounds increased. Lin Yu's physical strength was also greatly depleted. He had to admit that the blood rage goblin was really tough. It's a blood-soaked bull. Roar! Just then, the two-headed hellhounds around them finished their battle and gathered around. Huff! Huff! After putting some distance between himself and the blood rage goblin, Lin Yu was panting heavily. The blood rage goblin was no exception. It was breathing rapidly, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Yu. However, it is now fighting alone. It's like catching a turtle in a jar. Chapter 71, A Perfect Prophet. Lin Yu did not allow the two-headed hellhound to launch an attack. Although victory is imminent in this battle, the troops have suffered heavy losses. Even though the blood rage goblin is at its last gasp, it can still easily take a few two-headed hellhounds down with it. To recruit more two-headed hellhounds, a large amount of magic crystals are needed. But the material that Lin Yu is most lacking right now is magic crystal. The magic crystal pile in this underground city has long been swept away by the cleanup team. This means that once Lin Yu's two-headed hellhound dies, he will be unable to recruit it again in the short term due to a lack of magic crystals. I can't bear to part with the two-headed hellhound, but I can bear to part with the demon hound. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and the remaining demonic hounds immediately rushed forward. At the same time, he threw his last 9 burst balls at the blood rage goblin. The demon hound's combat power is only 26 points, so it may not be able to deal effective damage to the blood rage goblin with a combat power of 50. But these 9 explosive orbs are different. If they detonate together around it, the blood rage goblin will be badly injured, even if it doesn't die. Roar! The demon dogs leaped up and successfully caught the exploding ball with their mouths. Immediately afterwards, they pounced on each other and detonated at the last second. Boom! Rumble! As the loud noise rang out, a visible aftershock also rippled through the surrounding area. Lin Yu staggered back several steps before barely managing to regain his balance. He looked up and saw that the spot where the blood rage goblin had been was blasted into a huge crater. The aftershocks of the explosion kicked up billowing smoke and dust, making it difficult to see the blood rage goblin situation for a moment. But Lin Yu knew in his heart that the other party was definitely not going to get better. Before the dust had even settled, Lin Yu had already rushed in with the two-headed hellhound. Roar! As he approached the blood rage goblin, he heard only low growls. This made him tense up. Did he block it? Lin Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. A gentle breeze swept by at dawn, carrying away most of the smoke and dust, and his vision became clear. At that moment, his heart finally settled down. The blood rage goblin's armor was shattered, and even its battle axe was broken in two. It was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and was letting out a low growl with difficulty. To be honest, your strength is far greater than that of the giant palm ape king. Lin Yu approached the other person and looked down at them with a superior gaze. Both are monsters with a combat power of 50, But the power that the Blood Rage Goblin unleashed was far stronger than the giant palm ape king we saw in the last dungeon. Scum, you're all just waiting to be destroyed. Lin Yu was completely shocked when the Blood Rage Goblin spoke in a hoarse and unfamiliar voice. What? He looked at the other person and his eyes widened involuntarily, eager to hear it again. Unfortunately, the Blood Rage Goblin died shortly after speaking. The last words the other person uttered before dying left Lin Yu deeply disturbed. In all his years, he had never heard of a magical beast that could speak human language. Is it that's gone mad, or am I? Lin Yu frowned, looking at the Blood Rage Goblin corpse on the ground, and muttered to himself. Then, he looked up at the remaining soldiers around him. There are 30 two-headed hellhounds left, and only 20 demon hounds left. As for the demon servants, not a single one was left. He sent them all to be human bombs. The next second, he plunged the dagger in his hand into the head of the Blood Rage Goblin and dug out the magic core. Afterwards, he waved his hand, and both the corpses of the Iron Blood Goblin and the Black Wolf Hound were taken into his territory space. This time the losses were huge, but the gains were also considerable. Blood Rage Goblin corpses can be exchanged for 100 units of magic meat. The corpses of the Iron Blood Goblins, including those killed by the two-headed hellhounds in the jungle earlier, total 254 at 30 units each, which can be exchanged for 7,620 units of demon meat. The corpse of the Black Wolf Dog King can be exchanged for 100 units of magic meat. The Black Wolf Hound corpses, including those found in the cave, totaled 140 at 10 units each, which can be exchanged for 1,400 units of magic meat. In addition, 140 canine teeth were also obtained. Total loot, 9,220 units of magic meat. Adding to the original 4,755 units of demonic flesh, Lin Yu now has over 10,000 demonic flesh units, totaling 13,975 units. Congratulations! You have achieved the Goblin Slayer achievement and received a human barracks blueprint. Congratulations! You have achieved the milestone of stockpiling over 10,000 meats, earning 1 achievement point. Lin Yu looked at the blueprints of the human race's military camp, a slight smile playing on his lips. Human barracks blueprint constructs a human barracks, yielding the peasant unit. Requires 100 units of magic wood, 100 units of magic crystal, and 100 units of magic stone. Who would complain about having too much good stuff? The peasant unit is clearly not meant for fighting, but Lin Yu believes that if used for mining, logging, and so on, its efficiency would definitely be higher than that of the demon servants. Unfortunately, he can't even come up with 100 magic crystals right now. Lin Yu simply took it into his territory space first. The next second, he looked up at Chun Haojuan's corpse, which was nailed to the rock wall. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party definitely possessed a Black Wolf Dog King's magic core. A magic core with 40 combat power is worth millions. So how could Lin Yu let it go? Without saying a word, he went straight up and started digging through the corpse. Within seconds, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. As expected, the Black Wolf Dog King's magic core is in hand. After doing all this, he strode arrogantly into the cave, ready to show off his great achievements to Su Qingsheng. Su Qingsheng was stunned into thought when she saw Lin Yu's arrogant gait. It's over, it's safe outside. Lin Yu raised his chin slightly, striking a pose of a king returning home. Oh. Su Qingsheng found it hard to believe. You killed those Iron Blood Goblins and the Goblin Boss. She looked at Lin Yu with a mixture of belief and doubt. Su Qingsheng knew that the opponent was very strong, but the idea of killing hundreds of Iron Blood Goblins, plus a boss, still seemed too far-fetched. With a lineup like that of goblins, let alone a powerhouse with 50 combat power, even a powerhouse with 60 combat power would be defeated. We didn't kill them, but we scare them away. Lin Yu replied casually. After saying that, he took the other person's hand and walked out. The cave was so smelly that he could hardly stand it. Scared away? Su Qingsheng clearly didn't believe it. But when she arrived outside the cave, she was immediately stunned. Apart from bloodstains, there wasn't even a single monster corpse on the ground. What exactly is going on? Her face was filled with horror, and her beautiful eyes were filled with endless confusion and astonishment. Chapter 72, Lying Through One's Teeth. Oh, that's how it is. I took out a few explosive charges, threw them there, and they were scared off. Lin Yu was making up stories with a straight face, and after he finished speaking, he didn't forget to point to the potholes in front of him. A bomb. Su Qingshang looked at the other person with an expression that seemed to say, "Do you think I believe you?" "Right." Lin Yu nodded in response, completely unconcerned about Su Qingshang's expression. "Where's the body? How do you explain that?" Su Qingshang put her hands on her hips, curious to see what other nonsense the other party could come up with. "I gave them to them. Grill them up at night, and they could be eaten as a midnight snack." After listening to Lin Yu's words, Su Qingshang realized that people can actually laugh when they are extremely speechless. "By the way, have you ever heard of a magical beast that can speak human language?" Lin Yu looked at the other person with a serious expression, eager to know the answer. "Stop messing around." Su Qingshang rolled her eyes at the other person. Since the other person was unwilling to talk, she was not going to press them any further. "I'm not kidding you, I'm serious. That blood rage goblin just spoke to me." Lin Yu's expression was serious, and his tone was earnest. Su Qingsheng looked into the other person's eyes, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and said irritably, "Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think I'm easy to fool?" It really spoke. I was shocked too. Lin Yu made it clear that he was not joking. Only then did Su Qingsheng look directly into the other person's eyes with some skepticism. Judging from Lin Yu's serious and eager eyes, he certainly wasn't joking. However, Su Qingsheng still found the idea of Warcraft being able to speak human language too fantastical. "You're really not lying to me? It really spoke?" Su Qingsheng confirmed with him repeatedly. "Just kidding. Kun y escolme centimeters morters." Lin Yu nodded emphatically. Only after hearing the other party make such a solemn vow did Su Qingsheng reluctantly believe it. "I've never heard of a Warcraft player speaking human language. I've read so many books, but I've never seen any record of it." Su Qingsheng also gave the other party a serious affirmative answer. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression instantly turned serious. He had a bad feeling that something was wrong. He had actually witnessed something unprecedented. "What exactly did it tell you?" Su Qingsheng was very curious. "It's telling us to just wait to be destroyed." Lin Yu didn't hide anything and directly told the blood rage goblin what it said. Su Qingsheng was stunned after hearing this. Although Lin Yu's words sounded very convincing, she still found them incredibly unbelievable. "Oh right, this is the Black Dog Wolf King's magic core. Here you go." Lin Yu wasn't stingy, so he directly handed over the magic cores he had looted from Chun Haojuan. "You can keep this for yourself. I wasn't of any help this time." Su Qingsheng didn't dare to reach out and take it. After all, it was the other person who had saved her life. "Just take it when I tell you to stop dawdling." Lin Yu's tone was slightly impatient, so he simply reached out and stuffed it into the other person's uniform pocket. "Don't you need money? This magic core is worth a lot of money." Su Qingsheng knew Lin Yu's predicament and tried to return the magic core to him. Who would complain about not having enough money? "But you're too weak. In order to be able to enter the dungeon together in the future, you need to improve your combat strength." Lin Yu glanced back at the other person, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. "You actually said I'm weak?" Su Qingsheng stomped her feet in anger. "Isn't it weak? Judging from your aura, you only have about 30 points of combat power at most." Lin Yu showed the other party no respect whatsoever. "How much do you want?" Su Qingsheng looked unconvinced. He. You still have more than doubled." When Lin Yu talked about his combat strength, a look of pride immediately appeared on his face. Upon hearing that the opponent's combat power was double that of hers, Su Qingsheng was completely stunned. "What? You mean your combat power has exceeded 60 points? She looked at Lin Yu with the astonishment of someone who had seen a ghost. "What? Is it strange? I told you I'm growing fast, but nobody believes me." Lin Yu shrugged, looking helpless. "This." Su Qingsheng couldn't help but gasp. "It has only been about a month since I awakened." Lin Yu's combat power actually increased from 1 point to over 60 points, a speed that completely overwhelmed her in S-level existence. "You're a god-level being, right?" Although she had long suspected that the other party had awakened to godhood that day, she still couldn't help but want to hear him admit it himself. "God level? What god level? Have you forgotten?" I am the god of Oolong. That's a conclusion reached by the War Academy. Don't you even believe what the Academy says? Lin Yu shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. No, you're not some kind of blundermaster. You must be a god. Don't worry. If you don't want to tell anyone, I won't. Su Qingchang looked intently at Lin Yu, making it clear that she would not betray him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his lips. He didn't say anything more, and in Su Qingchang's view, silence meant consent. She was secretly delighted, never expecting that she had such good judgment, indirectly helping her family to win over a god-level talent. With such a terrifying growth rate, Su Qingchang believed that Lin Yu would definitely have a place among the strong in Linshan City in the future. No, what are you grinning about? Even if I am a god, that's my business. Why are you happier than me? Seeing the other person's cheerful expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Look, what's that up ahead? Su Qingchang's smile suddenly froze, and she raised her hand to point to the spot in front of her where a white light was emanating. This light? It seems a little familiar. It's like a portal. Lin Yu looked in the direction the other person was pointing, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. After exchanging a glance, the two instantly reached a consensus and quickly stepped forward to investigate. As they approached, they were utterly shocked by what they saw. Chapter 73, Double Dungeon. What came into their view was a portal radiating white light. It was exactly the same portal they had used to enter the dungeon. What shocked them the most was that a red-skinned goblin, even more ferocious than the Blood Rage goblin, was standing in front of the portal. Name, Red Rock Goblin. Combat strength, 80. Both Lin Yu and Su Qingchang couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, more and more predator goblins poured out of the white portal. No fewer than 30 predator goblins have already gathered around. This is a double dungeon. Su Qingchang used an extremely niche term. Did we hit the jackpot or have some really bad luck? Lin Yu was unsure whether he felt lucky or sad. Fortunately, the dungeon inside this portal is absolutely unexploited. If you enter it, you'll have a chance to obtain a massive amount of resources. Sadly, the Red Rock Goblin with a combat power of 80 points made him dare not make any rash moves. Needless to say, they're definitely in big trouble. Judging for the current situation, there must be a large number of predator goblins inside the portal who haven't had time to flood into this dungeon. Su Qingchang's eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Just as they were talking, they suddenly heard light footsteps behind them. Lin Yu frowned and suddenly turned around to look. A group of figures crept into their field of vision. People from the Azure Wolf Academy. When Su Qingchang noticed the commotion, she turned her head and quickly recognized the people's identities from their clothing. Isn't this Boss Yi? Lin Yu recognized the person in the center at a glance. That person was Yi Qing, the one who had bought canine teeth from him earlier. Lin Yu, it's so great to meet you here. When Yi Qing saw that the other person was Lin Yu, she immediately exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu exclaimed inwardly, "Holy crap." He hadn't expected the other person to have such a loud voice. He quickly gestured, "Shoo," to the other person. Yi Qing didn't care too much. Lin Yu's appearance made him extremely excited. In his eyes, Lin Yu is an absolute powerhouse. If we can team up, we will no longer be afraid of the Iron Blood Goblins. Ha ha! Lin Yu, there's some unusual activity in the dungeon. Please join our team. Yi Qing couldn't contain his excitement and burst into laughter as he walked toward Lin Yu. I fucking want to kick you to death. Lin Yu was so anxious that he really wanted to kick this idiot away. Their commotion has already attracted the attention of the Red Rock Goblins. It wasn't until Yi Qing got closer that he realized he had gotten into trouble. He froze on the spot, never expecting there to be a portal not far ahead, and there were so many predator goblins gathered around the portal. He was especially horrified by the red-skinned goblin in the lead. Oh no, they're looking this way. Yi Qing couldn't help but swallow, her voice trembling slightly from nervousness. The others behind him, after following the direction of his gaze, all showed expressions of horror. When they saw the Red Rock Goblin begin to walk towards their position, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back, as if they wanted to turn around and run away. What to do? Su Qingchang looked terrified and seemed somewhat at a loss in the tense atmosphere. Boss Yi, she's injured. Please take good care of her for me. Lin Yu frowned. Seeing the red rock goblin getting closer, he had no better choice. Oh. Yi Qing was slightly taken aback, not understanding what the other person meant for a moment. Take her with you, run. I'll cover your retreat. Lin Yu looked directly into the other person's eyes and gave the order in a deep voice. Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing felt a mix of emotions and was at a loss for words. He knew perfectly well that he was the one who had caused all this trouble. At this moment, Yi Qing felt extremely ashamed and guilty that Lin Yu had to stay behind to buy them time to escape. What nonsense are you talking about? If we're going to leave, we'll leave together. That's a level 80 boss. You can't beat him. When Su Qingchang heard that the other party told her to go first and stay behind to cover their retreat, she immediately became anxious. Enough with the nonsense. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he immediately darted out, intending to attract the attention of the Red Rock Goblin. Hello. Su Qingchang tried to stop the other party, but she was injured and was always a step too late. When she tried to chase after him, Yi Qing stopped her firmly. Let go. She turned around abruptly, glared at him, and spoke out. I'm sorry. This is something Lin Yu asked me to do. It's also the only thing I can do to help him. Yi Qing felt very ashamed about this, but no matter what, he would not abandon Su Qingchang to her death. Withdraw. He gave a deep shout and forcibly led Su Qingchang away quickly. No matter how much the other person struggled, they refused to let go. Asshole. Because of the excessive force, Su Qingchang's wound seemed to tear open again, causing her to turn pale with pain, and she could only let Yi Qing take her away. Lin Yu's recklessness successfully attracted the attention of the goblins. Roar! The Red Rock Goblin immediately sounded the call to attack. It seems fate still wants me to take a gamble on this fortune. After Lin Yu saw that Yi Qing and the others had completely left, the corners of his mouth pursed slightly, forming a meaningful smile. He might not be without a chance against these goblins. With a thought, he had successfully completed the recruitment in the territory in the blink of an eye. Successfully recruited 100 demon hounds, consuming 8,000 units of demon meat. Combat strength, 63.51 to 89.51. The surge in combat power made Lin Yu feel an unprecedented sense of strength. Roar, roar, roar. A pack of demonic hounds and two-headed hellhounds pounced out of the territory in an instant. The Red Rock Goblin was slightly taken aback by the scene before him, seemingly not understanding where so many different types of troops had come from. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Blood Goblin beside it clashed with Lin Yu's troops. A great war is about to break out. Lin Yu's troops not only have an advantage in numbers, but also in strength. After all, there are 32-headed hellhounds. Roar! Seeing its minions dwindling, the Red Rock Goblin roared angrily and charged forward with a nearly 2-meter-long machete. Having learned from his previous experience fighting the Blood Rage Goblin, Lin Yu no longer confronted it head-on, but instead chose to roam around it, waiting for an opening. Chapter 74, Entering 100 Battles. Before long, all the Seraphim Goblins were wiped out. It will obviously not be easy for Lin Yu to defeat the Red Rock Goblin. The opponent swung his cleaver horizontally, unleashing a visible red blade of energy. Some of the demonic hounds tried to avoid it, but were instantly cut in half at the waist, creating a bloody scene. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, seized the moment when the opponent released a skill, pressed forward, and directly plunged the dagger in his hand into the side of the opponent's neck. Crimson blood immediately spurted out, splattering all over his face. Roar! The Red Rock Goblin roared repeatedly, its eyes beginning to turn red. It's easy to see that he has begun to enter a berserk state. Bang! He retaliated with a punch aimed at Lin Yu. Holy crap! Lin Yu was thrown from his hand and flew several meters away. After crashing heavily to the ground, he bounced twice before coming to a stop. His face flushed red, and he felt his blood churning inside his body. Wow! He felt a sweet taste in his throat and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Huff, huff! He was panting heavily, never expecting the Red Rock Goblin to be so powerful. He had been stabbed with a fatal wound, yet he was still acting as if nothing had happened. Roar! The red rock goblin glared at Lin Yu on the ground, growling repeatedly. Then it reached down to its side of its neck, pulled out the dagger left there, and broke it in half right in front of Lin Yu, seemingly to show off its power. As it tried to step towards Lin Yu, the surrounding demonic hounds and hellhounds rushed forward to stop it. However, their combat power is simply negligible compared to the berserk red rock goblin. Bang! A casual punch from the opponent could send them flying far away, and a backhand slash could kill them. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu quickly and laboriously got up. He knew in his heart that it was almost impossible to win by relying on military units. Faced with overwhelming combat power, numbers alone are no longer enough to win. The red rock goblin's combat power soared to over 90 when it entered berserk mode, making it even stronger than Lin Yu now. Units with a combat strength of only 20 or 30 are simply throwing themselves away if they continue to charge forward. With a slight thought, he ordered all troops to cease their attack and prepare to strike at an opportune moment. He currently has 5,975 magic flesh units, enough to recruit 74 magic hounds. With things having come to this point, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Recruit everyone. Successfully recruited 74 demon hounds, consuming 5,920 units of demon meat. At this point, his demonic flesh was almost completely consumed. His combat power also increased from 89.51 points to 108.75 points, successfully breaking through 100 and entering the ranks of the 100 battle strongmen. This is the power of 100 battles. Lin Yu could clearly feel the changes in his body, as if an endless stream of power was surging up. Roar! The red rock goblin paused, then suddenly stopped and let out a low growl at Lin Yu. Clearly, he had already sensed the change in Lin Yu's aura. The 100 battles mark a watershed moment. Even though there's only a 1-point difference in combat power between the 100 battles and 99 combat power, the 100 battles already gives you the strength to crush your opponent. This is interesting. Now you're scared. Lin Yu looked up at the other person, slowly raised his hand to wipe away the bloodstains remaining at the corner of his mouth, and said with a hint of amusement in his tone, "By the way, I'm curious. Can you speak human language?" He suddenly recalled the scene of the blood rage goblin before its death. Logically speaking, red rock goblins are several times stronger than blood rage goblins, so they should be able to do the same. Upon hearing this, the ugly face of the red rock goblin paused for a moment. It's easy to see that it understood. That means the other party is very likely to speak human language. Tell me, how did you do that? And what is the purpose? Lin Yu began to wonder about the truth behind it all. Scum, you know too much. As expected, the red rock goblin finally spoke. That hoarse and unfamiliar voice was exactly like that of the blood rage goblin. Whoosh! Lin Yu moved swiftly, appearing in front of his opponent in the blink of an eye. With a single thrust of his finger, he not only pierced through the opponent's armor, but also left a bloody hole in his body. Roar! The red rock goblin roared in pain, staggering back a few steps, its eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It never dreamed that the human boy it had just punched away could now easily break through its defenses. To tell, or not to tell. A playful smile played on Lin Yu's lips. The red rock goblin was in excruciating pain, and as it watched blood gushing from the gaping hole in its chest, its rage reached its peak. Roar! With a roar, it suddenly sprang up and swung its large cleaver at Lin Yu. Whoosh! The cleaver tore through the air with a whooshing sound, followed by a visible red blade of energy. Boom! This strike contained immense force, leaving a deep trench in the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity! What's the use of such great power? If you can't hit it, then it's all in vain. After saying that, Lin Yu touched the ground with his toes, leaped up, and swept a whip kick directly onto the opponent's head. Bang! With a dull thud, the horned helmet worn by the red rock goblin flew off its head. Bang! Immediately afterwards, it fell heavily to the ground, seeing stars from Lin Yu's kick. To talk or not to talk? Lin Yu looked down at the other person, his smile gradually fading and replaced by coldness. Roar! Red rock goblin shook his head, trying to stay awake. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Seeing that the other party had no intention of compromising, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and directly stabbed the other party's heart with a finger. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Knowing full well that the other party was incredibly resilient and fearing that he might not die, he deliberately poked him a few more times. Wow! The red rock goblin was in pain, spitting out blood. Its bloodshot eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. As its life gradually faded, its tense body slowly relaxed. Lin Yu not only took the opponent's magic core, but also put all the corpses on the ground into his territory space. This magic core with 80 combat power is still quite valuable. To go in or not to go in? After finishing everything, Lin Yu finally focused his attention on the teleportation portal not far ahead. Chapter 75 has a big shipment out. Seeing several more iron blood goblins step out of the portal, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward. He bent down, picked up the red rock goblin's greatsword, and swung it horizontally. Those few iron blood goblins were instantly cut in half at the waist, and 150 units of magic meat were obtained. Including those he just killed, the demon flesh in his territory only amounted to 1,250 units. Although there were casualties among the troops, the numbers were still reasonably considerable. 105 demon hounds and 22 headed hellhounds. Fortune favors the bold. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Charge! Lin Yu made his decision quickly. He stepped directly into the portal, carrying a massive 2-meter-long machete that was extremely disproportionate to his body size. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different world. There were also quite a few predator goblins standing around, roughly estimated to be at least 100. Lin Yu's appearance surprised them greatly. In an instant, all eyes in the room were focused on Lin Yu. Unexpected, isn't it? Surprised, aren't you? Lin Yu grinned, his eyes showing no fear, only excitement. I'm really worried about where to get demon meat. Here comes the opportunity. Before they could react, Lin Yu had already swung his large cleaver at them. The 2 nearby predator goblins were killed on the spot. A monster with 30 combat power is no match for Lin Yu. Roar! The roar of the iron blood goblin instantly engulfed the entire jungle. Seeing the enemy charging towards him, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly, his eyes showing no pity, and he swung his large cleaver wildly at them. At this moment, he was like a meat grinder on the battlefield, each swing of his blade bringing up a string of blood droplets, reaping the lives of those iron-blooded goblins. The battle didn't last long. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of predator goblins had fallen into pools of blood, none of them surviving. The air around him was thick with the smell of blood, and Lin Yu's body and face were splattered with blood, making him look like a god of death. Receive. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly took the corpses scattered on the ground into his territory. A total of 120 bodies, 3,600 units of demonic flesh. After doing all this, he continued to walk deeper into the area. His eyes kept scanning his surroundings, as if afraid of missing something good. It took half an hour to walk there, perhaps because the surrounding predator goblins had gathered at the portal, or perhaps they had already poured into the portal. As a result, he has not encountered a single predator goblin along the way. That's a magic source stone. As night fell, Lin Yu noticed that the ground in the distance was shimmering with starlight, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He quickly stepped forward to check, and sure enough, the tiny dots on the ground that were emitting a faint light were all magic source stones. But the next second, he frowned. These magic source stones seem numerous, but they are extremely scattered, so you can only pick them up one by one. If he were to collect them all by himself, it would probably take him until dawn. It was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. No, I shouldn't waste my time here. Lin Yu quickly gave up the idea of picking up the magic source stone. He's all alone in this dungeon now. There's no one competing with him. Instead of slowly collecting magic source stones here, we should go deeper and find the magic crystal pile. As long as he can obtain magic crystals, he can build human barracks and acquire peasant units. There is no need for me to pick up those magic source stones myself. Thinking of this, an excited smile immediately appeared on Lin Yu's face. With a 2-meter-long machete slung over his shoulder, he continued striding deeper into the area. Something's not right. Even if all the iron blood goblins are gathered near the portal, surely we shouldn't be here without encountering a single monster? Lin Yu walked for another hour, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper as he muttered to himself. At this moment, he still hadn't encountered a single magical beast, but he vaguely felt the atmosphere gradually becoming oppressive. With each step he took forward, the oppressive feeling intensified. Go and check the surrounding area. For safety's sake, Lin Yu decided to release the demonic hound to scout out the surrounding area. He chose to wait where he was. Within 10 minutes, a demonic hound rushed back, growling anxiously at Lin Yu. Lead the way. Lin Yu immediately noticed something was wrong and ordered the demon hound to lead the way. However, the demonic hound seemed to want to stop Lin Yu from going, and instead of leading the way immediately, it gestured for him to run. Seeing the demon hound's unusual behavior, Lin Yu knew that there must be a big deal ahead. Having finally encountered a big truck, how could he be willing to leave just like that? Lead the way. Lin Yu couldn't help but emphasize his words. The demon hound dared not disobey and could only obediently walk to the front. As the distance drew closer, Lin Yu could even feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Before long, led by the demon hound, he finally saw the source of that inexplicable oppressive feeling. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Just as he expected, a large shipment indeed appeared. Unfortunately, even someone as strong as him dared not continue to advance rashly. Chapter 76 Big Boss, Night Devil Tiger. What came into Lin Yu's view at that moment was a pile of glittering silver things. That's white refined iron, a treasure that could be used to forge weapons and armor. That pile of items may not seem large, but it's worth at least tens of millions. It would be a lie to say that Lin Yu wasn't tempted. What gave him a headache was that a group of monsters were lying around the white iron. There's even a boss in it. Name, Night Tiger. Combat strength, 100. It is as big as an elephant, and its whole body is covered with dark ink and silver gray hair. Each hair looks like it has been soaked in the night and can blend seamlessly with the shadows of the surrounding trees. Only when the moonlight shines obliquely will it show a cold metallic luster on its back. It's clearly the king of the night. Even though it was asleep, it exuded a terrifying aura that made people tremble with fear. Lin Yu shifted his gaze to the side, then looked at the other magical beasts around the other party. Those magical beasts were no simple matter either. Name, Ghostly Leopard. Combat strength, 80. It is no match for the Night Demon Tiger in terms of size or aura, but its terrifying combat power should not be underestimated. The number is even higher, exceeding 20. With Lin Yu's current combat strength, he won't gain any advantage by going up there. Even with a considerable number of troops, the disparity in combat strength between the two sides is too great. It's practically feeding the enemy. I can't beat them. I can't beat them at all. Lin Yu muttered to himself, but he was extremely unwilling to give up the white, refined iron in front of him. If we can defeat these monsters, we can obtain 100 battles magic core and some white refined iron. The temptation is immense. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to retreat temporarily. The fat meat that's already in his mouth must be eaten, but as for when to eat it, Lin Yu needs to go back and make full preparations. At this moment, he seemed to understand why there were no iron blood goblins here. Most likely, this area belonged to the Night Tiger's territory. The goblins dared not set foot in the other's territory. No, we have to find the magic crystal pile quickly. Lin Yu was eager to improve his strength. Although recruiting demonic hounds can also improve one's abilities, Lin Yu believes that it doesn't maximize the benefits. Moreover, the current number of demonic flesh units is insufficient to support a large-scale recruitment of demonic hounds. After getting away from the Night Demon Tiger, Lin Yu simply sent out all 100-plus demon hounds. However, his actions inadvertently attracted the attention of the Night Tiger. If only 1 or 2 mice sneak into its territory, the Night Tiger might not notice them or bother with them. However, once a large number of outsiders flood into its territory, the Night Tiger will find it difficult to ignore them. The Night Tiger, which had been fast asleep, suddenly opened its eyes. In the darkness, its blood-red eyes gleamed with a chilling red light, sending shivers down one's spine. Roar! It slowly rose to its feet and let out a low growl. Upon hearing this, the ghostly leopards around them trembled and suddenly stood up. In an instant, they all surrounded them. Roar! The night tiger growled repeatedly, seemingly giving orders to its group. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the ghostly leopard also let out a sharp, piercing roar. Even Lin Yu, who was thousands of meters away, could hear the roar clearly. What's going on? Lin Yu frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding suddenly rising within him. After the sharp roar disappeared, the entire area began to stir within moments. It seems all the sleeping monsters have been awakened. Oh no, something's happened. Lin Yu could clearly sense that the demonic hounds he had dispatched had been attacked. Come back. Withdraw everyone. He anxiously used his subtle connection with the other party to convey his commands. Even though he recalled them in time, more than half of the demon hounds were still hunted down. Of the original 100-plus demonic hounds, only 50 managed to return to Lin Yu's side. Those guys. Seeing the heavy casualties among his troops, Lin Yu's anger surged. Roar! As the low growls of wild beasts echoed from all around, Lin Yu knew that the other party had caught up with them. Even though the demon hound escaped, these demonic beasts had no intention of stopping. This is why goblins dare not appear in this area. If they dare to come, their fate will be no different from that of the demon hounds. Soon, as the low growls grew closer, one after another, dark figures began to come into Lin Yu's field of vision. Name, Ghost Wolf. Combat strength, 50. Their entire bodies are covered with translucent gray-black long hairs, with eerie black smoke swirling between the hairs. His eye sockets were sunken into 2 pitch-black holes, with no whites in them. Only 2 flickering, ghostly blue flames. It seems you're the main force in this area. Lin Yu looked around and realized that he was already surrounded. There are at least 50 netherwolves. The demon hounds are nothing but little karaomis compared to them. They can't beat them at all. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he simply recalled all the demon hounds back to his territory. Choose to fight alone. Come on, what are you waiting for? Lin Yu glanced coldly at the netherwolves around him and spoke sarcastically. Roar! With a roar, the surrounding netherwolves pounced on Lin Yu almost simultaneously. Die, all of you! Upon seeing this, Lin Yu roared in fury. He was already seething with anger and had nowhere to vent it. He slashed through the air with his large cleaver, aiming it at the charging netherwolf. With a single strike, he cleaved several netherwolves away. Awoo! Awoo! The ghost wolf, which had been knocked to the ground by the blow, howled in pain and struggled and rolled around frantically. In the darkness, a chilling glint frequently flashed. Those magical beasts were no match for Lin Yu. The battle didn't last long before it ended completely. Huff! Huff! Lin Yu was slightly out of breath and had to admit that wielding the large cleaver in his hand was quite tiring. In order to kill these ghost wolves, the blade was even cleaved in several places. Recede. With a wave of his hand, all the netherwolves were brought into his territory. A total of 55, yielding 2,750 units of magic meat at 50 units per animal. Lin Yu did not leave. His eyes flickered slightly, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. He. As he thought about it, he even let out a few silly laughs. He then took out several predator goblin corpses from his territory and placed them at the location where the battle had just taken place. After doing all this, he changed out of his blood-smelling clothes. Then, he found a tree in a relatively secluded location and started climbing it without saying a word. Now he just had to wait for the show to begin. About half an hour later, he could clearly feel a dark shadow rushing past below and finally stopping next to the corpse of the Iron Blood Goblin. It's not hard to guess that the other party is most likely one of the Ghost Wolf's other companions. Lin Yu hid in the tree, his gaze fixed on the dark figure not far away. After circling the battlefield twice, the opponent left at an extremely fast speed, even faster than when they arrived. It seems they've taken the bait. Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly, revealing a smug smile. Since this is night tiger territory, and there is absolutely no sign of predator goblins. Clearly, both sides are territorial and do not allow the others set foot in their territory. But now there are a lot of casualties in the night tiger territory, and there are still corpses of iron blood goblins. How can we tolerate this? It wasn't that Lin Yu was stirring up trouble. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to tolerate it. If the night tiger had any guts or intelligence, it would definitely fight back, right? Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry. He hid in the tree and continued to wait. Now that the iron blood goblin's corpse has been discovered, he wasn't entirely confident that it would cause the two territories to fight. It was a gamble. As time passed, several waves of monsters came along. But those magical beasts didn't look like they were there to fight at all. They looked more like they were there to watch the show. It wasn't until Lin Yu sensed a familiar aura that he began to have a glimmer of hope. As that aura slowly approached, the surrounding atmosphere gradually became oppressive. That terrifying sense of oppression followed immediately. The newcomer was none other than the ruler of this region, the night tiger. Chapter 77, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Seeing the night demon tiger appear, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. At the same time, more than 20 ghostly leopards were following them around. Even though Lin Yu took away the corpse of the nether wolf, the bloodstains all over the ground couldn't lie. Both the night tiger and the ghost leopard could clearly sense the strong stench of blood permeating the air in this area. Clearly, a horrific battle had taken place here before. As for the corpses, I wonder if the goblins took them back for a meal? After all, in the world of Warcraft, the law of the jungle prevails, and they usually prey on weaker monsters. Roar! The night tiger slowly approached the corpse of the iron blood goblin, letting out a series of low growls. Clearly, its focus wasn't on where the ghost wolf's corpse had gone, but rather on why the iron blood goblin was here. Roar! At this moment, some more ghost wolves appeared around, seemingly complaining to him about the heavy damage their clan had suffered. Night Tiger slightly raised its blood-red eyes, its entire body exuding a terrifying aura of violence. The ghostly leopard and the pack of ghostly wolves instinctively took a few steps back, their eyes filled with fear. Roar! As a tiger's roar resounded, the surrounding air trembled slightly. Even Lin Yu's ears were sore from the shock. Has this guy gone mad? He covered his ears, inwardly complaining. After the deafening roar of the tiger, the entire jungle instantly became restless again. In an instant, a pack of nether wolves surrounded them, numbering at least 100. In addition, there were some magical beasts that Lin Yu had never seen before. Name, Bloodthirsty Rat Combat Power, 20. Name, Shadow Ape Combat Power, 30. In no time, hundreds or even thousands of magical beasts had gathered around. This scene terrified Lin Yu, because he discovered that many magical beasts had descended from the tree. If he were exposed in this situation, he would surely die. Gurgle. Lin Yu involuntarily held his breath and swallowed hard. While he was nervous, he also felt a subtle sense of excitement. The fact that the other side suddenly summoned so many magical beasts clearly meant they were going to fight the goblins. If the two sides start fighting, Lin Yu will naturally become the biggest beneficiary. How could he not be excited and thrilled? Roar! The night tiger looked up and surveyed its surroundings, then let out a low growl and began to head towards the goblin territory. Hundreds or even thousands of magical beasts marched past right under Lin Yu's nose. This is a war he started. How could Lin Yu be absent? Only after the monster horde had walked several hundred meters did he dare to jump down from the tree, attempting to follow them from a distance. Before leaving, Lin Yu even made sure to put the few iron blood goblin corpses on the ground back into his territory space. At this point, he couldn't care less about finding the magic crystal pile. His top priority was to keep up with the night demon tiger. This lasted for more than an hour. Upon entering the goblin territory, they soon encountered scattered goblins. When they saw the vast array of magical beasts led by the night demon tiger, they were immediately terrified and turned pale, trying to flee. But how can a two-legged creature outrun a four-legged one? Before he could run 20 meters, he was tackled to the ground and his neck was bitten off. Revenge. This is blatant revenge. Wherever the night tiger's party goes, not a single goblin survives. Kill one if you see one. Lin Yu, on the other hand, happily followed behind the main group, picking up the corpses. He had collected no fewer than 100 along the way, a very fruitful haul. Since he didn't have to lift a finger, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't complain about having too little. The night tiger went straight to the heart of the enemy's lair, fighting its way there. As dawn broke, the iron blood goblins, not being fools, quickly gathered a large number of men to guard the vicinity of the lair after discovering the night tiger's invasion of their territory. As the night tiger stopped, Lin Yu realized that the final battle was about to begin. He quickly found a perfect spot, ready to sit back and watch the show. At this moment, what appeared before him was like two armies facing off. The number of goblins on the other side is definitely greater than that of the night tigers. The leader of the goblins has the same red skin as the red rock goblin. However, it also had some dense black lines, and its aura was even more terrifying. Name: Black Striped Goblin. Combat Strength: 100. Another big boss. Lin Yu subconsciously licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to obtain 200 battles magic cores. The standoff between the two sides did not last long. These magical beasts didn't waste time with words. If they were not convinced, they would fight. With a roar from both leaders, a great battle was about to break out. In an instant, the entire area was filled with the roars and howls of the monsters. Hit harder. Even hiding in the shadows, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled for them. Both the black-striped goblin and the night tiger are exceptionally ferocious. Their eyes met, and with each strike, they tore the surrounding enemies to shreds. Yet their gazes never left each other. Even from a great distance, Lin Yu could faintly smell the tension between the two sides. Damn it, let's start fighting. Seeing that the two leaders had not yet clashed, he couldn't help but feel anxious for them. Roar! With a roar, the night demon tiger transformed into a black shadow and attacked its opponent. Seeing this, the black-striped goblin was naturally unwilling to be outdone and raised its 3-meter-long machete to charge straight at the enemy. Upon seeing the opponent's weapon, Lin Yu subconsciously glanced down at the large machete in his hand and immediately lost interest. I have a feeling that the other party's 3-meter-long machete is even more powerful when wielded. Clang! 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 Each clash between the two leaders sparked bursts of brilliant sparks in the dim environment. It can be said that their strengths are evenly matched, and neither side can gain any advantage over the other. Soon, the light of dawn tore a hole in the horizon, but the war between the goblins and the night tigers was not over yet. At this moment, the earth was almost entirely stained red with crimson blood, and the entire area was filled with a strong stench of blood. The number of corpses lying on the ground was countless. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, already secretly calculating how to quickly obtain those corpses. Chapter 78. It's finally my turn to shine. The battle gradually intensified, with both sides suffering extremely heavy casualties. More than half of the magical beasts brought by the night tiger have been lost. The situation wasn't much better for the goblins. Due to their generally low combat strength, they gained no advantage despite having a numerical advantage. Lin Yu rubbed his chin. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the night demon tiger ordered a retreat. After all, this is a goblin's lair, and hordes of goblins join the battle from time to time, which has caused the night tiger to gradually shift from a balanced to a disadvantageous position. Damn it, if the night tiger gets away, how am I supposed to reap the benefits? And how did you manage to remove the corpse right under the noses of so many goblins? Lin Yu realized that he had been too optimistic. The reality was not so simple. Roar! Just then, roars suddenly came from all directions. What's going on? Lin Yu frowned subconsciously and looked around. Hundreds and thousands of goblins emerged from the jungle, and among them were several red rock goblins, who were mini-bosses. Reinforcements. A look of astonishment flashed across Lin Yu's eyes. With these goblins joining the fray, Night Tiger has no chance of winning, let alone escaping. Could it be that these goblins are also divided into tribes? Lin Yu quickly discovered something strange about these goblins. Although they are largely the same, the armor they wear differs. The armor of the black-striped goblin was mainly made of smooth animal hide, but the armor that came later was covered with fur, which was obviously different. Roar! Seeing that the situation was not good, Night Tiger immediately gave the signal to retreat. In an instant, the battlefield became incredibly chaotic, with some still fighting and others frantically fleeing. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the night tiger let out another deafening roar. The tiger's roar sent a splitting headache through Lin Yu, who was hiding in the shadows. This is a sonic attack. He covered his head with both hands, and large beads of cold sweat were already dripping from his forehead. A large number of goblins in the vicinity were also knocked down. The night tiger led its pack of monsters, taking advantage of the moment when its opponent was knocked down, and began to flee towards its territory. Roar! The black-striped goblin seemed to have no intention of letting it go, and let out a hysterical roar. Upon seeing this, the Red Rock Goblin immediately led his men to give chase, attempting to wipe out the night tiger. Before long, apart from the black-striped goblins, only about 100 Iron Blood goblins remained on the battlefield. The rest have all gone to hunt down the night tiger. Seeing this, Lin Yu still didn't dare to show himself. Lin Yu had witnessed the power of the black-striped goblin, and he didn't want to take any risks without being absolutely certain of success. If not handled properly, you could be surrounded and slaughtered by other goblins in no time. Therefore, he wanted to avoid war as much as possible. Seeing the black-striped goblin turn around and return to its lair, while the Iron Blood goblin left behind tried to clean up the battlefield, Lin Yu was extremely anxious. I went through so much trouble just to get these corpses. I can accept not getting the magic core, but I absolutely cannot miss these monster corpses. Lin Yu quickly came up with a solution. The goblins now absolutely hate the night tiger. What if the night tiger's companions appear nearby at this moment? He. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, a sly smile playing on his lips. In this situation, of course you should go after them. With a thought, 10 demonic hounds appeared around him. If the demon hound were to launch a sneak attack on them at this time, the goblins would likely find it hard not to assume that the demon hound was in league with the night tiger. Go! Lin Yu raised his hand and pointed, directly giving the command to the demonic hound. Even in a situation where they face a slim chance of survival, they charge forward without hesitation. As expected, the appearance of the demon hound instantly attracted the attention of the group of iron-blooded goblins. Roar! Many goblins let out angry roars. The demon hound remained fearless and continued charging forward, even pouncing on the nearest goblin. Bite and run. Their actions instantly enraged the goblins. It easily lured away most of the goblins. Seeing that there were still 40 or 50 Iron Blood goblins left on the battlefield, Lin Yu reluctantly sent out another 10 demon hounds. These demonic hounds were tasked with luring away the goblins, and it's highly unlikely they'll return alive. As the second wave of demonic hounds appeared, this time the goblin did not hesitate at all and immediately drew his sword to meet them, giving the demonic hounds no chance to launch a sneak attack. In a short while, most of the goblins on the battlefield had been lured away. Only a handful of goblins remained to clean up the mess. The black-striped goblin has not reappeared since entering the lair, and Lin Yu has no idea what it is doing. It's finally my turn to appear. Lin Yu dragged a 2-meter-long machete as he slowly walked out of the jungle. The blade tip scraped against the ground, producing a series of piercing sounds. The goblins all turned to look at the source of the sound, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Before they could even call for their leader, Lin Yu raised his hand and swept his blade across, instantly killing all the goblins. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand and took all the piles of monster corpses into his own territory. From the moment he appeared to the moment he ran away, it only took a few seconds, giving the goblin no time to react at all. By the time the black-striped goblin noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. When it emerged from its nest, it found itself in complete emptiness. Not to mention their own people, they couldn't even see the corpses that had littered the ground before. It stood there stunned for several seconds before it suddenly came to its senses. Roar! As a roar that nearly engulfed the entire jungle echoed out, the nearby goblins immediately rushed back. Fortunately, Lin Yu ran fast, otherwise a bloody battle would have been inevitable. The harvest of demonic meat was already more than enough, and Lin Yu had no intention of staying to continue fighting. If you win, you can get more demon flesh, but if you lose, you'll lose your life. Even with so many magical beasts, the night demon tiger couldn't win, so Lin Yu wasn't confident he could. He avoids risky things if he can avoid them. He avoids anything that requires risking his life unless absolutely necessary. Right now, he just wants to play it safe and develop his strength. He. Lin Yu carried a large machete and sped through the jungle, a bright smile on his face. After getting away from the goblin's lair, he inadvertently discovered unusual bloody footprints on the ground. Chapter 79, Chasing the Night Tiger. Lin Yu subconsciously stopped and squatted down to examine the bloody footprint. These are the footprints of a feline magical beast. This size, could it be a night tiger? He gestured with his hand, his brows furrowed slightly, and he had already reached a conclusion in his mind. Although he wasn't entirely sure, Lin Yu thought back carefully and realized that there didn't seem to be any large feline monsters left in the night demon tiger's monster pack. As for the ghost leopard, it is much smaller than the night tiger, so these bloody footprints could not possibly be its. After much thought, the night tiger seems to be the most likely candidate. It's like even God wants me to take you away. A hint of excitement flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Immediately, following the direction of the bloody footprints, he picked up his knife and chased after them without saying a word. It wasn't until he re-entered the night tiger's territory that Lin Yu saw the other party's figure. When he was about 50 meters away, Night Tiger noticed something was wrong. Roar! It turned to look at Lin Yu, who was slowly approaching, and let out a series of low growls, seemingly trying to intimidate Lin Yu. As the distance closed, Lin Yu could see that the night demon tiger was very tired, and there were several hideous wounds on its body, most likely left during its escape. At this moment, bright red blood continued to ooze from the wound, flowing down its fur. Seeing this, Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could he possibly let slip by? Roar! Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving, the night tiger turned around and issued another warning. Little kitty, scare me won't work. Now that you're severely injured and have no other magical beast to protect you, is the perfect time for me to take you in. As Lin Yu spoke, he had already charged forward with his large cleaver. Roar! Night Tiger had no choice but to engage in battle. Clang! Its claws clashed with Lin Yu's weapon, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Lin Yu seemed surprised that the night demon tiger, which had appeared extremely weak just moments before, could unleash such tremendous power. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the night tiger let out a roar. That's the opponent's sonic attack. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated rapidly, quickly creating a distance of dozens of meters between them. Because the distance was too close, he was so shocked that his head was throbbing and blood even flowed from his ears. Hateful! When Lin Yu recovered a little, he found that the night demon tiger had already run away. He shook his head, staggered, and chased after them again. This time, he really suffered from his lack of skills. If he were a combat professional with combat skills, he might have already killed his opponent in that exchange. Although he has martial arts skills, it is still quite difficult for him to kill his opponent with a cloud-piercing finger. The night tiger was as big as an elephant, and its steel-like fur was not something Lin Yu could easily pierce with his finger. Run? Do you think you can escape? Lin Yu began to accelerate using the shadowless wind trail. Even so, they were unable to catch up with Night Tiger and could only barely keep up with it. Next comes a test of physical endurance to see who collapses from exhaustion first. Seeing the night demon tiger venturing deeper and deeper into his territory, Lin Yu began to panic. This means that the other party is becoming increasingly safe, while one's own risk factor is increasing as the relationship deepens. Help me stop it. His eyes narrowed, and he released all 20 remaining two-headed hellhounds from his territory. Roar! Roar! Upon receiving the command, the two-headed hellhound quickly chased after the night tiger, which was fleeing frantically. The night tiger was seriously injured. Although it could keep up with Lin Yu's speed, it was powerless against the two-headed hellhound, which also had 4 legs. Seeing the two-headed hellhound closing in, Night Tiger was forced to unleash its sonic attack once more. Roar! As a deafening roar resounded, the surrounding two-headed hellhounds collapsed to the ground, falling face first into the dirt. Even Lin Yu staggered several steps and almost fell. Asshole! This guy, he's incredibly fast. Lin Yu never expected that the night demon tiger would be so difficult to kill. I refuse to believe. You won't get tired. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu released another 20 demonic hounds from his territory. Huff, huff. The night tiger was panting heavily as it ran, and it was easy to see that it had also used up a lot of energy when it released its sonic attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yu's demonic hound quickly caught up. Roar. The night tiger roared and raised its paw to strike the demon hound. Bang. With a single swipe of its paw, it sent the demon dog flying a great distance, dying instantly. The other demonic hounds seized the opening in the opponent's attack and pounced forward. To the night demon tiger, these demonic hounds seemed to be insane, completely reckless. Bang! It could easily kill a demonic dog with a single swipe of its paw. In just a short while, all 20 demon hounds have been killed by the night demon tiger. Their deaths bought Lin Yu precious time. Take this. Lin Yu raised his broadsword high and slashed it down hard onto the night demon tiger. Roar! The other person screamed in pain. Night tiger tried to fight back, but it was too weak now, and its speed and strength were far from its peak. With lightning speed, Lin Yu plunged his large cleaver into the opponent's gaping maw as the opponent let out a wail. Crimson blood immediately spurted out, undoubtedly the night tiger's most vulnerable spot. Sorry, it's your own fault for having such thick fur. If I don't target this area, I really don't know how long I'll have to keep struggling with you. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and, while speaking, pulled the large cleaver from the other man's mouth. Crimson blood stained the entire blade and flowed down the tip onto the ground. Bang! Night tiger collapsed to the ground with a thud, its eyes wide open in death. Congratulations! You have achieved the Slay 100 Battle Monster achievement and gained 5 achievement points. After glancing at the notification, Lin Yu raised his large cleaver and slashed at the night demon tiger's head, quickly extracting the blood-stained demon core. He then casually stored the night tiger's corpse in his territory space, gaining 300 units of demonic meat. After doing all this, he quickly left the scene to avoid any unforeseen complications. Who knew if the tiger's roar might attract other powerful magical beasts? He just took a direct hit from Night Tiger's sonic attack and hasn't fully recovered yet. But Lin Yu showed no sign of stopping. He endured his physical discomfort and rushed to the resting place of the night demon tiger. From beginning to end, he was thinking about the white refined iron. Now that the night tiger is dead, there are only 2 possible outcomes for this territory. Either it will be taken over by goblins, or a new leader will emerge in the near future. Lin Yu, on the other hand, wanted to take the white refined iron before things got chaotic and secure it for himself. This underground city gave him a feeling that it was not simple at all, and even that it was full of dangers. He had a growing suspicion that the 100 Battles monsters were not the limit of this dungeon, and that there might be even more terrifying beings out there, especially those talking goblins. Lin Yu still feels lingering fear when he thinks about them. Chapter 80, Opening the Blind Box. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the stranger it seemed, so he quickened his pace. When he arrived near the night tiger's resting place, a number of magical beasts had already gathered there. There were also quite a few ghostly leopards among them. But in the center was a magical beast that Lin Yu had never seen before. Name, Flame Lion. Combat Strength, 100. Its entire body was covered in dark gold scales, with edges gleaming with a molten red light, and the mane on its neck was a dancing golden red flame that burned even without wind. Its eyes were like purple fire, its stomp left scorch marks on the ground, and its roar was accompanied by sparks. It was simply a walking ball of blazing fire. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, not daring to take another step forward. The group of magical beasts in front of us, led by the Flame Lion, looked like they were not to be trifled with. Whether the other side came to support Night Tiger or to seize territory, Lin Yu had no way of knowing. Of course, he wasn't particularly interested in knowing. The most urgent task now is to get our hands on the white refined iron right under their noses. We finally got rid of the Night Tiger, and now a Flame Lion has appeared. Lin Yu leaned his shoulder against the tree trunk beside him, rubbing his chin, his eyes showing slight anxiety. It's unlikely that these monsters will be easily lured away by using troops. With his current combat strength It's not very realistic for him to forcibly take the white refined iron from the other party right now, especially since he has suffered some minor injuries. Since that's the case, then this is the only way. Left with no other choice, Lin Yu continued to recruit troops, thereby increasing his combat strength. I was planning to save enough demonic flesh to recruit more powerful units later. But right now, it's clearly impossible for him to give up the white, refined iron worth tens of millions. He tiptoed up the tree trunk before feeling safe enough to enter his own territory. There were quite a few corpses we picked up in the goblin territory before. 758 iron blood goblins, 30 units each, 22,740 units of magic flesh. 128 nether wolves, 50 units each, 6,400 units of demonic flesh. 238 shadow apes, 30 units each, 7,140 units of demon flesh. Bloodthirsty rats, 366 units, 10 units each, 3,660 units of demonic flesh. Lin Yu made a huge profit this time, directly gaining 39,940 units of magic meat. Adding this to the original 7,955 units, he now has a total of 47,895 units of magic meat. Looking at the staggering numbers before him, Lin Yu was somewhat bewildered. I was shocked when I saw it. I never imagined I had picked up so many corpses without even realizing it. With so much demonic flesh, what is there to fear? Lin Yu strode arrogantly to the demon gate, ready to recruit ruthlessly. Due to a lack of magic crystals, the two-headed hellhound cannot be recruited. He now only had two choices, a demon servant or a demon hound. How about we get 200 of them first? Adults don't make choices, but Lin Yu wants everything. The demon servant only requires 50 units, while the demon hound requires 80 units. Even if each group has 200, it would only consume 26,000 units of magic flesh. Lin Yu can still barely afford to spend money now. We apologize, but your current territory only has a size of 1,000 square meters and can only support a maximum of 250 units. Lin Yu stared blankly at the notification message in front of him, lost in thought. He subconsciously glanced around at the size of his territory and then realized the seriousness of the situation. Yes, my territory is only so big. How can I recruit an unlimited number of troops? Lin Yu suddenly realized what was happening and slapped his thigh hard. So he turned his attention to the achievement shop next to him. He believed that this place had everything he could possibly need and that he could certainly expand his territory. As he approached, a shop interface immediately appeared before his eyes. After some searching, he finally found an option to expand his territory. 500 square meters, priced at 50 achievement points. 1,000 square meters, priced at 80 achievement points. 2,000 square meters, priced at 150 achievement points. Lin Yu looked at his pitiful 18 points of achievement and felt a pang of heartache. I can't afford it. I absolutely can't afford it. Just as he was about to exit the store interface, he suddenly saw the blind box option that he had previously opened for free. If he remembers correctly, it costs 10 achievement points each time. He has 18 points now, so he might as well try his luck and make a fortune. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then quickly made a decision. Just as he was choosing a blind box, several more messages popped up in front of him. A regular blind box requires 10 achievement points to open once. Exquisite blind box requires 100 achievement points to open once. Premium blind box requires 1,000 achievement points to open once. A trick. This is a classic cliché. Lin Yu looked at the three options in front of him and spoke from the heart. So it turns out the free blind boxes they gave away last time were just the cheapest ones. Despite his complaints, he ultimately focused on the regular blind boxes. With his current achievement points, this was the only option he could open. He had no other choice. Activate. He took a deep breath and chose to open the blind box. Consume 10 achievement points to open the blind box. Congratulations. You have won 1,000 magic crystals in the blind box lottery. When Lin Yu saw the 1,000 units of magic crystals, he couldn't help but feel a bit of trouble. Wait, what's going on? All the achievement points I painstakingly accumulated were used to open 1,000 units of magic crystals. How much is this worth? 5 million? You win. There was nothing Lin Yu could do but compromise, even if he didn't accept it. After all, these are blind boxes, and the items you get can be good or bad. Fortunately, magic crystals are the material he currently lacks the most. If the demonic wood and demonic stone were removed, he would really cry. Chapter 81, Building the Human Barracks, Second Tier Swordsman. After obtaining 1,000 magic crystals, Lin Yu did not immediately recruit the two-headed hellhound, but instead took out the blueprints for the human barracks. He believed that as long as he successfully built the human barracks, he would most likely trigger the achievement reward. As for what the achievement reward is, it all depends on luck. Human Barracks Blueprint constructs a human barracks, yielding the peasant unit. Requires 100 units of magic wood, 100 units of magic crystal, and 100 units of magic stone. 100 magic crystals. Taking a gamble for riches isn't out of the question. Lin Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he quickly made a decision. Should we build a human barracks? Looking at the information notification in front of him, Lin Yu nodded in response. Yes. Congratulations. You have successfully built the human barracks. It consumed 100 units of magic wood, 100 units of magic stone, and 100 units of magic crystal. Following the warning message, the territory trembled violently. The next second, a magnificent building rose from the ground and appeared right in front of Lin Yu. The entire barracks resembled a crouching steel behemoth, surrounded by dark gray steel walls with intersecting weapon emblems cast on the surface. The doors are engraved with various bas-reliefs, which are very lifelike. On either side stand two gilded soldier statues, each several meters tall, exuding majesty. Before Lin, you could even step forward to check. The achievement reward arrived as promised. Congratulations! You have achieved the dual unit achievement and obtained the Tier 2 unit, Swordsman. Congratulations! You have completed the third building and gained 1 achievement point. Seeing this, Lin Yu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to trigger 2 achievement rewards in a row, and he had even unexpectedly obtained a second-tier troop, the Swordsman. He couldn't wait to open the recruitment interface of a human army camp. Recruiting farmers requires 50 units of magic meat. Recruiting a second-tier swordsman requires 200 units of magic flesh, 100 units of magic crystals, and 50 units of magic source stones. After glancing at the recruitment requirements, Lin Yu decisively recruited the swordsman. How can you say that second order is stronger than first order? Moreover, the recruitment requirements for swordsmen are even double those for two-headed hellhounds. Lin Yu refused to believe it. How weak could a swordsman be? Do you need to recruit 9 swordsmen? This requires 1,800 units of magic flesh, 900 units of magic crystals, and 450 units of magic source stones. Recruit. Recruit everyone. Lin Yu was eager to see the power of the second-tier troops. Recruitment successful, minus 1,800 units of magic meat, minus 900 units of magic crystals, minus 450 units of magic source stones. Creak. Then, the gates of the human barracks slowly began to open. 9 figures walked out side by side with heavy steps. They were covered from head to toe in armor. Even their heads were covered by closed helmets so that no one could see their faces except for a narrow slit in the visor. If you look closely, you can see 2 points of scarlet light shining through the crack. At the same time, the long swords in their hands gleamed with a chilling light, clearly indicating that they were no ordinary swords. Name: Swordsman. Combat strength: 50. Sure enough, they were much more powerful than the two-headed hellhound. Even after its claws were strengthened 3 times, the two-headed hellhound's combat power only barely reached 36. The swordsman, without any enhancements, already had an initial combat power of 50 points, which was already far superior to the two-headed hellhound. If the two were to fight, Lin Yu believed the swordsman could easily kill the two-headed hellhound. Seeing that the opponent was covered in thick armor, their defensive capabilities were clearly not weak. He even doubted that the two-headed hellhound's claws could even break through the opponent's defenses. Lin Yu's combat strength was also enhanced once again due to the arrival of the swordsman. Combat strength: 108.75 to 113.25. Bang! Bang! Lin Yu stepped forward, raised his hand, and patted the armor on the other person's body, producing 2 dull sounds. Just from the sound, you can tell that the armor is very thick, and its defensive capabilities should be quite high. Good. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. 1,000 units of magic crystals were thus squandered. He then withdrew from his consciousness and began to observe the situation ahead again. The flame lion paced back and forth beside the white, refined iron, seemingly waiting anxiously for something. Many of the surrounding monsters had already dispersed. Could it be that it's not here to seize territory? Lin Yu frowned slightly, beginning to suspect that the other magical beasts might have gone out to search for the night demon tiger's tracks. With so few Warcraft games available right now, this is a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin Yu jumped down from the tree. The sound of his landing immediately caught the attention of the ghost leopard not far away. Stop them from here. Lin Yu's only target was the white, refined iron. He had no intention of getting entangled with the ghostly leopard with a combat power of 80, so he directly released all 9 swordsmen he had just recruited. Bang! Faced with the pounced, ghostly leopard, the swordsman stood like an iron wall, blocking it and buying Lin Yu time. As he charged out of the jungle, the flame lion immediately rushed forward to meet him. Roar! It glared at Lin Yu and let out a chilling roar. If Lin Yu hadn't yet broken through the 100 battles mark, he might have been so frightened by the opponent's lion's roar that his legs went weak. But now his combat power is even higher than that of the flame lion, so why would he be afraid of it? Get the hell out of my way! Lin Yu roared and raised his large cleaver to slash horizontally, trying to force the flame lion back. Clang! But to everyone's surprise, the opponent did not dodge, but instead used his sharp teeth to catch Lin Yu's cleaver head-on. Bang! As the flame lion exerted its power, the already chipped broadsword shattered, turning into countless small pieces of iron that scattered on the ground. This scene left Lin Yu completely dumbfounded. I never expected the other person's teeth and jaws to be so terrifying. The surrounding magical beasts also swarmed around, trying to pounce on Lin Yu. You have your underlings, don't I have mine? Lin Yu flung away the broken hilt of his sword and retreated several meters, temporarily creating a safe distance between himself and the flaming lion. At the same time, 9 swordsmen quickly returned to his side, holding long swords and ready for battle. They vowed to prevent any magical beast from getting close to Lin Yu. Roar! The flame lion roared repeatedly, and the flames on its body gradually grew stronger. The surrounding temperature also rose significantly. A wave of heat hit him, and Lin Yu's forehead was already covered in fine sweat without him even realizing it. He knew in his heart that he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, it will only attract more monsters later. I'll fight you to the death. Lin Yu's eyes were sharp, and he didn't care about any losses. He released the remaining 22-headed hellhounds and 25 demon hounds in his territory, hoping they could buy him a little bit of time. Chapter 82, White Refined Iron Acquired. Time to run away. Roar! Roar! With all types of troops joining the battle, the scene descended into chaos. With a thought, Lin Yu directed the 5 swordsmen to charge straight at the flaming lion, while he himself bypassed the flaming lion and headed straight for the white refined iron the moment the 2 sides clashed. Other monsters tried to stop them, but the soldiers stopped them one by one at the cost of their lives. This journey was paved with the blood of soldiers. When Lin Yu arrived in front of the white refined iron, he disregarded his joy and immediately took the entire pile of refined iron into his territory space. This thing is incredibly heavy. Anyone else wouldn't even consider touching the white, refined iron without first killing all these magical beasts. Seeing the white, refined iron vanish into thin air, the flame lion flew into a rage, its deafening roar echoing throughout the entire jungle. In an instant, the surrounding monsters went berserk, their attacks becoming exceptionally fierce. Seeing this, Lin Yu frowned, vaguely feeling that the white refined iron was some kind of faith of these magical beasts. Now that the things we believe in are gone, they have collapsed along with them. Holy crap, run! Lin Yu didn't dare to linger for even a second longer and ran away as fast as he could. He wanted to leave, and ordinary magical beasts naturally couldn't stop him. But those other troops were in a terrible situation. They had no chance of breaking through. Roar! The flame lion opened its blood-red maw. and scorching flames burst forth. Neither the swordsman nor the two-headed hellhound could withstand the opponent's scorching heat and were instantly burned to a crisp. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt as if his heart was being torn apart. After all, he had spent a lot of resources recruiting those soldiers. Now that they are about to be completely wiped out, it's impossible for him not to feel heartache. But asking him to rush back now to rescue the troops would be utterly insane. Every single monster is now in a berserk state, and their combat power is slightly higher than before. Moreover, more and more magical beasts kept emerging from the surrounding area and joining the battle. Faced with this situation, even if he were a good fighter, he would have almost no chance of winning. Besides, he doesn't even have a decent weapon right now. He's empty-handed, which is just asking for death. Lin Yu had no choice but to sacrifice the pawn to save a king. If you lose a unit, you can recruit another. But if you lose people, you lose everything. At that moment, he unleashed his shadowless wind technique to its fullest extent, swiftly disengaging from the battlefield. The flame lion was still foolishly lingering and searching near the original location of the white, refined iron, trying to find some clue. In its eyes, the white, refined iron had vanished in a thin air and was not on Lin Yu. This also led to it not pursuing the matter relentlessly. It must be said that Warcraft's intelligence is still quite limited. Lin Yu ran for a full hour before he dared to stop and rest for a while, because he was too exhausted to run any further. Huff, huff. He was panting heavily, and, at the same time, he was very glad that the flame lion was not very intelligent. Otherwise, there would be no time to stop and rest now. This wave doesn't seem like a loss after all. Lin Yu leaned against the tree, calmly sensing the white, refined iron in his territory. He discovered that the white, refined iron was much larger than he had imagined, and it also faintly glowed with a green light. This means this might not be just plain white refined iron. It could even be green refined iron. The exact quality will only be determined after it is sent out for testing. No, why with a hint of green? Doesn't that mean this dungeon isn't just a simple white-level dungeon? Lin Yu suddenly realized what was happening, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. In this way, 100 battles are simply not the limit of this dungeon monster. There's a good chance we'll see monsters with a combat power of 150. Or even 200. As Lin Yu thought of this, his back was unknowingly soaked with cold sweat. No, I can't waste time here. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it becomes. Lin Yu quickly got up, trying to find a resource point as soon as possible, harvest a wave of resources, and then leave. The moment he stood up, he felt a tickle in his nose, so he subconsciously raised his hand to wipe it. Blood. He quickly realized something was wrong, looked down, and discovered that he had a nosebleed. Damn it, I didn't expect Night Tiger's sonic attack to be so powerful. Lin Yu quickly took out tissues and stuffed them into his nostrils. Since entering this underground city, he's been in a state of high tension, and the constant fighting and running have greatly depleted his physical strength. It can be said that Lin Yu's body is now in a state of extreme fatigue, but he knew in his heart that there was no time for him to rest and recuperate. This is a time when every second counts. Then, he returned to the territory space. Look at the recruitment panel of the Demon Gate. Recruit 100 Demon Hounds. Recruitment successful. Minus 8,000 units of magic meat. Recruit 100 farmers. Then he headed towards the human army camp. Recruitment successful. Minus 5,000 units of magic meat. Name, Farmer. Combat strength 5. Although its combat power is not high, its work efficiency is high, so Lin Yu had to prepare for the subsequent mining. The previous troops have all been wiped out, so this is a good opportunity to fill the gaps. Because of a shortage of magic crystals, he can only recruit magic dogs and farmers for now. Even though the recruits this time were relatively weaker units, Lin Yu's combat strength still improved significantly. Combat strength, 113.25. 144.25. A 31-point increase in combat power is nothing short of astonishing. Lin Yu subconsciously clenched his fist, clearly feeling the changes in his body. But he never felt excited about the improvement in combat power again. At this point, Lin Yu had fully understood why the head of the teaching department, Zhao Jinbo, had looked down on him. In particular, there was a statement the other party made that if he had a slightly aggressive profession, Zhao Jinbo would have considered whether or not to fire him. Without powerful offensive skills, Lin Yu realized that he needed more combat strength to bridge the gap. Especially after the battles with the Night Tiger and the Flame Lion, he felt deeply moved. Even if one's combat strength is slightly higher than the opponent's, it doesn't give one an advantage in a real fight. Since I don't have enough skills, then I can only make up for it with combat strength, physical skills, and unit type. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a certain resoluteness. All of you go out and search. In order to find a resource pile as soon as possible, Lin Yu didn't care whether he would alert the enemy and send out all 100 demonic hounds he had just recruited. Moreover, now that the Night Demon Tiger is dead and the White Refined Iron is lost, this area is in chaos, and it's unlikely that any magical beast will bother with those demonic hounds. This could be a good opportunity. Chapter 83, let's get to work. As expected, this time Lin Yu no longer sensed any information about the demon hound being killed. Within half an hour, the demonic hounds returned. Roar! Roar! It kept howling at Lin Yu. Found it! Seeing this, Lin Yu was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward. Led by the demon hound, he soon found the resource point he had been dreaming of, the magic crystal pile. Ha ha ha! He exclaimed excitedly and immediately released all 100 farmers from his territory. This pile of magic crystals was much larger than he had ever seen before. Let's get to work. Lin Yu couldn't wait to order the mining to begin. After receiving their orders, the peasant soldiers marched in an orderly fashion toward the magic crystal pile. Watching the peasant soldiers work so diligently, Lin Yu felt refreshed and invigorated. He had to admit that the peasant soldiers were much more efficient at their work than the demon servants. In no time at all, 100 units were collected. Lin Yu roughly estimated that it might only take one day to completely mine the magic crystal pile. At the same time, he also recalled all the demon hounds and had them patrol the area to ensure that the farmers would not be disturbed by the demon beasts when mining magic crystals. By noon the following day, the magic crystal pile here had been completely mined, yielding a total of 5,000 units of magic crystals. Congratulations! You have achieved the Master Miner achievement and have earned 2 achievement points. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled slightly, thinking that his suffering had finally come to an end. During this time, he also killed 35 monsters that tried to attack the farmers and gained an additional 1050 units of monster meat. Next, Lin Yu began to shift his position, heading towards the location where he had previously discovered the demon source stone. The magic source stones that were scattered and needed to be picked up one by one. Lin Yu thought it was a waste of time, so he gave up temporarily. But now it's different. With 100 farmers under my command, efficiency has increased by 100 times, both directly and indirectly. Lin Yu did not waste time on the magical beasts he encountered along the way and avoided them all. In less than an hour, we finally returned to the area where the magic source stone was located. Without saying a word, he released all the farmers again, letting them pick up the scattered magic source stones on the ground. Today marks his 3rd day in the dual dungeons. The energy fluctuations of the external portal also began to stabilize gradually. Captain, the white light is turning green. A team member approached the person in charge of the teleportation portal with an anxious expression and reported loudly. I saw it. The person in charge, Wang Sheng, had a solemn expression and spoke in a low voice. The portal is white with a hint of green, which means there are monsters with over 100 battles in the dungeon. As a result, the new students who participate in the training are naturally in grave danger. There is even a possibility of total annihilation. As the official person in charge of the teleportation portal, he bears an unshirkable responsibility for this situation. How's the rescue team mobilization going? Wang Sheng's gaze remained fixed on the teleportation portal. A rescue team of 200 people is ready and can depart at any time. The team member responded quickly. No one below the level of 100 combatants is allowed to participate in this rescue operation. Wang Sheng gave a serious reminder. Faced with the pale green portal, he could not allow any further problems to occur during the rescue. Captain, don't worry. All the men I've gathered this time are brothers who have fought in over 100 battles. The team member solemnly assured him. All right, wait about half an hour. and the energy fluctuations of the portal will completely stabilize. Wang Sheng appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was extremely anxious. Let alone half an hour. He didn't want to wait even a moment longer. Every minute that was delayed meant one more minute of danger for the freshman. However, he also had to ensure the safety of the rescue team, so he could only suppress his restless heart. Captain Wang, our War Academy also wants to participate in this freshman rescue operation. At this moment, Principal Wang also came to the other party's side and made his own request. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the other person. Captain Wang, you should know about the teaching staff of our War Academy, let alone a white-green teleportation portal. Even if it's a green portal, we'll have no problem with it. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Principal Wang continued speaking. Step back. Without a second thought, Wang Sheng rejected the other party's request. Saving lives is the most important thing right now. Principal Wang tried to persuade him to continue. Principal Wang, your War Academy hasn't had a very good reputation these past few years. Who knows if you're just going in to rescue people? Or should we use the excuse of saving lives to go in and kill them? So, you'd better not make things difficult for me. Wang Sheng remained expressionless, but a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes as he looked at the other person. You can't say things like that. We have absolutely no intention of harming anyone. Principal Wang was slightly taken aback, then quickly denied it. No matter what he said, Wang Sheng did not reply, but stared intently at the teleportation portal in front of him. The War Academy's ranking in the cities bordering Shenzhen has been declining in recent years. No one can guarantee that the other party won't attack freshmen from other colleges after entering the portal. Eliminate competitors to secure a better ranking in the upcoming youth competition. As time passed, the energy fluctuations within the portal gradually subsided. Wang Sheng, without hesitation, issued the order, "Rescue team, move out." Upon hearing this, the long-waiting official rescue team immediately swarmed into the portal. They were dressed in uniform, excellent equipment, and each of them exuded the aura of someone who had been through countless battles. They were forced to be reckoned with. Wang Sheng's anxiety eased slightly after he saw the entire support team enter the portal. Now, we can only wait for good news. Nobody knows the exact number of casualties inside. This is a predator goblin. After arriving in the underground city, the rescue team soon encountered hordes of goblins. A combat power of 30 points. How could any freshman possibly survive against that? They couldn't even imagine how those freshmen had survived those past few days. 3 people per team. Split up and act. Spread. The leader looked grave. The underground city posed a greater danger to the new students than he had imagined, and he had to find the scattered new students as quickly as possible. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. In less than 10 seconds, they had already divided into groups in an orderly manner and started working separately, with extremely high efficiency. Roar! Roar! With the arrival of the support team, the entire area became unusually restless, with the roars and howls of monsters filling the air. Wherever they went, almost no monsters could survive. It was like a map-clearing operation. Chapter 84. Things are different now. It's time to evacuate. Meanwhile, the team led by Yi Qing has grown from 12 people to nearly 100. They successfully banded together for mutual support, and as long as no boss-level goblins appeared, dealing with ordinary seraphim goblins was not difficult. I wonder how Lin Yu is doing. Lin Yu's whereabouts are currently unknown, and Su Qingsheng is constantly worried about him. Lin is so strong, I think. She'll be fine. Yi Qing came to the other person's side and offered words of comfort. Honestly, even if he said those words himself, he wouldn't believe it. The reason he lied about it was simply to comfort Su Qingsheng. He clearly remembered what kind of goblin Lin Yu faced back then. It was a red rock goblin with a combat power of 80 points. Yi Qing racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how Lin Yu had survived against the other party, especially since there was a group of iron blood goblins nearby at the time. It's basically a doomed situation. For this reason, he also admired Lin Yu, who was willing to sacrifice himself so that everyone could escape danger. Yes, Su, Lin Yu will definitely be all right. Yes, don't worry too much. I think the rescue team will be here to save us soon, and Lin Yu will be rescued too. Several people nearby who had survived thanks to Lin Yu's kindness also chimed in. Comforting Su Qingsheng was the only thing they could do for Lin Yu. Brother Yi, something's wrong. We've spotted goblins approaching us. Someone rushed up to Yi Qing, their expression and tone revealing their fear. How many? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's expression hardened, and he pressed for an answer. He wasn't afraid of the goblins. After all, he had encountered several waves of them in the past few days. However, he was very concerned about the number of goblins. More than 10. The man was so frightened that his voice was trembling. So many. Yi Qing frowned slightly after learning the number of goblins. With the strength of their group, they could barely handle more than 10 goblins, but there was a possibility of casualties. I can handle one by myself. At that moment, a burly man stepped out from the crowd. That person was also from Songlong Academy, named Gaodaj Wang, and was an S-level awakener. Before the words were even finished, another 5-person team stood up. Our squad can handle one too. Yi Qing felt gratified by everyone's willingness to volunteer and work together. Great! As long as we work together, we'll definitely be able to defeat those goblins. Yi Qing's confidence soared, and even his tone of voice became excited. Brother Yi, this time it's not an ordinary iron blood goblin. The person who was reporting interrupted Yi Qing urgently. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned. More than a dozen iron blood goblins. They all need to fight with all their might. Who would have thought that this time it wasn't just any ordinary iron blood goblin? Is it the boss? The blood rage goblin? Yi Qing frowned, staring intently into the other person's eyes, her tone heavy with concern. No, it's a red rock goblin. The man answered tremblingly. Upon learning that the visitors were the terrifying red rock goblins, everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with despair. That's a boss with a whopping 80 points. The strongest fighter in their group was only in their early 30s. We can't beat them. We absolutely can't beat them. Even Su Qingsheng stood there dumbfounded. She clearly remembered that Lin Yu had faced the red rock goblin back then. And now that the red rock goblin had appeared in this area, it was hard for Su Qingsheng not to make the connection. Lin Yu is dead. She unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes with both hands, her expression dazed. At this moment, images of Lin Yu's shamelessness kept replaying in his mind. A strange sadness welled up in her heart, and tears kept swirling in her eyes, but they didn't fall. Su, now is not the time to be sad. Let's go. Yi Qing quickly made a decision to lead everyone to relocate to a new position. They had no chance against the red rock goblins, and their only option was to run away. Retreat. Retreat now. Seeing that the other person was in a daze, Yi Qing had no choice but to forcibly drag them away. However, due to their large numbers, they caused quite a commotion, which quickly attracted the attention of the red rock goblins. Roar. Upon spotting its prey, the red rock goblin let out an excited roar, signaling the iron blood goblins behind it to hurry up and intercept it. Whoosh! In an instant, more than 10 predator goblins rushed out toward the direction from which the commotion came. Double dungeon. Lin Yu reaped a great harvest, with a total of 4,300 magic source stones in this place. Next, he found magic wood and magic stones. Although the resource points were not large, it was still a gain. Magic wood, 2,000 units. Magic stones, 3,000 units. During this period, he also completed a troop recruitment in the territory space. Recruitment successful. Minus 10,000 units of magic meat. Minus 5,000 units of magic crystals. Minus 2,500 units of magic source stones. 50 swordsmen marched out of the human camp in a grand procession. The magic crystals, barely warmed up, were squandered once again. The number of troops in the territory has also reached the maximum limit of 250 units. Lin Yu's combat power also surged from 144.25 to 169.25. He is now a completely different person from before he entered the dual dungeons. Not only has his combat power nearly doubled, but he has also gained 50 sword soldiers with a combat power of 50 each. This trip was definitely worthwhile. It's about time to retreat. Lin Yu turned his head to look into the depths of the jungle, narrowed his eyes, and muttered to himself. He didn't know what would happen in this double dungeon, but the unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Recently, terrifying roars have been frequently heard coming from deep within the jungle. With the monthly exams drawing near, Lin Yu also wanted to go out and see if Su Qingsheng was alright. Staying longer would undoubtedly maximize the gains, but the risks would also increase accordingly. My life is more important. Lin Yu valued his life and knew when to stop, never intending to eat until the very last bite. He then headed straight for the portal, not lingering for a moment. Chapter 85, Official Rescue Team. Inside the dungeon, facing the relentless advance of the Red Rock Goblin, Yi Qing and the others ultimately had nowhere to escape. Brother Yi, we're surrounded. Let's fight them. Many people are already prepared to fight the goblins to the death. We must not give up until the very last moment. Yi Qing cautiously looked around, and even when surrounded by the Iron Blood goblins, he tried his best to reassure everyone. He firmly believed that every extra second he lived meant an extra second of chance to be rescued. Roar! The Red Rock Goblin, brandishing its 2-meter-long machete, had already approached the group. Everyone turned pale with fright at the weapons in the other party's hands. Ye Ving, let's join forces to hold off the Red Rock Goblins, and then let the others concentrate their firepower to break through the Iron Blood Goblins' encirclement. Gao Dazhuang saw no hope left, so this was probably the best course of action to save as many others as possible. Ye Ving Fronet. To be honest, he wasn't sure if he and Gao Dazhuang could even last a round against the Red Rock Goblin. Big Monkey, protect Sue and help her break through. The rest, we'll take care of them. What I owed Lin Yu, I've finally repaid him today. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed to Gao Dazhuang's suggestion. Yes, Brother Yi, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. The man called Big Monkey nodded in response, his tone and expression filled with determination. I can stay and fight too. Su Qingsheng felt that as an S-class awakened, she had a responsibility to protect the weak. Given your current physical condition, staying here will only be a burden to us. Yi Qing spoke frankly and rejected the other party on the spot. You. Su Qingsheng was immediately annoyed when she heard the other party express disdain for her. Roar! As the Red Rock Goblin let out a low growl, the surrounding Iron Blood Goblins instantly rushed forward and launched an attack on the group. Everyone, proceed according to plan. Ye Ving shouted angrily. Before he finished speaking, he and Gao Dazhuang shot towards the strongest Red Rock Goblin almost simultaneously. The others concentrated their firepower on one point, attempting to break through. After charging into the crowd, the Iron Blood Goblin swung its machete down, leaving a trail of crimson blood droplets. Ordinary freshmen are powerless to resist a monster with a combat power of 30. Even Yi Qing and Gao Dazhuang suffered devastating blows. Clang! Faced with their combined attack, the Red Rock Goblin simply slashed out with his sword, sending the two of them flying more than 10 meters away. The weapons in their hands flew out one after another. Bang! The two fell to the ground, their faces contorted in pain, blood seeping from between their teeth. Asshole! Their eyes were filled with resentment and despair. Even if they exerted all their strength, it was nothing compared to the opponent's absolute power. Roar! The Red Rock Goblin didn't kill them immediately, but instead let out a provocative growl, seemingly enjoying the feeling of bullying the weak. Yi Qing struggled to his feet, turned around to look at the crowd behind him, and his eyes immediately blazed with boundless rage. In just a short time, more than 20 people had died at the hands of the Iron Blood Goblin. I'll fight you to the death. Especially when he saw his brother being stabbed through the chest, his eyes widened in fury. He roared and immediately sprang to his feet. Bang! Before he could even move, the Red Rock Goblin was already behind him, kicking him more than 10 meters away. Wow! Yi Qing's eyes bulged out, and blood gushed from his mouth, leaving a perfect arc in the air. After he crashed heavily to the ground, his face was flushed red, and the veins on his forehead and neck bulged out, making him look extremely ferocious. He clutched his lower abdomen with both hands, curled up like a shrimp, and the intense pain prevented him from making sound. Gao Dazhuang tried to provide support, but the same thing happened. he knocked the opponent to the ground with just one strike. Seeing the two strongest people in the group beneath his feet, the Red Rock Goblin revealed a ferocious smile on his face. Just then, a sharp sword, faintly glowing with a green aura, pierced through the chest of the Red Rock Goblin. This scene made Yi Qing and Gao Dazhuang forget their physical pain and stare wide-eyed. Even the Red Rock Goblin himself was a bit confused. Its gaze shifted downwards, looking at the blood-stained blade piercing its chest, its eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. The sharp blade was quickly withdrawn from its body, followed by a flash of cold light that swept across its neck, causing bright red blood to spurt out immediately. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. Bang! The Red Rock Goblin didn't even get a clear look at who it was before it died, collapsing to the ground with a thud. At this moment, 2 men and 1 woman came into Yi Qing's view, all of whom had special official markings on them. It's the official rescue team. Yi Qing was so excited that she stammered, and her eyes were filled with joy. There's hope! Gao Dazhuang also exclaimed excitedly. The 3 ignored Yi Qing and Gao Dazhuang, and instead shot off at top speed toward the Iron Blood Goblin in front of them. Whoosh! The leader swung his sword, unleashing a terrifying sword beam that was visible to the naked eye. As the sword light flashed, several Iron Blood Goblins exploded on the spot, dying a gruesome death. In just half a minute, all the goblins in the area were wiped out, with none surviving. The arrival of the rescue team instantly ignited everyone's hope. The energy fluctuations of the portal have now stabilized. You must proceed immediately. The leader's gaze swept over the crowd, and he urged them on urgently. Hearing that they could leave this awful place, everyone was incredibly excited, and their faces beamed with bright smiles. Su Qingsheng was the only one who couldn't smile. She was rescued, but Lin Yu died, dying while buying her time to escape. Wait! Just as the rescue team was about to escort everyone to the teleportation portal, Su Qingsheng suddenly spoke up. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on her. What's up? The leader approached the other party, his eyes filled with doubt. I know exactly what happened in the dungeon. Perhaps this will be helpful to you. Su Qingsheng looked up and met the other person's eyes. Upon hearing this, the leader frowned slightly and pressed on urgently. You mean, you know where goblins come from? Su Qingsheng nodded emphatically. Tell me quickly, what happened? How did they get into this underground city? The leader's expression changed slightly. He was eager to know the answer. Finding the source of the goblins' appearance would indeed be of great help to them. At least they can stop the source as soon as possible and prevent goblins from continuing to flood into this underground city. Chapter 86 Dark Goblin. A double underground city has appeared here. I know where its portal is. I can take you there. Su Qingsheng told the other party everything she knew. The 3 members of the rescue team were all astonished when they learned that a double underground city had appeared here. No, you can't go there. Just tell me your location. The leader firmly disagreed, with Su Qingsheng putting herself in danger again. No, I must go. Su Qingsheng's expression was serious, her tone earnest, and her eyes revealed a certain determination. Actually, she wanted to find Lin Yu's body, as she couldn't bear to leave him to be devoured by monsters in this underground city. Upon seeing this, the leader's brows furrowed into a deep frown. After a brief moment of thought, he reluctantly agreed. But he had one condition. Su Qingsheng had to obey his orders. You 2 escort the new students to the teleportation portal. I'll go with this little girl to take a look. The leader turned to look at his other 2 group members. Brother Yu, isn't this a bit too risky? The captain gave orders that no one is allowed to act alone. The female team member tried to dissuade the other party. We can't delay any longer. Only by finding the portal can we make effective deployments as soon as possible. Ignoring the other party's advice, Brother Yu was determined to go and find out the location of the teleportation portal. Girl, lead the way. Immediately afterwards, he turned to look at Su Qingsheng. Please follow me. Su Qingsheng nodded in response and quickly stepped forward. Yi Qing watched Su Qingsheng's retreating figure, her eyes filled with worry. After all, the other party was still injured. Stop looking. Your top priority right now is to evacuate the underground city. Seeing that the other person's gaze was fixed on Su Qingsheng, the female team member mistakenly thought that the other person was lusting after someone else's beauty, and her tone was filled with extreme disgust. Yi Qing frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Su Qingsheng led Brother Yu through the jungle at breakneck speed. After running intensely, her original wound started bleeding again without her realizing it. Upon seeing this, Brother Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the girl was injured. "Girl, you're being ridiculous." He immediately rebuked them. Su Qingsheng turned to look at the other person, her eyes full of doubt, wondering why the other person had said that. "You're injured. Why did you insist on going to the portal to the dual dungeons? Even I can't be completely sure you'll be safe. You're playing with your life." Brother Yu angrily rebuked. "There's no point in saying more now. The portal is just ahead." Su Qingsheng pointed towards the depths of the jungle, not wanting to get entangled with the other party any further on this matter. Upon hearing this, Brother Yu looked helpless and could only continue following the other person forward. After walking for about 20 more minutes, Su Qingsheng finally returned to the vicinity of the teleportation portal. Lin Yu covered their retreat right here. Since entering this area, Su Qingsheng's eyes have been constantly scanning everything on the ground around her, trying to find any clues about Lin Yu. Soon, Brother Yu saw the portal. At this time, predator goblins would occasionally emerge from inside. Although the quantity was small, he understood the principle of accumulating little by little. "Damn it, it really is a double dungeon. No, we must report back to the captain as soon as possible." Yuga narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Girl, it's time to leave." Now that he has confirmed the location of the second portal, there is no need for him to linger any longer. "Wait, I haven't found Lin Yu's body yet. He died here for me, and I have to get his body out of here." Su Qingsheng clearly had no intention of leaving. After hearing her words, Brother Yu finally understood why she insisted on leading the way herself. It turned out she was looking for a corpse. "Girl, are you out of your mind? The dungeon is in turmoil right now, and you're still thinking about finding corpses? Look closely. That teleportation portal is white with a greenish tinge, and its danger level is far beyond your imagination." You looked at the other person with an incredulous expression, his tone filled with disappointment and frustration. His voice quickly attracted the attention of the predator goblins around the portal. "Damn it, we've been found out." When Yuga noticed that goblins were approaching his location, his eyes flickered slightly. He was not afraid of the Iron Blood Goblin, whose combat strength was only 30. As the enemy approached, he immediately swung his sword, instantly killing both goblins. But as the two goblins fell to the ground, even more goblins were attracted to them. "Girl, let's go." He didn't care whether Su Qingsheng was willing or not, and grabbed her arm to pull her away. Facing the charging Iron Blood Goblins, he continuously swung his blade, each strike drawing a trail of blood. Buzz! At the same time, a blinding light suddenly appeared on the other side of the portal. Both Brother Yu and Su Qingsheng subconsciously turned their heads to look. A burly figure stepped out of the portal. "That's the boss." Just by observing the aura emanating from a goblin, Yuga could sense that this goblin was different from the other seraphim. Its skin is dark red and covered with dense black lines, and its large cleaver is 3 meters long. Name: Black Striped Goblin. Combat Strength: 100. Roar. Its gaze shifted to the side, aiming at Yuga and Su Qingsheng, and it let out a low growl. The 100 battle boss. Yuga narrowed his eyes, then released Su Qingsheng's arm, preparing to take the black-striped goblin in front of him seriously. Buzz! 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 Before they could even engage in combat, the portal began to glow frequently again. Upon seeing this, Brother Yu's heart sank. It was clear that something had emerged from the portal again. As the light faded, a group of Iron Blood Goblins came into view, and among them was one that was even more imposing than the black-striped goblin. Its skin is black, it is nearly 3 meters tall, and it wields a giant axe. The most terrifying thing is its left hand, which is a giant claw pieced together from the bones of a giant crocodile. Name: Black Goblin. Combat Strength: 150. Chapter 87, Lin Yu returns. The appearance of the black goblin instantly put a lot of pressure on Brother Yu. Although he was a veteran of countless battles, his combat strength was only around 150 points, similar to the black demon goblin in front of him. Moreover, there was a black-striped goblin with a combat power of 100 points nearby, as well as a horde of iron blood goblins. Brother Yu has no advantage in either combat strength or numbers. If his two team members were present at this moment, he would not be afraid of this battle. But now he is alone and fighting a lone battle. As for Su Qingsheng, she's now basically just a mascot. Girl, find a chance to run away yourself. Brother Yu knew that the next battle was inevitable, and he had no intention of retreating. As for whether Su Qingsheng could escape, he had no idea. I am sorry. I've dragged you into this. Su Qingsheng looked apologetic. If she hadn't insisted on finding Lin Yu's body, she wouldn't have encountered the black demon goblin. None of your business. Even if we just left, the dark goblin will probably catch up with us very soon. In the end, it's my fault. If I hadn't asked you to lead me to find the portal, I wouldn't have put you in danger a second time. Brother Yu shook his head, not blaming the other party. Roar! The black-striped goblin suddenly let out a low growl at the black demon goblin, seemingly reminding it to look in their direction. The black goblin looked in the direction of the sound, its gaze sweeping over Brother Yu before quickly locking onto Su Qingsheng. Immediately, a wicked smile appeared on his ugly and ferocious face. He turned around, picked up the giant axe, and strode away. The surrounding predator goblins followed closely behind. Brother Yu's eyes narrowed, knowing in his heart that a battle was unavoidable. Since that's the case, rather than sitting and waiting to be killed, it's better to strike first and seize the initiative. Whoosh! Just as the opponent was about to approach, he swung his sword and unleashed a sharp sword beam. Seeing this, the dark goblin quickly dodged to the side. The sword light swept past it and landed on the iron blood goblin behind it. Roar! The dark goblin roared in fury as he watched his companion die a horrible death. A great war is about to break out. The black-striped goblin raised its 3-meter-long machete and charged forward first. Seeing this, the other predator goblins also launched an attack. Clang! UGE's sword clashed with the black-striped goblin's greatsword, sparking a burst of dazzling sparks. As expected of a boss-level monster, its power is indeed not to be underestimated. In just one glance, Brother Yu realized that the black-striped goblin in front of him was no ordinary creature. Su Qingsheng had nowhere to escape and was instantly surrounded by a horde of iron blood goblins. Damn it, I'm not in the mood to play with you. Yugo caught a glimpse of Su Qingsheng in danger out of the corner of his eye and immediately became anxious, trying to deal with the black-striped goblin as soon as possible and then support her. Just as he exerted his strength to deflect the black-striped goblin's greatsword, the black demon goblin's giant axe came crashing down on him. This attack carried immense force, and Brother Yu dared not take it head-on, so he could only dodge in a panic. Bang! The giant axe landed, creating a terrifying gust of wind, and even cleaved a deep trench in the ground. Brother Yu frowned, inwardly exclaiming, "That was close." Whoosh! The next second, the black-striped goblin's greatsword followed closely behind. Clang! Yugo had no choice but to raise his sword to defend himself, as he couldn't avoid it. Facing two opponents alone, let alone rescuing Su Qingsheng, he felt immense pressure even to protect himself. Whether it was the black-striped goblin or the black demon goblin, the power they unleashed exceeded Brother Yu's imagination. Su Qingsheng was also forced to retreat repeatedly, and the wounds on her body finally reopened completely while resisting the iron-blooded goblin. Her face was pale, and her eyes showed not only anxiety, but also fear. She was completely helpless against dozens of seraphim. What should I say about you? Knowing he was injured, he still wouldn't listen and kept going towards dangerous places. Just as she felt desperate and helpless, a familiar voice suddenly came from the direction of the portal. Su Qingsheng's heart skipped a beat, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and her face was filled with horror. That voice? Is it Lin Yu? Her tone was tinged with disbelief. He couldn't be dead? Su Qingsheng disregarded everything else and immediately looked in the direction of the sound, eager to know the answer. Even the goblins and Yu present were curious about the sudden sound and turned their gazes toward the portal. A figure was seen striding arrogantly towards them. It really is Lin Yu. You're not dead. Su Qingsheng exclaimed excitedly. Yu had just been clinging to a sliver of hope that it was someone from another rescue team. But when she saw Lin Yu's youthful face, she felt incredibly disappointed. Especially after seeing the other party's arrogant face, he wanted to slap him twice. What kind of time is this to be pretending? What are you pretending for? Kid, you're a freshman this year, right? Run. His tone revealed anxiety and speechlessness. Run? That won't do. I still have to save my little Chang. Lin Yu grinned. Before he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Su Qingsheng and shielded her behind him. That speed, Brother Yu was completely shocked by the speed that Lin Yu had unleashed. You're still alive. Su Qingsheng was so excited that she was incoherent, and tears even welled up in her eyes. Huh, who told you I'm dead? With your condition, even if you die, I might not. Lin Yu glanced back at the other person with an annoyance. You. Su Qingsheng was speechless for a moment, realizing that this person's mouth was really annoying. With just one sentence, he extinguished most of her initial joy and excitement. You think you can bully me, huh? Watch me. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly turned sharp. After saying that, he had already blinded the nearest iron blood goblin with his finger. Roar! The goblin covered its eyes with its hands and let out a mournful howl. This scene left Su Qingsheng and Brother Yu dumbfounded. They hadn't expected their opponent to be so ruthless. With lightning speed, Lin Yu picked up the goblin's fallen machete and slashed it horizontally, ending the goblin's life. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. This kid, his combat strength, seems extraordinary. Yuga vaguely felt that he had just underestimated his opponent. Chapter 88, Easily Slaying a Battle-Hard Boss. Soon, Brother Yu was completely shocked by the strength that Lin Yu had shown. The moment the opponent raised his eyes again, it was as if he were possessed by a god of death. With each swing of his knife, he took the life of a goblin. In just a short while, all the iron blood goblins were killed. Even Su Qingsheng was stunned. She was horrified by Lin Yu's rapid growth, even though it had only been a few days since she last saw him. There are such terrifying people among this year's freshmen. Kid, which college are you from? While fending off the goblin's attacks, Brother Yu eagerly pressed for an answer. When asked about his college, Lin Yu smiled, but remained silent. He doesn't have an academy. He was expelled long ago. Hey kid, don't just stand there and watch. Come and lend a hand. Seeing that the other person was just grinning foolishly, Yuga neither answered nor continued to ask questions, but instead asked the other person to help him. Judging from the strength the opponent just displayed, it's probably no less than 100 battles. If Yuji can help block the black-striped goblin, he can concentrate on dealing with the black demon goblin. I can help, but I have one condition. Lin Yu had a simple, honest smile on his face. Yu frowned slightly. What kind of time is this? The other party is still thinking about negotiating with him. Kid, don't you understand? We are the official rescue team, here to save you. You want to negotiate with me? Do you think that's reasonable? He was so angry that he retorted in a furious voice. Oh, thank you. Lin Yu quickly thanked him, but remained standing there, showing no intention of helping, as if to say, then save him. Holy crap, this kid. Yuga was cursing under his breath. State your conditions. Left with no other choice, he had to compromise. Their magic cores are mine. Lin Yu still had a simple, honest smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Brother Yu's lips twitched slightly. Lin Yu gave him the feeling of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Fine, they're all yours, but you must help me hold off the black-striped goblin. Given the current dire situation, he has no choice but to compromise. Make a deal. After getting the result he wanted, Lin Yu readily agreed. You really can handle the black-striped goblin? Su Qingsheng looked worried. After all, that was a boss who had fought countless battles. Don't underestimate me. Lin Yu's face showed complete composure. After he finished speaking, he slowly picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. Call out. The next second, it was suddenly thrown at the black-striped goblin, and even the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Thump! It accurately hit the target's head. Roar! The black-striped goblin was enraged and stopped all its movements. Those bloodshot eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Suckling, seeing that the other party still wasn't coming over, Lin Yu made a provocative gesture, much like walking a dog. This scene left Su Qingsheng speechless. When it came to provoking others, she would call Lin Yu the best. Roar! The black-striped goblin roared in fury, raised its great sword, and charged forward. This is absolutely intolerable. When he saw the other party rushing towards him, Lin Yu laughed instead of being afraid. The pressure on Brother Yu's side also decreased significantly. Lin Yu moved like a ghost, and although the black-striped goblin's attacks were ruthless, it could never hit its opponent. This weapon is pretty good. Here you go. After seeing the 3-meter-long cleaver of the black-striped goblin, Lin Yu suddenly lost interest in the cleaver in his hand. He poked the other person's wrist with one finger. Roar! The intense pain caused the black-striped goblin to roar incessantly. Taking advantage of this opening, Lin Yu forcefully snatched the large cleaver from the other party's hand. Watch my counterattack. With the large cleaver in hand, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, leaping high into the air and slashing back. This strike completely severed the opponent's head. Su Qingsheng, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but widen her eyes. This is okay. She watched in disbelief as Lin Yu, wielding a massive cleaver disproportionate to his size, hacked down the black-striped goblin. She rubbed her eyes frantically, even wondering if she was hallucinating. How could Lin Yu, with his comical appearance, possibly defeat the black-striped goblin? This machete doesn't seem to suit me. Lin Yu found that the handle of the knife was too thick and large, and he couldn't hold it with one hand at all, so he simply threw it to the ground again. With a combat power of over 160, he can easily kill the black-striped goblin with a combat power of only 100. That's it. Yu was still locked in a fierce battle with the black demon goblin when he was completely taken aback, never expecting Lin Yu to end the fight so quickly. He vaguely realized that he had underestimated the other party. Whose new recruit is this? His combat power is terrifying. Hey classmate, don't just stand there. Come quick, help me. With the two of us working together, I believe we can quickly take down the black demon goblin. Then the magic core will be yours. Even the way Brother Yu addresses Lin Yu has changed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu simply stood there grinning foolishly. Upon seeing this, Brother Yu immediately had a bad feeling. He realized that whenever this kid had that harmless smile on his face, he was definitely up to no good. Hey classmate, you really aren't going to help? As the battle intensified, Yu knew that his physical strength was inferior to his opponent's. If he could not defeat the black demon goblin as soon as possible, he would definitely lose in the end. Therefore, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to ask Lin Yu for help. You only asked me to hold off the black-striped goblin, but you didn't ask me to join forces against the black demon goblin. Besides, I've already killed the black-striped goblin. Lin Yu's words were reasonable and well-founded. After listening, Brother Yu immediately understood what the other party was planning. Fine, name your name. What else do you want this time? He could only continue to compromise. I want the prize of getting first place in a monthly exam. Upon hearing this, Brother Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting the other party to have such a large appetite. That's not something I can decide. He was helpless. Isn't it enough that I've already slain the 100 battle boss to prove I'm number 1 in the monthly exam? Lin Yu smiled and asked in return. Chapter 89. Pleasant Cooperation, Slaying the Dark Demon Goblin. Upon hearing this, Brother Yu was speechless for a moment. Lin Yu's words were correct. His ability to slay the black-striped goblin was enough to prove that he was the strongest among this year's freshmen. But this competition is about collecting canine teeth. Brother Yu still did not immediately agree to the other party's request. So what? Special circumstances require special handling. Given the current dungeon riot, a slight change in the rules is understandable and everyone can comprehend it. Lin Yu did not give up. Even if we take a step back, I still need to help your officials kill the Dark Goblin in front of me. I'm really not happy that I didn't get first place in this month's exam. Seeing that Brother Yu didn't speak, he continued to add, All right, I'll try my best to get it for you. After thinking it over, Brother Yu realized that what the other party said made perfect sense. If Lin Yu helps him kill the black demon goblin, and that still doesn't make him the top student in the monthly exam, then what does it mean to be the top student in the monthly exam? Try your best. What I need is a positive answer. Seeing that the other party's answer was vague, Lin Yu would not make a move. Definitely. I will definitely help you get first place in the monthly exam. If the higher-ups disagree, I will protest. I will make a scene at the higher-ups. Is this all right? Brother Yu is also driven to the point of having no other choice. Okay. Then, it's a pleasure to cooperate. After getting the answer he wanted, Lin Yu grinned and immediately picked up his machete to join the battle. This is okay. Su Qingsheng was completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu managed to snag the prize of first place in the monthly exam. With Lin Yu joining the team, Brother Yu's pressure was instantly reduced, and he was given a chance to catch his breath. This kid is incredibly strong. Seeing Lin Yu's ruthless attacks, forcing the black demon goblin to retreat repeatedly, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He even had a vague feeling that the opponent's combat strength was no less than his own. How could this be a greenhorn? He looks like a seasoned veteran with extensive combat experience. Hey, you asked me to help you, but you just stood there watching. Seeing the other person standing there dumbfounded, Lin Yu immediately urged them on. It's true that he's quite strong, but he doesn't have any powerful attack skills. Killing a dark goblin with a machete alone is no easy task. Kid, what exactly is your talent/class? How could it be so terrifying? Upon hearing this, Brother Yu immediately stepped forward to help, while also raising the questions that had been on his mind. Me? A casual job. Lin Yu didn't intend to hide it, because even if he didn't say anything, the other party would find out anyway after leaving the instance. What? When Yu learned that the other party was just making a living, he was almost speechless with shock. At that moment, his gaze toward the other person was filled with unprecedented horror. Didn't you notice? I didn't use any skills from beginning to end, because I didn't. Seeing that the other party seemed somewhat skeptical, Lin Yu added another sentence. Upon hearing this, Brother Yu suddenly realized that what the other party said was true. From the beginning until now, he had indeed never seen the other party unleash any skills. You little rascal, you're really unexpected. Yu expressed his feelings. Let's end this battle quickly. Lin Yu had no interest in chatting with the other party. He just wanted to quickly eliminate the black demon goblin. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Brother Yu nodded in agreement, and from then on, he no longer held back and went all out. Whoosh! Sword beams flashed out, stirring up gusts of wind. Roar! The dark goblin, not to be outdone, roared repeatedly. When its eyes began to glow crimson, Lin Yu knew that it was about to go berserk. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. He moved swiftly, intending to seize the moment when his opponent unleashed his berserk mode and deliver a devastating blow. Lin Yu brought his two fingers together and unleashed his strongest strike. This hit the opponent's left eye directly. This is the cloud-piercing finger, one of the 6 arts of war? Are you a student at the War Academy? Upon seeing this, Brother Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wait a minute, this kid is a freshman. How could he possibly master the cloud-piercing finger technique within a month? His gaze toward the other person grew increasingly puzzled. Roar! The dark goblin let out a heart-wrenching howl as it felt intense pain in its left eye. Seeing this, Brother Yu didn't think twice and quickly lunged forward, slashing a sword beam at his opponent. Bright red blood immediately spurted out. Roar! The dark goblin retreated repeatedly, howling incessantly. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. How could Lin Yu possibly miss such a golden opportunity? Whoosh! He used the shadowless wind to accelerate and once again rushed in front of his opponent. In a second, several slashes landed on the opponent. Blood splattered all over his face. Hey kid, get out of the way. Brother Yu gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful strike. A dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly dodged to the side. The sword's edge swept across the black demon goblin's body, slicing it in two. Bang! Bang! The other person's body crashed to the ground. This battle has finally come to an end. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly stepped forward. Without saying a word, he raised his knife and chopped it down on the head of the black goblin. Only after taking out the magic core did a bright smile spread across his face. Then, he walked to the corpse of the black-striped goblin he had killed earlier and took out the magic core. 2 magic cores acquired. Kid, you actually mastered both the cloud-piercing finger and the shadowless wind technique. Brother Yu was certain that he had not misread the words. Lin Yu looked up at the other person, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He hadn't expected the other person to know so much about the 6 arts of war. Don't try to fool me, kid. I'm a graduate of the War Academy, too. My name is Xiaoyu. If you don't believe me, you can ask your mentor when you get back. Xiaoyu was actually delighted to learn that Lin Yu was his junior. When they heard that the other party was a graduate of the War Academy, everything made sense. I am indeed a student at the War Academy. Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, Xiaoyu excitedly interrupted him. Ha ha, then you have to call me senior. I never expected that this year's War Academy would produce such a prodigy as you. The Academy has finally made it through. This year's Youth Championship will definitely be a great success for the Academy. Xiaoyu was excited just thinking about it. Youth Championship? Lin Yu turned to look at Su Qingsheng, his eyes full of doubt. He didn't know much about these competitions. Simply put, it's an exchange competition. Each college will send its strongest freshman team of the year. Su Qingsheng explained patiently. That seems to be out of my reach. Upon hearing that it was a competition between academies, Lin Yu felt nothing, because he did not belong to any academy at the moment. How could we be destined to be apart? You must represent our War Academy in the competition. Whether we can finally hold our heads high this year depends entirely on you. Xiaoyu beamed with joy. In his opinion, as long as Lin Yu participated, the championship of this year's Youth Championship would undoubtedly belong to the War Academy. Chapter 90, They Fired Me. Su Qingsheng paused for a moment, then added, You can participate if you want. Because the Youth Championship is not open to the Academy alone. It targets all the young people in cities bordering Shenzhen. As long as you meet the age requirement, even if you're not a working professional, you can form your own team to participate in the competition. However, the competition among the colleges is too fierce, and often even self-built teams cannot stand out. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Age? He is a freshman, so his age is not an issue. Wait, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Shouldn't you be representing the War Academy in the competition? Why did you form your own team? Kid, you're not some kind of traitor, are you? Xiaoyu frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy as he listened. Because I'm no longer a student at the War Academy. They fired me. Lin Yu shrugged and smiled calmly. His smile seemed so ironic to Xiaoyu. What? They fired you? Xiaoyu's brows were furrowed into a deep frown, and his eyes were filled with utter astonishment. Isn't this an absolute prodigy? The college actually dared to expel him? Isn't that just plain stupid? How is this possible? Xiaoyu shook his head repeatedly, finding it too outrageous and unbelievable. They even wanted to kill me. At this point, Lin Yu's eyes and tone instantly turned icy. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with astonishment, confusion, and bewilderment. What he said is all true. I'm also a student at the War Academy. The Academy did indeed intend to kill him. Su Qingsheng stated that she could testify. There must be some misunderstanding here, right? Xiaoyu realized that the Academy was simply insane to try to nip a genius in the bud. There is indeed a misunderstanding. However, without absolute evidence, the Academy resolutely chose to believe the one-sided testimony of others, concluding that Lin Yu was the murderer and that he should pay with his life. Su Qingsheng nodded in response and continued her narration. In the end, I was only able to survive thanks to the strong support of the Su family, and my fate was reduced to expulsion from school. Lin Yu added a sentence as well. They're insane. They're absolutely insane. Xiaoyu shouted angrily. I originally thought that with Lin Yu in charge this year, the War Academy would definitely win first place in the upcoming Youth Championship and revive its former glory. Looking back now, it seems so ridiculous that such an outrageous student was expelled. If Lin Yu were to build his own team to participate in the Youth Championship, he believed that this year, no matter which academy, they would have no chance of winning first place. A seasoned veteran. How can those freshmen compare? Of course, if Lin Yu wants to build his own team to participate in the youth championship, I will also join his team. I will not choose the academy's team. Su Qingqing's next words struck Xia Yu like a thunderbolt, causing him to tremble violently. He couldn't see through Lin Yu, but he could tell that Su Qingqing was an S-level awakener. As far as he knew, only one S-class awakener had appeared in this year's War Academy. Therefore, this girl in front of us is very likely the only S-rank awakened one among the current freshmen of the War Academy. If even Su Qingqing is unwilling to represent the academy in the competition, then won't this year's War Academy become a joke? Xia Yu chuckled and shook his head. That laugh was filled with speechless frustration towards the War Academy. Anyway, I've already graduated. I have no right to interfere in the affairs of the academy. They can only say they brought it on themselves. Xia Yu sighed and shook his head, indicating his extreme disappointment with the academy. After saying this, he prepared to lead them away from the underground city in front of them. Although the black goblin is dead, no one can guarantee that an even more powerful monster won't appear later. After walking several hundred meters, Lin Yu suddenly stopped. He clutched his stomach with both hands, feigning discomfort. What are you doing? Su Qingqing frowned slightly, vaguely guessing what was going on, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. My stomach hurts. Lin Yu answered, feigning difficulty. Then hurry up. We'll wait for you up ahead. Xia Yu was speechless upon hearing this. What kind of time was this? The other party really knew how to pick their moment, having to have their stomach hurt at this time. Ugh. Lin Yu nodded in response. After saying that, he dashed into the jungle. After Su Qingqing and the other person left, his expression changed slightly. Within 2 minutes, he returned to the vicinity of the portal and collected all the goblin corpses on the ground into his territory. A total of 1,200 units of magic flesh were harvested. Although it wasn't much, Lin Yu didn't want to waste it. After doing all this, he rushed back to meet up with Su Qingqing. That feels good. He swaggered back, even patting his belly. Eat. Upon seeing this, Su Qingqing frowned, raised her hand to cover her nose, and let out a sound of disgust. Your wound. Should I re-bandage it for you? Lin Yu ignored the other party's disgusted look and instead focused his gaze on Su Qingqing's wound. No, thank you. Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Su Qingqing's pretty face. Oh, don't be so polite. Lin Yu was just asking casually and didn't intend to listen to the other party's opinion at all. Before the words were even finished, he had already started. Chapter 91, Leaving the Dungeon. Xia Yu was dumbfounded by Lin Yu's physical advances. You really consider me one of your own? Are you trying to help bandage someone's wound? Are you sure you're not just lusting after her? He sighed inwardly. Stop it. There are other people here. Su Qingqing patted the other person's hand, her face full of shyness. Cough, cough, cough. You can treat me like I'm not human. No, you could just ignore me. Xia Yu coughed a few times, then quickly looked away and walked to the side without thinking. All right. Now, there's no one here. Lin Yu's tone suddenly softened, making Su Qingqing feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. When Lin Yu removed the bandages from Su Qingqing's wound, Su Qingqing trembled slightly in pain. Lin Yu could even clearly hear the other person's rapid breathing. It's easy to see that the other person is in a lot of pain. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little heartache. Promise me, don't push yourself so hard next time. As he cleaned the other person's wound, he gently gave them some instructions. Please don't push yourself so hard, okay? Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at the other person, annoyed, and retorted. If you're bad at this, you should listen to me. Do you understand? You weakling like you think you can compete with me? Lin Yu's demeanor changed abruptly when he saw that the other party still dared to refute him. It's as if it's telling the other person, don't let him talk nicely and then turn rude. You. Su Qingqing was stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses. She discovered that Lin Yu was a leopard that couldn't change its spots. He was so touching 1 second, but the next 2 seconds he showed his true colors. After she treated her wounds, the three of them headed straight for the teleportation portal. The moment Su Qingqing stepped through the portal, her heart finally settled down, and she was finally back in the outside world. Miss! Just then, a straight figure strode up to her. Uncle Kong, what brings you here? Su Qingsheng was slightly taken aback, not expecting the old butler Su Kong to appear here. I heard there was a riot in the underground city here, so the clan sent me here to investigate. I hope to get news of you as soon as possible. Seeing that you have returned safely, I will immediately report to the clan. Su Kong spoke to him with great respect. Lin Yu, on the other hand, silently watched the drama unfold without saying a word. Just from Su Kang's attitude towards Su Qingsheng, he could tell that Su Qingsheng held a high position in the Su family. Are you injured? Su Kong quickly noticed the large bloodstains on the other person's clothes, and his expression immediately turned serious. But we've already done some basic processing. Su Qingsheng nodded and said softly, It seems this dungeon riot was quite dangerous. Even you were injured. Su Kong frowned and couldn't help but sigh. No, the wounds on my body weren't inflicted by a magical beast. Speaking of this, a flash of anger appeared in Su Qingsheng's beautiful eyes. What? Who is it? Who would dare to hurt you? When Su Kong learned that the injury was caused by someone, he immediately became agitated. It's the Zhang family. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He didn't say the name Zhang Xing, but deliberately said Zhang Jia instead. This was an opportunity to draw hatred to the Zhang family, and he didn't want to miss it. Although Zhang Yong and Zhang Xing, the two parties involved, are dead, this is far from enough for Lin Yu. He even seriously suspected that the Zhang family was behind it, rather than those two good-for-nothings acting on their own. Although Zhang Yong and Zhang Xing are direct subordinates, neither of them can be considered outstanding talents. They are very likely just serving as a bridge in negotiations with Gu Tingxin. Regardless of the actual outcome, the Zhang family has countless connections that cannot be severed. Lin Yu didn't care about anything else. The simplest way was to bring down the Zhang family and make them pay a heavy price. What? The Zhang family? Miss, is this real? A look of surprise flashed in Su Kang's eyes, but he did not completely believe Lin Yu's words. Instead, he was eager to verify with Su Qingsheng. Yes, that's right. He teamed up with S-rank awakened from other academies and injured me. If Lin Yu hadn't arrived in time, I might be dead. Su Qingsheng nodded in response, without hiding anything. Upon hearing that it was Lin Yu who had saved his young mistress, Su Kong quickly gave him a grateful look. But his gaze also lingered on Lin Yu. Lin, how come your aura has become so much stronger again? He had been focused entirely on Su Qingsheng and hadn't paid much attention to Lin Yu. Only now did he realize that Lin Yu's aura was much stronger than when they last met. His expression was one of astonishment, and his tone was filled with disbelief. He clearly remembered that when they first met, the other party's combat power was only around 10 points. The second time they met was when Lin Yu returned as one of the first explorers. In just 7 days, the other party's combat power had increased rapidly, which surprised him. I never expected that the opponent's aura had grown to such a terrifying level upon our meeting. He must have been through at least 100 battles. This rate of growth left Su Kong speechless with astonishment. Just a modest gain. By the way, the Zhang family is really hateful. They have repeatedly tried to harm your young lady. You mustn't let them get away. Lin Yu didn't want to bring up himself, so he changed the subject and brought the Zhang family back, emphasizing the word repeatedly. As expected, Su Kang's eyes flashed with a fierce light after hearing this. The official rescue team has brought back quite a few newborns, but why haven't we seen Zhang's kid yet? Su Kang quickly scanned the group of freshmen around him, but he still couldn't find Zhang Xing. I killed him. Su Qingsheng took the initiative to take the matter before Lin Yu could. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, and his gaze toward the other party showed a hint of astonishment. Yeah, the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen and screamed. You kill me, let go. Are you crazy? Why are you pinching me? Lin Yu howled in pain. He never dreamed that Su Qingsheng would sneak up on him while he was feeling touched. Nothing. Su Qingsheng replied casually. Actually, she just didn't want the other person to talk too much, lest Lin Yu, in a moment of panic, take the blame for Zhang Xing's death again. The old butler, Su Kong, was completely dumbfounded, never expecting that his young lady and Lin Yu would have such a close relationship. Miss, don't worry, that kid deserved to die. Now that he's dead in the underground city, And with the current riots, even if the Zhang family suspects something, they have no evidence. Then, Su Kong added, indicating that Su Qingcheng should relax. Chapter 92. Are you a human or a ghost? At this moment, the open space at the entrance of the teleportation portal was already crowded with people. There were freshmen participating in the monthly exam, as well as heads of various colleges and people from families of all sizes. As time ticked by, the various rescue teams exited the portal one after another. Lin Yu and his group were already considered to be arriving relatively late. With the return of the last rescue team, the rescue operation has come to an end. Those who are still alive have mostly come out, and those who haven't come out yet are unlikely to make it out. Next, the official temporary team of explorers took over the portal and prepared to conduct a comprehensive investigation of this dual portal. Then, a group of fully armed officials slowly walked in. The aura emanating from each of them far surpassed that of Xia Yu from the rescue team. All eyes of the thousands of people present were focused on them. Captain Wang, leave the rest to us. The leader of the group went directly to Wang Sheng, the person in charge of the original teleportation portal. Please. Wang Sheng immediately stepped aside, and his team members also stepped back to the side. This guy is incredibly strong. He has at least the strength to fight 1,000 battles. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Even when he was standing dozens of meters away, he could faintly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the other party. Within minutes, the entire expedition team stepped into the portal and disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, a figure squeezed out of the crowd and quickly walked to the side of Wang Sheng, the person in charge. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. He recognized the man. It was Xia Yu from the rescue team. Lin Yu knew perfectly well what the other party was whispering to Wang Sheng. What? You mean that freshman named Lin Yu not only single-handedly killed the 100 Battles boss, and I'll even help you fight the black demon goblin with a combat power of 150? After hearing Xia Yu's words, Wang Sheng's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Captain, it's absolutely true. Without his help, not only me, but many more new lives would have perished in the dungeon. Xia Yu looked serious and spoke earnestly, repeatedly emphasizing Lin Yu's contribution this time. This year's freshmen, there are such terrifyingly talented geniuses. Wang Sheng was amazed. Captain, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Xia Yu suddenly became hesitant and found it difficult to speak. This made Wang Sheng frown, vaguely sensing that something bad was about to happen. Explain. He gestured for the other person not to be coy. Well, before Lin Yu made his move, he made a condition. In desperation, I had no choice but to agree. Xia Yu recounted the story in a trembling voice. What are the conditions? Wang Sheng frowned more and more, eager to know what conditions a freshman could ask for. He wants first place in the monthly exam as a prize. Xia Yu looked directly into the other person's eyes and spoke solemnly. What? The prize for first place? Wang Sheng was taken aback. This condition was quite unexpected. I think he deserves first place. So I took it upon myself to agree to his request. Of course, this is also a prerequisite for his intervention. Xia Yu was extremely nervous at this moment, his heart pounding, fearing that Wang Sheng would refuse. Wang Sheng pondered for a moment before speaking. I agree. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu finally felt relieved, and a smile spread across his face. He could now say that he had given Lin Yu an explanation. This kid is so incredibly talented, why not do him a favor? After Xia Yu left, Wang Sheng watched his retreating figure and murmured to himself. Clearly, he has already decided to try and win over Lin Yu. On the other hand, after securing the prize of first place for Lin Yu, Xia Yu immediately informed the other party of the news. That's wonderful. Brother Xia, thank you. Lin Yu beamed with joy upon learning that he was guaranteed first place. He knew in his heart that Xia Yu must have said a lot of nice things about this. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been so easy. Of course not. How could I go back on my word? Xia Yu's face was also beaming with a smug smile. Immediately, Lin Yu turned to look at the new students around him. His eyes darted back and forth quickly, as if searching for someone. You look shifty. Which sister are you looking for? Seeing this, Su Qingcheng glanced at him with annoyance, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Stop bothering me. Lin Yu waved his hand, indicating that she should go somewhere cool and stay there. Su Qingsheng was so angry that she stomped her feet. Xia Yu's lips twitched slightly after hearing this, realizing that Lin Yu is ungrateful. They're eating what's in their bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Found it. Soon, Lin Yu's gaze was fixed on a figure in the distance, and a maternal smile appeared on his face. Before he finished speaking, he had already run off happily. Hey, you're really going? When Su Qingchang saw that the other party had really run away, she became a little anxious. Wait, something's not right. That kid smiled just now. It gave me the creeps. Xia Yu shook his head repeatedly, feeling that things were not so simple. That's just how he is, sometimes serious, sometimes unserious. Su Qingqing's tone was tinged with displeasure. But she has to admit that as long as Lin Yu is by her side, she feels incredibly safe, a feeling that she even finds somewhat infatuated with. Hey, Yeving. Lin Yu ran up behind the figure and patted the person's shoulder hard. Yiqing subconsciously turned around to look. Because Lin Yu's face was quite close, when Yiqing turned around, their faces were only about 2 centimeters apart. Holy crap! Upon seeing Lin Yu's deadpan face, Yiqing jumped up so high he almost lost his soul in fright. Ew, you ing bastard. Are you a human or a ghost? I have no grudge against you. Why are you scaring me in broad daylight? Yiqing staggered back several steps, her face turning pale with extreme fear. Of course I'm a human being. You haven't done anything wrong. So what are you afraid of? Or did you do something to offend me? Lin Yu looked at the other person with a suspicious gaze. A person? You're not dead. Yiqing was slightly stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Who told you I was dead? Is it that girl, Su Qingsheng? When I get back, I'll definitely give her a good talking to. Lin Yu was also completely bewildered, never expecting Su Qingsheng to be telling everyone that he was dead. You're really not dead? That's wonderful. We all thought you were dead. Yiqing finally came to her senses and, after confirming that Lin Yu was indeed a human, revealed a joyful smile. Let's not talk about whether I'm dead or not. There are more important things to do right now. Do you remember about the canine teeth? Lin Yu rubbed his hands together and winked at the other person. Chapter 93, Yiqing, is finished. Upon hearing this, Yiqing's eyes lit up immediately. He had almost forgotten about it if Lin Yu hadn't mentioned it. With the monthly exams coming to an end, getting a canine tooth would be the perfect thing. Brother, thank goodness you reminded me. Yiqing excitedly grasped the other person's hand. We're all family. No need for formalities. Same as always. 1 canine tooth for 1 magic source stone. How about it? Lin Yu acted as if he were one of their own and asked with a smile. Yes. How much do you have left? Yiqing pressed for an answer. He believed that because of the dungeon riot, the other freshmen would not have collected many canine teeth. According to his estimate, there were only a dozen or 20, at most 30. He currently has 14, and if he can buy another 20 from Lin Yu, then his first place will be secure. Just thinking about it makes Yiqing a little excited. Lin Yu grinned and held up 3 fingers. Upon seeing this, Yiqing was overjoyed. 30? He only needs to buy 20 from Lin Yu. That will be enough. This way, he wouldn't need to worry about the opponent having more canine teeth than him. It could be said that it firmly holds the number 1 position. I want 20. Yiqing said excitedly. I don't sell in individual portions. I only accept packaged orders. Lin Yu shook his head and refused. Yiqing was taken aback upon hearing this. Right now, if he wants to get first place in the monthly exam, he must buy the canine tooth in Lin Yu's possession. Otherwise, given the number of cannon fangs the opponent has, they might very well become number 1. Make a deal. Yiqing gritted his teeth and agreed. It's just 30 magic source stones, isn't it? It's not like he can't afford it. That was really refreshing. Lin Yu chuckled, pulled out a cheap black plastic bag, and handed it to the other person. Yiqing was slightly taken aback, his face full of confusion, and asked, What do you mean? The canine tooth you wanted. Lin Yu had a simple, honest smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Yiqing froze instantly. Are you kidding me? Who puts their canine teeth in a plastic bag? And, judging by the portion size, It seems to be quite a lot. No, bro, are you kidding me? How could such a small bag of canine teeth be so big? Yi Qing pointed at the cheap black plastic bag in the other person's hand, her eyes full of doubt. Here you go. Lin Yu was too lazy to explain, so he simply laid the plastic bag out and let him see for himself. Yi Qing peeked out and was immediately stunned. These are not 30 canine teeth. If you told him there were 300, he would believe you. Where are the promised 30? Yi Qing looked at Lin Yu with disbelief in his eyes. No one expected that even with a riot breaking out in the dungeon, the enemy would still be able to kill so many black wolfhounds. I didn't say 30. I only gestured 3. There are 363 in total. We're all brothers, so I'll give you a discount. How about 400 magic source stones? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's lips twitched violently. They even doubted whether they had misheard. Are you sure it's 400? Not 300? He couldn't help but press for an answer. Are you kidding me? How could it be 300 magic source stones? Buying that many canine teeth at once is not easy. I heard that someone from Qingling Academy has already collected more than 100 canine teeth. You decide what to do. If you don't buy it, plenty of others will. As Lin Yu spoke, he had already taken the plastic bag back, adopting an attitude of take it or leave it. Upon hearing that someone from the neighboring Qingling Academy had collected over 100 canine teeth, Yi Qing immediately became anxious. He's determined to get first place in this month's exam. Can I buy 200? 400 magic source stones were no small amount for Yi Qing, far exceeding his ability to bear it. Sure, but I can't guarantee that people from a neighboring Qingling Academy won't try to buy from me. Lin Yu nodded, indicating that there was no problem. But his second half of the sentence made Yi Qing frown and feel a strange sense of crisis. Yes, I bought 200. Lin Yu still has more than 160. If they're bought by the people from Qingling Academy, wouldn't they have more than 200? Then I still lost. Yi Qing secretly pondered this in his heart, shaking his head repeatedly. If you want to secure first place in the monthly exam, you must buy all of Lin Yu's canine teeth. Oh, I'll buy them. I'll take them all. 400 magic source stones, right? I'll owe you for now. Yi Qing had no choice, so he hardened his heart and simply took them all to avoid any unforeseen complications. The prize for the top scorer in the monthly exam is a chance to learn official martial arts techniques, a piece of green equipment, and a magic core. 400 magic source stones are equivalent to 8 million, which is a sure win no matter how you look at it compared to the prize. Brother Yi, are you crazy? Exchange 400 magic source stones for over 300 canine teeth. His companions, seeing this, vaguely felt that the other party had gone mad. The more he bought, the more expensive it became. He'd never seen anything like it in his life. You don't understand. Yi Qing reassured her companions not to worry. No way. I don't buy on credit. Even brothers need to keep clear accounts. Lin Yu waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, insisting on cash on delivery. Left with no other choice, Yi Qing had to borrow from his companions. But even after borrowing from everyone around him, he could only barely scrape together 200, still short by half. Are you stupid? Isn't there a very wealthy man there? Go ask her to borrow it. Seeing that the other party couldn't gather 400 magic source stones, Lin Yu pointed him in the right direction. Yi Qing looked in the direction the other person was pointing and suddenly realized, that's right. How come I didn't think of that? He quickly went to meet him. Su Qingsheng, watching from a distance, frowned more and more, wondering why Lin Yu was pointing at her. She became even more confused when she saw Yi Qing striding towards her. Su, for the sake of our acquaintance, I have a favor to ask. Please help me. Hearing that the other party wanted her help, Su Qingsheng was slightly taken aback, thinking that it must be Lin Yu's doing. However, since Yi Qing had indeed helped her a lot in the underground city, she had no reason to refuse. What's up? Su Qingsheng asked curiously. Lend me 200 magic source stones. I'll definitely pay you back when I have the money. Yi Qing looked slightly embarrassed. He knew very well that asking to borrow money was a very impolite thing to do. Su Qingsheng's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Did that guy send you? He's very bad. You'd better be careful. Su Qingsheng offered this friendly reminder. Su, I know what I'm doing, so please help me. Qingye pleaded repeatedly, believing that Su Qingsheng, given her status, would not have much trouble producing 200 magic source stones. All right, seeing that the other party insisted on borrowing, Su Qingsheng did not continue to refuse. After she finished speaking, Su Kong, the old steward behind her, took out the magic source stone. Here are 200. Light them. Su Kong remained expressionless, and his tone of voice conveyed no emotion whatsoever. Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely pay you back. After receiving the magic source stone, Yi Qing nodded repeatedly in thanks. Then, he hurriedly ran towards Lin Yu's location. But when Su Qingsheng saw that the other party had handed over all the magic source stones she had just borrowed to Lin Yu, she knew in her heart that it was all over. Yi Qing is finished. Chapter 94, third place. Yusei sees the young master. Lin Yu and Yi Qing quickly completed the transaction, and Lin Yu received 400 magic source stones. What kind of shady business are you and Yi Qing up to? After Lin Yu returned, Su Qingsheng eagerly pressed for an answer. What constitutes a shady business? That was a legitimate business, and I'll never expel Tong Saw. I sold him more than 300 canine teeth. Lin Yu's face was beaming with a smile. What? More than 300? Su Qingsheng was shocked by the quantity the other party had. I never expected that the other party had secretly killed so many black wolfhounds behind my back. Wait a minute. He bought so many of your canine teeth. Isn't that his way of getting first place in the monthly exam? Su Qingsheng's beautiful eyes widened slightly. You're just setting me up. She knew better than anyone that the top scorer in the monthly exam had already been decided, and Lin Yu was that person. One is willing to hit, and the other is willing to be hit. How can you call it trap? Besides, I never said that buying my canine tooth would guarantee me first place. Lin Yu disagreed. He borrowed his magic source stones from me. If you cheat him, isn't that the same as cheating me? Su Qingsheng ignored the other party's fallacious reasoning and looked displeased. That can't be that bad, can it? Does he have a death wish? To offend your Su family for 200 magic source stones. Lin Yu didn't believe Yi Qing would dare to renege on the debt. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out from the high platform in front, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Dear students, there have been many unexpected situations during this monthly exam, making it impossible for everyone to proceed normally. But it is definitely a rare and valuable experience on your path to growth. As for the monthly exam rankings, they will proceed as normal. Please bring your canine teeth and proceed over there in an orderly fashion to report. After speaking, Wang Sheng, the person in charge, stood with his hand behind his back on the high platform, scanning the crowd below. Those new students with canine teeth rushed to the registration and reporting office. Even from a distance, Su Qingsheng could see Yi Qing's excited expression as he strained his way to the registration desk. At that moment, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the other person. Then, she glanced at Lin Yu beside her with annoyance. However, the other party didn't seem to care and acted as if nothing had happened, completely disregarding Su Qingsheng's opinion of him. It took a long time for the authorities to complete the registration of all students with canine teeth. Yi Qing approached Lin Yu with a bright smile on her face. Brother, we really owe you a lot this time. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Su Qingsheng, who was standing to the side, was speechless. She even moved her body slightly in another direction, trying to keep a certain distance from Lin Yu. But to her surprise, before she could move an inch, Lin Yu took a step closer to her. Huh? Bro, why did you run so far away? Before Yi Qing knew it, he realized that Lin Yu had already moved 5 meters away from him. After saying that, he quickly moved closer, eager to share his upcoming glory with Lin Yu. Could you please not stand so close to me? I don't want to be your accomplice. Su Qingsheng leaned close to the other person's ear and lowered her voice. No. Lin Yu turned to look at the other person with a grin. Upon hearing those 2 words uttered by the other party, Su Qingsheng immediately raised her foot and stomped heavily on Lin Yu's toes. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. This sudden attack caused Lin Yu, who was completely unprepared, to howl in pain. Next, the rankings for this month's exam will be announced. When Wang Sheng's voice came from the platform again, Yi Qing was already staring intently at the platform, his face showing excitement and anticipation. Lin Yu also quickly stood up and stood properly again. Due to the special circumstances of this monthly exam, the first place can no longer be determined by the number of canine teeth. He performed exceptionally well in this monthly exam and even helped the rescue team fight against the 100 battle boss. With such ability, there is no doubt that he will be the top student in this monthly exam. Upon hearing this, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. They all felt inferior to those who could participate in the battle against the 100 battles boss. Oh! Yi Qing looked completely bewildered. He spent a fortune to get so many canine teeth, and now you're telling him that the first place winner doesn't need canine teeth for counting? Who saw that person fight the 100 battle boss? Isn't this blatant prearrangement? At this moment, everyone was very curious about who this legendary figure was. Wang Sheng glanced around at the crowd below, and only when he saw that no one dared to object did he reveal a satisfied smile. First place, Lin Yu. These words immediately caused an uproar among the students at the War Academy. Not only were the freshmen shocked, but even the faculty and leaders were stunned. What? Did I hear that right? Lin Yu? How could it be Lin Yu? Principal Wang of the War Academy was filled with disbelief in both his expression and tone. Lin Yu? Could it be someone with the same name? Wasn't he expelled from our college? The great god of mischief? Participating in the battle against the 100 battles boss. The freshmen at the War Academy couldn't help but whisper among themselves, discussing the matter animatedly. They couldn't believe that the person who had just been announced was Lin Yu, whom they knew. The crowd fell silent when Lin Yu appeared on the platform with a simple, honest smile on his face. To be precise, they were all dumbfounded. Yi Qing, in particular, even doubted whether he was dreaming. That guy, when did he get up there? It took him quite a while to come to his senses. Did he already know he was number one? Yi Qing turned her head sharply to look at Su Qingsheng, eager to know the answer. I have no idea. Su Qingsheng went against her conscience and told the first lie for Lin Yu. That must be it. He definitely didn't know he was number one. Yi Qing was still trying to comfort herself. He refused to believe that the person who had been willing to give his life to buy him time would betray him. Second place, Yi Qing, with 377 canine teeth. Upon hearing the alarming number 377, the scene erupted in uproar once again. They all wanted to see whose general was so brave that he had captured 377 canine teeth. Yi Qing's expression gradually improved when he heard that he had come in second place. After all, he had managed to get second place. He tried to calm himself down before walking toward the platform. As soon as he arrived at the platform, Wang Sheng's voice rang out again. Third place, Qin Hu, has 20 canine teeth. The number of canine teeth in the second and third place rankings was so close that it shocked everyone and caused another uproar. Oh, taking away the young master? 20 pieces? Yi Qing stretched his neck, his brows furrowed, and his large eyes were full of doubt. Chapter 220 Fourth place, Zhao Xiaoming, has 13 canine teeth. Fifth place, Qian Gang has 9 canine teeth. Wang Sheng continued to announce the rankings, but Yi Qing's attention was no longer on them. His mind was filled with the question of why the third-place finisher only had 20 points. Brother, this is a little different from what you said. Yi Qing clearly remembered that Lin Yu had told him that someone from the neighboring Qingling Academy had already collected more than 100 canine teeth. But Qin Hu, who is currently in third place, is clearly from their Songlong Academy, and he only has 20 canine teeth. He didn't see any of that bullshit Qingling Academy or those 100-plus stones. Therefore, there is only one possibility. Lin Yu is setting him up. I don't know. I only heard it secondhand. Lin Yu turned to meet the other person's gaze, his tone calm. You tricked me. Yi Qing pointed to the other person, each word uttered through gritted teeth, clearly extremely angry. 400 magic source stones are no small amount for him. How did I ever cheat you? Those canine teeth are all genuine. I painstakingly pulled each one from the black wolfhound. Lin Yu refused to admit it. I bought so many of your canine teeth just to get first place in the monthly exam. Now look what's happened. You're number one. You're the one making the money. Yi Qing was almost in tears from anger, and the more she talked, the more aggrieved she felt. Xiao Yi, that's not right. First of all, I never said I'd guarantee you first place. Secondly, regarding the matter of Qingling Academy, I only heard about it secondhand. You didn't verify its authenticity yourself, so how can you blame me? Thirdly, that money was earned through my hard work in killing the Black Wolfhound. So tell me, shouldn't I be the one to earn it? Besides, this is a normal transaction. I didn't force you to buy it at knife point, did I? Fourthly, have you forgotten what happened in the dungeon? If I hadn't risked my life to hold off the Red Rock Goblin, would you still be standing here? Fifthly, without my canine teeth, could you have come in second place? Lin Yu raised his hand and placed it on the other person's shoulder, his expression serious and his tone earnest as he analyzed the situation logically and clearly. Yi Qing listened in stunned silence, even finding it quite reasonable, and he had no words to refute it. He was about to say something when Lin Yu interrupted him again. To put it simply, without me, would you be able to stand here right now? Tell me, was it worth spending those 400 magic source stones? Yi Qing's mind went blank for a moment. Following Lin Yu's line of thought, spending those 400 magic source stones was definitely worthwhile. It seems like it's actually worth it. He paused for a long moment before stammering out his answer. That works. Lin Yu patted the other person's shoulder heavily, signaling Yi Qing not to overthink it. Su Qingcheng, watching from below the stage, was speechless. She had thought the two of them were going to strangle each other on stage, but she never expected that Yi Qing would be brainwashed by the other party again. This ending was quite unexpected. Before long, the top 10 students in this monthly exam were all standing on a high platform. Principal Wang of the War Academy had a complex expression on his face and felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. On the high platform, there wasn't a single freshman from his own college. Seeing Lin Yu made him even more upset. The kid they expelled actually became the biggest dark horse in this monthly exam, and that's his biggest sore spot. Principal, are you all right? At this moment, Zhao Jinbo, the director of the teaching affairs office, came to the other party's side. Principal Wang didn't reply, but simply waved his hand, signaling him to get lost. However, Zhao Jinbo mistakenly thought that the other party was indicating it's okay. So he began to prepare a report on the casualties at the academy. More than half of the freshmen who took the monthly exam were injured or killed, especially the students in Class 10. Their class had the highest proportion of A-level awakened individuals, with more than 10 students, and not one of them survived. Zhang Xing from Class 6 also failed to escape danger. That kid is a direct descendant of the Zhang family. It's inevitable that they'll cause trouble. Before Zhao Jinbo could finish his report, Principal Wang's murderous eyes were already fixed on him. His mood had already plummeted to rock bottom after missing out on Lin Yu, this dark horse. All the news he's hearing from Zhao Jinbo so far is bad news. Not a single piece is something he wants to hear. After realizing that something was wrong, Zhao Jinbo quickly shut his mouth and dared not say anything more. Get out! Principal Wang's angry rebuke immediately attracted the attention of many students around him. Zhao Jinbo then realized something was wrong and hurriedly retreated with a look of fear on his face. Meanwhile, Lin Yu also got his wish and won the first prize. It was a martial arts manual called Overlord Blade. Just by looking at the name, Lin Yu could feel a faint but powerful aura emanating from it. However, the physical skills were not a gift to him. They had to be returned in their original form after 1 month. There were also some rules, such as not being able to lend them to others during this period. Next, there's another piece of green equipment. A quick-draw weapon. Its blade emanates a faint green halo, and the edge shimmers with a soft light, like the tips of grass covered with a thin layer of morning dew. Lin Yu held it in his hand, and it felt as if it were an extension of his palm. This feeling was incomparable to that of ordinary scrap metal. With a simple raise of his hand, a soft whoosh could be clearly heard, like a spring breeze brushing through the grass. By the time the clear light of the blade was seen, the edge had already come to a steady stop in front of Yi Qing. It gave him a huge fright. If you can't use me as a test subject, people will die. Yi Qing quickly took several steps back, choosing to stay away from Lin Yu, fearing that the other party might accidentally strike him. Looking at the sharp knife in his hand, Lin Yu was amazed and exclaimed, "What a fine knife!" He believed that this green quality weapon could fetch at least 7 or 8 million on the black market. The price is still quite expensive. The final item was a magic core. Lin Yu held it in his palm and examined it for a while. He quickly figured out its approximate quality. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a magic core with a combat power of around 30, and its market price was around 2 to 3 million. He won't complain about things he finds for free. After receiving his prize, he happily returned to Su Qingqing's side. This month's exams have now come to a complete end. Why are you staring at me like that? Su Qingqing noticed that Lin Yu had been staring at her longingly ever since he returned from the stage. Chapter 96, heading to the Su family. Lin Yu's smile gradually turned fawning. The monthly exams are over now. The things we agreed on before. The tone of his voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Uncle Kong, could you arrange for Lin Yu to join our family's action team? Before the other party could finish speaking, Su Qingqing already knew what he was up to and immediately gave instructions to the old butler Su Kong behind her. Join the action team. Miss, shouldn't this matter be approved by the clan? Su Kong looked slightly embarrassed. It's not hard to see that getting into the Su family's action team is no easy feat. As long as you report Lin Yu's situation truthfully, I think the clan won't object. If anyone objects, just let me know. I'm going back to school now, so I'll leave the rest to you. Su Qingqing's tone was crisp and decisive. Understood. I'll get it done as soon as possible. I'll take you back to the academy right away. Su Kong nodded in response. No need. I'll go back myself. You take him to the Su family. Su Qingqing shook her head and refused. Then, she turned to Lin Yu and specifically instructed him, follow Uncle Kang's arrangements in everything. And don't cause me any trouble. If you really have something you can't handle, just ask Uncle Kong. He'll take care of it for you. Faced with Su Qingqing's instructions, Lin Yu nodded repeatedly in agreement, appearing to be very obedient. Others may not understand Lin Yu, but Su Qingqing knows in her heart that no matter how honest and simple he looks now, it's all an act. When it comes to getting things done, they're ruthless, more so than anyone else. She had witnessed the other party's ruthlessness during the monthly exam. It could be described as ruthless and merciless. After explaining everything, she turned and left. At this moment, Su Kong finally spoke up. Student Lin, this way please. All right, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. If he can successfully join the Su family's action team, it means his chances of getting in touch with the underground city will greatly increase. On the way to the Su family's house, Su Kong glanced at the rearview mirror while driving and gave Lin a special reminder. Lin, when we get to the Su family's house, try to talk as little as possible. After all, for an outsider like you to want to join the action team unconditionally is unprecedented. As far as I know. Lin Yu nodded with a simple, honest smile on his face. Understood. I will follow your arrangements, Uncle Kong. Upon hearing this, Su Kong finally smiled with satisfaction. In less than half an hour, the extended black sedan slowly drove into a huge estate. It's lush and green, with a beautiful environment and many houses. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. He had to admit that the Su family manor was several times larger than he had imagined. The car finally stopped in front of a retro-style mansion. Lin, we've arrived. Get off the bus. Before he could finish speaking, Su Kong had already turned off the engine and opened the car door. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly got out of the car as well. Led by Su Kong, he entered the house. Crystal chandeliers hung from the dome of the hall, their lights spilling onto the gilded patterns on the white marble floor and casting a warm glow on the velvet-wrapped pillars on either side. The central leather sofa is paired with a lapis lazuli low table, and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner exudes a sense of nobility from bygone days. Hey, Kong Su, didn't I tell you to pick up Chung Chung? Why did you bring a stranger back? A young man sat back on the sofa, his legs crossed, looking lazy. He glanced at Su Kong and Lin Yu with a playful tone. Miss, it's time to go back to the academy. This is the person Miss asked me to bring back. She wants to assign him to the action team. Su Kong spoke to the young man with a respectful tone. Lin Yu knew in his heart that the cynical young man in front of him was probably a direct member of the Su family. Should we assign an outsider to the operations team? Uncle Kong, did I hear that right? Or are you just getting senile? A look of surprise flashed across the man's eyes. This is Mrs. Wish. I'm taking him to see the master now. Su Kong spoke calmly and unhurriedly, as if he was already used to the young man's attitude. To see my uncle? Uncle Kong, it's not that I like to criticize you, but Qingqing's nonsense is fine. You're so old. Why are you acting like this? Can an action team just let outsiders in like that? If someone with ulterior motives infiltrates and something goes wrong, who will be responsible? The man had already stood up from the sofa, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yu. Young Master Su Qingshu, let's discuss this matter with the Grand Master. Su Kong didn't want to waste time with the other party, so he tried to lead Lin Yu further inside. Wait, Uncle Kong, you're really starting to disregard me more and more. You said you wanted to put him in the action team. After all, I'm a member of the action team. At least let me know his awakened talent and profession, right? Su Qingshu strode forward and blocked the two of them. By the way, are you mute? Or are you an idiot? From the moment you came in, I haven't seen you say a word. All you've done is giggle. Then, he raised an eyebrow at Lin Yu and even made a sarcastic remark. Young Master Su Qingshu, please watch your words. After all, Miss Lin is also a friend of Mrs. Su Kong immediately spoke up to defend Lin Yu. Regardless of the circumstances, this was something Su Qingshu had asked him to do, and he absolutely couldn't let the other party bully Lin Yu in front of him. Lin Yu, standing to the side, maintained a simple and honest smile despite Su Qingshu's sarcasm. It wasn't that he had a particularly good temper, but rather that he knew that silence spoke louder than words at this moment. Besides, if he wanted to infiltrate the Su family's action team, he couldn't very well slap a member of the Su family in the Su family mansion. Could he? Seeing that Lin Yu didn't say a word and just kept grinning like an idiot, Su Qingshu became more and more annoyed, especially since the other person was looking at him and smiling. Su Qingshu's lips twitched slightly, and he had an urge to go up and punch someone. Is this guy out of his mind? He murmured to himself. Lin Yu's smile hadn't faded, as if to say, come on, hit me. Hit me. If I keep putting up with this, I'll be your grandson. Su Qingshu could no longer suppress the nameless rage in his heart and raised his fist to punch Lin Yu. Seeing this, Su Kong naturally wouldn't let him succeed and immediately stood in front of him. Moreover, Lin Yu didn't say a single word from beginning to end. In his eyes, Su Qingshu was simply making trouble out of nothing. Stop. Just at this critical moment, a deep voice came from the attic. That was none other than the eldest master of the Su family, Su Jinshan. Whether Chapter 97 is just boasting or not, we'll find out by trying. Lin Yu subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man who looked to be about 40 or 50 years old support himself on the railing of the pavilion, looking down at the crowd. He exuded a terrifying aura that inspired awe in all who beheld him. Especially that imposing aura that commanded respect without anger made Lin Yu involuntarily swallow. Master, uncle, both Su Kong and Su Qingshu treated Su Jinshan with utmost respect in their attitude and tone. Lin Yu nodded to him in respect. You're saying this person was introduced by Chang? After looking him up and down, Su Jinshan asked in a deep voice. Yes. His name is Lin Yu, and he was originally a student at the War Academy. However, he's been fired now. He has nowhere else to go, so Miss has specially arranged for him to join the action team. Su Kong gave a brief overview of Lin Yu's situation. You were fired? Uncle, there's definitely something wrong with this kid. We absolutely cannot let him join the action team. Suking Suriman supposed. At this moment, Su Jinshan had already come down from the attic and entered the hall. He frowned slightly, his gaze never leaving Lin Yu. As Su Qingqing's father, Su Jinshan knew his daughter's character well and would never introduce outsiders to the Su family's action team without a reason. Since this young man has won the favor of his daughter, he must have some extraordinary abilities that no one knows about. Sir, it's said that Lin has helped Miss in the underground city on several occasions. Moreover, Miss also bears some responsibility for his expulsion from the academy. Seeing that Su Jinshan remained silent and kept observing Lin Yu, Su Kong continued to add to the discussion. Yeah, I understand now. The reason Changcheng put him in the action team was to compensate him. Su Qingshu gave a cold laugh, a hint of disdain and contempt flashing in his eyes. Furthermore, he also ranked first in a monthly exam held in Linshan City. A true dark horse. Su Kong did not rush to refute Su Qingshu, but instead informed him of Lin Yu's achievements. Upon hearing first place, Su Qingshu was slightly taken aback, not expecting this kid to have such abilities. Even Su Jinshan was secretly surprised. So what if you're number one? In the end, he's just a freshman. You're still a long way from getting into the action team. Su Qingshu was still stubbornly denying it. This means that he should temporarily join the action team for training. And after 3 months, she would like to team up with Lin to participate in the youth championship. Seeing that Su Jinshan still hadn't given in, Su Kong had no choice but to bring up the matter of the youth championship. Ha, going for training in the action group. Uncle Kong, are you alright? That's a dangerous underground city. Is that a place for new students to gain experience? For someone with his abilities to go in would be like a lamb being led to the slaughter. Su Qingshu sneered and shook his head. He never expected Su Qingsheng to arrange for Lin Yu to die. What kind of deep hatred could there be? Allow me to say something. Seeing that the other party kept questioning his abilities, Lin Yu felt it was necessary to clarify things to avoid continued prejudice against him, which could affect his chances of joining the action team. I believe I am capable of protecting myself. Although I may look refined on the surface, I do know a little bit about martial arts. Lin Yu explained with a serious expression. Su Qingshu's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. He admitted that the other person was good-looking, but he didn't seem to be the epitome of refined and cultured. Tell me about your profession and combat strength. Su Jinshan also began to be curious about Lin Yu's strength. Professional construction engineer. Haha. Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, Su Qingshu couldn't help but burst out laughing. This profession sounds like a purely livelihood job. So what's the point of talking about combat power? Combat strength over 160. Ignoring the other person's ridicule, Lin Yu continued to add. What? Su Jinshan looked astonished when he heard that the opponent's combat strength was over 160. The old butler, Su Kong, was equally shocked. Although he could sense that the other party's aura was stronger than before, he did not know their specific combat strength. No, impossible. Uncle, this kid is definitely lying. Su Qingshu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He refused to believe it was true. At this point, Su Jinshan vaguely understood why his daughter had so strongly recommended Lin Yu to come to the Su family. If the other party is not lying, judging from Lin Yu's profession and age, he is definitely a rare genius. Uncle, this kid is just bragging. Let me go up and see for myself whether it's true or false. Su Qingshu couldn't wait to step forward and test the other party. His combat power is as high as 150 points, which is not the strongest among his peers, but it is not weak either. Upon hearing this, Su Jinshan remained silent and did not offer any words of intervention. Clearly, he tacitly approved of the other party's idea. Upon seeing this, Su Qingshu immediately stepped forward and threw a punch at his opponent. The wind howled as he punched, and it was clear that he hadn't held back, attempting to send Lin Yu flying with a single blow. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. A look of shock appeared in the eyes of everyone present. Lin Yu caught Su Qingshu's fist with just one hand without taking a single step back. How is this possible? Su Qingshu was horrified. The scene before him was enough to prove that Lin Yu's combat strength was far superior to his own. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch his fist with one hand. Asshole! Su Qingshu roared, his fist glowing crimson. Lin Yu was actually forced back several steps by the force of the impact. The tiles underfoot were also cracked from being stepped on. Lin Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Unexpectedly, the opponent would disregard martial ethics and suddenly activate a skill. Stop! Su Jinshan raised his hand and put it on Su Qingshu's shoulder. This seemingly casual gesture actually put the other person under control. No matter how hard Su Qingshu tried, he couldn't move an inch. Su Jinshan only let go after Su Qingshu released his strength. Lin Yu, right? Not only is your profession unique, your combat strength is also extraordinary. Our Su family action team welcomes you to join us. After witnessing the strength displayed by the other party, Su Jinshan stopped making things difficult for him. Thank you, sir. Lin Yu beamed with joy when he saw that the Su family's action team was willing to take him in. Su Kong, take him away. Su Jinshan looked at the old steward and gave instructions in a deep voice. Yes. Su Kong nodded in response. Uncle, This guy's background is unknown. Even if he's strong, we can't just let him join our team. After Lin Yu was taken away by Su Kong, Su Qingxiu turned to look at his uncle and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Are you questioning Qingqing's judgment? I think this kid is not simple. Su Jinshan stood with his hands behind his back, his deep eyes unfathomable. I'm just worried that Changcheng will be scammed. Suking Su Luptri Senfe. A profession that can boost combat power to over 160 points is absolutely terrifying. Moreover, he's Changqing's classmate, which means he's only been awakened for a little over a month. Look at yourself. You've been awakened for 3 years already. Combat power is only 150 points. Aren't you ashamed? Su Jinshan changed the subject and began to criticize Su Qingxiu. He had witnessed the other party's laziness and gluttony, and now that he was targeting Lin Yu in every way, it was hard for Su Jinshan not to compare the two. No. Su Qingxiu's expression froze. He hadn't expected to get himself into trouble. Chapter 98 Old Li, give me 5,000 magic crystals first. After leaving the Su family mansion, Lin Yu was taken to another place by the old butler, Su Kong. Lin, this is your room. Su Kong pushed open the door and introduced himself to the person inside. At this moment, everyone else who heard the commotion started to look over. Among them was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, who walked towards them. Uncle Kong. The man spoke to Su Kong with a fairly respectful attitude. This next person will be your squad leader, Su Wan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly nodded in response, and then introduced himself. Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, squad leader Su Wan frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Su Kong. Su Kong briefly recounted the events. Su Wan then realized what was happening. However, his gaze toward Lin Yu was still filled with curiosity. It's quite rare for someone from another family to join the action group unconditionally. After giving his instructions, Su Kong did not linger, but turned and left. Lin Yu, right? Once you're in the action team, you must follow orders. We'll meet for training at 8 a.m. tomorrow. No lateness allowed. After Su Wan finished speaking, he turned to leave. But Lin Yu stopped him. Captain, I have to leave the Su family manor tonight. Is there anything I should be aware of? Lin Yu knew that he was currently within the Su family's territory, and as an outsider who had just arrived, he was a complete stranger. If he moved around carelessly, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Look, with this you can come and go as you please. After learning that the other party was strongly recommended by Su Qingsheng and had the consent of the Great Master, Su Wan was not too wary of Lin Yu and simply gave him a special badge from the action group. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yu was surprised by the other party's willingness to agree and nodded repeatedly in thanks. Sure enough, there are still more good people than bad. At first, he was worried that others would make things difficult for him like Su Qingxiu did, but it seems he was overthinking it. After receiving the badge, Lin Yu quickly tidied up his room and then hurriedly left the Su family manor. Where's that kid going? Who knows? Do you really think the action team is such an easy place to stay? After seeing Lin Yu leave the dormitory, the others whispered among themselves and discussed the matter. Meanwhile, squad leader Su Wan stood on a high point, looking down at everything below. After seeing Lin Yu leave, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Then, he leisurely took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. A familiar voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Young Master Su, just as you predicted, that kid really did join my team. Su Wan's tone carried a subtle hint of amusement. And the person on the other end of the phone was Su Qingxiu. Haha. Then I'll leave the rest to you. An outsider dares to dream of infiltrating our Su family. Even with Changcheng as my backer, it's still not enough. Su Qingxiu's laughter came from the other end of the phone. Understood. Just wait and see. Su Wan looked down at Lin Yu, who was walking further and further away, and smiled wickedly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was focused on getting to the black market and was completely unaware of Su Wan and Su Qingxiu's illicit affair. He successfully left the Su family manor and returned to a familiar place. Skillfully pounding on the heavy iron gate, they successfully entered the black market. After not visiting for many days, nothing here has changed. A foul, rotten smell still lingers in the air. Oldly, he arrived at the long unvisited stall and woke up the stall owner, who was dozing off. Um. Old Lee slowly opened his sleepy eyes and didn't recognize Lin Yu's voice for a moment. Are you still half asleep? It hasn't been that long, and you don't even remember? Lin Yu said with a smile, teasingly. Huh, it's you brat. You haven't come for so long. I thought you had a new love and stopped coming to visit me. Old Lee recognized the other person's voice, and his sleepiness vanished instantly. Lin Yu is now one of his biggest clients. Every transaction he makes involves hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. How could I forget you? I've just been busy. Lin Yu first scanned the other party's stall to see if there was anything unusual. The last bursting ball was pretty good. It played a crucial role in the dungeon. What's wrong? Is there anything you need? Or have you recently acquired something good that you're about to sell? Don't worry. The prices I'm offering are definitely higher than those official exchanges. Old Lee patted his chest and assured everyone, displaying an air of honesty and integrity. Do you still have those explosive balls from last time? Give me another 100. When Old Lee heard this, he was slightly taken aback, and he had a vague feeling that this kid might be addicted to blowing things up. 100 last time? Not enough to play with? Yes, of course there is. Old Lee nodded. And magic crystals, give me 5,000. Lin Yu continued. When he heard that the other party wanted 5,000 magic crystals, Old Lee's eyes widened in surprise. Kid, you're not kidding me, are you? 5,000 for one magic crystal. 5,000 yuan. But the price is as high as 25 million. Add another 100 burst balls. You need to pay 30 million. Are you sure? Old Lee asked again and again. He never expected that Lin Yu, whom he hadn't seen for many days, would suddenly become so wealthy and powerful, making him feel completely unfamiliar with him. A mere 30 million. How much do you think these are worth? As Lin Yu spoke, he had already opened his palm. Old Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were demon cores, a total of 6. They are Blood Rage Goblin with 50 combat power, Red Rock Goblin with 80 combat power, Night Tiger with 100 combat power, Black Stripe Goblin with 100 combat power, Black Demon Goblin with 150 combat power, and the final monthly exam prize of 30 combat power. Gurgle. Old Lee subconsciously swallowed. Just from the luster of the magic cores, he could tell that these magic cores were of extraordinary quality. The package price would probably be over 50 million. Chapter 99 Su Dafu appears out of the way. Old Lee's gaze towards Lin Yu changed at that moment. So the reason my partner hasn't been here lately is because they've been in the dungeon. Moreover, he has killed so many bosses, so it's not hard to see that Lin Yu's combat strength is extraordinary. How about it? Let's get a price estimate. Seeing that the other party was stunned for a long time, Lin Yu couldn't help but urge him on. Let me see. Old Lee has been involved in the black market for many years, but the transactions he handles are generally between tens of thousands and millions, and tens of millions are rare, let alone 50 million. It's inevitable to feel a little excited. No rush. Take your time looking at it. Lin Yu reached out and handed the magic core forward a few inches so the other person could examine it carefully. Wow, that's quite a generous gesture. 6 magic cores in one go. Just then, someone from next door came over. He was a middle-aged man with a large belly. He was not wearing a mask, which suggests that he was also a merchant. Fatty Sue, stay out of this. This young man is a regular customer of mine. Old Lee immediately shouted angrily, trying to drive the other party away. But the other party showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he crossed his arms and smiled at Old Lee. Seeing that Fatty Sue wasn't leaving, Old Lee didn't dare to make a bid rashly, fearing that Lin Yu, his big spender, would be poached by the other party. Young man, these 6 magic cores of yours are of good quality. If possible, I'm willing to pay 50 million to acquire it. Seeing that Old Lee was hesitant to offer a price, Fatty Sue decided to take the initiative. Lin Yu was like a hot commodity, and naturally he didn't want to let go. Fatty Sue, how dare you openly steal my customers? Aren't you afraid I'll report this to Brother Leopard? Old Lee got angry, pointed at the other person, and warned him sternly. Brother Leopard? You don't seem to understand my relationship with Brother Leopard. That's my cousin. Tell me, should he kill me or kill you? Fatty Sue was fearless and had nothing to fear. You. Old Lee was so angry that his face turned red. Lin Yu stood silently to the side. At the same time, I felt a mix of emotions. In this world, as long as you have enough background and power, you could do almost anything, even in the black market. As for Lin Yu, although he was familiar with Lao Li, it was only a business relationship. As long as Fatty Su offers enough, he will naturally choose to sell the magic core to him. At this point, wouldn't it be foolish to go against one's own interests? Young man, how about you come and browse my stall? Mine is much bigger than his. Fatty Su wore a fawning smile. A deal worth 50 million was no small sum. Young man, we've been working together for so long. You can't just go with him after a few words, can you? Oldly tried to appeal to Lin Yu's emotions to keep him. Oldly, are you crazy? This is the black market. In a business setting, who cares about feelings? Which customer would turn down money? Although Fatty Su's methods were not ethical, every word he said made sense. Damn it, I'll offer 51 million. Oldly was at his wit's end. If he wanted to keep Lin Yu, he had to offer a higher price than Fatty Su. Seeing the two opposing bidders begin bidding, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly beneath his mask. This is the situation he most wanted to see. Interesting. Are you trying to outdo me in wealth? You must be crazy. Young man, ignore him. I'll offer 55 million directly. Fatty Su, being wealthy and generous, added another 4 million in one go. Oldly was clearly outmatched by his opponent in terms of momentum. 56 million. But he persisted. 60 million. Fatty Su didn't even think about it. Clearly, he was willing to do anything to secure Lin Yu as a client. Are you crazy? You're not even willing to make a profit. Oldly didn't expect the other party to increase the price so drastically, directly breaking 60 million. Profit? Even if it means losing money, I'm willing. Fatty Su smiled calmly, not taking it to heart at all. By the way, young man, if I heard correctly, you still need 100 burst balls, right? Consider it a gift from me. This is just a small gift. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation. Fatty Su was determined to poach Lin Yu, displaying his wealth and arrogance to the fullest extent, giving away 5 million yuan worth of goods without hesitation. Oh, this isn't a good idea, is it? It would be a lie to say that Lin Yu wasn't tempted. Free things are always the most appealing. Young man, let's just consider this a chance to make friends. My name is Su Dafu. Everyone around here calls me Fatty Su. And the person in charge of this area, Brother Leopard, is my cousin. Whether it's financial resources or influence, I can easily crush Oldly. Young man, in the black market, it's all about profit. Everything else is meaningless. You can buy good products, and I can sell them at a good price. That's a win-win situation. While introducing himself, Fatty Su didn't forget to put down Lao Li in order to show off his own strength. In comparison, Fatty Su is indeed able to provide Lin Yu with better service. Young man, isn't that a bit unfair of you? We've collaborated so many times. Are you just going to abandon me like this? When Oldly saw that Lin Yu seemed to be trying to get closer to Su Dafu, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. If Su Dafu hadn't interfered, he could have earned at least tens of millions from this deal. Now that he has not only failed to make any money, but his benefactor has also been robbed, he is understandably annoyed. Oldly, I'm sorry, Mr. Su gave us way too much. Lin Yu expressed his deepest apologies. Okay. Oldly knew in his heart that he couldn't compete with Su Dafu and had to give up. Ha. Young man, this way, ignore that guy. Su Dafu, on the other hand, was all smiles, a stark contrast to Lao Li. Seeing the fat meat in his mouth being snatched away, how could Oldly be willing to accept it? Brother, if you're heartless, then don't blame me for being ruthless too. He narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. Lin Yu followed Su Dafu through several passageways and soon arrived at a spot 10 times larger than Oldly's stall. To be precise, this place is no longer a street stall. It's more like a shop. There were 2 pretty waitresses standing next to him, who were in a completely different league from Lao Li's stall. Lin Yu's eyes quickly scanned the other party's shop, and a dazzling array of items made him dizzy. Young man, if I remember correctly, do you still need 5,000 magic crystals? Su Dafu asked with a smile. That's right, 5,000 magic crystals and 100 explosive orbs. Lin Yu nodded in response. To show my sincerity, Oldly, I'm sure it's right that I charge you 25 million for 5,000 magic crystals isn't it? I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan. 6,000 yuan, 25 million. Su Dafu raised his hand and made a 6 gesture. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, and only one thought came to his mind. What kind of miserable life had he lived before? Why didn't we find Su Dafu sooner? But he also knew in his heart that if the transaction amount this time was only a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 like in the past, Su Dafu might not have taken a liking to him. Don't even dream about getting any discounts or special offers here. The reason the other party was being so attentive was undoubtedly because they already considered him a major client. Chapter 100, What I Can't Have, No One Else Can Have. As Lin Yu's gaze continued to sweep across the shop, he soon spotted a suit of armor that emitted a faint green glow. It's easy to see that this is a piece of green quality armor. Mr. Su, how much is this? Lin Yu raised his hand and pointed to the battle armor. Hee, young brother, you have a good eye. This is the azure scale armor, meticulously crafted from the scales of a giant azure scale python with a combat power of 500. Price, 12 million. If you want it, 10 million will do. Su Dafu picked up the azure scale armor and approached the other party, introducing it to him. Young man, green quality armor has a hidden function when you wear it outside of combat. He then added further. I bought it. Lin Yu didn't hesitate much. He would get 60 million just by selling the magic core. After deducting 25 million magic crystals, you have 35 million left. It's only natural to buy a 10 million piece of armor to improve your survivability as much as possible. Ha, that's awesome. Su Dafu burst out laughing. The transaction went smoothly, and Lin Yu returned to the huge warehouse. This time, however, the person who brought him was no longer old Li, but Su Dafu. Su Dafu only left after Lin Yu finished taking inventory. After the other party left, Lin Yu made a point of checking his surroundings and making sure no one was around before storing the 6,000 magic crystals into his territory space. At that time, he still had 25 million yuan in reserve funds. With a surplus of various materials, Lin Yu felt completely safe at this moment. Now, due to the limited territory area, he has reached the limit of 250 units and can no longer recruit. The only way to increase combat power is to go to the demon workshop for enhancement and upgrades. However, the strength and number of demon units are currently inferior to those of human units, so he has little desire to continue strengthening them. Rather than strengthening demon units, he preferred to strengthen human units, but unfortunately he had not yet obtained the blueprint for building human workshops. Otherwise, his combat strength would certainly have reached a higher level. What's up with these guys? As soon as Lin Yu left the black market, he noticed that several figures seemed to be following him. He narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace, even deliberately turning into other places. Those figures followed him like shadows, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake them off. Clearly, the other party has already set their sights on him. This is interesting. This black market, once you expose your wealth, it's really not safe at all. Lin Yu showed no fear. Instead, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He stopped in his tracks only when he reached a secluded open space. Who sent you? He turned around, tilted his head, and raised an eyebrow at the group. Why would a dead person know so much? The leader had already drawn his weapon as he spoke. Honestly, I've been wanting to pick a fight for a long time. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yu produced a long sword radiating a green aura, which he could use to test his skills on this group of people. The scene left the group of people slightly stunned. Could this kid have some kind of spatial artifact on him? Boss, we're about to strike it rich this time. The henchmen beside him exclaimed excitedly, their eyes filled with greed as they looked at Lin Yu. Bring it on. Lin Yu raised his hand and beckoned to the other group with his finger. Arrogant. The leader shouted angrily, bearing the brunt of the attack. Clang. When the two armies clashed, a string of brilliant sparks immediately erupted. This kid is actually that strong? After a brief exchange, the leader quickly retreated, creating a safe distance between himself and the enemy. Lin Yu also vaguely sensed that the opponent's combat strength was slightly weaker than his own, around 150 points. Even if the opponent has a numerical advantage, he is not afraid in the slightest. His advantage lies in the swift blade in his hand and the azure scale armor he wears. Moreover, he also has military units. This guy, his weapon is still green quality. The leader noticed a nick in his weapon and sank in shock. Boss, this kid is a treasure trove. Look at the protective gear he's wearing. One of the younger brothers couldn't help but speak up excitedly. As Lin Yu entered battle mode, the azure scale armor he was wearing also appeared. Another green quality product. Weapons, armor, spatial artifacts, and the 60 million yuan from the deal with Su Dafu. This kid is worth at least 100 million. He's a big fish. The leader couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Upon hearing this, the other underlings couldn't help but swallow hard, their gazes towards Lin Yu filled with desire. That's a desire for money. Oh, you even know about the 60 million I transacted with Su Dafu? Lin Yu's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, narrowed slightly. Not many people know about this, only 3. He, Su Dafu, and Lao Li. It seems, Old Li isn't being very honest. The deal fell through, and all sense of decency is gone. Now, they're even trying to kill me to silence me? His eyes flickered slightly, and his tone gradually turned cold. Kid, you can't blame him for this. Who told you to be such a fat sheep? Once you go to Su Dafu's place, you'll basically never come looking for him again. Rather than handing you over, I'd rather destroy you. If we can't have it, no one else can. Afterwards, while we're at it, we'll also plunder your belongings. We've still made a profit. Seeing that Lin Yu had guessed his identity, the leader stopped hiding it. Huh, how interesting. Who says that a transaction can only be handled by one person? I'm not some kind of fool. I'll go to whoever offers the most benefits. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. Then I'll send you to find the King of Hell right now. Brothers, let's charge. The leader raised his arm and shouted. In an instant, Lin Yu was surrounded by his group. The combat strength of those underlings varied greatly, with some having 50 points, some 80 points, and the highest only around 100 points. But with a leader in charge, Lin Yu couldn't gain any advantage whatsoever. On the contrary, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through. Kid, even if I'm not as strong as you, I'm not afraid of you if we really fight. Besides, I have an absolute advantage in numbers. Today you are doomed to die. The leader's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Really? Are you sure you want to compete with me in terms of numbers? Lin Yu glanced at the other person sideways, his words carrying a hint of amusement. Chapter 1, I want to do business with you. The group of people were slightly stunned and didn't react for a moment, wondering what nonsense Lin Yu was talking about. But soon, they felt a bone-chilling cold coming from behind them. What were these things? Those people instinctively turned around and saw that they were surrounded by swordsmen in armor. Get out of my way. The leader immediately kicked the nearest swordsman. Bang! With a dull thud, the swordsman staggered back more than 10 steps before barely managing to regain his footing. Kill! Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, his tone filled with indifference. 50 swordsmen swung their swords almost simultaneously. Clang! Clang! Ah! In an instant, the sounds of metal clashing and shrill screams seemed to engulf the entire area. Those that didn't have time to react were all hacked to the ground, their crimson blood splattering everywhere. What on earth is going on? The leader frowned, both shocked and puzzled by what he was seeing. I have no idea where these things came from, and their combat power is not low. Although it posed no threat to him, it caused his subordinates a great deal of trouble. Asshole! He swung his weapon, slashing at the swordsman's armor, sending sparks flying. Bang! The swordsman was struck by the immense force and sent flying, leaving a long gash in his armor. Hey, did you forget about me? Suddenly, he heard Lin Yu's voice. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed before his eyes. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and barely managed to dodge Lin Yu's sharp blade. Kid, you summoned these ghostly things, didn't you? The leader raised his hand to wipe the blood from the cut on his cheek and stared coldly at the other person. So what if it is? You want to outnumber me? I've never been afraid. Lin Yu grinned, and his figure moved like a ghost as he attacked the leader once again. What exactly is your profession, kid? The person became very interested in his professional information. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Yu's attacks were ruthless, and the killing intent in his eyes grew increasingly intense. Clang, clang, clang. The leader could only passively defend himself, realizing that he had underestimated his opponent and suffered losses not only in combat strength, but also in equipment. Even with his skills, he couldn't gain any advantage over Lin Yu. Snap! With a crisp sound, Lin Yu cleaved the weapon in the man's hand in two. What? His eyes narrowed involuntarily as the broken blade flew out. Buzz! As it pierced the ground, it emitted a series of humming sounds. Lin Yu seized this brief opening and increased his speed to the extreme. As a cold light flashed across the opponent's body, a string of blood beads immediately appeared. Wow! The leader groaned, blood seeping from between his teeth. Kid, I'll make sure you suffer, even if I die. He roared and spun around at lightning speed, thrusting the broken blade in his hand fiercely into Lin Yu's back. Clang! However, he underestimated the defensive capabilities of the opponent's Azure Scale armor. Even though he created bursts of sparks, he was unable to harm Lin Yu in the slightest. Sorry, you really got the short end of the stick when it came to equipment. As the old saying goes, you can save on anything, but never skimp on equipment. As Lin Yu spoke, he swung his sword back in a swift motion. This single strike caused the scene before the opponent's eyes to spin wildly. Thump, 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 thump. Immediately afterwards, a round object fell to the ground. Bang! The headless body of the leader then crashed to the ground. As for the other companions, only one was managing to hold on, while the others had long been hacked to death by the swordsman. Even with a combat strength of nearly 100, he still found it very difficult to deal with a tough, fearless swordsman. Huff! Huff! The man was panting heavily, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped forward slowly, the tip of his razor blade scraping against the ground with a series of ear-piercing sounds. The sound seemed to be a countdown for that person, making the surrounding atmosphere unusually tense and oppressive. The swordsmen all stepped aside, making way for Lin Yu. He seemed to have won a complete victory in this battle, but he also lost 11 swordsmen. How much money did Old Li give you? Lin Yu approached the man, placed the blade against his neck, and coldly questioned him. None of your business. Kill me if you want. No need for words. The man sneered, appearing utterly fearless of death. Lin Yu could roughly judge that the opponent's combat strength was around 95 from the aura emanating from him. Moreover, the person in front of me is not very old. He looks to be in his 20s. I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Lin Yu stared into the other person's eyes and continued to ask. You be that kind? You killed so many of our brothers. You think you can let me go? Aren't you afraid I'll retaliate against you? The man scoffed at Lin Yu's words, not believing them at all. How many of you people who hang around in the black market have any sense of loyalty? It's nothing more than putting profit first. How close are you to those people? Actually, I don't really believe it either. Lin Yu had long seen through the true nature of the black market. In a place like this, where all sorts of people mingle, only a fool would talk about loyalty. He himself is a living example. He had just refused to cooperate with Lao Li when the other party sent out assassins. I'm very curious, what conditions did Lao Li promise you that made you work so hard? Seeing that the other party did not speak, Lin Yu added another sentence. Kid, I admit defeat today. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. That person is still persisting. Interesting. I didn't mean anything by it. I just want to do business with you. Of course, if this collaboration goes well, I'll definitely look for you again in the future. As Lin Yu spoke, he had already summoned the 39 swordsmen around him back to their territory. The man's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this. You your summoner? After much thought, this was the only profession he could think of. Never mind what my profession is. Just tell me. Are you going to do this deal or not? Lin Yu stared directly into the other person's eyes with a half smile. Chapter 102 Counterattack against Old Li. What kind of deal is it exactly? The man finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. Seeing that the other party had relented, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. Tell me first, what benefits Old Li promised you? He didn't rush to answer the other person's question, but continued to inquire about Lao Li's affairs. He provides the information. We take action. After it's done, we'll split it 50-50. According to the information he gave me, you have something worth 60 million on you. The man hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. Oh, so that means Your reward for this operation is 30 million. You are a group of 7, and you're splitting this 30 million? It's not much when you calculate it like that. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, realizing that this money wasn't so easy to earn. After all, it was a job that required walking on the edge of a knife. We allocate them according to combat strength. If this deal goes through, I can get 5 million. The man continued to explain. Where's that guy? Lin Yu raised his finger and pointed to the headless corpse not far away. That person was the strongest among the opposing group, with a combat power of 150 points. He took 10 million. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. That's double what the other side got. The two of them took 15 million, and the remaining 15 million, if divided among the 5 people, wouldn't seem like much left. How about this? I'll give you 10 million. You go back and kill Old Li for me. How about it? Lin Yu gave a wicked smile and finally got to the point. Since Old Li wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't let him get away with it. The man was stunned, not expecting that the deal Lin Yu was talking about would be to have him kill Old Li. 10 million, and I'll give you my life. Is there any need to hesitate? Lin Yu frowned slightly and urged him urgently. The man's eyes darted around, and he was hesitating. To be honest, he was already tempted when he heard 10 million. This means Lin Yu paid him twice the amount to kill his employer, and it also cost me my own life. If you refuse at this point, you'll lose not only your money, but also your life. But I'm not sure. Old Li's fighting strength is about the same as mine. If we really fight, I'm not sure I can beat him. That man clearly lacked the confidence to deal with Old Li. So you want to take a gamble? Or should we just choose to die here? Lin Yu smiled as he looked at the other person. In this situation, even a fool would make the choice. Okay, I'll take this deal. The man gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Readily, come here tomorrow night with Old Li's head. We'll settle this with a head in one hand and money in the other. Lin Yu's smile gradually became brighter. Aren't you afraid I'll turn the tables on you? The man looked incredulous, never expecting Lin Yu to trust him so much. You can't kill me if I'm unprepared. Do you think you can kill me if I'm prepared? Of course, if you want to try, that's fine too. However, you won't be so lucky next time. I never give people a second chance. By the way, what's your name? Lin Yu spoke calmly, but it instilled in that person an unprecedented sense of fear. Gurgle. He swallowed subconsciously, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Okay, my name is Liang. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and nodded, quite satisfied with the expression on Liang's face. Clearly, he had intimidated the other party with just a few words. Then, can I go now? Liang hesitated, feeling that everything before him was too dreamlike. Certainly, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Wait, come back. Lin Yu called out to the other person again after they had only taken a few steps. This made Liang tremble involuntarily, and he turned around in alarm, mistakenly thinking that Lin Yu had changed his mind. Take this. It's incredibly effective at helping you kill Old Li. Lin Yu casually took something off his wrist and tossed it to the other person. Liang hurriedly caught it, and upon closer inspection, he was completely stunned. This is the cloud concealing arrow. This thing costs around 1 million, and he never dreamed that Lin Yu would give it to him. This thing may not be able to kill Old Li, but if you use it properly, it can definitely catch him off guard. Once you damage it, your chances of winning will greatly increase. That's all I can do for you. Whether you live to collect the remaining 10 million is up to you. Lin Yu sheathed his sharp knife, put his hands in his pockets, and wore a sly smile. His smile sent chills down Liang's spine. This guy is so cunning. Liang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Yu's words implied that he should ambush Old Li. The other party is unaware of the specific situation on the ground. Liang can easily approach Lao Li by using his identity. When the other party is completely unprepared, he can shoot a cloud-concealed arrow with a hit rate of up to 90%. Once he hits the target, he will naturally have the upper hand in the ensuing battle. By the way, sometimes you have to use your brain to do things. Do you know what I mean? Lin Yu was still a little worried and earnestly reminded him again. While speaking, he pointed to his head. Liang stood there, completely bewildered, and subconsciously shook his head, not understanding what the other person meant at all. Hey, you're really stupid. No wonder you can only risk your life for others. Lin Yu let out a long sigh. Could you please give me a hint? Liang was also quite curious. Although Lin Yu's tricks were all underhanded, they were undeniably effective. Put something on the arrowhead of that cloud concealment arrow. Then things become simple, don't they? Lin Yu simply stated it outright. He refused to believe that old Li wouldn't die after this combination of punches. Upon hearing this, Liang immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. I understand. He had to admit that dirty tricks were still the most effective. If Lin Yu hadn't provided the cloud concealing arrow, he probably would only have a 30% chance of winning if he had fought him head-on. With the cloud concealing arrow, he has a 60% chance. Now that Li Yang has Lin Yu's ideas, he feels at least 90% confident. Go ahead. I've done all I can for you. If you still can't succeed, then there's no point in you living. Lin Yu waved his hand, indicating that the other party could leave. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Li Yang nodded emphatically, and without realizing it, he had developed a sense of respect for Lin Yu. Only after Li Yang's figure completely disappeared from his sight did Lin Yu collect the corpses on the ground into his territory space, leaving behind only a pool of crimson blood. Chapter 103. This news is absolutely explosive. After finishing the finishing touches, Lin Yu continued walking towards the Su family manor. By the time he returned to the manor, it was already late at night. Uncle, open the door for me. Lin Yu called out softly to the uncle on duty. Oh, young man, it's you. The uncle still remembered him somewhat. Yes, it's me. Open the door for me right now. Lin Yu was overjoyed to see that the other party still remembered him. But soon, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, because the older man didn't seem inclined to open the door for him. No, uncle, what are you doing standing there? Open the door for me. Lin Yu frowned slightly, his eyes full of confusion. The other party clearly remembers that he left from the Su family manor, but now he is unwilling to let him in. Young man, I'm so sorry. You need to prove your identity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to open the door for you. The middle-aged man approached, looking troubled. Proof? What other proof do you need? Didn't I tell you when I came out? Don't you remember me too? Isn't that enough proof? Lin Yu's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Young man, words are no proof. Don't make things difficult for me. If you really are part of the action team, then you must have something to prove your identity, right? The uncle continued. His meaning was quite clear. He wanted Lin Yu to produce physical evidence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately thought of the badge Su Wen had given him. As he reached out to take it out, his expression suddenly froze, and his hand stopped moving. Lin Yu looked up at the uncle and vaguely sensed that the other man seemed to be expecting something. I don't have any proof of ownership. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stopped. How could there not be? The man's tone sounded slightly anxious. I just joined the action team today. What items would I have? Lin Yu simply pretended to be stupid. Think about it again. Like your team leader, or something like that. Did they give you anything? The older man continued to remind him, almost telling Lin Yu it was a badge. Originally, Lin Yu was just testing the other party, but after hearing that the other party could give such accurate hints, it was hard for him not to think about other possibilities. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy of a well rope. Ever since he was tricked by Zhang Shihao, he has become much more vigilant. Uncle, really there isn't any. If you don't let me in, I'll have to ask someone else for help. Lin Yu shrugged, looking helpless. I only recognize things, not people. The man is still persisting. Fine, you wait here. Lin Yu took out his phone and dialed Su Qingqing's number directly. Your security guard won't let me in. Hurry up and make him open the door for me. The moment the call connected, before the other party could even speak, his hoarse voice launched into an angry complaint to Su Qingqing on the other end. Oh. Su Qingqing was completely bewildered. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Yu with curiosity, eager to know who was on the other end of the phone. Then give him the phone. Su Qingqing was stunned for several seconds before she reacted. Look, your young lady is looking for you. Lin Yu handed the phone to the uncle through the crack in the door. My young lady? The uncle was skeptical, but he still took the phone. After answering the phone, his expression immediately changed. He nodded repeatedly to Su Qingqing on the other end of the line, his tone extremely respectful. Su Qingqing's few words were enough to outweigh Lin Yu's relentless pestering for half a day. The uncle handed the phone back to Lin Yu with a smile and opened the door. Are you forcing me to use my ultimate move? Let me tell you, my relationship with your young lady is anything but ordinary. You won't get anything out of offending me. Let's just let this matter go. Even after entering the Su family manor, Lin Yu kept muttering to himself. Actually, he just wanted to warn the older man not to mess with him. After learning that Lin Yu and Su Qingsheng had a special relationship, the uncle always had a fawning smile on his face. Young man, guarding the gate is my job. Of course I need to investigate. Don't mind me. The older man smiled apologetically. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not a stingy person. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. I just don't know. What exactly is your relationship with my young lady? Unable to contain his curiosity, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and cautiously inquired. This is a very important question for him. Lin Yu craned his neck and looked around. After confirming that no one else was around, he leaned close to the other person's ear and whispered what he had heard. Upon hearing this, the uncle's eyes widened in surprise. This is impossible. Young man, you mustn't be spreading rumors. This concerns Mrs. reputation. The consequences could be very serious. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Yu with disbelief. Do I look like I'm spreading rumors? How do you think I got into the Su family's house? Have you ever seen an outsider in the action team? Lin Yu's series of questions left the uncle speechless. Thinking back on it now, it really does seem to make sense. You're the one who should stop spreading rumors. If you go around spreading rumors, your young lady will tear your mouth apart. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving the uncle alone, bewildered in the night. This news is absolutely explosive. Absolutely no one else can know. Miss won't bury that brat, but she'll definitely bury me. What a damn guy. Why did you tell me this? The middle-aged man slapped his thigh, looking both panicked and terrified. Hey, Captain Su, I really don't dare to get involved in your affairs. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head. Rather than offend Su Qingsheng, he would rather offend Su Wen. Waves surge and flow, a vast expanse of billowing waves. Lin Yu had only taken a few steps when his phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was Su Qingsheng calling. Hello. He answered the phone. So, did they let you in? Su Qingsheng asked with concern on the other end of the phone. In. Everything's done. Next time he sees me, he probably won't dare not open the door. Lin Yu's face was beaming with a smug smile. What's the meaning? Su Qingsheng frowned slightly, wondering where the other person's confidence came from. He. Lin Yu just kept grinning foolishly without answering. The more Su Qingsheng listened on the phone, the more uneasy she felt, and she had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. But with the emperor far away and the mountains high, she really couldn't do anything about Lin Yu over the phone. After exchanging a few words, the two hung up the phone. Lin Yu had just put his phone in his pocket when Su Wen and his men stopped him. Could this guy be behind this? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. This scene felt strangely familiar to him. Chapter 104, A Nest of Snakes and Rats, a familiar premonition. Before Lin Yu could speak, Su Wen's men surrounded him. Captain Su, what does this mean? Lin Yu looked up at the other person. Lin, I'm sorry, I lost a badge. I suspect it's you. Su Wen stared coldly at Lin Yu. Interesting. Lin Yu finally understood. All along, this guy had been trying to frame him for stealing his badge. So you voluntarily admit it and hand over the badge. Should I search it myself? Su Wen looked at the other party with a half smile, seemingly having already won Lin Yu over. Snap! Seeing that Lin Yu showed no sign of taking out his badge, the people around him began to rub their hands together, cracking their necks and making a series of popping sounds. Hey, isn't this Lin Yu? What? I heard you stole something. Just then, a familiar voice came from the darkness ahead. Su Qingsu. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, recognizing the other person's voice. Soon, the other person's figure came into his view. Just as expected, it was that bastard Su Qingshu. In this way, it is clear that Su Wen and Su Qingshu are in cahoots. TSK. Lin Yu, oh Lin Yu. I really didn't expect that. You'll be a thief. Su Qingshu shook his head repeatedly, his words full of sarcasm. What evidence do you have that I'm a thief? Lin Yu glanced at the other person and asked in a cold voice. Would I do something you're not confident about? Su Qingshu leaned closer to the other person's ear and whispered a reminder. Bring it on. Watch how I slap you across the face. Lin Yu sneered, showing no fear. You've got guts. You really have guts. Su Qingshu gave the other person a thumbs up. If this weren't the Su family home, Lin Yu believed Su Qingshu would already be lying on the ground calling for her mother. What exactly happened? As a deep voice rang out, everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. The visitor was an overweight middle-aged man. Second Master. Su Wan and the other members of the action team all greeted him respectfully. Dad, this is the new guy, Lin Yu. They've only been here for one day at the Su family's house, and a theft has already occurred. Su Qingshu pointed at Lin Yu, his face full of smugness. Theft. The second gentleman strode up to the group, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with doubt. He only rushed over to check after receiving a report from a servant, never expecting that a theft would occur in the Su family's home. This is really interesting. The prestigious Su family has truly overturned my worldview. Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head, a hint of disdain and contempt flashing in his eyes. His words instantly darkened the second master's expression. Young man, I don't care whose connections you use to infiltrate our Su family, but if you dare to speak disrespectfully to our Su family, I will not let this go unpunished. He glared at Lin Yu and warned him sharply. It's not that I want to speak rudely to your Su family. It's just that there are bad apples in your Su family. As Lin Yu spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Su Qingshu. When Mr. Air saw that the other party was targeting his son, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. But he restrained himself. It wasn't appropriate to take action before things were clear. If the other party really steals it, he guarantees they will pay a heavy price. Second Master, this kid stole my badge, which is why he can freely enter and leave the Su family manor. As for why he was so eager to steal my badge and leave the Su family manor so soon after arriving at our Su family, it really needs to be investigated further. And where did he go after leaving the Su family? What did he do? That's even more unknown. Su Wan narrated in a calm and unhurried manner. Every single word was undoubtedly aimed at Lin Yu. Who has ever seen me use your badge? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at the other person. You're really stubborn as a mule. Why don't we just call the security guard over and confront him? Su Wan gave a wicked smile. Go and call the security guard over. The second gentleman gave a wink to the others beside him. Yes. The man nodded in response and immediately headed towards the main gate. Within 2 minutes, the man was brought over. Lin Yu was glad that he had been careful, otherwise he would have been in trouble again tonight. Second Master. When the gatekeeper saw the second gentleman, he quickly stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. How'd he get in? The second gentleman pointed at Lin Yu and got straight to the point. The security guard suddenly became stammering, his eyes glancing at Su Wan every now and then. Uncle, don't be afraid. Just tell me the truth. Su Wan looked completely unconcerned. Meanwhile, Su Qingshu, standing to the side, revealed a gloating expression. Yes, it was Miss who told me on the phone to open the door and let him in. Seeing this, the security guard had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell the truth. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Wan was slightly taken aback. Su Qingshu also cast a questioning look at him, as if questioning him. What happened to the promise of absolute certainty? The Joker, what did he say? Lin Yu looked at Su Wan and asked in return with a smile. In the eyes of the other party, this is a blatant provocation. Damn it, he never expected Lin Yu to pull this stunt. Logically speaking, the other party should have been able to get the gatekeeper to open the gate by showing off the badge they gave him. But Lin Yu completely defied expectations. Second Master, even so, we cannot dispel the suspicion that he stole the badge. Search them. You must search them. Su Wan was somewhat exasperated and shouted urgently. He refused to believe that Lin Yu could have the foresight to lose such a valuable badge. Young friend Lin, you don't mind if it's to prove your innocence, do you? The second gentleman's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu. Search me. On what grounds? Just because of something that guy said? Lin Yu sneered. Just because you're at the Su family manor. Just because Su Wan is a member of the Su family. and you are just an outsider. The second master's expression and tone exuded an undeniable authority. What if you can't find anything? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, knowing that this second gentleman wouldn't easily trust him and that he probably couldn't avoid the body search. I apologize if I can't find it. Suwen firmly believed that the badge must be on the other party. That's not enough. I need you to kneel down and apologize to me. Lin Yu stared coldly into the other person's eyes. The moment Suwen met the other person's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He found Lin Yu's eyes to be so cold as to be terrifying. Ugh! But he gritted his teeth and agreed anyway. The badge was given to him by the other party just before he left the Su family. Lin Yu had just returned when he was caught by him, and he had no time to hide. Chapter 105, Make him kneel down and apologize to me. Seeing that Suwen agreed to his request, Lin Yu simply spread his hands, signaling the other party to come forward and search him. Let me search. Suwen was somewhat distrustful of the others and made it clear that he wanted to go himself. He refused to believe that Lin Yu could still pull any tricks at this point. Go. After obtaining the second master's permission, Suwen immediately stepped forward and began groping Lin Yu's body. No, impossible. But he couldn't find a single coin on the other person, let alone a badge. At that moment, he began to panic. I don't believe it. I want to search again. Suwen's tone gradually became anxious. Then go ahead and search. It'll be the same no matter how many times you search. Lin Yu remained calm and indifferent. He has his own territory. Hiding a small badge wouldn't be difficult for him. He can fit a whole truck inside, let alone badges. How is it? Still can't find it. Su Qingshu, who was watching from the side, also noticed that something was wrong. No. Suwen was completely stunned. He even searched Lin Yu's underwear, but still found nothing. Simply put, Lin Yu was penniless. His pockets were emptier than his face. Are you even capable of this? Su Qingshu also got anxious and quickly stepped forward, trying to get a hand on him. Wait, that's enough. You've already searched twice. Why are you still searching? I now seriously suspect that you're lusting after my body. Lin Yu took 2 steps back, refusing Su Qingshu's offer. You're talking nonsense. Who's lusting after your body? Pa. Su Qingshu looked disgusted and spat on the ground as he spoke. Second master, what did you say? Lin Yu didn't want to engage in verbal sparring with Su Qingshu, so he turned his attention to the second master, who was the highest-ranking person there. Apologize to Lin Yu. The second gentleman narrowed his eyes and gave a cold command. Right now, we have neither witnesses nor physical evidence. What else can we do but compromise? Second master. Suwen was somewhat reluctant. Apologize. The second gentleman's tone was low, and his eyes flashed with a cold light, which made Suwen tremble with fear. In his eyes, the Su family had completely lost face because of the other party. I'm sorry. Suwen approached Lin Yu reluctantly, speaking in a voice barely audible. What did you say? I can't hear you. Lin Yu crossed his arms and looked at the other person with a smile. Hateful. The other party's smug look made Su Qingshu grit his teeth in anger. Suwen had to raise his voice and repeat. At that moment, he felt as if he were nailed to the pillar of shame, and the seeds of hatred were deeply buried in his heart. Who are you talking to? And what are you apologizing for? Lin Yu continued to smile and asked in return. You bastard, you tricked me. Suwen glared fiercely at the other person. Second master, is this the attitude and method of your Su family in apologizing? Lin Yu turned to look at the second master, feigning confusion. You damn brat. You're always causing me all this trouble. You've completely disgraced the Su family. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. If you're going to get punished, you have to stand up straight. The second gentleman raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap, making Suwen see stars. Lin Yu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have wronged you. I was wrong. Suwen, suppressing his humiliation, shouted loudly again. Young friend Lin, are you satisfied now? The second gentleman stared coldly at the other person, his tone filled with icy chill. Clearly, what happened tonight made him very unhappy. Second master, you really have a bad memory. What I said before was to make him kneel down and apologize to me. And he readily agreed. Isn't that so? Lin Yu stared directly into the other person's eyes, showing no intention of backing down. Kid, Don't push your luck. Suwon became furious when he heard Lin Yu tell him to kneel down. Young friend Lin, it's inevitable for young people to be impulsive. Don't push me too hard. Just give me some face, and let's move on from this. At this moment, the second gentleman was also trying his best to control his emotions and make his tone of voice as calm as possible. I'm Sore. I'm a very principled person. If you find a badge on me, I wonder if the second master would also give me face. Lin Yu had no intention of giving the other party face and asked in a questioning tone. Kid, you're really asking for trouble. Didn't your teacher teach you what it means to know when to stop? The expression on the second gentleman's face gradually turned gloomy. Lin Yu remained silent, already feeling the pressure emanating from the other party. His expression hardened slightly. He hadn't expected that this second gentleman would be so shameless as to put pressure on him in order to favor Suwon. Second master, let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Just then, a familiar voice came from the darkness again. This made Lin Yu very happy. Huh? Old Khan, what brings you here? The second gentleman subconsciously turned around at the sound and saw the old steward, Su Kong, walking slowly toward him. I heard some noise over here, and I was worried, so I came to check. I didn't expect to see you here. Su Kong came to the second gentleman's side and nodded politely to him. This kid, you brought him, didn't you? You've come at the perfect time. He's so incredibly arrogant. The second gentleman's tone was full of displeasure. Second master, young people are naturally more proud and arrogant. If you lower yourself to his level, wouldn't that be beneath you? Besides, this kid only joined the action team with the permission of the master. Su Kong intentionally or unintentionally brought up the great master, actually implying that Lin Yu was the great master's man, and if they really wanted to mess with him, they would have to think about how to explain it to the great master afterwards. Are you threatening me? So what if he's just an outsider? Even if he's someone our elder brother approves of? The second gentleman sneered and glanced sideways at Su Kong. What if I said he was Mrs. Savior? Su Kong continued, his smile forced and unsatisfying. Upon hearing this, the second gentleman frowned slightly. If Lin Yu were Su Qingqing's savior, the situation would be quite different. Knowing his elder brother as he did, he knew that the other party would never allow someone who had done him a favor to be wronged in the Su family. And not just once, but twice. This is one of the main reasons why he can stand here as an outsider. Su Kong then emphasized the number of times. Second master, the Su family, from top to bottom, only has one direct descendant, a girl. I don't need to remind you how precious she is to the Su family, do I? If Miss finds out that Lin Yu was wronged in the Su family and ended up taking it to the old patriarch, let alone these juniors, even you, second master, will probably be punished. Seeing that the two gentlemen remained silent, Su Kong continued to add. Upon hearing this, the second gentleman's eyes darted around uncertainly. He hadn't expected that Lin Yu would have such a powerful background. He was well aware of Su Qingqing's high status within the clan. Old Kong, you're not kidding me, are you? Chung Chung is carrying life-saving items, so it's not like this kid should be the one to save her, is it? The second gentleman still harbored doubts. Second master, you said it yourself. That's a life-saving item, priceless. How could Miss possibly activate it so easily unless it's absolutely necessary? Su Kong still wore a polite smile. All right then. We'll do it your way. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. I will no longer interfere. After a moment's hesitation, the second gentleman decisively chose to leave. He didn't want to offend that little devil for Su Wen's sake. Chapter 106, Turning Against Each Other. Seeing that the second master had abandoned the matter, Su Wen became anxious. Second master. He kept calling out, trying to call back the second master. But the second gentleman left without looking back. Young Master Su, you absolutely have to help me with this, no matter what. In the end, Su Wen could only turn his gaze to Su Qingxu beside him. Help! I wanted to. Even my dad is gone. How can I help him now? Suking sustrag, luking travel. I don't care. I did all this to help you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have framed Lin Yu. Su Wen grabbed the other person's hand, trying to get Su Qingxu to come up with a solution quickly. If he kneels down to Lin Yu today, he will never be able to hold his head up in the Su family again. You're talking nonsense. Framed Lin Yu. That's your own decision. What does it have to do with me? Su Qingshu immediately shook off the other person's hand, severing ties with them. Now that the plan has failed, and Su Wen is already in the trap, how could he possibly jump in? Young Master Su, you can't do this. I only helped you because I considered you a brother. Su Wen was slightly taken aback, not expecting the other party to be so eager to distance themselves. Brother? If we're brothers, why are you dragging me into this? Su Qingshu spoke up angrily. Uncle Kong, this was all done by Su Wen alone. It has nothing to do with me. He's the one who framed Lin Yu. I can testify. He tried to recruit me, but I refused. Look, this is the call log. He called me first. Su Qingshu isn't stupid. How could he possibly afford to offend someone who even his own father chooses to tolerate? The best course of action is to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Su Qingshu. Su Wen's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He never expected that not only would the other party not help him, but they would also kick him while he was down. Uncle Kong, it really has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Su Qingshu patted his behind and left. Stop. You stop right there. Su Wen screamed hysterically, trying to chase after the other person. But Su Kong stopped him. He can walk, but you can't. Su Kong remained expressionless, and his tone of voice conveyed no emotion whatsoever. The other members of the action team stood quietly to the side, not daring to breathe. Uncle Kong, believe me, Su Qingshu is involved in this too. He's the mastermind. Su didn't care about anything else. Since Su Qingshu was ruthless, then he wouldn't be so unjust. I don't care who made this decision. But right now, what I do know is that you're the one doing all the work. Su Kong stared coldly at the other party. Upon hearing this, Su Wen was on the verge of tears, standing there dumbfounded. Lin, how do you plan to handle this? I will try my best to make you satisfied. Su Kong turned to look at Lin Yu, wanting to ask for his opinion. It's simple. Just do as we said before. Kneel down and apologize to me. Lin Yu stared at Su Wen with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Su Wen felt as if something had suddenly clenched his heart. He slowly turned his head to look at Lin Yu, his face as white as paper. Kneel down, Su Kong commanded in a cold voice. Uncle Kong, give me a chance. Please, I really know I was wrong. Su Wen was on the verge of a breakdown. If he knelt down like this, he would become a laughing stock in the entire action team and would never be able to hold his head up again. If you dare to do it, you must dare to admit it. It's already quite good that Lin didn't propose any other punishments for you. You should be content. Su Kong spoke slowly and deliberately. If I could, I would prefer him to suggest some other punishment rather than humiliate me here. Su Wen deeply regretted his actions. Kneel. Su Kong coldly uttered a single word, his tone becoming increasingly forceful. Su Wen knew in his heart that he couldn't escape it. He was heartbroken and dragged his heavy steps to Lin Yu. Just as he bent down to kneel, Lin Yu suddenly reached out and supported him. This scene not only surprised Su Wen Wei, but also surprised everyone around him. Furthermore, a strange light flashed in Su Kang's eyes, and he thought to himself that this kid was not simple. Let it go this time. But I don't want it to happen again. Lin Yu's two simple sentences caused Su Wen's pupils to suddenly contract, his face filled with disbelief. Are you serious? He even wondered if he was hallucinating. Would Lin Yu, who was just being unreasonable, let him off so easily? The other party spared him the kneeling, giving him a feeling of being reborn, and he was extremely excited. Uncle Kong, thank you. Lin Yu ignored Su Wen and walked towards Su Kong, expressing his sincere gratitude to him. If he hadn't shown up in time tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No need to thank me. You should thank Miss. She called me and asked me to come and check on the situation. Su Kong remained calm and waved his hand. After saying that, he turned and left. Take care, Uncle Kong. Lin Yu continued to speak respectfully towards the other person's back. Lin Yu, it was all my fault before. It's all my fault for being blind and misjudging him. No, Su Qingshu isn't human. I promise. This will never happen again. Su Wen approached Lin Yu with an excited expression, his words filled with gratitude and apology. Let bygones be bygones. No matter what, we'll be comrades from now on. Lin Yu raised his hand and patted the other person's shoulder showing a magnanimous demeanor. Yes, comrade. Don't worry, from now on, we're all brothers in my team. Su nodded in response and answered in a loud voice. From now on, Lin Yu is one of our brothers. No one is allowed to bully him. Then, he carefully explained the instructions to the other members of the action team around him. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled slightly, quite satisfied with the result. He was able to integrate into the team so quickly, and I have to thank Su Qingshu for that. If the other party hadn't been so eager to distance himself from Su Wen, he really wouldn't have had a chance to win Su Wen's favor. When Su Wen was at his most desperate, Lin Yu's forget it was like a ray of dawn and a salvation for his life. Meanwhile, the second master sat in his room, coldly staring at Su Qingshu standing before him, remaining silent for a long time, the atmosphere unusually oppressive. Chapter 107 arrives as promised, Li Yang's mission. Su Qingshu stood meekly in front of his father, only daring to steal glances at him out of the corner of his eye. A new portal will be created in 7 days. The clan will select 10 elite members with matching combat strength from the action team to go there, and I have already secured a spot for you. After a long while, the second gentleman finally spoke slowly. Huh, Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? Let me be one of the first explorers. Su Qingshu was slightly taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at his father. What? You still don't want to? Everyone else would love to have it, and you're complaining? You're practically a useless piece of trash, do you know that? The second gentleman glared at his son and angrily rebuked him. Su Qingshu was so frightened that his heart trembled, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back, his eyes darting away, not daring to look his father in the eye. Waste! Seeing his son's cowardly behavior, the second gentleman was even more furious. It's too dangerous, can I not go? Su Qingshu asked in a trembling, low voice. That's just a white portal. The strongest magical beast inside is barely over 100 strong. With your combat strength of 150 points, you can easily handle this. You'll be the team leader. Knowing his son was afraid of death, the second gentleman added further. Me, the team leader? Su Qingshu pointed at himself, wondering if he had misheard. In a clan, he had always been in a state of idleness, never sitting down if he could lie down. Now, he was suddenly assigned the position of captain, which Su Qingshu found hard to accept. What? You're not happy again? With 150 combat power, what else can you do in a white-level dungeon but be the team leader? The second gentleman frowned slightly, staring coldly at his good-for-nothing son. If he could, he would love to slap the other person to death. This is just a thankless and tedious job. Su Qingshu looked displeased. Mr. Air frantically rubbed his temples, trying his best to control his emotions. Oh, right, that kid named Lin Yu was also included. It said that this is his first battle, so let him get used to the white level first. Then he added another sentence. Upon hearing that Lin Yu was also in the team, Su Qingshu immediately became interested. As the team leader, doesn't that mean Lin Yu is working under his command? He's happy just thinking about it. Don't mess with him. Not only does that kid have Chung as his backer, but I've also heard he's a ruthless character. The second gentleman immediately saw through his son's little scheme. A ruthless character? What do you mean? So what if he got first place in the monthly exam? What's so great about it? Su Qingshu was unimpressed, his face full of disdain. That kid can be ruthless. He'll even kill his own roommate. He was expelled from the academy because he killed someone. After returning, the second master had already asked someone to inquire about Lin Yu's general situation. Oh, he doesn't actually dare to kill me, does he? Su Qingshu sneered and continued. Dad, with that kid around, I'll take the captain's position. The second gentleman knew his son's nature well. He didn't like to do serious things, but he certainly got into a lot of trouble. I'll say it again, don't mess with him. Do you understand? He repeatedly emphasized this point. Okay. Su Qingshu waved his hand, looking impatient. Lin Yu slept quite well that night and got up at the crack of dawn. He went alone to the open space in the dormitory area and began to learn how to use the Overlord Blade. This is a reward for the monthly exam. The official physical skills competition is a rare opportunity, and it only lasts for 1 month. He must master it within a limited time. This practice session lasted for 2 hours. By the time they assembled at 8 o'clock, his clothes were already soaked with sweat. Is it raining today? Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? After they gathered, Su-wen quickly noticed something was off about the other person. I just got up 2 hours earlier to warm up. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Holy crap. Are you really pushing yourself that hard? Su-wen was surprised. He hadn't expected the kid to work so hard. The early bird catches the worm. Lin Yu replied casually. Su-wen didn't say much, but turned around and slowly walked to the front of the line. Everyone, please be quiet. I received some news this morning that the clan is currently forming an expedition team, and 3 of us have been selected. They are Lin Yu, Su Yinglong, and Su Xiao. He scanned the crowd and announced in a deep voice. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy upon hearing his name. He was naturally more than happy to be a member of the expedition team. Moreover, it's not hard to see that his action group was just a small team. The fact that the Su family only selected 3 people from among them proves that there are other teams involved. A white-level dungeon. The time is in 7 days. The 3 people who were just selected, you are free to do as you please. To give the 3 of them enough time to prepare, Su-wen dismissed them on the spot. But Lin Yu did not leave the training ground. The area in front of him was spacious and had all kinds of training equipment and instruments, including a simulated battlefield, which was even better than the War Academy. He was reluctant to leave, as this would greatly help him practice the Overlord blade technique. Seeing Lin Yu's efforts, Su-wen couldn't help but cast a surprised glance at him. He stayed there for a whole day, but even so, he didn't even get close to mastering the basics of the Overlord blade. Lin Yu only took a short rest after nightfall, and everyone had left. This Overlord blade technique seems even more difficult than the cloud-piercing finger. He sat down to the side and muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly remembered his promise to Li Yong. I wonder if you've managed to win over old Li yet. He quickly got up, wiped the sweat from his face, and strode towards the dormitory. After a quick wash, they hurriedly left the Su family manor again. Where is this kid rushing off to in such a hurry? Su-wen watched the other person's receding figure, his brows furrowing slightly. He found Lin Yu to be mysterious and completely unpredictable. Lin Yu arrived as promised, and when he got to the place from the previous night, he was surprised to find that Li Yong had been waiting for him for a long time. Boss! Because Lin Yu was wearing a mask, Li Yong was unable to accurately identify him, and could only tentatively ask, I am. Lin Yu nodded in response. After confirming that the visitor was the boss, Li Yong quickly came forward and handed him a black plastic bag containing something. Even through the plastic bag, Lin Yu could smell the overwhelming stench of blood. Moreover, judging from the round shape of the ball wrapped in the plastic bag, it's not hard to guess what's inside. Chapter 108, I have another mission. Even though Lin Yu knew what was in the plastic bag, he still reached out and took it. He wouldn't feel at ease without opening it to check. Well done. This 10 million is yours. After confirming that it was old Li's head, Lin Yu readily handed the other party a bank card. Li Yong didn't stand on ceremony. He deserved it. Transaction complete. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Lin Yu gestured for the other party to leave. But Li Yong stood still, staring intently at the other person. This caused Lin Yu to frown slightly, and his expression behind the mask became wary. This kid, he's not really fearless, is he? He's brought more people with him again, is he? Are you trying to double-cross me? He secretly pondered to himself. Li Yong suddenly became hesitant in his speech, as if he found it difficult to speak. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lin Yu quickly dismissed his earlier guess. Clearly, Li Yong must have something he wanted to ask for help with. Do you need my help? Lin Yu hit the nail on the head. It's just, can I hang out with you? Li Yong hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Oh. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. He never dreamed that Li Yong would want to work with him. The problem is, he never intended to live a life of constant danger. The black market has its own rules. I killed old Li. Once Brother Leopard finds out, he definitely won't let me off the hook. Li Yong didn't hide anything and simply told everyone about his current difficulties. After hearing this, Lin Yu subconsciously raised his hand and stroked his chin. Brother Leopard is the manager of that black market, so his wealth and influence must be enormous. Since Li Yong broke the rules, he naturally can't go back. In other words, they dare not go back to the black market. For a free agent like Li Yang, whose combat strength is less than 100, there aren't really any good places to go. You could either find a faction to serve and become their slave, or maybe you could even try your luck in the dungeons. Otherwise, he could become someone's thug or bodyguard. But in reality, there's no future in that. It's just a waste of time and doesn't help improve his combat abilities. Boss, I know you're someone special. Please, you must take me in. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Li Yang continued to add. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. Someone with an unusual identity? Is this a joke? He never realized that there was anything unusual about him. But he couldn't possibly tell the other person that he was a pitiful person. Being looked up to is better than being looked down upon. How about I assign you another task? Lin Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of someone. A mission? What mission? Li Yang was slightly taken aback. Go kill another person, but with your combat strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill them. Lin Yu rubbed his chin again, looking troubled. Boss, who do we kill? Li Yang was eager to know the target's information. Huo Jiachen, a student from the War Academy. When Lin Yu mentioned this name, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This kid tried to harm him time and time again, and Lin Yu has kept a record of it all. Boss, this is difficult. I can't get into the War Academy. If you force your way in, you'll probably have to come and collect my corpse. The instructors inside are all quite strong. Some even have 1,000 battles to their name. They could kill me with a single finger. Li Yang shrugged, his face full of helplessness, looking like he had the will but not the power. Then you can go and squat at the school gate. You don't necessarily have to kill him. You can disgust him to death too. Lin Yu continued to add. Huo Jiachen is a third-year student at the War Academy and a member of the Huo family in Hangjiang City. His combat strength must be considerable, at least 100 battles. Sending Li Yang, with a combat power of 95, to deal with Huo Jiachen is indeed putting Huo Jiachen in a difficult position. Disgusting him to death? What do you mean? Li Yang was puzzled, and a big question mark appeared on his little head. He's done plenty of things like assault and murder, but this is the first time I've ever done something disgusting. Just the literal meaning. Lin Yu answered slowly. Oh, I get it. So you want him to be unhappy, right? Li Yang finally realized what was happening. That's right. Name your price. Lin Yu nodded. Even if he couldn't kill Huo Jiachen, he wouldn't let him get away with it. Boss, this is just something to annoy them. I won't charge you. Consider this my pledge of allegiance, okay? Li Yang looked at Lin Yu with eyes full of anticipation. All right, if you do this well, you'll work for me from now on. I will never treat you unfairly. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Regardless of the circumstances, let's discuss Huo Jiachen first. Moreover, after a brief encounter, Li Yang wasn't someone he disliked, so perhaps he could consider developing a relationship with him. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I'll go keep an eye on the War Academy right now. If that kid named Huo Jiachen dares to show his face, I'll make him cry his way back. Li Yang solemnly assured him. After exchanging contact information, he rushed off in a hurry. This guy seems even more excited than me. Lin Yu noticed that Li Yang seemed very interested in this mission. Only after the other person's figure had completely disappeared from his sight did he turn around and leave with peace of mind. In less than half an hour, Li Yang's figure appeared near the War Academy. Oh my god, what does Huo Jiachen actually look like? Only then did he suddenly realize that he had no idea who Huo Jiachen was. Just as he took out his phone to ask Lin Yu, he shook his head again. No, it would be a waste of my time to bother the boss over something so trivial. He muttered to himself. The next second, he put his phone back in his pocket. He decided to ask a passing student. It was nearly 10 p.m., and there were hardly any students to be seen near the school gate. He waited for more than 10 minutes, and just as he was about to give up, he finally saw several people in school uniforms walking towards him. Li Yang was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward. Before he even got close, a strong smell of alcohol hit him. It's easy to see that these people are quite drunk. Even walking was a bit unsteady and staggering. Normally, he would have turned around and left, but things are different now. He has to perform well and do his best to complete the tasks assigned by his boss. Hello, classmate. Li Yang forced a friendly smile and greeted the group. However, his self-satisfied smile appeared more like a grimace to the other group. Chapter 109 Huo Jiachen. Watch me make you pay? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Upon seeing Li Yang's comical smile, the group burst into laughter. Some people laughed until tears welled up in their eyes, and some even laughed so hard they fell to the ground. This scene made Li Yang's lips twitch violently, and he felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Is it really that funny? He began to doubt himself. Ha ha, where did this idiot come from? The man in the middle pointed at Li Yang and laughed and cursed. Hey, classmates, jokes are jokes, but I hope you can know your limits and not go too far. Li Yang didn't want to argue too much since the other person was a student, but he never expected that the other person would call him an idiot. This made his smile freeze, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Oh, so what if I call you an idiot? Still not convinced? Let me tell you, the fact that our brother Chun is willing to scold you is already a big favor. Get out of the way. Someone even stepped forward and shoved Li Yang. Brother Chun, upon hearing the character, Li Yang immediately thought of Hua Jiechen. Your brother Chun, could he be Hua Jiechen? Li Yang asked tentatively. Oh, you don't look like someone from our school, yet you even know Brother Chen's name? Brother Chun, it seems your reputation has spread beyond the academy. Upon hearing this, the underling showed a look of astonishment and then immediately began to flatter Hua Jiechen. Ha ha, that's a must. Don't you even know who I am? I'm Hua Jiechen. The man in the middle became increasingly smug under the flattery of his younger brother. Oh, you must be Hua Jiechen. Good timing. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Li Yang rubbed his hands together, intending to step forward and finish off the other party. However, the moment Hua Jiechen sensed the killing intent, his expression hardened, and his drunkenness dissipated considerably. Even his henchmen were the same. Li Yang was slightly taken aback, and he also sensed the aura emanating from the other party. He vaguely sensed that the people in front of him were all more than 100 battle veterans. Only then did he understand Lin Yu's words, that he was simply to annoy the other party, because he really couldn't beat them. Who are you? What do you want? Hua Jiechen stared directly into the other person's eyes and questioned him in a cold voice. I'm just asking for directions. Li Yang quickly suppressed his murderous intent and once again revealed a comical smile. Roll. Hua Jiechen frowned slightly and shouted angrily. He began to question himself, wondering if he had drunk too much and whether that murderous intent was just an illusion. Li Yang was unusually obedient this time, quickly stepping aside and watching the other person leave. Hua Jiechen felt increasingly uneasy. Wasn't the other person asking for directions? The other party wasn't so obedient at first. Why do you tell him to get lost? And he obediently backs away. Did you sense a murderous intent just now? Hua Jiechen turned to look at his underlings beside him. Brother Chun, you noticed it too? I thought I had drunk too much. Huh, you all felt it. The underlings couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Damn it, that guy's suspicious. Hua Jiechen belatedly realized that Li Yang was the problem. Just as he turned around to chase after Li Yang, a trash can flew towards him. Holy crap! Hua Jiechen roared and smashed the trash can to pieces with a single punch. But all that trash ended up on them, especially the sour and smelly juices, which splattered all over their faces. Vomit! One of the younger men couldn't hold it in and started gagging. I'll kill you. Hua Jiechen squeezed out each word through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, his anger reaching its peak. But Li Yang had already run more than 100 meters away. Who is this guy? Is he crazy? One of the younger brothers couldn't help but complain out loud. Chase them! Chase them! We need to see him alive or dead. Hua Jiechen roared angrily. Sensing the other party's rage, the henchman dared not delay and immediately chased after Li Yang, who was 100 meters away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hua Jiechen's breathing became rapid due to anger. When Li Yang realized that the other party was catching up, his feet seemed to be oiled, and he ran incredibly fast. The henchmen didn't chase for long before losing track of their target. Useless! Useless! All of you are useless! When they slunk back, Hua Jiechen gave each of them a big slap on the shoulder. Brother Chun, that guy is a complete stranger. He's definitely not from around here. Brother Chun, don't worry. I will definitely investigate thoroughly and find this person, so you can vent your anger. The underlings covered their burning cheeks, speaking only timidly. In the following days, whenever Huijiechen dared to leave the school, something would surely be waiting for him. At first it was fine. It was just some household garbage and rotten fruit. But as time went on, Liang became increasingly outrageous, doing all sorts of disgusting things to Huijiechen. Bang! Huijiechen had just peeked out of the school gate when he was met with a missile. This is a missile launched using a slingshot. TC, what on earth is this guy thinking? You actually dared to try and shoot me with a slingshot from 100 meters away? Does he look down on me that much? Huijiechen chuckled and easily blocked Li Yang's 100-pace shot with his hand. Brother Chun, something's not right. Your hand. One of the henchmen quickly smelled the unusual odor and then realized that the other party's bullets were not ordinary. Hand. Huijiechen frowned slightly and only looked down after being prompted by the other party. Vomit. Only then did he realize that his hands were covered in something indescribable. He immediately gagged and turned around to run back to the academy. Seeing this, Liang smiled slightly, feeling a great sense of accomplishment in dealing with Huijiechen. You little brat, if you dare step out of the academy gates, I'll make you pay. He muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Lin Yu spent almost all of these days at the Su family's training ground. It took him a full 7 days to successfully master the basic stage of the Overlord Blade. Today also happens to be the day of his first mission with the Su family's action team. The group consisted of 10 people, with Su Qingshu as the team leader. Lin Yu, this is your first mission, so you must do your best. If you perform well, I will definitely recommend you for the next green portal. Suwon gave the other party special instructions before they left. He had seen Lin Yu's efforts over the past few days. Suwon knew the difficulties the other person faced coming from an ordinary family and wanted to help them as much as possible. Brother Wen, don't worry. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. By the way, you also need to be wary of Su Qingshu. That kid, he failed to harm you last time, and he might try to trip you up again this time. But I need to remind you, no matter how much trouble he has done, you must not let it escalate to the point of causing someone's death. Do you understand? Suwon was still a little worried and continued to remind him. Chapter 1:10, The Second Master's Well-Intentioned Efforts. Faced with Suwon's repeated instructions, Lin Yu smiled without saying a word and gave him an okay sign. He's not stupid. Even if Su Qingshu is useless and unambitious, his status as a direct descendant of the Su family is still there. He still wants to stay in the Su family. If he kills the other party, wouldn't that be ruining his own future? Soon they set off. This time, the portal was located on the border of Linshan City, a long distance away, and it took a full 3 hours to arrive. The portal glowed with a dazzling white light, and the surrounding area was cordoned off with various warning tapes and signs warning people to stay away from danger. A large number of people have already gathered here, not just from the Zhang and Chun families, but also from official teams and teams from various forces, totaling at least 100 people. In other words, there are at least 10 teams that were the first group of explorers. Something's not right. Is a white-level portal really necessary for so many teams to go in? There are still points to be scored. After crossing the cordon, Su Qingshu, the team leader, frowned slightly, his eyes filled with unease and doubt. Young Master Su, this is a top-tier white portal. Its danger level is comparable to a green-level portal. A clansman named Su Dadong behind him whispered a reminder. What? Top tier? Comparable to green grade. Su Qingshu's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized the words themselves, but when put together, they sounded unfamiliar to him. He even doubted whether he had misheard. According to his father, this was just an ordinary white-grade monster, and the highest combat power of the monsters inside was only slightly over 100. How come it sounds different coming from Su Dadong's mouth? Lin Yu, who was standing to the side, was equally surprised upon hearing this. However, the expression he showed was completely opposite to that of Su Qingshu. There was no fear in his eyes, only excitement and anticipation. Young Master Su, don't worry. The second master sent me here to ensure your safety throughout the entire process. Su Dadong gestured to the other party not to be nervous. His combat power is as high as 200 points, making him the strongest member of the Su family team. Even if it were a top-tier white portal in front of him, he would be more than capable of handling it. What? You think I even arranged for people to protect me? So, my dad already knew about this portal? Is he deliberately concealing the true information about this portal? Trying to trick me into coming here? Su Qingshu stared wide-eyed at Su Dadong and asked a series of questions. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. This second master had really gone to great lengths to get his son into the underground city for training. No, this is comparable to a green-level teleportation portal. I can't go. Too dangerous. Upon hearing the level of the teleportation portal before him, Su Qingshu immediately had second thoughts. All his previous thoughts about killing Lin Yu were now forgotten. Young Master Su, you mustn't. As the team captain, what are we to you once you leave? With so many people watching, our Su family will become a laughingstock in Linshan City. Su Dadong raised his hand to stop the other party and reminded him in a deep voice. Damn it, is my dad setting me up? Su Qingshu frowned, his eyes filled with anxiety, and he also understood why his father had gone out of his way to get him the title of team leader. This was exactly what we expected. He would back out at the last minute. Now that he is the captain of the Su family team, if he dares to desert, the Su family will truly lose face. If word gets back to his clan, he'll be in serious trouble, even if he doesn't die. What's going on with the Su family? Why are they being so hesitant and coy? Maybe the new recruits were scared when they saw the portal. Surely not. This is my first time here too. I fought tooth and nail for this opportunity. Is anyone going to be afraid? The commotion caused by Su Qingshu quickly attracted the attention of other forces in the vicinity, who all cast curious glances at him. Their comments made him feel even more ashamed. Left with no other choice, Su Qingshu had to grit his teeth and keep moving forward. Lin Yu, on the other hand, wore a bright smile as he followed at the back of the group. What on earth is that guy so happy about? When Su Qingshu caught a glimpse of Lin Yu's excited expression out of the corner of his eye, a surge of anger instantly welled up in his heart. Young Master Su, the second master specifically instructed us not to provoke him. Su Dadong leaned close to the other person's ear and whispered a reminder. How I do things is none of your business to lecture me. Su Qingshu glared fiercely at the other party and shouted angrily. Seeing that the other party was angry, Su Dadong then withdrew his head. As time passed, the portal finally opened. Upon seeing this, the teams from all factions swarmed toward the white light. Only the Su family's group hesitated to move forward. Young Master Su, it's time to go in. Sudadong geri vergently. The other members of the Su family behind them also couldn't help but show signs of anxiety. The later you get in, the slower you are, and the more likely it is that someone else will get to the good stuff first. Su Qingshu stared at the blinding white light before him, and before he knew it, a few beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It's easy to see that he's filled with fear of the monsters in the dungeon. This guy, he usually seems arrogant and domineering, like he's invincible. Why do you falter at the crucial moment? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but re-examine the other party. This is a complete waste of money. It looks good, but is useless. I'll risk it. Once I'm inside, you absolutely have to protect me. Su Qingshu had no way out for the sake of his family's reputation. He turned to look at Su Dadong behind him and solemnly gave his instructions. Young Master Su, don't worry. My mission is to protect you. Su Dadong nodded in response, signaling the other party to boldly charge forward. After a complex internal struggle, Su Qingshu finally took the first step. When they entered the dungeon, the other faction's forces had already disappeared. Hey, you guys are taking too long. I choose to act alone. The first thing Lin Yu did upon entering the underground city was to propose parting ways. Dawdling? Who are you calling dawdling? Su Qingshu glared at the other party. He knew in his heart that Lin Yu was clearly targeting him, practically writing his name on his face. Young friend Lin, this is a top-tier white teleportation portal, fraught with danger. If you insist on acting alone, we will not be responsible if anything happens. Everyone present can testify to this. Su Dadong did not object to Lin Yu leaving the team. On the contrary, he would prefer the other party to leave, as this would at least reduce the conflict between Lin Yu and Su Qingshu. Simply put, it can be seen as a way of protecting Su Qingshu. Su Dadong has the highest combat power in the team, so naturally no one dares to disagree with him. Ugh. Lin Yu smiled calmly and answered readily, which was exactly the result he wanted. This kid, he must be crazy. Su Qingshu never expected that the other party would dare to act alone here. This is a top-tier white portal, where you can find countless battle-hardened monsters, and you might even encounter a boss with 200 combat power. The level of danger is far beyond what a typical white-level danger level can compare to. Chapter 111. Just because you see it doesn't mean it's yours. You're kidding. Although Su Qingshu was surprised by Lin Yu's decision, she did not try to stop him. The underground city was fraught with danger, and he was more than happy that the other party would choose to act alone. Ignore him, let's go. Su Qingshu, fearing that Lin Yu might change his mind, urged everyone to hurry up. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled but said nothing. Wait a minute. What if this kid survives? Wouldn't that mean he's gotten a huge advantage? Thinking of this, Su Qingshu stopped after taking only a few steps. He frowned and turned to look at Lin Yu. Su Dadong and the others were puzzled, not understanding why Su Qingshu had stopped. Lin Yu, you'll remember this. You came to the underground city on behalf of the Su family. Anything you obtain inside, if you take it out, belongs to the Su family. Su Qingshu hesitated for a moment before speaking up to remind him. Although he hoped the other party would die in the underground city, Su Qingshu was still a little uneasy seeing the other party's confident appearance. Even if the other party does leave the dungeon alive, we must not let them gain the upper hand. I know. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, not taking it to heart. He has his own territory, and he can decide how much to hand over. Wah! Su Qingshu was finally completely relieved. Lin Yu only set off after the Su family team's figures had completely disappeared from his sight. He chose the opposite direction from the other person, so as to avoid the chance of meeting them as much as possible. This expedition, like the previous ones, will last 7 days. It's much easier for Lin Yu to act alone than to drag a group of people along. He moved through the jungle like a ghost, avoiding all the magical beasts he encountered along the way. At the same time, he also released 100 demonic hounds from his territory to conduct a thorough search of the area. Lin Yu tried his best to find resource points or boss monsters in the shortest possible time. This is the only way to maximize their benefits. As for demonic meat, it's the last thing he needs right now. Rather than wasting time with those demonic beasts, he might as well just avoid them. In less than 2 hours, he found his first resource point, a pile of magic stones. What is this thing? Led by the demon hound, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the pile of demon stones, but then discovered a flag stuck on it. The word Zhang was written prominently on it. Does that mean the Zhang family discovered first? And they occupied it? Lin Yu strode forward, reached out, and pulled up the flag, then tossed it aside. What is this? Just because I see it doesn't mean it's yours. Then I could say the entire dungeon is mine. He patted the dust off his palms, grumbling and complaining. He would have eliminated any other force without hesitation, let alone his mortal enemy, the Zhang family. Dig it for me. At his command, the 100 farmers behind him set off to mine the magic stone pile. To avoid interference from nearby monsters, Lin Yu also released 39 sword soldiers to patrol the area, ensuring that the farmers' mining speed would not be affected. The mining activity occasionally attracted scattered magical beasts. They are probably still on the outskirts of the dungeon, and their combat strength is generally not high, around 10 points. Anyone who gets close is basically killed instantly by the swordsman's strike. Before the magic stone pile was completely mined, the dispatched magic hounds quickly found a second resource point. This dungeon seems to have quite a few resource points. Lin Yu stroked his chin and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be short-handed, knowing there's another resource point, but unable to be in 2 places at once. He spent a full 8 hours mining this pile of magic stones, harvesting a total of 8,000 units of magic stones. They also gained an extra 1,200 units of magic meat. Let's go. Next one. With a wave of his arm, he led over 100 soldiers in a grand procession toward the next resource point. A pile of magic crystals. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Magic crystals are much more expensive than magic stones, but the mining speed is relatively slower. The Zhang family's banner has been raised again. Very nice. When Lin Yu saw the flag planted on the edge of the magic crystal pile, his smile became even brighter. If it were a resource point marked by someone else, he might feel a little guilty for repeatedly mining it, but after discovering that it belonged to the Zhang family, he felt no remorse at all. The peasant soldiers quickly returned to mining operations. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had been resting to the side, frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that some of the demonic hounds he had sent out had lost contact with him. It's obvious he was killed. Killed by a monster, or killed by a human. Lin Yu couldn't be sure for the time being. 1, 2, 3. Within just a few minutes, more than 10 demon dogs had died. This immediately put Lin Yu on alert. Although his demonic hounds were not strong, their ability to escape in the jungle was not weak. The sudden death of so many demonic hounds was really suspicious. Withdraw everything. He closed his eyes and began to use his faint senses to recall the demonic hounds scattered in various places. Even so, he found that the number of his demon hounds dying was still increasing. Damn it, what's going on? Catch my demon hound and kill it. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, already able to make a preliminary judgment that the other party was not a magical beast. He's more like a human, and he's also constantly hunting down his demonic hounds. Within 20 minutes, all his demon dogs had returned to his side. The number has also decreased from the original 100 to 73. 27 died, which is equivalent to losing more than 2,000 units of demonic flesh. Although Lin Yu doesn't lack demonic flesh now, it doesn't mean that his demonic flesh came from thin air, so he can't help but feel a little heartache. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, the sound of limbs rubbing against weeds could be heard from the surrounding jungle. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the sound, his eyes flashing slightly. Those weird things just came over here. Chase after him. I want to see who's up to all this trouble from the shadows. Huh, what's that noise up ahead? Lin Yu could faintly hear the conversation coming from inside. It's not hard to see that those people are the ones who hunted down his demonic hound. And they've also discovered that the demonic hound isn't a demonic beast. Now we can even hear the sound of peasant soldiers mining magic crystals. You got the path to heaven, but choose not to. You've chosen the path to hell yourself. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light, exuding a murderous aura. As he drew the sharp knife, he slowly stood up. Chapter 112. This kid is strange. As the group drew closer, the sounds of farmers mining magic crystals grew clearer. They all frowned, their eyes filled with doubt. When they finally saw the scene before them, they were all so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. What exactly is going on? Why are so many people mining magic crystals here? Aren't these piles of magic crystals the ones we discovered earlier? Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion, especially when he saw the Zhang family flag on the ground, which had been trampled to pieces. There seemed to be a hint of anger in his eyes. Just then, a figure leaped down from the tree branch. Whoosh! The swift blade in Lin Yu's hand whistled through the air. As the cold light flashed, the blade had already struck the person at the back of the group. Based on Lin Yu's observation, the further back in a group a person is, the weaker their combat power becomes. This person's aura is approximately at the level of 100 battles. The blade sliced through his skin, and bright red blood spurted out instantly, splattering all over Lin Yu's face. The man's eyes widened, and with a muffled groan, he was sent flying several meters away. Lin Yu was wielding the Overlord blade. Each strike was brutal and domineering. Hearing the commotion, the others turned around. In that instant, Lin Yu had already unleashed his second strike. As the cold light flashed again, 2 round objects flew away. At that moment, it was as if blood rained down from the sky. Thick, sticky blood rained down on everyone's bodies and faces, causing them all to pause in surprise. They were especially stunned when they saw Lin Yu, who looked like a god of death. Bastard! How dare you kill members of the Zhang family? The leader was the first to come to his senses and immediately roared in anger. At this moment, Lin Yu had already retreated more than 10 meters away. In the blink of an eye, 3 of his companions had been killed, forcing him to acknowledge the ruthlessness of his opponents. Oh, the Zhang family. Lin Yu raised his blood-red eyes slightly, and upon learning that the other party was a member of the Zhang family, The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up slightly. What's going on with this kid? His micro-expressions sent chills down the spines of the other members of the Zhang family. What's the panic? He's just one person. Even if 3 of us die, there are still 7 left. The Zhang family leader angrily rebuked the crowd. Who said I'm all alone? Lin Yu, holding a sharp knife, raised an eyebrow at the other person and asked in a questioning tone. Upon hearing this, the Zhang family members quickly looked around, trying to find Lin Yu's other companions. Could it be that all of these people are your people? The Zhang family leader looked around, but couldn't find anyone else. If there was anyone, it would only be the farmers mining the magic crystal pile. You got it right. Lin Yu grinned, his eyes revealing an unusual excitement. Captain, this kid is weird. When one member saw the other's strange smile, he unconsciously took 2 steps back. Which faction do you belong to? Our Zhang family has no grudge against you. Why did you commit such a heinous act? The leader of the Zhang family ignored his companion's words and glared at Lin Yu, trying to figure out what was going on. And these people, how exactly did you bring them in? This is the issue that concerns him the most. Each reconnaissance team is only allowed to send 10 members, but the number of people currently digging into the magic crystal pile is no less than 100. While others were probing, he went straight to collecting data. This is something he cannot tolerate. Not to mention, the other side also killed 3 of their team members. The Zhang family leader is determined to avenge this wrong, no matter what. You know too much. Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head, offering no further explanation. You brat, you're arrogant. After I take you down, I'll see how long you can keep up your stubbornness. The leader of the Zhang family roared in fury and charged towards Lin Yu first. Seeing this, the other members of the Zhang family also rushed forward. Faced with the Zhang family's charge, Lin Yu remained calm and fearless. This scene caused the leader of the Zhang family to frown deeply. It's bizarre, absolutely bizarre. He was a master with a combat power of 200 points, yet the other party dared to look down on him like this. I told you, I've never been alone. Lin Yu's smile gradually became exaggerated. Before the words were even finished, many dark figures sprang out of the jungle. It is the demon dog. You're relying on these useless trash to deal with us? The leader of the Zhang family sneered, thinking that the other party was going to pull out a big move, but he didn't expect that in the end they would just make a big one. I hope you can still laugh later. Lin Yu remained calm and composed. Only then did the leader of the Zhang family notice that each of the demon dogs had a round ball in its mouth. What's this? A strange unease suddenly welled up inside him. As the demonic hound drew closer, the unease grew stronger. That's a burst ball. Quickly, step back. By the time the Zhang family leaders discovered it, it was already too late. A single exploding ball is not a threat to powerful individuals like them. 2 or 3 can be withstood, but detonating 73 at once would force even the Zhang family, with a combat power of 200, to turn tail and run. Boom! Rumble. Upon approaching its opponent, the demonic hound resolutely bit into the exploding ball in its mouth, causing flashes of white light to appear frequently, followed by a deafening roar. After feeling the terrifying aftershocks of the explosion, Lin Yu had no choice but to retreat a considerable distance. The entire earth seemed to tremble slightly. A single explosive ball costs 50,000, so this attack cost Lin Yu 3.65 million. It's like money is burning. Looking at the battlefield shrouded in smoke and dust, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and the 39 swordsmen immediately charged forward, giving the Zhang family no chance to catch their breath. Clang! Clang! Soon, the sounds of fighting came from the billowing dust, and Lin Yu could even see sparks flying everywhere. It's not hard to see that although the attack was powerful, it wasn't enough to kill the opponent. Now that all the demon hounds have been killed, Lin Yu's territory has once again become more spacious. His eyes shone with excitement. With a thought, a system message appeared before his eyes. Do you wish to recruit 60 swordsmen? This requires 12,000 units of magic flesh, 6,000 units of magic crystals, and 3,000 units of magic source stones. Recruitment confirmed. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly as the 6,000 units of magic crystals he had just purchased from the black market were instantly depleted. Recruitment successful. Minus 12,000 units of magic meat. minus 6,000 units of magic crystals, minus 3,000 units of magic source stones. His combat strength also increased dramatically due to the recruitment of new soldiers. Combat strength, 169.25, 199.25. Chapter 113, Second Enhancement of Combat Power. The improvement in combat power brought Lin Yu unprecedented strength. Meanwhile, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated and the view became clear. Of the 39 swordsmen he originally sent out, only 20 remain. But at this moment, only the leader of the Zhang family team remained standing. The others were already lying in pools of blood, barely alive. You brat, you dare to kill so many members of our Zhang family. Our Zhang family will not let you get away with this. The leader of the Zhang family pointed his sword at Lin Yu, roaring angrily. So what if we kill members of the Zhang family? It's not like it's the first time I've killed someone. Killing one is killing. Killing 10 is still killing. Lin Yu, holding a sharp knife, slowly approached. His current combat strength is similar to that of the leader of the Zhang family. Moreover, the other party is already injured and is far inferior to him in terms of both condition and physical strength. Lin Yu is naturally not afraid. The leader of the Zhang family glared at Lin Yu, his tone tinged with disdain. Wait, how did this kid's aura become so much stronger? He quickly realized something was wrong. Previously, Lin Yu's aura was only between 160 and 170, but now he could clearly feel that the other party's aura was infinitely close to his own. You were hiding your strength before? The leader of the Zhang family's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin Yu. He's surprised, aren't you? Lin Yu asked with a smile. He was very satisfied with the expression on the face of the Zhang family leader. To ensure everything went perfectly, he launched another round of recruitment. He can now recruit 70 units of troops, although there are no magic crystals to recruit the two-headed hellhound and swordsman. However, recruiting demon hounds is still not a problem, especially since he can't do without them when it comes to finding resource points. Successfully recruited 70 demon hounds, consuming 5,600 units of demon meat. At this moment, Lin Yu's combat power directly broke through 200 points. Combat strength, 199.25, 217.45. The leader of the Zhang family stood there dumbfounded, clearly sensing that Lin Yu's aura was still growing stronger. In the blink of an eye, he has even surpassed himself. How is this possible? His eyes widened, his face filled with horror. Your expression is almost exactly the same as that of the other members of the Zhang family before they died. It was all shock, fear, and hatred. Lin Yu stared at the other person with a half-smile. The other members of the Zhang family? Their expressions before they died. The leader of the Zhang family frowned slightly and subconsciously looked down at the Zhang family members on the ground. But clearly, Lin Yu wasn't referring to these people. What's the meaning? Could it be that you also killed the rest of our Zhang family? The Zhang family leader looked utterly bewildered. Yes, that's right. Zhang Yong and Zhang Xing. I killed them both. Lin Yu did not deny it, but readily admitted it. You've already killed so many members of our Zhang family. The Zhang family leader's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He never dreamed that the young man in front of him had the blood of so many members of the Zhang family on his hands. Why? Who are you? The Zhang family leader was eager to know the answer. Who I am? I'm the one you wanted to get rid of for the Gu family. After hearing Lin Yu's answer, the leader of the Zhang family was slightly taken aback, his face full of confusion and bewilderment. The Gu family? What Gu family? It's not hard to see that, given his status, he doesn't yet have access to that level. All you need to know is that I'm here for revenge. Lin Yu had unknowingly arrived in front of the other party. Before he finished speaking, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly swung his swift knife. Clang! The leader of the Zhang family's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. In the instant the weapons clashed, sparks flew. After feeling the immense force of the opponent, the leader of the Zhang family retreated repeatedly. With each step backward, a deep footprint was left on the ground. This guy, his strength is so domineering. The Zhang family leader's eyes were filled with shock. Having only taken one blow from his opponent, The web of his hand holding the long sword had already split open, spilling a considerable amount of blood. Whoosh! Clang! Clang! Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu continued to press forward, each strike ruthless and vicious. The Zhang family leaders could only barely hold them off, retreating in disarray. This is the Overlord blade. After several exchanges, he finally recognized the physical techniques Lin Yu was using. You are the dark horse of this month's exam, Lin Yu. He immediately thought of Lin Yu. The official martial arts Overlord blade is one of the rewards for the monthly exam. Looks like you're quite clever. You can recognize that? Lin Yu smiled calmly, not afraid of being recognized at all. How is this possible? How could you possibly master the Overlord blade in such a short time? The leader of the Zhang family found himself increasingly unable to understand the young man before him. It's only been a little over a week since the monthly exams ended. To master the basics of the Overlord blade in just 1 week. Wouldn't that be monstrous? Even S-class can't do that. Could it be that you possess God-level talent? After much deliberation, the Zhang family leader concluded that this was the only possible explanation. Congratulations, you got it right. Your reward is to die. Lin Yu launched another fierce attack. Even with their best efforts to defend, the Zhang family leader was forced to retreat repeatedly. No, I can't die. I must get this message out. The Zhang family leader attempted to escape. Getting involved with a newcomer with godlike talent isn't scary. What's terrifying is that the Zhang family is completely unaware of this. The opponent's growth rate is so astonishing. If we cannot curb their growth in time and nip them in the bud, the consequences will be unimaginable. Run? Do you think you can escape? Lin Yu used the shadowless wind trail to accelerate and quickly caught up with his opponent again. This kid, he's actually mastered multiple martial arts techniques. The leader of the Zhang family discovered that the other party's terrifying nature far exceeded his imagination. Damn it, if I want to leave, it seems I have no choice but to use that trick. He knew in his heart that if he didn't use some powerful skills, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave today. Chapter 114 Hero Altar. The sudden stop by the Zhang family leader caused Lin Yu to frown. Wasn't this guy running around energetically just now? Why isn't it running anymore? Something unusual must be going on. Lin Yu instantly became alert. Kid, I'll let you chase me. The leader of the Zhang family had a ferocious expression on his face and roared in anger. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand burst into flames. Skill, Flame Slash. The blade hummed as it sliced through the air, and a burst of raging flames erupted from its body, engulfing the blade like surging magma into a half-zhonglong firefox. The moment it struck, a wave of heat stirred up the surrounding dust, and the ground cracked open with scorched ravines. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly dodged to the side. Whoosh! The embers scattered in the strong wind, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of burning. Lin Yu inwardly exclaimed how close he had come to disaster. If it weren't for his shadowless wind trail as a weapon, he might not have been able to avoid that strike. Kid, you got some skills. But do you think that's all? The Zhang family leader had a sharp gaze and spoke with icy coldness. He lowered his waist and twisted his arm, the blade still burning with raging flames, its trajectory as swift and fierce as a meteor falling to earth. Where the fire blade passed, the air seemed to ignite, forming a brief wall of fire. The trees struck by it instantly snapped in two, the broken surfaces still sizzling and burning, sparks falling to the ground and leaving scorch marks. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and retreated rapidly, not daring to get close. The opponent's flame slash was exceptionally powerful, in no way inferior to his Overlord blade. Furthermore, given that it possesses fire attributes, engaging it head-on at this point is not a wise choice. He knew in his heart that the fact that the opponent had waited until now to use this skill meant that the consumption of flame slash was extraordinary. If we simply avoid their sharp edge for now, won't we be able to easily manipulate them later? Hey kid, come on. Why did you run away? The Zhang family leader attempted to provoke Lin Yu. He clenched his fists and raised them high above his head, continuing to exert force. The flames absorbed by the sword's spine suddenly surged, transforming into a ferocious fiery lion's head. With a powerful downward slash, the lion-headed fire shadow roared and pounced, fiercely attacking Lin Yu. Boom! When the fire lion landed, it exploded into a ring of fire, burning everything within its range and leaving only a patch of scorched earth emitting blue smoke. What a fierce attack! After retreating more than 10 meters away, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Huff, huff. At this moment, the leader of the Zhang family stood still, panting heavily, his eyes showing exhaustion. It's easy to see that the series of fierce attacks had almost drained his strength. Is your attack over? So it's my turn now, right? Lin Yu grinned and immediately shot towards his opponent, launching a counterattack. Ha! I knew it. You're very cautious. You won't come forward unless you leave a flaw. The leader of the Zhang family gave a wicked smile, and the moment Lin Yu approached, he flipped his sword and slashed out fiercely. What? Lin Yu's heart sank. He never expected that the other party would still have some strength left. Clang! The Crimson Firefox and Lin Yu's cold, gleaming longsword clashed in midair. With a sharp, crisp sound, the flames on the fire blades were smashed into a rain of fire. Lin Yu's hand, gripping the knife, cracked and bled, causing him to stagger backward, the swift knife flying out of his hand. Kid D. Upon seeing this, the leader of the Zhang family was overjoyed, for this was practically a chance from heaven to kill Lin Yu. He immediately steadied himself and tried to unleash a second strike to kill his opponent completely. You want to kill me? You think you're worthy. Lin Yu joined two fingers together and pointed them towards the other person's throat. Clang! The Zhang family leader's sword struck the opponent hard, sending sparks flying. Lin Yu's cloud-piercing finger left a bloody hole in his neck. Wow! The Zhang family leader's eyes widened in disbelief, and he involuntarily staggered back 2 steps. That's a green battle suit. He never expected that Lin Yu would not only be wielding a green quality weapon, but also wearing green quality armor. Clang! The long sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with extreme resentment. You actually learned a cloud-piercing finger? The leader of the Zhang family, clutching the bloody hole in his neck, spoke with difficulty. The fact that a mere young boy had mastered 3 different martial arts techniques forced the Zhang family leader to take notice. You know quite a lot. I have to admit, your flame slash skill is very powerful. If I didn't have the advantage in equipment, that strike you just delivered would indeed have severely injured me. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. As Lin Yu spoke, he picked up the swift knife that had just been thrown from his hand. He didn't give the Zhang family leader a chance to speak again, and directly slashed out with his sword, ending the man's life. Immediately afterwards, he bent down and picked up the other man's weapon. This is a high-quality weapon, worth quite a bit of money. It's up to you now. Before leaving, he didn't forget to release a few demonic dogs. After receiving Lin Yu's instructions, they pounced on the corpse of the Zhang family leader and feasted on it. He then returned to the vicinity of the magic crystal pile. At this time, the members of the Zhang family were not completely dead. Several were still barely clinging to life, and they were all startled when they saw Lin Yu return. They desperately wanted to escape, but their injuries were too severe to prevent them from doing so. Your captain has been killed by me. I'll send you down there to reunite with your families right away. Lin Yu slowly walked up to the other side and coldly looked down at them. After hearing that their captain had been killed by Lin Yu, their eyes were filled with despair. Lin Yu swung his blade without a trace of mercy. With flashes of cold light, he slaughtered the entire Zhang family team, leaving no one alive. He didn't even spare the corpses, making the demon hounds clean them up. He refused to believe that the Zhang family could find any clues. Congratulations! You have achieved 10 kills and have received a hero altar blueprint. He was just about to go back and check on the mining progress of the magic crystal pile when a message suddenly popped up in front of him. Hero altar? Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. Hero altar blueprint constructs a hero altar, allowing you to recruit racial heroes. Each hero is unique and has growth potential. Requires 1,000 units of magic wood, 1,000 units of magic crystal, 1,000 units of magic stone, and 1,000 units of magic source stone. After reading the description of the blueprints, Lin Yu was overjoyed. Uniqueness? Growth potential? Does that mean you can only recruit one of each hero? And they get stronger with each battle? He stroked his chin, a slight smile playing on his lips. Chapter 1:15 Demon Hero, Scythe Demon. Lin Yu was already itching to build the hero altar. He quickly returned to the pile of magic crystals. At this point, 1/3 of the crystals had been mined, approximately 2,000 units of magic crystals. With a wave of his hand, he directly took them all into his territory. With these 2,000 magic crystals, we'll have enough materials to build the hero's altar. The next second, his consciousness also arrived in the territory. The moment he took out the blueprints for the hero altar, a message popped up in front of him. Should we build the hero altar? Put up. Lin Yu was already impatient and nodded repeatedly. Congratulations. You have successfully built the hero altar. It consumed 1,000 magic crystals, 1,000 magic stones, 1,000 magic wood, and 1,000 magic source stones. Immediately, the earth trembled as it did, but Lin Yu remained unfazed. Within seconds, a solemn and mysterious building rose from the ground and appeared before his eyes. The dark stone base is paved with several steps, the surface of which is engraved with a dense group of heroes, and the bronze edging gleams coldly. At the center of the giant altar, several bronze pillars swirl around a silver-blue flame, seemingly whispering as the wind blows. Lin Yu stepped forward, opened the hero recruitment panel, and found it to be empty. The next second, he understood that recruiting heroes was the same as recruiting troops. To recruit heroes, you must first obtain the recruitment qualification. Holy crap, this made Lin Yu feel a bit of a headache. In that case, wouldn't we have to use achievement points to exchange for heroes before we can recruit them? However, the achievement points required to exchange for troop types are almost astronomical. Lin Yu didn't think exchanging for heroes would be cheap. Just then, another message popped up in front of him. Congratulations! You have successfully built the hero altar and are now granted one opportunity to select a hero. Upon seeing the achievement reward, Lin Yu was overjoyed. This was like a timely help in his time of need. Based on your situation, you will have the following two options. First, choose a demon hero. Second, choose a human hero. After selection, you will randomly receive a hero of that race. If the hero dies in battle, you can spend certain resources to recruit and revive him at the altar. Lin Yu understood after looking at the information prompt in front of him. I currently only have 2 racial barracks, so I can only choose a hero from these 2 races. Moreover, heroes can be resurrected through recruitment after they die in battle, which eliminates all of Lin Yu's concerns about training heroes. His biggest worry was that the heroes he had painstakingly cultivated would die in battle, and everything would be for naught, which would be a real pain. I choose one, the demon hero. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu finally chose the hero of the demon race. For no other reason than the existence of the demon workshop. His claws have now been enhanced 4 times, and the +4 claws alone have increased his combat power by 18 points. That means that the recruited demon heroes will be 18 points stronger than human heroes, no matter what. Choose the strong, not the weak. Congratulations! You have obtained the demon hero, Scythe Demon. At the same time, the Scythe Demon's recruitment option also appeared on the hero recruitment panel. Recruiting the demon hero, Scythe Demon, requires 1,000 units of demon flesh, 1,000 units of demon crystals, and 1,000 units of demon source stones. Recruit. If Lin Yu hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the Scythe Demon. We are very sorry, the recruitment failed. Due to the territory size limit, the current troop type has been reached. Lin Yu, who was holding his breath and extremely nervous, crashed on the spot when he saw the information prompt in front of him. He almost forgot about the maximum size limit for his territory. Hey, little puppy, I'm sorry, but to welcome your hero, I have to sacrifice you. Lin Yu sighed and shook his head. With a slight thought, one of the demonic hounds chose to self-destruct, successfully making room for the Scythe Demon. Recruit. The next second, Lin Yu resumed recruiting heroes. Recruitment successful. -1,000 units of magic meat. -1,000 units of magic crystals. -1,000 units of magic source stones. Buzz! A bright, eerie light shone from the altar. The bronze pillars at the center of the altar even formed a barrier teleportation portal. As the barrier suddenly burst forth with a dark red light, first emerged a pair of curved, copper-colored bull horns resembling giant size, followed by a forehead covered in dark red scales. Then, a pair of vertical pupils burning with hellfire snapped open, and a chilling aura instantly swept across the entire area. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. As its entire form stepped out of the altar portal, Lin Yu involuntarily held his breath. The giant scythe that held in its right hand gleamed with a bloody light, and each swing of it generated a whistling gust of wind. Those crimson eyes quickly scanned everything around them, finally settling on Lin Yu. Name: Scythe Demon. Combat power: 200 plus 18. Then it walked down the steps, came to Lin Yu's side, and looked down at him. The Scythe Demon is 2.5 meters tall, and its giant scythe is probably 3 meters long. He exuded a terrifying aura of ferocity. Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but race as he faced the demon before him. Even knowing that he had recruited the Scythe Demon, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Lin Yu knew that although the opponent's combat strength was similar to his own, he might not be able to defeat him in a real fight. What the other party did next took him by surprise. The Scythe Demon knelt on one knee, its head bowed. "Greetings, my lord." Lin Yu was particularly astonished when that deep, muffled sound came from his throat. He never expected that the demon hero could speak human language. Ha ha ha. Seeing the other party bow down and submit, Lin Yu was both surprised and delighted. Meanwhile, his combat strength also increased slightly, from 217.45 to 219.63. Congratulations! You have successfully recruited your first hero and have earned 2 achievement points. Come with me. Lin Yu grinned and directly took the Scythe Demon out of the territory space. This is a hero with growth potential, so naturally we can't leave him in the territory. Only through continuous battles can you improve the opponent's combat strength. Lin Yu, due to the nature of his profession, cannot increase his combat power through battle, which gives the Scythe Demon an opportunity. Chapter 116, The Green Snake Guild. After leaving its territory, the Scythe Demon was filled with excitement and curiosity about its surroundings, its scarlet vertical pupils scanning back and forth. "A monster, kill." Lin Yu casually gave instruction. "I obey my lord's command." The Scythe Demon nodded in response. It seemed to have become the leader of the swordsmen, in charge of the safety of this area. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu released all 69 demonic hounds in his territory, letting them scatter to continue searching for resource points and boss lairs. He must find the next resource point before the current crystal pile is completely mined out and complete the transition seamlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After receiving Lin Yu's instructions, the demon hounds disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. As time ticked by, the remaining 2/3 of the magic crystal pile was finally mined. 4,000 units of magic crystals were harvested. Meanwhile, some demonic hounds have also found resource points. Roar! It let out an anxious growl at Lin Yu. Not bad. We've already made a discovery right after the mining started. Lin Yu's face was beaming with satisfaction. Walk! With a wave of his arm, he led his troops in a grand march toward the new resource point. As for the monsters encountered along the way, they were all instantly killed by the Scythe Demon with a single strike. Its giant scythe was already stained with the blood of monsters. While waiting to mine the magic crystal pile, at least 80 to 100 monsters died on its giant scythe. However, it seems that because those magical beasts were too weak to provide him with the corresponding experience points, the Scythe Demon's combat power remained unchanged even after killing many magical beasts. The demon dog stopped after walking for about half an hour. What appeared before Lin Yu was a scene dotted with stars. This is a magic source stone? Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up as if they were sparkling with starlight, and his slightly pursed lips instantly parted to reveal 2 rows of neat teeth. He was so excited because the magic source stone resource point in front of him was the largest he had ever seen. It's much larger than anything I've seen in other dungeons. Get to work. Hurry, get to work. He raised his palms to his chest and rubbed them together incessantly, his words revealing his urgency. Upon receiving the order, the peasant soldiers immediately stepped forward to pick up the magic source stones. If it were just Lin Yu alone, he probably wouldn't be able to collect all the magic source stones in the entire area, even by the time was up. Roar! Just then, The low growl of the demon hound came from beside him again. Hey, stop making noise. At this moment, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with longing for the demon's source stone. After building the hero altar and recruiting the scythe demon, he didn't have many magic source stones left, only a little over 100. Roar! Roar! The demon hound continued to growl. Seeing that Lin Yu ignored it, it even went up and rubbed its huge head against Lin Yu's body. Only then did it successfully attract Lin Yu's attention. No, you're not that demonic hound from before. He turned to look at the demonic hound, his brow furrowing slightly as he quickly noticed something amiss. Roar! The demon hound growled incessantly, as if trying to convey some important message. Lin Yu, however, was completely confused and could not understand what the other person meant. His eyes darted around, and he quickly turned his gaze to the scythe demon patrolling not far away. Since the other party is also a demon race, they should be able to understand what the demon hound means, right? You, come here. Lin Yu raised his hand and pointed at the scythe demon. My lord! The scythe demon, carrying a giant scythe on his shoulder, swaggered up to the other party and spoke respectfully. Please translate what it's saying for me. Upon hearing this, the scythe demon immediately turned its gaze to the demon hound beside it. Roar! Roar! The demon hound began to growl again. Reporting to my lord, a monster's lair has been discovered, and a powerful aura emanates from within. The scythe demon became a translator. Oh, a monster's lair? A powerful aura? So there's a boss? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. A boss meant magic cores, which were all money. Lead the way. He couldn't wait to go and find out. However, this time he did not take the sword soldiers with him, but only the scythe demons. Although this underground city is comparable to a green level danger zone, it is not yet broken through to the green level. Even when facing the strongest boss, the highest combat power is only around 200 points. Right now, both he and the scythe demon have combat power exceeding 200 points, so they have absolutely no fear. The two of them working together could practically sweep through the entire dungeon. Even if we encounter teams from other factions, we won't back down. A team of 10 people generally has a combat power between 100 to 200, but he was certain that there would be no more than 2 experts with a combat power of around 200. The same applies to both the Su family team and the Zhang family team. Whoosh! The 1 dog and 2 people moved swiftly through the jungle. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived near the lair that the demon hound had discovered. But his timing was unfortunate. Someone had already beaten him to it. Looking at the scattered monster corpses on the ground, Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly. There were still sounds of fighting ahead, clearly indicating that the battle was not over yet. Roar! The scythe demon let out a low growl. Seemingly influenced by the smell of blood, it suddenly became restless and eager to join the battle. What's the rush? Let's see who it is first. Lin Yu gave the other person a disgruntled look. Without receiving instructions from the other party, the scythe demon dared not act rashly and could only forcibly suppress the bloodthirsty desire within him. Lin Yu always preferred to play it safe, so he approached slowly. Wherever he went, he took every single monster corpse on the ground and put them all into his territory space. He wouldn't pass up something that was free. As the distance closed, he finally saw the battlefield ahead clearly. That's the Green Serpent Guild. He had met her briefly at the portal before entering the dungeon. This is one of the major forces in Linshan City, and its overall strength is in no way inferior to the 3 major families. Then, he shifted his gaze to the surrounding magical beasts. Name, Cyclops. Combat strength, 50. They had completely surrounded the Green Snake Guild's team, numbering about 100. The 2 sides are locked in a fierce battle, but even though the one-eyed orcs have a numerical advantage, they are unable to defeat their opponent. The Green Snake Guild members are quite powerful. Any one of them has a combat strength exceeding 100. There is a significant difference between those who have fought 100 battles and those who have fought less than 100 battles. It's almost a complete crushing defeat. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar erupted from a nest. Immediately afterwards, an even taller and stronger figure stepped forward. Name, Three-Eyed Beastman. Combat strength, 150. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could tell from the other person's aura that this was the boss. It wields a giant spiked club, its entire body is covered in steel needles, and its 3 eyes blink incessantly, making it quite frightening. Chapter 1, 17 Petty Theft. After the 3-eyed orc appeared, hundreds of one-eyed orcs surged out from behind it. In an instant, the Green Serpent Guild team was besieged by hundreds of one-eyed orcs. It's finally here. The leader smirked when he saw the 3-eyed beast man. You guys clear a path for me first. I'm going to kill the boss. He gave a deep command to his teammates beside him. Yes. The crowd nodded in agreement and gathered around. With the help of his teammates, he quickly reached the 3-eyed orc. Bang! The two sides launched a fierce offensive as soon as they met. Roar! The scythe demon's vertical pupils contracted and dilated continuously, while low growls echoed from its throat. You're too tall, squat down a little. Lin Yu turned to look at the other party, afraid that the scythe demon would be discovered. So he lowered his voice and continued to give instructions. No, lower it. The scythe demon was now almost curled up. Although Lin Yu was not afraid of the Green Snake Guild's team, it did not mean that he could easily defeat them. He naturally didn't want to resort to violence if he could avoid it. He stared at the battlefield ahead, rubbing his chin incessantly, his mind preoccupied with how to snatch the 3-eyed orc's magic core from its grasp. As for the monster corpses on the ground, he wasn't afraid of losing them at all. Once the other party leaves, he can come back again, and all those monster corpses will naturally be his. So far, he hasn't seen anyone come to steal the monster's corpse. The battle between the two sides gradually intensified. Although the 3-eyed orc's combat power was only 150, it was still quite tough and resilient. In terms of endurance, Lin Yu admitted that it was superior to the black demon goblin. Whoosh! As the leader gathered his strength for a strike, the 3-eyed orc was instantly cleaved away. Its needle-like hairs were also all cut off. Roar! It let out a painful roar. Bang! He then fell heavily to the ground. Upon hearing their leader's roar, the one-eyed orcs around them surged toward him like madmen, preventing him from getting close to the 3-eyed orc. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing this. At this moment, the 3-eyed orc had fallen only a few meters away from him. Moreover, it seems to have been severely damaged, and the entire Green Serpent Guild is currently entangled with the Cyclops orcs. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to steal a chicken? Sever the enemy's head, then retreat. Instead of doing it himself, he let the scythe demon do it. Only by using the opponent's giant scythe to harvest can we ensure that nothing goes wrong. Whoosh! The scythe demon was already impatient. When it heard that it could make a move, it immediately shot out. Its speed was so fast that even Lin Yu could not react in time. This was also the first time he had seen the scythe demon unleash its true power. It swung its giant scythe, leaving only a red trail in its wake. The 3-eyed orc's head vanished without a trace. The scythe demon leaped up, grabbed the orc's head, and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Its movements were fluid and seamless, all happening in the blink of an eye. By the time Lin Yu came to his senses, the scythe demon had already returned to his side, carrying the other's head. He even suspected that the 3-eyed orc didn't know how he died from this sneak attack. Holy crap, you're really fast. Withdraw. Lin Yu didn't even bother to dig out the magic core from the 3-eyed orc's head. He immediately turned and ran. The scythe demon followed closely behind, secretly feeling quite resentful. A dignified demon hero, ever since joining Lin Yu, had started engaging in petty theft. Captain, the 3-eyed orc? The 3-eyed orc has been killed. One of the team members was the first to notice the anomaly. What? Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes were filled with disbelief. He gathered his strength and cleaved several one-eyed orcs in front of him with a single sword strike. When he saw the 3-eyed orc lying motionless on the ground, its head gone, he was completely stunned. Who did this? Who is it? He roared angrily. I never imagined that all my hard work and struggle here would end up benefiting someone else. It was like trying to fill a basket with water, all for naught, and they gained nothing. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He was clearly furious to the extreme. How dare they steal the 3-eyed orc's head right under his nose? That magic core was worth at least 15 million, which enraged the leader so much that his blood boiled. He could only vent all his anger on these one-eyed orcs. If it weren't for their obstruction, the three-eyed orc's magic core wouldn't have been stolen. He unleashed his full power, becoming like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Every sword strike he made was accompanied by a burst of sword light, cutting everything in its path in half. Huff, huff. Within minutes, all the one-eyed orcs in the arena were killed. He stood there, panting heavily. "Captain, let's retreat." The fact that the other party was able to seize the opportunity means they were well prepared and had been lying in wait in the shadows for a long time. Moreover, the fact that they were able to easily kill the three-eyed orc proves that their strength is definitely not weak. We've just finished a battle, and we're definitely not as strong or mentally as they are. One of the teammates was analyzing the situation with a serious expression and earnest tone. Seeing the leader panting heavily, he knew that even if they found the other side now, they might not have a chance of winning and might even be killed by the other side. Damn it! These cowards only dare to hide in the gutter and do petty theft. Don't let me find out who it is, or I'll skin him alive. Withdraw. Although the leader was angry, he was not so irrational as to lose his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already run far away. He looked around for a while, and only after confirming that the other party was not chasing him did he begin to retrieve the magic core. Ha ha! It really came to me without any effort. After taking out the magic core, Lin Yu's face was filled with excitement. Then, he began to keep looking towards the direction of the monster's lair. He observed for a full hour before he decided to go and check on it. Logically speaking, the other side should have already killed all the one-eyed orcs and discovered that the magic core was missing. If you wanted to find him, you should have caught up with him by now. So much time has passed, and there's still no sign of anything happening. That leaves only two possibilities. One, naturally, bad luck struck and he passed away. Second, we went in the wrong direction. But regardless of which one it is, it won't affect Lin Yu's ability to go back and collect the monster corpses. Chapter 118. The house was robbed. As expected, when Lin Yu returned to the monster's lair, it was already empty, leaving only monster corpses scattered all over the ground. Get rich. Get rich. Lin Yu only dared to show himself after checking the surrounding situation several times. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the one-eyed orc corpses into his territory, gaining 15,000 units of demonic flesh. Congratulations! You have achieved the scavenger achievement and gained 2 achievement points. Seeing that the transaction reward had been triggered again, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. He had now accumulated 15 achievement points. Although he already had enough to open a regular blind box, he wasn't in a hurry. In comparison, he is more looking forward to exquisite blind boxes and top-quality blind boxes. Withdraw. Lin Yu didn't linger. After collecting the monster corpses, he decisively took the scythe demon and left the area. He was also worried that the Green Snake Guild might be furious and launch a counterattack, which would be troublesome. He had only taken a few steps away from the monster's lair when his expression faltered slightly, and a look of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, something's happened. He could clearly sense that the sword soldiers he had left behind near the magic sourcestone resource pile were under attack, and several sword soldiers had lost contact with him. Hurry up. Lin Yu leaped up and landed directly on the 2.5-meter-tall scythe demon. This comical scene left the other person stunned for 2 seconds, even wondering what kind of beast they were that they had to be used as a mount. But the scythe demon dared not disobey Lin Yu's wishes. Roar! After regaining his senses, the scythe demon, carrying the other, let out a low growl. The next second, it suddenly exerted force with its paws, unleashing a terrifying power at a speed as fast as a streak of light. The ground dented due to the force of the impact. Bang! Bang! Wherever the scythe demon went, it stirred up a cloud of dust, and everything in its path was shattered to pieces by the giant scythe in its hand. Lin Yu knew that the other party was strong and fast, but he did not expect that it could still unleash such terrifying speed while carrying him. He was shocked. Brother Yao, what are these things? Umans. Warcraft. Someone pointed at the swordsman's corpse on the ground and turned to look at the other person. The person known as Brother Yao is their captain, Wang Yao, the Black Abyss Guild. This guild is evenly matched with the Green Snake Guild and is also one of the major forces in Lin City. I don't know. It's very strange. Wang Yao shook his head. He had observed for a long time, but couldn't figure out anything. Brother Yao, look, there seems to be someone over there. Just then, shouts came from not far away. Upon hearing that someone was there, Wang Yao's expression changed slightly, and a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. He quickly led the others forward to investigate. How is this possible? Before him stood peasant soldiers busily collecting magic source stones. Aside from their strange clothing, they looked just like ordinary people, and normal people can hardly tell them apart. Brother Yao, that's a magic source stone. They're picking up magic source stones. Some people were so excited when they saw the scattered magic source stones on the ground that they became incoherent, especially after seeing that the other party had already piled up the scattered magic source stones. Their eyes were filled with greed. That means they can obtain a large number of magic source stones without even lifting a finger. How could anyone be here? Could those armored figures from earlier be part of their group? Wang Yao frowned. His attention was not on the magic source stone at all. The appearance of the farmer and the swordsman puzzled him greatly. He had participated in many expeditions, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Brother Yao, did you go and rob those magic source stones? The team members are already itching to make their move. Wait, something strange. Wang Yao's eyes were full of vigilance, and his gaze kept sweeping around his surroundings. Brother Yao, who cares if it's strange or not? Only when we have the magic source stone in our hands is it truly ours. Yeah, Brother Yao, aren't you overthinking it? Those things we just saw were no match for us at all. The team members all tried to persuade Wang Yao. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a sound came from nearby, causing everyone to fall silent. Wang Yao narrowed his eyes, already sensing countless auras lurking nearby. Brother Yao, there seems to be quite a lot. The other team members also realized it. These guys are really strange. They seem to be watching us, but they're not making a move. Time passed second by second, and Wang Yao noticed that the thing hidden nearby still did not show itself. Brother Yao, let's just give up. I'll go and steal those magic source stones first. One of the more impatient team members spoke up again, suggesting something. This time, Wang Yao did not try to stop him again, believing that this was perhaps the best solution at the moment. This area felt too strange to him. It was best not to linger. He should take the magic source stone and leave as soon as possible. Seeing that the captain didn't speak, it meant he tacitly agreed. The team member winked at his two companions, signaling them to come and help. The next second, the three of them ran together toward the location of the magic source stone. As soon as they moved, the things lurking in the surrounding jungle also stirred, and a rustling sound came again. Upon seeing this, Wang Yao instantly understood that the other party was guarding those demon source stones. These armored monsters again. As swordsmen continued to emerge from the surrounding area, Wang Yao finally saw them clearly. Get out of my way. The team members launched a fierce attack on the swordsmen who stood in their way, trying to stop them from seizing the magic source stone. Their combat power was all above 100, so the swordsman was naturally unable to stop them. He was either killed on the spot or kicked several meters away. Ha ha! I'm rich! I'm rich! Upon arriving at the magic source stone, they began frantically stuffing it into their backpacks. In just a short time, they had filled several thousand boxes. A single coin costs 20,000, which means they've made tens of millions for free, so naturally they're incredibly excited. Withdraw. Seeing that the disguise was almost complete, Wang Yao immediately called out to the three opponents. Understood. The three of them had bright smiles on their faces. It was incredibly satisfying to steal the fruits of someone else's labor. If we asked them to pick them up one by one here, there would be so many that it would take them countless days. When Wang Yao saw that his opponent had succeeded, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. As the team leader, the greater his gains in the dungeon, the richer the guild rewards he will receive. Breakthrough. After withdrawing his gaze from the three opponents, Wang Yao turned his attention to the swordsmen around him. The swordsmen who had been lying in ambush nearby had now all revealed themselves, numbering in the dozens, and had completely surrounded him. Chapter 119, I don't care who you are. Kill. Even though the two sides were vastly different in strength, the swordsmen showed no fear and continued to charge forward with unwavering determination, desperately trying to hold back Wang Yao and the others. You want to die so badly? Then I'll grant your wish. Wang Yao wielded his spear and easily sent all the swordsmen beside him flying. Facing Wang Yao, whose combat power reached 195 points, the swordsmen were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bang! Bang! They crashed heavily to the ground, some trying to struggle to get up, but were finished off by their teammates, one after another falling to the ground. The battle didn't last long. In just 5 minutes, Wang Yao and his group won with an overwhelming advantage. Brother Yao, aren't these people crazy? After they had dealt with all the swordsmen, the peasant soldiers also stopped what they were doing and gathered around. It seems they're quite unhappy about us stealing the magic source stone. Someone gave a playful smile and teased. They didn't take these weak farmers seriously at all. Get out of the way. This is the first and only warning I'll give you. Wang Yao gripped his spear, coldly staring at the farmers before him. These farmers are all human beings. He's not so heartless as to kill anyone he sees. If he could, he wouldn't want to go to such lengths to kill everyone. Of course, if the other party insists on not moving aside, he doesn't mind killing them all. The peasant soldiers remained silent, pressing forward relentlessly, still trying to prevent the other side from leaving. Kill! A cold glint flashed in Wang Yao's eyes, and he no longer hesitated. Ha ha! Yuan's D. Some members even felt excited about the massacre. Crimson blood splattered all over the ground, and a heavy stench of blood permeated the entire area. Huh. You think you can stop us from going? Utterly ridiculous. As the last farmer fell, someone let out a disdainful sneer. You chose this path yourselves. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Yao looked at the corpses of farmers scattered on the ground and said coldly. After he finished speaking, he turned to leave, but found that his ankle was being held tightly by a hand. He frowned slightly and subconsciously looked down, only to see the farmer, covered in blood, seemingly trying his best to stop him. Wang Yao narrowed his eyes, raised the spear in his hand, and thrust it forward fiercely. The spear pierced straight through the opponent's heart. The farmer died tragically on the spot. Annoying guy. Wang Yao's words revealed his impatience, and he kicked the other person's corpse away. Wah! This massacre finally came to a complete end at this moment. All 69 swordsmen and 100 farmers left behind by Lin Yu were killed in action. Wang Yao and his group had only taken a few steps when they bumped into Lin Yu, who was returning. Lin Yu leaped off the scythe demon and landed steadily. The bloody scene before him made his blood boil. You're asking for death. Even the scythe demon felt anger. He had just become the leader of the swordsmen when all his subordinates died. How could he not be furious? Wang Yao and the others were also taken aback. They were especially astonished when they saw the scythe demon speaking human language. Lin Yu remained expressionless, coldly surveying his surroundings. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot when he saw the remains of peasant soldiers scattered all over the ground. You killed them. He slightly raised his bloodshot eyes and looked directly into Wang Yao's eyes. The moment Wang Yao made eye contact with him, his feet involuntarily took 2 steps back. Even his forehead was covered in a little cold sweat. The murderous intent in those eyes sent chills down his spine. Just who is this kid? And what is his relationship with those people? And what exactly is that horn monster next to us wielding a giant scythe? Several questions instantly flashed through Wang Yao's mind. Kid, how did you manage to subdue this thing? At this moment, all the other team members' eyes were focused on the scythe demon. I'll ask you one more time. You killed them? Lin Yu did not answer the other party's question, but continued to stare coldly at Wang Yao. We killed them. So what? Some team members were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Good, very good. Lin Yu had already guessed that the other party was the murderer, but he still wanted to hear the other party admit it in person. He shifted his gaze to the pile of magic source stones not far ahead, only to find that the magic source stones the farmers had collected had long since disappeared. In this way, the matter becomes clear. You stole my magic source stones and killed my people. Lin Yu's tone appeared calm, but every word he spoke contained boundless killing intent. Huh, how can you prove those are your people? And how can you prove those are your magic source stones? Someone sneered, relying on their numerical advantage and showing no fear of the other side. What are we waiting for? Lin Yu took a few steps back, making enough space for the scythe demon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Splat! Before the words had even finished, the scythe demon's figure flashed, and his giant scythe slashed out, slicing off most of the head of the man who had just sneered. Bang! Before anyone could react, the other person's body had already crashed to the ground, without even having a chance to scream. This scene left everyone stunned. Even Captain Wang Yao was dumbfounded. The scythe demon strike was so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. What happened next surprised even Lin Yu. After the scythe demon killed that person, its combat power was actually enhanced. Combat strength, 200 plus 18, 205 plus 18. A full 5 points of growth. You bastard. Do you even know who we are? After regaining his senses, Wang Yao shouted angrily. As the team leader, he bears an inescapable responsibility should any casualties occur. He was naturally furious to see his teammates killed right before his eyes. I don't care who you are. Kill. Lin Yu is now filled with murderous intent. Whoever comes will be struck twice. The scythe demon wielded his giant scythe, each strike taking a life. Those people couldn't withstand its onslaught at all. Combat strength, 205 plus 18, 210 plus 18. Combat strength, 210 plus 18, 215 plus 18. Meanwhile, the scythe demon's combat power is also constantly increasing. Lin Yu also took this opportunity to finally figure out the situation. For every person killed, the scythe demon would gain 5 points of combat power. This should be considered a special effect of the opponent's ability as a hero, or perhaps a talent. This means that the scythe demon will only become more and more ferocious in battle. Chapter 120 You Can't Afford to Pay. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't give him a chance to speak, Wang Yao had no choice but to join the fray. In just a short time, 3 of his companions had died. If he hadn't acted now, the rest of them would probably have all died soon. Clang! His spear moved like a dragon, colliding with the opponent's giant scythe and creating dazzling sparks. This guy is incredibly strong. Wang Yao's expression changed slightly. Due to the immense force, he staggered back 2 steps. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the horned monster in front of him. Captain, what do we do? Some team members had already felt the oppressive aura emanating from the scythe demon, their eyes filled with fear. The moment the scythe demon repelled Wang Yao, it immediately lunged at the other members. Whoosh! Splat! The giant scythe sliced through the air, not only cleaving the opponent's weapon in 2, but also splitting his head in 2. Combat strength, 215 plus 18, 220 plus 18. Its combat power is still growing. Clang! Clang! Wang Yao repeatedly stepped forward, but was easily repelled each time. He quickly noticed something amiss. The scythe demon's target didn't seem to be him, but rather the other team members. The weaker a person is, the more likely they are to become its target. What's going on with this guy? Wang Yao frowned, completely baffled by the purpose of the horned monster in front of him. Retreat. You all retreat first. He shouted urgently to the remaining 5 team members. But the scythe demon wouldn't give them a chance to escape. The reason it killed the weak first was simply to increase its own combat power as quickly as possible. Under my blood scythe, none of them will escape. The scythe demon's deep voice suddenly rang out in the area. Its giant scythe shone brightly. It's easy to see that it's preparing to unleash its skills. Upon seeing this, everyone fled backwards as if they had gone mad, and even Wang Yao couldn't help but hold his breath. Skill, Blood Shadow Scythe. The scythe demon twisted its wrist, and the giant scythe brought with it a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. The first strike unleashed half a crimson moonblade, cleaving the nearest person in half at the waist. Yeah, the man let out a shrill scream. Immediately afterwards, the scythe demon lunged forward in an instant, its speed so fast that Wang Yao could hardly catch it with his naked eye. The giant scythe was dragged out in 3 overlapping blood shadows, and then swept horizontally across the second person's waist and abdomen, with blood splattering and the sound of flesh tearing. In the blink of an eye, Two people had fallen into pools of blood. Before Wang Yao could react, the scythe demon had already used the momentum to turn around and come to the side of the third person. The sharp edge of the giant scythe had already pierced the heart of the third person. Wow! The man's eyes were wide open, and he was spitting out blood. The scythe demon raised its giant scythe, and the man's body was impaled in midair. Soon, his hands fell limply to his sides. It's not hard to see that his life had come to an end. A monster! What kind of monster is this? The other two team members, who had just been fleeing, suddenly collapsed to the ground. The fear brought by the scythe demon had spread throughout their bodies. Bang! It casually swung its giant scythe, and the corpse on the tip of the blade was thrown heavily to the side. Gurgle! Wang Yao was now completely panicked. The other party gave him the feeling that the more they fought, the stronger they became. But that's exactly the case. At this moment, the scythe demon's combat power has reached 235 plus 18, which is more than 50 points higher than Wang Yao's. The gap in combat strength between the two sides is widening. Friend, this whole thing is a misunderstanding. I can apologize to you. Could you please be lenient? Seeing that the situation was not going well, Wang Yao quickly softened his stance and tried to beg for the other party's forgiveness. While he was pleading for mercy, the scythe demon had already taken care of the other two. Of the 10 members of the Black Abyss Guild's team, only Wang Yao remained alive. The scythe demon licked the blood off its scythe as it slowly walked toward Wang Yao. With each step it took closer, Wang Yao's nerves tightened a little more. A misunderstanding? So many people have died, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his words filled with killing intent. Compensation. I'm willing to make compensation. Wang Yao pleaded urgently. He knew in his heart that he didn't have much time left. The only chance is before the scythe demon gets close. That guy was far more terrifying than he had imagined, and he knew he was no match for him. Oh, what do you have to compensate me with? Upon hearing that there was compensation, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at the other party. All these magic source stones are all yours. I'm giving it all back to you. I'm giving it all back to you. Wang Yao hurriedly went to his teammate's body and took down 2 backpacks. Immediately afterwards, he went to the corpses of his other teammates and offered up all the loot he had gained from the dungeon. This is a spirit herb and ancient beast bone, Wang Yao hurriedly explained. Lin Yu lowered his gaze to the 2 items. Unexpectedly, the other party was so lucky, not only finding the 100 spirit grass, but also picking up the ancient beast bone. This 100 spirit grass is the main ingredient for making the potion of life. Just these few can fetch at least tens of millions. And this ancient beast bone is practically a living fossil. It not only has collectible value, but also artistic value. If you put it on the market, it would be worth at least 20 million. Wang Yaosheng was afraid that Lin Yu was too young to appreciate their value, so he emphasized their functions and worth. But even if you don't give these things to me, I can kill you and they'll still be mine. Lin Yu stared coldly at the other party and began to speak slowly and deliberately. How about this after I get out? I'll pay you an extra 10 million. Is this okay with you? 10 million is a lot. It's all the assets I can currently afford. Wang Yao looked at Lin Yu with eyes full of expectation. He desperately hoped the other person would nod and say, okay. Do you think I'm stupid? Waiting for you to leave? Will your faction let me go? Besides the losses you've caused me, you can't afford to compensate for them. Lin Yu gave a cold laugh, a hint of disdain and contempt flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao's expression changed slightly. He knew in his heart that Lin Yu would not let him go. In other words, if he were the other party, he wouldn't leave any survivors either. As for not being able to afford to pay, he couldn't figure it out for the time being. Kill. Lin Yu's gaze towards the other party was completely indifferent. Before he finished speaking, the scythe demon had already shot towards Wang Yao's position. Asshole, you've gone too far. I've already humbled myself so much, and you still want to kill me. Even if this horn monster is strong, it might not be able to hold me back. Wang Yao roared in fury, preparing to escape with all his might. Really? What if I join you? Lin Yu's eyes flashed slightly, and he made a decisive move. Upon seeing this, Wang Yao's eyes widened in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had already arrived in front of him. This guy, his combat power is over 200. He was deeply shocked. He thought he only needed to be wary of the Scythe Demon, but he never expected that Lin Yu was no pushover either. Facing a single Scythe Demon was already incredibly stressful for him, but with Lin Yu added to the mix, Wang Yao instantly felt utterly hopeless. Whoosh! Lin Yu swung his swift blade out. Wang Yao had no choice but to raise his spear to parry. Clang! A piercing metallic clanging sound rang out. He was forced back several steps, and the webs between his hands were throbbing and numb. Such domineering power. His eyes were filled with astonishment. You seem to have forgotten that I'm not your only opponent, Lin Yu gently reminded him. This snapped Wang Yao back to his senses. He felt a chill run down his spine, and before he could react, the Scythe Demon's giant scythe had already struck him. Bang! Splat! The armor he was wearing shattered with a snap, leaving a gruesome wound on his back. Wow! Wang Yao screamed in agony, staggering forward several steps, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with cold light, and as his opponent staggered, he stabbed him through the heart with a single blow. Wang Yao's eyes widened, his teeth glistening with blood. Who are you? He tried to find out Lin Yu's identity before he died. You already know too much. Lin Yu did not answer, but swiftly withdrew the knife from the other man's chest. After Wang Yao fell to the ground, he lost consciousness within moments, dying with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Lin Yu looked down at the corpse, his heart completely unmoved. Chapter 121 Things? What things? Congratulations! You have achieved the Pleasant Revenge achievement and have earned 3 achievement points. How interesting! After killing so many of my troops, you still have a nerve to ask for my forgiveness. Where's your face? Where's your face? Pa! Lin Yu spat at Wang Yao's corpse, his eyes filled with disgust. The losses inflicted on him by the other party were far more than a few sprigs of spirit grass and a piece of ancient beast bone could compensate for. Just 69 swordsmen alone would require 13,800 units of magic flesh, 6,900 units of magic crystals, and 3,000 units of magic source stones. How much money were the things Wang Yao presented as tribute? At most, it would be 30 or 40 million. Lin Yu felt that killing the other party with one strike was already letting Wang Yao off easy. What a damn bastard. He picked up the magic source stone and the other party's offering from the ground, muttering to himself. There are a total of 4,500 magic source stones. Lin Yu was very glad that he returned in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered an even greater loss. You're all in charge. Don't leave me even a scrap of bone. He thought about it for a while, but he was still furious, so he released the demon hound again. Roar! The next second, the demonic hound swarmed forward and began to feast on the corpses. Then, he strode toward the pile of magic source stones. There were still many magic source stones on the ground, emitting a faint glow. Asking him to pick it up is out of the question. Without saying a word, Lin Yu consumed another 5,000 units of demonic flesh and successfully recruited 100 farmers. Combat strength, 219.63, 224.63. Although his combat strength has improved, he has been far surpassed by the Scythe Demon. As the Scythe Demon's combat power increased, he also discovered a problem. If the opponent's combat power increases on its own, he cannot obtain even 1% of the opponent's combat power increase. Next, Lin Yu did not rush to recruit swordsmen. The swordsman with 50 combat power is only good for stopping monster minions. If they encounter other teams or monster bosses, they won't play a crucial role. Moreover, the resources required for recruitment are not cheap. So, aside from increasing one's combat power, the cost effectiveness is not high. He's not in a hurry to increase his combat power right now. If he increases it too much, it might cause other unnecessary trouble after he leaves the dungeon. With a combat strength of over 200 and the Scythe Demon by his side, Lin Yu could practically roam freely in this dungeon. Since Wang Yao raided his base, Lin Yu has never left this area. He didn't move on to the next resource point until the farmer had collected all the magic source stones. After a few days, his individual achievements completely overwhelmed those of an entire team. 3,000 magic source stones for 1,000 magic wood, 2,000 magic stones, 1,500 magic crystals, and 2,000 magic meat. If it were a competition of harvests, his harvest from just these few days would be enough to secure him first place. As Lin Yu was on his way to the next resource point, he faintly heard some noise nearby. Is someone nearby? He stopped, held his breath, and listened intently. Within seconds, he concluded that there were people nearby, and it seemed that there was an argument, but he couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Faced with such a fierce struggle between the snipe and the clam, how could he bear to leave? Naturally, he had to go and find out what was going on. You won't know until you go, and you'll be shocked when you do. I never expected to see an old acquaintance, Su Qingshu. The team that is currently clashing with someone ahead is the Su family team. The other team also looked familiar to him. It was the Green Snake Guild's team. Wow, what a coincidence. Lin Yu wiped his face and sighed softly. We saw this thing first. Does your Green Snake Guild really have no shame at all? Su Qingshu's face was flushed red, and it was easy to see that he was quite angry. In this underground city, just because you see something doesn't mean it belongs to you. You can only truly own it if you hold it in your hand and take it out of the dungeon. The leader of the Green Snake Guild showed no sign of giving up. His attitude and tone were both very firm. Things? What things? Seeing that neither group would give way, Lin Yu was curious about what it was that made the two teams willing to break off relations rather than back down. Chapter 122. This kid is really something else. Lin Yu quickly scanned the area around the group of people. They quickly found what the other person was talking about. On the ground lay an unusual crystal. Its entire body is black as dark iron, yet concealing fine, silvery blue patterns, resembling the afterimage of lightning splitting the long night. That's black lightning crystal. Lin Yu was secretly shocked, never expecting such a rare item to appear in such a low-level dungeon. This is one of the important materials for forging weapons with lightning attributes. It's worth at least hundreds of millions. No wonder neither side wants to back down because this thing is just too precious. Lin Yu couldn't help but lick his lips. However, he knew in his heart that the chances of him obtaining the black lightning crystal were slim. If the Su family team weren't around, he could kill and rob. But right now, the other party is arguing heatedly with the Green Snake Guild members. He can't just kill the entire Su family, can he? Lin Yu sighed and shook his head, making it clear that he wasn't that ruthless. The Su family had been kind to him, and Lin Yu would never lay a hand on them unless absolutely necessary. Besides, he killed the Su family, so he couldn't explain it to Su Qingshu. Forget it. Let's just consider it helping the Su family. Lin Yu had already given up on the idea of the Black Thunder Crystal. Meanwhile, the dispute between the Su family and the Green Snake Guild intensified. Kid, I advise you to get out of the way. Otherwise, don't accuse me, old snake, of bullying the weak. The leader of the Green Snake Guild glared angrily at Su Qingshu and warned him in a deep voice. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? Su Qingshu was not to be outdone. He was afraid of magical beasts, not people. At this point, his arrogant and domineering nature had taken hold, and he didn't take the old snake seriously at all. This is an underground city. I don't care who you are. If it weren't for the sake of your Su family, I would have killed you long ago. The old snake chuckled coldly, its eyes filled with disdain and contempt. The two were very close, and he could clearly feel that Su Qingshu's aura was much weaker than his own. Furthermore, the fact that the Su family's team was missing one person emboldened them even more. My name is Su Qingshu, a direct descendant of the Su family. Come on, cut right here. If you don't chop me down today, you're my grandson. Su Qingshu simply stretched out his neck, wanting the other party to chop him. This scene not only stunned the other members of the Su family, but also left everyone in the Green Snake Guild dumbfounded. Holy crap. Is this kid crazy? Lin Yu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for that kid. If someone with a fiery temper came along, they would really dare to chop. As long as they ensure that no member of the Su family escapes alive, the Su family will have no way of finding the murderer afterward. After all, this is an underground city, a place where people can act with impunity. Young Master Su, are you crazy? The attendant, Su Dadong, was startled and quickly pulled him back. That crazy? I think they're the ones who've gone mad. How dare you yell at me like that? Don't you know who you are? Su Qingshu's words were full of disdain. The old snake's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. Clearly, he was trying his best to control his emotions. Can't your Su family send someone who can speak up and step forward? Is releasing this naive and ignorant brat an indication that he looks down on our green snake guild? Or is he testing my limits? His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was icy cold. You little brat. I'm the captain. Su Qingshu remained relentless, pointing at the old snake and launching into a tirade of curses. Old Snake's face was gloomy. He shifted his gaze to Su Dadong, who was standing next to Su Qingshu. He could sense that the person in front of him was the strongest in the Su family team. I don't have time to argue with you here. I can overlook this brat's disrespect towards me. I'm only giving you two choices right now. It's up to you. 1, fight. 2nd, you all step aside. Our Green Snake Guild will come to thank you afterwards and offer 20 million as compensation. He looked directly into Su Dadong's eyes. This was his final ultimatum. Young Master Su, please let me pass. If a real fight breaks out, we'll most likely be at a disadvantage. Su Dadong wasn't the captain and couldn't make the decision, so he lowered his voice and urgently reminded Su Qingshu. He doesn't seem to have figured out who the king and queen are. Even the son of the Green Snake Guild leader treats me with utmost respect. What right does someone as lowly as him have to make me give him my things? Su Qingshu is needed repeatedly. Smack! After saying that, he took the opportunity to slap the old snake hard across the face. This scene left everyone stunned. Even the old snake himself was dumbfounded. When the burning pain shot through his cheek, the old snake's mouth muscles twitched violently, and his pent-up rage was completely ignited at that moment. You shameless bastard to take this. We're the direct descendants of the Su family anyway. Even if that girl from the Su family were here today, I would dare to kill her. The old snake's eyes were bloodshot as it roared angrily. Su Dadong sensed something was wrong. It seemed this battle was unavoidable. He quickly shielded Su Qingshu behind him. Brothers kill. Don't let a single one of them escape. If this succeeds, each person will receive a reward of 2 million. If we fail, we'll all be doomed. The old snake raised a spear and shouted angrily. Yes. The people behind him nodded in agreement. Everyone knew that once they made a move, there would be no turning back. Either the Su family dies, or they die. Damn it, he actually dared to make a move. Do you really think we Su family members are easily intimidated? Let's fight them. At this moment, Su Qingshu still did not realize the seriousness of the matter. In an instant, swords and spears clashed and flashed, accompanied by the constant, crisp metallic clanging. Lin Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, craned his neck, completely bewildered. This fight has already started? Su Qingshu is truly brilliant. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It was thought that the two sides would eventually settle the matter by negotiating compensation, but unexpectedly, under Su Qingshu's influence, the two sides still ended up fighting. The two sides were evenly matched at the beginning, with sparks flying constantly. However, as the battle intensified, the Su family, due to their smaller numbers and Su Qingshu's lack of combat experience, gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Holy crap! These guys, are they really going all out? Su Qingshu winced in pain after his arm was slashed. Su Dadong was locked in a fierce battle with the old snake and couldn't spare a second thought for the other party. Su Qingshu was facing a guild member who had been living a life of constant danger. Although the opponent's combat strength was similar to Su Qingshu's, he was far superior to Su Qingshu in terms of both momentum and combat reaction. No wonder the second master went to great lengths to let this fool come to the dungeon for training. This guy is just a paper tiger. If you only have fighting strength, but are timid and slow to react, how can you possibly defeat your opponent? Lin Yu took full account of Su Qingshu's situation. Chapter 123, he's under an illusion. I'll help wake him up. In just a few minutes, Su Qingshu had already sustained several cuts and bruises. If it weren't for the green quality armor he was wearing, he would have been killed long ago. At this moment, he was beaten black and blue, looking utterly pathetic. His previous arrogance had long since vanished, because the other members of the Su family were too busy taking care of themselves to help him. TC, you think you could be considered a direct descendant of the Su family? That week, the man raised an eyebrow at Su Qingxiu, who was rolling on the ground, his words full of sarcasm. Young Master Su, you go first. At this moment, Su Dadong also rushed over at great personal risk, trying to give Su Qingxiu a glimmer of hope. Dadong, Hetriat, let's retreat together. We don't want the black lightning crystal. Su Qingxiu finally realized the danger, because the group of people in front of him were truly willing to kill. Withdraw? Do you think we'd let you leave now that we've already started? The old snake's eyes flashed with a cold light, filled with killing intent. Upon hearing this, Su Dadong's face darkened considerably. Isn't it necessary to go to such extremes? Just at this critical moment, a slightly playful voice came from the jungle. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. That voice, why does it sound so familiar? Could it be Lin Yu? Suking sufroned slightly. Then, Lin Yu slowly walked out from the shadows. It really is Lin Yu. That's great. Upon seeing this, Su Dadong was secretly delighted. As far as he knew, Lin Yu's strength was also quite high, at least above 150 points. Friend, who are you? The old snake's eyes were full of doubt. Me? I'm the 10th member of the Su family's team. Lin Yu walked up with a grin on his face. Upon hearing this, the old snake narrowed its eyes and suddenly realized. He found it strange that the Su family team was missing one person, and now he knew it was because of this. What a pity. If you had been here from the beginning, perhaps we wouldn't have dared to act rashly. But now your Su family's power is gone. If you come back now, aren't you just throwing your life away? Young man, you're really stupid. The old snake chuckled and shook his head, gesturing for Lin Yu to look around at the battlefield. The Su family had absolutely no advantage whatsoever. Captain, let me handle this kid. The man who had just dealt with Su Qingxiu walked towards Lin Yu's location, carrying a machete. Who do you think you are? Lin Yu glanced at the other party, and as he spoke, the swift blade in his hand had already slashed out. Upon seeing this, the man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly raised his machete to block. Clang! A crisp, loud bang was followed by a string of sparks. The man was sent flying 2 or 3 meters away by the force of the blow. The machete in his hand was cleaved open, leaving a gash. This guy, the old snake, was slightly taken aback when it saw this. Even Su Dadong and Su Qingxiu were dumbfounded. With a casual slash, he could send flying a battle-hardened expert with a combat power of 150 points. Such domineering power. After getting up, the man sighed. His right hand, which was holding the knife, trembled slightly, and blood even seeped from the tiger's mouth. This guy, his combat power is at least 200 points. The Su family actually sent 2 experts with a combat level of 200. No wonder. That brat dared to be so arrogant. The old snake's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Yu, Su Dadong, and Su Qingxiu, and after a moment he finally understood. Ahem, I'll give you 2 options too. 1, get out. 2, die. Lin Yu coughed a few times, then raised an eyebrow and looked at the old snake. Withdraw. The old snake didn't hesitate much. He vaguely felt that the young man in front of him was stronger than himself. Once the opposing team has 2 experts with 200 battles each, they will have no chance. If you keep fighting, you'll only end up dying. Lin Yu, are you an idiot? How could you let them go? Su Qingxiu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the other party. Indeed, young friend Lin, if the 2 of us join forces, we can definitely take down all of the Green Snake Guild members. Su Dadong also didn't understand why Lin Yu let Fong go, since these people had just tried to kill them. Watching Old Snake and his gang leave was truly unbearable for everyone. Alas, when will this cycle of revenge end? Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Lin Yu gestured to everyone not to be so bloodthirsty and to take it easy. Are you sick in the head? They almost killed me, and you still let them go? Su Qingxiu wiped the blood from his nose, walked up to Lin Yu, and looked at him with resentment. So you mean it's my fault? So you don't want the Black Thunder Crystal? Lin Yu bent down and picked up the Black Lightning Crystal, playing with it in his hand. Give it to me. Su Qingxiu snatched the Black Lightning Crystal from the other party's hand. If you hadn't deserted the team without permission, how could the Green Snake Guild have had the opportunity to take advantage of you? If you had come back sooner, how could we have been beaten so badly? You clearly had the ability to kill them, yet you let them go. Why did you leave the team? Why didn't you come back sooner? Why did you let them go? Answer me. Look at my eyes. Su Qingshu glared at him angrily and kept questioning him. Oh no, Su Qingshu has fallen under an illusion. Lin Yu raised his hand and punched Su Qingshu in the stomach. Wow! Su Qingshu's eyes bulged out, and he immediately squatted down. Bang! He clutched his lower abdomen with both hands, lay on the ground, curled up like a shrimp, his expression contorted with pain. Lin Yu didn't hold back at all with this punch. It almost made his opponent vomit bile. Young friend Lin, stop hitting me. Su Dadong quickly stepped forward to stop him. He's under an illusion spell. I'll help wake him up. Don't worry about it. As Lin Yu spoke, he kicked Su Qingshu, who was curled up on the ground, several meters away, probably breaking several of his ribs. All the members of the Su family were dumbfounded. It sounds nice to say it's helping the other party break the illusion, but in reality, it's just naked revenge. But Lin Yu saved their lives. If the other party said it was to dispel illusions, then it must be to dispel illusions. Meanwhile, Old Snake and his group also found it unbelievable after they left. Captain, isn't that kid named Lin Yu a bit too easy to talk to? You're just letting us go like that. Some people are puzzled. Maybe he's a kind person. The Old Snake said he didn't understand it either. Just then, a figure wielding a giant scythe blocked their path. Your lives? My lord has commanded me to take them. Chapter 124 is full of vulgar insults. The appearance of the scythe demon surprised everyone in the Green Serpent Guild. They were especially shocked when they heard the other party speak human language. Captain, what kind of monster is that? Ow, how can it talk? The team members were shocked and confused at the same time. What the hell is this bullhorn monster? Old Snake frowned deeply. He had been to the dungeon many times, but this was the first time he had encountered something like this. When he saw the other party's giant scythe, he immediately sensed something was wrong. His intuition told him that the horned monster in front of him was dangerous. Whoosh! The next second, the scythe demon flashed and arrived in the crowd. Damn it, this guy's speed is that fast. The Old Snake's pupils suddenly contracted, not expecting that the other party would be right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A crimson light flashed, and the giant scythe swept through the wind. Clang! The Old Snake, ignoring his surprise, quickly brandished his spear, and the two weapons clashed, sparks flying. How is this possible? Under the immense force, the Old Snake's spear flew out of his hand. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated rapidly. With just one strike, he gained the upper hand. The oppressive aura emanating from the scythe demon instantly left everyone bewildered. Watch out. This guy's combat power is at least 250 points. Old Snake urgently reminded his teammates. And just as he said, the scythe demon's combat power had now exceeded 250 points. Combat power, 245 plus 18. The scythe demon revealed a ferocious smile, and with a backhand slash, he killed the others around him instantly. Combat power, 245 plus 18, 250 plus 18. Combat power, 250 plus 18, 255 plus 18. Its combat capabilities are constantly improving. This is why Lin Yu was willing to let the Green Snake guild team leave. Because these people are the nourishment for the scythe demon to increase its combat power. Naturally, it's up to the scythe demon to deal with it himself. Eliminate waste. The scythe demon moved like lightning. Its giant scythe constantly swung, leaving trails of blood droplets. Those people generally had a combat power of 100 to 150 points, and they had almost no ability to resist the scythe demon, whose combat power was far beyond the standard. In the blink of an eye, the Green Snake Guild's team was almost completely wiped out, leaving only Old Snake standing there in a daze. At this moment, the scythe demon's combat power has exceeded 300 points. Combat power, 290 plus 18. Old Snake's combat power was only around 200 points, and the 100-point difference made him feel utterly desperate. What kind of monster is this? Why is his aura still getting stronger? The Old Snake stared at the other party in disbelief. Waste. A hint of contempt flickered in the scythe demon's crimson vertical pupils, and it let out a muffled sound from its throat. With a swing of its arm, the old snake's head was severed in half, killing it instantly. Combat strength, 290 plus 18, 295 plus 18. Its combat power increases at a terrifying rate. Young friend Lin, stop hitting me. Stop fighting. If you keep fighting, someone will die. Su Dadong and the others held Lin Yu back, not daring to let him get any closer to Su Qingshu. After his opponent unleashed a flurry of wild punches, Su Qingshu was no longer Su Qingshu. If the second master were to arrive at this moment, he probably wouldn't even recognize his own son. Huff, huff. Lin Yu was breathing heavily. Let me tell you, I wanted to beat you up for a long time now. If I don't beat you until you call me Grandpa today, I'm not a Lin. He didn't even bother to pretend anymore, and rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward. Stop hitting me. Young friend Lin, young master Su truly knows he was wrong. His head has been beaten so badly it's turned into a pig's head. He can't even speak properly now. Forget calling you Grandpa. He can't even scream. While holding Lin Yu back, Su Dadong pleaded for Su Qingshu's life. Yeah, Brother Lin, if we keep fighting, something bad might happen, and we'll be in trouble. Yeah, Brother Lin, calm down. After this battle, the other team members have changed how they address Lin Yu. They all call him Brother Lin. It's easy to see that his prestige within the team has surpassed that of Su Qingshu. Everyone knew that if Lin Yu hadn't intervened in time and used his absolute strength to intimidate the Green Snake Guild, they would all have been dead by now. What? Hit? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at everyone, asking in a doubtful tone. No, it wasn't a hit. It was a fall. Young Master Su fell down by himself. Su Dadong reacted relatively quickly. Yes. Young Master Su was under an illusion at the beginning, and then he accidentally fell and tumbled off the cliff. That's right. That must be it. The other team members were a bit slow to react, but they all chimed in to agree. Asterisk at hashtag $carrot. Su Qingshu struggled to open his eyes a crack, and then a muffled sound came out. Look, it's not that I don't want to let him go. He's still cursing at me. The language used was incredibly foul. That kid will definitely tell on me when he gets out. I have to beat him to a pulp. Lin Yu finally got a chance to do whatever he wanted, and if he didn't beat him up now, he wouldn't have another chance once he left the dungeon. No more. We're begging you. Don't worry. We'll be your witnesses. We'll definitely be your witnesses. That's because young Master Su was under the illusion spell and mistakenly thought you beat him up when he actually fell down on his own. Think about it. There are 8 of us, plus you, making 9 of us, and we all say that young Master Su is under an illusion. Then he must be under an illusion. Su Dadong spoke with a serious expression. After listening, Lin Yu rubbed his chin, as if it made a lot of sense. He looked at the crowd with suspicion in his eyes, fearing that they might betray him and act unethically. Brother Lin, if you hadn't come today, we would definitely be dead. How could we possibly betray you? Yeah, Brother Lin, you have to trust your brothers. Everyone's expressions and tone were sincere, and they didn't seem to be lying anymore. All right, I'm relieved to hear that. Lin Yu reluctantly believed everyone. Asterisk at hashtag you and hashtag at star. Su Qingshu became more and more excited as he listened. He never expected that Lin Yu would set him up. You beast. You really are a beast. I refuse to believe that my dad would believe your one-sided story and not his own son. His heart was screaming and roaring. Chapter 125 Return to the Dungeon. Next, there are only 2 days left before leaving the dungeon. Lin Yu had originally planned to search the surrounding area again to see if there was anything good, but the Su family refused to let him leave. After the incident with the Green Snake Guild, the Su family members became unusually cautious, and they only felt safe when Lin Yu was in the group. Young friend Lin, you can't leave again. This magic core is what we got from killing the boss earlier, so we're giving it to you. Su Dadong, representing the Su family team, presented Lin Yu with a magic core. You won't hurt me, will you? After we get out, will they say I'm hiding a magic core and keeping it for myself? Lin Yu, once bitten by a snake, is afraid of ropes for 10 years. He doesn't really believe it. This is a boss with a combat power of 100 points. Its magic core is worth a lot of money. No, we still have one left. Su Dadong indicated to the other party that they didn't need to worry. Asterisk at hashtag UN hashtag, at asterisk. Su Qingshu vehemently objected, but no one paid him any attention. His foolish actions nearly cost everyone their lives, and he lost all credibility. Then I'll reluctantly accept? Lin Yu declined several times before finally accepting it. He appeared calm on the surface, but was actually overjoyed inside. In the next 2 days, even if he found a new resource point, he wouldn't have much time to mine it. Besides, he's already dug up everything that could be dug in this area. If he really wants to find something, he'll have to go to a much farther place. There's not enough time left. He was naturally delighted to have just received 10 million yuan for free. Lin Yu had also considered another path, which was to continue searching for members of other teams and improve the combat power of the Scythe Demon as much as possible. But upon closer reflection, he realized that he not only didn't know anyone else, but also had no grudges against them. He killed people indiscriminately, and he felt guilty about it. He said he couldn't bring himself to kill indiscriminately in order to improve his combat power. Lin Yu did not want to become a psychopathic killer, so he decisively chose to give up. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, they also gained other things, so this trip to the dungeon was not in vain. After 2 days of rest, Su Qingshu's pronunciation became clearer, and the swelling on his face subsided, but he still couldn't stand up. Lin Yu had broken several of his ribs, causing him so much pain that he couldn't even straighten his back. Even with the aid of healing potions, he would need a rest for at least 10 days to half a month before he could get out of bed. That. When he was carried into the Su family mansion, Su Qingshu completely lost his composure. What exactly is going on? When Mr. Air saw his son being carried in on a stretcher, he immediately stood up from his seat and rushed forward to check on him. The eldest gentleman sat silently in the center, his gaze quickly sweeping over Lin Yu and the others. Then he narrowed his eyes and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Yu. Everyone present had injuries, except for the other party. Although everyone's aura increased slightly, Lin Yu's aura surged. This scene left him somewhat bewildered. Master, all the spoils from this trip into the dungeon are here. Meanwhile, Su Dadong had already handed over all the spoils of war. They entered the underground city on behalf of the Su family, and naturally, everything they obtained there had to be handed over. After all, such opportunities for experience don't come easily. Upon hearing this, the young man lowered his gaze to the table. Upon seeing the black lightning crystal, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Great job. You did a very good job this time. After quickly surveying the spoils, the eldest man nodded to everyone, indicating his satisfaction. Why was Qingshu injured like this? The second gentleman's eyes were filled with anger, and he desperately wanted to know which faction had laid a hand on his son. He absolutely must get an explanation. Dad, it's Lin Yu. Lin Yu hit me. Su Qingshu grabbed his father's sleeve, his expression agitated. And Lin Yu has been secretly keeping 100 battles demon core, and it's on him right now. Quick, go search. Then he added another sentence. Upon hearing this, Su Dadong and the others did not show much change in expression, as if they had expected Su Qingshu to tattle. What? Lin Yu did it. Still hoarding spoils? The second gentleman first glanced at his elder brother, then turned to look at Lin Yu at the very back of the line. Here's what happened. When young Master Su was in the dungeon, he was under an illusion spell, which caused some confusion in his memories. I always mistakenly believed that Lin Yu was responsible for my injuries, and I also thought that Lin Yu was hiding a demon core. We've explained it to him many times, but he still doesn't believe it and insists that the illusion is real. Su Dadong explained in a deep voice without blushing or skipping a beat. Upon hearing this, Mr. did not speak, but instead turned his gaze to the other team members, trying to hear what they had to say. What Brother Dong said is all true. Young Master Su has been causing trouble in the underground city for a long time, and has threatened to kill Lin Yu several times. Yes, I heard it too. He said that once they leave the underground city, he'll make Lin Yu regret it. That's right. And he even said that the second master would definitely believe his son's words. All the members spoke up, and without exception, they all chose to stand on Lin Yu's side. Nonsense. You're all talking nonsense. Su Qingshu was so angry that his face turned ashen. Illusion. The second gentleman still has doubts. That's right, we fought against the Green Serpent Guild's team in order to compete for the Black Lightning Crystal. And it was at that time that young Master Su was also under the influence of the illusion. Fortunately, Lin Yu is very strong, which is why we were able to drive away the Green Serpent Guild and successfully obtain the Black Lightning Crystal. Su Dadong nodded in response and continued to explain. Lin Yu stood behind the group, craning his neck and staring wide-eyed, realizing that he had underestimated them all along. They can lie without batting an eye. At first, he was worried that the other party might give him away, but it seems that he was overthinking it. If I hadn't been the one involved, I almost would have believed it. It seems Lin Yu has done a good job this time. The young man's gaze fell on the other person again, and he became even more curious about Lin Yu. Even if he was under an illusion, what about his injuries? The second gentleman was still deeply troubled by the injuries on Su Qingshu's body. Hey, it's all my fault. Young Master Su was under an illusion spell at the time, and I didn't take good care of him. He slipped and fell down the mountain, but luckily he only suffered minor bumps and bruises and is still alive. Second Master, punish me if you must. Lin Yu sighed and offered his apology. Lin Yu, asterisk you and hashtag at hashtag asterisk. Su Qingshu completely lost her composure. Chapter 126, What is your combat strength? When Lin Yu acted, it was as if he had become a drama queen. His tone and expression were full of guilt. Su Dadong and the others couldn't help but cast surprised glances. They never expected that the other party would try to advance by retreating. He was truly a master. Second brother, forget it. Although Lin Yu has committed minor offenses, he has also made great contributions. The good deeds outweigh the bad. Let's leave it at that, and no one should mention it again. The eldest master's deep eyes exuded endless majesty, and his words were like imperial edicts to everyone, including the second master. All right, the second gentleman's expression was not good, and even though he was unwilling, he did not say anything more. Dad, don't you believe me? Lin Yu is lying. They are all lying. That's not how it is. That's not how it is. Su Qingshu was on the verge of collapse, never expecting that her father, who had always doted on her, would choose to believe someone else. The second gentleman slowly rose, his face cold and stern, and said, How can you expect me to trust you? 9 people, 9 mouths, 18 eyes. He appeared emotionally stable, but in reality, he had no other options. The entire opposing group insisted that Su Qingshu was under an illusion spell, and now his memory was confused, making him unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood. He was completely helpless, especially since even the Grand Master has spoken up and told this matter to be put behind us. What else can he do? Lin Yu, I hashtag you and hashtag at hashtag Gobi Desert. Watching helplessly as he was successfully framed by the other party, Su Qingshu could only vent his frustration through words. Take him away. The second master coldly ordered the servant beside him, not wanting him to continue making a fool of himself here. Second brother, I know you're unhappy, but I have to remind you, you've spoiled Qingshu rotten. Regardless of the truth, he did come back alive. Sometimes, suffering a little loss or hardship isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean, right? The gentleman leaned back on the sofa, his gaze shifting downwards as he turned the ring on his finger, and spoke again to remind him. Understand, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. The second gentleman's face was ashen, and his words revealed a hint of displeasure. After saying that, he turned and left the Su family mansion, and the master did not try to stop him. His meaning was crystal clear. He wanted him not to do anything underhanded to Lin Yu because of this. You may all leave. Lin Yu, stay. After the second master left, the first master continued to speak. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Before long, only Lin Yu and the eldest master remained in the living room of the Su family mansion. Master, did you need something from me? Lin Yu's eyes were full of curiosity. He knew in his heart that being left behind alone meant that the other party probably had something important to tell him. Kid, don't try to be clever in front of me. I know everything you've done. The elder looked up at Lin Yu standing in front of him, his tone slightly low. Huh, you knew all along. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu frowned and was even more surprised. He did a lot of shady things, but soon he realized that he had overestimated Mr. Da. Was Su Qingxiu pushed down? The other party stared directly into Lin Yu's eyes and asked in a cold voice. Lin Yu thought the other party knew something, but that's all? Seeing that Lin Yu did not deny it, the eldest gentleman's lips curled up slightly, seemingly quite satisfied with his attitude. Considering you saved everyone in this operation, I won't hold you responsible. But I need to remind you, if you want to continue operating within the Su family, don't provoke Su Qingxiu again. Although he is a playboy, he is still a direct descendant of the Su family. If we really anger the second son, I can't guarantee what he might do. The old man looked serious and spoke earnestly. It was clear that he was doing all this for Lin Yu's own good. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, sir. But since you've already said all that, I still feel it's necessary to remind you. Su Qingxiu is not suitable to be the captain. If he hadn't been so arrogant and domineering, we wouldn't have ended up fighting the Green Snake Guild in this operation. He's the one who put the entire task force in a deadly crisis. Lin Yu then recounted what had happened to the other party in the underground city, as a way of reminding the Su family. Others might not dare to stab Su Qingxiu in the back, but Lin Yu was not afraid. That kid, he's more trouble than he's worth. If it weren't for the second brother's repeated assurances, I wouldn't have agreed. I never imagined that 10 lives of the Su family would almost be lost because of this brat. After learning the whole story, Mr. Do was furious. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lin Yu didn't want to spend too much time alone with the other person. He couldn't see through the great master's aura. One last question. What is your combat strength? That's the question he really wants to know. It's almost 220. Lin Yu knew he couldn't hide it from them. This is why he doesn't want to max out his combat power all at once unless absolutely necessary. A person like Mr. Da can be seen through at a glance. If he wanted, he could even increase his combat power by dozens of points in an instant. 7 days, 50 points increase in combat power. Upon hearing this, even the eldest gentleman couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. This rate of growth is terrifying, comparable to that of scions of powerful and influential families. I got a tiny bit of luck in the dungeon. It was just a fluke. Lin Yu scratched his head, a big smile on his face. I have an idea. I wonder if Lin would be interested? As he spoke, the old man waved to Lin Yu, signaling him not to stand so far away. Offering unsolicited favors is surely suspicious. Isn't that either a sign of ulterior motives or theft? Lin Yu stepped forward slowly, filled with doubt. Seat. The gentleman gestured for the other person to sit down and said, No thanks. I just prefer standing. Lin Yu refused. I would like to invite you to join our Su family. Mr. Da didn't want to miss out on Lin Yu's talent. No one in the Su family's direct lineage has ever been able to increase their combat power by 50 points in just 7 days. Join the Su family. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting the other party to be so direct. That's right. As long as you're willing, you'll be a member of the Su family. Not only will you enjoy all the benefits of the Su family's direct line, but the Su family will also become your support. A hint of eagerness and anticipation flashed in the young man's eyes. You mean marrying into the family, right? This isn't quite right, is it? After all, neither Su Qingxiu nor I are ready yet. Besides, although she is over 18, she is still in the academy. Lin Yu rubbed the hem of her clothes with her fingers, revealing a shy expression. Marrying into another family? What do you mean by marrying into another family? What does this have to do with Changcheng? Mr. Da didn't react for a moment. Chapter 127, The Zhang family discovers something strange. Several seconds passed before the man suddenly realized what was happening. I was inwardly exclaiming, wow, this kid actually tried to take advantage of his precious daughter? Cough, cough, cough. Kid, what are you thinking about? What do you mean by marrying into the family? I'm just inviting you to join the Su family. Don't get any ideas. The old man coughed a few times, gave the other person a disgruntled look, and signaled Lin Yu not to talk nonsense. Oh, I see. Thank you for your kind offer, sir, but I need to consider it further. Lin Yu did not immediately give a reply, but instead tried to dodge the question. He is still too weak and needs the Su family's help. He cannot afford to offend them. If the Su family is in trouble and needs help, Lin Yu will naturally not even flinch. Just like this trip to the underground city, if it weren't for the connection with the Su family, Su Qingshu would have died 100 or 80 times over, and there's no way he could have been carried back alive. However, he was not so keen on having him join the Su family. In this way, he would be tied to the Su family and subject to various constraints from them, which was not what Lin Yu wanted. The old man seemed to have seen through Lin Yu's thoughts, and a barely perceptible look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. All right, I really should think about it. The doors of the Su family are always open to you. You are always welcome to join us. He was not angry at Lin Yu's excuse, but expressed his understanding. I'll think about it carefully. Lin Yu nodded in response. While the two were talking, the second gentleman had already arrived at his son's residence. Wah, Dad, you have to believe me. Su Qingshu cried with snot and tears streaming down her face, looking utterly aggrieved. The second gentleman stared coldly at his son, without saying a word. Wah, Dad, say something. Don't scare me. Su Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. I told you, don't mess with Lin Yu. Don't mess with Lin Yu. Why won't you listen? The second gentleman glared at his foolish son and reprimanded him sternly. How could he not see that Lin Yu was definitely involved in Su Qingshu's injuries? But right now, his older brother is siding with the other side. Even if he knew, what could he do? In the Su family today, as long as the old patriarch doesn't speak up, isn't it the eldest master who calls the shots? Wah, I didn't do anything to him. I only scolded him a few times, so what? He wouldn't treat me like this, would he? This is the Su family. Who is the master here? Or am I? Su Qingshu was not convinced. Do you think his identity, which allowed him to join the Su family's action team, is simple? The second gentleman gave a cold laugh. It's just that Chang highly recommended it. What's so special about it? Su Qingshu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her tone full of disdain. Is it just a simple recommendation? Do you know I found out from the gatekeeper? The second gentleman's eyes were like sharp blades, and his voice was terrifyingly deep. The gatekeeper? What could he possibly find out? Su Qingshu was puzzled. Lin Yu and Changcheng have already consummated their relationship. This was said by Lin Yu himself, and he has repeatedly warned the gatekeeper not to spread it around. When Mr. Air talked about this matter, he was also extremely indignant. As the only girl in the Su family's direct line, Changcheng was usually very much loved by him. Now, upon learning this news, he wished he could grab Lin Yu and tear him to pieces. What? Su Qingshu stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. Kill him. I'm going to kill him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he struggled to get up. But he quickly gave up. The broken ribs were just too painful. I'm warning you again. Don't provoke him. As for him pushing you down the mountain, consider it a lesson to you. Now that things have come to this, the second gentleman no longer wants to pursue the matter further. At least his son is still alive and coming back. Push them down the mountain? No, he hit me. He was punching me one punch after another. Every single one of them landed squarely. Dad, do you understand what I mean? Su Qingshu tried to explain, but the second master clearly didn't want to listen anymore. Before he could finish speaking, he turned and walked away without looking back. Holy crap, was I adopted? Why is everyone siding with Lin Yu? Wah! He was almost going crazy, with endless grievances welling up from the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, several figures were sitting in the living room of the Zhang family villa. They were all high-ranking members of the Zhang family. Seated in the center is Zhang Yuanshan, the current head of the Zhang family. His expression was stern, and his eyes were full of ruthlessness. In just 1 month, more than 10 members of the Zhang family had died, including some of their direct relatives. How could he not be furious? I need a reasonable explanation from you. Zhang Yuanshan coldly surveyed everyone present, his tone so low it was frightening. 6 people died in the Su family's teleportation portal. 1 died in the monthly exam, and 10 more died in the dungeon. A series of deaths. Can it be considered a coincidence? Do you believe it? His words struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Patriarch, this matter is not easy to investigate. Moreover, the 3 things don't seem to be very related. The Chen family has already provided compensation for the Su family's teleportation portal issue. As for the monthly exam, that's because of the double underground city. The Chun family suffered more deaths than us. 3 of them died. Regarding this dungeon, there were simply too many teams that went in, making it impossible to determine the exact number. Moreover, to this day, we still haven't found the bodies of any members of our Zhang family team. We can't even determine the cause of death. Zhang Xiao, the person in charge of the Zhang family operation, had beads of sweat on his forehead. Just because it's difficult to investigate doesn't mean we shouldn't investigate at all. Zhang Yuanshan roared in fury, the veins on his forehead bulging high. He always felt something was amiss. He had never seen such a series of casualties within a month. The unseen enemy is the most terrifying in his eyes, which is why he is so enraged. Something's not right. At this moment, a key member of the Zhang family, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly spoke up. He frowned, repeatedly flipping through the relevant documents in his hands. Yuan Hai, have you made a discovery? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan shifted his gaze to the other person. Everyone else's attention immediately focused on him. Chapter 128 being targeted by the Zhang family. Zhang Yuanhai pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his brows furrowed, his face grave. I saw a familiar yet unfamiliar name in this pile of documents. He looked up at the family patriarch, Zhang Yuanshan. Who? Zhang Yuanshan asked urgently. Lin Yu. Upon hearing this name, everyone present frowned slightly, their eyes filled with doubt. Even Zhang Yuanshan couldn't remember who this person was for a moment. Lin Yu is Lin Guang's son, and Lin Guang is Gu Xiaomu's husband. Simply put, Lin Yu is Gu Xiaomu's son. After hearing the other party's explanation, Zhang Yuanshan's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't have much an impression of either Lin Yu or Lin Guang, but when Gu Xiaomu was mentioned, Zhang Yuanshan immediately remembered her. It was him. His face was filled with astonishment. But what does it have to do with him? Some people have raised questions. And this is exactly the question Zhang Yuanshan wanted to ask. 3 operations. This kid participated in them all. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanhai's gold-rimmed glasses slipped off his nose again. You mean that kid named Lin Yu is taking revenge on our Zhang family? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The head of the family, Zhang Yuanshan, was filled with disbelief. The next second, he snatched the documents from the other person's hand and began to examine them himself. As expected, just as the other party said, the Zhang family would suffer casualties in any operation involving Lin Yu. I think it would be best to investigate. After all, there are just too many suspicious things about this kid. Zhang Yuanhai's eyes narrowed slightly, resembling those of a cunning and calculating fox. Investigate. I'm looking at the documents in my hand, Zhang Yuanshan, the family head, replied. He wouldn't let go of any possibility, no matter how small. Yes. Zhang Yuanhai nodded in response. Immediately, he took out his phone and dialed the number. I need to see all of Lin Yu's relevant information within half an hour. He spoke to the person on the phone in a deep voice, issuing his command. After saying that, he hung up the phone without even waiting for the other party's reply. Time passed by, and about 20 minutes later, a subordinate rushed over with a stack of documents. Brother Hai, here's what you wanted. The subordinate looked serious and spoke respectfully. Zhang Yuanhai took the documents and, after glancing at them, handed them to Zhang Yuanshan of the family. Zhang Yuanshan frowned and examined the object carefully. This kid, he's only been awakened for a month, and not only was he expelled from the War Academy, but he's also joined the Su family's action team. Is it an awakening or a profession-specific awakening? A construction engineer? Zhang Yuanshan was greatly surprised. Not only that, he was even the dark horse in the monthly exam. This kid is definitely not as simple as he seems. Zhang Yuanhai took off his glasses, took out a glasses cloth, and casually said something while wiping the lenses. That's true. How could someone with a livelihood possibly participate in the Su family's teleportation portal? How could he possibly join the Su family's action group? Zhang Yuanshan's mind was filled with doubts. I think it's necessary to send someone a probe. If this kid is exceptionally strong, I even suspect that he killed all 6 people who died at the Su family's teleportation gate, and then framed the Chun family. Zhang Yuanhai has put his glasses back on. This is getting more and more interesting. If it weren't for young Master Gu's promise to spare his life, this kid named Lin Yu would have been dead along with his useless father long ago. Zhang Yuanshan casually tossed the documents in his hand onto the table, his eyes revealing a ruthless glint. Let's leave it at that for now. This kid has now gotten involved with the Su family. This could be a big deal or a small one. Give me 3 days. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanhai stood up from his seat. If Lin Yu were alone, it would be easy for him to handle, but now that Lin Yu has moved into the Su family manor, Zhang Yuanhai would have to wait for an opportunity even if he wanted to send someone to test him. Okay, I trust you to handle things. I hope you can give me a definite answer in 3 days. Zhang Yuanshan crossed his fingers, leaned back on the sofa, and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanhai simply smiled and then turned and left the Zhang family villa. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was unaware that he had been secretly targeted by the Zhang family. For the 2 days after returning to the Su family, he focused on consolidating his Overlord blade body technique. The vast horizon is my love. Just as he was mechanically swinging his swift knife, his cell phone suddenly rang. He had to temporarily stop exercising, and only after wiping the sweat from his face did he pick up the phone. When he saw that the caller ID showed Su Qingsheng, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Hello. He pressed the answer button. Where? A familiar female voice soon came from the other end of the phone. You're home. Upon hearing those 2 words, Su Qingsheng frowned slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Get to the gate of the War Academy right now. She paused for 2 seconds before continuing. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? When Lin Yu heard the other party tell him to get lost, he immediately felt a little resentful. Just as he was about to retort, the phone went dead, clearly indicating that Su Qingsheng hadn't given him any chance to reply. It's over already? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, his mind filled with questions, wondering why the other person wanted to talk to him. Forget it. I might as well return the Overlord blade technique while I'm out. He shook his head and sighed softly. At this point, he had mastered the basics of the Overlord blade and could wield it with complete ease. It was only a matter of time before he reached the proficient stage. Lin Yu, it's rare to see you slacking off. Su Wen, who was passing by, saw Lin Yu playing on his phone and couldn't help but tease him. There's nothing we can do. It's just that your young lady is too willful. She insists I go to the academy to find her. She probably misses me. Lin Yu shrugged, looking helpless. Oh, wait. What's your relationship with Miss Changsheng? Su Wen was both surprised and curious upon hearing this. What do you think? After leaving a meaningful smile, Lin Yu turned and left. Holy crap. This is incredible. Your relationship must be more than just casual. After seeing the other person smile, Su Wen felt even more uneasy. No, I need to build a better relationship with Lin Yu from now on. We might have to rely on him in the future. After Lin Yu left, Su Wen seemed to have discovered a new continent, his expression and tone revealing his excitement. Chapter 129, She Still Loves Me. When Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the Su family manor, the gatekeeper, who had been lounging with his legs crossed, scrolling through short videos, was startled and quickly got up to greet him. Young Master Lin, are you going out? His smile was obsequious, as if he was trying to please the other party. Seeing this, Lin Yu frowned slightly. The change in the gatekeeper's attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. Yes, I need to go out for a bit. Lin Yu nodded subconsciously. Upon hearing this, the security guard stepped forward to open the door without saying a word, and even gestured for him to enter. Thank you. Lin Yu chuckled dryly. The moment he left the solemn Su family home, he was spotted by the Zhang family. Why did this kid end up with the official action team? As the Zhang family followed, they were all puzzled to discover that Lin Yu had actually turned into the official operations department. I heard this kid was the dark horse in the monthly exam and got the opportunity to learn official physical skills. Could it be because of something related to physical skills? Some people stroked their chins and began to speculate. I know. It must be that the official physical techniques are too difficult for him to learn, so he's trying to prolong the time. Someone else said with a laugh. While they were speculating, Lin Yu had already left the official operations department. You're out so quickly. He must have been rejected. He got a cold shoulder. That's true. It's already good enough that the authorities are willing to give him a chance to learn. To expect them to extend the time? Dream on. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and keep up. The Zhang family never dreamed that Lin Yu had come here to return the physical techniques. As far as they know, any martial arts technique that can be officially recorded is not simple. It's almost impossible to master it in a short period of time. Even the people in the official operations department were shocked when they learned that Lin Yu had come to return the physical techniques. Some even suspected that Lin Yu knew he couldn't learn it within a month, so he gave up and returned it ahead of schedule. Faced with others' doubts and speculations, Lin Yu simply smiled and ignored them without offering any further explanation. After leaving the official operations office, he went straight to the war college. Hey, little orange. Upon seeing the beautiful figure at the school gate, Lin Yu couldn't wait to wave and shout. Su Qingcheng stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the other person with a sullen expression. What? You're even cosplaying as a pufferfish now. Lin Yu approached the other person with a simple and honest smile on his face. But in Su Qingcheng's eyes, his smile was so infuriating. Are you kidding me? Call me and tell me you're almost there? You made me wait here like an idiot for half an hour. Su Qingcheng grew angrier the more she thought about it, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. So she reached out and pinched the flesh on the other person's side abdomen. Oh, woo! Lin Yu screamed in pain on the spot. Ow! How would I know you don't play by the rules? Can you blame me? After Su Qingcheng let go, he frantically rubbed the area where he had been pinched, his words full of grievance. What kind of tactic? Su Qingcheng looked confused. Don't you girls usually spend half an hour getting ready before going downstairs? After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes. Let's get down to business. You didn't call me all this way just to pinch me, did you? As Lin Yu spoke, his hands couldn't resist pinching Su Qingcheng's cheeks. I must say it's crispy, soft, and quite elastic. Su Qingcheng's big, bright eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes, staring coldly at the other person. You go ahead. Lin Yu quickly withdrew his hand after sensing the killing intent emanating from the other party. Here you go. Give it back to me within a week. After glancing around, Su Qingcheng threw a body technique manual at the other person's face. Sky-shattering kick? Lin Yu took it down and was overjoyed. This is one of the 6 war techniques, and its power should not be underestimated. I'm leaving. After Su Qingcheng finished speaking, she turned and left without looking back. Little orange, don't worry. I guarantee you'll be number 1 in the upcoming youth competition. Lin Yu shouted loudly at the other person's back. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng's lips curled up slightly. Although she didn't turn around, she was secretly delighted. Lin Yu is always unserious in front of her, but he is very reliable when it matters. Having gone through so many dangerous situations together, the sense of security that Lin Yu gave her was irreplaceable. Holy crap, she still loves me. She says no, but her body says yes. Isn't this taking a risk by lending it to me? Lin Yu looked at the shattering kick in his hand and felt a warm glow in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't wait to return to the Su family manor. Time was of the essence, and the task was heavy. He had to master the basic stage of a shattering kick before the return date. But just as he had taken a few steps and was about to hail a taxi to go home, a white sedan suddenly stopped in front of him. This made Lin Yu frown. Damn it, trying to steal my secret manual? The moment the other person opened the car door, Lin Yu kicked it hard, forcefully pushing the half-open door back into place. The person inside was thrown back by the immense force and couldn't get up for a while. Are you crazy? Why did you kick my car door? And you injured my passengers? If I get a bad review, I'll kill you. The driver rolled down the window and launched into a tirade of profanities at Lin Yu. After a 2-second pause, Lin Yu realized he had been overthinking things. Feel sorry. While apologizing, he also put several 100 yuan bills in the car as compensation for the other party's loss, and then ran away. He knew in his heart that once he was entangled, he probably wouldn't be able to leave for a while. Stop right there, you brat. You stop right there. The driver hurriedly got out of the car, and when he saw that his car door had been dented, he was furious. Quick, stop him. I am dizzy. I think I have a concussion. The passenger who had just been kicked away was also calling out urgently. Just then, another black sedan drove straight toward Lin Yu. The other person rolled down the car window. Lin, get in the car quickly. Who are you? Lin Yu turned to look at the other person and found that everyone in the car was a stranger. Wait, how did they know my surname is Lin? Lin Yu had a vague feeling that something was wrong. We are from the Su family. We heard you've done a great service this time. I never expected to run into you here. Let's get on first. That old man behind us is about to catch up. The person in the passenger seat continued to urge them on. Lin Yu glanced back and, sure enough, the middle-aged man was running towards him, looking as if he wanted to devour him alive. Chapter 130, I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Lin Yu quickly scanned the inside of the car. There were 3 people in total, including the driver. Okay, then I'll trouble you. I just happened to have dinner plans with Su Qingshu. Upon hearing that Lin Yu was willing to get in the car, the person in the passenger seat was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly in agreement, indicating that he was also quite familiar with Su Qingshu. But the next second, a hint of doubt appeared in his previously excited eyes. Because Lin Yu didn't open the back seat door, but instead quickly walked around the front of the car and opened the driver's side door. His unusual behavior caused the 3 people to widen their eyes in bewilderment. Wait, why did you open my driver's side door? Go sit in the back. The driver was speechless. There's no time to explain. Get out of there, I'll drive. Lin Yu's expression and tone were filled with anxiety, and he even bent down to unbuckle the driver's seatbelt. Hey, kid, don't pull me. The driver cast a pleading look at his passenger in the front seat. After a brief exchange of glances, they decided to give up their seats to Lin Yu first and deal with everything else after they had tricked Lin Yu into getting into the car. Bang! After pulling the driver out of the car, Lin Yu quickly closed the car door. Immediately, he stepped on the gas. In an instant, the engine, like a lurking beast breaking free of its restraints, roared so loudly that it made everyone's eardrums tremble. The deep sound waves crashed in layers, and the car shot forward violently in the first instant. Holy crap! I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. The driver, who had just gotten out of the car, was completely dumbfounded. Hey, you bastard, stop right there. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. He could no longer contain himself and started cursing loudly in the direction of the car. Lin Yu was sitting in the car, and with the engine roaring, he couldn't hear the other person shouting at all. He merely glanced at the rearview mirror and drove off without a care in the world. The other 2 people in the car were also thrown about by the sudden acceleration of the car, and they didn't realize what was happening until their companion had gotten into the car. Hello! The driver was still screaming hysterically, but soon his arm was grabbed tightly by the older man. Huh, why are you pulling my arm? The driver turned to look at the middle-aged man, his brows furrowing slightly. You're all in cahoots, aren't you? He kicked my car door so hard it dented it, and another passenger even suffered concussion. You can't leave. The uncle said angrily. No, whoever kicked it, go find them. Why are you dragging me? The driver was speechless. So, do you want to call him back? Or, do you want to come with me? You choose. The uncle refused to let go no matter what. The commotion they were making had attracted a lot of attention, and some people even took out their phones to film it. Even if the driver wanted to use force, he couldn't. Fine. Let go, I'll pay you. I'll pay you back, okay? Frustrated, the driver tried to settle the matter by paying money. As he spoke, he had already taken 1,000 yuan out of his pocket. You think this could be solved by giving some money? I demand my car repair costs and lost wages. Not a single one less. Also, you must come with me to the hospital for a medical checkup with the passengers. Who knows if he got seriously injured in the fall? The middle-aged man dragged the driver toward his car. Are you crazy? Going to the hospital with you? Who has time to cause trouble for you? The driver became anxious when he heard that he needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. They couldn't leave even after half a day of trouble. You can't escape. There are so many people watching. If you don't go, I'll report you to the authorities. The uncle wasn't scared at all. The driver was extremely anxious, like a cat on a hot tin roof. Reporting it to the authorities would only waste more time. At the same time, the other 2 people in the car suddenly came to their senses. Student Lin, why is someone missing? He hasn't gotten on the bus yet. Why did you drive it? The passenger in the front seat quickly scanned the car, then asked urgently. Oh, him. He said he had something to do and wouldn't get on the bus. Lin Yu's expression and tone were both extremely natural. Oh. The person in the passenger seat was completely bewildered. This is impossible. His mind was full of doubts. The three of them were sent by the Zhang family to test Lin Yu. How could they possibly leave on their own? Wait a minute. You tricked us. The passenger in the front seat finally noticed something was wrong. At this moment, another person in the back seat also had a fierce look in their eyes, seemingly ready to make a move. Bang! But soon, the car Lin Yu was driving scraped violently against the wall by the roadside. Sparks flew everywhere, and even the glass on the passenger side window shattered. The sudden turn of events startled both of them. You brat, what are you doing? Do you even know how to drive? The person in the passenger seat shouted angrily. I just turned 18 this year. What do you think? Lin Yu glanced at the other person and revealed a meaningful smile. Upon hearing this, the person in the passenger seat's expression changed drastically, and their hands instinctively gripped the car's handrail tightly. He discovered that Lin Yu was a lunatic, probably with something wrong with his brain. In just a few minutes, he did nothing that a normal person would do. You son of a bitch, you can't even drive. Why are you trying to take the driver's seat? The person in the back seat also let out an angry roar. Don't scare him. This kid, he's almost at 200 kilometers per hour. The person in the passenger seat was already pale with fright. At a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, if they were to crash into something like that, they would be badly injured, even if they didn't die. What? Hey kids, slow down. Slow down. The person in the back seat panicked when they heard the speed was 200 kilometers per hour. Slow down? Why should I slow down? Tell me, who exactly are you? Lin Yu's smile vanished, and his tone turned icy, as if he had become a completely different person. Kid, what are you talking about? We are all members of the Su family. We're family. The person in the passenger seat hurriedly explained, signaling the other person not to do anything foolish. You won't talk, huh? Then let's put some pressure on you. At this point, Lin Yu had almost floored the accelerator, and the speed had successfully exceeded 200 and was still slowly increasing. Whoosh! Their car was like a black streak of light on the road, accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds. Kid, if you really crash, you won't be able to escape either. The person in the passenger seat gave a serious reminder. 1 for 2. I made a profit. Lin Yu smiled calmly, showing no fear whatsoever. Due to his limited driving skills, the car began to shake more and more violently. At this moment, the two people on the other side were looking at Lin Yu as if he were a madman. Ow, what did you find out? The person in the passenger seat was very curious about where he had given himself away. Chapter 131 seems to have exposed them. You said you're from the Su family? But in the Su family, who doesn't know that Su Qingshu and I are irreconcilable enemies? How could he possibly agree to have dinner with me? Lin Yu explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two men were slightly taken aback. They hadn't expected this kid to be so wary, actually testing them from the very beginning. And yet he was completely unaware. This made him feel a chill run down his spine. Wait, didn't you consider that we just returned from training abroad? It's impossible for everyone to know about your relationship, right? The person in the passenger seat was still not giving up. Then tell me, who is Su Qingshu? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the other person, then smiled and asked further. Of course I know Su Qingshu. He is a direct descendant of the Su family and the son of the second master. Is that right? The person in the passenger seat answered with a confident expression. He had a general understanding of the relationships among the members of the Su family. Then tell me, given Su Qingshu's status, how many members of the Su family wouldn't know about such a serious incident, being beaten so badly he couldn't even get out of bed? The person in the passenger seat was completely dumbfounded when faced with Lin Yu's question. Only then did he realize that he had overlooked the most important point. There's no way Su Qingshu would go out to eat right now. If I said I forgot, would you believe me? The man in the passenger seat chuckled twice and said something that even he himself didn't believe. Tell me, do you believe me if I dare to run into it right now? Lin Yu suddenly revealed a strange smile that sent chills down one's spine. No, I don't believe it. The person in the passenger seat mechanically shook their head. Okay, go ahead, bye-bye. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu pushed open the car door and jumped out. He did not hesitate or waver in the slightest. This scene left both of them dumbfounded. Wait, this kid's really jumping around? Over 200 kilometers per hour? Aren't you afraid of dying? The person in the passenger seat had a blank stare and even wondered if he was hallucinating. Just as Lin Yu jumped off the car, the scythe demon suddenly appeared and caught him firmly in midair. Bang! Upon landing, due to its immense inertia, it even rolled several times on the ground. In the end, the scythe demon had to use its giant scythe and its feet to plow 3 deep furrows in the ground to barely regain its footing. Lin Yu landed safely. The 2 members of the Zhang family were in a much worse situation. They didn't have the courage to jump out of the car, and as the car crashed into an obstacle, a violent explosion occurred on the spot. Looking at the scene of thick smoke and towering flames before him, he felt no pity whatsoever. The other party actually impersonated a member of the Su family to approach him, which clearly indicates that they had ulterior motives. Lin Yu slowly walked towards the location of the explosion. He couldn't guarantee that the 2 opponents would die from such an impact, but injuries were certainly inevitable. Sure enough, he had only taken a few steps when 2 figures rushed out of the sea of fire and then fell to the ground. He's really not dead. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. He quickened his pace and approached the 2 men. The other person was covered in soot, his clothes were mostly burned, and his face was covered in blood. He was lying on the ground, panting heavily, and seemed to be seriously injured. You madman, you're actually all right? The person in the passenger seat stared wide-eyed in astonishment when he saw Lin Yu unharmed. Thank you for your concern, but how could I possibly risk my life? I won't do anything foolish unless I'm absolutely certain. As Lin Yu spoke, he had already stepped on the other person's chest. As he gradually increased his strength, the man screamed in pain. Who sent you? And what is your purpose in approaching me? Lin Yu looked down at the other party with a condescending gaze and questioned him in a cold voice. Do you think I'd tell you? The man's teeth were covered in blood. Oh, fine, then don't tell me. Lin Yu glanced around and, after confirming that no one was around, simply let go of his foot. Upon seeing this, the other party was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Yu to be so easy to talk to. Wow! The next second, a thick arm grabbed his neck and lifted his entire body into the air. When the man saw the scythe demon, he was completely stunned, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. What is that? The other person was also quite frightened. He was terrified when he saw his companion being lifted into the air and kicking wildly. Snap! The scythe demon crushed the man's neck with his bare hands. Combat power, 295 plus 18, 300 plus 18. Bang! After the opponent was completely lifeless, the scythe demon casually tossed it into the sea of fire in front of him. Are you willing to talk? Lin Yu stared coldly at the other person. Say it. I'll say it. The man looked terrified, his body trembling slightly with fear. Who sent you? And what is your purpose in approaching me? Lin Yu continued to ask the same question with a blank expression. The Zhang family. We are members of the Zhang family. My main purpose in approaching you was to test you. Lin Yu frowned slightly after hearing this. At first, he thought it was Hua Jiaqin's doing, but he never expected it to be the Zhang family. Testing me? Testing me for what? He pressed on with an urgent question. I want to test your strength. The man answered tremblingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, realizing something was wrong. Why would the Zhang family come to test my strength for no reason? Clearly, the other party has already become suspicious of me. Looks like we've been exposed. Lin Yu sighed and shook his head. After speaking, the scythe demon slashed the other man's neck with its giant scythe, and then kicked the man's corpse into the sea of fire. Combat strength, 300 plus 18, 305 plus 18. After eliminating the 2 opponents, Lin Yu turned and left without looking back. Now that the Zhang family has taken action, it means that he doesn't have much time left. This was just a test, but next time it won't be so simple. From now on, he can only stay in the Su family manor as much as possible, as it is the safest place at present. The Zhang family still dared not send anyone to infiltrate the Su family. Since that's the case, he felt it was necessary to make a trip to the black market before going back. He is unlikely to leave the Su family anytime soon, in order to ensure his absolute safety. Damn it, they drove the car away. Didn't they notice I didn't get in? Can't get through on the phone? What's going on? The driver who was abandoned was walking down the road, cursing and repeatedly dialing his companion's number. But no matter how many times he dialed, he couldn't get through, Chapter 132, Name Your Price. When the driver arrived at the scene, he was completely stunned. The car had been burned to a shell, and the area around it was cordoned off by the authorities. What exactly is going on? His eyes widened in disbelief. Immediately, his eyes began to scan his surroundings frantically, trying to find his companion. But all he saw were two bodies lying inside the cordon, completely covered by white sheets. Two, only two? That means there are still people alive. The driver hurried forward, eager to see who the two corpses were. Sir, please wait. This area is off limits. When he tried to cross the cordon, officials immediately stepped forward to stop him. Get away. Do you know who I am? The driver's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed hysterically. The official member was completely bewildered. No matter who you are not allowed to go in. But the other party quickly came to their senses and tried to continue to stop them. I'm a member of the Zhang family. This is our Zhang family's car. I need to confirm whether the dead person is a member of our Zhang family. The driver didn't give the official a friendly look, and while shouting angrily, he also pulled out his Zhang family identification. When the official saw the certificate in the other party's hand, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Let him in. Just then, a deep voice came from behind. It was the person in charge of the scene. Yes. The official nodded in response, and then stepped aside. The driver quickly crossed the police line and came to the two bodies. Without hesitation, he lifted the white sheet and was horrified to find that the two corpses had been burned beyond recognition. Apart from being disgusting, it was impossible to discern their faces. Damn it, Lin Yu ran away. His gaze then shifted downwards, and he quickly recognized the two companions' belongings, watches and rings. After confirming the identities of the two corpses in front of him, he quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhang Yuanhai's number. Hello. The call was quickly answered, and a gloomy voice came through. Something's happened. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanhai's eyes narrowed slightly. Upon learning that two of the three men he had sent out had died, he simply replied, Okay, I understand. After saying that, he hung up the phone unhurriedly. This kid seems interesting. He actually knows how to lure one away and then take out two others without anyone noticing. Zhang Yuanhai leaned back in an executive chair, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses that had slipped off his nose, a sly smile playing on his lips. So, that kid discovered the problem the moment he met them? If he hadn't done anything wrong, why would he be so vigilant and even kill someone to cover it up? Moreover, if he can take down two people with a combat power of around 150 points in one go, then his combat power index will be at least no less than 180 points and may even exceed 200 points. At this moment, Zhang Yuanhai already had the answer in his heart. His deep eyes gradually turned cold, and he slowly uttered a single word, kill. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already appeared in the black market. He went straight to Su Dafu's stall. Welcome. The young woman in charge of reception immediately came forward to greet us. I'm looking for your boss. Without saying a word, Lin Yu directly asked to see Su Dafu. For small transactions, you can simply do business with the receptionist. But what he's about to do isn't a small business. To get the best deal, he naturally needs to talk to the other party's boss to make the decision. Okay, just a moment. The receptionist nodded respectfully, then turned and left. Within 2 minutes, a portly middle-aged man emerged from the stall. It was Su Dafu. I heard. You were looking for me? Su Dafu looked Lin Yu up and down with his eyes and asked in a tentative tone. That's right. Mr. Su, do you still remember me? Lin Yu nodded. He was wearing a mask, so it's understandable that the other person couldn't recognize him at first. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Su Dafu immediately looked as if he had just realized something. Ha ha ha, young man, I really wouldn't have recognized you if you hadn't spoken. It hasn't been long, but your aura has become so much stronger. Su Dafu patted his big belly and laughed out loud, not forgetting to praise Lin Yu a few times. Would it be convenient to find a place to talk? Lin Yu glanced around and felt that there were far too many people coming and going. Please follow me. Su Dafu's face was beaming with a bright smile. He had no reason to refuse Lin Yu's request. After all, the other party was a major client that he had gone to great lengths to snatch away from Laoli. Led by Su Dafu, Lin Yu arrived at the office inside the other party stall. The place was cluttered and disorganized. It was more like a small warehouse than an office, except that it had an extra desk and chair. Young brother, the black market is a place where every inch of land is precious, so please don't complain about the small size. Su Dafu gestured for the other person to sit wherever they liked. Before Su Dafu could ask him the purpose of his visit, Lin Yu released the refined iron he had obtained in the dual dungeons. Bang! The moment the iron hit the ground, it even cracked and dented the originally smooth surface. Su Dafu was completely stunned when he saw this scene. This is a spatial artifact. He stared in awe at the massive lump of refined iron before him. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I accidentally damaged your floor. Lin Yu said calmly. What are you saying? This is refined iron? Su Dafu paid no attention to the damaged floor. His attention was now entirely focused on the refined iron in front of him. White with a greenish tinge. This is critical grade white refined iron. Young man, are you sure you want to sell? Su Dafu's expression and tone were filled with excitement. Yes. Name your price. Lin Yu nodded in response. Originally, he was not in a hurry to sell it, thinking that he might be able to do the Su family some favor in the future. After all, this thing was a good material for forging equipment, and a big family would be eager to have it. But the situation has changed. He has been targeted by the Zhang family. For his own safety, he has no choice but to maximize his profits and stockpile as many resources as possible in case of emergency. 100 million. How about that? Su Dafu raised his hand and made a single word, his eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation as he looked at Lin Yu. I don't want money. Lin Yu's words startled Su Dafu, his eyes filled with doubt. Then what do you need? As long as you can tell me, I can get it for you. Su Dafu pressed for an answer. Chapter 133, where are you? What are you doing? Lin Yu smiled, but remained silent, not in a hurry to answer. Then, he took out the spoils he had obtained from the dungeon. 3 portions of spirulina, 1 piece of ancient animal bone, 2 magic cores, 1 for a 150 power 3-eyed orc, and the other for a 100 power boss. 3 weapons of green quality. They are Zhangjiao leader, Wang Yao, and Old Snake. Gurgle. After looking at all these things, Su Dafu subconsciously swallowed. The way he looked at Lin Yu changed once again. This kid, he's rolling in money. Who exactly is this scion of a powerful force? Not only does he carry spatial artifacts, but the things he sells are also quite expensive. Su Dafu was secretly shocked. Mr. Su, pack all of these together. As Lin Yu spoke, he found a chair and sat down, even crossing his legs. All right, let me calculate it. 100 million white refined iron, 15 million spirit herbs, 10 million ancient beast bones, 25 million magic cores, and 30 million green weapons. Boss, let's bundle it all together for 180 million. If you want to exchange it for something, this 180 million can be used as 200 million. Consider it a friendly discount for our loyal customers. At this point, Su Dafu's attitude and way of addressing Lin Yu changed. No longer addressing each other as little brother, but as boss. He no longer spoke in a joking manner, but became extremely respectful. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. I want 20,000 magic crystals, plus 5,000 magic source stones. Lin Yu didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he went straight to the point and stated what he needed. A magic crystal costs 5,000 each, and a magic source stone costs 20,000 each. The total value of these items is exactly 200 million. Oh. After hearing what the other party needed, Su Dafu was slightly taken aback. He could understand needing magic source stones, but he really couldn't understand needing 20,000 magic crystals. What? Is there a problem? Lin Yu looked up at the other person and asked in a doubtful voice. No problem at all. Su Dafu waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly. This was a big deal. How could he possibly miss it? At that moment, he felt incredibly fortunate that he had snatched this big spender from Old Li. Otherwise, it wouldn't be him making a fortune right now. It would be Old Li. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go and prepare it right away. After saying that, he quickly turned and left the simple office. Lin Yu was left alone inside to wait. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped his fingers on the table out of sheer boredom, trying to pass the time in this way. Creak. Less than 5 minutes after Su Dafu left, the office door was open again. Zulfast. Lin Yu subconsciously turned his head to look. At first, he mistook it for Su Dafu returning, but to his surprise, what came into his view was a backlit figure, not Su Dafu. "You're here to buy something?" "Mr. Su isn't here." Lin Yu frowned slightly and asked in a doubtful voice. The other party did not reply, but instead closed the door and locked it. This scene made Lin Yu frown even more, and a hint of vigilance even appeared in his eyes. The first thought that flashed through his mind was murder and robbery. After all, he had encountered this kind of thing twice before. I never expected them to choose to make their move in the black market this time. How they become so brazen as to disregard the rules of the black market? Just as Lin Yu was speculating, the other party's next move instantly shattered all his previous assumptions. "Oh." He instinctively stretched out his neck, his eyes wide open. Because after locking the door, the girl unbuttoned her clothes. With each button undone, Lin Yu's heart beat a little faster. Holy crap, Fatty Sue is so considerate. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Bang, bang, bang. His heartbeat quickened with time. Gurgle. The other party's audacity made him swallow hard, his blood surging. As the girl slowly walked towards him with cat-like steps, Lin Yu felt both excited and nervous. Stimulate. Those two words were all he could think of. Hakimi North and South Green, Asaiga. Just then his cell phone rang. Lin Yu frowned, wanting to curse loudly. Who was this damned bastard who would disturb his enjoyment at this time? After 18 long years, I'm finally going to experience what it means to be a man. And then this damn phone call interrupted me. He didn't even look at it and hung up the phone. But the other party seemed determined to provoke him, constantly calling back. This made Lin Yu feel vaguely that something was wrong. If it wasn't something urgent, who would be so bored as to bombard people with phone calls? Who is it? He hesitated for a moment, but finally took out his phone. When he saw that the caller was Su Qingsheng, his mind went completely blank. What the hell? Did you install a surveillance camera on my head, girl? You never call me usually. Lin Yu wiped his face and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his testicles, as if his wife had caught him cheating. Cough, cough, cough. He cleared his throat before pressing the answer button. Lin Yu, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you hang up on me? The call had barely connected when Su Qingqing's roar came through, startling him so much that he quickly moved the phone away from his ear. Terrifying? So terrifying. Lin Yu reassured himself. He didn't put the phone back to his ear until the voice on the other end of the phone calmed down. Ahem, little orange, what's up? Lin Yu coughed a few times as if to make a gesture and asked with a smile. Where are you? I heard you haven't returned to the Su family yet. After you left the academy, it said that the Zhang family also encountered trouble around the same time. Are you alright? When Su Qingsheng learned that Lin Yu had not returned to the Su family for a long time, she could hardly help but connect him with the Zhang family's affairs, fearing that he might be involved. Pigeon, why are you answering the phone? At this moment, the girl had already arrived in front of Lin Yu. Her cry of "Gitch" startled Lin Yu, sending a chill down his spine. Where are you? Su Qingsheng frowned slightly on the phone, having heard the voice, and continued to ask, What are you doing? Lin Yu. Chapter 134 Su Dafu's Little Thoughts. Lin Yu first slapped his forehead hard, then kicked the girl in front of him. Ah! The girl screamed and fell 2 meters away, looking at Lin Yu with a bewildered and pitiful expression. Little did she know, in Lin Yu's eyes, she had already become a source of trouble. Knowing full well that I was on the phone, they still came over and called out to me. Their intentions are despicable. I said I was in the black market. Would you believe me? Lin Yu was truly at his wit's end, and said something into the phone that even he himself didn't believe. Do you think I believe you? Su Qingsheng gave a cold smile. Before she could finish speaking, she had already hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yu stared at his phone, which was beeping for several seconds. Holy crap! After putting away his phone, he immediately glared angrily at the girl on the ground. Hey, why are you so rude? The girl adopted a coquettish demeanor, trying to win Lin Yu's affection. But how could she know that Lin Yu, when he got ruthless, had no heart at all? Smack! Lin Yu stepped forward and slapped the girl across the face, leaving her stunned. I just kicked her once. Why are you getting addicted to hitting her? She covered her burning cheeks, staring blankly at Lin Yu, tears welling up in her eyes, as if they might spill over at any moment. You green TB asterisk TCH. Pa, get out of here. Lin Yu roared at the other party in a fit of rage. Hey, I really didn't mean to. The girl was still clinging to a sliver of hope, trying to keep Lin Yu by using a coquettish voice. She had already learned, before she came in, that Lin Yu was a wealthy and influential man from a prominent family. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Slap, slap. Lin Yu slapped the other man twice more, making both cheeks bulge out and turning him into a pig's head pancake. Roll. He shouted angrily again. Wah! The girl couldn't hold back anymore and cried her eyes out, still reluctant to leave. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, reached out and grabbed the other person's arm, dragging him outside. Creak! He opened the door, casually tossed it open, and the girl flew out like that. Lin Yu, however, returned to his office without looking back. Bang! Then all that reached my ears was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Ah! You're crazy. My clothes! The next second, the girl screamed and shouted again. Lin Yu's gaze shifted downwards, and when he saw the clothes left on the ground, he suddenly came to his senses, inwardly exclaiming, "What a sin!" He didn't want to do this, but Su Qingqing's phone call made him instantly irritable. Boss, what happened? At this moment, Su Dafu rushed over in a panic, eager to know what had happened. Isn't this all part of your plan? Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and gave the other person a cold glance. Huh, I arranged this good thing. Su Dafu looked completely bewildered. As his gaze moved downwards, he suddenly realized what was going on when he saw the clothes left on the ground. No, boss, it's all a misunderstanding. That wasn't my arrangement. She's just a receptionist in my stall. Su Dafu hurriedly explained, clearly stating that everything the girl did was her own initiative. Is everything ready? Lin Yu didn't want to get too entangled with the other party on this matter and damage their cooperative relationship, so he changed the subject and asked about the items directly. Ready. All ready. Boss, please follow me. Su Dafu notet the Pete then. Under his guidance, Lin Yu returned to the warehouse. After taking inventory, Lin Yu no longer tried to avoid suspicion. He simply waved his hand and put all the magic crystals and magic source stones piled up like a small mountain into his territory space, since the other party already knew that he possessed a spatial item. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Boss, may I ask your surname? Su Dafu approached Lin Yu with a beaming smile. Mr. Su, have you forgotten the rules of this black market? Lin Yu smiled and asked in return. I remember. Of course I remember. We can't investigate or inquire about the guest's identity information. I just wanted to make it easier to address you. Su Dafu continued to explain with a forced smile. I'm leaving, Lin Yu replied coldly, then walked straight towards the exit of the black market. He wasn't stupid enough to announce his identity. Okay, take care. Su Dafu remained extremely enthusiastic. Only after Lin Yu's figure completely disappeared from his sight did the smile on his face gradually fade, replaced by gloom and ruthlessness. When he returned to his stall, the girl from before had already put her clothes back on and was hiding to the side, secretly sobbing. Useless? Are you useless? How can you not even handle such a small matter? Su Dafu seemed like a completely different person. He suddenly became fierce and menacing, his eyes wide with anger, which was quite frightening. He used his large, fat hands to viciously grab the girl's hair. Yeah, the girl screamed in pain. What use are you to me? I'm just asking you to seduce a young punk, and you can't even do that properly. And they actually threw you out like that? Su Dafu grabbed the girl by the hair and dragged her into the office. Spare me just this once. The girl clutched her hair tightly with both hands, crying and screaming desperately. You're useless now. I don't need losers. Since that's the case, I'll sell you after I've had my fun. Su Dafu sneered, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. This scene made the other receptionists in the stall tremble with fear, not daring to breathe. Bang! As soon as the office door slammed shut, a girl's heart-wrenching screams echoed from inside within seconds. No one knows exactly what kind of treatment she suffered. After leaving the black market, Lin Yu did not immediately head to the Su family. Instead, he took many detours and made sure that no one was following him before daring to go to the Su family manor. Su Dafu's unusual behavior made him wary. Without absolute power, once you flaunt your wealth, you are likely to attract unwanted attention. As he approached the Su family's door, he suddenly stopped, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, making it impossible for him to move an inch. He saw a familiar figure leaning against the gate, seemingly waiting for something. No. What exactly does this girl want to do? Why are you blocking my way? Lin Yu rubbed his eyes, frantically, trying to see if he was hallucinating. And that beautiful figure was none other than Su Qingsheng. If Lin Yu can see her, then it proves that the other party can also see Lin Yu. The two locked eyes, and Lin Yu suddenly seemed a little guilty. No, what am I afraid of? I'm a decent person. I just went to the black market. And why should I be afraid of her? She should be the one being afraid of me. A real man never backs down. Awesome. After encouraging himself, Lin Yu dared to continue walking. Chapter 135, the rumors were true. You. Oh. Lin Yu had just arrived in front of the other party and hadn't even finished speaking when the other party grabbed his ear, making him howl in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Have some mercy. Have some mercy. The security guard is watching. Lin Yu urged him in a low voice. However, Su Qingsheng ignored his pleas for mercy, grabbed his ear, and walked into the Su family manor. The gatekeeper stared in disbelief at the scene, inwardly exclaiming, wow. At this moment, he was even more certain of what Lin Yu had told him. He used to believe it 80%, but now he believes it 100%. Otherwise, Su Qingsheng, who was at the academy, wouldn't have had to rush back to pull his ear. Wouldn't that be a classic case of being henpecked? Aren't you disgusting? Are you really that pent up? As Su Qingsheng walked, she muttered to herself, her words filled with displeasure and disdain. But she never showed any intention of letting go. Let me explain. Let's let go first, okay? If someone sees this, it will have a bad influence. Lin Yu was almost in tears, never expecting this girl to be so ruthless, holding nothing back. He had a vague feeling that his ears were about to be ripped off. I was worried something had happened to you. But what were you doing? Humph. Pigeon. How affectionate. Su Qingsheng grew angrier as she spoke, and her grip tightened, causing Lin Yu to bend over in pain, grimacing and almost begging for mercy on his knees. Huh, isn't that Lin Yu? That's right, it's Lin Yu. Is that the young lady? Lin Yu had his ear pulled by the young lady. Just then, members of the action team happened to pass by and were immediately shocked. The Zhang family has their eyes on me, and I have no choice but to accept it. Thinking that it might be difficult to leave the Su family after this, I went to the black market. Who knew that the waiter would play such a stupid trick on me? I did nothing. I am innocent. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, his survival instincts running high. The Zhang family has their eyes on you. They suspect you killed Zhang Xing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng frowned slightly and released the other person's ear. Yes, they become suspicious and sent 3 people to test me. But I managed to kill 2 of them. The Zhang family should have already turned their attention to me. Lin Yu rubbed his ears as he recounted the events of the day. How is that possible? Why would they suspect you? Did you do anything else that I don't know about? Su Qingsheng had a vague feeling that things weren't so simple. What can I do? Lin Yu started playing dumb again. You don't trust me? Su Qingsheng looked directly into the other person's eyes and questioned him in a doubtful voice. Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling that if he didn't make things clear with her today, she would probably really get angry. I also killed the rest of the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. You also killed the others? She couldn't imagine just how insane Lin Yu was, daring to kill even members of the Zhang family. Yes, every time I enter the dungeon, if I encounter anyone from the Zhang family, I kill them. Lin Yu nodded, no longer hiding anything. Oh. Su Qingsheng was completely stunned after hearing this. Didn't 6 members of the Zhang family die from your Su family's teleportation portal last time? They weren't killed by the Qin family. I killed them. During the monthly exam, Zhang Xing was killed again. And the annihilation of the Zhang family team in this dungeon was also my doing. Lin Yu decided to lay his cards on the table and stop pretending. Su Qingsheng instinctively covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. Lin Yu's madness had far exceeded her imagination. If you think I'll bring trouble to the Su family, I can leave right now. Lin Yu's face no longer held its usual playful smile. Instead, it was serious and earnest. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng instinctively reached out and covered the other person's lips, signaling them to stop talking. She stared blankly at Lin Yu, remaining silent for a long time. She believed that Lin Yu wouldn't kill someone for no reason. If he chose to take action, he must have had a compelling reason to do so. Don't leave the Su family during this time. I'll have my dad protect you. After a long while, Su Qingsheng finally let go. After she finished speaking, she was about to turn and leave, but Lin Yu grabbed her hand. Is there something else? Su Qingsheng frowned slightly. Yes, and they're quite important. Lin Yu's usual simple and honest smile reappeared on his face. Su Qingsheng's intuition told her that nothing good was coming. Didn't you ask me if I was gonna burst? To be honest, there really is some. Lin Yu scratched her head, looking shy. Have you no shame? Su Qingsheng was speechless. Then what do you suggest we do? Lin Yu held onto the other person's hand tightly, refusing to let go no matter how much Su Qingsheng tried to shake him off. What's it to me? A faint blush had appeared on Su Qingsheng's cheeks. How can it not be your business? We're practically family. As Lin Yu spoke, he kept throwing flirty glances at the other person. Get out. You're disgusting. Su Qingsheng's face flushed red, and she subconsciously kicked the other person. The scene of the two flirting was witnessed by the members of the action team who had just passed by. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with nothing but shock. Holy crap. It seems the rumors were true. I knew it. Lin Yu's identity is not simple. I didn't expect that he would have this kind of relationship with a young lady. Everyone couldn't help but sigh and discuss it endlessly. Look. What is Lin Yu planning to do? The Grove? Why do you take the young lady to the Grove? Seriously? You guys can tolerate this? I'm going to stop them. Some people finally couldn't sit still and tried to step forward to stop them, but they were held firmly to the ground by the others. Don't be impulsive. Why are you in such a hurry? That's right. Free love is encouraged now, and even young ladies like that are willing. So why shouldn't you be? Everyone tried their best to persuade the emotionally agitated member not to act impulsively. Chapter 136 Rumors. Lin Yu and Su Qingsheng struggled for a long time before finally ending with the other delivering a groin kick. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingsheng also has her own sense of propriety. Lin Yu squeezed his legs together and curled up on the ground. You brat. You're really ruthless. I'm going to sue you for murdering your husband. He broke out in a cold sweat, spoke with difficulty, his words filled with resentment. Before leaving, Su Qingsheng turned back to make a face and stick out her tongue at Lin Yu. That brat. There's always going to be the day I'll make you call me dad. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, each word filled with his last bit of stubbornness. Seeing this, the members of the action team in the distance finally breathed a long sigh of relief. I knew it. How could the young lady be such a person? Finally, we're free from their clutches. Lin Yu deserves it. This is the price he pays for laying a hand on the young lady. Everyone rubbed their chins, seemingly quite enlightened. Then, one by one, they approached Lin Yu with schadenfreude, feigning ignorance as they asked, Lin, what's wrong with you? Should we carry you back to your dorm? Or we'll take you to the hospital? Lin Yu looked up at the crowd and frowned. The smiles on the other people's faces made his lips twitch. They practically had the words gloating written all over their faces. Quick, help me up. I can still walk. Lin Yu reached out and grabbed the other person's arm, speaking with difficulty. With the help of others, he finally made it back to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Su Qingsheng had already arrived at the Su family mansion. She casually picked up an apple from the fruit plate in the living room, took a bite, and then turned to look at her father sitting on the sofa, saying, Dad, the Zhang family has already set their sights on Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in the master's eyes. Left with no other choice, Su Qingsheng recounted the entire story to her father. After listening, the eldest gentleman leaned back on the sofa, his face solemn, and remained silent. I don't care. You have to protect him. Su Qingsheng had already moved closer to her father, and she was even prepared to whine and throw a tantrum if he disagreed. Of course we have to protect him. The other party's answer made Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes widen slightly. She never expected her father to agree so readily. Something's not right. There's 100 things wrong with it. This kid, he's a prodigy. The Zhang family's focus on him is undoubtedly creating an opportunity for our Su family. In that case, I need to make sure Lin Yu gets into the green portal next month. The gentleman's face didn't show any exaggerated expression, but his deep eyes brightened a bit. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and his voice was very steady. A green portal? Dad, are you crazy? At this time, it's safest for him to stay at the Su family. Besides, how could you arrange for him to go to the green portal? What's the difference between that and sending him to his death? Su Qingchang couldn't help but get excited and tried to stop the other party from having such a crazy idea. He just returned from the dungeon, and I didn't plan to send him into other dungeons so soon. But the news you brought me forces me to make these arrangements. The elder gentleman continued to explain. Su Qingcheng fronet, looking passive. No, with his limited combat strength, you're telling me to go through the green portal? She even wondered if she had misheard or if her father was confused. His fighting ability is so meager. Do you know how strong he is? With his combat strength of just over 200 points, sending him through the white portal is just bullying him, isn't it? The elder gentleman laughed. Over 200 combat power. Su Qingcheng was completely stunned when she heard this. Since returning from the monthly exam, she has been diligently cultivating every day and absorbing magic cores, but she has only just broken through 50 points of combat power. Now tell her that Lin Yu's combat power has exceeded 200 points? If he doesn't go through the green portal, where else would he go? When the eldest son saw his daughter's stunned expression, he continued to smile and asked in return. No, even if his combat power has increased dramatically, he's already being targeted by the Zhang family. If he participates in the underground city operation again, he will inevitably be besieged and killed by the enemy. Putting aside Lin Yu's combat strength, Su Qingcheng still felt it was inappropriate. It was far too risky. This is exactly what I wanted. I want him to know who saved him when he was in the most danger. In this way, he will owe the Su family an enormous favor. The gentleman raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint but confident smile playing on his lips. Su Qingcheng finally understood. It turned out that her father had recognized Lin Yu's potential and wanted to completely sever ties between Lin Yu and the Su family. Cheng, this kid's potential is terrifying. They are comparable to the scions of those powerful and influential families. If we can completely bring them under the wing of our Su family, this city near Shenzhen may undergo a major reshuffle within a few years. And our Su family will also rise completely in this reshuffle and become the overlord of Linshan City. The Zhang family and the Chen family, they all have to step aside. Mr. De gradually became agitated, both in his expression and in his tone of voice. Su Qingqing's mouth gaped open, her face full of shock. She never expected that her father would value Lin Yu so much, even placing the future of the Su family on him. In her opinion, this was quite an exaggeration. Oh, right. I've heard some rumors that I was just about to ask you about. Before speaking, the man glanced around to make sure no one was there before he spoke. He lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Rumors? What rumors? Su Qingcheng blinked her big eyes, her face full of confusion. I heard about you and Lin Yu. Upon hearing the gossip from her father, Su Qingqing's face flushed red instantly. Nonsense. This is blatant nonsense. She vehemently denied it. Actually, Dad really approves of this. Don't rush to explain. The gentleman remained calm, as if he had anticipated his daughter's reaction. Su Qingcheng had a vague, indescribable feeling. No matter what she said, it sounded like she was just making excuses to the other party. Yeah, Lin Yu, I'm going to kill you. She was screaming and shouting inside. Based on her understanding of Lin Yu, these words most likely came from him. Chapter 137, Preparing for the Operation. Achoo! 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 Lin Yu lay in his dormitory room and sneezed several times in a row. Is someone thinking about me? He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. Never mind, this little phone is so much fun. Immediately afterwards, He simply turned over and continued playing on his phone. For the next few days, he devoted himself to practicing the sky-shattering kick. On the 7th day, he finally achieved his goal and successfully mastered the basic stage. Congratulations! You have achieved the exceptional skills achievement and have earned 5 achievement points. Knowing that Lin Yu couldn't leave the Su family, Su Qingcheng personally returned to retrieve the manual for the shattering kick. She didn't linger this time. After obtaining the shattering kick, she quickly returned to the academy. On this day, Lin Yu also received information about the quota for the next operation from Captain Suwon. This operation uses the green portal, and our team only has one spot, which is Lin Yu. After Suwon finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but cast envious glances at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting the Su family to value him so much, giving him this training opportunity again and again. Oh, I'm so envious. Suwon approached Lin Yu, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke from the heart. Brother one, don't be discouraged. You'll definitely be next time. Lin Yu smiled and comforted him. No, you've misunderstood. I don't envy your access to the dungeon. I envy other things. Suwon smiled and shook his head. Oh. Lin Yu was a little confused at this point, but Suwon didn't offer much explanation, only leaving behind a meaningful smile. Is he envious of my talent? Or are you envious of my looks? Lin Yu stroked his chin, silently speculating. There are still 10 days until he enters the green portal. There are still nearly 2 months until the youth championship. The news that Lin Yu had been assigned to participate in the operation quickly reached the Zhang family's ears. In the Zhang family villa, 2 figures sat in the hall. The patriarch Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Yuanhai, a key member of the family. I've already made a decision regarding Lin Yu, Zhang Yuanhai said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan slightly raised his eyes. Did he kill him? His words carried a chilling undertone. Most likely. That kid is very vigilant. He noticed me the moment I made contact. Moreover, their combat strength is not weak either. He is undoubtedly involved in all 3 incidents. Moreover, the Su family seems to value him highly and has even arranged for him to participate in the next underground city operation. Zhang Yuanhai nodded in response. The next dungeon raid? You mean the green portal in 10 days? Zhang Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice. That's right. After receiving an affirmative reply, Zhang Yuanshan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This operation will involve sending in the assassin team directly. It must be eradicated. Zhang Yuanshan was filled with murderous intent. In his eyes, Lin Yu's actions were a blatant provocation against the Zhang family. That's exactly what I was thinking. Zhang Yuanhai pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and gave a wicked smile. Ever since that test, that kid has been hiding in the Su family compound, too afraid to come out. I've been worried about not having a chance to make my move. Well, that's great. The Su family actually arranged for him to participate in the operation. Come to think of it, I should really thank the Su family. Zhang Yuanhai chuckled and shook his head. Speaking of which, why did that kid end up in the Su family's action team? Have you done any research? Zhang Yuanshan was quite curious about this matter. It said that the kid knows the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingcheng. Zhang Yuanhai didn't take it seriously. Zhang Yuanshan, if that's all there is to it, then we have nothing to fear. Zhang Yuanhai. Patriarch, you can rest assured about my work. This time, that brat is definitely dead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan nodded and remained silent. In the following days, Lin Yu practiced the shadowless wind trail repeatedly. He knew in his heart that this underground operation was more dangerous than before, not only because it was a green-level operation, but also because the danger posed by the Zhang family was, in his eyes, even greater than that of the magical beasts. After investigation, it was found that this was not an expedition, but a liquidation operation. The major factions have already gained a preliminary understanding of this green portal, and the combat power of the monsters is between 100 and 300 points. Not only combat teams, but also resource-gathering teams from various factions went there. However, there are still certain limitations in terms of the number of people and combat strength. The combat team consists of 10 people, with an average combat strength between 100 and 400 points. The gathering team consists of 50 people, but their combat strength is relatively low, generally below 50 points. Lin Yu strongly suspected that the Zhang family would use this opportunity to eliminate him. He had to improve his proficiency with the shadowless wind technique as much as possible. It wasn't until the night before the operation that Lin Yu finally managed to break through to the proficient stage. The speed increase has also increased from the original 20% to 30%. It may seem like only a 10% increase, but in reality, it's already 50% stronger than before, and Lin Yu is very satisfied. His tireless training day and night these past few days has finally paid off. No, it's not enough. Even after mastering the shadowless wind technique, Lin Yu still felt it wasn't enough to guarantee success. With his current combat power of over 200 points, he still wouldn't have a chance to survive if he encountered someone with 300 points of combat power. Even if the scythe demon could fight back, what if the opponent came with more than one person? Lin Yu had no way to break the deadlock. It seems this is the only way. He narrowed his eyes and entered the territory space directly, arriving in front of the demon workshop. His gaze went straight to the enhanced claws. At this point, the +4 claws already provide an 18-point boost to the combat power of all demon units. Further upgrades would be a qualitative leap. Promote. This time, Lin Yu did not hesitate. Congratulations on your successful upgrade. Claws enhanced by +5. All demons gain a 15-point increase in combat power. Cost, 2,000 magic crystals, 2,000 magic source stones. Scythe demon. Combat power 305 plus 33. Demon servant. Combat power 38. Demon hound. Combat power 41. Two-headed Cerberus. Combat power 51. After this enhancement, the two-headed hellhound's combat power has directly surpassed that of the swordsman. Lin Yu's combat strength also increased as a result, from 219.63 to 230.13. His territory also contains 69 demonic hounds. Chapter 138 Enhancement, Combat Power Source. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. Compared to swordsmen, two-headed hellhounds are much cheaper. He still has 80 vacancies, so he simply recruited all of them for the two-headed hellhound. Successfully recruited 80 two-headed hellhounds, consuming 8,000 units of magic flesh and 4,000 units of magic crystals. As packs of two-headed hellhounds stepped out of the demon gate, Lin Yu's combat power also experienced an explosive increase. Combat strength, 230.13, 270.93. At this moment, his combat power is approaching 300 points. But Lin Yu's preparations are far from over. He looked at the enhancement interface of the demon workshop. Claw enhancement +5 increases the damage of demon units. Combat power +20 requires 4,000 magic crystals and 4,000 magic source stones. 4,000 units? Take control. He grinned and chose to continue strengthening his abilities. Congratulations on your successful enhancement. Claws enhanced to +6. All demons gain a 20-point increase in combat power. Cost, 4,000 magic crystals for 1,000 magic source stones. Scythe demon. Combat power 305 plus 53. Demon servant. Combat power 58. Demon hound. Combat power 61. Two-headed Cerberus. Combat power 71. Lin Yu's combat strength, 270.93 to 300.93. Congratulations. You have achieved a combat power of 300 points and have earned 5 achievement points. Lin Yu subconsciously clenched his fist, feeling the physical changes brought about by the surge in combat power. Whoosh! He suddenly threw a punch forward, which stirred up a gust of wind. The Zhang family? Now I can play with you guys. Lin Yu's eyes were piercing, and his whole being exuded unparalleled confidence. His own combat power has reached 300 points, while the Scythe Demon is even more terrifying, with over 350 points. As long as the Zhang family doesn't produce a powerhouse with a combat strength of 400, he has absolutely no fear. He currently has 15,500 magic crystals and 6,657 magic source stones. It's no longer enough to simply enhance the claws. With claws currently at +6, The resources required to reach +7 are becoming increasingly terrifying. Claw enhancement +6 increases the damage of demon units. Combat power +30 requires 8,000 magic crystals and 8,000 magic source stones. He discovered that his profession was entirely pay to win. With enough resources, combat power can increase rapidly in a short period of time. Since the claws couldn't be strengthened, Lin Yu shifted his gaze downwards and focused on strengthening the leather armor. Leather armor enhancement increases the defense of demon units. Combat power +1 requires 100 units of magic crystals and 100 units of magic source stones. 100 units is nothing to him right now. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Enhance. Congratulations on your successful enhancement. Leather armor enhanced by +1. All demons gain a 1-point increase in combat power. Cost: 100 magic crystals, 100 magic source stones. Congratulations on your successful enhancement. Leather armor enhanced to +5. All demons gain a 20-point increase in combat power. Cost: 2,000 magic crystals, 2,000 magic source stones. 5 enhancements will boost the combat power of all demons by 38 points. Scythe Demon. Combat power 305 plus 91. Demon Servant. Combat power 96. Demon Hound. Combat power 99. Two-Headed Cerberus. Combat power 109. Lin Yu's combat strength 300.93 to 357.93. Magic crystals remaining 11,700 units. Remaining magic source stones 2,857 units. Seeing that his remaining magic source stones were about to run out, Lin Yu finally stopped. Always keep some resources in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Phew! After leaving the territory, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief. His combat power has surged, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. He was increasingly looking forward to tomorrow's liquidation operation, and after finishing up, he went to bed early. The liquidation operation will last for 20 days. Once we enter the dungeon, I'm afraid I won't be able to get such a peaceful night's sleep. Lin Yu naturally wanted to make the most of his last sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The Su family's action team and collection team had begun to assemble at the entrance. Remember this. Once inside the dungeon, no one is allowed to act alone. Safety first. While the mining team is mining, the action team must leave someone on guard to ensure everyone's safety. Do you understand? The second gentleman stood with his hands behind his back at the very front and shouted to the crowd. Clear. Everyone responded in unison. Then, the second gentleman turned his gaze to the action team. Su Qingguang stepped forward. At this moment, a thin man emerged from the crowd and quickly stepped forward. You will be in charge of this operation. Here's a spatial artifact. If you lose it, don't come back. The second gentleman had a serious expression and spoke earnestly. Yes, I will protect it with my life. Su Qingguang nodded emphatically and promised in a deep voice. He knew how precious spatial artifacts were. There weren't many in the entire Su family. Only after receiving the other party's assurance did Mr. Air hand over a ring. When Su Qingguang received the storage ring, his eyes gleamed. After taking a deep breath, he put it on his hand. All right, everyone get to your positions. Set off. As soon as the second master finished speaking, everyone present got into the car and headed to the location of the green portal. When they arrived, it was already 2 hours later. After getting off the bus, Lin Yu found that a large number of people had already gathered there. At a glance, there were at least 1,000. At the same time, Lin Yu was unaware that several pairs of eyes were watching him the moment he appeared. Before long, Captain Su Qingguang also got out of the car. He came to the other party's side and reminded him in a deep voice, Lin Yu, after you enter the underground city, stay by my side. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. As far as he could remember, he didn't know the other person at all. This is not just a suggestion, it's an order. Su Qingguang continued speaking expressionlessly. He appeared thin, but his aura was actually quite strong. To be precise, Su Qingguang was probably the strongest member of the action team. Thanks for your help. Lin Yu revealed a simple and honest smile. Brother Guang is doing this for your own good. You'll definitely be safe by his side. After all, Brother Guang's combat power is already as high as 400 points. Immediately afterwards, a rough voice came from behind. Lin Yu subconsciously turned around and saw that the man was named Su Dashin. He was exceptionally tall and burly, and his combat strength was also quite high, reaching 380 points. Of course, I'll take care of you too. He looked down at Lin Yu, who was half a head shorter than him, and continued to add, I really thank you all. Lin Yu smiled ingratiatingly. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The 2 times he had entered the dungeon before, no one had paid any attention to him. Why are there suddenly 2 people who claim they'll take care of me? At this point, as various parties arrived one after another, the authorities finally set up a cordon, which meant that everyone could enter the portal at any time. Check your gear and get ready to go. Su Qingwang turned to look at the collection team behind him. Inspection complete. After receiving everyone's reply, he raised his arm and took the lead, and the other team members immediately followed. A group of 60 people thus stepped into the portal in a grand procession. After entering the underground city, they did not linger and went straight to the resource point marked by the previous exploration team. Su Qingwang kept glancing back at Lin Yu, afraid that the other party would lose him. Su Dashin followed closely behind the other party, never leaving his side. The 2 of them, one in front of the other, left Lin Yu speechless. Chapter 139, It Wasn't Me Who Started the Trouble. Lin Yu knew that he couldn't leave the group under the current circumstances, so he had to temporarily give up the idea of being a lone wolf and obediently follow the group. The long procession walked for about half an hour before finally arriving at the resource marker, which was a pile of magic crystals. Based on Lin Yu's mining experience, there are approximately 4,000 to 5,000 units, worth around 20 million. However, other forces have already gotten there first. The flags that the Su family had planted were also pulled up by the other side and carelessly thrown on the ground. Su Qingwang's face turned ashen, and his gaze shifted downwards. When he saw that the flag was covered with dirty footprints, he became even more furious. The other group also quickly spotted the Su family's group. So the Thunder Guild went first in this area. Please go and look around elsewhere. The leader had a smile on his face, but his tone of voice revealed an arrogance that made the Su family members frown. This is a resource point discovered by our Su family, and our flag is planted on it. Su Qingwang's eyes flickered as he looked directly into the other person's eyes, showing no intention of giving up on the resource point. To be precise, he couldn't allow this situation to affect the reputation of the Su family. The rule in the dungeon is always first come, first served. Just planting a flag makes you part of the Su family? What kind of talk is that? If that's true, then why didn't we send an investigation team in earlier? Wouldn't we just be standing by and watching helplessly? The leader chuckled and shook his head, disagreeing. So you mean we're going to fight? Su Qingwang's gaze was sharp, and his tone gradually became low and cold. Su Dashin and the others behind him also stepped forward. The people the Su family sent this time were no pushovers. Because the eldest master intended to protect Lin Yu, none of the team members had a combat strength of less than 300 points. The leader's expression changed slightly after sensing the presence of the Su family's action team. Logically speaking, given the current difficulty of the dungeon, no faction would send out such a lineup. Your Su family is really impressive. It's just a dungeon with a combat power of 100 to 300 points, and you've already mobilized such a large force to enter. The leader has no choice but to obey. Their Thunder Guild's action team only has 3 members with a combat strength exceeding 300, while the Su family has all members with over 300 points. There's simply no way they can fight against them. Withdraw. He had to abandon the resource point in front of him, and once the war started, it was uncertain whether he could leave alive. After the Thunder Guild team left the resource point, the Su family's gathering team immediately stepped in to take over. Captain, I'm not trying to cause trouble. Others have trampled on the Su family's flag like this. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Lin Yu pointed at the flag covered with footprints on the ground and spoke out angrily. He was eager for the 2 sides to fight, so that once the other side made a move, Lin Yu could comfortably reap the benefits. Now that the Thunder Guild members have backed down, he has lost his reason to take action. There's no need. If a real fight breaks out, it means we have to kill all of their people. Otherwise, the Thunder Guild will definitely cause trouble afterward. Su Qingwang shook his head, rejecting the other party's suggestion. A total of 60 lives were at stake. In his view, he did not want to increase the killing unless absolutely necessary. Kind. Lin Yu pursed his lips and gave him a thumbs up. No, I'm starting to wonder if you're a bit slow on the uptake. Why are you always shouting for war and killing? Su Dashin frowned and looked at Lin Yu with his arms crossed. Really? No. Lin Yu hurriedly retorted. Although Su Dashin didn't speak again, his eyes were full of suspicion as he looked at the other party. The collection team is now fully in place, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. But it's estimated that it will take until tonight to finish mining everything. To prevent the next resource point from being occupied again, Su Qingwang divided the action team into two groups, A and B, with 5 people in each group. Group A was responsible for staying behind, while Group B went to the second resource point to occupy it. Lin Yu was initially assigned to Group A, where he stayed with Su Qingwang, which was relatively safe. However, Lin Yu strongly objected and insisted on joining Group B. In his view, staying behind was a waste of time, as he couldn't get away from the task of protecting the collection team. Conversely, being assigned to Group B gave him the opportunity to act alone. After much pleading and cajoling, Lin Yu finally managed to persuade the other party. Dashin, that kid is in your hands now. The master instructed us that nothing can go wrong. Before Group B's operation, Su Qingwang gave Su Dashin some serious instructions. Clear. With me here, I guarantee his absolute safety. As the second strongest member of the team, Su Dazhuang had absolute confidence in himself. Little did they know that the Zhang family had not sent an ordinary action team, but a well-trained assassin group. The other party had been lurking nearby the whole time, keeping a close eye on Lin Yu. After Group B broke away from the main force, Zhang's assassin team followed closely behind. Chapter 140 is bad. There's an ambush. After Lin Yu and his group of 5 left, the Zhang family simply followed without immediately taking action. They only acted suddenly after the other party had walked for half an hour and was completely far away from the resource point. Oh no, an ambush! When Su Dashin heard the rustling sound of limbs rubbing against the greenery coming from the surrounding jungle, his expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly reminded everyone. At the same time, he immediately shielded Lin Yu behind him. Lin Yu was completely baffled by this scene. From the beginning until now, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Both Captain Su Qingwang and the big guy Su Dashin in front of him seemed to be deliberately trying to protect him. Before he finished speaking, sure enough, several dark figures darted out from the surrounding area. The group of 8 not only blocked Lin Yu and his companion's path, but also cut off their retreat. As expected, Master Zhang was right. It's a member of the Zhang family. Su Dashin recognized the clothes the other person was wearing at a glance. Oh, you already guessed it, sir. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized what was going on. He was afraid that the Zhang family would harm you, so he instructed us to protect you. Su Dashin did not choose to hide it, and simply told the other party. Sir, you are so thoughtful. Lin Yu spoke from his feelings. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Su Dashin's words were full of reproach. It was the right thing for me to come out. Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head, disagreeing. He then continued to explain. If I had stayed at the resource point, they would have still made their move once you left. At that time, even the gathering teams will suffer. After listening, Su Dashin frowned slightly, but did not continue to refute. Looking back, Lin Yu wasn't wrong. The combat strength of the gathering team was practically zero in this kind of place. Their presence would not only be of no help, but would also only increase casualties. It's been so long since you two separated. At this moment, someone from the Zhang family suddenly spoke up, their words carrying a hint of amusement. Su Dashin looked in the direction of the voice and was slightly taken aback when he saw the other person's face. You are Zhang Xing. You know him? Lin Yu asked, curious when he saw that the other person knew his name. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow and looked at the other person with a half-smile, seemingly surprised that the other person could call out his name. This guy shouldn't be in the Zhang family's action team. Su Dashin's brows furrowed more and more, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. Shouldn't they be in the Zhang family's action group? What do you mean? Lin Yu was puzzled. He's a member of the Zhang family's assassin group. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Su family was slightly taken aback. Lin Yu was the only one who remained calm. I didn't expect there would be someone in the Su family's team who recognizes me. So it seems you're not a newbie after all? Your Su family was prepared. Surely our Zhang family wasn't? Zhang Xing let out a cold laugh. An assassin group? Very strong. Lin Yu was not familiar with the Zhang family's internal affairs, but he could take this opportunity to learn more. The action team and the assassin team are naturally different. The combat capabilities of ordinary action teams vary greatly, and they are mainly focused on training. But the assassin group is different. These people are basically stuck at a certain limit due to their talent, and their combat power is difficult to improve. At this point, they no longer need any so-called training. And combat skills became their only path to survival and development within the family. Su Dashan explained in a deep voice. After listening, Lin Yu roughly understood. Simply put, these people in front of us are all formidable and troublesome characters at the 400-point combat power level. Our Zhang family has no intention of clashing with your Su family. We have only one purpose for coming here. That's the kid named Lin Yu. If you are willing to step back, I guarantee I will not lay a finger on a single hair on your Su family's head. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. When you make a move in the dungeon, you never leave anyone alive. Zhang Xing's lips curled into a ruthless smile as he slowly and methodically wiped the blade in his hand, his eyes devoid of any warmth when he looked up. This is a blatant threat. Su Dashan's heart sank, and his expression became extremely solemn. No one expected that the Zhang family would send 8 assassins into the underground city at once in order to kill Lin Yu. With their current roster, they have absolutely no chance of winning. On one hand, there was the task assigned to him by the master, but on the other hand, it concerned the lives of nearly 60 members of the Su family. Su Dashan was extremely conflicted. Brother Dashan, you should retreat. Lin Yu put his hand on the other person's shoulder and said softly. These words sent a chill down the spines of the Su family members, leaving them with an indescribable sense of unease. What nonsense are you talking about? My mission is to protect you. How could I possibly abandon you and run away? Do you think I, Su Dashan, am a coward who fears death? Su Dashan first shook his head, then angrily shouted again. The other members of the Su family remained silent. If you don't leave, it won't just be you who dies. It will be 59 lives lost. Not worth it. Lin Yu sighed and shook his head, emphasizing the last 3 words. But before Su Dashan could finish speaking, Lin Yu interrupted him, saying, there are no buts. My life is my life, but aren't your lives also lives? Upon hearing this, Su Dashan's pupils trembled slightly, truly moved by the other party's words. Listen to me. Good boy, let's go. If you call for reinforcements now, you might still have a chance. Lin Yu leaned close to the other person's ear and whispered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Su Dashan's pupils constricted slightly. He knew in his heart that Su Qingwang would be indispensable in order to fight against the 8 Zhang family assassins in front of him. Then I'll send one person back to inform you, and the rest of you will stay with me. Su Dashan had a sudden inspiration and thought this method was feasible. That way, none of us will be able to escape. They won't give you that chance. Right now, he will only let you leave if you agree not to interfere. Do you even understand? Lin Yu rejected the other party's proposal. After saying that, he immediately raised the knife and pressed it against his own neck. This action immediately startled everyone in the Su family. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Suda-san panicked. What? Lin Yu stared directly into the other person's eyes and uttered a single word in a cold voice. Seeing that the other party was threatening him with his life, Su Dashan really had no choice. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Put the knife down. In just a moment, Su Dashan was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that the 4 members of the Su family had left, Lin Yu put down the sharp knife in his hand. He tilted his head and smiled, then sighed softly. Hey, I finally managed to fool them. Chapter 141. Oh no. Lin Yu is in trouble. After Su Dashan left, a playful smile appeared on Zhang Xing's lips. Being able to avoid the Su family and kill Lin Yu was not only the result he wanted most, but also the result the Zhang family wanted. Now that the Su family has been successfully persuaded to leave, isn't Lin Yu just someone to be easily manipulated? Once Lin Yu dies, his mission will be complete, and even more so. Just thinking about it made him feel a little happy. Kid, to be honest, I quite admire you. You actually took the initiative to persuade the Su family to leave. Zhang Xing's words were full of amusement. Lin Yu smiled without saying a word, his gaze quickly sweeping over the people around him. Among them, Zhang Xing's aura was the strongest. If he wasn't mistaken, this person's combat power should be as high as 400 points. The others aren't weak either. They're all at least above 300 points. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would be doomed. But Lin Yu is different. He still has a chance to live. He. His gaze finally settled on Zhang Xing, and the smile on his face gradually turned manic. The Zhang family members frowned slightly at this sight. Madman, do it! At Zhang Xing's command, the surrounding assassins immediately attacked the other party. If I don't persuade them to back down, how can I use my full strength? As Lin Yu was speaking, the scythe demon suddenly appeared. Its combat power was now close to 400, and it wielded its giant scythe with incredible speed and power. With each swift movement, the chopping, sweeping, and thrusting strikes flowed seamlessly, each swing carrying a deadly arc. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, cold light intertwined and sparks flew. Under its fierce offensive, several assassins from the Zhang family were unable to get even a fraction of a step closer to it. Where did this horned monster come from? Zhang Xing looked completely puzzled. They were especially shocked when they saw the opponent's extraordinary combat power. Damn it, since that's how it is, don't blame us for bullying you because we outnumber you. Attack together. Zhang Xing swung his arm, not caring about anything else. At this moment, all he wanted was to take the other man's head as quickly as possible. You think you have a lot of people? Then what are these things I have here? Lin Yu grinned crookedly, and 82-headed hellhounds pounced out in a pack. Their combat strength of 109 points might be insignificant in front of these people, but it could catch them off guard and buy Lin Yu enough time to escape. Damn it, what the hell are these? Zhang Xing shouted. Lin Yu then leaped onto the back of the scythe demon. The scythe demon, carrying its opponent, immediately broke through towards the opponent's weakest point. Clang! It swung its giant scythe horizontally, sending the Zhang family assassin who was blocking its way flying several meters away. The scythe demon did not choose to linger in battle, but quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Before them stood 8 highly trained assassins, one of whom possessed a combat power of up to 400 points. Even with their combined strength, they were no match for them. The two-headed hellhound was merely able to create opportunities for them to break through. Withdraw. The moment he successfully broke through the encirclement, Lin Yu immediately gave the order to the two-headed hellhounds, who were still locked in a fierce battle, to scatter. He's already escaped, so there's no need for him to make any unnecessary sacrifices. Roar! Upon receiving the command, the two-headed hellhounds dashed into the nearby jungle. Zhang Xing would never chase after the two-headed hellhound. His only goal was Lin Yu. Damn it, what a cunning fellow. Chase after him. Don't let that kid get away. His eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed hysterically. Chase me? I'm afraid you won't. Lin Yu smiled coldly, a bold idea already taking root in his mind. In just that short time, he lost 30 of his two-headed hellhounds. The other party will have to pay this debt eventually. Find me anyone else who smells like these people. His eyes gradually turned cold, and as he spoke, he released all 69 demonic hounds from his territory. At his command, the demon hounds scattered in all directions. If the other party kills his two-headed hellhound, then he will go find the Zhang family's gathering team. They came to the dungeon together, so they must carry each other's scent. And finding scent is something that demon hounds excel at. Brother Xing, were those dark figures? Someone quickly noticed dark figures moving around in the jungle. It's probably that kid's ability. Forget about all that stuff. Just stick close to him. Zhang Xing narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Lin Yu gave him a very strange feeling. First, there was the horn monster, then the two-headed dog monster, and now there is the black shadow. He even suspected that the other party might have awakened the summoner class. At the same time, He also understood why the family would go to such lengths to send them to deal with a mere young boy. The fact that the opponent was able to break through the encirclement of 8 assassins all by himself is enough to prove how terrifying he is. While they were chasing Lin Yu, Su Dashin and his 3 companions had already successfully arrived at the Su family's resource point. Something terrible has happened. Lin Yu is in trouble. Su Dashin rushed to Su Yingning. Upon hearing that Lin Yu was in trouble, Su Qingguang froze on the spot and looked at Su Dashin with an incredulous expression, as if questioning how he had protected the other party. Then why are you all right? Answer. After pausing for 2 seconds, Su Qingguang roared at the other party. It was Lin Yu. He threatened me with his life. I had no choice. We've encountered the Zhang family's assassin group. This time, they've actually brought in 8 assassins. They even threatened to kill our entire family if we, the Su family, got involved. Su Dashin spoke very quickly, recounting everything that had happened to Su Qingguang. Damn it, the Zhang family is determined to kill Lin Yu. At this moment, Su Qingguang's face also turned extremely gloomy. Let's hurry back and support Lin Yu. Seeing that the other party was standing still, Su Dashin couldn't help but urge him on. Do you think Lin Yu can survive being surrounded and killed by Zhang Xing and his 8 men? Su Qingguang slowly raised his eyes to look at the other person. Upon hearing this, Su Dashin's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly became dull. It was only then that he fully realized what was happening. That was a sure way to die. Even he had no chance of survival, let alone Lin Yu, whose combat strength was much lower than his. The mission the master entrusted to us has failed. To avoid becoming a burden to our Su family, Lin Yu resolutely chose to face death alone. Su Qingguang's eyes gradually dimmed, and even his voice became weak and listless. Chapter 142 Lin Yu musste. No, even if Lin Yu is dead, I will find his body. Su Dashin ran back in the direction he had gone before, as if he had gone mad. You guys have high hopes for him. Su Qingguang gave instructions to his 2 teammates beside him. He was afraid that if Su Dashin encountered the Zhang family again, he would lose control and fight them. According to the other party, the Zhang family's overall strength is now greater than theirs, and if a real fight breaks out, they will only suffer losses. In his view, now that Lin Yu is dead, there is no need to continue the conflict with the Zhang family. Everything can only be handled by the family after leaving the underground city. Su Dashin charged recklessly all the way, and when he returned to his previous position, all he saw was a pile of corpses. That wasn't a human corpse, but the corpse of a 2-headed hellhound. What are these? Su Dashin frowned, having never seen such a creature before, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether it was a magical beast or not. Warcraft. At this moment, the other 2 team members also arrived, showing the same astonishment. Damn it, where is he? Su Dashin looked around, but couldn't find Lin Yu's body. Could it be he's not dead? Thinking of this, Su Dashin couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This was the result he most wanted to see. The fatal wounds on these unidentified creatures' corpses were most likely left by Zhang family assassins. After examining the carcass of the 2-headed hellhound, a team member quickly came to a conclusion. Perhaps Lin Yu has already been eaten to the bone by these unknown creatures. Then someone else spoke up. Upon hearing this, Su Dashin's newly ignited flame of hope was instantly extinguished. There are only 2 possibilities right now. 1. Before the Zhang family made their move, an unknown creature appeared, and Lin Yu took advantage of the chaos to escape. 2nd. After the Zhang family made their move, the unknown creatures appeared. The Zhang family completed their mission and chose to retreat, while Lin Yu's body was completely devoured by the other unknown creatures. Even in the first scenario, Lin Yu's chances of survival are extremely low. The Zhang family assassins not only have superior combat strength, but also outnumber him, making his death almost certain. Asshole! Su Dashin grew increasingly resentful and cursed aloud. Bang! Immediately, he punched a tree trunk beside him hard, leaving a deep dent in the trunk with a dull thud. Brother Sean, let's go back. Lin Yu is doomed. There's no way he can escape the Zhang family's assassin group. A teammate came to the other person's side and earnestly advised them. If something happens to you, wouldn't all of Lin Yu's efforts have been in vain? Isn't he doing this to protect our safety? Another teammate chimed in. But now I can't even find his body. Su Dashin felt ashamed when he thought about how Lin Yu had sacrificed himself for them, while he himself didn't even have the chance to collect Lin Yu's body. Even if Lin Yu's body hasn't been eaten, finding it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The underground city is fraught with danger. It's not worth it. If something happens to us again, the entire Su family team will face a huge crisis. Brother Guang is carrying a spatial artifact. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. Seeing that Su Dashin was still determined, his two teammates could only carefully analyze the pros and cons for him. After listening, Su Dashin's eyes darted around uncertainly. On one side is the Su family's interests, and on the other side is humanitarianism. After a brief deliberation, he ultimately chose the interests of his family. Lin Yu, don't worry. Once the liquidation operation is over, I will definitely apply to the family and bring people in to retrieve your body. We'll settle this score with the Zhang family sooner or later. Su Dashin's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and every word he spoke was powerful and resolute. After saying that, he suddenly turned around. The two team members breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw that the other party had listened to their advice, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Meanwhile, somewhere in the underground city, a chase is unfolding. The scythe demon was agile and nimble, darting through the jungle at lightning speed, while the Zhang family assassins followed closely behind, relentlessly pursuing him. They attempted to encircle them from different directions multiple times, but Lin Yu managed to break through each time. Damn it, this guy can run way too fast. Zhang Xing was already red-faced from chasing, and so were the others. Captain, continuing to chase like this isn't a solution. We've been running for 2 hours already, and the guys are almost exhausted. Someone urgently reminded them. Those who lack physical strength should take the divine power pill. You don't need to be reluctant. Lin Yu must die today. As long as you can complete the mission, I will reimburse you for all the divine power pills you consume. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth and gave the order in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone took out a divine power pill and swallowed it. This thing can quickly restore a certain amount of physical strength, but it is very expensive, costing around 200,000 yuan. They are reluctant to eat it unless absolutely necessary. Now that they heard Zhang Xing was willing to reimburse them, they no longer felt bad about it. One for each person, a group of 8. Zhang Xing lost 1.6 million in the blink of an eye. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was bleeding inside. He was extremely eager to catch Lin Yu, and the longer the time dragged on, the more divine power pills he would consume. It's 1.6 million now, it'll be 3.2 million, 4.8 million, 6.4 million in a minute. Even he couldn't withstand that rate of consumption. These guys are really good at chasing. They even took pills? Lin Yu glanced at the Zhang family assassins behind him and muttered to himself. Just when he thought the situation would continue to be deadlocked, dark figures suddenly darted out from the surrounding area. That a demon hound? When he saw the demon hound appear, he pursed his lips slightly, a surge of joy in his heart. Roar! Roar! The demon hound let out a series of low growls. It says target spotted. As the translator, the scythe demon naturally informed Lin Yu immediately. All right, what are we waiting for? Lead the way. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately exclaimed excitedly, becoming exceptionally agitated. With a whoosh, the demon dog darted back into the jungle. The scythe demon also made a sharp turn, and whenever it encountered a branch blocking its path, it cleaved it to pieces with a single slash. The Zhang family? Want to kill me? I like to see who kills whom. Lin Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 143, Finding the Zhang Family Gathering Team. When Zhang Xing saw Lin Yu suddenly dart into the dense jungle, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Is it to get rid of them? Have they reached a dead end? Chase them. Don't think we'll give up just because they've gone into the jungle. Zhang Xing did not slow down and chased after the path that the scythe demon had just cleaved open. After traversing a large, dense jungle, their view finally opened up slightly again. Captain, this place, why does it look so much like the area near the clan resource point marked on the map? Soon, some team members noticed something was wrong. What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhang Xing frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion as he looked at the man. The man immediately took out a map and, after confirming it several times, discovered that this was near his family's resource point. When Zhang Xing heard the news, he was completely stunned. Is this a coincidence? Or did that kid do it on purpose? He couldn't see through it or guess what it was all about. Wait a minute. How could that kid possibly know the location of the family's resource points? It must be a coincidence. About 10 seconds later, Zhang Xingcai suddenly realized what was happening. Captain, if this kid dares to break into our resource point, he'll be walking right into a trap. Yes, although Zhang Tao and Zhang Jiang aren't part of our assassin group, they are still members of the action group, and their combat strength is around 300 points. We don't expect them to kill Lin Yu, but holding him off for a few seconds is a piece of cake, isn't it? The assassins all showed expressions of joy, as if their mission was about to be completed. In less than 5 minutes, led by the demon hound, Lin Yu finally arrived near the Zhang family resource point that he had been looking forward to for so long. Even though they were still hundreds of meters apart, he could already vaguely see dozens of busy figures. As the distance closed, the view gradually became clearer. The other party is also mining magic crystal piles, and their current magic crystal pile is much larger than the Su family's. I estimate we can extract about 7 or 8,000 units of magic crystals. Lin Yu's smile almost stretched to the back of his ears. Soon, Zhang Tao and Zhang Jiang from the Zhang family's action team also discovered Lin Yu's presence. When they saw the scythe-wielding demon beneath the other's legs, their faces were filled with astonishment. Quick, stop him. That kid is Lin Yu. Zhang Xing and his group were not far from Lin Yu, only a few dozen meters away. He frantically shouted towards the 2 people guarding the resource point. Lin Yu. This guy is Lin Yu. Zhang Tao and the other man were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After a brief moment of surprise, they obeyed Zhang Xing's orders, picked up their weapons, and charged towards Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu showed no fear whatsoever, only a wicked smile. 2 people with a combat power of only 300 points couldn't stop them. Kill. Leave no one alive. Lin Yu leaped forward and swung his sword directly at one of them. Clang. This strike sent the man flying 3 meters away. The other person was completely powerless against the scythe demon. In just one exchange, his weapon flew out of his hand. The scythe demon swung his blade backhand and severed the opponent's head. Combat strength, 305 plus 91, 310 plus 91. The man who was sent flying by Lin Yu's attack was filled with horror. He was not only stunned by Lin Yu's domineering slash, but also terrified by the scythe demon's horror. The scythe demon leaped and landed steadily in front of his opponent, his giant scythe plunging deep into the opponent's body. That person had no chance to resist at all. Combat strength, 310 plus 91, 315 plus 91. The scythe demon's combat power continues to increase. That's what makes it so terrifying. This is also one of the main reasons why Lin Yu was in such a hurry to find the Zhang family's collection team. He not only wanted revenge, but also to enhance the combat power of the scythe demon. You little rascal. Zhang Xing never expected that Zhang Tao and Zhang Jiang would be so easily defeated by the opponent, and were both killed by the giant scythe in just one exchange. Whoosh! Before Zhang Xing could get close, the scythe demon, wielding a giant scythe, had already charged towards the resource point. It was like a killing machine. Every time it swung its giant scythe, it would leave behind a trail of blood droplets. The Zhang family's collection team was also taken aback by the sudden massacre. Their meager fighting strength was practically zero in front of the scythe demon. Extreme fear spread wildly through the crowd. They desperately wanted to escape, but they couldn't. The scythe-wielding demon blade was ruthless, and its ferocious face wore a chilling smile. It seemed to be enjoying this slaughterous feast, so how could it possibly let its opponent escape? In just over 10 seconds, more than a third of the Zhang family's collection team had been killed or injured. At this moment, Zhang Xing and his group finally arrived late. Stop right there! He was furious and roared hysterically, signaling Lin Yu to stop the killing. Stop? Tell me, on what grounds? You guys are the ones who hold grudges. I hold grudges even more than you do. Lin Yu stared directly into the other person's eyes, showing no intention of backing down. Court death. Zhang Xing's eyes were bloodshot as he lunged forward. I may not be a match for you, but I can still hold you off for 30 seconds. Lin Yu sneered. Before he finished speaking, he used the shadowless wind trail to increase his speed and dodge. The 30% speed increase allowed him to barely dodge Zhang Xing's fierce attack. This kid, he actually masters the 6 arts of war? Zhang Xing recognized the other party's movement technique at a glance and was secretly surprised. The other assassins weren't idle either, and they all made their moves. Go! Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. In order to buy time, he had no choice but to release the remaining 52-headed hellhounds again. Kid, so what if you can hold us off for 30 seconds? Even so, they cannot escape their fate of death. Is it just to drag more people down with them? Zhang Xing raised his hand and cleaved the 2-headed hellhound in front of him with a single stroke, then stared coldly at Lin Yu. You'll find out soon enough, won't you? While dodging the attacks of the other assassins, Lin Yu replied with a cold laugh. At this time, more than half of the Zhang family's gathering team had already been slaughtered by the scythe demon. The screams and wails were deafening. Zhang Xing never expected that this seemingly young boy would have such a strong, murderous intent, comparable to the son of a demon. Chapter 144: Annihilation of the Zhang family. As time went on, Zhang Xing was unable to kill Lin Yu in time. When the last member of the Zhang family's collection team fell into a pool of blood, a strange smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. What is this kid laughing at? That smile is creepy. It's unsettling. Zhang Xing frowned, vaguely feeling that Lin Yu was a lunatic. Clang! Just as he continued his attack on Lin Yu, a giant scythe slicing through the air suddenly appeared, colliding with the blade in his hand and creating a dazzling spark. Zhang Xing was abruptly stopped, and his feet even staggered back 2 steps. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. How can this horned monster be so strong? In his memory, the other party wasn't that strong. Little did he know, the true terror of the scythe demon lay in its scythe-wielding nature. After slaughtering the Zhang family's gathering team, his combat power had reached 365 plus 91. From being evenly matched at the beginning, he is now more than 50 points ahead of Zhang Xing. As its giant scythe swung, an assassin who tried to approach Lin Yu was instantly cut in half at the waist. His upper body thrashed and rolled wildly on the ground, and his shrill screams echoed throughout the jungle. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Seeing this, Zhang Xing dared not rush forward again. The assassin's combat strength was also quite high, at 350 points. However, he was instantly killed by his opponent, which forced Zhang Xing to reassess his opponent. Other assassins also began to gravitate towards him. Lin Yu's 2-headed hellhounds all retreated. After this battle, another 30 were lost. There are only 20 left now. Captain, the entire gathering team has been wiped out. After glancing at a resource point, one of the assassins gave a low warning. This guy, he's so hard to deal with. Zhang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the situation had spiraled out of his control. Why did you stop? Come on, keep going. Lin Yu beckoned to the remaining 7 opponents with his finger, making a provocative gesture. The scythe demon tilted its head, staring coldly at its opponent. Captain, this horned monster, how come its aura has become so much stronger? The assassins quickly noticed something was amiss. I want to know too. You're asking me. Who should I ask? Zhang Xing was also sweating profusely with anxiety. The assassin, who was still struggling on the ground, finally breathed his last. Scythe Demon's combat power, 365 plus 91, 370 plus 91. It can be said that it becomes stronger with each battle. Meanwhile, Lin Yu also recruited another 62-headed hellhounds to fill the vacancies and enhance his combat power. Successfully recruited 62-headed hellhounds, consuming 6,000 units of magic flesh and 3,000 units of magic crystals. Combat strength, 357.93, 423.33. With one burst of energy, it broke through 400 points directly. Snap! Lin Yu stretched his neck, making a series of cracking sounds. Zhang Xing's expression changed slightly, and his brows furrowed more and more tightly. How come his kid's aura suddenly surged so much? Zhang Xing could clearly sense that the other party was getting stronger. It was bad enough that the scythe demon had just become stronger, but now even Lin Yu is getting stronger. Zhang Xing immediately lost his composure. The hunt begins. Lin Yu tilted his head and smiled. At this moment, both he and the scythe demon had combat power exceeding 400 points, and they were no longer afraid of Zhang Xing and his gang. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two launched their attacks at almost the same time. Let's fight them. Zhang Xing roared angrily. The assassins rallied and charged forward. A great war is about to break out. Clang! 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 Weapons clashed, sparks flew. Lin Yu had to admit the strength of the assassins before him. Their attack angles were extremely tricky. Even though Lin Yu's combat power exceeded 400 points, he still couldn't help but be slashed and cut by their coordinated attacks. Fortunately, he was wearing green protective gear, which helped him avoid several fatal blows. However, Lin Yu can make countless mistakes, but they cannot allow him to make even one. As the battle intensified, everyone's nerves remained on edge. Soon, someone made a mistake. His mistake could only be paid for with his life. At this point, Lin Yu no longer cared about waiting for the scythe demon to come and reap the rewards. As soon as he had the chance, he slit the opponent's throat. As the number of opponents dwindled, the outcome was quickly decided. The scythe demon's giant scythe slashed across the neck of the seventh assassin, splattering blood everywhere. At this point, its combat power had reached 385 plus 91. Zhang Xing was the only one left on the battlefield, struggling to hold on. Huff, huff. He was panting heavily, his feet unconsciously moving backward. Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, having been injured in the battle. His face looked pale, seemingly due to excessive blood loss. What are you waiting for? Kill. Lin Yu, fearing that the other party would escape, urged the scythe demon urgently. I obey my lord's command. The scythe demon's blood-red eyes widened, and it raised its giant scythe to attack again. When Zhang Xing saw the opponent attack again, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly raised his sword to block. But he was no match for the scythe demon. He has survived until now only because his companions helped to hold him back. Now that all the other assassins have died in battle, Zhang Xing is no match for the scythe demon. Clang! With one slash, he knocked the opponent's weapon away. Then with a backhand slash, he sliced across the opponent's body. Wow! Zhang Xing screamed and fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, and he was still desperately trying to move backward. His will to survive was extremely strong. He never imagined that what was originally a sure-win situation would turn into this. Why? Why did this happen? He couldn't understand it. He just couldn't understand it all. Because your opponent is me. Your Zhang family wants to kill me. Keep dreaming. Lin Yu staggered to his feet, slowly walked up to the other person, and looked down at him with a condescending gaze. With a swing of the scythe-wielding giant scythe, the opponent's life was finally ended. Zhang Xing was decapitated and died on the spot. Combat power, 385 plus 91, 390-91. Lin Yu clearly remembered that the group of people were still on drugs when they were chasing him, so he squatted down and began searching them. In no time, he found 3 divine power pills on his body. This thing can quickly restore physical strength, which is a godsend for him right now. Nice one. Lin Yu grinned. After saying that, he popped one into his mouth. As expected, after taking the divine power pill, he found that his strength immediately recovered by 2/10. Chapter 145, Taking Stock of the Gains. After getting a taste of success with Zhang Xing, Lin Yu moved on to the corpses of the other assassins and searched them one by one. He found 17 more on the other 7 killers, including the remaining ones on Zhang Xing. Lin Yu now has a total of 19 divine power pills in his hand. It was a small success, I suppose. After searching behind the assassins, he walked toward the bodies of the other 2 members of the action team. The Su family brought in spatial artifacts, and the Zhang family's lineup is even stronger than the Su family's, so there's no reason for them not to bring any, right? He quickly found the storage ring on Zhang Tao's body. This filled Lin Yu with immense joy. Space-related items are extremely expensive. Especially in small cities near Shenzhen, it is extremely difficult to find a cure. After picking up the storage ring, He could freely explore its interior with a slight thought. The interior space is approximately 5 cubic meters. Although the Zhang family hasn't had time to store anything in it yet, the value of the storage ring alone is not a small amount. It's a steal. He then searched the body of another person, but found nothing of value. If there's anything, it's weapons. These people's weapons are all top-notch. All of them are of high quality. The leader, Zhang Xing, was even wearing green armor, but unfortunately, the scythe demon's attacks were too fierce, leaving many gaps on it, almost rendering it unusable. 10 green weapons, huh? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, he finally understood a principle. Instead of going through all the trouble of finding and gathering resources, it's much faster to just raid a team. These green weapons alone are worth tens of millions, not to mention the spatial items as well. That's what he said, but with the pile of magic crystals right in front of him, Lin Yu couldn't bear not to take them. Let's do it. At his command, hundreds of farmers immediately stepped forward. Congratulations. You have achieved the Murderous Killer achievement and have earned 10 achievement points. Congratulations. You have achieved the Raider achievement and gained 5 achievement points. Seeing the belated achievement reward, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. In the blink of an eye, he gained 15 achievement points, bringing him one step closer to opening the blind box. Seeing that the peasant soldiers were carrying out their mining work in an orderly manner, Lin Yu finally found a place to sit down. Clean it up. Immediately afterwards, he ordered the two-headed hellhound to devour the Zhang family corpses completely. After explaining everything, he began to examine his injuries. 2 knife wounds were the most serious, one on the arm and one on the thigh. The wounds were gruesome and about 10 centimeters and 15 centimeters long, respectively. He grimaced in pain while being bandaged. After receiving simple first aid, he leaned against the tree trunk, and weariness washed over him like a tide. He fell into a deep sleep shortly afterward. Upon seeing this, the scythe demon immediately organized the two-headed hellhounds to patrol the surrounding area, ensuring that no one or beast would be allowed to enter. Lin Yu slept for 3 days and 3 nights. By the time he awoke, the magic crystal pile had already been completely mined. A pungent smell of blood also wafted over. He frowned and subconsciously looked around. The next second, he was stunned. Besides the mined magic crystals, there were also monster corpses scattered all over the ground. He was both surprised and delighted. What's going on? Lin Yu turned his head to look at the scythe demon not far away. My lord, due to the previous battle, the stench of blood lingers in this area, attracting many demonic beasts. We have no choice but to kill them all. The scythe demon leaped and landed steadily in front of his opponent, explaining in a deep voice. Okay. I never expected that you would give me such a big surprise after I just took a nap. Lin Yu beamed with joy, very satisfied with the scythe demon's performance. During this time, the other party not only protected me, but also helped me accumulate so much demonic flesh, which has won my heart. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu collected all the magic crystals and magic flesh scattered on the ground into his territory space. Magic crystals, 8,000 units. Magic flesh, 12,000 units. A very fruitful harvest. Snap! As Lin Yu moved his body slightly, all the bones in his body cracked and popped. I've slept for so long, my body is almost ruined. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh softly. After 3 days of rest, his wound was still throbbing slightly, but it was much better than before. He casually pulled out a divine power pill, popped it into his mouth, and started chewing. He treated a 200,000 yuan bean like it was candy. While its main function is to quickly restore physical strength, it also helps to heal injuries to some extent. Let's go, next stop. He led the scythe demon deeper into the territory. As for the farmers and the two-headed hellhound, he recalled them all to his territory. The scythe demon carried him, which was much more convenient than carrying a large number of soldiers. With 17 days left, he had no intention of stopping there. Currently, his combat power is arguably the highest in the entire dungeon, and with the addition of the scythe demon, he simply cannot find a worthy opponent. Even the strongest Zhang family was wiped out by him, let alone other forces. Along the way, he encountered several resource points, but did not stop there. because those resource points are all magic wood and magic stone. This was no longer enough to satisfy Lin Yu's appetite. They are relatively inexpensive compared to other resources. Lin Yu didn't want to waste his time on them. If you really need it, just buy it on the black market. It saves you money and effort. He searched the dungeon for 2 days and found that all the valuable resource points had already been looted. Those guys are really fast. You didn't leave me any at all? Lin Yu looked at the remaining fragments of magic crystal on the ground and couldn't help but complain. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a rustling sound suddenly came from all around. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the sound, but for a moment he couldn't tell whether it was a human or a magical beast. To avoid startling others and causing misunderstandings, the scythe demon wisely leaped onto a tree branch, hid there, and quietly observed everything below. Soon, the rustling sound became clearer and clearer, and the distance grew closer. Before long, 5 figures emerged from the jungle. It was easy to see that this was an action team sent by some force to find resource points. They were slightly taken aback when they saw Lin Yu, their eyes filled with both astonishment and confusion. I don't understand why Lin Yu is here all alone. They viewed this situation as extremely dangerous. Chapter 146, I met a really nice guy. Upon seeing the bandage marks on Lin Yu's body, they instantly realized what had happened. Are you alright? Were you attacked? A girl who looked to be in her early 20s and had a fairly pretty face stepped forward and asked softly. She gave Lin Yu a very gentle feeling. While we were searching for resource points, we encountered an ambush by other forces. Lin Yu nodded in response. He wasn't lying. He had indeed been ambushed by the Zhang family. However, he was not in a hurry to join the Su family, because the Su family's team could not stay in one place forever. He slept for 3 days straight. The other person may have already left. You can't walk here alone. If you don't mind, please come with us. We are from the Moonlight Guild, and my name is Sun Xiaowei. Seeing Lin Yu looking so pitiful all alone, the girl tried to take him with her. Xiaowei, are you crazy? This is an underground city. How can you bring strangers along? Yes, who knows who he really is? Maybe he's just faking it. The others in the group strongly objected. My name is Lin Yu. I can manage on my own. Thank you for your kindness. I've remembered your name. Nice to meet you. Lin Yu wore a friendly smile, which was a tactful way of refusing the other party. At that moment, he was like an innocent and well-behaved child. Besides the thick bandages wrapped around her arms and thighs, there were also signs of injury on other parts of her body, which made Sun Xiaowei feel a surge of sympathy. She simply couldn't imagine that the pitiful young man standing in front of her was the murderer who slaughtered 60 members of the Zhang family. He's injured like that. How could he be faking it? Don't you have any compassion? Sun Xiaowei glared at her 4 teammates behind her. Kid, you guys were attacked. Where are your teammates? And what faction do you belong to? One of the taller, stronger men stared directly at Lin Yu and began questioning him in detail again. He was the leader of this 5-man team, and his name was Xiejun. I got separated from you. I'm from the Su family. Lin Yu spoke frankly. He could tell at a glance the fighting strength of the people in front of him. Apart from the leader Xiejun, whose combat power exceeds 250 points, the combat power of the other 4 is around 200 points. It's not hard to see that the overall strength of this Moon Guild is quite average. Lin Yu's combat strength far surpassed theirs, and the opponents couldn't see through him at all. The Su family? You're from the Su family. When the other party learned about the forces behind Lin Yu, they were all slightly taken aback. It seems they never expected that even the Su family's team would be attacked. Lin Yu, ignore them and come with us. You're so badly injured and you're all alone. It's really too dangerous for you. As Sun Xiaowei spoke, she stepped forward to Lin Yu's side. Sister Xiaowei, really you don't need to? Lin Yu politely declined, as this was the first time he had met such a kind-hearted person. But this is, after all, an underground city, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Sun Xiaowei's kindness makes Lin Yu worry about her future. Under the other party's insistence, Lin Yu could not refuse their kind offer and had no choice but to reluctantly agree. After confirming repeatedly that Lin Yu was indeed a member of the Su family, the others stopped trying to stop him. In their view, the Su family wouldn't stoop to playing tricks or schemes against a small power like theirs. Under their guidance, Lin Yu arrived at their resource point in less than half an hour. The gathering team is busy mining magic stones. There were several other members of the action team at the resource point, whose combat capabilities were generally not high, even lower than those who went out. Their captain looked puzzled when he saw Lin Yu. Sun Xiaowei quickly stepped forward to explain. After learning that Lin Yu was a member of the Su family, the captain lowered his guard. It's not hard to see that the Su family has a pretty good reputation in the city near Shenzhen. Lin Yu, let me re-bandage you. Sun Xiaowei gestured for the other person to sit down. Thank you. Lin Yu was somewhat flattered. He did not bandage himself well before. It is very inconvenient for him to bandage himself. When Sun Xiaowei removed the bandages from Lin Yu's body, Lin Yu winced in pain. The other party was also stunned on the spot. The gruesome wound was so deep that the bone was visible. She slowly raised her eyes to look at Lin Yu, completely unaware of how he had endured it. What's wrong? Do you need help? When Xiejun, who was not far away, noticed Sun Xiaowei's unusual behavior, he subconsciously moved closer. As he got closer, his gaze shifted downwards, and he was startled by the wound on Lin Yu's arm. Brother, who hurt you? How could this strike be so ruthless? Xiejun couldn't help but gasp. Even their captain couldn't help but come over. This kid is so badly injured. How come he's acting like nothing happened? The captain frowned slightly, muttering to himself. There are only two possibilities right now. Either the opponent is highly skilled and physically strong, or the opponent has taken some expensive medicine to alleviate his injuries. It's not that serious here too, is it? Sun Xiaowei glanced at the bandage on Lin Yu's thigh and couldn't help but swallow. Lin Yu didn't answer. He just smiled. After taking a deep breath, Sun Xiaowei reached out to remove it. Lin Yu could feel the other person's hands trembling slightly, and even the fine sweat on the other person's forehead was clearly visible. As the bandages were removed, a gruesome gash, half the length of an arm, was revealed to everyone. This scene caused everyone to hold their breath involuntarily. Kid, you really know how to hold your tongue. Xiejun couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and exclaimed in admiration. If it were him with that kind of injury, he would have collapsed on the ground and been carried away by now. The knife almost went through his upper thigh. Stop looking. Disperse. Sun Xiaowei's eyes were slightly red, and her tone was heavy. All right, then you take good care of bandaging Lin Yu, and we won't bother you anymore. The captain told everyone else to leave. It's a good thing I brought you back. Otherwise, with your injuries so severe, you would have collapsed in the jungle sooner or later, and no one would have even known if you had been eaten by a monster. As Sun Xiaowei carefully cleaned his wounds, she kept muttering to herself. The other person's concern warmed Lin Yu's heart. Sister Xiaowei, it's not that serious, is it? I have medicine. Lin Yu endured the pain of cleaning his wounds and said with a smile. No way. Look, your wound isn't cleaned properly. Even if the bleeding stops, it'll get infected sooner or later. You seem fine now, but you must have taken some kind of medication, right? You'll realize how serious it is when your medication runs out and your injuries flare up. Sun Xiaowei's expression was serious, and her tone was earnest, signaling to Lin Yu that he should not be careless. After hearing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of fear wash over him. I never expected my injuries to be so serious. Isn't it lucky that I met the kind-hearted Sun Xiaowei? Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 147, You'll Suffer Sooner or Later. Lin Yu stared intently at Sun Xiaowei and found her to be like an angel, radiating a dazzling light from head to toe. Why are you looking at me like that? Sun Xiaowei quickly noticed the strange look in the other person's eyes. No, you remind me of someone. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaowei couldn't help but become curious and asked, Oh, who does it resemble? My mom. The two words Lin Yu uttered left Sun Xiaowei both amused and exasperated. I don't mind if you call me Mom. She then jokingly added. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. After a long process of cleaning and bandaging, Sun Xiaowei was already covered in sweat. Sister Xiaowei, thank you. After the bandaging was completed, Lin Yu expressed his sincerest gratitude. You're too kind. It's fate that we met. Your injuries probably won't heal in a short time, but after treatment, you should be able to hold on until you leave the dungeon. However, you must remember to avoid moving around for the next few days, especially strenuous exercise. Sun Xiaowei put her hands on her hips and repeatedly gave instructions. Okay. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, indicating that he would definitely obey. Only after receiving a satisfactory answer did she turn and leave. Brother Lin, you're really lucky to be alive. Shortly after Sun Xiaowei left, their captain Zhao Ming walked over slowly. Captain Zhao, I'm sorry to bother you for the next few days. I won't be staying for long. Lin Yu looked at him. I'm not here to kick you out. I'm just curious. Why would there be someone with a different surname in the Su family's action team? Furthermore, who would dare to lay a hand on the Su family? Zhao Ming approached the other party and looked at Lin Yu with great interest. None of this matters. This is an underground city. Even if you were to attack me now, I wouldn't be surprised. Lin Yu slowly raised his eyes and looked directly into the other person's eyes. He could vaguely sense that the other party was still testing him. You're really overthinking it. You're someone Xiaowei brought back. How could I possibly lay a hand on you? I'm just curious. How did you manage to hold on with such serious injuries? Zhao Ming gave a forced smile. Look, Xiaowei put in so much effort. Even if she didn't achieve anything, she certainly put in the hard work, right? Don't you intend to do anything about it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. From the other party's words, he had already grasped the general meaning. Clearly, the other party thought he had something valuable and wanted to take advantage of the situation to obtain it. It has a hint of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Honestly, if it weren't for Sister Xiaowei's sake, you'd already be a cold corpse. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and his words carried an icy chill. With just a glance and a single word, Zhao Ming's expression changed slightly, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. You little brat. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ming, a few beads of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. It's always me robbing others, never others robbing me. Want it? Just reach out and take it. Anything you can get is yours. Lin Yu first stared coldly at the other party, but as he spoke, he suddenly grinned. That smile was so terrifying that Zhao Ming retreated repeatedly. No, madman, you're a madman. Zhao Ming was shocked to discover that Lin Yu was not a normal person at all. Tisi, you got scared off like that. Lin Yu suppressed his eerie smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Jun happened to be walking towards him at that moment and bumped right into Zhao Ming, who looked terrified. Captain, what happened? Is something wrong? He had never seen his captain so terrified, as if he had seen a ghost. A madman. That Lin Yu is a madman. Zhao Ming muttered to himself as he staggered away. Jun was completely baffled. What's going on? He approached Lin Yu and asked curiously. I don't know. Lin Yu's previous eerie smile had vanished without a trace, replaced by a friendly one. Oh, right. I came here to tell you that we're going out to look for resource points tomorrow. So, just stay here and relax. Lin Yu frowned slightly after hearing this. To be honest, he was quite worried about Sun Xiaowei. Her excessive kindness made him uneasy. Is Sister Xiaowei going too? Lin Yu asked curiously. Her combat strength is considered quite strong within the team. Whenever they go out, they usually come with us. Si Yun nodded. Obviously, wandering around is far more dangerous than staying at a resource point. So under normal circumstances, the decision is based on combat strength. They couldn't possibly leave Sun Xiaowei, whose combat power was 200, behind and send out members with a combat power of over 100. Sister Xiaowei is too kind. If she doesn't change, she'll suffer sooner or later. I don't recommend that she go out to find resource points. Lin Yu, moved by his own experience, offered his suggestions. You're right, it's her first time participating in a liquidation process, and she's imagining everything to be too rosy. Jun did not deny it, and also expressed his feelings. But that's just her personality. It can't be changed. Her life is precious, but the lives of the other team members are precious too. The captain can't let another weak member take her place. Furthermore, she wouldn't allow anyone weaker than herself to go on adventures. Jun shook his head and sighed softly, his face full of helplessness. It's not hard to see that he was aware of this problem long ago, but he simply didn't have the ability to change anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu remained silent, secretly plotting how to help Sun Xiaowei. The other party had helped him so much. He might not be able to control what would happen in the future, but right now, he had to ensure the other party's safety. You should get some rest. After Jun finished speaking, he left directly. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the next day. Sun Xiaowei's 5-person team was already fully prepared and ready to go. Lin Yu, don't wander off. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give him some instructions. He also asked his team leader, Zhao Ming, to help look after them. On the surface, Zhao Ming said there was no problem, but in reality, he didn't dare to get close to Lin Yu at all. He was almost scared out of his wits last night. After Sun Xiaowei and her group left, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Keep up. He silently recited it in his heart. Dozens of dark figures suddenly sprang out of the jungle. Those were Lin Yu's 2-headed hellhounds, exactly 30 of them. Chapter 148, Sun Xiaowei in danger. While protecting Sun Xiaowei, Lin Yu also needed to ensure his own absolute safety. As his top combat force, the Scythe Demon was naturally out of the question. Sending 30 2-headed hellhounds to secretly protect the other party is already more than enough. After doing all this, he finally felt a little relieved and sat down under the tree for a short rest. During this time, Captain Zhao Ming only stood at a distance and secretly glanced at the scene, not daring to get closer. Meanwhile, the Scythe Demon was hiding in a dark corner nearby, constantly watching Lin Yu's surroundings. It would strike immediately if any danger approached. However, Lin Yu's peaceful time did not last long. His tightly closed eyes snapped open. He frowned, quickly sat up straight, and turned to look in the direction Sun Xiaowei and her group had left. Oh no, something's happened. The 2-headed hellhound has lost contact with him, which means that the other party is very likely in danger. Hey, kid, don't say I didn't warn you. Xiaowei told you not to wander around. Why did you stand up? The moment Zhao Ming saw Lin Yu stand up, he immediately cast a surprised glance at him and loudly reminded him. Xiaowei might be in trouble. You should go check on her. Lin Yu urged the other party urgently. Are you kidding me? Zhao Ming gave a cold smile, clearly not believing it. Are you going or not? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and questioned him in a cold voice. Don't try to fool me, kid. Do you know better than me whether or not something bad will happen to Xiaowei? Zhao Ming still had no intention of leaving, and besides, he didn't trust Lin Yu at all, and even suspected that the other party wanted to take revenge on him because of what happened last night. If you're not going, I'll go. Lin Yu knew that now was the time to race against time. After saying that, he immediately turned and walked into the jungle. Seeing this, Zhao Ming frowned slightly and muttered, This guy, is he serious? Captain, could something really have happened to Sister Xiaowei? A teammate came over and asked in a low voice. How could that be? Jun is a seasoned veteran. I feel at ease with him around. Besides, how could Lin Yu possibly know whether they're in trouble or not? He must be talking nonsense. Don't pay any attention to him. Zhao Ming crossed his arms, wanting to see if Lin Yu was really leaving or just pretending. What if something really happens? Seeing Lin Yu walking further and further away, about to disappear into the jungle, the team member couldn't help but speak again. Are you stupid? Won't they run away if they encounter real danger? Jun and his men weren't carrying anything valuable, so there's no reason for them to chase after them relentlessly. Even if we all leave, who will stay behind to protect the collection team? Zhao Ming glanced at the man with annoyance, but he had every reason to remain still. The team member then obediently shut his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had completely disappeared from their sight. As more and more of the 2-headed hellhounds lost their senses, he gradually became impatient. The Scythe Demon, with a deep shout, a dark figure suddenly landed in front of him. I am here. Chase. Lin Yu pointed in a direction. Without a word, the Scythe Demon hoisted Lin Yu up with one hand and shot forward. It moved very fast, leaving trails of afterimages in the jungle. Nothing can happen. Absolutely nothing can happen. Lin Yu silently recited to himself. Someone as kind as Sun Xiaowei wouldn't want the other person to die tragically in the underground city. And things turned out exactly as he expected. Sun Xiaowei's team encountered a large group from the Green Snake Guild. We have no grudge against you, so why are you attacking us? Sun Xiaowei frowned, puzzled by the behavior of the people in front of her. Should I call you naive or idiotic? This is an underground city, a place where the strong prey on the weak. Tell me your resource locations, and I might spare your lives. The leader of the Green Snake Guild stared coldly at Sun Xiaowei. Boss, we just spotted a few unidentified creatures nearby, and we've already killed them. At that moment, someone came to the other person's ear and whispered the report. Tell us the resource locations, and you'll spare our lives? Do you really think we're 3-year-olds? Xie Jun's eyes and tone were filled with disdain. Clearly, he didn't think the other side would hold back. This act of releasing a tiger back into the mountains will only increase pressure on external forces. Oh, it seems you know a lot. Let me put it another way. Maybe that will make it easier for you to make a decision. Do you want a quick and painless death, or do you want to be slowly tortured to death? The leader dropped the pretense and gave a wicked smile. It seems they've become accustomed to committing murder and robbery. Xie Jun and the other 4 all looked solemn. Facing the large force of the Green Snake Guild, they had absolutely no chance of winning, and almost no chance of escaping. Isn't it good that everyone gets along peacefully and finds their own resource points? Why fight amongst ourselves? Sun Xiaowei was puzzled. By killing you, we can not only take over the resource points you found, but also seize all the resources you previously mined. It saves both time and effort, so why wouldn't I do it? The leader tilted his head, looked at the other person, and asked in return with a smile. Sun Xiaowei was slightly taken aback after hearing this, not expecting that the other party would go on a killing spree just for a little benefit. Later, everyone will split up and break through. Every person who can escape is a success. Xie Jun narrowed his eyes, already prepared for the worst. Stubborn to the end, take action. Seeing that the other party showed no sign of backing down, the leader's patience gradually wore thin. With a command, the surrounding crowd launched an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment they made their move, the 2-headed hellhounds that had been lurking nearby also pounced out. What the hell are these? Even the leader frowned when he saw the ferocious 2-headed hellhound. Boss, this is it. We've already killed a few, but we didn't expect there to be so many. The teammate beside him hurriedly explained. Kill them. Leave no one alive. The leader shouted. After more than 22-headed hellhounds joined in, the scene became incredibly chaotic. This undoubtedly gave Sun Xiaowei and her group an opportunity to escape. Retreat. Retreat now. Si Yun shouted urgently. Hey, you want to leave? The leader gave a wicked smile, kicked the 2-headed hellhound in front of him away, and then strode forward, catching up with Xie Jun in an instant. Damn it, you guys get out of here first. Xie Jun knew he couldn't escape, so he tried to buy some time for the others to run away. Chapter 149, The Fierce Predator. Sun Xiaowei stood there, lost in thought. This was the first time she had ever seen such a chaotic and bloody scene, with 2-headed hellhounds being hacked to pieces and their crimson blood splattered everywhere. Sister Xiaowei, let's go. Her teammates frantically pulled her away, shouting urgently. When the Green Snake Guild leader's blade pierced Xie Jun's chest, Sun Xiaowei's eyes widened in disbelief. Her feet seemed to be made of lead, rooted to the spot, and no matter how the other team members tried to pull her, she wouldn't budge. Sister Xiaowei, if we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. The team members were sweating profusely with anxiety. You should leave. Perhaps. I can hold them off for a while longer. Sun Xiaowei shook off her teammate's hand. Her eyes were glazed over as she slowly raised the sharp blade in her hand and pointed it at the leader of the Green Snake Guild. Go quickly. Even as Xie Jun lay in a pool of blood, he did not give up. He gripped the leader's ankle tightly, blood streaming from his teeth as he struggled to utter each word. The leader lowered his gaze and with a casual slash, cut off the opponent's hand. Xie Jun let out a painful wail, and his shrill screams echoed throughout the entire jungle. Immediately afterwards, his other teammates behind him were also slashed and knocked to the ground. The average combat strength of the Green Snake Guild is far superior to theirs, and coupled with their smaller numbers, even with the help of the 2-headed hellhound, they have no advantage whatsoever. Watching her teammates fall one by one, Sun Xiaowei was completely stunned. Girl, is this your first time in a liquidation operation? The leader quickly discerned something amiss from the other party's expression and reaction. Sun Xiaowei's entire body trembled slightly, whether from fear or anger. Girl, I'm giving you one last chance to live. Tell me the location of the resource point, or your fate will be far worse than theirs. As the leader spoke, a lewd smile crept onto his lips. The two-headed hellhounds around them had been slaughtered, and upon hearing this, the others cast lewd glances at them. Bastards, you bunch of animals. Jun, clutching his severed hand, lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. This time, the leader didn't hold back and plunged the sharp blade in his hand directly into the opponent's heart. Wow! Jun groaned, spitting out bright red blood all over the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Within seconds, he stopped breathing completely. Upon seeing this, Sun Xiaowei's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes glazed over, her heart filled with despair. The cruelty of the underground city far exceeded her imagination. Brothers, this is a reward for you. Just don't kill them. The leader gave a wicked smile. Ha, thanks, boss. The boss really takes care of us brothers, giving us such a good opportunity. Upon hearing this, everyone beamed with joy, and even the members of the gathering team gathered around. Impatient people even couldn't resist loosening their belts. Hello. Just then, a voice came from the jungle. Everyone frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Even Sun Xiaowei, who was feeling utterly hopeless, subconsciously turned her head away because she recognized the voice. Lin Yu. She seemed surprised to see Lin Yu there, her words filled with astonishment. And who are you, kid? Are you on Team 1? The leader couldn't help but look him up and down. Who am I? And which line are you? Lin Yu leaned against a tree trunk, his expression and tone extremely provocative. You little brat. You're asking for it. The leader immediately erupted in anger. The other team members ignored Sun Xiaowei and rushed over to her. Kid, you're covered in injuries, and you still dare to be so arrogant? Someone raised an eyebrow at Lin Yu, wondering who had given him the courage. The moment Lin Yu raised his eyes, his swift blade had already slashed out. Wow! The man groaned, his eyes widening as he clutched his neck and staggered back several steps. Everyone else was stunned for several seconds upon seeing this. Asshole! The moment they came to their senses, they rushed forward, trying to tear Lin Yu to pieces. Sister Xiaowei, you go first, I'll cover your retreat. Facing an attack from several enemies, Lin Yu dodged and retreated repeatedly. No, I can't leave you. Sun Xiaowei bit her lip and shook her head. Kid, do you really think I don't exist? Given the current situation, is it really possible for her to leave whenever she wants? The leader sneered. That seems to make sense. Then let's not leave. Lin Yu moved like a ghost, bypassing the people in front of him in an instant and arriving directly beside Sun Xiaowei. His speed stunned everyone present. Wow, so fast. Even the leader couldn't help but sigh. If you bunch of good-for-nothings, you're only good at bullying the weak. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his killing intent radiating. Before he finished speaking, he reached out and covered Sun Xiaowei's eyes. Sister Xiaowei, the scene is too bloody. It's not suitable for you. These words caused everyone to frown. What do you mean? Could it be that you can kill us with your mind? Some team members couldn't help but crane their necks, full of curiosity. They didn't understand how Lin Yu was going to fight them after covering Sun Xiaowei's eyes with his hand. Haha, arrogant bastard. Is this the way to show off in front of girls? The leader couldn't help but burst out laughing. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. A streak of red light flashed past his eyes, cutting through the air. With just one stab, two team members lay dead in pools of blood. Before them stood the scythe demon wielding a giant scythe. Those scarlet vertical pupils sent chills down their spines. Gurgle! The leader swallowed hard, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The aura emanating from the scythe demon filled them with fear. Combat strength, 390 plus 91, 395 plus 91. Combat power, 395 plus 91, 400 plus 91. What is this? Before the other person could finish speaking, the scythe demon's giant scythe had already severed the person's head. Combat power, 400 plus 91, 405 plus 91. The scythe demon, with a combat power close to 500, is a clear case of overwhelming the opponents who only have a combat power of 2 or 300. Chapter 150, it's all fake. Everything is fake. The strength and ruthlessness displayed by the Scythe Demon have completely intimidated the members of the Green Snake Guild. In a mere minute or two since Lin Yu appeared, four members of their team had already died, including their leader. Panic instantly spread through the crowd. Kill, leave no one alive. Lin Yu's expression was indifferent, and he immediately ordered the area to be cleared. He was worried that no one could provide nourishment for the Scythe Demon. Well, now that the Green Snake Guild has come to him, he's naturally not going to hold back. Anyway, I've known the Green Snake Guild for a long time. We just wiped out one of their expedition teams during the previous expedition, so it's not unreasonable to take out their entire liquidation team now, is it? The Scythe Demon wielded his giant scythe with ferocious power, and the members of the Green Serpent Guild were utterly powerless to resist. Their shrill screams and cries filled the air. The massacre did not last long. The crimson blood almost stained the entire land red, and the air was filled with a strong, pungent smell of blood. Bang! With the last person falling, the carnage finally came to an end. The Scythe Demon's combat power has also reached 485 plus 91. The gathering team was far too weak for him, and the boost to his combat power was relatively limited. However, Lin Yu is already quite satisfied with his current combat strength. At the same time, Lin Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He paused slightly, then looked down. Suddenly, Sun Xiaowei had a dagger in her hand. This slash was very cunning, perfectly avoiding his armor and piercing his body through a narrow gap. Lin Yu immediately staggered back 2 steps, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Is the woman in front of me still the Sun Xiaowei I know? Is she still that gentle and kind older sister? Why did you do this? Lin Yu frowned, his face full of confusion and bewilderment, eager to know the answer. Roar! Upon seeing its master injured, the Scythe Demon also let out an angry roar. However, without Lin Yu's order, it hesitated to take action. That was all just a facade. Your power makes me tread carefully. Sun Xiaowei smiled wickedly and slowly stood up from the ground. While speaking, he didn't forget to glance at the Scythe Demon in the distance. You think I'm kind? I'll suffer for it. But now you're the one who's suffering. After withdrawing her gaze from the Scythe Demon, Sun Xiaowei turned it back to Lin Yu, her words full of sarcasm. Fake! You're faking it all. Lin Yu never expected that the woman in front of him was so cunning, and that she had been plotting against him from the very beginning. Is the Green Snake Guild also a fake? Was Xie Jun's death also part of your plan? He clutched the wound on his lower abdomen, glared at the other person, and continued to press for answers. The Green Snake Guild? They are unexpected variables, but your appearance was something I expected. Since I've chosen to put on an act, I naturally have to go all the way. Xie Jun's death was not something I could control. Besides, he died a worthy death, not in vain. At least he made you completely lower your guard. Sun Xiaowei casually brushed aside a stray strand of her hair, seemingly unconcerned about the life or death of her companion. You vicious woman. Lin Yu never expected that he would misjudge a venomous snake and mistake it for a little white rabbit. You can't blame me for this. Who told you to be all alone and to be a treasure trove from head to toe? Just one spatial artifact is enough to drive countless people into a killing frenzy. Tell me, can I let you go? Moreover, judging from your equipment and the bloodstains on you, I know in my heart that you are no ordinary kid. Just as I expected, you are indeed extraordinary, single-handedly wiping out the Green Serpent Guild. I'm so glad I didn't act rashly earlier. If I'm not mistaken, you're a summoner, right? Those unidentified creatures from before were also summoned by you. Sun Xiaowei stared at Lin Yu with an air of confidence. Didn't you ever think it would kill you? Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. The fact that I chose to take action means I'm absolutely certain. And I've also come to understand your abilities quite well. This dagger, it's poisoned. It dares to kill me? Then no one will be able to cure you. You are doomed to die. Sun Xiaowei gave a wicked smile, as if she had already won the other party over. Sorry then, I just don't believe in superstitions. Moreover, they are extremely vengeful. Trying to take advantage of me? Dream on. Take her down. Lin Yu sneered, and his eyes suddenly turned piercing as he spoke the last sentence. Whoosh! The scythe demon immediately shot forward. What? Sun Xiaowei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had never imagined that the other party would be so crazy. Bang! The scythe demon delivered a flying kick, sending his opponent flying 10 meters away. Sun Xiaowei fell flat on her face, plowing 2 meters into the ground and getting a mouthful of dirt. Lin Yu's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. At this point, he realized that the other party was not joking and had indeed poisoned the blade. How interesting. I actually fell for your trick. Lin Yu subconsciously wiped his nose and found that black blood was flowing out. You little brat, are you out of your mind? Kill me, and you will surely die. Sun Xiaowei, her face covered in blood, got up in a disheveled state and said angrily, Did I say I was going to kill you? There are only 2 paths you choose. First, hand over the antidote yourself and die a quick and painless death. Secondly, living a life worse than death. Lin Yu sat on the ground, seemingly unafraid of death, and the smile on his lips sent chills down Sun Xiaowei's spine. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The development path at this point had completely deviated from Sun Xiaowei's expectations. Actually, I have a way that will allow everyone to avoid dying. Sun Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a little flustered when facing Lin Yu, this madman. She originally thought she could use poison to force Lin Yu to submit, but she never expected that he wouldn't fall for it at all. No. Only one of us can live. And that one could never be you. Lin Yu grinned, his eyes fixed on the other person. Chapter 151. A woman with a vicious heart. After kicking Sun Xiaowei away, the scythe demon went straight to Lin Yu's side and said, My lord, don't worry. A mere little poison is no match for me. Upon hearing this, both Lin Yu and Sun Xiaowei were taken aback. Oh. Lin Yu stared blankly at the scythe demon. I'm a demon. What can mere poison do to me? It raised its hand and placed its fingertips on Lin Yu's wound. The next second, crimson demonic energy rose up, and it was seen rolling around in its throat, silently chanting a spell. Immediately afterwards, the dark green toxin miraculously spread upwards along the scythe demon's fingers, and within moments it was all forcibly drawn out and entered the scythe demon's body. Call! After doing all this, the scythe demon finally let out a long sigh of relief. Sun Xiaowei watched in astonishment. The fact that the scythe demon could speak human language was already incredibly shocking to her, but the fact that it could transfer the toxins from Lin Yu's body to itself was even more unbelievable. What kind of monster is this? Sun Xiaowei's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and fear. Even Lin Yu himself was surprised. I'm sorry. You don't even have the basic means to save your life anymore. His smile gradually widened. Sun Xiaowei's face was filled with fear, and her feet involuntarily began to move backward. You choose the path to heaven, but refuse to take it. You choose the path to hell, but refuse to enter. After the toxin left his body, Lin Yu felt much better and was able to stand up again, even making a tisk-tisk sound. If you want something, you could have just asked me, but you chose the dumbest, most foolish method. I admit, the character you portrayed was very successful. Unfortunately, you still underestimated my strength. Lin Yu lowered his eyelids, shook his head, and sighed softly. Skin her alive, pull out her tendons, and then cut her into 1,000 pieces. When he looked up again, there was no trace of pity in his eyes, only ruthlessness. Sun Xiaowei was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. This time, she wasn't faking it. She was genuinely afraid. I obey. The scythe-wielding demon strode forward. Wait. Please forgive me this time, considering how I helped you before. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I apologize to you. Sun Xiaowei was so frightened that tears streamed down her face. Her tearful appearance would make anyone feel sorry for her. Favor. When have we ever had any affection for each other? That was all just a facade. Your only goal is to gain my absolute trust. You vicious, wicked woman. Lin Yu has zero tolerance for people who deceive him. What are you waiting for? Let's do it. Seeing that the scythed demon had not yet made a move, he urged him angrily. Yeah. The next second, Sun Xiaowei's shrill screams echoed throughout the entire jungle. Lin Yu did not avoid the scene. On the contrary, he stood still and quietly watched Sun Xiaowei being tortured to the point of near death. Lin Yu, I curse you to die a horrible death. If you've got the guts, then give me a quick death. Sun Xiaowei was covered in blood and had been tortured beyond recognition. Her bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Lin Yu. "Tisi, whether I die or not is none of your business. You're not going to have a good death anyway." Lin Yu's eyes were full of indifference as he sneered. This ordeal lasted for a full 2 hours, and Sun Xiaowei eventually died from excessive blood loss. Congratulations! You have achieved the 100 kills achievement and obtained the Tier 2 demon unit, Cerberus. Lin Yu was overjoyed when he saw the achievement reward that popped up in front of him. He didn't rush into the territory space, but first bandaged the wound on his side abdomen. He didn't want to end up like Sun Xiaowei, dying from excessive blood loss. After the bandage was finished, he put a magic pill into his mouth. Then, he walked toward the corpse of the leader of the Green Snake Guild. This is a guild that can rival the 3 major families in Linshan City. How could the leader not be wearing a spatial item? Not bad. He removed the storage ring from the leader of the corpse's fingers, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After his investigation, he found that there were 2,000 units of magic source stones, 3,000 units of magic crystals, and 500 units of high-energy crystals inside. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback when he saw the high-energy crystal. The Green Snake Guild is quite lucky. You can even find this thing. After regaining his senses, he subconsciously licked his lips. Each high-energy crystal is about the size of a fist and contains at least several times the energy of a magic source stone. It's not cheap either. It costs 50,000 on the black market. However, because of its large size, it is not convenient for people without spatial items to carry, and its circulation is naturally not as high as that of the magic source stone. However, for powerful individuals who possess spatial artifacts, they naturally look down on magic source stones and prefer high-energy crystals. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Yu ignored the corpses and quickly left the place of trouble. Only after confirming that the surroundings were safe did he enter the territory space through his consciousness. He came to the gates of the devil. The recruitment panel quickly appeared. His gaze shifted downwards to the last option. Recruit a Tier 2 Cerberus. Requires 200 units of magic flesh, 100 units of magic crystals, and 50 units of magic source stones. Initial combat power is 50. Initial combat power, 50? If I add the enhanced combat power of 91, that's 141. Lin Yu secretly calculated in his heart. This is dozens of points stronger than the 2-headed hellhound. Given limited space, it's natural to recruit the strongest combat troops. Recruitment successful. 30 3-headed hellhounds, consuming 6,000 units of magic flesh, 3,000 units of magic crystals, and 1,500 units of magic source stones. Lin Yu's combat strength, 423.33 to 465.63. He grinned after sensing the increase in his combat power. He then led the scythed demon and quickly headed towards Sun Xiaowei's resource point. In his view, since Sun Xiaowei had been acting from the beginning, Zhao Ming and the others were naturally also participants. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had no intention of letting anyone go. You're lying to me, aren't you? I'll show you how to lie to me. Chapter 152, Worsening Injuries. When Lin Yu reappeared at the resource point, Zhao Ming was completely bewildered. His eyes widened even more when he saw the scythed demon. You, how did you get back? And what is that monster following you? The scythed demon's terrifying face and the giant scythe in his hand filled Zhao Ming with fear. Captain, what's going on? At this moment, the other team members also gathered around after hearing the commotion. Lin Yu, they were taken aback at first, then shifted their gazes and focused on the scythed demon. Their expressions gradually changed from initial astonishment to horror. Aren't you all surprised that I can come back? Lin Yu tilted his head and asked the others with a smile. He no longer needed to hide anything. In his eyes, These people were no different from the dead. Huh, an accident? What kind of accident? Zhao Ming continued to feign ignorance. It's Sun Xiaowei. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Ming and the others' expressions changed slightly, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Has Sister Xiaowei been exposed? Impossible. We've succeeded several times already. Some team members were already whispering and talking amongst themselves. What? As the captain, don't you have anything to say? Pretending to be kind, pretending to be gentle, pretending to be pitiful. In reality, she's a vicious woman with a heart of stone, who will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Lin Yu's words made Zhao Ming and the others feel a chill in their hearts, and large beads of cold sweat unknowingly appeared on their foreheads. Clearly, they all knew at this moment that their scheme had been exposed. Captain, what should we do? Take action. A team member cautiously leaned close to Zhao Ming's ear and whispered the question. Make a move? Don't you see that horned monster next to him? Zhao Ming felt an unprecedented fear from the scythe demon. Especially when those scarlet vertical pupils looked at him, his whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Would you believe me if I said it was all Sun Xiaowei's idea? Zhao Ming pushed his teammates away and explained shakily. I believe you. Of course I believe you. I wouldn't be surprised if she did something now. Lin Yu spread his hands, a calm smile on his face. However, his forced smile made Zhao Ming increasingly uneasy. Well, as the saying goes, every wrong has its source, every debt its debtor. Why don't you go find her? As Zhao Ming spoke, cold sweat was already rolling down his forehead. She's dead. He died after I skinned him alive and pulled out his tendons. Lin Yu spoke calmly, as if skinning someone and pulling out tendons was a trivial matter in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming and the others' pupils constricted involuntarily, and their feet involuntarily took a few steps back. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Yu was nothing short of a demon, a devil. Madman. I told you so, he's a madman. Tell Xiaowei not to mess with him. Don't mess with him. I just won't listen. Zhao Ming felt a deep sense of regret. Since things have come to this, you should go down and talk to her. Lin Yu gently pointed his finger forward, and the scythe demon charged out with its giant scythe in hand. He was so fast that he didn't even give Zhao Ming time to react. This single cut ripped open the opponent's guts, splattering blood everywhere. Upon seeing this, everyone turned pale with fright. Zhao Ming was the strongest fighter in their group, yet he was instantly killed by the opponent with a single strike, without even a chance to put up a fight. Combat power 485 plus 91. 488 plus 91. At this moment, Lin Yu also noticed a problem. The combat power of the scythe demon was also beginning to slow down. Previously, killing someone with a combat power of 2 or 300 would increase combat power by 5 points, but now it only increases by 3 points. Is the difference in combat strength too great? Lin Yu stroked his chin and murmured softly. While he was pondering, the 5 men, led by Zhao Ming, had already fallen one after another into pools of blood. The scythe demon's combat power also reached 500 plus 91. Leave none of them alive. Lin Yu looked at the resource point in the distance. He knew that if he let even one person escape, he would face endless trouble. The scythe demon has always enjoyed killing. Within minutes, the entire Moonlight Guild's gathering team perished under the giant scythe of the scythe demon. However, this time the scythe demon's combat power no longer increased. Clearly, the gathering team's combat strength was too low, and they had lost their ability to enhance the scythe demon's combat power. What a pity! Lin Yu slowly stepped forward, looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, and sighed and shook his head. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your captain and Sun Xiaowei. Then he added another sentence. Only then did they begin to rummage through the spoils. 3,000 units of magic stone, 5,000 units of magic wood, 5,000 units of magic crystal, and 2,000 units of magic source stone. Looking at the resources in front of him, Lin Yu was certain that the other party had also attacked others and succeeded. Otherwise, given the strength of their team, it would have been impossible for them to acquire so many resources in such a short period of time. At that moment, most of the guilt in Lin Yu's heart vanished. No, it hurts like hell. I have to go back and find the Su family's team. After taking all the resources into his territory, Lin Yu no longer had the will to be a lone wolf. The wounds on his arms and thighs were already causing him excruciating pain, and now he had been stabbed in the abdomen. He was terrified that he would die in this desolate wilderness. We must find the Su family's team and rendezvous with them as soon as possible. Young and unaware of the value of teamwork, only to regret being a lone wolf after suffering injuries. Go find it for me. He simply released all the demon dogs. Whoosh whoosh. At his command, the demon hounds darted into the bushes and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. Next, he just needs to wait for the results. The pain in his abdomen made it almost impossible for him to straighten up. He could only sit under the tree. He knew that the previous bandaging had been too hasty, and the wound had probably worsened. But he had done his best. After all, it was a one-handed operation, and his other hand was injured and could not move freely at all. He waited, and then he fell into a deep sleep again, or rather a coma. Seeing this, the scythe demon could only stand by and watch anxiously. Lin Yu is dead, and it can forget about living either. It's fine for fighting, but it's absolutely not suited for delicate tasks like treating wounds. Its sharp claws might just leave Lin Yu with a few more bloody scratches. Roar! Roar! Several hours passed, and night fell. Finally, the demonic hounds returned, growling at Lin Yu. But Lin Yu had already lost consciousness and remained unresponsive no matter how the other person called out to him. Chapter 153, heading to the Su family to join forces. The scythe demon could understand the demon hound's meaning, clearly indicating that it had located the Su family's group. However, Lin Yu is currently unconscious and unable to give him any instructions, which makes him extremely anxious. Its vertical pupils darted around uncertainly, making it difficult to make a decision for a moment. Come, take me there. Its eyes narrowed, sharply only when Lin Yu made a faint sound. It has been waiting for this instruction for a long time. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu fell asleep again. The demon hound immediately leaped into the jungle and led the way. The scythe demon immediately picked up Lin Yu and quickly followed. In less than 2 hours, they finally arrived near the Su family's group. But the scythe demon knew that Lin Yu wouldn't let them reveal their identities. You stinking dog, lure them here. The scythe demon shifted its gaze to the side, kicked the demonic hound beside it, and urged it on in a commanding tone. Roar! The demon hound responded and slowly approached the Su family camp. At this moment, the scythe demon put Lin Yu down on the ground and quickly hid. Roar! The demonic hound deliberately rubbed its body against the green plants, making a rustling sound and growling, trying to attract the attention of the Su family's team. In practice, this tactic has proven to be very effective. Immediately, people looked over at the sound and even took a few steps forward to try and see what it was. Roar! Seeing that the other party stopped in his tracks, the demon dog became anxious and immediately let out a roar, startling the man. Holy crap! Warcraft! The man frowned and murmured softly. What was that sound? At that moment, Su Dashin's voice came from behind. Clearly, he was also attracted by what was here. Brother Sean, it looks like there's a monster. The man pointed in the direction of the jungle. Huh? What kind of magical beast? Because it was too dark, Su Dashin couldn't see clearly. I don't know, it just keeps howling there. The man continued his story. Just ignore it as long as it doesn't cross the line. Su Dashin showed no intention of going forward to check. After all, the dungeon is where monsters roam at night, and their limited visibility puts them at a disadvantage. If they were to rashly enter the jungle, the risks would be greatly increased. Clear. The man nodded in response. Roar. Seeing that the Su family members were not coming out, the demon dog became anxious. Its heart-wrenching roars forced Su Dashin to stop and turn back to look. Brother Sean, something's not right. The man became increasingly suspicious. Something is definitely not right. Normally, magical beasts would never make such random noises. And they even came to our camp and started yelling. It's not hard to tell. This monster is just a lunatic. After listening to Su Dashin's analysis, the man was speechless. No, Brother Sean, didn't you notice it kept calling towards our camp? Moreover, it seems afraid to come out. The man raised the question that had been on his mind. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit strange. But the captain said we're not allowed to go out at night. Su Dashin rubbed his chin, feeling that what the other person said made a lot of sense. Should I go and report to the captain? The man pointed to the direction where Captain Su Qingwang was resting. Hey, rules are rules, but people are flexible. Why can't you be more flexible? What's wrong with me just taking a look? Su Dashin glanced at the other person with a look of disgust. Im trolley impressed. If he weren't lacking in strength, that person would have really wanted to slap the other person to death, since Su Dashin had already said everything. When the demon dog saw Su Dashin approaching, it immediately took a few steps back, but the noise did not stop. Huh? What exactly is this thing? I take one step forward, and it takes one step back. Su Dashin's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Brother Sean, I feel like it's trying to remind us of something. Or are they trying to lure us forward on purpose? Could this be a trap? The man followed and whispered a reminder. Hey, how could I not understand what you're saying? I just wanted to test you, to see if you're vigilant. Su Dashin turned to look at the other person and explained confidently. Brother Sean is right. He's absolutely right. The man nodded in agreement, speechless. However, after his reminder, Su Dashin also became unusually vigilant, his eyes constantly scanning the dark jungle around him. Even my steps had become much lighter. The dog's barking finally stopped after walking about 100 meters. What do you mean? Su Dashin was stunned. I don't know. Why did it suddenly stop barking? The man scratched his head, looking equally confused. Tisi, I already told you. It's a lunatic, and you still don't believe me. After Su Dashin finished complaining, he turned to walk back. Brother Sean, do you think it might be trying to lure us here? Could there be some treasure nearby? The man frowned, sensing that something was still amiss. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, before Su Dashin could finish speaking, the man interrupted. I understand. I understand everything. Brother Sean just wants to test me. Good that you understand. Only then did Su Dashin reveal a satisfied smile. As he prepared to take a closer look at his surroundings, the man kicked something. Brother Sean, something's up. The man called out urgently. What? Sudasan strode forward. A corpse. Because it was too dark, the two could not see Lin Yu's face clearly at all. They only knew that it was a person. Let's see if he's dead or alive. Su Dashin nudged the man, signaling him to come forward and check. After rolling his eyes, the man had no choice but to step forward. Alive, still breathing. But why does this person look so familiar? Upon getting closer, the person could vaguely make out Lin Yu's outline. Familiar. Upon hearing this, Su Dashin curiously stepped forward. This. After taking a closer look, he became so excited that he became incoherent. What? The man was also quite frightened by Su Dashin's sudden outburst. Chapter 154 is simply a miracle. Su Dashin even doubted whether he had seen it wrong, and quickly rubbed his eyes again. After confirming it was Lin Yu, he didn't bother to explain and carried him back to the camp. Hey, Brother Sean, what's going on? The man was full of question marks. Quickly go tell the captain that Lin Yu is back. Su Dashin carried Lin Yu on his back, walking briskly, his expression and tone filled with unparalleled excitement. What? When a man heard the name Lin Yu, he paused for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Go now. Stop talking nonsense. Sudasan urgently. Oh. The man nodded repeatedly, not daring to delay. He never expected that Lin Yu could escape alive from the Zhang family's assassin group. It was nothing short of a miracle. Captain. The man rushed to Captain Su Qingwang in a great hurry. Su Qingwang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and raised an eyebrow at the other person. Something happened. Seeing the other person's anxious expression, Su Qingwang subconsciously sat up. The man pointed in another direction, so excited he was incoherent. Su Qingwang froneth. Seeing that the other party couldn't utter a word for a long time, he simply got up and walked straight in the direction the other party was pointing. Soon, he saw Su Dashin. Dashin, what are you doing? Su Qingwang stepped forward slowly, looking puzzled, wondering what the two of them were up to. Look, Lin Yu. When Su Dashin saw the captain arrive, he quickly got up and pointed to the person lying on the ground. What? Lin Yu. Su Qingwang was stunned for 2 seconds before quickly moving closer to take a look. He was completely shocked, never expecting it to really be Lin Yu. He's injured badly. After a brief examination, Su Dashin found that Lin Yu was covered in injuries, with 3 particularly serious ones. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly call Su Qingxue over. Su Qingguang's face was filled with excitement and joy when he saw Lin Yu return. Before long, a girl with pigtails rushed over. She is the only support class in the team. Although her combat power is terribly low, she is a rare healing class. Qingxue, hurry. We absolutely cannot let Lin Yu die. Su Qingguang gated anxiously. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. You're bothering me. Move back a bit. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at everyone, annoyed. Su Dashin and the others then subconsciously took a few steps back, giving the other side enough space. My God, how did he survive? Su Qingxue squatted down in front of Lin Yu, and before she even unwrapped the bandages to check his wounds, she already realized the seriousness of the situation. Please save him. When I carried him back just now, his body was burning hot, like a little fireball. Su Dashin, who was already anxious, became even more anxious when he heard the other person's words. Su Qingxue frowned, and as she raised her hand, a faint green halo appeared around her, enveloping Lin Yu within it. This is Su Qingxue's skill, which can temporarily stabilize the injured person's condition, preventing it from worsening and also reducing the person's pain. Then, she carefully unwrapped the bandage on Lin Yu's lower abdomen. What appeared before everyone was a bloody hole. It was easy to see that the cut was very deep. Both Su Qingguang and Su Dashin couldn't help but hold their breath. Captain, it's a miracle he came back alive. After removing the bandages from Lin Yu's arms and thighs, Su Qingxue was also shocked by Lin Yu's injuries. Her pupils trembled slightly, and she could hardly imagine how Lin Yu had managed to persevere. Even the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Damn it, those bastards from the Zhang family actually injured Lin Yu so badly. Su Dashin was almost moved to tears. At this moment, all he could think about was the image of Lin Yu urging him to leave, disregarding his own safety. We must save him at all costs. Su Qingguang's eyes were piercing as he spoke in a deep voice. Whether it was to complete the task assigned by the Great Master, or because Lin Yu risked his life to protect their team's safety, he would never allow Lin Yu to have another accident. Yes, we must save his life. Su Dashin quickly echoed in agreement. Clear. Su Qingxue nodded in response. She naturally knew how important Lin Yu was. Anyone else could die, but Lin Yu could not. They thought the mission had failed and they would all be punished afterward, but now Lin Yu has suddenly returned. How could you just stand by and watch Lin Yu die? This is equivalent to God giving them a second chance. What followed was a lengthy, surgical suturing process. As a healer, Su Qingxue is naturally far superior to Sun Xiaowei. The other party simply cleaned the wound and applied a basic bandage. However, Su Qingxue was able to use her skills to perform surgery on Lin Yu. During the emergency treatment, Su Qingxue's clothes were soaked with sweat on the back, and large beads of sweat kept sliding down her face. Su Dashin, meanwhile, awkwardly wiped his sweat from the side. The surgery took a full 3 hours to complete successfully. Phew, done. After letting out a long sigh, Su Qingxue collapsed to the ground. Qingxue, are you alright? Seeing that the other person's face was pale, Captain Su Qingguang asked with concern. It's nothing. I just overused my skills. I'll be fine after a rest. Su Qingxue forced a smile, indicating that everyone should not worry. Qingxue, you're really amazing. His fever has even gone down. After touching Lin Yu's forehead, Su Dashin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Snored. You don't even know how much effort I just put in to pull him back from the brink of death. Su Qingxue tilted her chin slightly, looking smug. Su Dashin, on the other hand, had a silly grin on his face. Lin Yu has not only returned successfully, but is also out of danger. He couldn't be happier. Qingxue, go and rest. You may all leave, but Deshan will stay and keep watch. Su Qingguang reached out and helped Su Qingxue up from the ground, then waved to the people around him before finally glancing at Su Dashin. Leave it to me. Su Dashin was thoroughly enjoying it, which suited his purposes perfectly. Lin Yu slept for 2 days straight. When he noticed his eyelashes trembling slightly, Su Dashin immediately moved closer and stared intently at him. He struggled to open one eye, but the blinding white light made him squint instantly, and his throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. As his gaze gradually focused, what appeared before him was Su Dashin's round face, which almost made Lin Yu faint again. "I fuck you." In his excitement, he blurted out the essence of Chinese culture. Chapter 155, Winning Hearts and Minds. Upon hearing this, Su Dashin laughed instead of getting angry. "Haha, you're finally awake." He laughed loudly, then ran off again in less than 2 seconds, but Lin Yu could clearly hear him shouting, "Lin Yu is awake. Lin Yu is awake." Lin Yu lay quietly in his seat, knowing full well that this was the Su family's camp, and his anxiety finally subsided. His gaze shifted downwards, and he noticed that all his wounds had been rebandaged. Then, she subconsciously moved her body slightly and found that her whole body was sore, especially the 3 seriously injured areas, which were in excruciating pain with the slightest movement. Before long, Su Qingguang and his group arrived. "Hey, hello everyone." Lin Yu grinned. "Lin Yu, we all thought you were dead. It's so good that you're back alive. This time, I absolutely cannot let you take any risks." Su Qingguang was both excited and regretful for his decision to let Lin Yu leave. "Don't blame yourself. Those guys were after me. You should be glad I left the main force back then. Otherwise, if those guys make a move, the Su family will definitely suffer heavy losses." Lin Yu laughed and said, indicating that the other party didn't need to think too much about it. His words deeply moved Su Dashin and the others. They never expected that, even in his condition, Lin Yu would still be thinking about the safety of the Su family. "By the way, why does my body hurt so much?" Lin Yu was puzzled. Before he came back, he could walk, but now he could hardly even stand up. "That's because you took some special drug that numbed your nerves. The effects of the medicine have completely worn off, so it's natural that it will hurt now." At this moment, Su Qingxue stepped out from the crowd and explained. "Huh? You treated my wound?" Lin Yu asked curiously. "Yes, that's right. It's me." Su Qingxue nodded in response. "Thank you so much. It's just a small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Lin Yu had somehow acquired a dagger in his hand. That was one of the spoils of war from the annihilation of the Moonlight Guild. "Huh?" Su Qingxue was slightly taken aback. Everyone else stared wide-eyed at the sight. The faint green aura on the blade alone indicates that it is of green quality and worth hundreds of millions. "What do you mean, huh?" "Keep it safe. It's perfect for a girl to use as a self-defense weapon." Lin Yu didn't allow the other party to refuse and forcibly shoved it into their hands. Su Qingxue stared blankly at the green quality dagger in her hand. "This person is just too nice, isn't he?" "Everyone, don't just stand there. Come on over. Everyone who sees this gets a share." Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu took out one green quality weapon after another. Each member of the Su family's action team has one. Because of her lower combat strength, Su Qingxue was assigned to the gathering team to avoid taking up a spot. In other words, Lin Yu sent out 11 green quality weapons in the blink of an eye. Everyone, including Su Qingguang, was completely dumbfounded. "We're all brothers who've been through thick and thin together. Why be so polite? I'm not the kind of person who eats alone." Lin Yu smiled calmly. He did all this to win people's hearts. He didn't know how long he would have to stay in the Su family, so he had to gather as many supporters as possible in order to gain a firm foothold in the Su family. This not only avoids trouble caused by spoiled brats like Su Qingxue, but also allows these people to help inquire about information related to the Zhang family. Now that the Zhang family's team has been completely wiped out in the underground city, the other side will surely be furious once the liquidation operation is over. He was the first suspect, which meant he would be in even greater danger. There's no harm in building good relationships with the Su family. They might even be able to lend a hand at a crucial moment. "Wait, Lin Yu, where did you get so many green quality weapons? This isn't cheap." Su Qingguang frowned, looking at the other person with curiosity. "Yeah, and how did you suddenly appear out of nowhere? Do you also have a spatial artifact?" Su Dashin was also filled with curiosity. "That's right. Since Lin Yu dared to give it, he had no intention of hiding it." At this moment, everyone noticed that he was wearing a storage ring on his finger. Lin Yu, don't worry. We'll keep it a secret for you." Su Qingguang was the first to express his opinion. indicating that Lin Yu did not need to hand over the storage ring to the Su family. Yes, that's right. None of US will tell anyone. Others chimed in with their own opinions. They all got millions for nothing, so if anyone dares to betray Lin Yu now, they'll definitely get a beating. No, I'll hand it over to the Su family after I get out. Without the Su family, how would I have had the opportunity to come to the underground city? Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head, assuring everyone that he would never keep anything to himself. In reality, he had 2 storage rings, but only one was shown. Once he hands over this storage ring, he will have made a great contribution. He will have priority in any good action that comes next time. Lin Yu had already planned ahead, intending to use some small benefits to gain even greater benefits. Wow, Lin Yu, you keep telling me, are you really one of the Su family's children who were separated from us? Su Dashin was deeply moved, realizing that Lin Yu not only thought of everyone, but was also so selfless, which was truly hard to bear. Su Qingguang and the others also cast admiring glances their way. By the way, Lin Yu, you still haven't told me where you got all these things. You didn't manage to turn the tables and wipe out the Zhang family's assassin team, did you? Su Qingguang made a bold guess. Of course not. I don't have that ability. I first encountered a group of unidentified creatures, which bought me the opportunity to break through. Then I encountered the Green Snake Guild. Lin Yu began to spout nonsense with a straight face. Su Qingguang and his group listened in stunned silence, without a shred of doubt about its authenticity. They had complete trust in Lin Yu. Especially after the mention of unidentified creatures, Su Dashin became even more convinced because he had seen those creatures with his own eyes. At this moment, he would get angry at anyone who dared to question Lin Yu. I see. Simply put, the fight between the Zhang family and the Green Snake Guild not only created an opportunity for you to escape, but also gave you a chance to take advantage of the situation. Su Qingguang finally understood. Ha ha! As expected, those who survive a great calamity are destined for good fortune. Then he burst out laughing. Lin Yu's smile revealed his honesty and kindness. Who would have thought that he had already slaughtered 3 battalions in these few days? Chapter 156, Returning to the Su family. Even after the resource points were exhausted, Su Qingguang showed no intention of searching for the next one. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. He would not allow the fighting force to be dispersed any further, giving the villains an opportunity to take advantage. To ensure Lin Yu's absolute safety, they have simply abandoned resource gathering and are heading directly towards the entrance/exit. Lin Yu was somewhat flattered, not expecting to be treated so well in the team. Well, there's still several days left, aren't there? Is it really okay not to go and collect resources? Lin Yu asked tentatively. Hey, what are you saying? Those resources are nothing compared to your life. Su Dashin had a simple, honest smile on his face. Yes, everything we do now must revolve around you. Someone nearby echoed in agreement. Clearly, Lin Yu's generosity has been recognized by everyone. Not only were they given green quality weapons, but they also voluntarily offered a hand over their spatial items to the Su family. These 2 points alone were enough to deeply move them. Now, anyone who dares to disrespect Lin, you will face their wrath. Thank you so much. Lin Yu scratched his head and laughed. The effect of winning people's hearts was far greater than he had imagined. Time flies, and the deadline has arrived. The Su family's team was the first to emerge, a fact that shocked all the forces waiting at the portal entrance. What's going on? Why did the Su family's team come out right after their deadline? Yeah, there's no reason for that. Could it be that they were already waiting near the portal? It's really strange. Which faction wouldn't want to stay inside a couple more days? Why are they in such a hurry to get out? Oh, I see. Maybe they found some treasure and can't wait to leave the dungeon. The people around couldn't help but whisper among themselves, wondering why the Su family's team had changed their usual practice and left the underground city first. Brother Guang, what's going on? The people from the Su family who were assigned to pick him up rushed forward and anxiously inquired after seeing Su Qingguang. What's going on? Su Qingguang turned his head to look at the other person, but did not stop. Instead, he continued walking straight towards the Su family's vehicle. How come you guys came out so quickly? The liquidation process is officially scheduled for 20 days, but can it actually be delayed to 25 days? Why didn't you stay a few more days? The man looked puzzled. Can't you see someone is injured? Su Qingguang gave the other person a disgruntled look. Upon hearing this, the man subconsciously turned his head to look behind him, only to see Lin Yu being carried over on a stretcher by the other team members. Lin Yu noticed that the other person was staring at him, so he instinctively greeted him. Oh. The man stretched out his neck, his head full of question marks. In his memory, Lin Yu was just an outsider placed in the action group. Why should he give up the opportunity to collect resources for an outsider? No, Brother Guang. How could you abandon the family's interest for an outsider? The man quickly caught up with Su Qingguang, expressing his incomprehension of his actions. You bastard! Who are you calling an outsider? Upon hearing this, Su Dashan immediately stepped forward, shoved the other person, and angrily rebuked him. Oh! After staggering a couple of steps, the man was even more bewildered. He never expected that Su Dashan would push him for the sake of an outsider. No, Su Dashan, is this really necessary? You're being mean to me because of an outsider? The man discovered that the other party had all gone mad. Su Qinglei, what nonsense are you spouting? How can Lin Yu be an outsider? He's my own brother. Yeah, Su Qinglei, watch your mouth, or we'll beat you up. The other team members immediately surrounded him and threatened him sternly. Su Qinglei was completely dumbfounded. So, I'm the outsider here after all. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. The Su family's entourage thus successfully returned to the Su family manor in a grand procession. All 10 members of the action team went to the Su family mansion to report back. The eldest master was sitting in the hall as always, but this time the second master was not there. Sir, these are the results of this liquidation operation. Captain Su Qingguang stepped forward and handed over the family storage ring. The young master lowered his eyelids and expressionlessly reached out to take the storage ring. Within 2 seconds, his expression changed slightly, and the moment he looked up, Su Qingguang and the others were all startled and trembled. Clearly, he was not satisfied with the value of the resources in the storage ring. To be precise, I'm very dissatisfied. I originally thought that you left the dungeon ahead of schedule because you had already exceeded the collection target. The result is really beyond my expectations. You only completed half of your goal. Although the old man spoke slowly, his words carried immense pressure and were tinged with anger, especially those extremely imposing eyes, which sent chills down one's spine. Su Qingguang's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he seemed to be incoherent due to tension and fear. Sir, don't blame them. The fault lies with me. I'm the one who dragged them down. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly spoke up, trying to help Su Qingguang and the others out of their predicament. His words drew grateful glances from everyone in the action team. If you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten about you. The old man looked in the direction of the sound, glanced at Lin Yu, and then gave a cold smile. Then, he turned his gaze back to Su Qingguang. Have I ever told you to protect Lin Yu? He can't get hurt. What promise did you make to me? Is this the result you've given me? The man narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone icy and chilling. Mr. Zhang. The Zhang family is too ruthless. They sent out an assassin squad. Su Qingguang explained arrogantly. Oh, the Zhang family is really determined. That's not right either. Why are all 9 of you unharmed? What about Lin Yu, who is seriously injured? Mr. De still harbored doubts. This question left Su Qingguang and the others speechless for a moment. He couldn't very well tell them that Lin Yu had faced 8 Zhang family assassins alone to cover their retreat. Could he? If this matter is exposed, Su Dashan will be severely punished. Moreover, as the team leader, he couldn't escape punishment either. Chapter 157, is this really his biological father? The young man's eyes swept over everyone present with a sharp, piercing gaze. Well, come to think of it, it's still my fault. If I hadn't left the group without permission, this wouldn't have happened. The captain and his team wasted a lot of time looking for me. Hearing Lin Yu take the initiative to take the blame, Su Qingguang and his group were quite moved. Good brother. Su Dashan muttered to himself. Lin Yu's words saved him. You brat, don't you know the Zhang family's target is you? You dare to leave the group without permission? You're not trying to cover up their mistakes, are you? The old man glanced coldly at Lin Yu, half believing and half doubting. Look, was it all for this spatial ring? Was it really worth risking my life like that? I've done my utmost for the Su family, haven't I? Lin Yu grinned and simply took out his storage ring. Upon seeing this, the eldest man's pupils contracted sharply. You brat, you actually stole someone else's spatial items? He was truly astonished, never expecting Lin Yu to possess such abilities. This was truly a great achievement. Is this a spatial artifact from the Zhang family? After receiving the storage ring, the young master immediately examined it in his palm. No, this is the Green Snake Guild's storage ring. Lin Yu began to fabricate a whole bunch of nonsense. Not only was the eldest master stunned, but even Su Qingguang and the others were dumbfounded. They even began to suspect that Lin Yu's previous account of the events was fabricated on the spot. After all, the other party's ability to fabricate stories is simply too strong. All right, stop talking. When Lin Yu even described the details of going to the toilet, the old man was so overwhelmed that he simply told him to shut up. No matter what happened, the result was always good. Lin Yu returned safely. Although the resource harvest did not meet expectations, his storage ring was more than enough to make up for all the losses. With the spatial artifact in hand, the young master finally showed a long-lost smile. You little rascal, you really dare to fight. You've done a great job bringing back the spatial items this time. The elder pointed at Lin Yu, too embarrassed to criticize him. And you all deserve credit for protecting Lin Yu. You guys have exceeded expectations. Everyone go down and collect a magic ore. After the master was in a good mood, he not only stopped pursuing the mistakes of Su Qingguang and the others, but even offered them rewards. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Everyone immediately beamed with joy. This was an outcome they hadn't expected. Ultimately, it's all thanks to Lin Yu. You may all leave now. Lin Yu, please stay. The elder waved to the crowd. Yes. Su Qingguang nodded in response, and then led everyone away. Before leaving, they didn't forget to secretly give Lin Yu a thumbs up. This liquidation operation not only gave them an extra green quality weapon, but also a magic core, making it much better than before. Wait, why are you leaving me all alone again? Lin Yu scratched his head. He had already handed over all his spatial items, so why was the other party keeping him? Kid, you've gotten even stronger. Others might not be able to sense his presence, but the master recognized it at a glance. Oh. Lin Yu stretched his neck, not expecting to be exposed so quickly. This injury is quite serious. Mr. got up from the sofa and slowly walked over to Lin Yu, looking him up and down. Hey, you're not dead yet. Lin Yu forced a smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of pressure in front of the master. It seems the Zhang family's resentment towards you runs far deeper than I imagined. I thought Su Qingguang and Su Dashan would be able to protect you. I really didn't expect them to even send out an assassin team. Tell me honestly, did you kill the Zhang family assassin? The elder man raised his hand and placed it on Lin Yu's body. That kill? How am I supposed to kill? Lin Yu let out a guilty laugh. He inwardly cried out in alarm, realizing he was about to be exposed. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Your combat power is already over 400 points, right? It's not impossible for us to kill the Zhang family assassins. The old man looked at Lin Yu with suspicion in his eyes. Can't kill him even a little bit. Lin Yu vehemently denied it. Fine, if you don't admit it, I won't force you to. From now on, you must not leave the Su family. Because once the Zhang family assassin dies in the underground city, you will become the prime suspect. Focus on recovering from your injury. Don't worry about anything else. Seeing that the other party did not admit it, the master did not say anything more, but only reminded Lin Yu of his current situation. Clear. Lin Yu nodded. Kid, actually, I have another question I want to ask you. Mr. suddenly lowered his voice, glancing around every now and then, as if afraid of being overheard. What? The other party's mysterious demeanor gave Lin Yu a vague sense of foreboding. Cough, cough, cough. What exactly happened between you and Changcheng? Is that rumor true? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Holy crap, is this the father-in-law coming to interrogate me? How could I admit to that? Besides, nothing really happened. It's fake. It must be fake. Sir, you absolutely mustn't believe that. That's all nonsense. Chung and I are both innocent. I swear to God. Lin Yu shook his head, so hard it almost broke. Seriously, are you even capable, kid? Can't even handle a little girl? Want me to teach you a couple of moves? The elder gentleman leaned closer and said, Oh. Lin Yu wondered if he had misheard. Could a father really say something like that? Teaching others how to seduce your own daughter? Chung, this person is actually just a child who is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. It's not hard to tell that Mr. Da is quite anxious. After listening, Lin Yu looked at the other person with disbelief. No. Are you my biological father? What does half-heartedly agreeing mean? Is this the kind of dirty trick a biological father would teach? My biological father. It has to be my biological father. Here's the key. Take it. However, let me make this clear from the start. I've helped you so much. If you dare to let Chongqing down, you're dead meat. When the old man said the last sentence, his eyes suddenly turned extremely cold, which made Lin Yu shiver involuntarily. He knew in his heart that the other party was not joking and really dared to kill him. You're the one who betrayed your daughter, and you're also the one who protected her. Lin Yu looked at the room key in his hand and muttered to himself. Chapter 158, It's useless to reason with him. Lin Yu felt increasingly uneasy. If he sneaked into the other person's door in the middle of the night, wouldn't Su Qingsheng beat him to death? Holy crap. This isn't helping me. It's clearly some treacherous subject trying to assassinate me. Lin Yu stared wide-eyed at the master, muttering to himself. This is a troublemaker. This is a troublemaker. The old man frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that Lin Yu's gaze was not quite right. Sir, I appreciate your kindness. I am a virtuous person, and I will not engage in such despicable behavior. After giving an awkward laugh, Lin Yu handed the key back to the other person, looking quite righteous. Mr. De first glanced at the key that the other party handed back, and then looked at Lin Yu again. At this moment, a subtle change had occurred in his eyes. All right, you must be tired too. Go and rest first. The old man took back the key and said casually, Then I'll head down first. After saying a brief goodbye, Lin Yu left the Su family mansion directly. Only after his figure had completely disappeared did the gentleman's lips curl into a slight smile of satisfaction. This kid not only has great potential, but he's also of good character. He actually resisted the temptation during that test just now. Not bad. Not bad. Mr. De sat back down on the sofa, his opinion of Lin Yu rising even higher. He seemed to like him more and more the more he looked at him. Little did he know that Lin Yu's refusal was entirely due to a lack of courage despite his desire. He still vividly remembered the groin kick Lin Yu had given Su Qingsheng when Lin Yu tried to take her to the woods last time. Even now, thinking back on it, he can't help but shudder, still feeling lingering fear. Asking him to break into Su Qingqing's house in the middle of the night? Isn't that just asking for trouble? His life is his life, but isn't his second brother's life also his life? After he left the Su family mansion, Su Qingguang and the others who had been hiding to the side quickly surrounded him. It's easy to see that they've been waiting for a long time. Lin Yu, thank you so much this time. How was it? Did the master give you any trouble just now? Su Qingguang quickly stepped forward to help Lin Yu, who was limping. Yes, Lin Yu, you're so loyal. If it weren't for you today, I would definitely have gotten a beating. Not to be outdone, Su Dashin quickly ran to the other side, followed suit, and helped the other person up, echoing his words. At this moment, Lin Yu was like a star being surrounded by admirers. No, brothers. We're all brothers. He appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually quite pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Su Qingxiu, who was still recuperating, also received news about Lin Yu. You mean, Lin Yu was beaten half to death in the dungeon, where they carried out on a stretcher. Su Qingxiu was overjoyed to learn that Lin Yu was injured. Standing in front of him now is Su Qinglei, who is in charge of transporting the action team. Yeah, Brother Su, you didn't see the state he was in. He was in terrible shape. His hands and feet were wrapped in thick bandages. While speaking, Su Qinglei even gestured wildly with his hands. However, he didn't mention a word about being bullied by Su Dashin and others, since it wasn't something to be proud of. How delightful! How delightful! Lin Yu. So this day has come after you. Although Su Qingshu is in a period of rest, she no longer has any problems getting out of bed and walking. He now recalls the scene of Lin Yu beating him, and he is filled with rage. Now that Lin Yu is so badly injured, how could he not go and check on him? Brother Su, what are you doing? Seeing the other person rush out the door in a hurry, Su Qinglei immediately had a bad feeling. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't beat Lin Yu normally, but now that he's lying down, I still can't beat him. Su Qingshu gave a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. Su Qinglei was stunned when he heard this, never expecting that the other party was actually thinking of taking revenge on Lin Yu. How about we just forget about it? Brother Su, your injuries are almost healed now. There's really no need to dwell on the past. Besides, Su Dashin and the others seem to be quite protective of Lin Yu. After regaining his senses, Su Qinglei quickly caught up with the other person and tried to dissuade him. But Su Qingshu wouldn't listen to any of that at this point. In his view, the opportunity was too good to pass up, and he had to make the most of it. Suda-san, he's nothing. Su Qingshu didn't take the other party seriously at all. Su Qinglei looked helpless, knowing in his heart that he couldn't persuade her otherwise. In less than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at Lin Yu's dormitory building. They bumped right into each other. Ha! You can't even stand up straight anymore. Does it require two people to support you? When Su Qingshu saw Lin Yu being helped back, he burst into laughter, his expression and tone filled with sarcasm. He kept making tsk sounds. Anyone who saw his face would want to punch him. You're recovering pretty quickly. Lin Yu looked him up and down and chuckled. Tsk. How the wheel of fortune really turns. Lin Yu, you've finally met your match. Weren't you very arrogant? Let's see how arrogant you are today. As Su Qingshu spoke, he continued to move closer to him, and even tried to make a move as soon as he finished speaking. But Su Dashin held her wrist firmly, making it impossible for her to move. Let go. Su Qingshu exerted all his strength, but could not move an inch. His combat strength of over 150 points was simply not enough in front of Su Dashin. What's wrong with you? I don't even want to talk to you, yet you keep coming up to me? Su Dashin looked at the other person with extreme disdain. Qingshu, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Su Qingguang frowned and reprimanded him in a stern voice. Brother Guang, don't worry about it. I'm going to avenge myself today. I'll kill him. Su Qingshu finally managed to pull his hand back. He rubbed his reddened wrist as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Su Qingguang was only a few months older than Su Qingshu, but his combat power had already reached 400 points, almost 3 times that of his opponent. It's easy to imagine how dejected Su Qingshu was. When everyone heard that the other party wanted to kill Lin Yu, their faces turned dark, even the team leader, Su Qingguang. In the blink of an eye, everyone else had surrounded them, each with a combat power of over 300 points. When Su Qingshu was surrounded by them, he was completely dumbfounded. Gurgle, he subconsciously swallowed, and a few beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Su Qinglei, on the other hand, had already stood far away, afraid of being implicated. He had known all along that Lin Yu was untouchable, but the other party just wouldn't listen. What are you doing? Su Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, and even his tone of voice became somewhat stuttering. What do you think? Someone looked directly into Su Qingshu's eyes and questioned him in a deep voice. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell my dad. Su Qingshu had no choice but to bring up his elderly father, Mr. Air. This tactic worked. When the crowd heard that the other party was going to complain, their morale immediately plummeted. It's no use trying to reason with this guy. Lin Yu suddenly spoke up. What should we do then? Upon hearing this, Su Qingguang and the others couldn't help but focus their curious gazes on Lin Yu. What else can we do? We can only fight. Can't you see he's covered in injuries? How do you think he got those injuries? Lin Yu pursed his lips. You finally admit it. You finally admit that you were the one who hit me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu became extremely excited. Chapter 159 Complaining? Go ahead and complain. After listening to Lin Yu's words, Su Qingguang felt enlightened. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Brothers, what are you waiting for? Beat them. There's no point in reasoning with this kind of person. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. They wanted to make a move, but dared not. After all, Su Qingshu's father was the second master. They're not to be trifled with. Brother Guang, what are you doing? Why are you siding with outsiders? You even had someone beat me up? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Uncle San? Su Qingshu seemed surprised that Su Qingwang would help Lin Yu beat him up. Fight. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Su Qingwang spoke again, his tone filled with an authoritative air that brooked no refusal. Once everyone heard that someone would cover for them, they no longer had any worries. Damn it, I wanted to beat you up for ages. Tell me a story? Go ahead and tell me. I still remember all the times you told on teachers when you were a kid. The group swung their weapons at Su Qingshu wildly, muttering curses under their breath. It was clear that they harbored resentment towards him, but hadn't found an opportunity to retaliate. Yeah, Su Qingshu screamed as he was beaten, and within seconds he was curled up on the ground. Even so, they didn't stop and fought for a full minute before they felt relieved. You bunch of bastards. Who exactly is a member of the Su family? Su Qingshu collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, too painful to get up. She's even crying? If I weren't supporting Lin Yu and couldn't free my hands, do you believe I would have beaten the shit out of you? Su Dashan was not satisfied because he hadn't taken any action, so he started making threats. Why, you bunch of beasts! Su Qingshu was in so much pain that he could no longer bear it, and his injury, which had been about 70 to 80% healed, was instantly restored to its original state. Come here, take him back. Su Qingwang pointed to Su Qinglei, who was hiding far away. At this moment, Su Qinglei came running over excitedly. He was very glad that he hadn't gotten involved in this mess. Otherwise, there would be two of them curled up on the ground right now. Let's go. After handing Su Qingshu over to the other party, the group of them walked towards the dormitory building in a grand manner. TSK, TSK, TSK. As Lin Yu passed by Su Qingshu, he kept making tisk TSK sounds, mocking him in return, as if to say that the other party was pitiful. He is not afraid of Su Qingshu at all now. The elders have the support of the great man, and the action group not only has Su One, but now also Su Qingwang's gang. Ew, you shouldn't be so arrogant. One day, I'll make you regret it. Su Qingshu's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. He had already suffered 2 defeats at Lin Yu's hands, each time in so much pain that he was almost dying. It was truly infuriating. Lin Yu smiled dismissively and ignored the other party. Brother Su, are you alright? I told you not to come. Not to come. Why wouldn't you listen? Su Qinglei quickly stepped forward to check on the other person's injuries. Damn it. How was I supposed to know that Brother Guang would disregard brotherhood and choose to help an outsider? How hateful. Absolutely hateful. Quick, help me up. Su Qingshu was in so much pain that he was covered in sweat, and even the veins on his forehead were bulging. Slow down. It seems to have broken again. As he stood up, a cracking sound suddenly rang out, causing Su Qingshu to shudder in pain and instinctively gasp for breath. Where's my dad? Go and get him right now. I'm going to teach them a lesson they won't forget. After returning to his room, Su Qingshu even had difficulty making phone calls. The second master has gone out on a mission. They won't be back anytime soon. Su Qinglei forsta is might. What? Su Qingshu was about to explode after hearing this. At such a crucial moment, why is his elderly father not there? It will probably be 1 or 2 months, or even longer, before they return. By then, the daylilies will be completely cold. In that case, wasn't the beating he endured for nothing? Brother Su, I know you're anxious, but don't panic. If you want to get rid of Lin Yu, I have a way. Su Qinglei hurriedly comforted him. A solution? What solution? Upon hearing that he could get Lin Yu, Su Qingshu immediately became interested, staring intently at the other person and eagerly pressing for an answer. It's just a bit risky. Before speaking, Su Qinglei went out of the room to look around, and only returned to the room and closed the door after confirming that no one was there. Risk? What do you mean? Su Qingshu became more and more curious as she listened. We can use someone else to do the dirty work. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed surprised that Su Qinglei would say such a thing. However, he would naturally be happy to kill Lin Yu if he could. He had long hated Lin Yu and wished he would die a horrible death. Explain. Su Qingshu narrowed his eyes, his killing intent rising. We can use the Zhang family. I've received information that Lin Yu is now on the Zhang family's kill list. His words drew a surprised and astonished look from Su Qingshu. Are you crazy? They actually want me to cooperate with the Zhang family? Su Qingshu hesitative. Now that Lin Yu was injured and bedridden, if he wanted to use the Zhang family to make his move, it would mean that he would have to let the Zhang family's assassins in. This is tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. The consequences could be severe or minor. To put it bluntly, it's betraying the Su family, which is a capital offense. Once the truth comes out, even if his father is the second master, he won't be able to protect him. Chapter 160 Su Qingshu's Choice. Seeing Su Qingshu hesitate, Su Qinglei continued. Brother Su, this is the only way left to deal with Lin Yu. Su Wen and Su Qingguang are both protecting Lin Yu now, so it's almost impossible for us to do anything to him within the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu's eyes narrowed slightly. The thought that his misfortunes had never stopped since Lin Yu entered the Su family made Su Qingshu grit his teeth in anger, especially since the other party not only despised him, but also dared to physically assault him. This made Su Qingshu even more resentful. Damn it, I won't be able to swallow this anger until Lin Yu is dead. Su Qingshu's eyes were bloodshot, and he spoke each word through gritted teeth. Please contact the Zhang family for me. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Brother Su, isn't this a bad idea? This is a very serious matter. The one who wanted to kill Lin Yu was you, not me. I have no grudge against him, so why would I go to the Zhang family to kill him? I was just offering you some suggestions. Su Qinglei shook his head repeatedly, refusing the other party's request. You. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu's eyes widened in surprise. Given his current injuries, it's impossible for him to seek help from the Zhang family. But Su Qinglei only talks the talk without walking the walk. Isn't that just playing hard to get? Brother Su, I know you're anxious, but don't panic. Although I can't talk to the Zhang family on your behalf, I do have their contact information. Su Qinglei said with a half smile. After speaking, he took out a postcard from his pocket and handed it to the other person. Su Qingshu frowned and subconsciously reached out to take it. Upon closer inspection, he saw 3 large characters written on it, Zhang Yuan Hai, with a string of numbers below, clearly a contact phone number. Brother Su, this is all I can do to help you. As for how to choose, that's up to you to decide. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Su Qinglei guoda fake his might. Su Qingshu stared blankly at the phone number in his hand, ignoring the other party. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Su Qinglei turned around and left the room. This is ridiculous. The bigger the fuss, the better. After leaving the room, Su Qinglei gave a wicked smile. After a complex internal struggle, Su Qingshu finally dialed the number above. Hello. After the call was connected, a gloomy voice came from the other end. The Zhang family, Zhang Yuan Hai. Su Qingshu paused, his tone slightly nervous. I am. And who are you? Zhang Yuan Hai narrowed his eyes, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and became intensely curious about the unfamiliar voice and number. The Su family, Su Qingshu. Upon hearing that the other party was a member of the Su family, Zhang Yuanhai's eyes flashed with surprise and astonishment. What's up? For a moment, he couldn't figure out what the Su family wanted to do, and, judging from the voice, it seemed to be just a junior member of the Su family. I want to cooperate with your Zhang family. Eliminate Lin Yu. Su Qingshu didn't waste any time and went straight to the point, stating the purpose of his call. Oh, when Zhang Yuanhai heard that the other party wanted to get rid of Lin Yu, he became even more puzzled. He learned from the information that the Su family's action team had returned from the underground city, and that Lin Yu had been carried out. As for Lin Yu's injuries, Zhang Yuanhai was naturally well aware of them. He never expected that the kid would be so lucky to escape the dungeon alive while being chased by the assassins. Zhang Yuanhai has no idea why the assassins failed. He can only wait a few more days until the Zhang family's team returns and ask them for clarification. What? You don't want to? Seeing that the other party had not given an answer for a long time, Su Qingshu frowned and couldn't help but continue to ask. Ah, kid, if I remember correctly, you should be the son of the second master of the Su family, right? Lin Yu is a member of your Su family's action team, and you're talking to me about cooperation? I don't think you have any good intentions. Zhang Yuanhai gave a cold smile, very wary, and did not immediately agree. Moreover, he needs to find out exactly what happened in the underground city before considering his next move. You don't believe me? Su Qingshu was slightly taken aback. He did not deny that he had overlooked this issue. The Zhang family was not stupid. How could they possibly believe his one-sided account without reason? Kid, I suggest you just wash up and go to bed. After Zhang Yuanhai finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. Su Qingshu stared blankly into space as he listened to the busy tone on the phone. Asshole! Only then did he realize that he couldn't even find outside help. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuanhai leaned back in his office chair in his study, rubbing his chin as he recalled Su Qingshu's call. The phone call left him somewhat bewildered and confused. Zhang Bing. About 5 minutes later, he suddenly called out towards the door. Creak. The next second, a tall, muscular man with a face full of scars pushed open the door. Brother Hai. He entered the study and said respectfully, help me investigate someone the Su family. Su Qingshu. I need all his information and details about his recent activities. Zhang Yuanhai fiddled with his phone and slowly explained. Yes, I'll get on it right away. Zhang Bing nodded in response, then turned and left. Su family, I'd like to see what you're really up to. Zhang Yuanhai was extremely vigilant and always felt that the Su family was up to some trick and wanted to harm the Zhang family. After all, the assassins had already made their move in the dungeon, and the Su family's team had returned safely. Now the Su family must know everything the Zhang family had done in the dungeon. If the Su family were to do something at this time, Zhang Yuanhai wouldn't be surprised at all. Therefore, Su Qingshu's phone call made him wary. But he couldn't bear to miss another chance to kill Lin Yu. Therefore, he decided to have his subordinates investigate Su Qingshu's specific situation first, and deal with the rest later. In the following days, teams from all sides began to withdraw from the dungeon one after another. However, neither the Zhang family's team nor the Green Snake Guild's team showed up for a long time. At this moment, Qian Teng, a key member of the Green Snake Guild, stood at the entrance of the teleportation portal with a gloomy face. Today is the 5th day, the final deadline for the cleanup operation. According to the rules, all teams must leave the dungeon today. But he couldn't see any of his guild members return, not a single one. Chapter 161, The Zhang Family's Fury. As time ticked by, Qian Teng of the Green Snake Guild still hadn't seen his guild's team emerge. You bastard. When the portal was pulled back up with the warning line, Qian Teng finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up angrily. This means that their Green Snake Guild has been completely wiped out once again. In just 1 month, they suffered 2 annihilations, which is really tough. Meanwhile, the Zhang family members on the other side also had dark expressions. This time, the team that Zhang's family sent in was no ordinary action team, but a full group of 8 assassins. The losses were significantly greater than those of the Green Snake Guild. The leaders of both sides subconsciously turned their heads to look at each other. Immediately afterwards, they all looked away. Snort. After letting out a cold snort, the leader of the Zhang family led his men away from the scene. When the news reached the Zhang family, the patriarch Zhang Yuanshan was furious. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhang Yuanshan's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared almost like Scream. The Zhang family's core members around him had gloomy faces and remained silent. This time, the Zhang family not only lost 8 members of the assassin team, but also a spatial ring, which is a huge loss for them. Each member of the assassin team was trained with considerable effort and resources, and now that 8 of them have been lost, how could he not be furious? Furthermore, their spatial artifacts are extremely rare, and losing even one would be a tremendous loss. There's no reason for that. Zhang Xing from the assassin group has a combat power of 400 points. How could he just die like that? Among all the forces that entered the dungeon this time, I'm afraid none of them are his match. Some people frowned, feeling that something was amiss. That's right, the other members of the assassin team are also quite strong. With their strength, they are more than capable of sweeping away all the forces in the dungeon. Immediately afterwards, others chimed in to echo this sentiment. That's really strange. Even Zhang Yuanhai couldn't help but speak up. As far as he knew, the Su family's team was not strong enough to compete with their assassin group. But the other side managed to return with all its members intact, while the Zhang family was annihilated. Zhang Yuanhai couldn't understand it either. The Su family. They must be the murderers. The head of the family, Zhang Yuanshan, swallowed hard, his voice carrying a lingering chill, each word ringing out. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Everyone knows the truth, but they lack evidence. Zhang Yuanshan suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white. Lin Yu must have been severely injured by Zhang Xing's group. The Su family must have brought some kind of item into the dungeon and then launched a counterattack against Zhang Xing's group. He looked at the crowd, his eyes blazing with fury. What the patriarch said makes sense, but even if we know that the Su family was behind it, we can't do anything to them on the surface without evidence. Zhang Yuanhai pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, which had slipped down, and agreed with the other person's statement. If the open approach doesn't work, then we'll use the covert one. Yuanhai, Lin Yu must die. Even if it's the Su family, we will make them pay for their crimes in blood. Zhang Yuanshan's voice suddenly rose, his words filled with resentment towards the Su family and Lin Yu. Master, this matter cannot be rushed. We need to consider it carefully. I will give you a satisfactory explanation sooner or later. Zhang Yuanhai indicated to the other party that haste makes waste, and that they must not act rashly if they wanted to deal with the Su family. It's up to you. Zhang Yuanshan did not question the other party's ability to handle affairs. Don't worry, I will definitely give you and the Su family a surprise. Zhang Yuanhai gave a wicked smile, as if he already had a plan in mind. Yeah, you little brat. When Zhang Yuanshan saw the other person's wicked smile, he couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. As soon as Zhang Yuanhai showed a malicious smile, he knew that the other party already had a plan in mind. After the meeting ended, before Zhang Yuanhai could even return to his study, Zhang Bing quickly came to greet him. Brother Hai, we have news. He leaned closer to the other person and whispered respectfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanhai raised an eyebrow. Oh, how about it? Su Qingshu is indeed the son of the second master of the Su family, but he is a notorious wastrel, utterly useless and good for nothing. However, it is said that ever since Lin Yu joined the Su family's action team, the two have been constantly at odds. Zhang Bing recounted the events in a very fast voice. That's not right either. Even if he is a spoiled brat, with his status as the son of the second master, can't he just manipulate Lin Yu at will? Is it really necessary for them to ask us for help? Zhang Yuanhai still felt something was wrong after listening. Brother Hai, you don't know this, but Lin Yu's identity is also extraordinary. It is said that he has an indescribable relationship with the eldest daughter of the Su family, and even has the support of the great master. Su Qingshu has been completely suppressed by Lin Yu in the Su family during this period. Moreover, the second master is not currently at the Su family manor. Su Qingshu has instantly lost his biggest backer. I heard they were beaten pretty badly recently. In 5 days, Zhang Bing investigated Su Qingshu thoroughly. Yeah, that's interesting. According to your intelligence, Su Qingshu's request for my help wasn't a conspiracy by the Su family. A lingering shadow remained in Zhang Yuanhai's eyes, and a smile spread along the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, subtly revealing a ruthless intent. According to the intelligence I've obtained, Su Qingshu hates Lin Yu to the core and can't wait to get rid of him. It's highly likely that this is his own doing. Zhang Bing continued. Well done. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuanhai had already started walking forward slowly. Zhang Bing followed closely behind. After returning to his study, Zhang Yuanhai leaned back in his executive chair before calling Su Qingshu back. While waiting, a very faint smile appeared on his lips, not one of joy, but rather like that of a venomous snake. This number. Su Qingshu frowned as he looked at the caller ID, which was both unfamiliar and somewhat familiar. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally clicked the answer button. Young Master Su. Hello there. Before he could even speak, the other person greeted him first. Su Qingshu was stunned upon hearing this. He recognized the voice. It was the Zhang family. Zhang Yuanhai of the Zhang family. Why would the other party suddenly call me? Could it be that the other party has come to their senses and wants to cooperate with me? Su Qingshu's mind raced, and in a short moment, several questions had already surfaced in his head. Chapter 162, you probably don't know how hard he is to kill. After a pause, Su Qingshu spoke tentatively. So, with Mr. Zhang, may I ask what brings you to call me all of a sudden? Of course it's about the collaboration you mentioned last time. Zhang Yuanhai spoke with a chuckle, but his smile had a slightly sinister and terrifying quality. Oh, you agreed to the collaboration we discussed last time? Su Qingshu was overjoyed. This was simply wonderful. If they can really cooperate with the Zhang family, then Lin Yu will surely die. I agree, but I'm curious. How do you plan to collaborate? After all, Lin Yu is staying at your Su family manor. We want to take action against him, but we lack the power to do so. Zhang Yuanhai's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone, but after the laughter subsided, a look of deep sorrow appeared. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. As long as the Zhang family is willing to put in the effort, I have a way to help you enter the Su family manor without anyone noticing. However, you have to guarantee that your people will only target Lin Yu after entering the Su family. Afterwards, you must leave the Su family immediately. Su Qingshu said in a deep voice. Letting the Zhang family in is tantamount to inviting wolves into the house. If other problems arise, he cannot bear the responsibility. No problem. I can agree to that. The only enemy of the Zhang family is Lin Yu. Our goals are the same. Zhang Yuanhai readily agreed. But Su Qingshu couldn't see the sly smile on the other person's face on the phone. All right, I'll look forward to your performance. I hope you can give me a satisfactory result. We'll definitely have a pleasant collaboration. Su Qingshu hung up the phone, his face turning sinister. Lin Yu, please don't blame me. I had no other choice but to do this. If you have someone to blame, it's only because you were too arrogant. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't save you this time. On the other end of the line, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuanhai smirked. Su Qingshu. How could your Su family produce such an idiot like you? The following night, the sky was dotted with countless stars, dazzling and bright. Su Qingshu arrived at a relatively secluded corner, a blind spot in the Su family manor with the weakest defenses, known only to the Su family members themselves. He knew the exact location of every single surveillance camera. Because of his injuries, he had difficulty moving around, but he still managed to use some methods to block the camera. Only after he finished all his work did he send a message to Zhang Yuanhai. In no time, a group of people, following Su Qingshu's instructions, bypassed all of Su family's informants and successfully infiltrated the manor to meet up with them. The opposing group consisted of 10 people, exuding a menacing aura and a murderous intent. They were all dressed in black, wearing black baseball caps and black masks, almost blending into the night. Clearly, this group of people are all members of the Zhang family's assassin team, and their strength should not be underestimated. Su Qingshu stood there stunned for several seconds. This is completely different from what they had agreed upon beforehand. No, this isn't what we planned. Su Qingshu frowned and said urgently. The leader of the Zhang family slowly turned his head to look at the other party. His eyes were sharp and cold, which made Su Qingshu's hair stand on end and his heart tremble. Young Master Su, plans are static, but people are dynamic. You must be flexible in everything you do. His voice was so deep it was frightening, and the oppressive aura emanating from him made Su Qingshu feel suffocated. But we said one person would come in. How can you go back on your word? After swallowing hard, Su Qingshu mustered his courage and continued. The difference between one person and 10 people is tenfold. This is no small matter. If there was only one person, Su Qingshu was not afraid that the other party would cause any big trouble, as it was within his control. But now, 10 people from the Zhang family have suddenly entered, which is not only beyond his expectations, but also out of his control. Young Master Su, we're doing this to ensure the mission is completed. Our arrangements will ensure that nothing goes wrong. Don't you want to kill Lin Yu anymore? The leader continued to explain with a smile. After listening, Su Qingxiu's eyes darted around, and he began to hesitate. If all 10 of them attacked together, Lin Yu would surely die. But that also means it will bring huge risks to the Su family. Young Master Su, Lin Yu is no ordinary person. You probably don't quite understand how difficult he is to kill, do you? Seeing that the other party hesitated, the leader continued to speak. Difficult to kill? What do you mean? Su Qingxiu was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding what the other person meant. To be honest, our Zhang family sent 8 assassins to this dungeon. Even under those circumstances, they couldn't take down Lin Yu. Do you really think one person could kill Lin Yu? The leader wasn't afraid of the other party finding out, because after the Su family's action team returned, this matter was no longer a secret to the Su family's higher-ups. What? Su Qingxiu's eyes widened in surprise, never expecting that Lin Yu could escape from the Zhang family's 8 assassins. So what do you think? Should we try to get 1 in, or 10 in? After seeing the change in the other person's expression, the leader almost knew the answer in his heart. A fierce struggle surged in Su Qingxiu's eyes. In front of him were Zhang family assassins whose safety was at stake. Letting 10 assassins into the Su family at once would confirm his reputation as a traitor. Behind him was Lin Yu, the outsider who had repeatedly humiliated him. This outsider made him feel like he couldn't hold his head up in the Su family. He couldn't eat or sleep well until he got over this humiliation. After a long silence, he suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This scene caused the leader to slightly purse his lips beneath his mask, forming a sly smile. He knew in his heart that Su Qingxiu had already made his choice. Come on, I'll take you to find Lin Yu. Su Qingxiu turned to the side, his voice cold and hard, yet with a barely perceptible tremor. The decision to agree to it branded him with the label of a traitor, but removing Lin Yu's obsession ultimately outweighed his loyalty to the Su family. Okay. The leader was very satisfied with the other party's answer. Su Qingxiu was injured and could not walk fast, but he was able to effectively avoid all surveillance cameras and the Su family's patrol team. The Zhang family assassins infiltrated the Su family manor undetected. Chapter 163, Infiltrating the Su family. After the Zhang family assassins infiltrated the Su family manor, the monitoring room also noticed something amiss. What's going on? Why is the screen black? The supervisor pointed to the dark screen in the corner and questioned the staff on duty in a stern voice. I just saw it was fine. The wind must have blown the garbage bag up there. It will fall off shortly. Team leader, it's not a big problem. The person on duty smiled and waved his hand, indicating to the supervisor that there was no need to be nervous. The position of that camera, the foreman became increasingly suspicious. He soon discovered that it was a blind spot in the Su family manor. You bastard. Take men and investigate immediately. The foreman raised his hand and slapped the other man hard on the back of the head, angrily giving the order. Team leader, is it really necessary? It's just a garbage bag, isn't it? I've been in the monitoring room for 3 years, and I've never seen anyone who's tired of living and dares to break into our Su family home. The person on duty rubbed the back of his head, which had just been punched, looking resentful. If something goes wrong, will you take responsibility? The foreman glared at the other person, his words filled with malice. He wasn't joking with the other party. The matter could be big or small. If nothing happened, that would be the best outcome. But if something did happen tonight, and the higher-ups investigated, he, as the foreman, would be held accountable and bear inescapable responsibility. I'll go, okay. The person on duty quickly got up when they saw that the other party was really angry. After the other party left, the supervisor did not leave, but instead kept scanning the various surveillance screens in front of him with a serious expression. Suddenly, a figure flashed past under one of the surveillance cameras. The man was dressed in black, wearing a black baseball cap and even a black face mask, completely covering himself up. This strange outfit immediately aroused the supervisor's curiosity. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were fixed intently on the surveillance footage. At the same time, Su Qingxiu anxiously shouted at the Zhang family assassins behind him, "What are you doing? Young Master Su, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry?" The leader of the Zhang family looked puzzled. Keep your people in check. How many times have I told him to follow my route? Why did he have to move his body to the side? There are cameras everywhere here. Do you want to be discovered? Su Qingshu was furious. If he were discovered, not only would the Zhang family assassins be finished, but he would also be finished. Naturally, he was extremely nervous. Okay, I understand. I'm sorry, young Master Su. I'll make them be careful. The leader of the Zhang family nodded repeatedly, expressing his apologies and promising that nothing like this would ever happen again. Did you hear me? You must all strictly follow young Master Su's route. No one is allowed to wander off. Then, he turned to the 9 people behind him and gave them stern orders. Clear. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only after receiving repeated assurances from the other party did Su Qingshu continue forward. The Su family surveillance room. The foreman frowned more and more as he looked at the monitor screen in front of him. At this time, the surveillance camera, which had been covered by a black plastic bag, was restored to normal. The person on duty even made a V sign towards the camera. However, the foreman was no longer interested in paying attention to him. His gaze was now focused on other surveillance footage. Team leader, what's wrong? Is something unusual? The other staff members on duty, noticing the change in the other person's expression, couldn't help but come closer. They followed the foreman's gaze and saw that the surveillance footage on the screen was empty, with nothing unusual to be found. Patrol personnel would occasionally walk by. Something's not right. The foreman's eyes kept scanning the other surveillance footage, and his tone gradually became anxious. Team leader, what exactly did you find out? The crowd was puzzled. I just saw a strangely dressed figure on the surveillance footage. The foreman said urgently, signaling everyone to hurry up and help look for it. Team leader, is he a stranger? Someone asked. The other person was wearing a mask, so I can't confirm who they are. The foreman shook his head. Could it be someone from another tribe who just came back from playing outside? Then someone else spoke up, offering their own conjecture. Impossible. This is too strange. That person only appeared in one surveillance video. If it were you, would you deliberately avoid the surveillance cameras? Upon hearing this, everyone present was slightly taken aback. Obviously, they wouldn't. Why would they walk around the security cameras when they get back to their own homes? Someone has infiltrated our Su family. Everyone finally realized what was happening. The foreman remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly. Connecting the incident of the plastic bag obstructing the camera lens made him feel even more terrified upon closer examination. There's a mole. There's a traitor in the Su family. The foreman's deep eyes suddenly turned cold. This can't be right. Some people still don't believe it. They would rather believe there was an infiltrator than believe there was a traitor in the Su family. It's impossible for outsiders to perfectly evade our surveillance. Moreover, tonight the camera in that blind spot of the Su family manor was blocked by a foreign object. Don't you find this strange? Quickly, notify the patrol team immediately and tell them that an outsider has broken in. The foreman, with sharp eyes, immediately drew a conclusion and gave urgent instructions. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone dared not delay and immediately sounded the alarm and picked up their walkie-talkies to notify the patrol team. The alarm suddenly blared, tearing through the night sky. In an instant, the entire Su family home became agitated, and all the lights turned on almost simultaneously. At this moment, it was as if a sleeping lion had been fully awakened. Su Qingshu panicked when he heard the piercing alarm blaring. At this moment, the Su family manor was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. The Zhang family assassins knew, even with their toes, that they had been exposed. Young Master Su, didn't you say everything will be foolproof? You're not playing us, are you? How about we lure you into a trap? The leader had a gloomy face and spoke in a cold tone. Wasn't it because that guy was exposed to surveillance? Su Qingshu raised his hand and pointed at the last person in the group, his eyes wide with fury. His perfectly planned strategy was completely shattered by the other party, which made him absolutely furious. Upon hearing this, the leader's icy gaze fell upon the other person. Captain, I really didn't mean to. When the man sensed the leader's murderous intent, he was so frightened that he waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, trying to get another chance. Chapter 164, The Intruders. The leader of the Zhang family remained silent, but beckoned to the last person in the group with his finger, signaling him to come forward. Team Captain. The man walked up shakily, his eyes filled with fear. You made a mistake, and it was a very serious mistake. You've brought a huge crisis to the team. The leader of the Zhang family looked directly into the other person's eyes and said coldly, Captain, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. The man immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to get the other party to spare his life. Normally, I could turn a blind eye, but today is different. Didn't I say that even if the King of Heaven himself came, I wouldn't give face to the person who made a mistake tonight? The Zhang family leader's eyes flashed slightly, his words revealing a ruthless intent. The man was so frightened that his body trembled slightly. I'll give you two choices. First, go and draw the enemy's attention. Whether you can escape depends on your own ability. Second, I'll kill you right now. The leader of the Zhang family leaned close to the other person's ear and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted slightly. Clearly, the other party wanted him dead. First, the mortality rate is as high as 99%. Article 2. Mortality rate 100%. Time is running out. I'll only give you 3 seconds to make a choice. 1, 2. I choose 1. The man gritted his teeth and finally decided to attract the Su family's attention. Although there is only a 1% chance of survival, at least there is a glimmer of hope, which is better than nothing. Go. I hope you escape alive. The leader of the Zhang family patted the other person on the shoulder, indicating that they could leave. Actually, this was the answer he wanted. If the other party can attract the Su family's attention, it will create an opportunity for them to take action. Yes. The man nodded in response, and after getting up, he decisively left the group. Young Master Su, we might need to speed things up a bit. Otherwise, in the end, no one will benefit. Then, the leader of the Zhang family turned his attention back to Su Qingshu. Come with me. Su Qingshu's face was ashen as he spoke coldly. He never expected things to turn out this way. He was now in a bind. If you want to survive now, you have no choice but to grit your teeth and keep going. Even if it means death, he'll drag Lin Yu down with him. Target spotted. The man was spotted less than a minute after he broke away from the group. Upon hearing the sound of the other party being discovered, the leader of the Zhang family actually laughed. Su family dormitory building. Lin Yu lay on his dormitory bed, listening to the piercing siren, completely bewildered. At this moment, he was completely unaware that Su Qingshu had brought people to kill him. What's going on here? Lin Yu got up from the bed out of curiosity and limped out of the room. They happened to run into other members of the action team, who were in a great hurry. Brother, what happened? Lin Yu looked at the brightly lit Su family manor with great confusion. He had never seen such a spectacle in all the time he had been with the Su family. I heard there are intruders. Everyone on high alert. Capture the intruder. Lin Yu, you're injured, so don't get involved. Go back to your room and rest. The man nodded, and while answering, he also gestured for Lin Yu to take good care of himself. After giving a brief explanation, he quickly walked towards the stairs. But just as he reached the corner, a sound that pierced his skin quietly reached Lin Yu's ears. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Crimson blood splattered all over the ground. The opponent's attack was swift, accurate, and ruthless, giving the opponent no time to react. Bang! The man fell to the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. Lin Yuan, with his last ounce of strength, he managed to utter a few barely audible words towards Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu, who was about to close the door, leaned out again after hearing the unusual noise and just happened to see the other person telling him to run. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart felt as if it had been violently clenched. The person who was talking to me just a second ago, telling me to rest well and take good care of myself, just died right before my eyes. Soon, a group of figures emerged from around the corner. Almost all the faces were unfamiliar, except for one person whom he recognized. Su Qingshu. His eyes were also filled with disbelief. I really didn't mean to hurt anyone. Su Qingshu looked flustered, and even his speech became hesitant. Young Master Su, I killed this person, as well as the people in the stairwell and stairwell. This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty. The leader of the Zhang family smiled and comforted them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened even more. He never dreamed that this playboy would let a wolf into his house. You traitor, how many people have you killed? Although Lin Yu is not a member of the Su family, everyone in the dormitory building is from the same action team as him. They often train, eat, and play together, and are quite familiar with each other. It's not my fault. I didn't kill any of them. Su Qingshu quickly shook his head in denial. The situation had developed far beyond his expectations and was completely out of his control. It was truly out of control. Let's do it. The leader of the Zhang family gave a cold shout. Lin Yu's heart sank when he saw the group of people walking towards him menacingly. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, and their combat power was probably over 500 points. He knew in his heart that this group was not someone he could handle. Su Qingshu, let's see how you explain this to the Su family. After saying that, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, decisively jumped over the corridor railing, and landed on the ground. Wow, even with injuries like that, you can still run so fast. The leader of the Zhang family gave a cold smile. Normally, the fourth floor would be no problem for Lin Yu, but with his injuries not yet healed, it was really difficult for him. It tumbled several times upon landing before finally coming to a stop. His violent movements caused him excruciating pain in the wound. It caused him to grimace in pain, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. But how could those Zhang family assassins let him go? They immediately jumped off the fourth floor as well. Asshole! Lin Yu cursed angrily and casually tossed a divine power pill into his mouth. This thing can not only quickly restore his strength, but also reduce the pain from the wound. He had taken a divine power pill in the dungeon, which made him have a false sense of his injuries. Don't let him get away. The leader of the Zhang family, no longer caring about Su Qingshu, also leaped towards the ground. To be precise, after finding Lin Yu, Su Qingshu had no further use to him. Damn it, these guys are all so strong. Could they be assassins sent by the Zhang family? After the pain subsided, Lin Yu took off running. When it came to the identities of these people, the first person that flashed through his mind was the Zhang family. Chapter 165, 10 lives for one. He made a huge profit. Those people were very fast, and they caught up in the blink of an eye. Damn it. The objective is very clear. It's me. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, preparing to seize the opportunity to unleash the scythe demon and catch his opponent off guard. He knew in his heart that the only way to deal with these people was to take them by surprise and have a chance to severely damage them. Otherwise, even if we release the scythe demon now, it will only be slaughtered. Although the scythe demon can be resurrected using the hero altar, it will certainly consume a lot of resources. Rather than throwing your life away in vain, it's better to wait for the right opportunity. Lin Yu, you can't escape. The leader of the Zhang family said coldly. You want to kill me? You've been looking for me for 100 years. Lin Yu is still being stubborn. Standing upstairs, Su Qingshu watched Lin Yu being chased on the ground, his nerves on edge. Currently, he can only be safe if Lin Yu dies. If the other party doesn't die, then he will be held responsible for letting the Zhang family assassins in, as well as for the deaths of his own clansmen. Su Qingshu is doomed. Kill him. Kill him. His eyes were wide open, and he kept repeating 3 words. At the same time, he was silently praying that no other members of his tribe would appear during this time. This would effectively reduce casualties among the clansmen and allow them to kill Lin Yu more quickly. But often, what people fear most is exactly what happens. The commotion has already attracted the attention of the nearby patrol team. When they arrived, they witnessed Lin Yu being chased. Stop them. The squad leader gave the order in a deep voice. Calling the front desk. Calling the front desk. Multiple intruders discovered in the task force's dormitory area. Their target is Lin Yu. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. The squad leader immediately sent out a distress signal. Received. Received. After receiving a reply on the walkie-talkie, he simply threw it away, picked up his weapon, and quickly joined the battle. Run. As the squad leader passed by Lin Yu, he urged him on in a hurried voice. Lin Yu will die today. No one can stop us. The leader of the Zhang family had a fierce look in his eyes, and his every strike was ruthless. Lin Yu felt a mix of emotions when he heard the screams coming from behind him. He knew perfectly well that the patrol team they had just encountered was no match for the Zhang family assassins. But he could not turn back, nor was he allowed to stop. Otherwise, all those people would have sacrificed themselves in vain. Su Qingshu remained frozen in the dormitory corridor, witnessing everything that was happening on the battlefield below. The weapon in his hand clattered to the ground. The wails and screams of his kin were like poisoned ice picks, piercing his eardrums. Those familiar faces lay dead in pools of blood, their mangled bodies trampled on. And the one who started it all was him. Yeah, Su Qingshu's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a helpless roar. His heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible giant hand, and a suffocating feeling overwhelmed him. In just a few moments, the patrol team of 10 men was wiped out, and their crimson blood had stained the ground. Chase, the leader of the Zhang family, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent, continued his attack towards Lin Yu. After they left, Su Qingshu slowly walked downstairs. His eyes widened in horror at the sight of the corpses scattered on the ground. Lin Yu, it's all Lin Yu's fault. He screamed hysterically. Even now, he doesn't feel remorse. He still feels that Lin Yu is to blame. If he hadn't come to the Su family, if he hadn't been so arrogant, if he had just obediently died, then none of these things will happen. I wouldn't go so far as to let the Zhang family assassins in. I will not become a traitor to the Su family. They're all Lin Yu. He's the one who deserves to die the most. Su Qingshu's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was ferocious and distorted due to excessive grief and indignation, which was quite frightening. Meanwhile, the Zhang family assassins relentlessly pursued Lin Yu. Captain, should we retreat first? We've been exposed. Some members were already having second thoughts. Retreat? Are you kidding me? Lin Yu is so close. How can we give up? The leader of the Zhang family shouted sternly. During this time, they had already killed 2 more patrol teams. Captain, if we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Others chimed in. They all knew in their hearts that their whereabouts had been completely exposed, and what they would face next was the entire Su family. Your current mission is to kill Lin Yu. Don't think about anything else. When the leader of the Zhang family saw that everyone was still thinking about getting away unscathed, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. Clearly, the other side meant that no one would leave alive today. 10 lives for one of he's gotten a huge deal. The Zhang family leader's gaze was sharp, and his tone was icy and biting. Captain, didn't you ever intend to leave the Su family alive from the very beginning? Unable to contain their curiosity, one of the team members pressed for an answer. Leave alive? What are you thinking about? This is the Su family. Why do you think you can kill someone in the Su family and leave unscathed? The leader of the Zhang family gave the other party a cold glance. It's not hard to see that he knew all along that today's mission was a certain death trap. His words left everyone looking at each other in astonishment and surprise. As members of the assassin group, completing the mission is our duty. As for whether we can leave alive, does that even matter? The Zhang family leader continued speaking. Upon hearing this, everyone gripped their blades even tighter. The other party was right. Their assassin group existed solely for the purpose of killing. If they can't even kill their target, what face do they have to go back and report? Damn it, I'll fight. With a roar, the group's subsequent attacks became even more ferocious. Chapter 166. This child must not be allowed to live. After Zhang Jia led the way and dealt with the Su family patrol team blocking their path, they pressed straight at Lin Yu's back. Boy, I told you, you're going to die today. The sharp blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light as he swung it, creating a whooshing sound. Go to hell. Lin Yu reacted extremely quickly, leaping up and sweeping the attack horizontally. Clang! When the 2 armies clashed, sparks flew. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. He could feel the overwhelming force contained in the opponent's strike. The next second, he was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the opponent's blow and fell heavily to the ground. The leader of the Zhang family also showed a look of horror in his eyes, and his feet unconsciously staggered back 2 steps. This is the Overlord Blade? This kid actually learned how to use the Overlord Blade in such a short time. He never expected Lin Yu to be so talented. Captain, this can't be. The Overlord Blade is an official martial art, and it's quite difficult. Even if he had the opportunity to study, it was only for a month. The other assassins then gathered around. This child likely possesses god-level talent. He must not be allowed to live. The leader of the Zhang family narrowed his eyes, his slits as narrow as blades, gleaming with a venomous ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, everyone looked surprised. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the instant they came to their senses, they pounced on Lin Yu, giving him no chance to escape. Damn it! If you push me too far, you won't get away with this. When he got up from the ground, he found himself completely surrounded with nowhere to escape. On the verge of death, he no longer cared about keeping secrets. Just as they were about to unleash the scythe demon and the three-headed Cerberus to launch a counterattack, several figures descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Lin Yu and protecting him behind them. When Lin Yu quickly recognized the other person's back. It was Su Wen, the leader of his action team. Later, seized the opportunity to break through quickly. We'll stop these guys. Su Wen's expression was grave as he urgently gave instructions. These are members of the Zhang family's assassin group, Lin Yu reminded him. With the combined strength of Su Wen and his two companions, dealing with these 9 assassins was indeed a bit of a stretch. It's all right. None of these people will be leaving tonight. Who gave the Zhang family the audacity to kill so many members of our Su family? Before he could finish speaking, the assassins around him had already surrounded him. Clang! 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 The two sides instantly engaged in fierce combat, with each exchange of blows sending sparks flying. Boom! As the battle intensified, skills intertwined, and loud explosions continued. The Zhang family leader's face was extremely gloomy. They didn't have much time left, and their location was now completely exposed, so he stopped hiding it. He flipped the sharp blade in his hand, unleashing a series of fierce sword energies. Lin Yu, watch out! However, the enemy's target had already been locked onto Lin Yu. Su Wen was entangled by 3 assassins and was unable to break free for the time being. He could only shout to warn them. Lin Yu frowned upon seeing this. The speed at which those blade energies attacked was simply too fast. Even with the speed boost from his shadowless wind trail, he couldn't dodge them. In desperation, he could only raise his swift knife to parry. Bang! 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 3 sharp blade energies landed on the blade in succession, producing a muffled sound. Snap! Lin Yu's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel the power contained in those sword energies, and even the green weapon in his hand developed cracks. Bang! The next second, the blade shattered inch by inch. Lin Yu was once again forcefully knocked away by his opponent. Wow! Under the impact of terrifying power, he felt as if his internal organs had shifted and the pain was unbearable. As his blood and qi surged, he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, leaving a perfect arc in the air. Bang! Upon landing, he tumbled countless times before finally coming to a stop. His face was flushed, his eyes were bloodshot, and even the veins on his forehead were bulging. The excruciating pain caused his face to contort slightly. He had never been beaten so badly in his entire life. Whoosh! The Zhang family leader gave Lin Yu no chance to catch his breath and launched a swift attack. Seeing this, Su Wen and his 2 companions were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but they were held back by the 8 assassins and were unable to come forward to provide support. Buzz! Just as the opponent's sharp blade was about to strike Lin Yu, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. The Zhang family leader was slightly taken aback. No matter how much force he exerted, the blade could not advance even an inch further. Mister. Upon seeing this, Su Wen and the other 2 showed a hint of joy on their faces. Even Lin Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief, getting a chance to catch his breath. He had even just figured out how to ambush the Zhang family leader, but it was a bit risky and would require him to be injured in exchange for his life. Now that Mr. Da has appeared, everything is settled. His life has been saved. Are you tired of living, daring to infiltrate our Su family and kill someone? The master remained expressionless, staring coldly at the other person's face. He held the other person's knife between his fingers. This clearly shows the difference in strength between the 2. Damn it, I've seen this before. How do we manage to lure out this big shot? The leader of the Zhang family was covered in sweat. He seemed to have never expected the eldest master to make a move. Snap! With just a little force, the master broke the other man's knife in two. With a flick of his finger, the broken blade pierced through the opponent's thigh. Ah! After letting out a scream, the leader of the Zhang family knelt down on one knee, blood gushing from the bloody hole in his leg, causing him to gasp in pain. Just then, the other patrol teams from the Su family arrived late. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the other assassins on Su Wen's side. These people who have arrived now are not ordinary patrolmen, but the elite of the Su family. Their arrival threw the Zhang family assassins into a panic. Leave no one alive. The master was imposing without being angry. His tone seemed calm. It was extremely dignified. Yes. The crowd nodded in agreement and began to surround and kill the Zhang family assassins. You're really ruthless. They didn't even leave a single survivor. The Zhang family leader raised his bloodshot eyes slightly, never expecting that the other party would not even bother with interrogation before issuing the order to kill. What are you staying for? Are you interrogating your identities or your motives? The elder gentleman looked down at the other party with a cold gaze. He doesn't need to ask at all, and even if he did, he wouldn't get any results. Even taking them to the Zhang family wouldn't help. They would absolutely deny it to the death. After all, those who can join the assassin group are people who live in the shadows. On the surface, there is no way to find out their identity information. The Zhang family would naturally deny it. As for the other party's purpose, it was all too obvious. To kill Lin Yu. Don't you want to know how he got in? Aren't you curious about who the traitor to your Su family is? The leader of the Zhang family wore a sly smile, seemingly unafraid of death. Chapter 167. Why betray the Su family? The man stared at the other person coldly, without saying a word. Only after all the Zhang family assassins around him had fallen to the ground did he slowly speak, saying, "Our Su family's affairs are none of your concern." After he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a red dot appeared between the other person's eyebrows. The leader of the Zhang family stared wide-eyed, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Only then did someone step forward and remove the other person's baseball cap and mask. This person seems to be Black Knight from the Zhang family's assassin group. The man frowned, vaguely feeling that the leader of the Zhang family looked somewhat familiar. Codename Knight. The Zhang family is really going all out. I've heard that assassins whose codenames start with Black all have a combat power of over 800 points. Upon learning the other party's codename, Su Wen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Drag them all to the dogs. Keeping their bodies is pointless. The Zhang family will never acknowledge them. The master continued to give instructions. Yes, everyone nodded in agreement and began cleaning up the battlefield. Su Wen quickly checked the casualty figures for this sneak attack. Then, he turned to look at Su Wen. Clear. After responding, Su Wen quickly turned and left with his men. After giving his instructions, the eldest master finally turned his gaze to Lin Yu. Sir, I'm sorry. All the trouble started because of me. If it weren't for me, the Zhang family assassins wouldn't have caused such losses to the Su family tonight. Lin Yu struggled to his feet, bowed deeply to the master, and spoke with deep apology. It's not your fault. Before the old man could finish speaking, Lin Yu added, but they all died because of me. Lin Yu slowly raised his head, his teeth glistening with blood, and his bloodshot eyes filled with endless self-reproach. This scene made even the great gentleman pause for a moment. We'll settle this score with the Zhang family sooner or later. Their attack on Chongqing earlier already sealed their fate. If it weren't for the stable development of cities bordering Shenzhen, we would have taken action long ago. We never expected that our concessions would only embolden them further. Speaking of the Zhang family, the eldest gentleman was also filled with resentment. Sir, I ask for nothing else. In the future battle against the Zhang family, please make sure I am at the forefront. Lin Yu spoke each word with force and conviction, his eyes filled with unparalleled determination. After listening, the elder man fell silent. Regardless of Lin Yu's potential or his relationship with Su Qingsheng, logically speaking, he would never agree to let the other party be at the forefront. But seeing Lin Yu's resolute expression, he couldn't bear to refuse. Master, seeing that the other party had not agreed for a long time, Lin Yu urged again. Ugh. However, with your current combat strength, I'm afraid it's not enough. Faced with Lin Yu's repeated requests, he had no choice but to agree for the time being. Don't worry, it's just a matter of combat strength. I definitely won't let you down. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his face filled with intense fighting spirit. Next, I need to investigate the traitor within the Su family. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. He had almost forgotten about that beast, Su Qingshu. Sir, I know who the traitor is. Lin Yu said urgently. Oh, you know who the mole is? Who? A hint of suspicion flickered in the old man's eyes. Su Qingshu. Upon hearing these three words, a look of astonishment flashed across the man's deep eyes. You mean, Qingshu betrayed the Su family? The old man's words were filled with disbelief. As a direct member of the Su family, Su Qingshu had no reason to betray the Su family, and doing so would not benefit him at all. That's right. He's the one who brought the Zhang family assassins in. He tried to kill me. Lin Yu spoke of Su Qingshu with gritted teeth. He initially thought the other party was just cynical and irresponsible, but he never expected them to be so stupid as to do something as foolish as letting a wolf into the house. Bring Qingshu to the mansion. The master turned his head and coldly ordered the person next to him. After saying that, he hurriedly turned and left. Clearly, the thing he least wanted to happen still happened. That's his nephew, the only son of the second master of the Su family. So many people in the Su family died tonight. There needs to be an explanation. You bastard. The old man cursed loudly, his words carrying a hint of disappointment and frustration. Lin Yu looked expressionlessly toward the dormitory building. Su Qingshu, no one can protect you now. His words were full of resentment towards him. In less than half an hour, the Su family mansion was full of people. There were many unfamiliar faces among them, but it was easy to see that everyone present was very strong. Tonight, 24 injured, 26 dead. When Su Wen reported the casualty figures, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's face looked gloomy. At this moment, Su Qingshu was also brought up bound hand and foot. Uncle, I'm innocent. You have to believe me. Su Qingshu looked terrified, shook his head repeatedly, and tried his best to deny it in an attempt to escape responsibility. Someone has identified you. You'd better just tell me the truth. Why did you betray the Su family? When he said the last few words, the old man's voice suddenly rose, startling Su Qingshu so much that his body trembled slightly. The Su family gave birth to you, raised you, and never asked anything of you. Yet you helped the Zhang family to harm their own clan. What incredible benefits did they give you? Not only Mr. De couldn't understand it, but everyone present couldn't understand it either. So many people died tonight. How many people grew up with you? Have you ever thought about it? The man glared at the other person and angrily questioned him. Su Qingshu was speechless for a moment. Not to mention others, even he himself felt that this move was too absurd. Chapter 168, The Old Patriarch of the Su Family. At this moment, everyone in the Su family mansion was focused on Su Qingshu. Everyone was eager to know why the other party would betray the Su family. Why would you rather trust an outsider than your own people? Lin Yu has disliked me for a long time. You want to harm me. This is a blatant frame-up. After a pause, Su Qingshu shook his head again in denial. He knew in his heart that as long as there was not enough evidence, no one could take action against him. Even a great scholar wouldn't do. If he can hold out until his father returns, he will have a chance to turn things around. Su Qingshu believed that his father would not stand by and watch him die. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Some even felt that it made a lot of sense. After all, Lin Yu is an outsider. How could they judge Su Qingshu as a traitor based on the other party's one-sided statement? Sir, wouldn't it be too hasty to draw a conclusion about this matter now? Qingshu is, after all, a direct descendant of our Su family. We can't just draw conclusions based on Lin Yu's one-sided account, can we? The person who is usually close to the second master suddenly spoke up, indicating that the first master should investigate further. Yes, Qingshu is the second master's son. In my opinion, perhaps we should wait until the second master returns before discussing this. Others chimed in, trying to suppress the matter and worry about it later. If they can postpone things, they will have enough time to deal with the rest. Regardless of whether Su Qingshu caused the trouble or not, They would try every means to protect him and even exonerate him. Lin Yu is not only a victim, but also the person who witnessed the entire incident most completely. You actually doubt the veracity of his account. The old man glanced at the two people who had just spoken up for Su Qingxiu with annoyance. It's not that we're biased towards Qingxiu, but rather that we can't fully trust what an outsider says. Yes, that's right. The two men clung to the fact that Lin Yu was an outsider and refused to budge. Lin Yu frowned upon hearing this. He indeed had no other more compelling evidence to accuse Su Qingxiu. At that time, all members of the Su family who had seen Su Qingxiu had died, and there was no one left to testify against him. Moreover, the other party avoided surveillance cameras along the way, so it was difficult to find enough evidence from them. In other words, only Lin Yu has witnessed Su Qingxiu and the Zhang family assassins colluding with each other. The master naturally has complete trust in Lin Yu, but that doesn't mean others trust Lin Yu as well. Now that someone has raised objections, Mr. De must provide other sufficient evidence to convince everyone. Do you know how much benefit Lin Yu has brought to our Su family in the underground city? The old man had a gloomy face, and his gaze quickly swept over everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent in silence. I am truly innocent. We are all of the same race. How could I harm my own people? What good would that do me? Seeing that his chances had turned around, Su Qingxiu cried out even more desperately. Shut up. The elder looked coldly at Su Qingxiu and angrily rebuked him. The other person was immediately startled and quieted down. Lin Yu handed over a spatial item. This is enough to prove his loyalty to our Su family. Upon hearing the words, space prop, everyone present was slightly taken aback, and many people's gazes toward Lin Yu underwent a subtle change. For the Su family, handing over the spatial artifacts was indeed a great achievement. Sir, although the items Lin Yu handed over are very valuable, ultimately they should have been handed over to the Su family. We granted him the right to enter the dungeon. Besides, even without him, the rest of our Su family might still be able to bring back spatial items from this dungeon. Those who supported Su Qingxiu spoke up again. His words caused everyone present to start whispering among themselves, and the once quiet hall instantly became noisy. The young man shifted his gaze to the side, giving the man a cold look. Although he was displeased, he couldn't bring himself to get angry. Sir, let's not say anything more. If even one of our own comes forward to testify against Qingxiu, we too will say no more. We cannot allow ourselves to be judged by outsiders. Another person echoed this sentiment. His meaning was clear. They did not accept Lin Yu's words and would only accept them if a member of the Su family was found as a witness. Oh, after listening, the old man gave a cold laugh. This is clearly arguing with him. They only said this because they know it's impossible to find a second witness. Cough, cough, cough. Just as everyone was discussing this, a hoarse cough suddenly came from the attic. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately stood up. Lin Yu couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, and saw an old man with white hair and beard appear on the pavilion. At this moment, he was hunched over, holding onto the stair railing. Each step he took was slow and steady. As his gaze swept over the crowd below, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his cloudy eyes, like a sword hidden in an ancient sheath, which, though not yet drawn, already exuded the majesty of someone who had experienced the world. Patriarch, when he arrived in the hall, everyone greeted him respectfully. Even the eldest gentleman gave up his seat, gesturing for the other person to take it. What's all this noise about? Has something serious happened? After looking around, the old patriarch finally focused on Su Qingxiu. How did Qingxiu get tied up? The old patriarch asked doubtfully. Grandpa, save me. Help me. I am innocent. Su Qingxiu felt as if he had found a lifeline and called out urgently, trying to get the old patriarch to help him. Untie them. Without distinguishing right from wrong, the old patriarch immediately gave the order. Father, this brat betrayed the Su family, causing numerous casualties. The elder gentleman hurriedly stopped him. Qingxiu is my grandson. What reason does he have to betray the Su family? Didn't he say he was framed? Untie them. The old patriarch's face was gloomy as he spoke again. Father, you're being foolish. I know you spoil every one of your grandsons, but he has committed an unforgivable mistake. The eldest master seemed surprised that the old patriarch would be so biased towards the other party. This kid spends the most time with me these days. He's a bit of a spoiled brat, but he's not very promising. How can I not understand him? Qingshu would never betray the Su family. Which brat is slandering him? Step forward for me. The old patriarch's gaze swept over everyone present. It's me. I saw it with my own eyes. The Zhang family assassins were brought in by Su Qingshu. Lin Yu stepped out and walked out of the crowd. Chapter 169, A Petty Man's Triumph? The old patriarch looked in the direction of the sound, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yu. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. And who are you? Clearly, he did not know Lin Yu. His name is Lin Yu, and he's a member of our Su family's action team. The elder gentleman introduced him to the man. Lin Yu? An outsider. A hint of suspicion flickered in the old patriarch's eyes. He then turned to look at the eldest master and asked suspiciously, "You trust an outsider? You're going to judge your own nephew. He's no ordinary outsider." Mr. De said in a deep voice. I would never believe a stranger. If you can't come up with a reason that convinces me, let's see who dares to touch Qingshu today. The old patriarch chuckled and shook his head. Clearly, he was determined to keep Su Qingshu. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu's anxiety was completely relieved. He knew in his heart that things were now in good hands. At the same time, he was also very glad that he had spent a lot of time loitering around in front of the old patriarch when he was idle. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so supportive of him. With the old patriarch's discerning eye, how could he not see the clues? He simply wanted to protect Su Qingshu. The eldest gentleman saw everything, but right now, apart from Lin Yu, he really couldn't produce any other more compelling evidence. However, judging Su Qingshu solely based on Lin Yu's status as an outsider is indeed not convincing. If Lin Yu were a member of the Su family, he could shut everyone up. What are you waiting for? Untie me. Does this mean I, with my old bones, have to do it myself? Seeing that the master had nothing to say, the old master urged him again. Yes. Those who were already supporting Su Qingshu immediately stepped forward and untied the ropes binding him. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. After regaining his freedom, Su Qingshu rushed to the old patriarch's side and thanked him repeatedly. Silly boy. The old patriarch patted the other's head and chuckled as he scolded him. Others might not have understood what he was saying, but Su Qingshu understood it perfectly. The old patriarch simply saw through it, but chose not to say anything. Grandpa, please believe me. I truly did not betray the Su family. It's all his fault. If it weren't for Lin Yu, why would those assassins have come after our Su family? He's the real culprit. Su Qingshu raised his hand and pointed at Lin Yu, intending to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, never expecting that Su Qingshu would be able to get away with it by relying on the old patriarch's doting affection. Just behave yourself. I don't expect you to be very successful. Just don't get into trouble. The old patriarch pressed down on the other person's hand, signaling him not to act innocent after getting a good deal. Grandpa, this Lin Yu is a jinx. He has brought disaster upon our Su family. If we don't expel him from the Su family, the Zhang family probably won't let this go. Su Qingshu tried to use this opportunity to drive Lin Yu out of the Su family. He believed that once Lin Yu lost the protection of the Su family, he would definitely die at the hands of the Zhang family. You're a leopard that can't change its spots. Lin Yu stared coldly at Su Qingshu. Boss, if we keep an outsider around, it will bring so much trouble to the Su family. Letting him leave is a good option. The old patriarch suddenly looked at the eldest gentleman beside him. Father, you mustn't. Lin Yu absolutely cannot leave the Su family. The Zhang family has already issued a kill order against him. If we kick him out of the Su family now, wouldn't that be pushing him into a fire pit? Mr. De strongly opposed it. So you mean we should offend the Zhang family for the sake of an outsider? As you can see now, because of his existence, so many people in the Su family have died. The old man raised an eyebrow and looked at the other person. Exactly. Lin Yu has already killed so many of our people. It's already kind of us not to hold him accountable. Su Qingshu smiled and echoed. Looking at the other person's smug face, Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head. Sir, I won't make things difficult for you. If this is the Su family, then we might as well not stay. Clearly, he was not only utterly disappointed by the old patriarch's favoritism, but also utterly disgusted by it. Not very old, but he certainly has some backbone. If you are willing to leave the Su family voluntarily, I will still respect you. Lin Yu's words did not anger the old patriarch. On the contrary, they made him think more highly of him. Knowing that leaving the Su family would lead to being hunted down by the Zhang family, he still dared to take the initiative to leave, which caused the old patriarch to look at him with a subtle change. Lin Yu, don't be impulsive, the elder man said urgently, gesturing for the other party not to leave yet, as there was still room for negotiation. No, if Su Qingshu doesn't die, it's an outrage against heaven. Being around such a traitor makes me feel disgusted. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he turned around and walked straight towards the main entrance. His two short sentences caused everyone in the Su family to fall silent. Even the old patriarch was stunned, his heart feeling as if it had been suddenly clenched by something. You're so foolish, father. You're being so foolish. The old man's words were tinged with disappointment and frustration. At this moment, Su Qingshu was the happiest person. I never expected that I could not only exonerate myself, but also force Lin Yu to leave. It was a double kill. Trying to fight me? You're 100 years too early. Su Qingshu's face was full of pride, and he was overjoyed inside. Creak! Just as Lin Yu was about to reach the door was suddenly pushed open. A beautiful figure came from behind the light. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. Aren't you at the academy? Why are you back? He didn't expect Su Qingshu to appear here at this time. Something happened to you. I'm worried about you. I told you, no one in the Su family can bully you. Even that old man won't do. Su Qingshu's eyes were bright as she grabbed Lin Yu's arm and walked into the hall. When the old patriarch heard the other party address him as old man, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 170, he is a member of the Su family. Lin Yu, limping, was forcibly dragged back to the hall by Su Qingshu. At this moment, all eyes were on the two of them. I just said I was going to leave the Su family. You're making me lose face by pulling me back like this. Lin Yu leaned close to the other person's ear and lowered his voice as much as possible, afraid that others would hear him. After hearing this, Su Qingshu merely glanced at the other person indifferently, not only not letting go, but actually tightening her grip even more. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone's watching. Let go of me, Lin Yu said, feigning a dry cough. Su Wen told me everything that happened here. Su Qingshu ignored Lin Yu and instead looked at everyone in the hall, speaking coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes immediately fell on Su Wen in the crowd. Im troli impressed. Young miss, why are you stabbing me in the back? Su Wen was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Su Qingshu to expose him so directly. Let me explain. It's not what you think. He was about to explain when everyone's attention shifted back to Su Qingshu. The other clansmen who were originally standing next to Su Wen subconsciously moved to the side a couple of inches, trying to maintain a safe distance from him. Holy crap! Are you guys serious? He turned to look at his clansmen and complained irritably. It was just tipping off Su Qingshu, not murder or arson. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Su Wen curled his lips and snorted softly. Girl, you probably don't know much about this. The old patriarch gestured to Su Qingshu not to meddle. No, I already know the whole story. Su Wen has told me everything. Su Qingshu showed no sign of backing down, her eyes filled with determination. Smack! After hearing this, Su Wen slapped his forehead hard. I am speechless. Grandma, will you die if you don't drag me down with you? Or am I destined to die today? After feeling the strange looks from others, he suddenly felt like he had no will to live. He felt that his lifelong reputation was about to be ruined by Su Qingshu. Now everyone looks at him as if he's a tattletale. Ahem, that's Su Wen, right? Come to my study after the meeting. The old patriarch's sharp, piercing gaze suddenly fell upon Su Wen in the crowd. Oh! Su Wen was stunned, inwardly screaming that he was going to die. Su Qingshu is a traitor, yet you choose to turn a blind eye. On the contrary, You are forcing those who have contributed to the Su family to leave. Knowing that the Zhang family wants him dead, what's the difference between what you're doing and killing him? Su Qingsheng glared at the crowd, feeling indignant on Lin Yu's behalf. Forget it. Don't ruin your relationship with your family. Lin Yu cautiously tugged at the other woman's sleeve, indicating that she didn't need to fall out with the Su family for her sake. Shut up. Mind your own business and stand still. Su Qingsheng was furious at the moment and glared at the other party. Lin Yu was so glared at by the other party that he didn't dare to say a word. He quickly shut his mouth and stood timidly behind Su Qingsheng. At that moment, he looked just like a timid young wife. Who are you calling a traitor? I'm not a traitor. Qingsheng, don't talk nonsense. Su Qingshu looked guilty and hurriedly tried to defend himself. Qingsheng, Qingshu is your cousin, a direct descendant of the Su family. How can you believe the one-sided account of an outsider? The old man's unspoken meaning was that he wanted Su Qingsheng to let the other party off the hook out of consideration for family ties. This involves more than 20 lives. The traitor will not be tolerated. I brought Lin Yu into the Su family, so of course I trust him. Su Qingsheng showed no intention of backing down and continued to support Lin Yu. Even if you brought him into the Su family, he is still an outsider. We still have the right to remain skeptical. As for the matter of the traitor, I will investigate it thoroughly. The old patriarch sighed and shook his head. Exactly. How can you take the words of an outsider seriously? Seeing that the old patriarch was always on his side, Su Qingshu finally felt a little relieved. So you mean, you'll only believe it if the Su family comes forward to testify? Su Qingsheng looked around at everyone present and asked in a questioning tone. Exactly. The old patriarch nodded. That's right. For such an important matter, we must trust our own people. Su Qingsu nodded repeatedly. He believed that as long as he stuck to this point, Su Qingsheng would have no way to deal with him. Because everyone who has seen him is dead. He didn't believe the other side could cause any more trouble. Fine then. You said it yourself. Don't try to renege on your debt. Su Qingsheng confirmed with him again and again. Would your grandfather renege on his debt? The old patriarch frowned slightly. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but become curious and began to suspect that Su Qingsheng had found other witnesses. Even Su Qingshu's nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Gulp. He subconsciously swallowed, looking at the other person with a tense expression, afraid that the other person would really find a second witness or some other favorable evidence. You don't need to look at me like that. The witness I'm referring to is still Lin Yu. Su Qingsheng raised her hand and pointed to Lin Yu behind her. Oh. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, looking completely confused. Not only was he puzzled, but everyone present also expressed their bewilderment. Oh. Su Qingshu couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. He thought they were going to pull out some trump card. That's it. He worried for nothing. Qingsheng, didn't I tell you? His testimony as an outsider is not credible. The old patriarch said helplessly, I didn't expect this silly girl to be so stubborn. Who says he's an outsider? He's one of us. He's a member of the Su family too. He's my man. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Lin Yu was no exception. At this moment, the entire Su family hall fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to have been paused, and everyone subconsciously held their breath, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Wait, let me sort this out. The old patriarch suddenly felt a headache. Mr. Doe was so shocked that he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Although he had heard about it before, he still found it hard to accept when he heard it with his own ears. Little Orange, if you want me dead, just say so. Look at the look in your dad's eyes. He'll skin me alive sooner or later. Lin Yu tugged at the other person's sleeve, signaling Su Qingsheng not to talk nonsense. This is the best solution at the moment. Not only will we be able to eliminate that traitor Su Qingshu, but we can also ensure your safety. The Zhang family is currently just waiting for an opportunity to take your life. Once you leave the Su family, you will surely die. Su Qingsheng explained in a low voice. You can't joke around with your reputation like that. Lin Yu himself didn't care, but he felt guilty about letting Su Qingsheng, a girl, ruin her innocence. What? You're looking down on me now? Su Qingsheng glared at the other person, then reached out and pinched the flesh on the other person's side abdomen with her fingernails. Ew. You're abusing the wounded. Lin Yu trembled in pain. Chapter 171 Su Kingsu. This. It took several seconds before an uproar broke out. The Su family was in complete uproar. Beast, you beast. Chengsheng is only 18 years old. How could you do this to her? The more Mr. thought about it, the more heartbroken he became, and he found it hard to accept. That's right. Lin Yu, you're an animal. You bastard. How dare you defile the young lady? In an instant, Lin Yu became the target of everyone's criticism and was subjected to a barrage of insults. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm going to die." The old patriarch hadn't recovered by this point. He felt some difficulty breathing, chest pain, and a headache. Su Qingshu stood there, stunned. This news might just be sensational gossip for others, but it's a different story for him. I could kill him a heartbeat. Now that Su Qingsheng has come clean, once the relationship is confirmed, Lin will be the Su family's son-in-law, definitely one of their own. Wouldn't he be completely dead then? Chengsheng, this concerns your reputation. It's a matter of life and death. Don't talk nonsense. How can someone of your status and position be with Lin Yu? He doesn't deserve you. Su Qingshu became anxious and panicked. Do you think I would joke about something like this? In other words, it's not up to you to decide whether you're worthy or not. As Su Qingchang spoke, she deliberately took Lin Yu's hand. This intimate gesture sent chills down Lin Yu's spine, especially when he felt the murderous gazes around him. Not to mention Su Qingshu panicked. Even he was in a panic. I've already done that. The old patriarch finally caught his breath, and he desperately hoped that the other party would shake his head. Su Qingcheng leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder, smiling without saying a word. Not replying means tacit agreement. The old patriarch felt as if his world had collapsed. Damn it, you little bastard. Come here for a second. I'll show you a treasure. The old patriarch beckoned to Lin Yu, his hypocritical smile masking a murderous intent. Lin Yu was so frightened that he shook his head repeatedly. It's all right, Lin Yu. I just happen to have something I'd like to talk to you about. The big man also revealed a devilish smile. Gurgle, you've got me killed. Lin Yu swallowed hard. Cold sweat had unknowingly soaked the back of his clothes. His feet felt as if they were made of lead. No matter how the old master and the master greeted him, or how they smiled and welcomed him, he remained motionless. He's not stupid. This is clearly meant to teach him a lesson. Grandpa, shouldn't we deal with the traitor next? Su Qingsheng brought the topic back. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu trembled involuntarily, his face filled with fear. The old patriarch's face also turned gloomy. He leaned back on the sofa and slowly closed his eyes. After letting out a long sigh, the old patriarch opened his eyes again. Grandpa, don't you believe me either? Su Qingshu knelt before the old patriarch, his expression fearful and his tone anxious. Qingshu, it's not that Grandpa didn't want to protect you. It's just that I couldn't. You can usually cause all sorts of trouble and nothing will happen. But this time you've made a mess of things, and even I can't protect you now. The old patriarch patted the other man on the shoulder and said earnestly, Grandpa, you can't judge me a traitor based solely on his word. Faced with the fear of death, Su Qingshu even cried. You saw it too. Lin Yu is one of us. He has no reason to stir up trouble in our Su family, especially with the pressure from the Zhang family outside. Lin Yu has even less reason to put himself in danger just to frame you. Only when the Su family is well can he be safe. As the old patriarch spoke, he slowly rose from the sofa. After saying that, he walked straight towards the attic, ignoring Su Qingshu's attempts to pull him or her cries. Clearly, he has chosen to stand by and do nothing. Boss, you're in charge of handling this matter. As they passed by the old master, the old patriarch gave another instruction. Yes. The gentleman nodded in response. Lin Yu, it's all your fault. I've gotten to this point entirely because of you. Su Qingshu suddenly stood up and roared at Lin Yu with eyes wide open. Take it down. The elder brother gave the order in a cold voice. Soon, someone stepped forward and restrained the other party. In no time, Su Qingshu lost his freedom again and was tied up. Those who betray their own kind, what do you suggest we do? The young man stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp. Master, let's wait until Master returns to discuss this matter. Yes, Qingshu must have been misled by the Zhang family. Before they could finish speaking, Su Qinglei had already appeared behind Su Qingshu without anyone noticing. He grabbed the other man's hair with one hand, lifted him slightly, and with the other hand holding a dagger, slashed the man's throat. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and seamless, executed in one go, without any hesitation or slackness, and was extremely crisp and efficient. Crimson blood spurted out on the spot. This scene left everyone present speechless. Even the eldest gentleman couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He stared at Su Qinglei, lost in thought. What are you doing? After a pause of about 2 seconds, he finally reacted and shouted angrily. Su Qingshu was now lying in a pool of blood, never expecting that the person who killed him would be Su Qinglei. And yet, he was so eager to kill himself. What are you up to? It was only at this moment that he realized he had been used. Is chapter 172 really okay? Su Qingshu's gaze towards Su Qinglei was filled with resentment and unwillingness. His face was flushed, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and even the veins on his neck were snaking, making him look quite frightening. You! Su Qingshu seemed to want to say something more, but bright red blood kept gushing from his mouth. His body twitched slightly, and within moments he stopped moving. All of this happened so suddenly that no one could react immediately. When they went to check on him, Su Qingshu had already died. Master, he's dead. After confirming the other person's death, the man looked up at the master in a daze. Upon learning of Su Qingshu's death, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, especially the eldest gentleman, who remained silent, his face extremely gloomy. He never expected Su Qinglei to make a sudden move. Good riddance. He was just a traitor, wasn't he? Why do you all seem a little unhappy? After sensing the oppressive atmosphere around them, Lin Yu subconsciously leaned close to Su Qingqing's ear and whispered something. Although he is a traitor, he is still a direct descendant of the Su family, and moreover, he is the only son of second uncle's lineage. Even if he is to be executed, second uncle must be notified beforehand. Now that he's dead, it means the Su family might be in chaos. Su Qingqing never expected things to develop to this point. Su Qingshu deserves to die, but the other party has a second master behind him. If this matter is not handled properly, there is a high possibility that an insurmountable rift will form within the Su family. Yes, that makes sense. If we kill Su Qingshu without saying a word now, who knows what the second master will think? After listening, Lin Yu suddenly understood. He stroked his chin and spoke with feeling. Even if Su Qingshu crossed the line for the Su family, he should have informed the second master. We still have to give him face. Now that Su Qingshu has been executed, isn't that the same as not taking the second master seriously at all? You bastard. Who gave you permission to lay a hand on me? The old man's eyes widened in fury as he sternly rebuked him. He's a traitor. He deserves to die. I will avenge my fallen kin. Su Qinglei's eyes were bright, and he looked righteous and indignant, as if he had done nothing wrong. You bastard! How dare you, a collateral relative, kill a direct relative? Even if Su Qingshu deserves to die, it's not your place to carry it out. The young man swiftly approached the other party, glaring angrily. Before the other party could even utter a word of explanation, he had already raised his hand and slapped him hard. Smack! With a crisp slap, Su Qinglei was sent flying several meters away. Bang! It made a dull thud when it hit the ground. Am I wrong to kill a traitor? Blood trickled from the corner of Su Qinglei's mouth, but a smile remained on his face. Upon hearing this, the elder man narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, he felt an urge to kill the other party. Pooh! Su Qinglei spat out a mouthful of blood foam onto the ground, mixed with 2 specks of white. If you look closely, you'll see that there are 2 teeth. Sir, so what if I'm from a collateral branch? If Su Qingshu is a traitor, then everyone has the right to kill him. Su Qinglei kept emphasizing that he was eliminating traitors, and what crime had he committed? The people in the living room looked at each other in bewilderment, and their discussions continued. Mr. Da is trying his best to control his emotions. He knew in his heart that he couldn't take action. Even if Su Qinglei acted impulsively, it was to eliminate a traitor for the Su family. If he killed the other party at this time, it would only discourage the other members of the Su family. The second master's troubles are now unavoidable, and he cannot afford to exacerbate the internal conflicts within the Su family. Meeting adjourned. After coldly leaving behind a single sentence, the gentleman turned and departed. Okay, I'm going back to sleep. Seeing that the matter was over, Lin Yu wanted to return to his dormitory to rest. He was quite exhausted after all that tonight's ordeal. He had just turned around when Su Qingsheng grabbed his arm. What? Lin Yu turned to look at the other person, his face full of curiosity. If you're going to put on an act, you have to go all the way. Su Qingsheng's cheeks flushed slightly. Huh? Is it really okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he became excited. The pain in my hands and feet disappeared instantly, my back stopped aching, and I felt full of energy. What are you thinking about? The other person's words made Su Qingsheng's slightly flushed cheeks instantly burn like a branding iron. Her ear tips turned red, and even a pink blush spread to her neck. She grabbed the other person's arm, her knuckles turning white, feeling both ashamed and angry. I'm warning you. Throw away all those bad thoughts. Her voice trembled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lin Yu's arm was grabbed by the other party, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak for a moment. Follow me. Su Qingsheng showed no intention of letting go, and pulled the other person's arm towards the attic. This scene left Su one and the other speechless. They looked exactly like a young couple flirting. Brother Wen, stop looking. What should be done with Qingshu's body? Someone called out. At this moment, Su Wenkai suddenly came to his senses. Store it in an ice coffin. He gave the instructions urgently. Now that Su Qingshu is dead, we should at least leave him with a complete body so that we can wait for the second master to return. As the people in the living room gradually dispersed, Su Qinglei then left the Su family mansion. Whispering sound. After leaving, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a disdainful sneer. Clearly, this was all part of his plan. He couldn't eat or sleep if Su Qingshu didn't die. After all, it was his idea to use someone else to do the dirty work, and he was the one who provided the Zhang family's contact information. If they were to implicate him, Su Qinglei would also bear an inescapable responsibility. Besides, he only killed a traitor. No matter how angry the master is, he would never kill him. Although the slap knocked out 2 of his teeth, it was clearly worth it. So what if they are from a collateral branch? Without us, the collateral branches, would you, the direct branches, even exist? Next, I'd like to see how your direct subordinates fight like dogs. Su Qinglei walked in the darkness, his eyes gleaming coldly, his lips slightly pursed, forming a wicked smile. Meanwhile, the eldest gentleman had already arrived at the main study in his hometown. After learning of Su Qingshu's death, the old patriarch did not show much emotion on his face, but his brows were furrowed and his expression was solemn. He seemed to have guessed that the other person would die, but he didn't expect them to die so quickly. Chapter 173, It's normal for young people to make a lot of noise. The young man stood in front of the other person's desk, head bowed, silent, just like a child who had done something wrong. This isn't your fault, nor is it Su Qinglei's fault. You can only blame Qingshu for embarking on a path of no return. What's done is done. There's nothing that can be changed. I'll talk to the second son in person when he returns. I think he should be able to understand. When he finished speaking, the old patriarch paused, and it was not hard to see that he was actually unsure of himself. Father, this Su Qinglei is just a collateral relative. How dare he kill Qingshu? Although he keeps saying he's avenging the deaths of the Su family members, given his past relationship with Qingshu, I have a feeling it's not that serious. The more Mr. Da thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Su Qinglei seemed righteous and hated traitors, but he vaguely felt that the other party was too heartless, killing his former friend so easily. Oh, you mean something's fishy? The old patriarch leaned back in his boss's chair, his fingers interlaced, his sharp eyes staring directly into the other person's eyes. I'm not sure. It just feels very strange. The old man couldn't explain it for a moment. If that's the case, then investigate. Although Qingshu is a playboy and incompetent, he often hangs around right under my nose. When I heard he would betray the Su family, I found it somewhat unbelievable. The old patriarch narrowed his eyes, and his tone suddenly became ruthless. Hearing his eldest son say this, he even began to suspect that there might be more than one person who betrayed the Su family, and that Su Qingshu was just a pawn in the other party's game. As a result, Su Qinglei, who was eager to kill and silence witnesses, became the prime suspect. Understood. I will try my best to find out the truth before my second brother returns. The gentleman nodded in response. Remember, you can only investigate secretly, and you must never alert the other side. The old patriarch gave a special reminder. Mr. Da, understood. Bang. Just then, a loud bang came from next door. The old patriarch and the eldest master both frowned and turned to look in the direction from which the commotion came from, almost simultaneously. That's the direction of Qingqing's room? The old patriarch's face instantly turned ashen. It seems so. The old man nodded, dumbfounded. Beast, that little beast. This is absolutely outrageous. The old patriarch stood up abruptly from his seat, furious and eager to teach Lin Yu a lesson. Father, calm down. Calm down. It's normal for young people these days to be energetic. The elder gentleman quickly stepped forward to stop him. What? As Chengqing's father, how can you sit still? The old patriarch stared wide-eyed at the other party with an incredulous look. They've already made it a fait accompli. What's the point of stopping them now? Let them go. Mr. Da's face was full of embarrassment and helplessness. Wow, that's amazing. You're really open-minded. But I can't let it go. Who knows if that Lin Yu is a good person? Is he reliable or not? Get out of my way, don't block my way. The old patriarch was in a menacing mood and wanted to go there. Reliable. I've already tested them. That kid's character is impeccable. Mr. De said urgently. After listening, the old patriarch looked at the other party with a suspicious expression. Don't let his usual carefree and timid demeanor fool you. But their strength is not simple. Moreover, he works extremely hard. I heard from Su-Won that he's not only the first person to arrive at the training ground every day, but also the last person to leave. The elder master gestured to the old patriarch not to get excited or nervous, as he knew Lin Yu quite well. What's the use of just working hard? This world has never lacked hard-working people. In the eyes of the old patriarch, Su Qingqing's other half must be an outstanding person. He's definitely not a good-for-nothing like Lin Yu, who can only rely on other people's families. What if I said he has God-level talent? The old patriarch finally quieted down upon hearing the word God-level. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. God-level? Are you sure? The old patriarch instinctively grabbed his eldest son's shoulder, his expression and tone becoming agitated. I'm certain his growth has completely overturned my understanding. If I'm not mistaken, his combat power has now exceeded 400 points. Chengqing possesses S-level talent, but since awakening, she has only barely reached the 100th battle. But Lin Yu has already left her far behind. Among his peers in the entire Linshan city, he stands out like a crane among chickens. This child is destined for greatness. The eldest master had a very high opinion of Lin Yu, higher than any other direct descendant of the Su family. Only 18 years old, and only awakened 2 or 3 months ago. Yet his combat power has already reached 400 points. Even the old patriarch couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this a God-level talent? What is his profession? The old patriarch couldn't wait to ask further. I don't know about that. That kid is very mysterious and hasn't revealed anything yet. But according to previous academy records, he's a construction engineer. The professor also had doubts about the credibility of the college's information. After all, even a genius like Lin Yu was expelled by them, which left the master speechless. A construction engineer? God-level talent. The old patriarch sat back down, muttering to himself. Father, whatever his profession may be, his potential is beyond question. Now that Chengqing is with him, Lin Yu has become a member of the Su family, which is entirely beneficial to us. With proper cultivation, in just a few years, our Su family will be able to sweep away all forces in Linshan City. The older gentleman became more and more excited as he spoke. I never expected that Brat would have such a discerning eye, actually finding such a treasure. After a moment of contemplation, a smile gradually appeared on the old patriarch's face. If I remember correctly, the youth championship is starting next month. Our Su family will form our own team and participate. With Lin Yu, who has a combat power of 400, in charge. Wouldn't that be enough to sweep everything away? This is going to be the talk of the town for the Su family. The old master beamed with joy. Young people, it's normal for them to make a lot of noise. After learning about Lin Yu from Mr. Da, his attitude had completely changed. Chapter 174 Lin Yu is happy. While the old patriarch and the eldest master were speculating, Lin Yu's situation was not as happy as they imagined. He was sitting on the ground, looking completely bewildered. Yes, that dull thud was the sound of him falling off the bed onto the floor. Why? Why did you kick me? You murdered your husband? Even if we take a step back and say the worst, I'm still a wounded soldier. Lin Yu looked at Su Qingsheng, who was wrapped up like a caterpillar on the bed, and complained. Did I tell you to go to bed with me? And you just want to bed with me like that? Go sleep on the sofa. Su Qingsheng poked her head out and said in an annoyed tone, If it weren't for helping you, would I have risked my reputation? Don't push your luck. Then, he added another sentence, leaving Lin Yu speechless. After she finished speaking, she shrank her little head back inside. Lin Yu slowly got up, his gaze lingering between the sofa and the bed not far away. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. He was clearly injured and wanted to go back to his dorm, but the other person had dragged him upstairs. What reason did he have to sleep on the sofa? Lin Yu hardened her heart and jumped onto the bed again. But he was still met with a kick from Su Qingsheng. Bang! The sound of him landing was still as dull as ever. You brat. If I weren't injured today, I would have shown you what a werewolf is. Lin Yu was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth and couldn't get up for a moment. The wound on his abdomen was also bleeding because the other party had accidentally hit him. It's easy to see that the wound, which had only recently healed, has reopened. This! Lin Yu gasped in pain, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Unexpectedly, while being chased by Zhang family assassins, he wasn't injured, but instead, Su Qingsheng's unintentional kick caused him problems. He braced himself against the edge of the bed with one hand, finding it extremely difficult to get up, while his other hand tightly covered the wound on his side abdomen. When Su Qingsheng noticed that Lin Yu, who had been cursing, had suddenly fallen silent, she immediately sensed something was wrong, especially when she heard him gasp in shock. Only then did she realize that she had gotten herself into trouble. She quickly threw off the covers and sat up. Lin Yu was seen hunched over, limping towards the sofa. This scene made her feel incredibly sorry for him. What's wrong with you? Su Qingsheng disregarded everything else and quickly stepped forward to help him up, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. What do you think? Lin Yu asked weakly in return. Blood. I didn't know you also had a wound in your abdomen. I really don't know. Su Qingsheng's gaze shifted downwards, and when she saw blood seeping from the other person's side abdomen, she panicked immediately. Both her expression and tone were filled with self-blame. It's all right, just let me catch my breath. Lin Yu forced a smile, indicating that the other party didn't need to worry. With Su Qingsheng's help, he quickly sat down on the sofa. Next, the wound was rebandaged. Su Qingsheng was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She thought to herself that if she hadn't been so rude, Lin Yu wouldn't have suffered like this. It's all right, it's all right. Lin Yu subconsciously patted the other person's head and said softly. Su Qingsheng remained silent, carefully removing the bandages from the wound. The moonlight, like a sieve of silver gauze, poured down from the window frame, sliding down her dark hair and spreading a hazy, cold glow on her back and the hem of her nightgown. Her eyelashes were long and delicate, as if edged with pale silver by the moonlight, and there were still faint traces of tears on her eyelids, which made people feel very sorry for her. Gurgle. Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow. At this moment, Su Qingsheng was unbelievably beautiful, especially when the nightgown swayed slightly with the other person's movements, revealing slender and fair ankles. Coupled with the other person's youthful and unconsciously delicate demeanor, Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but race. He admitted, at that moment, he had evil intentions. Does it hurt a lot? Su Qingsheng could clearly feel that the other person's breathing had become rapid, very swollen. Lin Yu has no shame whatsoever. Oh! Su Qingsheng was stunned. The next second, she suddenly noticed something was wrong and subconsciously looked down. Her mind went blank on the spot. Several seconds passed before he came to his senses, his face turning red at a visible speed. But Lin Yu's wounds were only half treated, and she couldn't just leave him there. What time is it? Why are you still thinking about such nonsense? She said coquettishly. This is not something I can control. You're the one tempting me. You have to take responsibility. Lin Yu immediately shifted the blame onto the other party. Huh? I didn't. Su Qingsheng vehemently denied it. Look at what you're wearing, flaunting yourself in front of me. How can you blame me? Lin Yu's words startled Su Qingsheng slightly. Then she looked down at her nightgown, which seemed rather revealing. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Lin Yu began to push his luck. He had never had a face. No, you not only hurt me, but you also tempted me. You have to help me solve this, or I'll self-destruct. Lin Yu's expression was serious, his tone earnest, and even his eyes were filled with determination, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Help you solve it? No way. Absolutely not. Su Qingsheng's eyes widened, and she quickly covered her clothes, indicating that the other party shouldn't even think about it. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and bandage me up. Lin Yu panicked when he saw that the other party had suddenly stopped. Oh, it's all your fault. I almost forgot about the important matter. Su Qingsheng then put her hand back, still complaining. About 20 minutes later, the wound was finally treated. Hey, don't go. The eldest brother's problem is solved, but the second brother's problem isn't over yet. Seeing that the other person was about to leave, Lin Yu quickly called out to them. Su Qingsheng looked at Lin Yu with a blush on her face. Please. Seeing that the other party was still being reserved, Lin Yu began to act coquettishly and roll around on the ground, expressing that she was in great pain. Feeling guilty, Su Qingsheng bit her lip and hesitated. But I don't know how. When she said those words, her pretty face was already as red as an apple. It's okay, I'll teach you. Lin Yu cast a pitiful look at him and pleaded. Su Qingsheng hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't resist the other party's persistent pleading and agreed. He. At this moment, Lin Yu seemed to have completely forgotten the pain he had felt earlier. That night, though he slept on the sofa, it was the happiest night of his life. Chapter 175, Overwhelmed with Praise, an Unexpected Joy. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Lin Yu habitually rolled over, but the sudden feeling of weightlessness made him open his eyes abruptly. He quickly reached out to support himself, preventing himself from rolling off the sofa to the floor. Where's Xiao Changcheng? His first reaction was to look at the boudoir bed not far away, only to find it empty, with only the neatly folded quilt remaining. Clearly, Su Qingsheng left the Su family and returned to the academy early in the morning. That feels good. Lin Yu slowly stood up from the sofa and stretched. Recalling the events of last night, his face was full of lingering satisfaction. Now that Su Qingsheng has left, there's no need for him to stay here any longer. It's still more comfortable and carefree to live in my own doghouse. He left the room and went down to the attic, only to find two people sitting in the hall. Lin Yu looked closely and realized it was the old patriarch and the eldest master. The moment he appeared, the two men's eyes turned to him simultaneously, causing Lin Yu's body to tremble involuntarily. Clearly, the two elders had been waiting for quite some time. Good morning, master and elder. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Lin Yu could only bite the bullet and step forward to greet the two of them respectfully. Hey, don't rush off. Seat. Just as Lin Yu was about to slip away, the old patriarch suddenly spoke up and called him back. I'd rather not sit. The junior can stand. Lin Yu adopted a humble demeanor. We're all family, why be so polite? The old patriarch smiled calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu had no choice but to accept the offer respectfully. To refuse again would be disrespectful. Chung, that girl, has a bit of a temper. I need your understanding. As the old patriarch spoke, he pushed a small brocade box on the table a little closer to Lin Yu, indicating that Lin Yu should accept it. Definitely. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly, but he did not reach for the small brocade box. This is considered a gift from an elder to a younger person when they first meet. The old patriarch indicated that the other party did not need to be polite. Lin Yu was immediately flattered, not expecting to be treated so well. Thanks. Seeing that the other party insisted on giving it to him, Lin Yu no longer stood on ceremony. When he opened the brocade box, his eyes widened in disbelief. Patriarch, this is far too precious, isn't it? He looked at the other person with an incredulous expression. This is 1,000 battles demon core, which will greatly help you improve your combat power. I hope you and Changsheng can get along well in the future, and I also hope you can treat the Su family as your own home. As for the Zhang family's affairs, our Su family will also protect you. The old patriarch didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he chose to get straight to the point. Lin Yu hadn't expected the other party to be so generous, offering 1,000 battle demon core, worth at least hundreds of millions, or even more. Don't worry, patriarch. As long as Changsheng doesn't look down on me, I will never let her down. The Su family has already helped me enough, so naturally I won't do anything that would harm them. Lin Yu answered excitedly. He's not stupid. Su Qingsheng is so beautiful. He'd be too busy trying to get close to her. Moreover, the two of them had long been intricately connected and had gone through several life-or-death experiences together, making their feelings for each other difficult to define. He never expected that he was simply seeking refuge and assistance. Before he knew it, he was about to become the son-in-law of the Su family. Now that his identity is almost confirmed, he will be able to thrive in the Su family. Lin Yu was excited just thinking about it. You brat, here, take this. At this moment, the eldest gentleman also spoke up and threw something out. Lin Yu instinctively reached out and caught it. This is an escape stone? His expression and tone were filled with excitement. Escape stone can be used to teleport more than 1,000 meters away. This thing is practically a getaway miracle. Its value is no less than that of the 1,000 battles demon core. It may even be greater. It's a life-saving item that even money can't guarantee you'll be able to buy. At the same time, it is also a powerful tool for hunting down enemies, but it is usually used to save one's own life. After all, one can spare the enemy, but must save one's own life. Trading a chance to save your life for a chance to be hunted down is clearly not a worthwhile trade. Sir, how could I possibly deserve such a gift of treasures from you? Lin Yu was overwhelmed with excitement upon suddenly receiving so many valuable items. From this moment on, your life is no longer just your own, and it's also Chengxing's, from his Su family. If you encounter any unavoidable danger, having this escape stone in hand will at least give you one chance to escape. The old man explained in a deep voice with a cold expression. Lin Yu had to admit that Su Qingsheng held a very high position in the Su family. Thanks to the other party, he even felt like a peasant who had turned over a new leaf and become a landlord. Thank you, sir. I will certainly live up to the Su family's expectations. Lin Yu excitedly assured him. This time I really got a great deal. Okay, you should rest and recuperate during this time. I hope you can make it to the youth championship. This year, our Su family will form our own team to participate, and you are the one chosen as the captain. The elder gentleman continued. Lin Yu had heard about the youth championship before, as Su Qingsheng had already invited him. No problem. Rest assured, both of you, the Su family is determined to win this championship. Lin Yu's words exuded unparalleled confidence. With a combat power of over 400 points, even without unleashing his scythe demons and other units, he can easily dominate his peers. Yes, if you can lead the team to victory, all the prizes are yours. After receiving the other party's assurance, Mr. De beamed with joy. What he values is not the prize money, but the prestige of being number one. Mission accomplished. Hearing that all the prizes would be his, Lin Yu became even more motivated. For such a large competition, the prizes are naturally plentiful. He had even started to look forward to it. Lin Yu was not only interested in the prizes, but he also enjoyed ravaging the War Academy. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Lin Yu said a brief goodbye before turning and leaving the Su family mansion. Zhao Jinbo, just wait and see. I'll make you regret the decision you made. After stepping out the door, he narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured to himself. He had always resented the fact that the head of the teaching department, Zhao Jinbo, had indiscriminately accused him of murder. Even after being expelled, he never forgot. This youth competition is a great opportunity for him to finally prove himself. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed, filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 176: The Zhang Family's Unyielding Spirit. Zhang Family Villa, near Shenzhen. Zhang Yuanhai sat back in his office chair in his study with a solemn expression, his eyes fixed on the phone on his desk. He didn't sleep all night, just waiting for the phone call in the dark. But they waited all night. Now that it's dawn and we still haven't received a reply, the outcome is self-evident. This Lin Yu, he's really hard to kill. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke from the heart. They sent out assassin teams twice, both of which ended in failure. The first time was in the dungeon, where there were too many uncertainties, so it failed, but it was still barely acceptable. This time, he dispatched an elite team of assassins. Even though they were deep inside the Su family, Su Qingshu was still there as an inside man. In his view, even if He Yi couldn't escape unscathed, he should at least be able to kill Lin Yu. But now Zhang Yuanhai has received neither news from He Yi nor any related activity from the Su family. It is clear that the entire Black Knight gang has most likely perished, while Lin Yu is still alive. Damn it, we lost so many assassins, and this little Lin Yu, how dare he? Zhang Yuanhai grew increasingly angry the more he thought about it. Zhang Bing. The next second, he shouted angrily towards the door. Creak. Immediately afterwards, a burly man pushed open the door and entered. Brother Hai, were you looking for me? Zhang Bing approached the desk and said respectfully, call the shadowy figure over here. Zhang Yuanhai's face was gloomy and his tone was cold. Did the night operation fail? Zhang Bing was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the other party would actually bring in the shadowy figure. The shadowy figure's combat power far surpasses that of the knight, and it also has another characteristic. It always acts alone when carrying out missions, and it has even completed several assassinations of higher-ranking individuals. Even those with higher combat power than him could not escape death. He was already considered one of the top assassins. That's right. Since the knight can't do it, let the shadows do it. Did Lin Yu think he could be completely safe by hiding in the Su family? Dream! Zhang Yuanhai narrowed his eyes, his words filled with anger. If he fails once, the head of the family might not blame him, but if he fails twice in a row, he will inevitably lose the head of the family's trust in him. He finally understood the principle of things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Therefore, no matter what, he must get rid of Lin Yu this time. Understood. I'll go find a shadowy figure right away. Zhang Bing nodded in response. Before he finished speaking, he had already quickly turned around and left the study. For the next few days, Lin Yu stayed almost entirely in his dormitory, never venturing out of the room. Since the assassination attempt, security at the Su family manor has become extremely tight. Not only have the number of patrolmen increased, but the number of security cameras has also nearly doubled, leaving almost no blind spots. They even sent a special clerk to guard that previously hidden corner of the manor to ensure that nothing went wrong. TC, that big idiot from the night, leaving me with this mess. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and casual sportswear walked past the Su family manor. He was the assassin sent by the Zhang family, codename Shadow. He would change his outfit every time he circled the Su family manor. He had gone around in circles 5 or 6 times, but hadn't found a good breakthrough. He knew perfectly well that it was all thanks to the darkness of night that the Su family had become more vigilant. In this situation, launching a second surprise attack becomes significantly more difficult. He also kept complaining about the incompetence of the knight. Brother Hai, the Su family is like a fortress now, and I'm afraid they won't let their guard down anytime soon. If I were to force my way in at this point, I'm afraid I would have little chance of success. Left with no other option, he could only call Zhang Yuanhai to report the situation and try to persuade him to be more patient and wait for an opportunity. Is there really no way even for you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanhai narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. The Su family is now like a frightened bird, on high alert in every aspect. I'm at a loss too. The shadowy figure sighed and shook his head, indicating his helplessness, while also seemingly blaming the other party for not giving him the first chance. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Understand. Just wait patiently for your opportunity. He can't stay cooped up in the Su family forever. As far as I know, he'll definitely participate in the youth championship. I hope you can make your move at that time. Zhang Yuanhai was well aware of the current situation of the Su family and knew that it was not advisable to launch a second attack. He did not blame the other party, so he also revealed to the shadowy figure the approximate time when Lin Yu left the Su family. Oh, the youth championship? Heh, if that kid dares to participate, I guarantee he'll never be able to return to the Su family. Upon hearing this news, the shadowy figure's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously licked his lips, displaying unparalleled confidence in his own strength. I hope you'll keep your word. After Zhang Yuanhai finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After hearing the busy tone on the phone, the dark figure slowly put down his phone, raised his hand and tugged at his baseball cap, pulling it down so that it almost covered half of his face, revealing only his stubble-covered jawline. Time flies, and more than 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Under the careful care of the Su family, Lin Yu's injuries have healed by about 70 to 80%. Although he is still wrapped in bandages, he can walk and perform other functions almost as before, and he can even jog for a short time. Lin Yu, what are you doing? During this period, Su Qingxue had been appointed as Lin Yu's personal physician, mainly responsible for Lin Yu's injury recovery and physical conditioning. When she saw Lin Yu actually running to the training ground to train, she immediately became anxious. Nothing much, just warming up. The youth championship starts in a couple of days. I need to get some exercise. Lin Yu showed no sign of stopping, raising his hand and throwing a punch that stirred up a whooshing sound. Su Qingxue was stunned by what she saw. She was especially shocked when she saw Lin Yu kick the sandbag and shatter it. That's the sky-shattering kick. She even doubted whether she had seen it wrong. The next second, Lin Yu moved swiftly and stabbed at another sandbag. Several finger holes were punctured in an instant. It's important to know that the surface of these sandbags is made of special materials, which are not only tough but also extremely defensive, making them no easy task to destroy. But right now, Lin Yu casually destroyed 2 sandbags, leaving Su Qingxue speechless. Especially the physical techniques the opponent just displayed. That's the key to what's truly terrifying upon closer examination. Shadowless wind trace and cloud-piercing finger. My God, you actually mastered 3 of the 6 arts of war. Su Qingxue covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This was the first time she had ever seen Lin Yu fight, and she hadn't expected him to be so monstrous. Chapter 177. Borrow some money. No, you need to avoid strenuous exercise right now. Su Qingxue suddenly came to her senses, shook her head, and quickly spoke up to stop her. It's okay. I didn't use my full strength. Lin Yu shrugged, indicating that the other party didn't need to worry. You haven't even used your full strength. Su Qingxue was astonished, realizing that she had completely underestimated the opponent's combat strength. Besides, aren't I going to participate in the youth championship in a couple of days? Don't we need to warm up? As Lin Yu spoke, he continued to punch the sandbag. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed on the sandbag with a dull thud and even created a barely perceptible ripple. Gurgle. Su Qingxue couldn't help but swallow. No. I heard from the master that you won't need to appear unless absolutely necessary. You're just there to make up the number of people. Su Qingxue said with a serious expression. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. Are you kidding me? You wanted to sit on the sidelines? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yu looked at the other person with suspicion in his eyes. Congratulations. You have achieved the resting achievement and have received a reward of 200 square meters of additional territory. Before he could finish speaking, an achievement notification flashed before his eyes. Holy crap, this is possible. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then he suddenly realized that the reward was a territory of 200 square meters. This means that his original 1,000 square meter territory has now become 1,200 square meters. The number of troops will also be increased from 250 to 300. Lin Yu's smile gradually became exaggerated, and his expression became unusually excited. Are you all right? Seeing this, Su Qingxue felt a chill of fear and tentatively asked in a low voice. No, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of some happy things. Lin Yu grinned. I'll go back and rest now. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and left. Su Qingxue was left standing there, completely bewildered. Possessed by an evil spirit? The other person's unusual behavior puzzled her. After returning to his dormitory, Lin Yu went directly into his territory space. Without saying a word, he immediately began recruiting, filling the territory space with all available troops. 50 Cerberus hounds successfully recruited, consuming 10,000 units of demon flesh, 5,000 units of demon crystals, and 2,500 units of demon source stones. Combat strength, 465.63, 536.13. Lin Yu could clearly feel his body getting stronger, and power was flowing in like a spring. Congratulations! You have achieved a combat power of 500 points and have earned 3 achievement points. Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. He had now accumulated 46 achievement points. He still needs 54 points to open the exquisite blind box. Damn it! These achievement points are so hard to accumulate. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, a bitter look on his face. His desire to open the exquisite blind boxes grew stronger every day. Currently, there are still resources remaining. Lin Yu's gaze naturally fell on the demon workshop. This is the only way for him to increase his combat power after recruiting all the available troops. Strengthen. After a brief hesitation, he decided to go all in and reinforce the leather armor for the 6th time. Congratulations on your successful enhancement. Leather armor enhanced to +6. All demons gain a +25 combat power boost. Consumed 4,000 magic crystals and 4,000 magic source stones. Demon Hound. Combat power 99 to 124. Two-headed Hellhound. Combat power 109 to 134. Cerberus. Combat strength 141 to 166. Scythe Demon. Combat power 485 plus 116. Lin Yu. Combat strength 536.13 to 586.13. His combat power is approaching 600 points, while the Scythe Demon has directly broken through 600 points. At this point, his resource, the magic source stones, was almost completely depleted, leaving him with only 357 units. Call. After exiting the territory space, Lin Yu couldn't help but exhale a breath of stale air. The improvement in his combat power made him feel refreshed and invigorated. We absolutely need to get some magic source stones. Lin Yu frowned and muttered to himself. He is currently extremely short of magic source stones. Whether it's recruiting troops, strengthening units, or even building blueprints, magic source stones are indispensable. If all else fails, how about borrowing some from Su-Won and the others? Will you pay them back when you have more money? Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood up from the bed. That's a great idea. He suddenly realized that he was a little genius. The next second, he rushed out the door. When he arrived at the dormitory building, he ran into Su-Won and the others who had just finished training. Lin Yu, where are you rushing off to? Your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so you can't push yourself too hard. Su-Won mistakenly thought the other party was going to the training ground and kindly reminded him. Brother One, I was just looking for you. Lin Yu held the other person's hands tightly, a simple and honest smile on his face. This scene made Su-Won frown slightly. Looking for me? His eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment. Yeah, Brother One, lend me some money. Upon hearing this, not only was Su-Won stunned, but the other members of the action team around him were also dumbfounded. You want to borrow money from me? Are you kidding me? Su-Won was both amused and exasperated, wondering if he had misheard. Now that Lin Yu has such a high status, why would he need to borrow money from me? Su-Won chuckled and shook his head, still feeling that the other party was just playing him. I'm not kidding you. Do you have any magic source stones? Lend me some money. I'll definitely pay you back when I have the funds. Lin Yu's eyes were full of sincerity, and he didn't seem to be joking. You are henpecked? There's no reason for that. Magic source stones are of great help in improving your combat power, How could the young lady possibly withhold them from you? Su-wen felt increasingly uneasy. Does you have a criminal record? Is the young lady worried about you? Before Lin Yu could reply, he continued to add. This drew curious glances from everyone around. Lin Yu was even more speechless after hearing this. Brother One, just tell me if you'll lend it to me or not. Anyway, I can't run away. Lin Yu decided to get straight to the point and continue to press for answers. Su-wen hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. How many magic source stones do you want to borrow? He wasn't afraid that Lin Yu would run away. After all, his status as the son-in-law of the Su family was undeniable. Lin Yu didn't say anything, but simply raised a hand. 5. Su-wen asked doubtfully. 1 stone cost 20,000. 5 stones cost 100,000. That's quite a lot. Chapter 178, The Claws Reach Out to the Crowd. Upon seeing Lin Yu's speechless expression, Su-wen immediately realized that he hadn't said enough. 50. He asked again, tentatively. Seeing that Lin Yu was still shaking his head, Su-wen's gaze towards the other person gradually changed, and he subconsciously shrank back a few degrees. You little brat, you're not going to borrow 500 from me, are you? He pressed on with an incredulous tone. 500 magic source stones are equivalent to 10 million. For Su-wen, this was no small sum. 5,000. Lin Yu stopped playing coy and went straight to the point. Su-wen's vision went black, and he almost fainted. Even the other members of the action team around them stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment. Brother One, I believe you can help me. Lin Yu's expression was serious and his tone sincere. Who are you? Do I know you? Su-wen's demeanor suddenly changed, and he chose to play dumb. 5,000 magic source stones, worth 100 million. Are you kidding me? Even if he took out his secret stash, he might not be able to gather enough. Brother One, don't go. Lin Yu lunged forward, wrapped his arms around the other man's neck, and straddled him, hanging on to Su-wen so tightly that no matter how the other man tried to shake him off, he couldn't get off. You brat, get down here. Get down here. Su-wen urged as he rummaged through the tack. Lin Yu's fingers were interlocked, almost locked together, and even though the other person was sweating profusely, he showed no intention of letting go. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help me pull him down. Left with no other option, Su-wen could only ask the members of the action team around him for help. However, Lin Yu still had no intention of giving up. Su-wen was like his lifeline, and he clung to him tightly. No one dared to use too much force, for fear of touching the other person's recently healed wound. You brat, you want 5,000 magic source stones? That's practically asking for my life. I didn't. You can't get away with bothering me. Su-wen had no other choice but to start complaining about being poor. You don't have any? Why don't we all chip in and get some? As Lin Yu spoke, his gaze swept over the people around him. Oh. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, seemingly not expecting that the other party had already set their sights on them. Seeing that the situation was not good, 1 or 2 of them wanted to run away. Stop. Nobody get out of here. Seeing this, Su-wen was unwilling to let them leave. If they were to die, they should all die together. Captain, we're poor too. We don't even have enough of our own magic source stones. They all looked dejected. Come down first. I'll help you collect the money, okay? Su-wen was internally devastated. If I come down here, you're guaranteed to run away. You go first, and I'll come down once you've collected them all. Lin Yu was very shrewd and did not give the other party any chance to escape. I am truly speechless. Su-wen wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as Lin Yu. And so, Su-wen carried Lin Yu on his back and began to collect magic source stones for him. Lin Yu must have encountered some difficulties. Let's all chip and help him get through this. If he dares not return it, we'll go find the young lady. Su-wen called everyone over. The group looked at each other, none of them willing to take it out. I'll start by lending him 100 magic source stones. With tears in his eyes, Su-wen took out 100 magic source stones. No, Brother One, you're the captain. How can you convince the public if you only take 100? Lin Yu hurriedly reminded them, gesturing for the other party to bring out more to set a good example. I really know how to thank you. Su-wen rolled his eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting to see whether he would take it or not. 200. Su-wen gritted his teeth and went to his dormitory to get another 100 pills. He now feels like killing Lin Yu. I'll take 10. I'll take 20. I have 5. Within half an hour, all the hundreds of people in the dormitory building had expressed their feelings. But they couldn't even muster 5,000 magic source stones. You guys aren't doing a good job. Lin Yu was very dissatisfied with everyone's performance. In the end, it's because you, Brother One, didn't make the right statement. If you bring out another 300, everyone definitely won't be so stingy. Lin Yu then set his sights on Suwon. Honestly, if you don't pay me back, I really dare to complain to Miss about you. Suwon repeatedly warned him. Don't worry, isn't the youth championship in a couple of days? I'll pay you back as soon as I win the championship. Hearing Lin Yu's repeated assurances, Suwon gradually lowered his guard and took out another 300 pills. As expected, everyone followed suit upon seeing this. In less than 10 minutes, they had collected 5,000 magic source stones. Ha ha ha! Thank you so much for your support. Lin Yu then jumped off Suwon and eagerly accepted the magic source stone that everyone had scraped together. To prevent the other party from backing out, he decided it was best to slip away first. As Lin Yu hurriedly disappeared from everyone's sight, someone approached him with a suspicious look. Captain, is Lin Yu going to run away? Yeah, I think he's acting all crazy. He needs so many magic source stones, but he can't absorb them all at once. What exactly does he want to do? The more they thought about it, the more panicked they became. Stay calm. Stay calm. He can run away from the monk, but he can't run away from the temple. Suwon appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was panicking. It would take him a year to accumulate 500 magic source stones. Next target, Suda-san. Lin Yu, beaming with joy, began searching for his next target after storing all the magic source stones in his territory space. Lin Yu, what brings you to visit me? When Su Dashin saw Lin Yu, a simple and honest smile immediately appeared on his face. The two had a life-or-death bond in the dungeon. Well, I'm a little short on cash lately. Lin Yu spoke with a mournful face and in a weak voice. Looking at it this way, it does seem rather pitiful. Seeing this, Su Dashin was instantly filled with sympathy and patted his chest to promise that he would definitely help him. Then lend me 5,000 magic source stones. Upon hearing the number of 5,000, Su Dashin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood there stunned for several seconds before he came to his senses. 5,000 is too many, no way. At most, I can help you find other people and make it 3,000. Su Dashin said with a troubled expression. Okay, let's make 3,000 then. Even something is better than nothing, so Lin Yu naturally wouldn't let it go, especially since Su Qingguang was coming up later. Chapter 179 The Truth comes out. Although Su Dashin didn't know what Lin Yu wanted to do with so many magic source stones, he didn't ask any more questions out of absolute trust. After all, the scene of Lin Yu risking his life to cover his retreat was still vivid in his mind. Su Dashin didn't believe that Lin Yu, who was so selfless, would betray him. In less than 20 minutes, he had gathered 3,000 magic source stones and delivered them to Lin Yu. Good brother. Lin Yu patted the other person's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of gratitude. Brothers in our hearts. Su Dashin thumped his chest, indicating to Lin Yu that there was no need to be polite. Lin Yu was deeply moved. What a kind person. There are still more good people than bad in this world. In such a short time, he had obtained 8,000 magic source stones. After saying a brief goodbye to Su Dashin, he immediately went to find Su Qingguang. Lin Yu had already tasted the sweetness of success, and when he saw Su Qingguang, it was as if he had seen a hot commodity. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Qingguang felt a chill run down his spine from the other person's gaze. Brother Guang, can I borrow some money? Lin Yu's immediate request to borrow money truly surprised the other party. Su Qingguang was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted. Trusting Lin Yu, they borrowed 2,000 magic source stones with almost no effort. Lin Yu's smile gradually evolved from bright to exaggerated. He didn't stop at borrowing the magic source stone from Su Qingguang. He has already set his sights on the entire Su family. After going around in circles, they borrowed another 10,000. His number of magic source stones has increased from 357 to 20,357. This is a huge sum of 400 million. He he he. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, he had already arrived at the Su family mansion. Two huge fish live in there. He has abandoned all pretense of dignity for the sake of the magic source stone. Creak. Lin Yu strode forward and pushed open the Su family's gate. The young man in the lobby instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. Upon seeing that it was Lin Yu, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This kid, didn't he insist on going back to the dorm before? Why did you suddenly come here today? The young man murmured to himself, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. When Lin Yu asked to borrow the demon source stone, he was stunned for several seconds. When he heard Lin Yu ask for 10,000 pills, he was so surprised that his mouth gaped open. I think Lin Yu's gone crazy. You little brat. The old man's eyes gradually became suspicious. There's no way around it. As you know, although my combat power increases rapidly, the amount of magic source stones I consume is also enormous. Lin Yu spread his hands, his face full of helplessness and bitterness. Upon hearing this, the elder gentleman suddenly realized what was happening. 5,000. That's the most we can do. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. For Lin Yu to lend out this amount is unprecedented. Even the direct descendants of the Su family might not receive such treatment. The master made an exception and lent him out only because he saw Lin Yu's potential and wanted to cultivate him as much as possible. Thank you, sir. Lin Yu thanked him repeatedly, moved to tears, almost to the point of bowing. Remember, this is a loan. It's not a gift. You'll have to pay it back later. The elder gentleman reminded him in a deep voice. Understood. Understood. Lin Yu nodded in response. After obtaining the magic source stone, he did not turn around and leave, but walked straight towards the attic. Hey, you brat. What are you doing up in the attic? When the eldest son saw this scene, he was a little confused and realized that the boy was acting strangely and unusually today. It's nothing. I just went up to see the old patriarch. Chung told me to spend more time with the old patriarch when I have free time. Lin Yu explained with a smile. Go. Upon hearing that the other party was following his daughter's instructions, the old man waved his hand, indicating that the other party could go up. Little did he know that Lin Yu's true intentions were not what they seemed. He went to the old patriarch simply to borrow the demon source stone. In less than 10 minutes, he reappeared in Mr. Da's sight with a beaming smile. It's easy to see that he succeeded. Another 5,000 magic source stones in hand. At this moment, he had a staggering 30,357 units of magic source stones in his hand. Weren't you going to keep the old man company? It's only been a few minutes. Why are you down here again? The old man frowned, unable to figure out what the young man was up to. The old man needs some peace and quiet, so I'd better not disturb him. As Lin Yu spoke, he had already walked down from the pavilion and headed towards the main entrance. Oh. The eldest gentleman watched helplessly as Lin Yu walked out of the Su family mansion. What on earth is this kid up to? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. So he simply stood up from the sofa and quickly went up to the attic. Knock, knock, knock. He arrived at the main study in his old home and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Only after hearing an old and deep voice coming from inside did he dare to push the door open and enter. What's wrong? The old patriarch, wearing reading glasses, sat in a chair by the window, reading a newspaper, without even looking up as he spoke. Father, has that brat Lin Yu come looking for you? The old man wasn't quite sure whether Lin Yu had actually been to the study, so he tentatively asked. I've been here. The old patriarch answered expressionlessly. Oh, this kid's acting strange today. He just borrowed 5,000 magic source stones from me. Upon hearing this, the old patriarch immediately became somewhat unsettled. His gaze finally left the newspaper and fell upon the great man. What did you say? He borrowed 5,000 magic source stones from you. The old patriarch looked surprised, his tone tinged with astonishment. Yes. What's wrong? When he saw the strange expression on his elderly father's face, Mr. Da immediately sensed something was wrong. That brat just borrowed 5,000 of them from me too. Huh. The young man was stunned on the spot. Lin Yu's unusual behavior puzzled him. Father, I know you're anxious, but please don't panic. I'll call that brat back right now. While comforting the old patriarch, the eldest gentleman had already taken out his phone. He first dialed Lin Yu's number, but the other party's phone was switched off. Left with no other option, he could only dial Su Wen's number. Lin Yu was, after all, an action member under Su Wen's command, so naturally they had to find him. Su Wen, bring that brat Lin Yu here. I want to ask him what he needs so many magic source stones for. Mr. De speaks very fast. Oh, he also borrowed from you, sir. Chapter 180 Running Away? Who's running away? Mr. Do was stunned by Su Wen's question. What do you mean he also borrowed from you? Doesn't that mean Lin Yu also borrowed from Su Wen? The young man frowned more and more deeply and tentatively asked, Did you borrow it too? Yes. Lin Yu borrowed 5,000 magic source stones from us. Su Wen told the truth. Upon hearing this, the young man could no longer contain himself. In that case, wouldn't Lin Yu now have 15,000 magic source stones? This kid, he's not planning to run away, is he? This news made it hard for him not to think in that direction. Otherwise, what kind of good person would borrow 15,000 magic source stones in one day? Something unusual must be going on. Damn it. Quickly passed down the order to seal off the entire Su family manor. We absolutely cannot let that brat escape. Su Wen was already a little panicked about borrowing the magic source stone, and now, after hearing the order from the great master, he felt like the sky had fallen. 500 magic source stones. My magic source stones. Su Wen was screaming and roaring inside his heart. Wait. Investigate. Investigate for me. That brat. Who else did he borrow from? The old man had a feeling that the other party had not only borrowed magic source stones from them, but there were also likely other victims. Yes. Su Wen responded urgently. After hanging up the phone, the other members of the action team immediately gathered around. Captain, what's going on? Could it be that Lin Yu ran away? They had already gleaned some clues from the expressions on the other's face. Quickly, seal off the entire Su family manor. Su Wen's voice was hoarse and strained. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback, and the outcome was self-evident. Damn it, did Lin Yu screw us over? Quick, don't let that kid get away. The entire dormitory building instantly became restless and strange. Within 2 minutes, the entire Su family manor was in an uproar. Lin Yu, who was still basking in his own self-satisfaction and walking along the manor path, was completely dumbfounded. Just then, 2 patrol team members walked past him. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu immediately stepped forward and asked curiously, what happened? When the 2 people recognized Lin Yu, they were stunned for 2 seconds. Without saying a word, he immediately got to work. Holy crap, what are you doing? Let go. If you don't let go, I won't be polite. Lin Yu was also startled by the 2 men's sudden choke hold and warned them sternly. Lin Yu is here. We've caught Lin Yu. The next second, they all shouted loudly. Within half a minute, it attracted a large crowd. A large portion of them were from the same dormitory building as me. This scene left Lin Yu completely bewildered and confused. Lin Yu, don't even think about escaping. We trusted you so much, and you actually tried to run away with all the money. They glared at him angrily, filled with indignation. Running away? Who's running away? Lin Yu was also stunned by what he heard. If I weren't sick, I wouldn't have run away. Right now, only the Su family is safe for him. While Lin Yu was being captured, the master also completed his investigation. He already knew everything about Su Qingwang, Su Dashan, and others borrowing the demon source stone. What a rascal, what a rascal. 30,000. A full 30,000 magic source stones. What exactly is he trying to do? This enormous amount shocked not only the eldest son, but also the old patriarch. Not long after, Lin Yu was escorted to the main hall by the crowd. Countless eyes fell on Lin Yu. Lin Yu was completely bewildered. He really wanted to say, which bastard spread the rumor that he's going to run away? Lin Yu, what are you trying to do? Our Su family believes we have treated you well, but you're actually thinking of running away with the money? The old man's words were full of disappointment and frustration. Lin Yu's actions left him feeling extremely disappointed. No, I'm not trying to run away. I swear to God, the Su family is like my second parents. How could I do such a rebellious thing? Lin Yu hurriedly defended himself, his expression and tone both appearing extremely sincere. Lin Yu, I really misjudged you. Your brother is of one heart with you, and you're trying to outsmart him? If the facts weren't right in front of me, I almost would have believed it. Su-wen glared at him with resentment, never expecting that the other party would lie to him. A full 30,000 magic source stones. You borrowed them from the entire Su family. What exactly do you want? The old man's gaze was sharp. This matter must be addressed today. By the way, where did you hide all the magic source stones? The old patriarch was very curious when he noticed that Lin Yu's hands were empty. Although the magic source stones are not large in size, there are 30,000 of them, which cannot be hidden at all. I used it. Didn't I already say that? Does my rapid increase in combat power also come at a huge cost? Lin Yu had gone to great lengths to borrow it, so how could he possibly return it now? Upon hearing this, everyone present was slightly taken aback. Even the eldest master and the old patriarch were shocked. How could 30,000 magic source stones be absorbed in such a short time? This is impossible. With my combat power of 800 points, I can absorb no more than 10 per day at most. Su-wen raised questions. He would never believe that Lin Yu could absorb 30,000 magic source stones a day. Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't, right? If you don't believe me, test my combat strength. Lin Yu looked completely unfazed. Let's go. Let's test their combat strength. The gentleman immediately agreed. He clearly remembered that when Lin Yu returned from the dungeon, his combat power was around 400 points. You little rascal, you better not mess with us. Otherwise, even with Chengqing's connection, no one can protect you. The man's expression was serious, and his tone was cold. He didn't seem to be joking. The main reason is that everything Lin Yu did was too suspicious, making it necessary to be on guard. What if I'm not lying to you? I can't be wrongly accused, can I? Lin Yu glanced at everyone with a half-smile. Seeing this, everyone's lips twitched slightly. The other person's face really deserved a beating. If we have wronged you, I am willing to waive 1/10 of the magic source stones. The patriarch spoke first. He borrowed 5,000, and 1/10 of that is equivalent to 500, which is quite a lot. So you're the same? After scanning over everyone, Lin Yu's gaze finally landed on the eldest master. Chapter 181 Dragon's Nest Blueprint. After hesitating for a moment, the man reluctantly nodded in agreement. Seeing that both the eldest master and the old patriarch agreed, Su-wen and the others naturally had no objections. If it can be confirmed that Lin Yu did not run away and that everything was a misunderstanding, they said they would accept even 1/10 of the loss. Fine, you said it yourself. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. It was even harder to control than an AK. In the blink of an eye, I earned 3,000 magic source stones, as if they were free. Soon, they arrived at the Su family's training ground, where there were instruments specifically used to test combat strength. You little rascal, go up there. The elder gentleman stood with his hands behind his back and said in a cold voice. Lin Yu smiled calmly and strode forward. When the testing equipment swept over him, everyone present held their breath. His eyes were fixed on the large screen above. Beep, test complete. As the instrument emitted a mechanical sound, the large screen displayed the combat power index, 586.13. Looking at the numbers on the screen above, everyone present stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with horror. Even the eldest master and the old patriarch were no exception. This kid, his combat power is almost 600 points. The old patriarch couldn't help but sigh. When he returned from the dungeon last time, I could vaguely sense that his combat power was around 400 points. How could his stock price have skyrocketed in just over 20 days? Could it be that he can really absorb a massive amount of magic source stones at once? Mr. had to admit that he was also shocked by the opponent's combat power. Nearly 600 combat points. What exactly did you eat to grow up like this? Su-wen was starting to get a little uneasy. Keep in mind that Lin Yu is only 18 years old and has only been awakened for less than half a year. This growth rate is simply astonishing. I wasn't lying to you guys, was I? Lin Yu, with a simple and honest smile on his face, scratched his head as he stepped down from the testing table. You really used up all the magic source stones at once. Mr. still found it unbelievable. Would I lie to you? Otherwise, where would I have hidden the magic source stone? Lin Yu shrugged, indicating that he couldn't possibly hide those magic source stones. Have you checked his dorm room? The eldest gentleman turned to look at Su-wen. When we were looking for Lin Yu, We went to his dormitory, but didn't find anything unusual. So when quickly replaced. In other words, those magic source stones really disappeared into thin air. Therefore, there is no other reasonable explanation other than that it was absorbed by Lin Yu. As for colluding with outsiders, the possibility is almost zero. The Su family manor is currently on high alert, and any suspicious individuals approaching the area will be monitored. You little brat, can you please not make this kind of blunder next time? Mr. had no choice but to believe Lin Yu. After all, the opponent's combat power had indeed increased explosively. Moreover, while he appeared to be blaming the other party, he was actually overjoyed inside, because Lin Yu's growth rate was even more astonishing than he had imagined. I'll definitely do it next time. By the way, sir, about what we talked about earlier, Lin Yu blinked his intelligent eyes and stared intently at the other person. It was only then that Mr. realized what was happening, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly involuntarily. It's valid. A tenth of the amount will be deducted. After receiving a definite answer, Lin Yu's smile grew even brighter. Some are happy, while others are sad. 4 high-level individuals like the Great Master and the Old Patriarch, 500 magic source stones, are negligible. But for Su Wen and his group, it was a painful blow. Damn it, I've been screwed over by this kid. Su Wen's heart was bleeding. Let's disperse. It's all a misunderstanding. The Old Patriarch spoke in a calm tone, yet with great authority. Upon hearing this, everyone obediently dispersed. This farce has now come to an end. However, Lin Yu's combat strength quickly spread throughout the Su family manor, leaving everyone utterly astonished. After all, the Su family had never produced such a prodigy in all these years. Have you heard? That Lin Yu, he's a monster. When a girl heard the word pervert, her eyes immediately lit up with shock and disbelief. What? How did he become a pervert? Does he have some kind of weird fetish? This gossip quickly attracted a large crowd. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100. A simple sentence can gradually lose its meaning. By the time it reached Lin Yu's ears, things had spiraled out of control. I heard you stole someone's underwear. Are you a pervert? That night, Lin Yu received a call from Su Qingsheng, and he was completely stunned by her questioning on the phone. Who spread the message? Lin Yu's mouth muscles twitched violently. I feel that my tall and mighty image has completely collapsed. If you were stealing girls, I could understand what kind of unusual fetish you might have. You fucking bastard, you actually cheated on me with a guy? What on earth is wrong with you? I know you don't care about saving face, but I do. Su Qingsheng felt that Lin Yu had completely humiliated her. Lin Yu had no words to express his suffering. I've discovered a fatal problem. He sighed deeply and spoke slowly. Speak. Su Qingsheng wanted to see what kind of nonsense the other party was going to spout. Your Su family is even more terrifying than the intelligence center at the village entrance. Lin Yu said he was speechless. First, he was falsely accused of embezzling funds and running away. He finally managed to prove his innocence, but not long after, rumors spread that he was a psychopath. Su Qingsheng. After giving a brief explanation, Lin Yu hung up the phone. Congratulations. You have achieved the topic character achievement and received a dragon nest blueprint. Dragon nest blueprint. Building a dragon nest grants access to the wyvern unit and requires 1,000 units of magic wood, 1,000 units of magic crystal, 1,000 units of magic source stone, and 1,000 units of high energy crystal. Lin Yu, who had been dejected, instantly perked up after seeing the achievement notification. Dragon's nest. Doesn't that mean we can recruit dragon soldiers? Lin Yu's eyes shone with unparalleled excitement. Dragons are creatures whose fighting power must be extraordinary. He knew in his heart that even the initial unit, the dragon, possessed extraordinary combat power. Chapter 182 Boss. Are you a member of the Su family? Within seconds, Lin Yu, who had been extremely excited, deflated. Wait, why are there so many materials needed to build this? Only then did he realize that the materials needed to build the dragon's nest were far superior to those for other buildings, and that there was also another advanced material. High-energy crystals. 1,000 units of high-energy crystal are worth up to 50 million. He currently only has 500 units of high-energy crystals in his territory. Holy crap. Doesn't building a dragon's nest mean we're still short 500 units of high-energy crystals? This made Lin Yu scratch his head in frustration. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. Shall we borrow some more? Lin Yu rubbed his chin, and the idea of borrowing money immediately popped in his mind. No, if I go to borrow again, I'm afraid I'll get beaten to death, right? He quickly rejected the idea. The magic source stone incident has already caused quite a stir in the Su family. Now, the Su family members almost always avoid him, and no one would lend him anything. As for Mr. Da, don't even think about it. I just tricked them into absorbing 30,000 magic source stones, and they were already suspicious. If I borrow another 500 high-energy crystals now, wouldn't that be just asking for trouble? It's over. Even a hero like me is stumped by 500 high-energy crystals. Lin Yu had a bitter face, looking extremely worried. The current situation does not allow him to leave the Su family and go to the black market. If the Zhang family finds out, there will probably be another fight, and he might even lose his life. Having the blueprints for the dragon's nest, but being unable to build it is worse than killing him. Wait, I almost forgot about that guy. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he remembered someone. Liang, the underling I took him before. I don't know how well they've done with the task I assigned them last time. Lin Yu grinned, quickly took out his phone, and dialed the other party's number. Hello, boss. The call was quickly answered, and the other party's slightly excited voice came through. It's easy to see that Li Yang was excited when he received Lin Yu's call. Where are you? Lin Yu asked tentatively. I'm staking out near the War Academy. Brother Lin, don't worry. Hoi Jiachen is just unlucky to have run into me. He. After listening to Li Yang's report, Lin Yu was speechless. He suddenly realized that Li Yang had found a sense of accomplishment in Hoi Jiachen and was getting more and more into it. If he hadn't called the other party today, Li Yang would probably have continued to keep a close eye on Hoi Jiachen with great enthusiasm. Lin Yu even wondered if the other party had almost forgotten about him, their boss. Never mind him for now. Come to the Su family. Is in a hurry? Hoi Jiachen is about to come out. Li Yang seemed a little reluctant to leave. It's urgent. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, and he emphasized his tone. Receive. Lin Yu hung up the phone after receiving a reply from the other party. In less than half an hour, Li Yang arrived at the gate of the Su family manor in a great hurry. It's here. Lin Yu leaned against the corner of the gate and called out to Li Yang, who was looking around. Holy crap. Boss, are you a member of the Su family? Li Yang was utterly shocked to see the other person standing in the Su family manor. Gumein. Lin Yu did not answer the other party's question, but simply gestured for the other party to come forward. Young Master Lin, these are special times, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The security guard gave a hesitant reminder. I just brought him to this corner. I didn't intend to take him any further. Lin Yu made his intentions clear and did not intend to make things difficult for the other party. Ugh. Only then did the gatekeeper allow us to pass. I never expected the boss to be a member of the Su family. I knew you were no ordinary person. This was Li Yang's first time stepping into the Su family's gate. He looked like a curious child, constantly looking around while praising Lin Yu. I have something for you to do. Upon hearing that there was a task, Li Yang withdrew his curious gaze, his expression turning serious as he earnestly said, Boss, please tell me. Go to the black market for me. Purchase 500 high-energy crystals. As they spoke, Lin Yu handed the prepared items to the other party. Li Yang was slightly taken aback and subconsciously reached out to take it. 500 high-energy crystals. He had been involved in the black market, so he naturally knew the value of high-energy crystals. 500 crystals were equivalent to 25 million. Yes, there are 4 green weapons here. See if any of them are suitable. Keep one for yourself, sell the rest, and then use the money to buy high-energy crystals. Lin Yu calmly gave the instructions. What? For green weapons? When Li Yang learned that he was holding something worth 40 million, his breathing became a little rapid. People from the lower classes like them rarely have access to such high-class things. He was especially excited when he heard that he could choose a champion, and he instantly felt that he had chosen the right person to follow. He quickly opened the box to check, and sure enough, there were 4 weapons emitting a faint green glow. Boss, aren't you afraid I'll run away with these for weapons? Li Yang forcibly suppressed his excitement and looked at Lin Yu. Are you stupid? You think you can just run away with all 4 green weapons? And we even gave you one as a gift. To be precise, you only made 3. If you're going to run away for this little bit of money, then I'll accept it. Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Thank you for your trust, boss. I promise to complete the task. Liang was naturally not going to run away, so he casually gave away a green weapon. Where can you find such a generous boss? In his view, staying by Lin Yu's side would definitely lead to even greater opportunities in the future. Go ahead. Remember to call me when you come back. Lin Yu waved his hand, indicating that the other party could leave. Yes. Liang nodded in response, took the things, turned around, and left the Su family directly. His departure was witnessed by the shadowy assassin lurking near the Su family manor. However, the shadowy figure did not know who Liang was, and even less did he expect that the other party was Lin Yu's man. After all, Lin Yu had been in the corner the whole time, and the shadowy figure hadn't come any closer, so he couldn't see him at all. Seeing that the other party was not a member of the Su family, the shadowy figure didn't think much of it. Lin Yu, is that person? A member of the patrol team approached and casually asked a question. Just a friend. Lin Yu replied with a smile. A friend? Left so soon. The man pressed on with curiosity. They are responsible for the security of this area, so when they see strangers, they naturally want to find out more about them, even if they are Lin Yu's friends. It's nothing, I just asked him to help me buy some things. I'll have to come back later. Lin Yu didn't hide anything, and even specifically told the other party that Liang would be back later, which was actually a way of telling the other party not to misunderstand if they met again. Buy something? Why didn't you just tell us directly? Why go through all that trouble? The man was puzzled and said that Lin Yu should just say what he needed and someone would help him. No, I can't trouble you. Lin Yu waved his hands repeatedly. If others knew he could casually pull out so many green weapons, wouldn't they be forced to pay him back? Moreover, he was also worried that the Zhang family would target the Su family if they went to the black market. After all, that area is a mixed bag. Lin Yu adhered to the principle of it's better to avoid trouble. Chapter 183, Recruiting Dragon Troops. Seeing Lin Yu's politeness, the patrol team didn't say anything more. After a brief farewell, both parties left. As for Liang, he put on a mask before approaching the black market area to avoid being recognized. Having worked here before, many people would recognize him. Adding to the controversy surrounding Lao Li's murder, he remains a prime suspect. Even if we've weathered the storm, we absolutely must not show our faces. Liang chose to trade at some smaller stalls. They were a bit more expensive, but at least they were safer. The 3 green weapons sold for only 27 million, while the 500 high-energy crystals cost 26 million. If Lin Yu were to come in person, at least a lot of money could be saved. Fortunately, the transaction went relatively smoothly. In less than 2 hours, Liang returned to the Su family manor with a sack of high-energy crystals on his shoulder. Neither the gatekeeper nor the patrol team gave him any trouble. They even opened the door for him to wait for Lin Yu in the corner. What are you carrying? The security guard looked on with curiosity. No, nothing. Liang understood the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. Seeing that the other party wouldn't say anything, the security guard didn't press further, scratched his head, and left. Lin Yu arrived shortly afterward. Upon seeing a sack full of high-energy crystals, he couldn't help but get excited. In this way, all the materials for the dragon's nest are complete. Boss, 500, not one less. This is the remaining money. Before Liang could finish speaking, Lin Yu had already carried the high-energy crystal back. Boss, money. Liang was so anxious that he kept shouting. But he knew the strictness of the Su family and dared not go any further. Here you go. Only then did Lin Yu's voice come through. Huh, you gave them all to me. Upon hearing this, Liang even began to doubt whether he was dreaming. This boss is so nice. They're either giving away weapons or money. In no time at all, Lin Yu's figure had completely disappeared from his sight. I absolutely cannot let my boss down. Anyone who dares to offend my boss dies. Liang silently recited to himself. The blame naturally fell on Hua Jiechen. Hua Jiechen, I'll make you pay. After leaving the Su family, Liang headed straight for the War Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already returned to his dormitory and entered his territory space. Build the dragon's nest. He held the blueprints for the dragon's nest and said in a deep voice, "Congratulations. You have successfully built the dragon nest. It consumed 1,000 units of magic wood, 1,000 units of magic crystal, 1,000 units of magic source stone, and 1,000 units of high-energy crystal. The high-energy crystals I just got were gone in an instant, barely having had a chance to warm up. The next second, the territory trembled violently, and a roar carrying the might of a dragon came from underground. Obsidian-like rock pillars burst forth from the ground, and even sparks flew around them. The scene before us is far more shocking than when the demon gate and other structures appeared before. The black and gold dragon scale stones rose up, each one gleaming with a dull, flowing light, like the scales of a sleeping ancient dragon awakening, interlocking layer by layer amidst the tremors, building a magnificent nest base. In just a few minutes, the dragon's nest was formed, exuding an awe-inspiring and majestic aura. Even Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp and stare in astonishment. Congratulations! You have achieved the Build Dragon's Nest achievement and received a reward of 200 square meters more territory. As he was still in shock, another achievement notification flashed before his eyes. This notification message instantly pulled Lin Yu back from his shock. He felt a surge of joy. An increase in territory means he can recruit more troops. Land area, 1,200 to 1,400 square meters. Unit quantity, 300 to 350 units. Ha ha ha! Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately, he couldn't wait to get to the dragon's nest. The recruitment interface appeared instantly in front of him. There is only one option: recruit a dragon. Recruiting a dragon requires 500 units of magic meat, 200 units of magic crystals, and 100 units of magic source stones. After reviewing the resources required for the recruitment, Lin Yu was completely stunned. You're telling me this is the initial unit? Who would charge such exorbitant recruitment resources for their initial unit? Lin Yu wasn't unable to recruit them. Rather, the resources required for the opponent's initial troops were simply outrageous. Whether it's a demon unit or a human unit, their initial unit only requires 50 units of demon flesh. I thought that even the most expensive dragon units would only cost 200 or 300 units of magic flesh, but I never expected that I had underestimated them. Let's have one to look at first. Despite his complaints, he couldn't give up on recruiting dragon units. He must taste it to see if it's salty enough. If the price-performance ratio is too low, he will choose the three-headed hellhound first. Recruitment successful. Minus 500 units of magic meat. Minus 200 units of magic crystals. Minus 100 units of magic source stones. The next second, light flashed above the dragon's nest. Immediately afterwards, a dark figure flew out, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Lin Yu couldn't help but hold his breath. The opponent's blue scales were like frost, covering its streamlined body and gleaming with a cold, dark light. Its wings were translucent and covered with fine silver patterns. Its wingspan is 7 or 8 meters wide when spread out. Its head has distinct angles, a slightly pointed snout, and sharp, blade-like golden vertical pupils. It's so intimidating to look at. It kicked up a cloud of dust when it landed on the ground. Its limbs are thick and powerful, and its claws are as black as iron hooks. Lin Yu stared blankly at the imposing flying dragon before him, lost in thought. You call this the starting unit? In every aspect, it is enough to crush the Tier 2 units, the Cerberus and the Swordsman. Chapter 184. You guys are just here to make up the numbers. Name: Flying Dragon. Combat Strength, 200. As an initial unit, a combat power of 200 is not bad. Moreover, even without any enhancements, it is significantly stronger than the Cerberus. Lin Yu was very satisfied after reading it. The most important thing is that it can fly. As a result, the value of the Flying Dragon continues to rise. If the three-headed hellhound also had a combat power of 200 points, it might not be able to defeat the Flying Dragon. The opponent might be able to wear it down without taking any damage. Recruit. Lin Yu's lips curled up. He was still a little excited at the thought of 50 flying dragons circling in the air. Successfully recruited 49 dragons, minus 24,500 units of magic meat, minus 9,800 units of magic crystals, minus 4,900 units of magic source stones. Roar. The roars of dragons echoed from above the dragon's nest. Immediately, one after another, black shadows flew out. 50 flying dragons hovered in the air, creating a spectacular scene. Even Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp when he saw it. Combat strength, 586.13. 686.13. At this moment, his combat power directly exceeded 600 points, making him even more terrifying than the Scythe Demon. Congratulations! You have achieved the Recruit a Dragon achievement and have earned 3 achievement points. Lin Yu then left the territory space satisfied. After recruiting the dragon, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Youth Championship? I really want to see what those kids have to offer me. Lin Yu raised his hand and clenched his fist, his eyes radiating unparalleled confidence. Because of the increase in combat power, he could clearly feel a constant surge of power flowing into his body, making him extremely excited. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Youth Championship has arrived. At this moment, Su Qingsheng also rushed back from the War Academy. The Su family mansion. The 5 of you will represent the Su family in the competition, with Lin Yu as the captain. The old man's gaze was sharp, and his tone carried an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. Su Qingsheng frowned and looked at Lin Yu, a hint of resentment in her eyes. The other 3 team members are Su Bei, Su Nan, and Su Dong. They were also students from other colleges and were considered among the more outstanding members of the younger generation in the Su family. When they heard that the master had appointed Lin Yu as the captain, they all looked at each other in surprise. Because like Su Qingsheng, they usually spend most of their time at the academy, they're not very clear about Lin Yu's recent deeds. I already thought it was absurd that an outsider had joined the team, and now they've even given up the captain's position to an outsider. What's going on here? Sir, we don't object to this guy named Lin something you joining the team, but isn't it a bit unreasonable to give him the position of captain? Su Bei finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Yes, we haven't been back to the Su family for 2 months. How come a stranger suddenly appeared? The other 2 also chimed in to agree. Oh, you don't agree to him being the team leader? So you mean, who would be more suitable? The old man shifted his gaze to Su Bei. I don't think anyone would object to giving it to Chengsheng, or to one of us. Clearly, Su Bei meant that he was open to anyone as long as Lin Yu wasn't the team leader. Actually, I really don't care whether I become the captain or not. As long as I get all the prizes, that's fine. Lin Yu wasn't interested in the title. All he cared about was the championship prize. What? Upon hearing that Lin Yu wanted to take all the prizes, Su Bei and the other 2 couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at him. It's as if it's saying, listen to this. Is this even human language? What a joke. What right do you, an outsider, have to take all the prizes? Northern Jiangsu was the first to object. Ahem. Lin Yu isn't an outsider. He's one of us. Since this matter involved his daughter, the gentleman coughed a few times as if trying to cover up his embarrassment. Even Su Qingsheng couldn't help but shift her gaze elsewhere, pretending that she couldn't hear anything. One of our own? What do you mean? The 3 from Su Bei were completely bewildered. Isn't it simple? Chengsheng and I are already together. How stupid. Seeing that the eldest gentleman was having some difficulty speaking, Lin Yu simply spoke up himself, and after speaking, he didn't forget to glance at the 3 of them. Oh, this news greatly shocked the 3 people from Su Bei. I never imagined that such a big thing would happen while I was away from home. This. The 3 of them looked at Lin Yu, and for a moment they were so excited that they were incoherent. Ahem, it's decided then. It's about time you all set off. Mr. Da didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer. Sir, we are not convinced. Regardless of whether he's an outsider or not, he doesn't have the surname Su, so he's not qualified to be the captain. Besides, there's no way you'd want to keep all the prizes for yourself. Su Bei looked unconvinced. Brother, you like being the captain, so here you are. As for the prize, no discussion. Lin Yu gently patted the other person's shoulder, a simple and honest smile on his face. What right do you have? Su Bei was instantly enraged when she saw the other person's grinning face. Since it concerns their interests, people in southern and eastern Jiangsu also glare at them angrily. Seeing this, Lin Yu subconsciously turned to look at Mr. Da, but found that the other party did not seem to have any intention of intervening. Then, he turned his gaze to Su Qingcheng. Only then did Lin Yu realize that the father and daughter were exactly the same, and neither of them had any intention of helping him. Su Qingcheng, in particular, even seemed a little gloating. Since that's the case, he can only solve it in his own way. Why? Because of this. Lin Yu raised his fist and waved it in front of the other person's eyes. Do you think you'll even get a chance to play? You're just here to make up the numbers. Before the three people could refute him, he continued to add. Two simple sentences instantly broke down the defenses of the three people from Subei. Every sentence is devoid of profanity, yet every word strikes at the heart. You bastard! Who are you calling a filler? Subei's eyes widened in anger, and just as he was about to throw a punch, he was intimidated by a single look from Lin Yu. Not only him, but also Su Nan and Su Dong beside him were stunned. What's going on with this guy? Subei swallowed hard, a few beads of cold sweat already forming on his forehead. That look in your eyes is not the look a person your age should have. And that imposing aura is even more awe-inspiring. Chapter 185 Youth Championship. Subei has already realized the gap in combat strength between himself and his opponent. There is an insurmountable chasm between the two. All three of them possessed a level talent, yet their combat strength didn't even exceed 100. Facing Lin Yu, whose combat strength was nearly 700, they naturally felt like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. How? Should we make a move? Lin Yu concealed his aura, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a smile. The three from Subei lowered their heads, not even having the courage to look directly at each other. No, I wouldn't dare. At this point, they were completely convinced. Lin Yu's aura had already left the experts from their respective academies far behind. I like being the captain. I told you. Here you go. Lin Yu appeared to be very magnanimous. He didn't care at all about this unnecessary title. No need. You're fine as well. Subei waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, saying he dared not accept the honor. Su Nan and Su Dong, who were standing next to him, were so frightened that they didn't dare to say a word. At this moment, even Su Qingcheng couldn't help but cast a surprised glance at her. I never expected that Lin Yu's strength had already surpassed mine by so much. What is your combat strength exactly? She pressed for an answer out of curiosity. And not much, just 500 or 600. Upon hearing the word, that's all. Everyone nearly spat out blood. This is Lin Yu's understatement. If he said it was almost 700, it would probably scare them to death. Su Qingcheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. He wasn't joking, it's true. This kid absorbed 30,000 magic source stones in one go. Mr. De said he could prove it. You're saying you're going to seize the young master. Dad, you're saying you're going to seize the young master? 30,000? Is he a pig? Su Qingcheng's pretty face was filled with disbelief. 30,000 magic source stones. That's a huge sum of money. She couldn't figure out where the other party got the magic source stone from. Is this still the same Lin Yu who shamelessly begged me for money back then? Without offering further explanation, the elder urged everyone to set off. When the group walked out of the Su family mansion, only Lin Yu had a natural expression. The other four were still in a daze. In their eyes, Lin Yu is now nothing short of a monster. Soon, escorted by the Su family, they arrived safely at the venue of the Youth Championship. The assassin, lurking in the shadows, followed closely behind. However, he never had a chance to make a move. The competition venue was under tight security, with official guards patrolling everywhere. After surveying the surroundings of the venue, the dark figure's expression instantly turned extremely grim. The security here is even tighter than that at the Su family manor. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will undoubtedly die. It's clear that the organizers attach great importance to this youth competition and will not tolerate any interference from anyone or any force. Lin Yu and his group of 5 didn't even have time to tour the venue. They went straight to the registration desk upon arrival. Before they registered, no fewer than 50 teams had already registered. There are teams from various colleges, teams from various factions, and even teams of independent individuals. Moreover, they were not the last team to complete the registration. Even after they finished registering, many more lines continued to arrive. So many teams? Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. In previous years, there have been hundreds of teams participating, and this year will probably be no exception. Su Qingsheng explained it to him. Within half an hour, the venue was packed with people. It not only attracted a large number of participating teams, but also drew a large number of spectators. The youth competition has garnered a lot of attention, with many spectators even coming from other cities. After the registration deadline, all teams were directed to the central area of the venue. On the high platform stood a middle-aged man with a cold and stern face. That was Lei Kuang, the person in charge of this youth competition. Hello everyone. I'm delighted that you've all enthusiastically participated in the youth championship. The rule is simple. There's only one. Each team sends out one person to see who can stand until the end. However, I feel it's necessary to remind everyone that we are all talented young people from our city of Linshin, and I don't want anyone to deliberately try to kill us. Once discovered, not only will the participant be disqualified from the competition, but they will also be subject to corresponding penalties. Lei Kuang stood with his hands behind his back, his voice exceptionally deep and resonant. During his speech, his piercing gaze continued to sweep over the crowd below. In addition to the participating teams, there were also representatives from various factions in the audience, such as Principal Wang of the War Academy, Zhang Yuanshan, the head of the Zhang family, and the eldest son of the Su family. Without further ado, please come up on stage and draw your numbers. Those with the same number will be opponents in the first round. After Lei Kuang finished speaking, he had someone bring a lottery box onto the stage. The team leaders then took to the stage one after another. As the team leader, Lin Yu naturally followed suit. When he appeared on the stage, Principal Wang of the War Academy's expression changed slightly. This kid, he actually managed to become a team leader? Zhao Jinbo, the head of the teaching department standing to the side, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Have you forgotten that he was the dark horse in the monthly exam? What's so strange about it being here? Principal Wang gave the other person a cold glance, his words full of displeasure. Firing Lin Yu was the thing he regretted most in his life. He felt an indescribable discomfort, especially when he saw the other party appointed as the captain of the Su family. With Su Qingsheng in charge, how could the Su family's team be easy? Even Su Qingsheng had to step aside, which proves that Lin Yu's combat power is even more terrifying than the opponent's. As a student of their war academy, Principal Wang was naturally well aware of Su Qingsheng's situation. In just a few months, his combat power has exceeded 100 battles, firmly securing his position as the #1 freshman. He doesn't dare to hope that his college team will achieve great results. He'll be satisfied if they don't encounter strong teams at the beginning. Isn't that the expelled idiot god? Yes. How'd he get up there? Didn't you know? He was a dark horse in a monthly exam, and I heard he was noticed by the Su family and has now joined them. The team from the War Academy below the stage quickly recognized Lin Yu. TC, that's hilarious. A dark horse in the monthly exam? Don't you guys know that's something you get through connections? He didn't get a single tooth in the monthly exam, but he became #1 entirely because of one sentence from the other party. Isn't this definitely inside information? One of the team members, Yang Dingtian, couldn't help but sneer, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt as he looked at Lin Yu on stage. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but cast surprised glances, half believing and half doubting. Chapter 186, I bet on the Su family team to win. After drawing his number, Lin Yu quickly left the stage. What number? Su Qingsheng and the others couldn't help but curiously gather around. Number 38. Lin Yu took out his number plate. You really know how to smoke. A hint of disdain flashed in Su Qingsheng's eyes. It wasn't hard to tell that she didn't really like the number 38. Is it my fault? I told you you'd be the captain, but you wouldn't take it. I told you to go up and draw lots, but you still wouldn't go. Now you're blaming me? Lin Yu spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. In no time, the giant screen on the stage displayed the battle information according to the numbers held by each team. Su Qingsheng was too lazy to argue with Lin Yu and subconsciously looked up at the screen. Qingling Academy. Su Bei's expression and tone both showed slight surprise. What? Very strong. Lin Yu crossed his arms and asked with a smile. From his demeanor, there was not a trace of nervousness. Very strong. That's my academy. Sudon Nadith. This year, Qingling Academy produced 3 S-level talents, and countless A-level talents. I can't even make it into the top 50 in the academy. At this point, he couldn't help but feel ashamed, feeling that he had brought shame to the Su family. Isn't it normal that you can't make it into the top 50? With your combat power of 60 points, it would be strange if you could even make it into the top 50. Lin Yu turned to look at the other person, his gaze revealing a hint of frankness. Every sentence was a direct hit, making Su Dong wish he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Is it really appropriate to criticize someone like that? Su Bei and the others also felt their mouth muscles twitch slightly as they listened. They all noticed that Lin Yu's mouth was like it was coated with poison. Not a single word he uttered was not hurtful. Everyone, take your positions. The Youth Championship has officially begun. After glancing at the large screen, Lei Kuang, the person in charge, returned to the center of the platform and announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, deafening cannon salutes rang out all around. The audience below the stage was so noisy that it almost drowned out the entire venue. According to the large screen, there are a total of 128 participating teams in this year's Youth Championship, and there are 8 arenas in the venue. And although today is only the first day of the competition, 64 teams will be eliminated. Only by winning the first match can we advance to the round of 64. We're in the 5th match on arena number 6. Su Qingsheng reminded him expressionlessly. Wouldn't that mean we'd have to wait a long time? Lin Yu frowned slightly. Don't rush. There's a fun place in the venue. Su Qingsheng's lips curled up, revealing a playful smile. Lin Yu was skeptical. By this time, the surrounding teams had gradually dispersed and were all in their positions. Follow me. As Su Qingsheng spoke, she turned and left. Lin Yu quickly followed, eager to see what this girl meant by fun place. Within minutes, they arrived at a building, which was packed with people even before they stepped inside. Seeing this, Lin Yu looked slightly surprised. His gaze moved upwards, and he saw a sign on the building that was flashing with colorful lights, with the 3 large characters Entertainment City written on it. Once inside, he discovered that what was truly bustling was not the ordinary entertainment, but the betting on the competition. Holy crap! Lin Yu couldn't control himself for a moment and blurted out a national treasure. Su Qingsheng ignored him, her gaze fixed on the match information on the wall, which displayed various odds for betting. She had no interest in other teams' matches and only focused on her own. Qingling Academy versus Su family team. Qingling Academy wins, odds 1.2. Su's team wins, odds 3-1. Damn it, isn't this insulting? Lin Yu was furious when he saw the odds ratio above. Clearly, the other side didn't have high hopes for the Su family team. I'm betting on the Su family team to win. 2 million. Su Qingsheng went to the counter and chose her team without saying a word. Ugh. The staff responded politely. After paying, a receipt was handed to me within seconds. If the Su family team wins, she can use the tickets she has to exchange for 6 million here. I'm betting on the Su family team to win. 1 million. I'm betting on the Su family team to win. 500,000. Su Bei and the others also stepped forward, pressing down on their respective groups. No, do you guys really have that little confidence in yourselves? Just this little bit. Lin Yu looked at the other group with confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. Logically speaking, everyone knows this is a sure win, so why not bet more? That's all the pocket money I have. Su Qingsheng glared at the other person with annoyance. Me too. The 3 from Su Bei looked extremely embarrassed. Lin Yu, are the younger generation of the Su family having such a hard time these days? He's not even as rich as that poor kid. Lin Yu has 15 million lying in his bank account. If it weren't for the lack of time to go to the black market, there would be at least 1 or 200 million. Damn it. Lin Yu felt extremely upset when he thought about this, as if he had missed out on $1 billion. Bet on the Su family to win. Oh, so you bet on yourself to win? How utterly ridiculous. Just then, someone walked over. Zhang Yuan. Su Qingsheng frowned slightly, recognizing the other person's identity at a glance. The Zhang family? Upon learning the other person's identity, Lin Yu subconsciously turned his head to look at them. Qingling Academy has 3 geniuses with S-level talent. How can your Su family possibly win? Just you. Zhang Yuan stared directly at Su Qingsheng and gave a wicked smile. He didn't even take Lin Yu. The team leader, seriously. As far as he knew, the Su family had only produced one S-level talent in this generation, Su Qingsheng. In this way, Su Qingsheng becomes the strongest member of the Su family team. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you think so badly of the Su family, why don't you bet on them? Before Su Qingsheng could refute, Lin Yu spoke first. His sarcastic tone immediately caught Zhang Yuan's attention. Who do you think you are? There was a hint of anger in the other person's tone. That kid's name is Lin Yu. He's the dark horse of the monthly exam. Specific strength, unknown. Someone quickly stepped forward and whispered in his ear that they knew. A dark horse in the monthly exam? Is it the guy who got first place through connections, the master of blunders? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sneer. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yu was filled with contempt. Brother Yuan, this kid seems to have recently been added to our Zhang family's kill list. The man continued to whisper a reminder. Ha ha, so he's just a kid who's about to die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan burst out laughing. It's not hard to see that these younger members of the Zhang family are not very aware of the secret missions carried out by the family. Look, he's been babbling on, but he hasn't bet a single penny. Lin Yu pointed at the other person, then turned to look at Su Qingsheng and said with a grin, You bastard. Her venomous little mouth and smug face made Zhang Yuan almost lose his temper. Chapter 187. They're not losing money, but I'm upset. Zhang Yuan is a direct descendant of the Zhang family. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Bet on Qingling Academy to win. 1 million. He turned to look at the staff, each word spoken with force and conviction, as if afraid that Lin Yu wouldn't hear him. Wow, this is all the momentum you've put in, and you've only bet 1 million? Anyone who didn't know better would think it was 10 million. Lin Yu raised his hand again and pointed at the other party, then turned to look at Su Bei and the others and said jokingly. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't originally planned to bet on the opponent's match. Betting 1 million was already quite good, but she still had to endure the other party's ridicule, which she found unbearable. Asshole! Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in fury. If he could make a move here, he would love to tear Lin Yu's mouth apart. I've seen annoying people, but I've never seen anyone this annoying. At another million. Zhang Yuan started to get a little carried away. Brother Yuan, aren't we supposed to be suppressing our own team? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, a teammate quickly stepped forward to try to dissuade the other party. I thought it would be much more. After holding back for so long, I only managed to get 2 million. Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head, making tsk sounds as he spoke. How much did you bet this time? How much you bet? I'll definitely bet more than you. Zhang Yuan got completely carried away and ignored his teammates' attempts to stop him. He glared at Lin Yu, determined to prove himself superior. Otherwise, he wouldn't swallow this insult. Do you have money? I have 500,000 here. How about? I lend it to you first. Su Qingsheng tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve and whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu waved his hand, gave a wicked smile, and indicated that the other party could just watch. You said it yourself. If you can't do it, you'll crawl out of the entertainment center. He even raised his voice when he said the second half of the sentence. In an instant, many people were attracted by the commotion and cast curious glances their way. With countless eyes watching him, Zhang Yuan was in a difficult position and had no reason to back down. Good. Upon hearing the other party's reply, Lin Yu's lips curled up. He turned to the staff member, a simple and honest smile on his face, and said, Bet on the Su family team to win 5 games in 1. 15 million. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, from the staff to Zhang Yuan and even Su Qingsheng, looked horrified. Several seconds later, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Everyone looked at Lin Yu with disbelief in their eyes. 1 against 5? That's absolutely insane. According to the odds, the Su family team's winning percentage was not high to begin with, yet the opponent still dared to bet on a 1-5 sweep. Everyone present said they couldn't understand this move. Where did you get so much money? Su Qingsheng was surprised and also puzzled. So, this kid is richer than me? Lin Yu didn't answer. He just smiled. Are you serious? By the Su family team's 1 versus 5 kill. The odds are 1 to 20. The staff even doubted whether they had misheard and asked to confirm repeatedly. Seriously, let's close the deal. Lin Yu nodded in response. Go all in at once, and if you win, you'll get 300 million. Ugh. A moment later, the staff handed over the receipt. It's your turn. Lin Yu held the receipt in his hand and deliberately waved it in front of the other person. No. Madman. You're a madman. Neuropathy. What shocked Zhang Yuan was not that the other party could come up with 15 million, but that Lin Yu dared to bet on him to win 5 games in a row. Are you going to crawl out, or? Seeing that the other party hadn't placed a bet for a long time, Lin Yu asked suspiciously. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. There was absolutely no way he would admit defeat. Lend me all the money you have. He turned to look at his teammates on his back and urged them on urgently. Brother Yuan, are you really betting? Seeing Lin Yu's confidence, his companions suddenly felt guilty. Enough with the nonsense. With so many eyes watching, there was no turning back once the arrow was released. Even if Zhang Yuan was reluctant, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. But even after pooling together the money, they were still 5 million short. Hateful. Zhang Yuan frowned and began to curse. Friend, not enough money? I can help you. Just as the other party was in a dilemma, a young man suddenly stepped out from the crowd. His face wasn't exactly ugly, but he had a sharp and mean look, with lips as thin as willow leaves, and when he smiled, he only raised the corners of his lips. He is Lu Xian, who possesses S-level talent from our academy, and he will be our opponent later. Su Dong and the other party were both students of Qingling Academy, so they naturally recognized each other. Lin Yu's expression did not change upon hearing this. He doesn't care who the other person is. You've got some nerve thinking you could take on 5 opponents at once. Do you really think everyone at Qingling Academy is like Su Dong? As Lu Xian spoke, his gaze had already fallen on Lin Yu. Su Dong's face immediately darkened. Enough talk, put the bet on now. If you're not satisfied, you can place your bet too. Lin Yu was just trying to get the other party to place their bet quickly, rather than engage in idle chatter. Friend, you support our Qingling Academy so much. I'll make up the 5 million you were short. After Lu Xian withdrew his gaze from Lin Yu, he turned it to Zhang Yuan. Friend, is it really possible? Afterwards, this portion of the profit will still be yours. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed to see that the other party was willing to help him. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Next, let's just wait to collect the money. As for certain people, just wait and see. Lu Xian looked at Lin Yu with a half smile. Soon, the 2 people paid together and the order was successfully processed. After they left, Lin Yu finally breathed a long sigh of relief. What are you doing? Su Qingxing frowned and asked in a doubtful voice. It's nothing. I'm just worried they'll chicken out and won't place any bets. They're not losing money, but I'm upset. Lin Yu's words left Su Bei and the others speechless. As expected, people aren't afraid of trouble at all when they do bad things. Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes at the other person. Chapter 188, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After leaving the entertainment center, Lin Yu and his group headed to competition venue number 6. The first match had just ended when they arrived. Foam Academy wins. Next, Crocodile Squad and Qing Foam Squad, please get ready. The referees stand in the center of the playing field, announcing the result of the match while also reminding the 2 teams of the next match. Judging from the names of those 2 teams, they are clearly 2 small, independent teams. For small, unknown teams like this, there won't be many viewers. The Foam Academy we just visited was at least a well-known academy, so it was somewhat worth watching. Less than 2 minutes after it ended, half the audience had already left. Just then, Lin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he also stood up. What are you doing now? Su Qingcheng subconsciously grabbed the other person and asked. I have a stomach ache. Lin Yu signaled to the other party to let go quickly. Hurry up. Come back right after you're done using the restroom, and don't wander around. After listening, Su Qingcheng looked disgusted, but she still gave him special instructions, fearing that Lin Yu might cause some trouble on the way and that he was not easy to worry about. Okay. Lin Yu responded as he walked. After leaving the number 6 competition area, he went straight to the toilet. Speed as fast as the wind. Puff. Bilipala. Bilipala. Phew, that feels so good. After a long while, Lin Yu finally let out a long sigh of relief. As he got up and walked out of the cubicle, by sheer coincidence, he ran into Lu Xian from Qingling Academy. Hey, isn't this that kid from the Su family team? Lu Xian recognized Lin Yu at a glance and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Oh, it's you. You're here to take a dump, aren't you? Lin Yu wore a simple, honest smile as he spoke, gesturing for the other person to move aside. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's lips twitched slightly, but he showed no intention of making way. His 4 teammates also gathered around him. Holy crap, you guys are really in sync. All 5 of you together? Lin Yu stretched his neck and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Kid, are you trying to provoke us? I've been putting up with you for far too long at the entertainment center. Lu Xian's face was gloomy, and as he spoke, he kept moving his neck, making a series of cracking sounds. Seeing this, the other 4 people behind him were either rubbing their hands together or counting on their fingers. What? You've been holding back at the entertainment center for a long time? Go inside quickly. Although there's still a trace of my scent, I don't think you'll mind. Lin Yu gestured towards the cubicle behind him. You bastard. Are you looking for death? Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily. Lin Yu's behavior was, in his eyes, a blatant provocation. Brother Lu, why waste words with him? Just fight. Yeah, look, he's still wearing bandages. What's there to be afraid of? Let's take advantage of the fact that no one's in the restroom now and just cripple him. Yeah, there are no cameras in the toilet anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Instead of dissuading him, his teammates behind him kept fanning the flames. Upon hearing the word camera, Lin Yu subconsciously looked up and glanced around. I almost forgot that there were no security cameras in the restroom. Thank you for reminding me. Lin Yu's honest smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling smile. Lu Xian and his group of 5 were slightly taken aback, and even felt a slight tingling on their scalps. Is this kid mentally ill? Some people couldn't help but shudder, feeling a chill run down their spines. Even Lu Xian, who was originally about to take action, became timid. But their inaction doesn't mean Lin Yu won't make a move. Smack! He reacted swiftly, and a crisp slap suddenly rang out. Lu Xian was completely stunned. He didn't even see when the other party made the move. He only felt a burning pain on his cheek. You F********. Before the other person could finish speaking, Lin Yu grinned and slapped him again with his backhand. Smack! The force of this slap was clearly greater than before, making Lu Xian's face twist. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Lu Xian covered his cheek, unable to come to his senses for a long time. What the hell? It took him several seconds to realize what was happening. But as he raised his fist to retaliate, how could Lin Yu give him a chance to strike back? He decisively attacked again. Smack! This time, he was sent flying more than 2 meters away. Lu Xian fell heavily to the ground, losing 2 teeth in the blow, and bright red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Although the opponent was a genius from Qingling Academy, his combat strength of around 100 points was really not enough in front of Lin Yu, the god of death. Let's fight him. Seeing this, the others shouted and rushed forward, intending to overwhelm them with numbers. Lin Yu moved like a phantom, his speed so fast that he left only afterimages in his place. With a wave of his hand, he delivered a powerful blow to each person. Clap, 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 clap. As the crisp sound of slaps echoed through the bathroom, the 5 opponents were lying neatly on the floor, each with 1 or 2 teeth knocked out. The speed and power that Lin Yu displayed left them all in awe and far behind. This guy, how is this possible? How could he be so strong? It was only then that Lu Xian and his companions realized the gap between themselves and their opponents. While they were still in shock, Lin Yu had already turned and walked towards the door. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, they finally felt a little relieved. But the next second, they were all stunned. Because Lin Yu had no intention of leaving, he simply went to the door and flipped the sign over. That was all. The sign clearly read under repair. After doing all this, Lin Yu finally smiled with satisfaction and slowly closed the door, even locking it. He. Lin Yu turned around and smiled, almost scaring Lu Xian and the others half to death. That smile was like that of a devil from hell. What? What do you want to do? I'm warning you. You stay away. Don't come any closer. Lucien and the others were so frightened that their faces turned ashen, and fear had spread throughout their bodies. His previous arrogant and domineering attitude had long been slapped away by Lin Yu with a few hard slaps. The way they looked at Lin Yu now was as if they had seen a ghost. "Help, help!" Before the other party could shout, Lin Yu darted forward and started kicking them all. They screamed and groaned in pain. "Let's see you get arrogant. Let's see you come looking for trouble. Damn it! I'll beat you up every time I see you." While beating the other person, Lin Yu kept muttering to himself. With his combat prowess, dealing with the opponents would be a piece of cake. If he wanted to kill them, he could kill them with just a finger. But Lin Yu knew in his heart that he absolutely could not make things worse at this time. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't be able to handle it. Giving them a little lesson should be enough. "Stop! Stop hitting me!" Lucien was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it any longer and cried out, begging for mercy. Chapter 189. Lucien couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Yu felt quite sorry for the other group, who were all crying and sniffling. In addition, he didn't intend to kill him, which is why he stopped. Lucien and his companions finally got a chance to catch their breath. Letting you go isn't out of the question. Lin Yu stroked his chin, looking at the other group with a half-smile. They huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at each other, not daring to even breathe. What do you want in return for letting us go?" After swallowing hard, Lucien mustered his courage and asked tremblingly. You know what I mean." Lin Yu winked at him and rubbed his fingers together intentionally or unintentionally. Upon seeing this, Lucien and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They did understand, but they had already spent all their money at the casino. "Brother, we really can't raise the money right now. What do you think of this? Will it work?" Having no other choice, Mr. Liu had to hand over the receipts for the betting tickets he had previously purchased. Others, seeing this, followed suit. Lin Yu lowered his gaze, glanced at it briefly, and then shook his head repeatedly. Because all 5 opponents bet on their own team to win. In this way, these receipts are no different from waste paper. Lin Yu knew in his heart that Qingling Academy had no chance of winning. He took all 5 of them by himself in the toilet at once. Not to mention the one-on-one duels during matches. "Do you have anything valuable on you?" Lin Yu continued to ask. "Brother, there's really none left. This receipt is our most valuable possession." Lucien looked dejected, having been cornered and beaten in the toilet. He was truly helpless. For example, something like magic source stones? Lin Yu was skeptical. "No, really no." Lucien and the others shook their heads repeatedly. "I don't believe you. Take off all your clothes, I want to check." Lin Yu only believed what he saw. The other party had no choice but to comply. As the other party said, there was indeed nothing of value. Even their weapons were only of ordinary quality. Lin Yu shook his head, thinking, so poor, so incredibly poor. Lin Yu suddenly pointed at them again, signaling them to continue. "What? You want this too? You can't hide anything here." Lucien and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes, feeling that the other party had really gone too far. They even began to suspect that Lin Yu might have some kind of unusual fetish. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Yu gave the other party no room to bargain. With a cold shout, the other party obediently complied. Snap! Snap! The next second, his phone flashed a blinding light and made a camera shutter sound. Lucien and the others completely lost their minds on the spot. Holy crap! Is this guy an animal? They cursed inwardly. All right, this is to prevent you from tattling. Goodbye. After Lin Yu finished doing all this, he finally showed a satisfied smile. After saying that, he left the restroom, leaving the 5 people looking completely bewildered. Brother Liu, this guy is simply going too far. After Lin Yu left, someone finally couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it, this kid. How dare he do such a despicable thing in broad daylight, under the clear sky? Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice? Lucien was also so angry that he gritted his teeth and was extremely indignant. Brother Liu, we must hold on. We absolutely must hold on. For the sake of our reputation, we must not act impulsively. A more rational teammate quickly offered words of comfort. Creak! Just then, the toilet door was suddenly pushed open. At that moment, their eyes met. Lucien and the others froze, and the person who pushed open the door was instantly petrified. Excuse me, I'll go to another restroom. The man quickly closed the door, as if he had never been there. Holy crap! Lucien felt that his lifelong reputation was about to be ruined by Lin Yu. Hey, wait, don't go, let us explain. As the five of them dressed, they shouted loudly towards the door. By the time they rushed out of the toilet, the man had already vanished without a trace. Brother Liu, he should be alright, right? Some teammates are feeling anxious. I don't think so. Lucien didn't know either, so he could only console himself with this thought. When Lin Yu returned to match venue number 6, the third match had already finished, and the fourth match had already begun. Why did you take so long? Su Qingsheng cast a curious glance at her. It's nothing, I just ran into some old acquaintances in the restroom, caught up with them for a while, and that's how I got delayed. Lin Yu replied with a smile. An old acquaintance? What old acquaintances could you possibly have? Su Qingsheng looked on with suspicion. I don't want to talk about those risque topics. Let's watch the game. Lin Yu made up a random excuse to brush it off. Upon hearing the words smells bad, Su Qingsheng instantly displayed a look of disgust. Not long after, the 4 matches between the 2 independent teams were decided. Next, Qingling Academy and the Su family team, please get ready. The referee shouted a reminder. At this moment, Lin Yu and his 4 companions almost simultaneously stood up from the stands and headed towards the preparation area. The preparation area of Qingling Academy is not far from them. When Lucien and the others saw Lin Yu, they panicked instantly. Some team members were even trembling involuntarily, as if they had been traumatized by the beating. What's going on with you guys? When the instructors of Qingling Academy saw that Lucien and his group of 5 had bruises all over their faces, their brows immediately furrowed. And nothing, it's nothing. We just had a little disagreement and got into a fight. Lucien dared not speak recklessly and could only swallow his bitterness. Oh. The more the mentor listened, the more mysterious it seemed. Fighting? You can't have 5 people fighting each other, can you? Isn't that just being idle and having too much free time? Chapter 190 Victory Without a Fight. Are you all right? The mentor was too lazy to listen to their explanations. He only cared about whether they could still participate in the competition. Fine. Lucien said that there was no serious problem. Although Lin Yu had attacked them fiercely, he had not damaged their vital organs. That's fine. Lucien, you 3 with S-level talent, don't rush to the stage. Let Wang Ho go up and test the Su family strength. The instructor gave the instructions with a serious expression and earnest tone. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Immediately, Wang Ho stepped onto the competition field first. He wasn't afraid at all as long as Lin Yu and Su Qingsheng didn't participate. Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly when he saw Wang Ho from Qingling Academy enter the arena. Just as he was about to step forward, Su Qingsheng grabbed him. Why are you pulling me again? He frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. Let's discuss who should play. Su Qingsheng's expression was serious, and her tone was earnest. Discuss? Is there anything to discuss? Lin Yu spread his hands and tilted his head. Only then did Su Qingsheng suddenly remember that the other party had bet 15 million on a 1 versus 5 victory. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Even she wasn't confident that she could defeat 5 opponents single-handedly. At this point, perhaps only Lin Yu himself could accomplish this. But you still have injuries. Are you really all right? A hint of worry appeared in Su Qingsheng's beautiful eyes, fearing that Lin Yu might accidentally worsen his injuries later. It's okay. It's okay. If I just stand there, they'll be terrified and run for their lives. Lin Yu raised his hand and gently patted the other's head, speaking softly. Everyone's watching. Su Qingsheng blushed and slapped the other person's hand away. Su Bei and the others quickly looked away, pretending they hadn't seen anything. I'll be right back. After saying that, Lin Yu strode towards the competition venue. Upon seeing this, the king panicked. Within moments, the back of his clothes was soaked with cold sweat. Holy crap! How are we supposed to fight this? He couldn't help but complain to himself. Before Lin Yu could even get close, Wang Ho surrendered and left the arena. This scene left not only the audience confused, but even the referee was dumbfounded. Lin Yuxing, this was the fastest match to finish in this year's youth championship. This is okay. The people from Su Bei and others in the preparation zone were filled with disbelief. I thought Lin Yu was joking when he said he scared the other person so much they wet themselves, but now it seems it might actually be true. Su Qingsheng remained silent on the surface, but she was secretly shocked inside. She even began to suspect that the old acquaintance the other party mentioned might be part of Lucien's group. What's wrong with you? The fight hasn't even started. Why are you giving up already? Where do you put the reputation of our Qingling Academy? The tutor was furious and couldn't understand the other person's actions at all. Sorry, let them go. I suddenly feel a little unwell. The kings and nobles dared not accept the challenge. Your opponent is none other than the god of death, Lin Yu. If Bao is going to get beaten up, the other person could slap him to death. Knowing you can't win, why not admit defeat? Do you really need to go up there and get beaten up to feel better? He already had 2 teeth knocked out in the bathroom, and he didn't want to lose 2 more. What? You're feeling a little unwell. The tutor was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Your class is the worst student I've ever taught. He was instantly enraged. Was this a reason to admit defeat? Now that the die is cast, the mentor doesn't want to say anything more to the other party for the time being. The immediate priority is to send out the second contestant. Li Yuan, you go. Upon hearing his mentor call his name, Li Yuan's vision went black, and he almost fainted. If even kings and nobles fear being beaten, are they not afraid of being beaten themselves? Gurgle. Li Yuan swallowed hard. His forehead was already covered in a fine layer of sweat. Hurry up, the mentor urged angrily. Li Yuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Hello. Lin Yu grinned and raised his hand to greet the other person. Yu. Li Yuan arrived at the competition venue, forcing a smile. Seeing that both competitors were in position, the referee announced, the second match is officially starting. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Li Yuan collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. If kings and nobles can feign illness, wouldn't he also feign fainting? Oh! The tutor was instantly stunned. What's going on here? He couldn't understand it at all. The audience members couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The referee blinked his wise eyes. This was truly the first time he had ever seen such a scene. Lin Yu wins too. The referee paused for several seconds before announcing the result. Holy crap! How did Lin Yu do that? Su Bei and the others were completely shocked. They looked at Lin Yu in the arena with eyes full of admiration and respect. Who is a good person who won 2 games in a row without lifting a finger? Qingling Academy, please bring the third contestant to the stage as soon as possible. After Li Yuan was carried away by the medical team, the referee spoke up to remind and urge him on. Damn it, what the hell are you guys doing? The mentor felt like he was going crazy. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats without a fight, he, as the leader of the Qingling Academy team, bears an inescapable responsibility. You, go! He refused to believe it, because next up was a contestant with S-level talent. But reality told him that disbelief in superstitions would not work. Help me down, my stomach hurts. The moment the match began, the man immediately clutched his abdomen with both hands, squatted on the ground, and looked pained. Surprisingly, he put on quite a convincing act. The tutor was completely baffled. Lin Yu wins 3. The referee was almost numb to it. What should have been a proper competition was turned into a fashion show by Qingling Academy. Everyone who came up for a quick look around was either carried off or helped off. Yeah. The tutor was scratching his head, feeling like he was about to go crazy. What are you doing? Do you have to kill me to be happy? He just couldn't understand why all the students at Qingling Academy was so proud or were defeated without even a fight. Could it be that the Su family poisoned you? The mentor even began to suspect that the Su family was behind it all. Soon, the 4th contestant took the stage. This time, the other party didn't even bother to come up with an excuse. Without saying a word, he just lay down on the ground, and that was it. You. The tutor finally understood. The other party was deliberately trying to infuriate him. Is Qingling Academy throwing the match? As a prestigious university, have you no shame? Could you be any more fake? Damn it. I bet 300,000 on Qingling Academy, and they threw the match. All that support from me was for nothing. What's 300,000 to me? I bet my entire life savings of 1 million. And he pulls this stunt on me. The audience erupted in chaos, especially those who had bet on Qingling Academy to win. They finally couldn't hold back any longer. In their eyes, it was blatant match fixing. Who can win 4 games in a row without moving during a match? Lucien knew in his heart that this couldn't go on. He couldn't lie on the ground any longer. Otherwise, even if he wasn't killed by Lin Yu, he would probably be spat on to death by the audience later. He took a deep breath before slowly walking into the arena. Seeing Lu Xian's resolute expression, the mentor seemed to see a glimmer of hope again. The other person is the most outstanding student in their Qingling Academy this year, without exception. Okay. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. The mentor's eyes and tone were filled with excitement. Chapter 1, 91-1 against 5. No pressure whatsoever. According to what the mentor knows, the Su family only has one junior with S-level talent in this generation. With Lucien's strength, he still has a chance to achieve the feat of defeating 5 opponents at once. In other words, Qingling Academy still has a chance of winning. If Lu wins, he can immediately shut up the audience. I heard that person's name is Lu Xian, and he's the top student in this year's Qingling Academy. Oh, really? Judging from his posture, could there be a chance? When they saw Lu Xian enter the arena, the audience's confidence was rekindled. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu gave a crooked smile. I surrender. Before the referee could even speak, Lu Xian immediately conceded defeat. These words immediately caused an uproar in the audience, with a barrage of insults pouring in. The tutor stood there dumbfounded. To everyone's surprise, Lu Xian, whom he had high hopes for and thought could turn the tide, chose to admit defeat. Are you insane? The mentor felt like he was dreaming. Despite having 3 players with S-level talent, they couldn't even make it into the top 64. He had absolutely no idea how to explain this to the college. Damn it. You guys, are you trying to kill me? The tutor was furious. Young man, are you sure you want to admit defeat? The referee thought he had misheard and confirmed it with him several times. Yes, I surrender. Lu Xian nodded emphatically, his face resolute. Not only is he no match for Lin Yu, but his indecent photos are still in Lin Yu's possession. Given the choice between protecting the Academy's reputation and his own, Lu Xian naturally prioritized protecting his own reputation. Lin Yu wins 5 games, Su family team wins. When a referee announced the final result of the match, some people in the stands couldn't sit still any longer and rushed to the Qingling Academy's preparation area, determined to demand an explanation. You beast! Just how many shady things has your Qingling Academy been doing behind the scenes? Give me back my hard-earned money. Give me back my hard-earned money. He would accept defeat if Qingling Academy was no match for them. But now, after 5 matches, the opponent has either been playing dead or pretending to be unconscious. And in the end, they even stopped pretending and chose to admit defeat and surrender. Anyone would have lost their composure in that situation. Please, all unauthorized personnel, leave the competition area immediately. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately spoke up in an attempt to stop it. But the other party was clearly blinded by anger and didn't care about anything else. Once there's a first one, there will naturally be a second. In the blink of an eye, dozens or even hundreds of people had jumped off the stands and were heading towards Qingling Academy to demand an explanation. The mentor was also on the verge of tears. He's the one who's really the most miserable. Not only did he bet on Qingling Academy and lose money, but he also has to face insults and accusations from the audience. When he returns to the academy, he will also have to endure a punishment. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Damn it. Just what connections did Lin Yu use to win so easily? Zhang Yuan stood at the very back of the audience, his face ashen, gritting his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with extreme resentment towards Lin Yu. If the other party wins, it means that all of his more than 10 million yuan bet on Qingling Academy will be lost. That wasn't just his money. It was money his entire team had pooled together. Brother Yuan, did he bribe Lu Xian and the others? Otherwise, how could he possibly have defeated 5 opponents single-handedly? The other team members around him were also baffled. This scene made them even more convinced that Lin Yu, the dark horse of the monthly exam, was someone with connections. Is Mr. Lu out of his mind? Didn't he also bet 5 million himself? How could he be so easily bribed by Lin Yu? Zhang Yuan couldn't understand it. He just couldn't understand it at all. Could it be that the Su family is putting pressure on us from behind? Although Zhang Yuan and the others all have S-level talent, they do not have a powerful background. If the Su family intervenes, they will have no choice but to back down. One of the team members continued to analyze. Lin Yu, he's shameless. They actually won using such methods. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, gave a cold snort, and then turned and left, preferring to stay out of sight. The other team members followed suit, dejected. Because of Zhang Yuan, they lost a lot of money for nothing, and they dared not speak out against it. So they could only swallow their anger. He. Go exchange the money. When Lin Yu walked out of the competition venue, his face was beaming with a bright smile. He couldn't wait to collect the money. A whopping 300 million. How exactly did you do that? Su Qingcheng asked curiously. It's useless to reason with them. Just fight. Lin Yu grinned. I knew it. The old acquaintances you ran into were them. Su Qingcheng had been suspicious for a long time. Hey, Brother Lin, in the next match, are you still confident you can win 5 straight? Su Bei is no longer satisfied with the little money he has earned. He also wanted to make a fortune like Lin Yu. Yeah, Brother Lin. If you're confident, we'll all bet with you. The others echoed this sentiment, their faces full of ingratiating smiles. Who will be our next opponent? Lin Yu looked at Su Qingcheng. The list of teams advancing to the round of 64 hasn't been released yet, so it's still unclear. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. However, based on past experience, we will most likely play another match against a team from Group 6 and then advance directly to the round of 32. Su Qingcheng's tone was not very certain. Group 6? Besides Qingling Academy, it seems that only Lifeng Academy is still quite strong. Lin Yu stroked his chin, speaking from the heart. Chapter 192, The Workshop of 10,000 Races. With the prize ticket worth 300 million yuan in his hand, Lin Yu had no interest in watching the rest of the game. He rushed to the prize redemption counter at the entertainment center. What's your rush? Su Qingcheng realized that the other person was running too fast, and she couldn't keep up, so she couldn't help but complain. 300 million. How can I not be anxious? Lin Yu may have been talking back, but his body language remained obedient, and he slowed down considerably. Pay up. When he arrived at the prize redemption area, Lin Yu slammed the ticket on the table, his smile more uncontrollable than an AK. When the staff saw the prize amount on the receipt, their vision went black and they almost fainted. A sum of 300 million is not something he can handle. It can be said that the ticket in Lin Yu's hand has the highest prize amount at present. Winning 300 million from 15 million is truly rare. Wait a minute, this amount is too large. I need to report it to the manager. The staff member explained hurriedly. Okay, let's hurry up then. Lin Yu nodded in response. Then let's exchange ours first. After the staff finished making the call, Su Qingcheng and the others handed over their receipts. For them, dealing with sums of several million was much simpler for the staff. Within minutes, the money was successfully credited to the account. When they received the text message confirming the funds had been deposited into their accounts, everyone's faces beamed with bright smiles. Who is it that needs to claim a large prize? At this point, the betting manager finally arrived. It's me. Lin Yu quickly handed over the receipt, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. 300 million. The Su family team wiped out 5 opponents single-handedly. After the manager took the receipt, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He had to admit that Lin Yu was really daring to bet. Young man, you really have guts. The manager, moved by what he saw, looked at the other person with a slightly different expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu simply smiled calmly. After the manager's series of actions, his phone finally received a text message announcing the deposit within a few minutes. Thanks. Only then did he show a long-lost smile. Congratulations. You have achieved the making money every day achievement and have received the workshop renovation blueprint as a reward. Just as they stepped out of the entertainment center, an achievement reward message suddenly popped up in Lin Yu's eyes. The large characters, workshop renovation blueprints, instantly caught his attention. Holy crap, this thing sounds really powerful. Lin Yu muttered to himself. What are you doing now? Why did you suddenly stop walking? Su Qingcheng looked at Lin Yu, who was standing there in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Yu had already impatiently entered the territory space through his consciousness and started to look at the workshop renovation blueprints. Workshop modification blueprint. This blueprint can transform any race's workshop into a multi-race workshop, granting enhanced combat power to all races' units. Requires 1,000 units of magic wood, 1,000 units of magic crystal, 1,000 units of magic source stone, and 1,000 units of high-energy crystal. After reviewing the blueprint information, Lin Yu immediately exited the territory space. His eyes shone with unparalleled excitement. If the demon workshop is transformed into the workshop of all races, it will mean that all his units, including dragons, will receive a 116-point increase in combat power. What's wrong with you? Su Qingcheng frowned slightly, noticing that something was wrong with the other person, and a hint of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. No, it's nothing. After calming his excited emotions slightly, Lin Yu slowly spoke. You call this okay? Su Qingcheng didn't believe it. Yeah, Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? Su Bei could clearly feel that the other person's breathing had suddenly become rapid. Gurgle. After swallowing, Lin Yu suddenly turned to look at Su Qingcheng. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Qingcheng's eyebrows furrowed more and more, feeling a little flustered under the other person's gaze. Lend me some money. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng's originally bright eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes. The three from northern Jiangsu quickly retreated several steps to create a safe distance, said a brief farewell, and left the scene as fast as they could. Lin Yu's story of borrowing money was already common knowledge in the Su family. He still owes 30,000 magic source stones. Who would dare to lend him more money? Are you crazy? You want to borrow money from me? Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes. The thought of the other party still owing her a huge debt gave her a slight headache. I need it urgently. It's extremely urgent. Lin Yu looked sincere. He didn't seem to be joking. Didn't you just get 300 million? Why are you asking me for money? Su Qingcheng was speechless. If he had the money, Lin Yu wouldn't have asked to borrow it. What I need is not money, but high-energy crystals. 1,000 high-energy crystals. Lin Yu continued to explain. He has no shortage of other materials, except for high-energy crystals. When Su Qingcheng heard that the other party wanted 1,000, she was completely stunned. One high-energy crystal costs 50,000, so 1,000 crystals would cost 50 million. Thank you so much for thinking so highly of me. I might be able to help you with something worth 5 million, but 50 million? Why don't you just say you want my life? Su Qingcheng really wanted to kick him to death. After hearing this, Lin Yu quickly picked up his phone and immediately started operating it. Within seconds, the other person's phone beeped with a text message notification. Su Qingcheng subconsciously took out her phone and looked at it, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. She looked up at Lin Yu, her pupils trembling slightly. To my utter surprise, Lin Yu suddenly transferred 200 million yuan to me. This made him feel somewhat flattered. When you get back, you can go to the black market or your Su family special channels and get me 3,000 high-energy crystals. Spend the rest of the money however you like. Lin Yu had also considered asking Li Yang for help. However, the other party's identity is not safe in the black market. If they are frequently targeted for large transactions, they may be in danger of being killed. Even if we assume the amount involved is substantial, he cannot guarantee that Li Yang won't have any ulterior motives. After much thought, I decided that it would be better to ask Su Qingcheng for help than to take the risk. Given their relationship, Lin Yu was completely at ease. 3,000? Didn't you just say 1,000? Su Qingcheng realized that the other person had changed too quickly. What do you need so many high-energy crystals for? She expressed her confusion. Didn't I tell you? My combat power increases rapidly, but the consumption is also enormous. Lin Yu replied with a grin. My God, you're going to use 3,000 high-energy crystals at once. Who's going to be able to support you in the future? Su Qingcheng was horrified, vaguely realizing that Lin Yu was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Not long ago, 30,000 magic source stones were used, and now another 3,000 high-energy crystals are needed, each worth hundreds of millions. This is truly horrifying. Chapter 193 on the Dark Horse. Although Su Qingcheng was shocked by Lin Yu's request, She did not refuse. As long as the money is there, this kind of thing is not difficult for her, and can even be considered a piece of cake. The Su family has its own supply chain. With just one phone call, they can deliver not only 3,000 high-energy crystals, but as long as you pay enough, they could deliver 30,000 crystals to you. Thanks. Seeing that the high-energy crystal issue was resolved, Lin Yu beamed with joy. They then returned to court number 6. The 3 people from northern Jiangsu had been waiting for a long time. You're back just in time, it'll be over soon. Upon seeing Lin Yu and the other person return, Su Bei hurriedly reminded them. Oh, this is already the 8th game. The Green Snake Squad? The Whirlwind Squad. Lin Yu looked at the competition venue, his eyes narrowing slightly. This Green Snake Squad reminded him of the Green Snake Guild. The Green Snake Squad is not to be underestimated. It's the Green Snake Guild's team. I didn't expect them to be so strong this year. The person on the field now is Zhao Longhu, and he has already accomplished the feat of defeating 4 opponents in a row. Their momentum is subtly surpassing that of Gale Academy. Su Bei's expression was serious, and his tone was earnest. Oh, I thought only Gale Academy was the strongest in Group 6. I didn't expect there to be a team from the Green Snake Guild. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Just as he had expected, it really was the Green Snake Guild. Young man, you just don't understand. In this Group 6, the Green Snake team is the dark horse. This Zhao Longhu is incredibly strong. It's said that his combat power is already approaching 150 points, making him an absolute standout among the younger generation. At this moment, an uncle sitting in the front row turned around after hearing Lin Yu and the others' discussion and began to praise the Green Snake Squad. It's not hard to see that the other side must have placed a lot of bets on the Green Snake Squad. It's just 1 against 4. What's so great about that? Uncle, didn't you see the Su family team take down 5 opponents at once? Lin Yu didn't think Zhao Longhu was that strong. Compared to himself, the other party was just a little kitten. The Su family squad. Don't even mention it. That was definitely a fixed match. I wonder how much money Qingling Academy received, allowing that kid to achieve a complete victory without even moving. I'm so angry. I bet 500,000 yuan on Qingling Academy. It's all gone. The middle-aged man gave a cold laugh, and he got angry when he talked about the match at Qingling Academy. Wait, why do you look so familiar? You're that kid from the Su family's team. The older man looked at it more and more, and it took him a long time to realize what was wrong. Thank you for remembering me. Lin Yu scratched his head, looking shy. Damn it, you're the one who made me lose money. The man immediately became furious. Hey, calm down. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'm going to scream for help. Lin Yu warned urgently. Disruptors are not allowed here. Anyone found doing so will be kicked out. Those who went up to cause trouble at Qingling Academy are the best example. The uncle was someone who witnessed the whole thing. Reminded by Lin Yu, he immediately dared not act recklessly and could only sulk in silence. Uncle, don't be angry. It's just 500,000, isn't it? I can help you win back your losses. Lin Yu continued, smiling. Can you help me win back my losses? How? The uncle's eyes lit up when he heard that he could win back his losses. Next match, bet on the Su family team to win 5 straight. You're guaranteed to make money. Lin Yu's eyes and tone exuded unparalleled confidence. Oh. The middle-aged man looked at the other person with a blank expression. Kid, tell me honestly, are you guys planning to bribe another team? With the Qingling Guild as an example, it was hard for him not to speculate in that direction. How dare you talk like that? This is called strength. We're not just the dark horse of Group 6. We're the dark horse of this year's youth championship. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at the other person, annoyed. You're just bragging. The older man clearly didn't believe it. In his view, Lin Yu only won by using his financial power. Believe it or not, Lin Yu didn't bother to pay attention to the other party. Anyway, he had already told the uncle the way to get rich, and it was none of his business whether the other party could seize the opportunity. Zhao Longhu wins 5 times. Green Snake team wins. At this moment, the referee's announcement could be heard from the field. Zhao Longhu became the second player in Game 6 to achieve a 1 versus 5 victory. However, his strength is more widely recognized than Lin Yu's. That was a real battle, completely different from Lin Yu's. But who would have thought that Lin Yu could easily defeat Qingling Academy using only intimidation? That's the deterrent power of absolute strength. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at how others can take on 5 opponents at once, and you can do the same. Why is there such a big difference in treatment? Su Qingsheng poked Lin Yu's lower abdomen with her finger and teased him. Teasing? What's so impressive about that? Seeing the audience's enthusiasm for Zhao Longhu, which far surpassed his own, Lin Yu immediately showed a look of disdain. You know, when he achieved a 1v5 victory, all he got in return was a barrage of insults. It's true what they say. Comparisons are odious. Next, we'll be announcing the team rosters for tomorrow's match number 6. The referee indicated that the competitors could find their competition information on the big screen. Everyone turned to look at the big screen in response to the sound. Match 1. Gale Academy versus Crocodile Team. Match 2. Chi-Chi Squad versus Fierce Tiger Squad. Match 3. Su Family Team versus Green Snake Team. Match 4. Thunderstorm Academy versus Black River Team. Hey, young man, you're finished. When the uncle saw that Lin Yu and his team were facing the Green Snake Squad, he immediately burst into laughter. He had always firmly believed that the Green Snake Squad was the dark horse of Group 6. Especially after seeing the strength Zhao Longhu displayed, he was even more convinced of it. The Green Snake Squad? This one, the odds can't be low, right? Lin Yu ignored the uncle's words. His mind was now completely occupied with the odds of the match. The Green Snake Squad is currently very popular, while the Su Family Squad popularity has plummeted to a low point after the incident at the Green Spirit Academy. Chapter 190, for there were no what-ifs or unexpected events. Lin Yu's smile gradually became exaggerated. Let's go. To the entertainment center. He couldn't wait to get to the betting area and called out to everyone. Brother Lin, are you still confident about winning against 5 opponents this time? Northern Jiangsu is very concerned about this issue. Haha, are you guys crazy? Your opponents are the Green Snake Squad, with Zhao Longhu in charge. Do you really think you could take on 5 opponents at once? How naive. Whether you can even win is a question. The man in the front row burst out laughing when he heard Su Bei's question. Yes, absolutely. Just do it. Lin Yu's words were filled with unparalleled confidence, signaling Su Bei and the others not to be afraid or panic and to place their bets boldly. Has this kid gone mad? The older man looked at the other person with suspicion in his eyes. As Lin Yu and the others stood up, he hesitated for a moment before standing up as well and quickly following after them. The uncle was very curious whether Lin Yu was serious or not. Less than 10 minutes later, they returned to the betting area of the entertainment center. Since the other matches haven't finished yet, the only betting information at this point is for their match number 6. Lin Yu quickly focused his attention on the odds for his team's match. Su Family Team versus Green Snake Team. Su's team wins, odds 5-1. The Green Snake Team wins, odds 1.1. Upon seeing the odds above, Su Qingsheng and the others' faces instantly darkened. Isn't this blatant disrespect? The odds this time are even more outrageous than last time. Last time it was at least 3-1, but this time it's 5-1. That's going too far. That's absolutely outrageous. Why are you all looking so grim? You should be happy about something like this. That way we can earn more. Lin Yu quickly noticed the change in everyone's emotions, so he spoke up to comfort them. But aren't they bullying us? They're completely looking down on us. The logic was sound, but Su Qingsheng felt uncomfortable being looked down upon like that. Ha! 1 to 5 odds. Even the official odds don't think you have a chance, and you still think you can win 5 games in one go? I can't take it anymore. This is hilarious. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from behind me. This made Su Qingsheng and the others feel even worse. Come on. Didn't you think the Green Snake Team is a good fit? Let's see how much you can bet. Lin Yu immediately made room for the other person to come forward. Young man, you really don't know what's going on. The man didn't refuse. Instead, he strode forward with a smile on his face. He first exchanged the tickets he had previously deposited with the Green Snake Squad. Then he added some more money and bet it all on the Green Snake Squad. Green Snake Team wins 1 million. Ugh. The staff member nodded in response and handed over a receipt shortly afterward. When the uncle received the receipt, he glanced at Lin Yu as if to say, I'm betting. After reading it, Lin Yu was speechless, then chuckled and shook his head. I've already told him about the opportunity to get rich, but he just won't believe me. What can I do? Is it worth risking 1 million for a profit of 100,000? Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. Brother Lin, shall I go then? Su Bei confirmed with the other party several times. Lin Yu didn't reply, but simply made an okay gesture. Before Su Bei could step forward, Su Qingsheng spoke first. The Su family team wiped out 5 opponents. 6 million. Upon hearing this, not only were the staff members stunned, but even the middle-aged man couldn't help but cast a surprised glance, seemingly not expecting the other party to be serious. The odds for the Su family team to win 5 games this time are much higher than last time, at 1-50. The Su family team wiped out 5 opponents. 3 million. The Su family team wiped out 5 opponents. 1.5 million. Without further hesitation, the group from Su Bei bet all the money they had earned. At this moment, the people around them were also attracted and cast astonished glances at them. What's going on with these people? Are they here to give away money? I watched the Green Snake team's matches. That Zhao Longhu is terrifyingly strong. His combat power is at least in the top 5 in this competition. If I remember correctly, the Su family team won by bribing Qingling Academy. Are they going to use the same trick again this time? Do they have some inside story? If so, I'll have to pay them a price. In the blink of an eye, a large crowd had gathered around, and the noise of discussion was deafening. You're serious? Seeing the confident and fearless look on the other side, the uncle suddenly panicked. Could it be that, as the people around him said, the other side had also bribed the Green Snake squad? Do you think it's real or fake? The Su family team wiped out 5 opponents in 100 million. Lin Yu grinned and tossed the bank card onto the table. Everyone present was stunned when they heard 100 million. The Su family team wiped out 5 opponents single-handedly. Worth 100 million? Isn't that just a joke? Whose young master is out having fun? After a 2-second pause, the crowd erupted in uproar. Even the uncle's eyes almost popped out of his head. Oh, are you sure? The staff member looked somewhat bewildered. It was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant guest. Sure. Lin Yu wore a wicked smile. Okay. The staff member swallowed hard before answering. He quickly handed over the receipt. After receiving the receipt, Lin Yu suddenly felt refreshed. The group from Su Bei couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. They simply couldn't imagine what it would be like if Lin Yu won 5 billion tomorrow. Why did you bet everything? What if something unexpected happens? Su Qingsheng tugged at Lin Yu's arm and scolded him. No, what if? No surprises. Lin Yu smiled calmly, his words radiating unparalleled confidence. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, they quietly left. At this point, the uncle was extremely panicked. 100 million. This kid, he would never joke about 100 million. There's definitely something fishy going on in this match. He began to regret betting on the Green Snake squad. But right now, he doesn't have any extra money to continue betting. Even the money he bet on the Green Snake squad was borrowed. Unbeknownst to him, his forehead was covered in fine sweat, and even the back of his clothes was soaked with cold sweat. Damn it, how can the Su family team always resort to such dirty tricks? No, they just bribed the Qingling squad. They should be under serious scrutiny now. This should be toned down, right? I don't think the authorities will just sit idly by. The more the man thought about it, the more frightened he became, and in the end he had to try to comfort himself. Chapter 195, The Strange Phone Call. After leaving the entertainment center, Lin Yu and his group headed straight for the entrance to the competition venue. Today's match is over, and you can leave at any time. To ensure their absolute safety, the Su family specially dispatched a pickup and drop-off team. Brother Yuan, look, isn't it the Su family team? A sharp-eyed member of Zhang's team spotted Lin Yu and immediately spoke up to warn him. That guy made me lose so much money. I won't let this go until I kill him. Zhang Yuan got angry whenever he saw Lin Yu. The direction they went seemed to be towards the main gate. Are we going back? The team member continued to remind them. Yeah, that's a good opportunity. We can't make a move inside the competition venue, but it'll be different outside. Zhang Yuan pursed his lips, revealing a sinister smile. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Just then his phone rang. Zhang Yuan subconsciously took out his phone, and his brows furrowed slightly when he saw the caller ID. Brother Yuan, what's wrong? The team members quickly noticed the change in his expression and asked him curiously. Unknown number. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a long time before pressing the answer button. Do you want to take out the Su family team? Before he could speak, an unfamiliar voice came from the phone. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by the other person's words, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. He couldn't recognize the other person, but he could tell from their voice that they were a man in their early 20s. What's the meaning? After a pause, Zhang Yuan asked in a questioning tone. 2 cars belonging to the Su family are parked at the entrance of the venue. They will be traveling in the second car, while the first car will be filled with the Su family's elite. As long as you smash the first car, the Su family will assume you've been attacked and will send the second car away from the scene. You will have a chance to attack the Su family team before the other Su family support teams arrive. The voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of mockery. Why should I believe you? Besides, how do you know about the Su family's arrangements? How can we be sure they would get into the second car? And why did the second car leave the scene immediately after the accident, leaving the protection of the Su family's elite forces? In other words, if we were all busy crashing into the first car, how could we possibly have the energy to chase after the second car? You're talking complete nonsense. Zhang Yuan gave a cold laugh, his words full of disdain. He had never seen a team that needed an escort to participate in a competition. Did they think they were emperors on an imperial tour? Why would I bother you with something I'm not sure about? Don't you know that Lin Yu is on your Zhang family's kill list? Could it be that you didn't even know your Zhang family had sent assassins to hide nearby? Let me tell you, you're the biggest variable in this ambush. No one would have guessed your arrival. Understand? The person on the other end of the phone chuckled and bombarded Zhang Yuan with a series of questions that left him completely bewildered. He had only vaguely heard about Lin Yu being on the Zhang family's kill list, and he didn't know the specifics. As for the matter of sending assassins to hide nearby, that was a matter for the higher-ups, not something a junior like him could worry about, so Zhang Yuan naturally knew nothing about it. He knew in his heart that if what the person on the phone said was true, and the assassins were given an opportunity to make their move, then the Su family team would surely die. However, Zhang Yuan still couldn't confirm the truthfulness of what the other party said. Why? Why are you helping us? Who exactly are you? And why should we believe you? His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone suddenly became much heavier. Helping you? This is just helping myself. I know Lin Yu made you lose money, and you hate him terribly. Your target is Lin Yu, but my target is Su Qingsheng. If we join forces, we can use the blades of your Zhang family assassins to eliminate them. Just pretend I'm faking it. You didn't suffer much loss, did you? It was just a car accident, wasn't it? But what if it's true? Then the person you hate, wouldn't they be dead? The person on the other end of the phone continued speaking with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan had to admit that he was tempted. Just as the other party said, even if it's fake, my loss won't be much, but what if it's real? I hope what you're saying is true. Otherwise, I will never let you off the hook. I'll definitely find you sooner or later. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuan finally agreed. It's a pleasure doing business with you. After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone hung up immediately. Even when Zhang Yuan called back, he couldn't get through. Clearly, the other party had no intention of contacting him a second time. This guy, Zhang Yuan frowned, realizing that the person on the phone was so mysterious, it was almost frightening. Not only was he fully aware of the feud between him and Lin Yu, but he also knew everything about the Su family's schedule and the situation of his own assassins. Brother Yuan, what's going on? The other team members beside him were all completely bewildered. There's no time to explain. Hurry up and catch up with the Su family team. Ergu, hurry up and drive the car to the gate. Zhang Yuan's expression was extremely solemn, and his tone was filled with anxiety. Clear. Ergo nodded in response, and seeing how anxious the other party was, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. As Lin Yu and his group walked out of the competition venue, they were immediately spotted by a shadowy figure who had been waiting for them. He didn't dare to make a move inside the meeting room, so he could only wait for an opportunity outside. Seeing that the Su family had elites nearby, the shadowy figure still had no chance to make a move. Young miss, how did today's competition go? When Su Qinglei saw Su Qingxing approaching, he immediately greeted her with a smile and opened the car door for her while speaking. Not bad. No pressure at all. Su Qingxing simply replied without even glancing at the other person. That's good. That's good. We'll send you back to the Su family home to rest well, so you can face the round of 64 tomorrow. Su Qinglei continued with a forced smile. After saying that, he closed the car door for him and walked toward another car in front of him. Chapter 196, A Fish That Escaped the Net. Lin Yu frowned slightly when he saw Su Qinglei. He still remembered this guy quite well. Su Qinglei was the one who picked him up and dropped him off when he came out of the underground city injured. Lin Yu clearly remembered that the other party was still blaming Su Qingguang and others for giving up their family interests for him, an outsider. Subsequently, I also saw that the other party was quite close to Su Qingxiu. What baffled him most was that this Su Qinglei had actually killed Su Qingxiu. Even now, Lin Yu still can't figure out why. What? Why are you staring at Su Qinglei like that? Su Qingsheng quickly noticed Lin Yu's unusual gaze. Nothing. I just feel like this guy is weird. Who is he? Are they also direct descendants of your Su family? Lin Yu stroked his chin and asked curiously. After listening, Su Qingsheng smiled but remained silent. Lin Yu, you got it wrong. Although he belongs to the Qing generation, he has absolutely no connection with the direct line. They're not even considered a collateral branch. Su Bei, standing to the side, explained with a smile. He's not even from a collateral branch. This answer surprised Lin Yu quite a bit. I originally thought that Su Qinglei, even if he wasn't a direct descendant, was at least a member of a collateral branch. We are the collateral branch. That guy is essentially an outsider. It was Fourth Master who picked it up. When Su Bei mentioned this, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. That doesn't make sense. Since he's the Fourth Master's adopted son, wouldn't he be a direct descendant according to seniority? Lin Yu was puzzled. On the surface, he's a direct descendant, but behind the scenes, nobody respects him. Su Qingsheng suddenly spoke up at this moment. It's not hard to see that even she doesn't like Su Qinglei. What exactly is going on? Does Fourth Master have any objection to how you treat him? Lin Yu found himself increasingly unable to understand the internal relationships within the Su family. It's only because Fourth Uncle abandoned him that the younger generation in the clan dares to act so recklessly. Su Qingsheng had no intention of hiding it from Lin Yu. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu craned his neck, looking utterly bewildered. That guy indirectly caused the death of my fourth uncle's son back then. My fourth uncle had long since lost all hope in him. If it weren't for my father's lingering affection, he would have gone somewhere else to cool off long ago. Speaking of Su Qinglei, Su Qingxing's words still carried a hint of disgust. So that's how it is. This kid, he's really a swindler. First, he framed and killed your fourth uncle's son, and not long ago, he personally murdered your second uncle's son. Your Su family is truly magnanimous. Lin Yu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, seemingly as a compliment, but actually as a sarcastic remark. Stop being sarcastic. Nobody expected him to kill Su Qingxiu, and he kept shouting about eliminating traitors. If we take action against him now, wouldn't that discourage the rest of the Su family? Su Qingsheng said that her father was also helpless about this matter. What a cunning fox. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh again. After hearing what the other person said, he felt even more that Su Qinglei was not simple. He had killed 2 junior members of the Su family, yet he always managed to escape unscathed, which made Lin Yu admire him immensely. Boom! The moment the other car in front started moving, their driver also started the engine of his car. 2 cars sped along the road, one after the other. Lin Yu sat in the back seat, propping his elbow against the car door, his cheek resting on his hand, his eyes filled with seriousness. As he watched the scenery outside the window recede into the distance, he felt a strange unease for some reason. Just then, a black SUV suddenly sped out from the side. Its appearance instantly caught Lin Yu's attention. That guy, Zhang Yuan. Through the glass, he could vaguely see the other person's face in the driver's seat. Zhang Yuan? What Zhang Yuan? Su Bei, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but lean closer. He followed Lin Yu's gaze and quickly locked onto the SUV. That's the Zhang family's car? Su Bei frowned, unsure of what to do. Boom! But the next second he was certain, because after the SUV overtook them, it headed straight for the first sedan in front and crashed into it without hesitation. At high speed, the two vehicles collided, causing an instant shift in their center of gravity, and they began to crash into the guardrails on both sides. Within moments, it flipped and rolled over. This scene caused everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. Damn it! What the hell are they doing? The driver slammed his fist on the steering wheel and then cursed loudly. We're under attack. Everyone, stay at your posts. We absolutely cannot allow any more assassins to come. Car number 2, don't stop. There might be assassins lying in ambush ahead. For safety's sake, I order you to immediately turn into the side road and take cover. As for the current attack, we will deal with it as soon as possible and request support from the family. Please respond if you receive this. Please respond if you receive this. Soon, a familiar voice came through the walkie-talkie. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. Wasn't that Su Qinglei's voice? Car number 2 received. The driver pressed the intercom and responded urgently. Before he finished speaking, he turned the steering wheel and left the main road, entering a remote side road. Are you crazy? He told you to steal, so you actually did it? Lin Yu looked at the driver with an incredulous expression. Didn't you hear? Number 1 has been attacked. Since the Zhang family has chosen to take action, they must have come prepared. At this moment, there might be even more assassins waiting for us ahead. If we don't change our route, that's a dead end. The driver explained in a deep voice. What the other party said seemed to make no mistake, but Lin Yu still felt that something was wrong. He had just clearly seen Zhang Yuan in the off-road vehicle. If the Zhang family really wanted to take action, how could they allow a younger member of the Zhang family who was participating in the competition to participate in the operation? This is absolutely unreasonable. Oh no, this is a trap. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Lin Yu, it's all right. The family will come to our aid soon. Su Bei gestured for the other party to relax and have faith in the Su family strength. Didn't you hear? That guy ordered the elite Su family troops nearby to hold their posts. That means reinforcements have to come from the Su family, which will take at least half an hour. Lin Yu's words surprised Su Bei and the others. Kid, that's to prevent other assassins from the Zhang family from flooding the battlefield. Don't worry. The driver didn't think there was anything wrong with this arrangement. Then I say, what if there are assassins who slip through the net? How should you deal with this? Lin Yu turned around and looked behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He suddenly saw a red car rapidly approaching in the distance. Chapter 197, you retreat. I'll stay. The driver then subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror, and sure enough, there was a red sedan. His face instantly darkened. This remote road shouldn't have many vehicles passing through, and the other party was going so fast, they were obviously coming for them. Anyone with half a brain would know that it was a Zhang family assassin. Su Qingqing and the others immediately tensed up. Damn it, just what I feared has come to pass. Before he knew it, the driver had broken out in a cold sweat. If all else fails, I'll go down and hold them off. You guys run. Su Bei gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. No, with your strength, you can't stop him. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and in a low voice, he immediately rejected the other party's offer. Then at us. Su Nan and Su Dong also spoke up, their tone and eyes revealing a resolute determination. The three of you combined. I doubt they could withstand even one strike from him. Lin Yu shook his head, still rejecting the three people's proposal. The assassin Black Knight, whom we encountered at the Su family manor last time, was already quite formidable. He believed that the people the Zhang family sent this time were definitely no weaker than He Yi, and might even be stronger. The three from Su Bei were just students, none of them with more than 100 battles to their name. Staying behind would only mean certain death. Lin Yu's gaze quickly fell on the driver, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Clearly, the driver's combat strength was not strong. Judging from his aura, he was even slightly weaker than Lin Yu. This won't work, that won't work. Brother Lin, what do you suggest we do? The young lady cannot be allowed to get hurt. Su Bei's expression was solemn, and his tone was filled with anxiety. Su Qingsheng was not just a direct descendant of the Su family. but also the only girl in the entire Su family, and could be called the apple of their eye. If something happens today, this city near Shenzhen will likely be engulfed in a bloodbath. You all retreat. I'll stay. Lin Yu couldn't think of a better solution. He got out of the car. He still had the strength to fight. He couldn't guarantee that he could defeat the opponent, but he could at least hold them off. In this way, Su Qingsheng is at least safe. No, I won't allow it. When Su Qingsheng heard that the other party was going to risk his life, she became anxious, and her voice even sounded slightly tearful. There's no other way. If we get caught, we'll all die. And his target is most likely me. If I go down there, you'll have a chance to survive. Lin Yu's eyes were piercing, and his tone was resolute. He knew full well that he was the primary target of the Zhang family's assassins. You will die. Su Qingsheng hurriedly tried to stop her. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yu resolutely pushed open the car door and jumped out. The group from Su Bei were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Even Su Qingsheng was stunned. She never expected Lin Yu to be so decisive, without the slightest hesitation. As she watched Lin Yu roll on the ground, her heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, and tears welled up in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. She knew in her heart that the other party did not want her to be in danger. You bastard! You abandoned me again. This scene reminded Su Qingsheng of the double dungeon during the monthly exam. When Lin Yu encountered a boss-level goblin back then, he also chose to cover its retreat without hesitation, just like the scene today. Young miss, please don't act impulsively. Brother Lin jumped down to protect us. If you don't listen to him, everything he did will be for nothing. Seeing that Su Qingsheng was extremely agitated, Su Bei and the others rushed forward, fearing that Su Qingsheng might do something rash and jump down as well. That guy, he's always trying to be a hero. Su Qingsheng finally couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears, her voice filled with sobs and choked sobs. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and, seeing the red sedan slow down, breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't care whether Lin Yu lived or died. As long as Su Qingsheng was alive, everything was fine. In no time, the red sedan had stopped in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu, meanwhile, calmly brushed the dust off his clothes, glancing back to see if the Su family's car had driven far away. He was completely relieved only after he could no longer see the taillights. At that moment, a man wearing a baseball cap and a face mask stepped out of the red car in front of them. This person is the shadowy figure who has been hiding for so long. His gaze was sharp, and his entire being exuded a chilling, killing intent and a terrifying aura. Lin Yu didn't recognize the figure in black, but he was certain that the person in front of him was a Zhang family assassin, and that his combat power was even greater than that of the knight. Their combat power is conservatively estimated to be over 900 points, or even close to 1,000 points. Kid, are you really not afraid of death? Knowing full well that you were my target, why did you still jump out of the car? As the shadowy figure spoke, a dagger appeared in his hand. The dagger also had a pale blue glow. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing at a glance that it was a blue-quality weapon. Snap! He didn't answer the shadowy figure's pointless questions, but instead suddenly tilted his neck, making a cracking sound. His swift blade had already been shattered by the darkness. He could only obtain loot from the dungeon, so he randomly chose a battle sword. Kid, you're pretty arrogant, huh? However, I can understand you. If I had 600 or 700 combat points when I was your age, I might be even more arrogant than you. It's a pity that you, a genius, will perish here today. After the shadowy figure finished speaking, a sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he stuck out his long tongue to lick the blade of the dagger. Nausea. Lin Yu slowly uttered 2 words. Before he finished speaking, he chose to take the initiative. TC. Young man, this is utter nonsense. The shadowy figure chuckled. The next second, he flashed and turned into afterimages as he attacked Lin Yu. He was very fast, and Lin Yu had to use the shadowless wind trail to barely keep up. Clang! The 2 armies clashed, sparking a burst of brilliant fire. This kid seems to be quite something. Is that the Overlord blade? And a shadowless wind trail? The shadowy figure's expression changed slightly. Although he had repelled Lin Yu with a single blow, his eyes still revealed astonishment. Chapter 198. You're a really cunning kid. Lin Yu staggered back several steps before he could barely regain his balance, and a little blood had seeped from the tiger's mouth where he gripped the battle sword. This guy is so strong, much stronger than Knight. His expression was solemn, and he murmured to himself. With a difference of 300 to 400 points in combat power between the two, the chance of winning is almost zero. Kid, I was just warming up. Now, we need to get serious. The shadowy figure gave a wicked smile and once again extended its long tongue to lick the blade of the dagger. Before he finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. This is that guy's skill. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, a chill ran down my spine. It's not hard to guess that the shadowy figure had already arrived behind him using its abilities. Hateful, Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Clang! With a sharp, piercing metallic clang, Lin Yu quickly distanced himself from the other party. What is this thing? The shadowy figure paused slightly, staring at the red-skinned, horned creature before it, utterly shocked. With a sudden burst of strength, the scythe demon was also blasted more than 10 meters away, leaving 2 deep grooves on the ground after landing. Clearly, even a scythe demon with a combat power of 600 points couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. You kid, are you a summoner? The dark figure tilted its head, looking at Lin Yu with a puzzled expression. He found it increasingly difficult to understand his opponent's strength. Not only is it bizarre, it's also powerful. Among his peers, he is almost unmatched, comparable to a prodigy from a prestigious family. No wonder the clan went to so much trouble to get rid of you. Honestly, if you were allowed to grow up, who wouldn't be scared? The shadowy figure narrowed his eyes, his killing intent growing stronger. Whoosh! He moved like lightning, creating a whooshing sound. Whoosh! Every strike was extremely sharp and cunning. Lin Yu barely managed to avoid a fatal blow thanks to the 30% speed boost from the shadowless wind and the assistance of the scythe demon. But the opponent's offensive was too fierce and relentless, and he soon found himself unable to defend himself. The sharp dagger flashed through the air, leaving a trail of blood droplets. Holy shit! Lin Yu cursed angrily. He then fell heavily to the ground, a nearly 30-centimeter-long gash appearing on his chest, the bright red blood instantly staining his clothes. What a pity. Even if you had this ugly monster to help you, what good would it do? It is still too weak. The shadowy figure glanced at the scythe demon wielding the giant scythe with a half-smile, and said mockingly, "How dare you harm my lord?" The scythe demon stared intently at its opponent with its scarlet vertical pupils, a low and hoarse sound emanating from its throat. The shadowy figure seemed surprised that the other party could speak human language and was once again shocked. Whoosh! The scythe demon stomped its foot on the ground and shot towards its opponent. Whoosh! The giant scythe sliced through the air, cleaving horizontally. Clang! Clang! Faced with its fierce attack, the shadowy figure remained unfazed and easily blocked it. He then plunged the dagger in his hand into the heart of the scythe demon. Wow! The scythe demon's vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and he groaned as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Do not harm my lord!" Even though he was stabbed in a vital spot, he did not give up the fight. He gripped the other man's dagger tightly with his hand and roared. The next second, he gripped the giant scythe tightly with his other hand and slashed down fiercely. "Oh, you want to trade your life for your injuries? You think you're worthy?" The shadowy figure raised an eyebrow and continued to mock. Just as the giant scythe was about to strike, it was caught by the shadowy figure's other hand. His combat strength far surpasses that of the scythe demon, and in a pure contest of strength, he is in no way inferior to his opponent. Even with all its might, the scythe demon could not make the giant scythe press down even slightly. Just then, Lin Yu stood up again. Meanwhile, a pack of demonic hounds had somehow gathered around a shadowy figure. No more, no less, a full 27. Each one had a round ball in its mouth. The shadowy figure took a closer look, his expression changed drastically, and he realized something was wrong. This is a burst ball. He never dreamed that Lin Yu could summon so many unknown creatures, and that he could even have an explosive ball in his mouth. He wasn't afraid of a single exploding ball, But if 27 exploded at once, even someone as strong as him would have to temporarily avoid their attack. As Lin Yu's thoughts stirred, the demonic hound exerted its power almost simultaneously, and a dazzling white light flashed out, engulfing the surroundings. The shadowy figure tried to escape, but was held firmly by the scythe demon, missing its best chance to flee. Boom! Rumble! The explosion was deafening. Thick smoke billowed out, and a huge crater was blasted into the ground. Lin Yu could clearly sense that none of his 27 demonic hounds had survived, and even the scythe demon had lost its senses. However, he did not let his guard down. The 27 explosive balls were powerful, but clearly not enough to kill the shadow. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Lin Yu hurriedly took out 2 divine power pills and popped them into his mouth. After taking 2 power pills, not only was the pain from his wound relieved, but his strength was also greatly restored. The scythe demon resurrected. At the same time, he also came to the territory's space, attempting to use the hero altar to resurrect the scythe demon. Congratulations! You have successfully resurrected the scythe demon. Minus 1,000 units of demon flesh, minus 1,000 units of demon crystals, minus 1,000 units of demon source stones. A bright, eerie light shone from the altar, and the bronze pillars at its center formed a barrier that served as a teleportation portal. The scythe demon stepped out from within once more. Thank you for the call, my lord. The scythe demon's vertical pupils, burning with hellfire, snapped open, and a chilling aura instantly swept across the entire area. However, resurrecting the scythe demon did not bring him an increase in combat power. But Lin Yu was already very satisfied. He smiled slightly and decisively led the newly resurrected scythe demon back to the battlefield. All of this may seem like a long process, but in reality, it all happens in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and the smoke and dust on the battlefield slowly dissipated. The dark figure reappeared in Lin Yu's sight. The other person's baseball cap had long since disappeared, and even their mask was gone. A little blood was still seeping from the corner of his mouth. Kid, you're really cunning. He slightly raised his bloodshot eyes and locked them onto Lin Yu again, each word he uttered filled with resentment and anger, spoken through gritted teeth. To him, being humiliated by a mere kid with a combat power of less than 700 points was a great disgrace. Chapter 199, The Shadow, the most frustrating battle. The shadowy figure looked up and was momentarily stunned, its pupils suddenly contracting. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. The scythe demon had just had its heart pierced by Lin Yu, and then it was bombarded by the exploding ball. How could it still be standing unharmed next to Lin Yu? I've seen a ghost. The dark figure suddenly looked down at the charred craters around it, where remnants and bloodstains still remained, especially the opponent's iconic broken corner. He was certain that the previous scythe demon was dead, and in a way that left no trace of its body. You little brat, can you summon 2 different horn monsters? After much thought, the shadowy figure concluded that this was the only possibility. Want to know? Then go tell them. Lin Yu slightly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A pack of demonic hounds suddenly appeared, each with a combat power of 124 points. The shadowy figure's eyes flashed with astonishment upon seeing this. He truly hadn't expected that the opponent could summon such a large number of 2-headed hellhounds, a whopping 42. Kid, you've really surprised me time and time again. However, although they are numerous, with a combat strength of only a little over 100, do they think they can deal with me? Hee, you're still a bit green. The figure in the shadows was shocked, but there was no fear in his eyes, and his tone was filled with contempt. All right, let's keep applying pressure. Lin Yu grinned. This time, the 2-headed hellhounds appeared, with a combat power of 134, and there were 50 of them, more than the demon hounds. At this point, the number of troops on the battlefield had reached nearly 100. Do you really think that you can make up for it with strength when faced with absolute power? The shadowy figure continued to shake his head and chuckle, his eyes filled with disdain. He had to admit that it would take some effort to kill all these unidentified creatures, but he still felt no pressure at all. Is that so? In the face of absolute power, numbers are indeed hard to overcome. But It's just that the quantity isn't enough. Today, I'll wear you down. I'll wear you down. Lin Yu's smile gradually became exaggerated and eerie. The next second, 3-headed hellhounds appeared, and their numbers reached a staggering 80. Immediately afterwards, the sky suddenly darkened, as if it had been obscured by something. The shadowy figure sensed something was wrong, so it instinctively looked up and saw a flock of flying dragons circling in the sky. At that moment, he was completely stunned. How did this guy do that? That's a dragon-like creature. How could he possibly summon so many unidentified creatures? Doesn't he need to expend mental energy? The shadowy figure looked horrified and was deeply shocked. The number of troops presented to him had reached more than 200. Come on, didn't you want to kill me? Let's do it. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu roared at the shadowy figure and let out a chilling laugh. Kid, you're really arrogant. You really think I can't do anything with you? The shadowy figure grew even angrier at Lin Yu's mockery. Immediately, he activated his skill again, bypassing the enemy units and appearing directly behind them, intending to deliver a fatal blow. No matter how many types of troops Lin Yu has, as long as Lin Yu is eliminated, everything will be over. Using the same move twice. Do you really think I'm stupid? Lin Yu gave a wicked smile, as if he had been waiting for a long time. The scythe demon was well prepared and charged at the enemy the moment they appeared. That? You think it can save you? The shadowy figure gave a disdainful smile. Whoosh whoosh. But he soon realized something was wrong. Dozens of scorching fireballs came hurtling down from above. Upon seeing this, the shadowy figure felt a chill in its heart, decisively halted its attack, and retreated rapidly. Boom! Rumble! The fireball landed and exploded, creating countless craters in the ground. What a treacherous fellow! The shadowy figure was furious, itching to get his hands on the prize, but was forced back by the opponent. One fireball isn't scary, but 50 fireballs falling at once is quite powerful. Whoosh whoosh! Boom! Rumble! The dragon's attacks did not stop despite the opponent's retreat. Fireballs continued to erupt from their gaping maws and slam into the ground. The shadowy figure could only dodge and occasionally swipe its blade to shatter the fireball. Kill! Lin Yu pointed forward, and the scythe demon, leading hundreds of demon soldiers, immediately launched a charge. You bastard! You're really infuriating. This battle was the most frustrating fight the Shadow had ever fought in his life. He thought he could easily finish off his opponent, but he didn't expect Lin Yu to come up with so many dirty tricks, causing him to suffer repeated defeats. The shadowy figure moved with extreme speed and agility, traversing the battlefield with ease, each strike hitting the vital points of the enemy units. In just a few minutes, Lin Yu had lost more than half of his troops, even with the interference of the flying dragons and scythe demons. Kid, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Go to hell. The shadowy figure had already wasted a lot of time and knew that Su family reinforcements would arrive soon, so he had no choice but to continue his attack on Lin Yu. Call out. He suddenly flung the dagger in his hand, making a whistling sound. Its speed was so fast that it was like a streak of light. Protect our lord. Upon seeing this, the scythe demon shouted loudly. The surrounding soldiers rushed towards the dagger, trying to use their bodies to block the attack. This strike. You will surely die. The figure in the shadows exuded unparalleled confidence in both his eyes and his tone. Call out. The dagger's trajectory changed, bypassing all the enemy units' interception and heading straight for Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained expressionless as the dagger flew towards him. He knew in his heart that this was another of the shadowy skills. This attack was carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. If he were hit, even with his combat strength, he would be severely injured if he didn't die. If it were someone else, this trick might have worked. What a pity. The person you met today is me. This move is ineffective. Lin Yu smiled slightly and gave the other person a smug look. Chapter 200 Enemy weakens. Opponent strengthens. The shadowy figure naturally didn't believe it. His method of killing by manipulating objects was always effective and often caught his opponents off guard. Countless people have died by his blade. Lin Yu actually said it was ineffective against him. Isn't that just a fantasy? Ignorant brat. The shadowy figure let out a cold laugh. But the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly, His eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Where's my dagger? Where's the dagger? He was shocked and filled with doubt, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings, trying to find the shadow of his dagger. Even when he tried to recall the dagger using his skill, there was no response. They just vanished into thin air right before our eyes. How is this possible? The shadowy figure's head was buzzing. Everything before him was simply too bizarre. It was as if the dagger had never existed. I told you. That trick doesn't work on me. Do you believe me now? Lin Yu smiled slightly, having gotten a blue-quality weapon for free. Just as the dagger was about to strike, he used his territory space ability to directly store it in his territory space. Because of its speed, it vanished into thin air before the shadowy figure could react. You little brat. What tricks did you pull? Give me back my dagger. The shadowy figure's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He hadn't managed to kill anyone, and instead lost his dagger. How could he not be furious? That's a blue-quality weapon, far superior to green-quality ones. How could I possibly return something I earned through my own strength? Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked at the other person. He is gradually weakening the enemy's fighting strength. First, they used explosive balls to injure the opponent. Then they released hordes of troops to wear down the opponent's stamina. And now, they've even taken away the opponent's preferred weapon. Everything is developing in a direction that is favorable to me. This gradually gave Lin Yu hope. Kid, I'm going to kill you today. The shadowy figure was almost blinded by rage, especially when he saw the other party's contemptuous gaze, which made him even angrier. Normally, after repeated failed attempts, the shadowy figure would consider retreating. But being looked down upon by a blonde brat whose fighting strength was even lower than his own today, he simply couldn't swallow this insult. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to finish off Lin Yu quickly. Skill, swift as a shadow. The shadowy figure's eyes narrowed, the surrounding shadows surged, and hundreds of dagger phantoms suddenly appeared. They tore through the air without a sharp whistle, only a net of cold light woven from the sky, attacking the snarling soldiers all around. The illusory image lingered, moving as fast as a meteor. Before the hellhounds could react, the cold blade had already pierced their skulls and hearts. The sounds of splattering blood filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, dozens or even hundreds of demonic hounds and hellhounds collapsed to the ground, not even having time to whimper. Only the lingering chill of the dagger's afterimage dissipated remained, still trembling slightly in the air. The shadowy figure slightly raised his blood-red eyes and locked onto Lin Yu once again. He pursed his lips and formed a wicked smile, as if to say that even without weapons, he could easily kill all the soldiers present. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing this, Lin Yu laughed instead of being afraid, and even clapped. Kid, how can you still be laughing at a time like this? The shadowy figure frowned, realizing that he couldn't see through the other person at all. That move just now must have taken a lot of energy, right? Seeing the other person's chest heaving violently, Lin Yu grinned. My remaining strength is more than enough to kill you. The dark figure narrowed its eyes, its body suddenly shifting, and it shot towards Lin Yu's direction once again. Roar! The dragon let out a series of roars, and then spat out huge fireballs toward the ground. The scythe demon also gripped its giant scythe tightly and charged forward. Asshole! Faced with the dragon's obstruction and the scythe demon's interference, the shadowy figure cursed repeatedly. Recruit! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu decisively chose to recruit soldiers. His demon hounds, two-headed hellhounds, and three-headed hellhounds were all killed, leaving a gap of 199 units in his troop count. This time, instead of recruiting high-level troops, he chose low-level demon hounds. Lin Yu only had 5,700 units of magic crystals left in his reserves, which was far from enough to cover his current enormous consumption. Conversely, there is relatively more demon flesh, with 12,745 units. Moreover, the recruitment conditions for the demon hound are relatively simple, and it has the enhancement of the demon workshop. All things considered, if absolute quality is not a priority, the magic dog offers the best value for money. Successfully recruited 159 demon hounds, minus 12,720 units of demon meat. Roar! Before the shadowy figure could get close, the pack of demonic hounds pounced out again. This scene left the other party speechless. What? How come there are still so many? The shadowy figure never expected that after finally clearing the area, Lin Yu would pull this deadly trick on him. It was obvious that Lin Yu wanted to exhaust him to death. Lin Yu's combat power also surged again due to recruiting the demonic hounds. Combat strength, 686.13, 883.29. Hee. As the shadowy figure killed the demon hound with his bare hands, the curve of Lin Yu's smile gradually became exaggerated and chilling. At this point, the enemy is weakened while the enemy is strengthened, and his chances of winning have almost doubled. Whoosh! He decisively joined the battle, his sword whistling through the air. Asshole! The shadowy figure was startled and nearly fell victim to the attack. How did this kid's aura get so much stronger? His eyes revealed astonishment and disbelief. Lin Yu remained silent, coordinating with the various troop types to launch a relentless attack. Boom! He slammed his foot down, and upon landing, the ground not only created a crater, but also cracked around it. This is a sky-shattering kick. The shadowy figure looked astonished, growing increasingly uncertain as the fight progressed, and vaguely sensed that he was already at a disadvantage. What's so special about a sky-shattering kick? I can also use the cloud-piercing finger technique. Lin Yu, in coordination with the shadowless wind technique, moved like a ghost. This finger strike left a bloody hole in the other person's thigh. The shadowy figure screamed in agony. He never expected that his opponent had even mastered the cloud-piercing finger technique, making it impossible to defend against.